Su loved games since he was a child. He spent most of his childhood in the hospital, where he had nothing else to do, and so games became an essential part of his life. Lying on the hospital bed, he held his phone in his palms with his arms stretched out above him, playing a game, and frowned in concentration, pressing his lips tighter, fully concentrating on what was happening on the screen. Eventually, the game notified him that he had lost, and Su cursed indignantly, frowned, asking why this artificial intelligence was so stupid. He did not understand why it needed to heal the player, but then he thought that it was not for nothing that many people say that a person gets tired of anything if he does it for too long. Throwing aside the device with the game, the main character grinned, saying that he did not care. At some point, games no longer brought him the same pleasure as before. AOS, RPG, FPS, whatever genre he chose, all the games that came out year after year were complete crap. The plot and world building of these games were often similar to their predecessors. And while scrolling through the discussion of the games, Su read how someone asked if it seemed to others that one game copied another. Many users complained that there was too much of this kind of horror now, because PC games have long been terrible. These same people advised others to buy a gaming console, and someone, intervening in the discussion, sadly admitted that he had nothing to play, asking other users to recommend something. Some actually responded, some joked, and Su mentally noted that the games had no depth of development. Boredly looking at the screen of his laptop, he asked himself if there was anything unusual here, and so he came across one of the games. While reading game reviews, he noticed an article that the author did not recommend the game Dungeon & Stone because, unlike all modern games, this game forced the player to do 100% of the work. Despite the negative review, the protagonist decided to see what kind of game it was and opened a game called Dungeon & Stone. It was an indie ROG game that used 2D pixel graphics, which has recently lost popularity. As he continued to explore the game, Su was a little disappointed because it was only in English, because he usually didn't play games like that. However, since the game was free, he decided to give it a try and opened it, and immediately the game offered him to choose his character, among which were a human, a dwarf, a fairy, a barbarian, a furry, and an unknown player. Su noticed that there were quite a few classes, and since he didn't think the game would captivate him, he took any class, and it turned out to be a barbarian. When the game itself started, he looked around the main screen of this one and noticed that he hadn't seen a game with a top-down camera for a long time. After playing for a while, he finally figured out what he was supposed to do, and resting his hand on his cheek, he mentally admitted that the graphics weren't that bad. He soon became engrossed in the game and didn't even notice that the day was slowly turning into evening. He frowned in concentration, pressing his lips together tightly, and stared at the screen. And when he finally looked up from the game, he was horrified when he looked at his watch and shuddered, wondering if it was really that late. He became obsessed with the game, and after looking seriously at the screen, he began to sweat a little, admitting that the game was pretty fun. The game Dungeon & Stone had several features that were both unique and terrifying. First of all, NPCs were necessary to progress in the game. If a person died, the whole process would reset, and at first Su was just having fun, but then he got too carried away, and while playing, he couldn't hold back a scream, cursing because the Reaper didn't heal him when he almost won. He grabbed his laptop with his hands in irritation, frowning, and the nurse who entered the room at that moment seriously warned him not to make noise in the hospital room. Taking off the headphones that he had been wearing, the protagonist calmly looked at her, agreed, and apologized, and then put the headphones back on, frowned in concentration and stared at the laptop screen, mentally noting that there was a trap 3 squares up, for squares to the left and 1 square down. After that, he stubbornly began to try to beat this game, and it was so terrible that there was no instruction manual in either Korean or English. After searching on the internet, Su realized that in this case, this meant that he would have to beat this game on his own. He spent quite a lot of time playing this game, and from the time he started playing in the hospital, to the time he got a job at the information desk, to the time he entered the university, to the time he graduated, to the interview, to the time he got a job at the company on the way to work and home, he kept playing the Dungeon and the Stone. However, he died over and over again, no matter which character he chose as the main character. He cursed with displeasure when he died again and again, and 9 years later, he smirked and said that he finally reached the final boss room. He frowned, and his cheeks even turned red with excitement, and he leaned back in his chair, raising his head up. After that, he looked at the splash screen on the computer screen, where the location of the Abyss Gate was open. Joyfully raising his hands, Su, with his eyes closed, addressed the unknown interlocutors, calling them names, and asked if they saw it. He wondered if there was anyone who had made it this far, and remembering how he had spent his days, yesterday and nights playing this game, he shouted that it had been 9 years, and he had spent his best years playing this game. Tears began to flow from his closed eyes. He clenched his hands into fists, and then noticed that a notification had appeared on the screen asking if he wanted to enter the boss room. He shouted that of course he wanted to, and the system warned that he might never return, asking if he wanted to continue. The protagonist agreed, but was a little surprised, noting that it sounded too ominous. He assumed it was because this was the final boss, and grinned enthusiastically, standing up and carefully looked at the screen, ready to continue playing. He decided that it was too late to turn back now, and since he agreed, the loading began. While waiting for the game to load, Su leaned back in his chair, clasping his hands behind his head, and admitted to himself that he didn't think he would be able to win on his first try. He decided that he needed to gather as much information and prepare as he could, and asked curiously what the movement patterns and attributes would be. He assumed that it would surely be something ultimate, and with a grin, he wondered if it was possible that he would be able to kill the boss on his first try. He put his hand to his chin, closing his eyes and thinking, but then was distracted when he noticed that the game had loaded. It took him a moment to realize what exactly had happened, and the system notified him that he had reached the abyss, declaring that the tutorial was complete. Su frowned in confusion, asking if that was really a tutorial. Suddenly, he jumped up from his chair, clutching the monitor with his hands, and stuttered as he asked for it to stop, frowning even more and asking if the writing was in Korean. He thought that this game was only in English and clenched his jaw in annoyance as it took him a long time to understand all the terms. The game suddenly announced that the user verification had been completed, and the next moment, the computer screen shone brightly, and the protagonist froze, looking at it, and stuttered in surprise, asking what was this. A bright beam of light poured out from the computer, passing through his body and seeming to burn it. Feeling an unpleasant sensation, he bent over, screaming, and grabbed his head with his hands, frowning. Despite the fact that the light was blindingly bright, he tried to open his eyes slightly, protecting it with his hand, and clenched his jaw, asking himself, what was going on? Gradually, his body began to disappear, turning into particles of light, and the game began to transmit, and very soon, when the light began to return back to the computer screen, there was no one left in the room in front of the monitor, and Su himself lost consciousness. Sometime later, when he came to, he heard someone congratulate the warriors, and so he asked himself, what is this? He opened his eyes slightly, not understanding who was shouting like that, and noticed a man who, raising his hands up, said that today the warriors will leave this sacred place. When the protagonist opened his eyes again, he finally began to see everything more clearly, and meanwhile the leader continued to shout, declaring that the people in front of him would become real warriors. Su did not understand what was happening, because he found himself in front of an indescribable situation. There were torches around instead of light bulbs and muscular barbarians on all sides. In addition, in front of him was a strange man who shouted his speech, telling the barbarians to choose the right weapons. Mentally repeating this, the protagonist asked himself, what is this man talking about? It was the first time he had heard this language, but somehow he understood it, and he wondered how he had ended up here. He finally decided that he needed to calm down, and holding his chin with his hand, he mentally asked himself what he would do first if this was an introduction to some very complex game. After analyzing his possible reactions, he realized that he would understand the situation and gather information. And moving his hand, he noticed that his body felt normal, but before he could even finish this thought, he grinned in surprise, looking at his palm, and noticed that he had rough palms, strong muscles and tattoos, and his body moved easily. Frowning in confusion, he wondered what was happening to his body. He did not understand whether it was him or not, but was suddenly distracted from his thoughts, as someone announced that those he was calling should approach. Su cursed silently as the man called Karak, Vanin's third son, to him. Karak approached the chieftain, beginning to look around, and eventually he picked up one of the weapons next to him, grinning as he raised it above his head, showing it to everyone. The man grinned and praised him for his excellent choice, noting that Karak had chosen a two-handed axe. He added that he was now a true warrior, and then called Inar, Finland's daughter, to him, shouting that it was her turn. Su suddenly frowned, noticing that this was something familiar, because this was where the young men chose their weapons. While he was thinking, Inar chose a sword, and the next warrior, who was called closer by the chieftain, took a spear, and the leader noted that this was the most suitable weapon for such an intelligent man. The protagonist realized that these people were recognized as warriors, and the chief, next to whom stood another barbarian who had already chosen a weapon, said that the blessing of Rabdonius should be with them. Su finally understood what was happening, and opening his eyes wider, he thought that he was now sure that this was a dungeon and a stone. He remembered that this was how the game for the Barbarian began, and he bowed his head slightly, noting that this was exactly how the game was for the Barbarian he had just played. He did not understand how this could even happen, but before he could finish this thought, Orem, standing to the side of him, said in a trembling voice that this could not be. His face was covered in sweat from excitement. He himself was shaking and frowning desperately, noting that this was a dungeon and a stone. Su frowned, looking closely at him, and Orem, cursing, asked why he was here. After analyzing his condition, the protagonist noted that his eyes were twitching in confusion. His face was scared, and this was what made Orem different from the other barbarians. Pressing his lips tighter, Su frowned, watching him, and realized that he was not the only one who ended up in the game, and Orem was the same. Suddenly, someone angrily asked who opened his mouth. The protagonist frowned, scared, and then noticed that next to him and Orem was the man who had spoken before. Frowning seriously, he looked at them, and Su asked himself in horror, when did the chieftain manage to approach them? Continuing to frown, the chieftain looked at him and asked if it was him. The protagonist confidently shouted that he did nothing, and mentally added that all this was because of Orem, whom he dismissively called an idiot. Orem frowned in fear, not understanding what was happening, and the man began to speak, and not understanding what exactly he wanted to say. Orem looked at him, apologizing to clarify. Turning his gaze to him, the chieftain announced that it was him, and Orem asked if it was true that this dungeon was a stone. He wanted to ask the man for something, but before he finished speaking, the chieftain swung the hand in which he held the weapon and cut off his head with one blow. Looking in horror at the headless body, Su frowned, asking himself what was happening. However, when the chieftain turned his attention to him, he straightened up, telling himself to calm down, and tried to ignore the fact that the blood flowing from Orem's body dripped onto his face. He knew the chief would kill him if he showed emotion, and he frowned, and the chief finally announced that Orem, son of Kajwa, had been possessed by an evil spirit. Turning his back on the protagonist, he put away his weapon, drawing the attention of the young warriors to himself, and ordered them to forget everything that this demon had said, offering to continue the ceremony. Su noted that from what had just happened, he understood several things, dividing them into points. The first point was that the people transported into this game were called evil spirits. The second point was that this man would be killed if this was discovered, and the third point meant that Su's own head could be rolling on the ground right now. From this he concluded, deciding that he needed to avoid being caught. But there was a problem, and while thinking about this, he simultaneously listened to the chieftain ordering the next barbarian to approach him, who was Siram, the fourth son of Tsainik. Some barbarians came forward, some waited for their turn, and the chieftain constantly called the next warriors to him, and Su mentally said in his mind that he did not know his name. While the chieftain called the next student to him, the protagonist cursed, calling the game, since he assumed that it could at least tell him his name. He asked himself, is there a characteristic window or something else? His life depended on it, and he knew that simply guessing would not work. Meanwhile, the warriors continued to approach the chieftain one after another, and Su realized that the chance was small, but he did not see any other options, and decided that he would start moving 2 seconds after the name. He clenched his fists tighter, his hands were sweating, and since he knew that another evil spirit might do the same, he decided that he would have to trust to luck. The chieftain said that Bjorn, Yondel's son, should be next, and when Su heard this, he counted in his mind first to 1, then to 2, but the other warriors stood motionless. And since 2 seconds had passed and no one had moved, he took a step forward, realizing that it was his name. He frowned in concentration, but his confidence was a little shaken, and he simply expressed the hope that it was really his name. The chieftain repeated his name, telling him to come forward, and Bjorn came up to him, stopping opposite him. And for a while the chieftain frowned and assessed him, and he remained calm, and at last the chieftain, calling him a young warrior, told him to choose his weapon and waved his hand. Bjorn was delighted by this, mentally repeating his new name, and exclaimed that this was his name. Sighing, he clenched his hand into a fist, deciding that now was the time for the second important decision. In exchange for the lack of magical talent, barbarians received great physical strength, and the protagonist decided that he would begin his development as a melee fighter, and his equipment would be one of the weapons. He extended his palm forward, and the chieftain narrowed his eyes, surprised by his choice, since Bjorn took only a shield. He frowned seriously, looking at the chosen weapon, since he was sure that this was the best choice he could make. Despite this strange choice, the chieftain declared that he had now become a true warrior, and the system suddenly said that synchronization had been completed, and a message appeared on the computer that was still on in the empty room where Sue used to live, announcing that the total item level was 24, character information and daily logs had been recorded, and the transmission to the administrator about this had been completed. The system recorded data about Bjorn, who had level 1, 25 points of strength, 35 points of spirit, 1 skill, an item level of 24, and a total combat level of 67. Bjorn, meanwhile, thought about the Barbarian and noted that when he first played this class, he chose a great sword because it looked cool. However, he died almost instantly, and then, frowning indignantly, he asked himself, did he really die again? He did not understand what weapon to choose in order to hold out at least a little longer, and he tried a two-handed axe, a large hammer, a chain, that is, many weapons and combinations, but he could not reveal the potential, dying over and over again. He noted that it was impossible to consistently complete the game when he was constantly on the verge of survival. But one day he had a thought, and he focused on the shield, asking himself if it was necessary to play as a barbarian and attack. It was a class with high survivability and strength, and although he could not compare with a dwarf, but the basis for a good tank was there. At that moment, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, he frowned because he did not really like this idea, because in this case it would be necessary to greatly refine the style of battles. However, he also felt sorry for the time spent on this class, and he began a fight using this tactic, and when a powerful explosion appeared, and after that the dust settled, he noticed a huge monster killed in front of him. He was amazed himself, asking himself in shock what happened. He realized that it was very good, because he had an unbalanced character who wins too easily. It was the most logical decision he could make now, and he was sure he would not regret it. A little while later, someone commanded the assistants to open the gates, and the bridge that crossed the moat lowered, and the barbarians froze, watching. The barbarians who had passed the ceremony were to go straight to the Labyrinth, and Bjorn looked slightly worried about this, remembering that they were going to the Labyrinth city of Rapdonia for this. The chieftain standing in front of them commanded them to go, warning them that their fate awaited them in this place. The barbarians ran ahead, shouting, and Bjorn began to do the same. He decided that for now he would run after them, but he wondered if they even knew the way. Sometime later, one of the barbarians ordered everyone to stop, noting that they were lost. They realized that Karak, the third son of Vannon, was leading them down the wrong path, and they shouted that he was unworthy of being a leader, noting that he should bear responsibility. Bjorn frowned in displeasure, asking himself if this was a joke. He did not understand how the other barbarians were any better if they silently ran after him. Karak, lowering his head in resignation, asked the others to remain silent, promising that he would give up his place as leader. He stepped aside, and Inar, standing in his place, shouted that she would now lead, and confidently frowned, pointing to herself with her palm. She was Fineland's second daughter, and many called her wise, confident that she would show them the way. She smirked, and Karak looked at her with displeasure, frowned, and mentally said her name. But after a while she too, frowning desperately, admitted that she thought they were lost. Bjorn was shocked that she couldn't find her way either, and the other barbarians were also amazed, frowning indignantly, asking how that was possible. They were sure that they had to get to the Labyrinth while there was still time, and declared that Inar was unworthy of being the leader. She, with her head down, sadly turned her back on them, and the barbarians decided that the next one should be Tektron's second son, Jean. However, some did not agree with this decision and began to talk about their own possible candidates. While they were arguing, Bjorn paused, thoughtfully holding his chin with his hand, and asked himself if they all lacked brains. He realized that they really would not get to the Labyrinth this way, but he did not want to attract attention. Suddenly, he came closer to Inar, who was still standing with her head down, and put his hand on her shoulder, calling out to her. She said his name in confusion, asking if he had come to accuse her too, but he, frowning in concentration, said that this was not the case, explaining that he would tell her how to find the Labyrinth. He put his finger in front of his lips, hinting that she should remain silent, and Inar, looking at him in shock, asked if he was telling the truth. She asked how they should get to the Labyrinth, pointing his finger to the side. The protagonist told her to just follow these people. And at that moment, the team of other warriors looked at the barbarians with disdain, and the girl, who was part of the team, said that this was disgusting, unhappy that they had stumbled upon a bunch of barbarians. The knight called them stupid savages, not understanding where they were going in the middle of the night with weapons. Inar simply exclaimed that she understood everything and offered to try, and then, approaching the other barbarians, she announced that she had found the Labyrinth, and they, immediately beginning to smile in admiration, asked if this was true. They realized that she was indeed wise, and Bjorn, looking at them with displeasure, thought that their heads were definitely empty. Soon Einar commanded that everyone follow her, and they went forward, and then, finding themselves near a brightly glowing portal, they realized that it was a labyrinth, peering into the sacred portal of battle. Bjorn cursed, realizing that it was indeed a labyrinth, and pressed his lips tightly, asking himself, was it the right decision to enter it? He assumed that no one would notice if he separated from the group. After all, even if he didn't take into account that he spent most of his life in a hospital bed, he was just a simple man who had never hit anyone with his hands, so he didn't know if he could defeat the monsters in the labyrinth. He frowned, sweat running down his face from the effort, and wondered if there was another way to pay the tax. He cursed, speaking annoyedly about these taxes, as it was one of the stupid characteristics of the dungeon and the stone. All residents of the city over 20 years old had to pay a tax, otherwise they would be executed. And there were many ways to earn money, but the most obvious was to go to the labyrinth and fight monsters, or get a job, for example, in a tavern. But the problem was that the main character was a barbarian, and barbarians were not allowed to work because other people were sure that they needed savages. And they said that a barbarian would only break everything, because such workers would only get in their way. In the game, barbarians could not do a normal job, and this was the only class that was given a good weapon from the start. If not for this, Bjorn would not have to fight monsters, and he lowered his head, thinking. Someone announced that there were 10 minutes left until the portal closed, and the main character mentally noted that the biggest problem was that the labyrinth opened once a month. If he didn't go in now, he would have to survive here somehow, and he asked himself what would happen if he couldn't find a job because it was a limitation of the game. He didn't know what to do in a week when the rations from the chieftain would run out, and he pressed his lips tightly together, because even if he survived, in a month his condition would be very terrible, and if he had to go into the labyrinth, it would be now. However, his legs did not move, and he closed his eyes, realizing that this was not a game, because his life would be on the line. Suddenly, someone shouted his name, sharply placing a hand on his shoulder. It was Inar, who looked at him seriously, and turning to her side, Bjorn said her name, calling her the third daughter. But she corrected him, declaring that she was the second daughter, not the third, and warned that everyone else had already entered, so only they remained, suggesting that he hurry before the gate closed. The man warned that there were 5 minutes left until the labyrinth closed, and the protagonist noticed that the portal had become smaller. Several players had already run inside, and he told her to go first, deciding that he would follow her. She agreed, frowning in concentration, but before leaving, she turned towards him and, drawing his attention to herself, she thanked him for his help and smiled. Bjorn said that it was just a trifle, but she still did not leave and admitted that she had a question, asking how she could become as wise as Bjorn. She had not met intelligent barbarians before, and now she wanted to become like him. Imagining brainless barbarians, he mentally said that she just needed to be born again, but decided that he would answer something simple, and closing his eyes, he didactically raised a finger, advising her to think before she did something. She cried out that she understood everything and thanked him for his advice, promising that she would repay him if they got out of the labyrinth. She smiled happily, closing her eyes and clenching her hand into a fist with determination, and Bjorn frowned, noticing that she had said that she would repay him if they got out of the labyrinth. He remembered that in the game the barbarians knew no fear, and here they were similar in appearance. Frowning seriously, he looked resolutely at Inar and asked if she was afraid of death. She froze, thinking for a while, and then asked what was wrong with that. She admitted that she was certainly afraid of death, but declared that she was born a warrior, and smiled, saying that she would die if she did not fight, and asked if Bjorn was the same way. He lowered his head and agreed that this was indeed the case, and realized that the other barbarians were like him, fighting because they had no choice. If they hadn't killed the monsters, they wouldn't have survived in this city, and distracting him from his thoughts, Einar began to run towards the labyrinth, suggesting that they return and meet again. The protagonist thought that the barbarians were learning how to overcome their fear, and mentally noted that they were amazing. Holding his shield in front of him, he exclaimed that he was also a barbarian, and upon hearing that there was 1 minute left until the portal closed, he pushed off the ground, running forward, and smiled enthusiastically. He admitted that he was scared, but he still ran forward, as he was sure that he had to do this, because he had no choice. The man standing near the portal shouted that the labyrinth was almost closed, and Bjorn thought that he had not only a strong body, but also the knowledge he had gained from playing thousands of characters. When he started running towards the labyrinth, the man warned him that it was dangerous, ordering him to move away, But he ignored it and ran forward, confident that he could survive in this place, and frowned resolutely. Soon, the system notified him that he had entered the crystal cave of the first level, and hearing the sound of a drop falling on the floor, the protagonist frowned, looked around, and asked himself, "What is this?" He did not quite understand where he was. He was an expert in the dungeon and stone game, and came to the conclusion that if he combined the strong body of a barbarian and his knowledge of the game, he would be able to survive, and that was what he thought at the time. However, now he cursed, sighed, and frowned because he could not see anything. He did not understand why everyone else was only armed in this case, and imagined other barbarians who were holding swords or other weapons. In the game, there were crystals sticking out of the walls all over the first level, so the torch was unnecessary, and Bjorn put his hand to his chin, thinking. Suddenly, he told himself to stop and asked himself, was this an area of darkness? It was a very rare area, located in the farthest corner of the first level of the labyrinth, and there were no light sources. The protagonist asked himself, could this area be a starting point? He realized that in real life, nothing is impossible, and since the starting position was chosen randomly, it was possible to get here, although this did not happen in the game. He decided to try something and called the status window, the equipment window, asked for character information, inventory, skills, or a journal, but cursed because his shouts did not yield anything. He frowned in anger because nothing worked and realized that everything was happening as he thought. As he walked forward, he held onto the wall, realizing that standing still was pointless, and decided that he would just try to go that way. He concentrated on moving forward, and then asked himself if he was moving too slowly. He supposed that he would move faster by crawling, and realized that he could then fall into a trap, but he suddenly froze as soon as he finished thinking about it, and felt blood spray into the air. The protagonist frowned, screaming, and fell to one knee, as he fell into a goblin trap. The steel teeth of the trap dug into his skin, and he was breathing heavily, and the system notified that he had fallen into a goblin trap. He clenched his jaw, beads of sweat ran down his face, and still breathing heavily from the pain, Bjorn decided that he needed to endure and calm down, because he couldn't make too much noise. The goblins were monsters that were setting traps all over the level, and trying to control his breathing. The protagonist put up a shield in front of him, assuming that the owner of this trap must be somewhere nearby. He squinted his eyes, looking around, but not feeling anything strange. He asked himself, was he lucky and there was no one here? He supposed that it could be, if luck was on his side, but mentally screamed that these were the most dangerous thoughts, and clenched his jaw, since things would only get worse if he did not quickly deal with this situation. If there was a trap, then there had to be a goblin, and if the monster heard Bjorn and noticed that he was caught, then that was bad, and while he, with his head down, thought about this, the goblin slowly crept closer, hiding in the darkness and additionally hiding behind stone ledges. The monster grinned at the protagonist, and he realized that the goblin was simply hiding in the darkness and waiting for him to fall exhausted. That was why making loud noises was forbidden, and this was the logic of the dungeon and the stone. Sighing, Bjorn decided to start with the most important thing, and took his palms on the trap, noting that it was smeared with paralyzing poison. He cursed the barbarians who could not give normal boots instead of useless sandals. The protagonist did not understand what the point of complaining now was, and ordered himself to stop whining and start moving. Clenching his jaw and ignoring the beads of sweat running down his body, he realized that it was better to do it quickly before the fight began, and soon he finally got out of the trap. Blood was flowing from the wounds caused by the sharp teeth, and Bjorn could feel the poison spreading, causing his right leg to go numb. The poison had made him feel no fear, and he assumed a fighting stance, announcing that he knew the goblin was hiding and commanded it to come out. He supposed it was better that it had happened this way, and he cursed, asking himself why it was so quiet. He frowned, getting angry, and commanded the monster to come out, calling it names. Bjorn supposed that he might just be imagining it and there were no goblins around. But even if he was being an idiot, he had told the goblin to give the sign, intending to come to it on his own. He was going to be the idiot who would survive, and said that this monster's mother was a goblin, his father was a goblin, his brothers were also goblins, and suddenly he felt that the bleeding would not stop, realizing that this was bad because the mind becomes clouded when a person loses a lot of blood. He asked himself if this was true. It was as if he had been given alcohol. But he, walking forward and leaving a trail of blood behind him, continued to speak out loud, noting that this monster itself was also a goblin. The monster appeared behind him, and the protagonist frowned, hearing the footsteps of this one, and realized that it was moving. Turning around, he asked what happened. He assumed that the goblin did not like talking about family, and since the footsteps appeared from behind, he assumed that it was waiting for him to move away. However, he still did not see the monster, although he knew it was there, and so Bjorn decided that he had better hurry. He walked forward, and the goblin followed him, and hearing the sound of footsteps again, the protagonist turned sharply, putting his shield forward. The monster stopped, and Bjorn realized that the goblin was chasing him, keeping his distance, and when he stopped, the monster stopped too. He frowned, realizing that the goblin was enjoying the bleeding prey, and thought that he would start to fear this laughter and slowly die. The goblin was indeed grinning in anticipation, and Bjorn mentally called it cunning, since the goblin did not even hide his voice anymore. In the end, the protagonist decided that he needed to change his plan and ran forward, but suddenly he stumbled screaming and fell first to his knees, and then completely lay on the ground, screaming in pain again. He mentally noted that the goblin's prey fell as it wanted, and the monster hesitated, watching Bjorn fall, and growled, and he mentally hurried it, telling the monster to come already. The goblin screamed again, and the next moment Bjorn suddenly felt a small stone hit his head. He smiled in amazement, realizing that the goblin was throwing stones in order to check if he was alive. The monster threw several more stones, and Bjorn called it very cunning, noting that it was even more cunning than most barbarians. The monster began to growl melodically, and the protagonist realized that it was coming, and the goblin stopped next to him, stretching out his hand in his direction. But the next moment Bjorn suddenly frowned, and noticing this, the goblin opened his eyes wide, and he, greeting this, rose up, delivering a powerful blow, and called the goblin, swinging his fist. Frowning, the monster jumped back to the side, gagging, and grinned, and Bjorn frowned, realizing that the lunge was too short. Suddenly, he felt that his body began to move on its own, and swung his hand forward, delivering another blow, from which fragments of stones and dust rose into the air. The goblin growled, and Bjorn realized that he felt every movement of this monster. Clenching his fist, he shouted that he was stronger, and mentally noted that this body was different from the body that had spent half its life in the hospital. He delivered a powerful blow, hitting the goblin, and by causing this, the protagonist declared that this monster was the prey here. He had the body of a barbarian, and by delivering another blow, he managed to wound the goblin, and blood began to spray out of the monster's body, and Bjorn screamed, intensifying his attacks, while the goblin could only sigh quietly, while Bjorn continued to methodically strike, waiting for the monster to finally die. The goblin could not resist, and clasping his palms together and frowning seriously, he raised his hands up to deliver the finishing blow and brought his palms down with force, causing only more blood to spray into the air. Finally, the system announced that he had defeated the goblin and received +1 experience point. Bjorn looked at the goblin's mangled body and froze for a moment, watching the monster as sparks appeared in the air around it. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face, and he suddenly froze in shock, noticing that the monster's body had disappeared, as if in a game. In the place where the goblin's corpse lay, a stone was visible, and Bjorn realized that it was the currency that was used in the dungeon and the stone. He picked up the stone from the ground, bringing it to eye level and starting to assess it, and realized that it was a 9th-tier magic crystal. The price of this crystal was a loaf of bread, and the protagonist smirked, noting that this was what he had gone through such horrors for. Suddenly, he fell down, remembering something, and mentally said that in this place, there were labyrinths and monsters, and when killed, the monsters would disappear and leave behind items. The city outside had familiar scenery and different races that lived together, and this was definitely the world of the game that Bjorn knew. However, there was something more than that, and forcing himself to get up, the protagonist mentally said that he would never confuse the game with reality, and leaning on the wall, he began to walk further into the labyrinth, leaving a trail of blood behind him. As he continued on his way, the system notified him several times that he was under the effect of bleeding. Bjorn, breathing heavily, was already crawling, frowning desperately, and when the system repeated once again that he was affected by the bleeding effect, he asked discontentedly for it to stop talking, since he was already crawling like a dog with a broken leg. Beads of sweat appeared on his face from the effort, but he stubbornly continued to crawl forward. The idea of giving up human dignity was tempting, and he stopped using his injured leg and crawled faster, since it did not hurt so much, and it was tempting because he was no longer stepping into traps. Continuing to crawl forward, he stumbled upon a trap with the edge of his hand and cursed, realizing that this was another trap. His whole body was hurting now, but it was necessary for survival, so he moved forward, but the system continued to notify him that he was affected by the bleeding effect. His leg was already looking really bad, and Bjorn was worried that the bleeding was not stopping. He realized that this was no longer a joke, deciding that he needed to find help, and breathing harder and harder, he crawled. Without giving up, the protagonist thought that if he moved in one direction, he would be able to get out of the darkness, and continued to crawl forward, remembering ORM, and asked himself with interest what happened to him. He also reproduced in his thoughts the moment when the chieftain cut off his head, and asked himself if he died or woke up in a real body. While the system reminded him of bleeding, he began to understand why people want to believe in gods. But he was forced to distract himself from his thoughts for a short while, as the system, after repeating its words several more times, finally warned that his health points were running out, and less than 5% remained, so the character could die if he was not cured. Hearing this, Bjorn mentally noted that in a moment of despair, he wanted to hope for something, just like in his situation. He continued to crawl forward, and suddenly realized that he was moving in the right direction, because he noticed that everything around him was becoming lighter. He was sure that this was how it should be, because he assumed that the entire first level could not be immersed in darkness. He decided that he needed to get to the light zone, and crawled forward, trying to focus his blurry vision. He assumed that in the light zone there would be several people who could help him. But suddenly a figure of a man exactly like him appeared in front of him, and grinning, this copy said that Bjorn was ridiculous. He raised his head, looking at the double in amazement, and he asked why the others would help a dying barbarian. He was not some kind of beauty, and besides, he did not have brains either, and he was an ordinary savage who was only slightly stronger than other people. The protagonist assumed that he was going crazy and grinning, called his copy a smartass, noting that he was himself, but said that he had no brains. He asked if he really didn't need to move anywhere now. Bjorn was still sure that he needed to do something, but mentally noted that he was starting to hallucinate. As he rose, the copy said that the protagonist would run into monsters rather than people, and Bjorn countered, noting that he could see better here. His personality was splitting, mixing, and splitting again, and he was sure that he would definitely go crazy if he lost any more blood. He grinned desperately, deciding that he needed to survive at all costs. But another part of him asked how he was going to survive. The same part suggested that he look at himself, but Bjorn still wanted to survive and mentally begged for at least one person to show up. The other part of him called him a loser, asking if he knew that he was going to die soon. The same part advised him to give up, confident that it would be easier. But the protagonist ordered this part of himself to shut up, deciding that he would never give up. He finally noticed the light, happy about it, but the system warned that his health points were running out and less than 4% remained. Bjorn was breathing heavily, continuing to desperately crawl forward, and since it was difficult for him to speak, he mentally called out for at least someone to help. Suddenly, he noticed a group of adventurers ahead, and one of them turned his head, turning his attention to him. The protagonist was surprised, recognizing the adventurers, and Parzan, drawing Drow's attention to himself, pointed his finger slightly to the side, explaining that there was a barbarian bleeding out. Drow asked again, and while they were talking, the system said that the health points were less than 3%, but when the bleeding effect continued, the health points were already less than 2%. Bjorn was breathing heavily, and the system suddenly announced that for the condition of reaching the health points dropped below 2%, he would receive 1 point as a reward. Drow, squatting next to the protagonist, noticed that he was a newbie, and he mentally said that he knew it himself, calling Drow an idiot, and mentally asked him for help. Drow found this suspicious and asked how Bjorn got here before them. The rest of his team stood, looking seriously at the protagonist, who, having gathered his strength, tried to ask for his help, but when he could not fully pronounce even one word, he mentally cursed, since he could not pronounce anything. But he tried again, and mentally ordered Drow to stop staring at him, and just help. Drow was silent for a while, narrowing his eyes and assessing him, and then he grinned and attracting Ursun's attention. He reminded her that she was a priestess and asked if she would help him. Bjorn was surprised that there was a priestess in their group, assuming that this meant that she must have a high level. He was sure that it was a miracle, understanding that this meant that he was saved, but Ursun said that she refused, and the protagonist was amazed to hear this, and Drow, grinning, asked if this was really true. Bjorn was only more surprised, and Drow understood that this meant that there were no options, and turning, he attracted Parzan's attention, asking if he would give him one potion. Parzan frowned, warning that it was only for emergencies, and asked what would happen if they suddenly ran out of holy power. But Drow continued to insist, reminding that Parzan had plenty of potions, and promised that he would pay for it when they returned. For a while, Tarzan was still hesitant, and then, making a dissatisfied sound, he gave in and handed it to Drow. After accepting the potion, Drow began to remove the lid from it, and warned Bjorn with a smile that it would hurt a little. He did not care about this and mentally asked Drow to act faster. Finally removing the lid, Drow poured the potion on the protagonist's leg, and steam rose into the air from the wound, and the system said that health points were quickly restored due to the effect of the medium potion. The next moment, Bjorn opened his eyes wider, asking himself what was going on. He frowned and screamed loudly, repeating in his mind over and over that he was in a lot of pain. He felt like his bones were melting, and now he understood why the game didn't allow you to use a potion in the middle of a fight, because it was simply impossible to withstand. He was breathing heavily, catching his breath after screaming, and Drow threw the empty flask aside. And some time later, when the potion took effect, Bjorn's leg was completely healed, and he gradually began to rise, thinking that he had already given up hope that he would survive. Extending his hand, Drow asked if he would now explain how the newcomer had ended up here before them. He wanted to know if the protagonist knew of any secret passage, and Bjorn now understood why Drow had helped him, mentally noting that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Out loud, he admitted that he did not know any passage, since he had appeared here immediately after entering the labyrinth. Drow thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin and frowned and asked if it was true. He remembered that he had heard about it, because due to the instability of the dimensional portals, it is possible to fall into the Dark Zone, but the chance of this happening is so rare that it happens once every 100 years. Bjorn clenched his jaw in anger, asking again, and noted that there was a priestess in the group, which meant that their level was at least average, and he had experienced a phenomenon on his first try that they had never even seen. Finally, starting to move away and lead the team away, Drow said that it was an interesting story and thanked Bjorn. He froze, lowered his head, and tried not to look at the adventurers, and Drow warned that he did not need to worry about the cost of the potion. These words made the protagonist raise his head, looking at Drow in surprise, and he thought that in the labyrinth, time is money, so it was a miracle that this time was spent on him. He looked after the retreating group of adventurers, and then picked up his sword from the ground, deciding that he should be glad that he managed to survive. He froze for a moment, hanging his head, and noted with displeasure that he felt humiliated. At this time, the adventurers, lighting their way with magic, followed the bloody trail that Bjorn had left behind him earlier. Tarzan, grinning, said that the main character was very lucky, and Drow asked again, reminding him that he almost died at the very start. Tarzan said that Bjorn fell into a goblin's trap, and such people do not live long, and noted that he was lucky to meet them. The girl from the team, smiling, said that he was rather lucky that Drow helped him, and not Tarzan, since he turned out to be such a miser that he would not even share the potion. Smiling, Tarzan contemptuously noted that there were a whole bunch of such idiots around, and asked if he really needed to spend the potion on each one. Drawing Ursun's attention to himself, he asked if she agreed with this. She looked away sadly and did not answer, and the girl, holding out her palm in front of her, decided to defend her and, frowning, indignantly asked if Tarzan really thought that everyone thought the same way as he did. She exclaimed that if it were not for the temple rule, Ursun would have helped him, and Tarzan sarcastically asked if this was true. He was not sure of these words, since there were many too chill people walking around, but the girl was not going to back down from her words, and, leaning closer to Tarzan, she noted that it would be better if he learned from Drow, and Tarzan asked displeasedly if she was talking about how he tried to find out the secret route from a dying man. The girl shouted that Drow had done the right thing, because barbarians do not accept free help, and Drow laughed sheepishly, scratching his cheek with his finger, noting that this girl was flattering him. When they had walked a little further, Drow sighed and asked when they would reach the beginning of this bloody trail. It seemed to him that this trail was too long, and the girl answered that judging by how long Bjorn had to crawl, he was not so lucky, and asked if that was true. Tarzan said with displeasure that they should arrive soon, and suddenly Drow, pointing his palm slightly to the side, said that it would be better for them not to follow the bloody trail, but to turn at this place, because it would be shorter. Urzina remarked that it was very convenient to have a guide, and another girl who was walking next to her said that Drow had memorized the map of the first level perfectly, and most guides could only show a rough direction, and Urzina asked if that was really true. Finally, when they had walked some distance, Drow stopped, looked around, and thought, noticing that they had arrived first, so it was not for nothing that they had been in such a hurry. They stopped in front of a stone slab, and coming closer to it, Drow placed his palm on the surface of it, and the next moment a portal appeared behind this slab. Smiling, he announced that the portal to the second level was open and invited his team members to go forward. Before entering the portal, the girl turned to the side, and in the light coming from the portal, she noticed something and asked the rest of the team to wait. They froze, turning to look at her, and began to wait for an explanation, and she, pointing her finger to the side at a pool of blood and a sandal lying next to the trap, asked if these were Bjorn's shoes. The mage, raising his hand up, suggested that it looked like this was indeed the case, and gathered a cloud of magical energy, and it flew forward, heading along the bloody trail. Everyone who was in the team was amazed, their mouths slightly open in shock, and turning towards Drow, the mage attracted his attention, asking how long it was to go to the place where they stumbled upon the main character. Drow said, "If you do not count the place where they shortened the path, then the distance is about 15 kilometers, and frowning, the mage laughed, noting that Bjorn crawled such a distance in complete darkness. He called him a monster, and Parzan suddenly, after a short pause, said that the main character was crazy, and the girl looked at him in bewilderment, and said his name with a questioning intonation. Parzan froze, frowning, and asked himself if he himself could crawl for several hours, like Bjorn. He did not immediately understand, but now he remembered that he extended his hand to them, in which he held something. He remembered how the main character raised his trembling hand, opening his palm and showing them a magic crystal. He crawled so much, but did not throw away the item for trade, and Parzan understood the reason for this, noting that Bjorn had nothing else to change. In the end, he said out loud that he took his words back, and attracting Drow's attention, he asked what was the name of that barbarian. He mentally repeated his own words about Bjorn just being lucky and being a rookie like the but now. He realized that it wasn't true, because psychos like the main character don't just die. He imagined his desperate expression during the fight with the monster, mentally noting that he wouldn't give in to death. Some time later, the system alerted Bjorn that he had defeated the goblin, and he mentally noted that after his game with death, things went differently. He defeated the goblin a few more times, and when he encountered another monster, he called it a blow, using a crushing blow, and hit the goblin in the jaw with all his might, who screamed in pain. He continued to run into goblins, and while destroying the monsters, he defeated another monster, noting that the goblins kept attacking and attacking. The first time, he was nervous, but now that he could see everything properly, the goblins were not a problem. The traps were scattered across the floor in a haphazard manner, and as Bjorn walked around the traps, he mentally called the goblins cockroaches, noting that the monsters could at least cover the traps with earth. One of the monsters, jumping out from behind cover, screamed, intending to attack the protagonist from behind, but he thought that the directions of the monster's attacks were predictable, as were the ambush sites. Sharply turning around, he struck with his shield, calling the monster names, and shouted that it had missed. Blood spurted from the monster's body. The goblin itself flew back, and Bjorn, watching this, thought that there was only one problem, and clenching his jaws, he cursed, noticing that he was very hungry. The tribal chieftain gave them some provisions, and remembering this, the protagonist looked at the small bag tied to his belt. However, when he took it off, he noticed that the bottom of the bag was cut, and because of this, some of the food was lost. He looked at it in horror, cursing, and guessed that crawling on the ground was not such a good idea. From the rations given for 7 days, food for 5 days was lost, and taking out a piece of bread, Bjorn bit into it, eating it, and noted with displeasure that he would have to economize. He sank to the ground, putting his shield aside, and frowned. Throwing the last crumb of bread into his mouth, he asked himself, why did this dry bread taste so good? He felt sweetness when the bread dissolved in saliva, and after a while, chewing the rest of the bread, he suddenly noticed that he was thirsty, and looking around, asked where to get water. He noted with displeasure if he had more than one problem, then another, and remembered that in the game Dungeon and Stone there was a hunger system. It worked in the Labyrinth, and he never carried water with him, as he only needed to eat. However, this was not a game, and sighing, Bjorn noted that the game was difficult enough, but in reality, this was simply a disaster. Starting to look around, he rose, walking further, and noted that this was just a game-like world. Frowning, he began to think and realized that if no one was given water, then this meant that a source of water could be found somewhere in the labyrinth. After walking a little further, he finally heard what he needed and mentally shouted that he knew it would be like this, recognizing the sound of water. Walking a little further, he noticed a knight squatting near a water source and was amazed that he met a person. Screwing the cap of the bottle into which he had collected water, the man frowned, looking at Bjorn, but he did not say anything. The protagonist thought that he was meeting someone for the first time, if you don't count the drow group, but he and the man didn't talk about anything. After collecting the water, the knight stood up and started to walk away. And Bjorn remembered that there was an unspoken rule, which was to only interact with other adventurers when absolutely necessary. Before continuing on his way, he laid out all the stones he had collected in front of him, counting that there were 44 of them. He noted that he had collected quite a lot, and now he realized that not dying in that situation was a real miracle. But now a new problem arose because he was very tired. He had caught a lot of goblins, and he decided that it was worth it, but now he was very sleepy, and he yawned so widely that tears even appeared in the corners of his eyes. There were 2 ways to rest in the labyrinth, and the first was to simply hope for luck and go to sleep, and the second was to find people who would guard a sleeping person, and Bjorn decided to try the second method. When he met 2 adventurers, he offered to be their companions, but his appearance was so threatening and stern that the adventurers, looking at him in fear, apologized, and then announced that there were no more vacancies and began to run away, and the protagonist, startled, just looked after them, frowning desperately. The other adventurers also said that their group was full, and the next team that Bjorn met displeasedly noted that they did not need a barbarian, displeased that he smelled strongly of blood. Some time later, having given up trying, the protagonist froze, asking himself, who would have thought that everyone would refuse him? He clenched his jaw, frowned in displeasure, and called all these people names, since he did not want to join them on a permanent basis, but simply offered to spend the night together. But suddenly he heard someone calling his name, and even flinched slightly in surprise. And then, turning around, noticed Hans, who, smiling affably, extended his palm forward and suggested that he was looking for a night companion. Bjorn frowned, asking him to repeat what he said, and mentally asked himself who Hans was. He noted that the protagonist looked like a reliable barbarian, and explained that this was why he thought they could get some sleep. Bjorn finally understood what Hans meant, and mentally exclaimed that he could have said so right away. But in the end, he agreed that he was looking for a night companion, and remembered that night companion was an internal game term. Hans, smiling, admitted that this was a great relief, and offered to help each other, giving his name. He extended his hand to shake, and the protagonist thought that in the game he perceived such sleepovers as just something like a sleepover with friends, but in real life it sounded somehow perverted. But he distracted himself from these thoughts and said his name, also extending his hand to shake. As they shook hands, Hans decided that he would call Bjorn by just her first name, and although it was better to gather in threes, but at such a time they would only waste their energy if they started looking for someone, and so he suggested that they spend the night just the 2 of them. Bjorn, looking at his expression, asked himself, why is this happening? He pressed his lips tightly, noticing that it sounded strange, and wondered if this was due to the way Hans spoke. In the end, breaking the handshake, he agreed, and he was happy about it, suggesting that they play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would be the first to keep watch. That was how they decided to spend the night in the labyrinth together. And thinking about it, Bjorn cursed inwardly because he was sure that it still sounded too weird. When they played, Hans won, so he had to sleep first, but just in case, he clarified if Bjorn agreed. The protagonist did not ask and thought discontentedly that he knew that he would lose, noting that luck was clearly not on his side. Handing him the watch, Hans asked him to take it and explain what it was called, and then, pointing his finger at the dial, he asked Bjorn to wake him up when the shorthand was in that place. The protagonist assumed that barbarians usually did not understand such things, but was distracted from his thoughts because Hans asked if he understood everything. He assumed that he needed to explain again, but Bjorn said that he understood everything, and mentally noted that Hans was already annoying him. He realized that barbarians seemed stupid to everyone else, and looked closely at the watch, noticing that it was very expensive. So far there were only problems, but he thought that he would surely get a chance to use this prejudice about barbarians to his advantage. Soon Hans was lying down on the ground, and Bjorn noticed that he looked relaxed, wondering if all experienced adventurers behaved like this. After that, he wondered with interest if Hans would lend him a sleeping bag if he asked him for it. There were no goblins or other adventurers around, so the protagonist was very bored, but he decided that it was even better this way. But still, looking at the watch, he yawned and asked for the time to go faster. Finally, when the hand reached the right mark, Bjorn woke Hans, telling him to wake up, and he opened his eyes, and then got up and scratched the back of his head, asking if there was anything unusual. The protagonist said that there was nothing, and Hans thanked him, noting that it was his turn to sleep, and announced that he would wake him up in 2 hours. Bjorn agreed with this and looked at Hans warily, but mentally disagreed with his words, realizing that he would definitely not be able to sleep. He returned the watch to Hans, and he was glad that he did not break it, and smiled. And the protagonist, looking at him, asked himself how he could trust someone he had met for the first time. He laid down on the ground and decided that he would snore like a savage who had a hard day. Closing his eyes, he began to pretend that he was sleeping and expressed the hope that Hans would not guess. Opening his eyes slightly, he soon closed them again, continuing to snore, and Hans quietly said that barbarians are a very strange race. And the protagonist, hearing his words, was glad, realizing that everything worked. He thought that Hans' thoughts were easy to understand because he thought that all barbarians are simpletons, and turning over on his side, Bjorn mentally said that he was a stupid barbarian and slept like a log, and opening his eyes, he continued to snore, thinking that he was completely open, and mentally asked Hans to show his true motives, hurrying him. However, when some time passed, he was already sitting on a stone, since she came through to guard him. Angrily looking at Hans, sleeping next to him, he noticed that he had not done anything for 2 whole hours, and asked himself, maybe he should have slept? For some time he watched the sleeping Hans, and then he thought that he should not let his guard down in front of strangers, and decided that he would not sleep until he decided that he could trust Hans, although he could die of fatigue that way. He could not sleep, and after a while someone shouted his name, and suddenly opening his eyes, Bjorn looked straight ahead, noticing that Hans was standing in front of him, smiling. The protagonist said that he was not asleep, but Hans advised him to at least wipe his drool, and, awkwardly looking away, Bjorn apologized to him, and he, still smiling, noted that everything was fine, because they were lucky that nothing had happened, and therefore he decided that he would not swear. But Bjorn frowned warily, but then thanked Hans and said that he could keep watch a little longer if he wanted to. But he said that everything was fine and pointed out that the protagonist looked tired, and since it was his turn anyway, he advised him to lie down. Bjorn thanked him for the opportunity, and remembered the moment when he first met Hans, noting that he seemed kind and spoke to him first when he was in a difficult situation. In addition, he did not scold him for falling asleep on duty, and while thinking about this, the protagonist remembered how he said that they were lucky that nothing happened while they were sleeping, so everything was fine. He refused to punish him for his mistake, and in the game that the protagonist knew well, everything was not like that. He lay down anyway, mentally noting that such kind people do not exist, and suddenly his eyes widened at the sound of a loud noise, and noticed that Hans was standing in front of them, smiling, asking if he was awake. He advised him to sleep a little longer and raised the bloody hammer above his head, causing Bjorn to frown in confusion. The next moment, he abruptly lowered the weapon, causing the protagonist to open his eyes wide before quickly rolling to the side, avoiding the blow. The force of the attack sent dust and rock fragments flying into the air, and Bjorn, regrouping, stood up and jumped to the side, holding his shield in front of him. He planted his feet on the ground, and Hans looked at him in surprised shock that he had dodged. The protagonist looked at him seriously, frowning with displeasure, and noticing the anger in his gaze, Hans asked him to wait and listen to him. Bjorn was unhappy that he decided to justify himself in such a situation, and mentally cursing, he began to run forward, and Hans, despite the situation, tried to ask him to stop. Continuing to run forward, the protagonist asked with displeasure how stupid Hans considered barbarians. Clenching his jaw, he struck with his shield from below, and from this Hans flew a little into the air, and blood spurted from his mouth. He coughed, frowning, and Bjorn dug his feet harder into the ground, maintaining balance. Having fallen to the ground, Hans trembled, resting his palm on the protagonist's shield in order to maintain balance, and asked him to stop, promising that he would explain everything. Bjorn noticed that he had not died from one blow like the goblins, and realized that in that case he would have to hit again. He pressed his lips tighter, striking again with his shield, and used a crushing blow, cursing Hans at the same time. He flew to the side, hitting the ground hard, and screamed, but after that he still tried to get up, although his whole body was shaking and he himself was breathing heavily. Bjorn looked at him furiously, coming closer, and Hans, stuttering, apologized to him, and then, crying, asked him to spare him. His face was badly wounded. He stretched out his palm forward, and the protagonist frowned even more and asked why he did it. He explained that he wanted to make Bjorn lose consciousness, and in that case he himself would take the magic crystals. The protagonist mentally asked, was Hans really trying to kill a barbarian for a few crystals? He continued to justify himself, remembering that he also wanted to take Bjorn's shield, since the equipment of the newbie barbarians was sold easily with good quality. He looked at it desperately, and the protagonist asked if that was really the case. Smiling happily, Hans shouted that it was really the case, and hopefully asked if Bjorn would let him go. But he simply swung his leg, not intending to let him go, since he felt that he was hiding something. He delivered another powerful kick, from which blood sprayed into the air, and Hans cried out in pain. After pinning him to the ground with his foot, the protagonist decided to ask about it one last time and ordered Hans to speak. He cried out in pain, and Bjorn thought that killing an adventurer in the game Dungeon and Stone was a serious crime, so he was sure that there must be another reason. Finally, grabbing his leg with his hands and trying to relieve the pressure on his chest, Hans shouted that it was all because of Bjorn's heart. The protagonist asked in confusion, and Hans explained that the barbarian's heart sold for a lot of money, admitting that he had heard that some people used it as an ingredient in new magic. He imagined the heart hovering above the magic circles and surrounded by energy, and Bjorn now understood everything, mentally noting that for Hans he was like a goblin, because it was difficult to catch, but it was profitable enough to try, and in the end there was a big reward. Without removing his leg from Hans's body, the protagonist asked why he did not attack when he went to bed the first time. He admitted that he himself wanted to get some sleep, and Bjorn noted that he was not overly cautious, but simply practical, because he decided to use the protagonist to the fullest. Hans looked at him trembling, hoping, and ignoring the blood and sweat running down his face. He asked if it was true that he would forgive him if he told him everything. Bjorn froze, looking at him silently, and then suddenly smirked and asked if he was saying that he needed to forgive him. He pointed out that he would meet many more people like Hans, and warned that they would say the same thing. Hans looked at him desperately, scared by such words, and the protagonist asked if he really thought that he would forgive such people every time. He looked down at him menacingly and shouted that of course he would not forgive such people all the time, adding that he himself was not like the others. But Bjorn, instead of saying anything else, simply raised his hand, in which he was clutching a shield, and prepared to strike. Hans screamed desperately, promising that he would give him everything he had, noting that he didn't have much with him, but that he would be able to give him more when they returned to the city. The protagonist gripped the handle of his shield tighter, and Hans continued to beg, asking for one chance, promising that he would not regret it. However, despite his pleas, Bjorn simply lowered his hand down, and blood sprayed into the air. A little while later he thought that one day had passed since he came to this world, and looked at the blood that began to flow from Hans' body, as well as his hand, which fell lifelessly to the ground. For a while, he stood frozen in place, holding his shield on Hans' motionless body, thinking that he had killed a person. Suddenly, the system announced that the first kill condition had been met, thanks to which Bjorn received an additional 1 point to his spirit as a reward. When 2 days had passed since he entered this world, the system calculated that he had equipped the shoulder pads, and his item level had increased by 13 additional points. In addition, he had equipped the backpack, and thanks to this, his inventory had been expanded. He had also equipped the hammer, and this helped increase his item level by 30 points. Holding not only the shield but also the hammer in his hands, and holding the backpack on his shoulders, Bjorn, frowning in concentration, moved forward through the labyrinth. Now he no longer looked like a savage, as he drank water from a flask when he felt thirsty, used a compass when he wanted to know the direction, and also looked at the clock when he wanted to know the time. In addition, he could now treat wounds with potions and bandages, and he mentally noted that it was ironic because only by killing a person did he begin to live as a person. He continued to walk through the dungeon, and the system made adjustments to the information about him as a character, adding the points he had received. When confronted by a goblin, the protagonist swung his weapon and destroyed the monster, and he noticed that the goblins disappeared with one blow of the hammer. He assumed that he should have taken a weapon instead of a shield and wondered about it, but noted that he did not know that he could fight properly with it. Sighing, he looked at the bloody hammer and wondered if it could be because he was a barbarian. He noticed that his body seemed to move on its own during the battle, but he was suddenly distracted from his thoughts as 2 armed goblins appeared at his side. Bjorn, gripping his axe more comfortably, thought that since the second day, the goblins began to appear in pairs, and his combat level had increased thanks to the new weapon. The goblins, smiling, ran to attack, anticipating the prey, but the protagonist swung his weapon easily, throwing the monsters back. His progress became more stable, and taking advantage of the goblins being disoriented from the fall, he finished off the monsters, swinging his weapon a few more times. He dropped to one knee, standing for a while in a pool of blood, waiting for the goblins' bodies to evaporate and disappear. However, sweat was running down his face, and he noticed that he would soon die of fatigue. His battles had not stopped since the incident with Hans, and he knew that he could not hold out for much longer, deciding that he needed to sleep. He supposed that it would be better to try to get some sleep without a night companion, and stopped, leaning his back against the wall, closed his eyes and sighed. The goblin's wound was more likely to kill him, but Bjorn could not sleep properly, and when he opened his eyes he cursed, because as soon as he closed his eyes, the goblins immediately appeared. He looked at the new opponents that appeared in front of him with displeasure, and frowning furiously, he shouted that not even 10 minutes had passed, calling the monsters names. He swung his hammer, and the monsters screamed in fear, and the protagonist struck so hard that a huge amount of dust rose into the air. After that, he leaned his back against the wall again, thinking that he had killed everyone he saw. Closing his eyes, he mentally addressed the monsters, asking them to stop appearing and let him sleep at least a little. Some time passed, and the system suddenly announced that the character was attacked by a goblin in his sleep. Bjorn suddenly opened his eyes, noticing that the goblin, growling contentedly, plunged the weapon into his chest. He did not hear this monster, and now frowned furiously, calling the goblin names, and ordered it to leave him alone. He dealt a powerful blow to the goblin's face, causing the monster to fly away, and its companion opened his eyes wider in horror, looking at the monster's body, which flew past this one at high speed. The protagonist, looking seriously at the goblin, told the next opponent to approach him, and it growled in fear, noticing such a threatening appearance. Turning around, it began to run away, and Bjorn advised it to leave, since it did not have the strength to chase after it anyway. He let out a disgruntled cry as he watched the blood flow from the wound he had received, and he realized that if he had been a little shorter, the goblin would have been able to jump up and stab him in the throat. He didn't even notice anything, and decided that he needed to rest properly, but first he needed to take care of the wound. So he took out the potion, unscrewing the cap of the bottle. Pouring the potion on the wound, he clenched his jaw, closing his eyes, and asked himself why healing with a potion hurt more than a knife stab. It had been 14 hours since the incident with Hans, and now everyone was just starting to look for knight companions. But Bjorn couldn't trust anyone if the barbarian's heart was so valuable. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure, suggesting that he might be able to find another barbarian brother. He decided that he could try searching, and after a while he came across a team that called up to him with a smile, asking if he was looking for knight companions. The protagonist thought with displeasure that they were people, and also frowned, noticing another team, also made up of people. A man who was part of this team noticed that Bjorn looked tired, and asked if he wanted to join them. Another pair of adventurers exclaimed that the protagonist would be the third, suggesting that it would be safer to sleep with the barbarian. Bjorn got angry again, noticing that now everyone he met offered to join him. He frowned with displeasure, sighed, and refused the offer, exclaiming that he would look for other barbarians. He was completely covered in blood, with one sandal, and realized that he looked too scary. One of the guys who had just offered to help him looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really looking for other barbarians. He warned that there might be problems with this, and Bjorn frowned in confusion, asking why that was so. The boy explained that even the barbarians who had just gone through the ceremony were quickly rising in level, so there were probably less than 100 of them left on the first floor. The protagonist sighed in displeasure, pressing his lips tighter together, and realized that with such a strong body, it was indeed quite strange to remain on the first floor for so long. Smiling, the boy began to move away, telling Rapdomia to favor Bjorn, and he thanked him, wondering if he really didn't need to look for barbarians now. He suggested to himself to be realistic, since he simply needed a knight companion, not necessarily a barbarian, but the main thing was that it was not a human. As he began to walk further, he decided that the component should be of another race, less human and closer to barbarians, such as elves, who kept their promises, or dwarves, who were most similar to barbarians. Bjorn supposed that this would be ideal, but added that it didn't matter to him in principle, as long as it wasn't human. Most other races had some distinctive features from humans, and therefore they wouldn't just attack creatures similar to them. Suddenly, he was distracted, looking away, and after he changed his mind and wandered through the caves for another hour, he suddenly noticed Erwin Fornaxide de Turkia, who was sitting with her head down, and her knees pulled up to her chest, and sadly looking straight ahead. Bjorn was amazed, focusing his attention on her, and she, finally distracted, also raised her head, shuddered in surprise, and frowned, looking at him. The protagonist was happy that he had found someone, and Erwin looked at him with a little fear, while the system notified that he had come across a wounded elf. Drawing her attention to himself, Bjorn asked if she was alone. Erwin looked at him with horror and frowning, pressed her lips tighter, and then picked up her bow from the ground, ready to fight if necessary. The protagonist noticed that she was wary, and thought that any wounded loner would be afraid if they saw a huge barbarian in front of them. He frowned, slightly bowing his head, and noticed that Erwin had been hit in the stomach by an arrow. There were drops of blood on her clothes where the wound was, and Bjorn did not think that this was all the work of goblins. Keeping a serious expression on his face, he asked if the people had wounded her. She rose from her seat, but was unable to stay on her feet and fell to her knees, and then, folding her hands in a pleading gesture, asked Bjorn to forgive her, and tears of despair welled up in her eyes. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what this all meant, and Erwin asked him to let her go just this once, since she had a little brother at home who had no one to take care of. Bjorn frowned in displeasure, asking himself where such a spineless elf came from. Most of the elves in the game were very cold to others, and Erwin seemed the same to him at first glance. But if he had known that she had such a soft character, he would not have behaved like that. He lowered himself down to be on the same level with her, and decided that he would smile in order to get rid of the misunderstanding. Erwin looked at him in horror, flinching as he lowered himself, and he smiled and asked her not to worry. She opened her eyes wider, looking at him, and he added that he was not going to kill her yet, and Erwin was even more horrified, because in her eyes the main character looked threatening, and she mentally said that he was a deceiver. Trembling, she closed her eyes, tears already running down her cheeks, and she, slightly stammering, said that she understood that Bjorn was a barbarian, but asked if it was so necessary. She again asked to let her go just this once, and beads of sweat ran down Bjorn's face from the tension. He pressed his lips tightly and mentally asked what the barbarians did to the others. He noticed that Erwin was scared of every word he said, and assumed that someone had to ruin their entire image. Taking off his backpack, he took out several items from it, and throwing it to Erwin, he simply said that it would be better for her to take care of the wound, offering to talk after that. She looked at him in surprise, but then, looking at the items that Bjorn gave her, she asked if these were really ritual leaves. In addition, she was surprised that he even had a bandage, and the protagonist, hearing her words, realized that these were ritual leaves, because he did not use it because he was afraid that it could be some kind of poison. Looking at him in bewilderment, Erwin asked why he was giving it to her. Bjorn asked if a reason was really needed to help someone in need. In fact, mentally he admitted that there was a reason, and out loud he promised that he would keep an eye on it, advising Erwin to take care of the wound. She froze for a while, not answering, and the protagonist mentally noted that she could become his night companion. He knew that it didn't sound very good, but for Erwin it wasn't such a bad situation, since she was injured, tired, and also beautiful. So far she was much worse than Bjorn, and after some time had passed, she announced that she was finished, putting aside the remaining leaves and the bandage, on which drops of blood were visible. The protagonist was surprised that she finished so quickly, and noticed that her hands were dexterous. Assessing her condition, he noticed that she was not so careful now, so it was time to get acquainted. He said his name, looking at her seriously, and she, slightly embarrassed, lowered her head, but did not answer right away, although in the end she did introduce herself. Bjorn sat down on the ground opposite her, and asked why she was so afraid of him. Erwin explained that it was because she was an elf and he was a barbarian, and Bjorn chuckled to himself, and asked how that was related. She explained that elves and barbarians were usually hostile to each other, and the protagonist said out loud that this was indeed the case. But in his mind he noted that this was already interesting, since this was the first time he heard about them being hostile, since in the game their relationship was normal. Erwin suddenly became scared, frowning slightly, and tried to take back her words, explaining that the war had ended 10 years ago, and she did not feel anything bad towards barbarians. That was why she did not want to fight Bjorn, and lower her head, and he thought, asking himself, had 10 years really passed? He did not understand how much time had passed since the time period of the game, but he decided that he had better worry about something else first, and convinced Erwin that he did not feel anything bad towards her. She smiled admiringly, looked at him hopefully, and asked if it was true. Bjorn, without answering this question, immediately asked if she would like to become his night companion. Erwin asked in confusion, and he explained that he was very tired at the moment, and noted that she felt the same way, asking how about joining forces for one night. Erwin frowned, thinking, and remembered that she had heard that barbarians valued their military honor above all else. Putting her palms together, she looked seriously at the protagonist and asked if he could swear on a military unit that he would not harm her. Bjorn asked if he really needed to swear. Erwin shuddered, waving her arms, and promised that she would also swear on the name of her tribe. Bjorn thought that he didn't care about military honor, but he noted that it could be useful and eventually agreed, but suggested that they clarify one point first. Erwin was happy, asking what that point was. Narrowing his eyes, Bjorn noticed that Erwin was addressing him politely, calling him Mr., and said that this was not the case, asking to call him by his first name. In his mind, he noted that if we were not talking about him, the character was only 20 years old, and, distracted from the topic of this conversation, he pressed his fist to his chest, closed his eyes, and announced that he swears on his military honor. Erwin responded by folding her palms together, closing her eyes, and slightly lowering her head, swearing on the name of her tribe that she will not attack her companion at night. Bjorn said the same oath at the same time as her, and when they finished, he was happy that he would finally get some sleep. After that, he announced that he would sleep first, and suggested that Erwin would be more at ease that way. She sheepishly said that it was not necessary, but noted that if the protagonist wanted it, she would not mind. Taking out a watch, Bjorn handed it to her, asking her to take it and warning her to be careful, since the watch was expensive. Erwin looked at the watch in surprise, promising that she would be careful, and the protagonist, settling down on the ground, sighed in displeasure, frowned and asked himself, who would have thought that it would be so difficult to get a normal night's sleep? He decided to endure for about 10 minutes just in case, but before he could finish this thought, he fell asleep, and sometime later, he abruptly opened his eyes from Erwin calling him. Getting up, he asked what time it was. She announced that 2 hours had passed, and the protagonist asked himself discontentedly when he had managed to fall asleep. He noticed that he did not even have to pretend to snore, and asked himself if this was really a magical combination of a blanket and a backpack. He realized that if Hans had lent it to him then, he would have definitely slept through his death, and decided that in that case it would be better to give it all to Erwin. Handing her the blanket and backpack, he told her to take it, covering herself with the blanket and putting the backpack under her head. Erwin looked at this in surprise, and she thought of objecting at first, but without saying anything, she simply hugged the blanket to herself, slightly embarrassed, and looked at Bjorn with gratitude. And then, laying down, she said that in that case she would not refuse, and thanked him. Almost immediately, she closed her eyes and fell asleep, and the protagonist noticed that she fell asleep without even having time to put her head on the backpack. Sighing, he thought that she was really exhausting, noting that her day was probably as hard as his. Leaning his back against the wall behind him, he noted that he had only been here for 3 days, but it felt like he had been here for 5 days already. He was glad that his head was constantly filled with these useless thoughts, and for a short, while he was distracted from any thoughts at all, but suddenly he asked himself with interest what happened to him in the old world. He assumed that he could have been put on the wanted list, but abandoned this idea, since he did not understand who could have come to him at all. In the end, he decided that it was better for him not to think about it, because even if there was a possibility to return, he would not be able to do so now, and if he continued to delve into such thoughts, he would lose the will to fight. After a few hours of sleep, it was time to move on, and Bjorn looked at his watch and saw that there were 10 minutes left, and he looked at the sleeping Erwin. He suddenly became curious about something, and he asked himself if he should ask her to come with him. He supposed that an elf in the group would definitely not be superfluous, but he also realized that in this case he would have to share the loot with her, although on the 3rd day the goblins began to appear in packs. He could handle 3 or 4 goblins by himself, and clasping his hands together, he rested his hands on his chin, thinking, and asked himself what would be better, a peaceful sleep or more magic crystals. But suddenly he was distracted, noticing 2 adventurers to the side, one of whom suddenly stopped, and leaning towards his comrade, frowned and asked if it was true that it was Erwin. His comrade, also speaking in a whisper, noted that it seemed so, since the bow and arrows belonged to her. Coming closer to Bjorn, they greeted him louder and asked what his relationship was with Erwin. He, without answering, became more serious and took his shield, holding it out in front of him, and after a short pause, he finally said that they were knight companions, as these adventurers could see. The guy frowned and noted that a barbarian and an elf cooperating was unexpected. He asked how much longer Erwin would sleep. The protagonist looked at him furiously, declaring that he was not going to answer him, and the adventurers' foreheads trembled, looking at him with horror, and one of them suddenly grinned, saying that he understood everything, and turning around, he suggested that his comrade leave. Bjorn looked after them angrily, since he had a bad feeling, because these adventurers were clearly looking for Erwin. When they finally left, he touched her with his palm, saying her name in order to wake her up. She, starting to pull the blanket over herself, asked him to let her sleep for 5 more minutes, and the protagonist froze in shock, frowning with displeasure, and asked himself, did they really come for her here, and she was going to sleep further? He tried to wake her up again, telling her to get up, but she only mumbled something incoherently in response. And the protagonist suddenly realized that she was pretending to be asleep, since she was hiding her face under the blanket. Erwin really was only pretending that she had not woken up yet, while her whole body was covered in sweat from excitement. Suddenly, her eyes widened, since Bjorn, grabbing her by the shoulders, lifted her up. Erwin screamed in surprise, and the protagonist, leaning towards her, asked why she was pretending. She was embarrassed, but then she finally admitted that if she stood up, he would leave her. Tears appeared in the corners of her eyes, and she covered her mouth with her hand, and Bjorn was surprised, asking himself, was she really worried about this? He remembered that they did not become full-fledged allies, but only cooperated for one night. That is, they had a relationship in which they protected each other for a few hours. This meant that when Erwin opened his eyes, their agreement would be over, and without answering her doubts, he let her go and began to collect his things, throwing his backpack over his shoulders and grabbing his shield in his hands. Sighing, he asked what those two people wanted from Erwin. She picked up her weapon from the ground and, slightly embarrassed, exclaimed that she had no idea what those adventurers wanted from her. Bjorn was not going to give in and asked if they knew each other. Erwin guessed that these adventurers might be from the same clan as the people who tried to harm her. She noticed that they had the same symbols on their clothes and remembered that they called themselves the Crystal Union. The protagonist cursed in his mind, wondering if these were not just a few adventurers, but a large group. He realized that it was better for him to stay away from Erwin, but he doubted it because she was only 20 years old and looked at the scared expression on her face. In the end, he sighed and suggested that they discuss it while they were walking, and Erwin looked at him in surprise, but quickly got over it, and starting to follow him, she asked if he would really help her. Bjorn explained that he would first listen to the details and then decide, but for now they would move together in order not to waste more time. Erwin smiled happily, looking at him, and agreed to these conditions. She explained that she had met these people on her first day in the Labyrinth, and that they had become her nighttime companions. Recalling how it had happened, she added that she had opened her eyes for a second, and then felt something strange. She had noticed a man standing above her, who had smirked and asked if she had woken up. He had stuck the tip of his tongue out of his mouth and advised her to sleep a little longer, and Erwin explained that she had only learned later that the man was one of the leaders of the clan that ran the business on the first floor. She had managed to escape, but the people from the Alliance had continued to attack her, and that was how she had gotten injured. Bjorn had frowned in confusion, not understanding how they had found her. Erwin had suggested that they were using communication stones to coordinate, and the protagonist had repeated the name of the item in his mind in surprise, noting that there was nothing like that in the game. He asked her to explain in more detail, and she explained that communication stones were mystical devices that help people send messages to each other. These objects had a range of about 300 meters, and Bjorn realized that this was an analog of a handheld radio. And having analyzed the situation, he noticed that Erwin had nowhere to run. There were more of her opponents, and they were also communicating with the help of a mystical device. This meant that if he abandoned her, they would definitely catch her, and looking at her seriously, he asked if she had really done something to them. He did not understand why they were pursuing her so persistently, and she thought about it, and seeing her hesitation, Bjorn assumed that those adventurers simply wanted to eliminate the witness. But lowering her head, Erwin admitted that it was not only that. Smiling awkwardly, she began waving her hand, explaining that she had waved the knife a little when she tried to escape the first time, and something had happened. She finally admitted that she had hit the man in one place, and the protagonist's eyes widened, looking at her in shock, and then asked what place it was. Erwin was embarrassed, and, without clarifying anything, asked if Bjorn had guessed correctly. She closed her eyes and smiled sheepishly, suggesting that she had completely cut off one of the body parts in that place, and explained that it would not be possible to cure such a thing with potions. Bjorn looked at her in horror, sweat running down his face, and he, mentally cursing Erwin, exclaimed that in that case, these people would haunt her for the rest of her life. He did not understand why she was smiling, but he assumed that it was karma, and she, awkwardly scratching her head with one hand, grinned, apologizing to the protagonist, and he pressed his lips tighter. Suddenly, Erwin frowned, her eyes widened, and warned him seriously that they were being followed, advising him not to look back. Bjorn flinched at her words, and she concentrated and announced that the distance between them was about 150 meters. Bjorn noted that at such a distance, it was usually impossible to sense anything, but he did not think Erwin was lying, and assumed that this was her natural ability. He warned that they needed to speed up, and asked if she could do it. She answered that she could do it for now, and indeed she did speed up, and Bjorn, looking at the blood-soaked bandages, noticed that the wound could only open up further, but Erwin did not complain, and he realized that she had courage. They continued through the labyrinth, and after a while Bjorn asked how far it was between them. Erwin exclaimed that this condition had not changed, and the protagonist clenched his jaw, noticing that they had accelerated, but they could not break away, and he also realized that their pursuers must have notified the rest of their comrades. It was becoming dangerous, and he realized that they would have to destroy those people. If he wanted to help, then he had to decide what exactly to do right now, but there was no turning back, and he knew it, so he decided to think it over carefully. He asked himself, what was he risking, and what would he gain? He was distracted from his thoughts by Erwin, when, slightly stuttering, she called out to him. He looked in his direction in fear. Bjorn decided that he needed more information and asked her what she was good at. Erwin exclaimed that she was good at washing and cleaning, but admitted that she was not very good at cooking. The protagonist indignantly asked what she was even talking about. He explained that he meant combat ability, and she, laughing nervously, understood what he meant and exclaimed that she was good at shooting a bow and also had mastered the magic of the spirits of the fire attribute. Bjorn noticed that she was a good elf archer with the rarest attribute and asked if she had killed anyone before. Erwin shuddered at this question and squeezed her weapon tighter in her palm, admitting that she had never killed, but she seriously added that she could do it. The protagonist understood everything and asked if she wanted to join him. Erwin was amazed, looking at him in shock, and he added that until they exited the labyrinth, they would cooperate and the share would be 9-1 in his favor, and warned that objections were not accepted. Erwin frowned in concentration, shouting that she agreed, and Bjorn, delighted, asked how far away they were. She told him that there were 100 meters between them, and the protagonist got angry because the rivals were catching up to them even at full speed. He understood that there was no point in them continuing to run, and stopping abruptly, he warned Erwin that they were changing the plan, ordering her to summon a spirit. She promised that she would do so, and immediately fulfilled Bjorn's request, and the creature appeared next to her in the air. The protagonist, continuing to run, asked himself, who would have thought that he himself would return to the darkness? They turned into a part of the dungeon where there were no illuminating crystals, and analyzing the situation, Erwin noted that the rivals were approaching. Bjorn ordered her to cancel the summoning, and she did so, and the next second it became dark, and a silhouette of a person appeared in the corridor, and the protagonist noted that he should not see anything, but he still entered the darkness, and also stopped not far from them. He assumed that he had some method of tracking the target, and quietly attracted Erwin's attention to himself, and she frowned in concentration, and after a short pause, the protagonist ordered her to shoot. She took her bow, pulled the string, inserting an arrow into the weapon, and took aim, and then fired, and the arrow pierced Serdin's head, piercing it through. Serdin only had time to scream, and the next moment his body fell, spraying blood into the air. Erwin, pressing her lips tighter, froze, trying not to show emotion, and Bjorn praised her, placing his hand on her shoulder, and noted that it would be dangerous if she hesitated. And suddenly, he heard sounds coming from the magic stone that Serdin held in his palm, and he came closer, kneeling down and peering into the device. Finally, the signal became clearer, and the protagonist heard the man who had the second device for communication shout out the name of Serdin, ordering him to answer. Still hearing nothing, the man cursed, angry that he did not answer, and remembered that he was chasing Erwin and Bjorn. After that, he addressed everyone who could hear his message, and the protagonist frowned warily, listening to this information, and the man who transmitted the message announced a general assembly in the Goblin Zone. A little while later, Bjorn, having dropped to the ground, crossed his arms over his chest, wondering if that man's name was Serdin. He hoped to find useful things, however, Serdin did not have anything serious, and they only found a large bag of crystals, 2 daggers, and 1 potion from his belt, as well as the clothes he was wearing. A little while later, Erwin came closer to him, announcing that she had changed her clothes. She thought it felt strange, and Bjorn thought that she was now wearing a leather top and bottom, noting that these clothes were much better than the clothes Erwin was wearing before. Looking at her carefully, the protagonist also noticed that along with the clothes, the aura she emitted had also changed for the better. Erwin slightly turned away, avoiding looking at him, and he drew her attention to himself, asking her to tell him how to use the communication stone. She leaned closer to him, remembering that there should be a button on the device that can be pressed. Bjorn, looking at the communication stone, noticed this button, but before he could do anything, a sound came from the device and the man repeated that Serdin, who Erwin was chasing, was not responding, and Erwin herself was last seen in the Goblin Zone. and with her a barbarian who has a hammer and a shield. The man announced a reward of 10,000 gold coins, and Erwin's eyes widened in horror, covering her mouth with a trembling hand. She had attracted Bjorn's attention to herself, and she could not say anything more, and he, standing up, advised her not to worry, ordering her to summon the spirit, since he understood that they would have to walk along the edge of darkness. Erwin, whose eyes were already tearful, looked at him, trying to calm down, and he, starting to walk forward, announced that they would be moving from the portal to the second floor. Erwin, who had summoned the spirit, asked in shock what he had just said. She was amazed that he was seriously going to the second floor, and Bjorn noted out loud that this was true, but in his mind he was outraged that she was again addressing him too respectfully. They started walking down the slope, frowning in concentration to avoid falling, and Erwin asked if he knew that the first and second floors were very different. The protagonist announced that he knew, but explained that it would be fine as long as they didn't stray too far from the entrance. He added that he and Erwin were a good pair, and she asked again, confused, and he mentally noted that it was true, since a melee tank and a ranged archer were a great combination, and if he and Erwin were a team now, the first floor would be too easy. Erwin looked down uncertainly, noting that this was their first time in the labyrinth, and asked if they could go straight to the second floor. To her, it sounded like they were jumping into an orc lair to escape from goblins. Before the protagonist could answer her, a voice came from the communication stone again, indignantly asking if the others still hadn't found anyone. He added that the person who found Erwin first would get gold and be able to have fun with her. And she, hearing this, sighed in horror, trembled again, and attracted Bjorn's attention, but he asked her not to be afraid, promising that he would not abandon her. A voice came from the communication stone again, but this time from a different person, who, noting that this sounded good, asked if it was possible to cut off Erwin's arm or leg if she resisted. The other man warned him to make sure that no vital parts of the body were harmed, asking if his companion understood what he was talking about. He laughed, and Erwin became even more frightened and suggested that Bjorn go to the second floor. He mentally noted that everything had worked out well, since now he would not have to persuade Erwin. He would always help someone in need if it did not harm himself, and agreed with Erwin's proposal, and then mentally added that he had two benefits in this matter, the first of which was to get satisfaction from a good deed, and the second was to get rid of a vile nothing. For him, there was no reason not to help, and they continued on their way, and Erwin asked if he knew how to get to the second floor. He did not know the specific road, but he was sure that they would get where they needed to go if they went north. The levels were built in such a way that if you walk along the edge of darkness, then sooner or later a person will come to a portal. The darkness always led to a passage to the upper floors, but before Bjorn could ponder this further, Erwin winced, telling him to stop, and noticed that there was a goblin trap ahead. Bjorn was surprised that he had only just now stepped on a trap, wondering how he had managed to step on one when he entered the labyrinth. He supposed that monsters use traps less often in bright places, and slapping his forehead with his palm, he frowned and wondered how unlucky he was. As he cursed himself, Erwin, smiling enthusiastically, shouted that she would deal with it, and told him to rest for now. The protagonist advised her not to use the spirit, as they needed to conserve their strength, and she ran forward, intending to fight, and then, looking towards Bjorn, said that she would do it without problems, although she was very nervous. The protagonist suggested that it did not look like it would go without problems, and Erwin, running closer to the trap, asked herself how Bjorn guessed what exactly she would do. Soon, two goblins jumped out of cover, jumped on her from above, intending to attack her with their weapons, and screamed. Erwin became wary, hearing the scream of the monsters, and dodged to the side in time so that none of the attacks hit her. At the same time, she pulled the bowstring of her bow and, kneeling, released an arrow, destroying one of the goblins. The other monster screamed, but did not retreat, but ran to attack, leaving behind a defeated comrade. It struck with a swing of its paw, but Erwin dodged the attack and quickly moved. She was behind the goblin, pulling the bowstring for another shot. Taking aim, she released the arrow, destroying this goblin as well, and soon the monster's bodies disappeared, and Erwin paused for a moment, catching her breath, and then, smiling happily, looked at Bjorn and asked how he was finding the fight. He said that she did a great job, and noted that you can tell she's an elf because she's a very good shot. She smiled even more happily, and Bjorn mentally noted that she was much better than he thought because she was very agile. Gathering the magic crystals, Erwin handed it to him, asking if it was true that they should split the parts 9 to 1. She smiled confidently and Bjorn accepted the crystals, and she remembered that her younger brother had begged her to buy some things and asked if it was right that she would get something too if she kept trying. After a short pause, Bjorn confirmed that it was indeed so, advising her to try and frowned warily, and Erwin promised that she would try, and he wondered if she was really trying to insult him like that. Suddenly, a voice came from the communication stone again, announcing a new message and warning that the reward for Erwin had increased to 20,000 and that she had to be taken alive or dead. All of Erwin's joy disappeared when she heard this, but the protagonist reassured her that no one would look for them in the darkness, and besides, he noticed that those people did not work well as a team. A little while later, one of the team members announced that he was going out to hunt razor wolves, asking if anyone wanted to take a break and come with him. Bjorn drew Erwin's attention to this, noting that many of these people weren't even interested in catching her. However, he mentally added that this was strange since everything was going too smoothly, and he knew that something bad usually happened to his luck at times like this. Before he could even finish thinking about it, Erwin suddenly let out a frightened sigh, drawing Bjorn's attention to herself, and pointed at the monsters that were visible in the distance, shouting that there were ghouls. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock, wondering where these monsters were coming from. There were different monsters on the first floor depending on the zone a person was in, and the ghouls were supposed to appear in the south. He wondered if they had really wandered that far while escaping from pursuit. Erwin asked if she should deal with these monsters. Bjorn thought that the experience reward system in the dungeon and stone game was also strange, and warned that they would fight together. The thing is that experience could only be obtained for the first kill of a monster of any kind, so adventurers needed to destroy more different types in order to increase their level. The protagonist was sure that they were lucky, and said that he would take on the nearby monsters, and Erwin advised to start with the distant ones. At the same time, he stepped forward and noted that if these monsters acted like in the game, then they would not attack until a person came too close. Suddenly, the ghouls turned around, noticing him, and ran to attack, and Bjorn was glad that these monsters coincided with the game. Having hit one of the monsters with his shield, which was closest to him, he asked with displeasure, "Where did it run so fast?" The ghoul growled in displeasure, and Bjorn swung his hammer, noting that the ghouls were stronger and faster than the goblins. Almost immediately, he struck a powerful blow, blood spraying into the air, but the ghouls were still rank 9 monsters, so their movements were predictable. One of the monsters, growling, tried to attack the protagonist from behind, but he did not even flinch, and Erwin, taking advantage of the situation, fired her arrow, destroying the monster. For Bjorn and her trusted comrade, such a battle was very easy, and Erwin, pleased that she hit, smiled enthusiastically. Thanks to the fact that they defeated the ghoul, they received additional experience points, and they continued to move north until they reached their destination on the 3rd day. After they had walked some more distance, Erwin suddenly attracted Bjorn's attention, noticing blood on the ground. She dropped to one knee and assessed her surroundings, noting that it did not look like goblin blood, and she also noticed that there was a piece of bread lying there. The protagonist winced at her words, and she said that the trail of blood led exactly where they were going. Bjorn was surprised and, noticing the blood, mentally exclaimed that this could not be. He frowned in displeasure, asking himself if it was true that what he thought could not be. They followed the trail of blood for a while, until they finally came to a trap, next to which lay a torn shoe. The protagonist froze, looking at it, and realized that this was his starting place in the labyrinth, which turned out to be right next to the portal to the 2nd floor. Distracted from the trap, he looked at the opening glowing portal, and remembering how he desperately crawled and met the adventurers, Bjorn asked irritably, was this some kind of joke? He cursed, and unable to contain his emotions, he slammed his hammer into the ground with all his might. Frightened by such sudden behavior, Erwin jumped aside and apologized to him, not understanding why he was so angry. He mentally exclaimed that the portal was 10 meters away from him, and asked himself how he could have gone the wrong way. He assumed that it was due to his bad luck, and clenched his jaw, noting that this whole thing could drive one crazy. Erwin, crying and shaking, asked him to explain if she did something wrong, and noticing her state, Bjorn asked what was wrong with her. He said that she was not guilty of anything, asking her not to worry, and she mentally connected everything she learned about the blood, bread, sandal, and Bjorn's reaction, and finally understood something. And then, lowering her head, she noticed that he had to go through something very terrible. He was amazed that she understood everything so easily, and Erwin, closing her eyes and folding her palms together, smiled, assuming that someone important to the protagonist had died here. She added that she was sure that that person was now in heaven, and the protagonist, hearing these words, thought that he did not even hope that she would understand everything. And although she understood what exactly happened, but it was wrong. In the end, distracted from this, he frowned in concentration and asked if she was ready to go in. Smiling, she admitted that she was a little scared, but noted that with Bjorn she would definitely not be lost. The protagonist mentally noted that she had a stupid habit of saying useless things, but he did not think about it for long and offered Erwin to go. They began to enter the portal, and Bjorn decided that they would be easy, and the system announced that they were moving to the second floor of the Goblin Forest. Appearing on another floor, Bjorn and Erwin began to fall down, frowning because they did not expect something like this. When they finally reached the ground, Erwin managed to coordinate in the air and land on her feet, but the protagonist did not manage to do so, and he, screaming, fell to the ground on his back, and from the force of the impact, a clot of blood flew out of his mouth. Worriedly calling out to him, Erwin asked if he was okay. Bjorn frowned, mentally noting that he had been wondering what it would feel like to enter the portal between worlds, and it felt like he was being chewed up and spat out by a giant frog. However, despite thinking that it wasn't all that great, he answered out loud that he was fine, and Erwin smiled sheepishly, admitting that she was a bit surprised, as she had never fallen out of portals like that before, and besides, the other girls had never told her about it. Bjorn noted that despite this, she still landed normally, and began to envy the agility that the barbarians lacked. In the end, they decided to explore the area first, and sitting on the ground, the protagonist looked around, noting that it looked like the northern area of the Goblin Forest on the second floor. The portal behind him should allow them to return to the first floor at any time, and he didn't sense anyone within a 50-meter radius. While he was thinking, noticing that the light from the stars in the sky was not very good, Erwin looked around, screaming in amazement and opening her mouth in amazement. Bjorn decided that there was no point in waiting for it to get lighter, because they were inside a labyrinth. Distracting him from his thoughts, Erwin asked if this was really the second floor. She had never heard of such a thing here, and the protagonist assumed that Erwin's acquaintances told her about another second floor. He said that on the first floor there were 4 portals, each of which led to different zones. To the north was a goblin forest, to the east was an animal lair, to the west were the lands of the dead, and to the south were dark rocky mountains. As Bjorn said all this, he imagined the monsters that inhabited each of the areas, and Erwin, smiling confidently, suddenly remembered something and raised her hand, exclaiming that any of these areas led to the 3rd floor, asking if that was correct. As the protagonist climbed up, he confirmed that this was indeed the case, and Erwin, becoming more serious, asked what they would do. Bjorn asked if she knew how to return from the labyrinth to the city. Frowning in concentration, she placed her hand on her chin and thought, asking if it was true that the labyrinth would simply throw them out when it closed. Bjorn confirmed this, noting that on the first floor it happened after 168 hours, and on the second floor after 240 hours. He imagined people flying out of the portal and explained that the labyrinth spat out adventurers from the floor when the time ran out. He assumed that the Crystal Union would hardly come here, since they did not know how to work as a team, and so he decided that they would stay on the second floor for the entire 168 hours and for the first floor to close in order to exit the labyrinth. However, they assumed that they did not need to sit idle near the portal for so long, deciding to look around a little. Turning to the side, the protagonist began to walk forward, offering Erwin to follow him. Smiling, she agreed. After they had walked for some time, Erwin, noticing that she was in the forest again, admitted that she felt nostalgic, although she understood that there were only monsters here. Closing her eyes, she smiled, admitting that everything here felt just like an elven abode, and moving a little to the side, she suddenly pointed her hand forward, noticing that there was a trap here, and advised Bjorn to try to keep up with her. He obeyed, and she, pointing to another place, added that there was a trap here too. The protagonist frowned, admitting that he could not see anything, and Erwin, picking up a small stone, grinned, explaining that the trap was under the leaves, and told him to look, after which she threw the stone, and the trap it fell on slammed shut with a crash. Bjorn realized that this was indeed the case, and asked himself if this was some kind of elf detection skill. Looking at him confidently, Erwin asked what he would say about this. Mentally, the protagonist noted that she could be relied on, but he did not immediately react out loud, thought for a while, and eventually said that Erwin throws stones well. He decided that it was better for him not to praise her just like that, and Erwin, shuddering, asked again, opened her eyes wider, and asked if this was really all. The protagonist added that she would now always be responsible for finding traps, warning her that she should not be happy about such trifles. He already considered her an experienced adventurer, and upon hearing these words, Erwin froze in delight, slightly embarrassed. At first, she even opened her mouth in amazement, and then smiled, covering her mouth with her hand, and agreed, happily repeating Bjorn's words that she was an experienced adventurer. The protagonist watched her with displeasure, noticing that she was very easy to manipulate, and soon they continued on their way, and Erwin suddenly noticed that something was wrong here, since there were traps but goblins could not be felt nearby. Bjorn mentally admitted that this was indeed the case, because the presence of a trap on the second floor did not mean that someone was guarding it, because it was more of a feature of the zone than something specific. In the end, he ordered Erwin to stop chatting, and rather concentrate and move on. She agreed and went ahead, and Bjorn thought that in the game this place was also called the Goblin Forest. In addition to the hidden traps, goblins appeared here in groups of a little more than 10, and sometimes there were mutants, archers, or warriors among them. The further a person went from the portal, the more goblins there were, not to mention high-level monsters. However, this did not matter to them, since they were going to stay close to the portal. The protagonist suggested first dealing with the traps in the area, and then expanding the exploration area so that they would not be afraid to run into the portal in case of danger. Erwin agreed to this, and they expanded the search area and knocked down traps with stones. He understood that there would be a lot of trouble if they accidentally stepped on a trap while they were walking back and forth, and when they collected all the already collapsed traps in a pile, Erwin, smiling happily, asked if it was true that she had tried well. Bjorn praised her, calling her an experienced adventurer, and she froze, her eyes widening, and then suddenly became serious, announcing that there was a group of goblins near them. She began to speak much more quietly, and Bjorn, also lowering the volume of his voice, asked how many goblins were there. Erwin honestly answered that she was not sure, and warned that there were definitely more than 10 monsters. Crouching down, she placed her palm on the ground, closed her eyes, concentrating, and after analyzing the situation, she realized that the monsters were about 50 meters away. She also assumed that the goblins had not noticed them yet, and asked what they would do. Bjorn assumed that they would fight, and asked how close they could get without being noticed, and Erwin announced that she could come within 30 meters, and understanding this, the protagonist explained that in that case they would act as agreed, and agreeing to this, Erwin stepped forward, hiding behind the trees, and the protagonist, watching her, mentally noted that it was amazing how she could walk on the grass and not make a noise, and assumed that this was probably some kind of elf's peculiarity. Hiding behind another bush, Erwin noticed a group of goblins, and began waving her hand, attracting Bjorn's attention. He nodded, frowning in concentration, and Erwin took out her bow, aimed, and fired an arrow in the direction of the monsters. The next moment, the protagonist dug his feet into the ground more firmly, ready to run forward, and asked himself if Erwin had hit that he hadn't heard anything because the goblins were too far away. And as he started to run, he caught up with Erwin and advised her to stay behind, and she, already preparing the next arrow to shoot, agreed with this. Bjorn ran up to the monsters, who also rushed to attack, and Erwin, on the contrary, stepped aside. The protagonist clenched his jaws, frowned deeply, and thought that the second floor was very different from the first floor because there were 3 times more enemies here, and they were dangerous, although they were goblins. In addition, there were mutants among the monsters, and in theory, Bjorn should have been scared, but he did not feel fear at all, on the contrary. Realizing this, he even opened his mouth in bewilderment, because the warrior's heart that he received began to tremble. Swinging his hammer and holding his shield in front of him, he shouted the name of the city of Sparta, and at that moment the distance between him and the goblins decreased to a minimum. Frowning in concentration, Bjorn struck the first blow, throwing the monster far to the side, and then quickly analyzed the situation, noticing that 2 monsters were approaching him from different sides. He pushed one of the goblins with his shield, screaming, and attacked the second monster with his hammer, and clenched his jaws in fury, and then finally finished off the other goblin, whom he had previously knocked to the ground next to him. Suddenly, he shuddered, and at the last moment he managed to dodge the dagger of the monster, who, taking advantage of his distraction, attacked. Bjorn cried out, flying back a little due to his sudden movement. He realized that it was dangerous, as his head would have flown off if he had reacted any slower. He cursed under his breath, noticing that the goblins were not giving him a second to rest, and he prepared himself for battle again, thinking that they looked like normal goblins, but when there were more than 5 of them, it was already causing problems. Injuries were inevitable, and Bjorn went on the attack again, but he corrected his thoughts, noting that this would be the case if he was alone. However, now Erwin was helping him, shooting at the goblins that tried to attack him from behind or got too close. She sighed, frowning in concentration, and the protagonist, noticing her arrows, realized that she had taken up a position, deciding that it was time for them to finish. Calling his opponents names, he ordered them to come closer and prepared for the next stage of the battle. When he defeated the goblin warrior, he gained 1 extra experience point, and after calculating that he had gained 11 magic crystals from defeating the first group of goblins. Compared to the first floor, where he had managed to collect around 44 crystals in a whole day, it was an impressive reward. He would have liked to take the armor or weapons of the monsters, but they had all disappeared along with the goblins' bodies. After taking a few crystals, he handed them to Erwin, telling her to take them, and said that the crystals were rank 9, but such crystals obtained from warriors were more valuable, so he decided to give her some. Erwin smiled enthusiastically, thanking him for giving her 2 stones, and Bjorn quickly reassured her, simply suggesting that they move on. She agreed, and he admitted that he couldn't wait to see what he had earned in a whole day. Once they were outside the 3 kilometers radius, goblins started appearing every 5 minutes, and after analyzing the group of monsters that appeared in front of once again, Bjorn noticed that this time they had an archer. But suddenly, the archer's body began to dissolve, turning into fog, and Erwin was very surprised, noting that the monster was disappearing. The protagonist explained that it was camouflage magic, advising Erwin to concentrate, and she listened, pulling the bowstring of her weapon and frowning in concentration. Because of the archer, it became more difficult, and Bjorn understood this, but he was not able to think about it for long, as the goblins, growling, ran to attack. As the protagonist dealt the first blow, he admitted to himself that he did not think that they would lose. He continued to fight, striking with bow, shield, and hammer, and while he was distracted by the fight, an archer, hidden in the bushes, stood behind him, drawing his bowstring and preparing to shoot. Bjorn thought that in this body, he only needed to pay attention to survive, and feeling something, he turned sharply and frowned, noticing an arrow shot his way. Clenching his jaw, he dodged, and the arrow flew past him, and he said that he was skilled enough to dodge a goblin arrow. The archer even flinched, surprised that the protagonist managed to dodge, and Bjorn frowned in anger, clutching his hammer tighter in his palm, and the goblin widened his eyes, looking at him in horror. But before the monster could react, the protagonist ran closer and struck with his hammer with such force that the monster flew to the side. Thanks to the fact that Bjorn defeated the goblin archer, received 1 experience point, and sometime later, when they dealt with another group of goblins, the protagonist suggested that they take a rest. Sighing in relief, Erwin fell to the ground, closed her eyes, and tiredly asked how long they had been fighting in general. Bjorn calculated that they had been fighting for about 15 hours, and sinking to the ground next to Erwin, he allowed her to sleep first. She looked at him happily and asked if that was true. She wondered what would happen to the backpack and blanket, and the protagonist promised that he would give it to her now, and took the backpack off his shoulders. They put their weapons aside, leaning them against the tree, and watching Erwin fall asleep, Bjorn assumed that she was completely exhausted, since she had never made such sounds in her sleep before, as she did now. He also assumed that she could simply feel safe, and distracted from these thoughts, he looked up, noting that they had been hunting for 15 hours. They had earned more than they could even dream of on the first floor, but the further they went, the more often they met other adventurers, who not only went in groups of more than 3 people, but also among the members of these groups were different races. Bjorn imagined such mixed teams, noting that they always passed by silently, but he lost patience just from the fact that he saw them. Adventurers were much more dangerous than goblins, and this was especially true now that the protagonist had someone to worry about. He thought about this, focusing on Erwin, and quietly added that the biggest problem was that she was very beautiful. Hearing this, Erwin opened her eyes wide. Waking up and turning towards Bjorn, she asked embarrassedly, was she really beautiful? He ordered her to sleep quickly, and mentally exclaimed with displeasure that she had just been snoring. Erwin, closing her eyes, promised that she would sleep, and watching her carefree behavior, Bjorn asked himself, what was wrong with her? He was sure that elves were not supposed to be like this. On the 4th day, starting to fight the next goblins, the protagonist shouted that they would attack from the side first, and Erwin agreed. On the 5th day, they maintained their routine, taking turns to rest, and after 6 days had passed, they again encountered a group of adventurers, and on the 7th day, Bjorn announced that it was time for them to get out of the labyrinth. Erwin stood next to them, slightly bent over from fatigue, and Bjorn noted that it was already 9:13 p.m., meaning 2.5 hours until the first floor closed. Erwin closed her eyes and admitted that she was very tired, noting that she wanted to go to bed immediately when they returned. The protagonist agreed with this and suggested that they set out, and Erwin agreed, and he mentally added that it was better to arrive early than late. Suddenly, Erwin noticed a trap ahead, warning him to be careful, and Bjorn assumed that another group of goblins had appeared again. Erwin noticed a group of goblins at 1 o'clock, 70 meters away, deducing that there were 8 normal goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. She assumed that they would fight, and Bjorn agreed, suggesting that they go to the monsters. She nodded decisively in agreement, and soon they approached the monsters, who did not notice their arrival, and so Erwin was able to destroy one of the goblins with a single shot. The other monsters were surprised, noticing the arrow, but before they had time to get their bearings, Bjorn approached closer, and the goblins froze in fear, looking at him. Screaming, the protagonists began to attack, and the goblins flinched, holding their weapons in front of them. Dealing the first blow with his hammer, Bjorn thought that Erwin would deal with the archer, so he himself decided to start with the warriors. He dealt blow after blow, sending the goblins flying, and after so many battles, he had become a master of such battles. He imagined himself standing calmly with his eyes closed, and around him there were many hands striking. He called himself a thousand-armed and thousand-eyed Avalokiteshvara, and then mentally added that Erwin was also accustomed to battles and knew exactly who and when to shoot. To confirm these words, Erwin destroyed a goblin who jumped up, preparing to attack Bjorn from behind. Although Erwin said that there were 2 archers, not a single arrow flew towards the protagonist, and he smiled, understanding this. The bodies of the goblins at this time gradually began to disappear, and Bjorn mentally added that the time for killing goblins was greatly reduced, and then praised Erwin for her excellent work. She laughed embarrassedly, closing her eyes, and the protagonist asked that next time she speak up if she dealt with the archer, so that he would not have to think about them too. She apologized with a sigh and admitted that she wasn't sure if she had killed the second goblin archer. Bjorn realized what exactly had happened, as unverified information could be more dangerous than no information at all. However, despite the comments, Erwin was still smiling, and the protagonist, smiling and wiping his finger on his nose, remarked that she had grown in the past few days, realizing that he was even proud of her. Suddenly, focusing on the last, disappearing goblin, Erwin caught Bjorn's attention by exclaiming that there was something cool there. She pointed her hand towards and Bjorn winced, realizing that it was the essence of a goblin archer. Cursing, he frowned, wondering why they had gotten this one. Essence was part of the skill system in the Dungeon and Stone game, and it granted passive or active skills depending on the type. You could only absorb 1 essence per level, but it could give you something that gave you an advantage, so it was valued by adventurers much more than other treasures. However, there was a limit to how much you could absorb, and the skills varied greatly depending on the monster. Bjorn remembered how he played the game with a frown and concentration, because the fate of the entire character depended on which essence was absorbed. The chance of an essence dropping was about 0, and he did not expect to see this here. Erwin was surprised, realizing that it was an essence, but the protagonist did not answer her question, worried that they were too lucky, and because of this, he had a bad feeling. Sweat beads appeared on his face from the effort, and Erwin asked if she would turn into a goblin if she absorbed this. Bjorn didn't answer right away, as he was thinking that he couldn't possibly be that lucky, but he still gave Erwin an answer to her question, explaining that she would simply gain one of the goblin skills. He guessed that the guy who had been following them on the first floor had most likely absorbed the essence of a razor wolf, and was finding them by scent. Remembering this, he asked if Erwin wanted to take the essence. She hesitated, admitting that she didn't really want it, but if the protagonist didn't need it, she could take it, and she frowned determinedly, pointing a finger at herself. Bjorn guessed that she had completely lost her shame, but decided that it didn't matter to him, since he already knew what essence he needed anyway. He knew that he would have to spend a lot of money if he absorbed essences mindlessly, and for a barbarian, the essence of a goblin archer wasn't very useful. He finally told Erwin that she could have the essence if she promised him something. He reminded her of what he said when they were on the first floor, but before he could continue speaking, someone suddenly called out to him, and turning around, he noticed a group of adventurers who ordered them to not move. One of the adventurers clenched his jaw and pointed a finger at them, asking what they were doing. Bjorn chuckled to himself, and Erwin frowned, asking what the man was talking about. She said that they were just hunting, and the protagonist mentally said that he knew that he couldn't be that lucky. Placing his hands on Erwin's shoulders, he ordered her not to say anything to these people, and she let out a surprised sigh. However, before she could say anything else, He simply threw her towards the essence, and she screamed in surprise, and when her body came into contact with the essence, a bright flash of light appeared in the air, and the adventurer frowned, covering his eyes with his hands. Cursing, he asked if she had absorbed the essence. He asked what Bjorn had done. He declared that the essence belonged to them, and froze, watching as Erwin was immersed in an aura of magical energy. Finally, as the light emanating from the essence began to dissipate, Erwin walked closer to Bjorn, thanking him, and he placed his hand on her shoulder, helping her stay in place. He expected that they would encounter people like this, since they ran here when they saw the essence. However, there was nothing that could be done about it, since Erwin had already absorbed it. The man flinched, disappointed by what had happened, and Bjorn told the adventurers to come forward if they wanted to fight. Since they were outnumbered, he was sure that he needed to be bolder, and the adventurers glared at him, and Bjorn realized that they were underestimating them, so they would not be as careful. He clenched his jaw, glared at the adventurers, holding his hammer in front of him, and said that he was ready to fight right now, shouting for these people to attack or run away if they were scared. After a while, they quickly ran forward, and Bjorn ordered Erwin not to slow down until the portal. She agreed to this, and then looked at him worriedly and asked if the four adventurers had left. She asked if he thought they would pursue them to the first floor. Bjorn remembered how the adventurer, leaving with his party, promised that he would remember this to the protagonists, and replied that those people could still encounter them even if they did not. Erwin asked, puzzled, what he was talking about. He noted that a group of 4 people was a great number to clear the second floor, but they were right near the entrance, meaning that they were planning to return to the city through the closure of the first floor, just like them. Erwin understood everything and exclaimed that Bjorn was very smart. Suddenly, her eyes widened, looking slightly to the side in surprise, and warned that there was a group of goblins 50 meters away from them. The protagonist decided that this time they would go around the monsters, but Erwin warned that this would not be possible, since the monsters were running straight at them. Bjorn asked in confusion, clenching his jaw, and thought that the goblins usually did not find them first, thanks to Erwin's detection abilities. He suggested that it could just be a coincidence, and then turned around abruptly, shouting that they would change direction. Erwin was surprised, but turned after him, but suddenly froze in amazement, noticing an arrow flying in her direction. Before the sharp tip could damage her, Bjorn quickly yanked it to the side, and Erwin screamed in surprise, and he realized that it was not a goblin who shot. Slightly embarrassed and almost crying from horror, Erwin said that she herself could have dodged it, but the protagonist did not react to this, and simply said that they were those same guys. Erwin screamed, and he realized that those adventurers had lured the goblins and were waiting in ambush on the other side, meaning they wanted to exhaust Erwin and Bjorn first. Frowning, he shouted that they would fight, asking Erwin to use power. She asked in confusion, and he explained that he meant the power of essence. Each essence had its own specialization, and Erwin absorbed the essence of a goblin archer, and in the game, such an essence increased stat points and also gave passive and active skills. The passive skill was poisoning an arrow, and when used, poison damage was added to the attack, and the active skill was called Thief Step and gave the user camouflage. Erwin said that she didn't know how to use these skills, and Bjorn said that she was already using it, and she opened her mouth in shock, noticing that her body was becoming less noticeable due to the fog that appeared around her, activated due to the active skill Thief Step. Bjorn was even a little surprised, noting that the skill was activated simply by desire, and asked himself, did he really not need to say anything? Erwin, looking at herself, noticed with surprise that the skill actually worked, and the protagonist gave her the backpack, telling her to take it. He was going to deal with the goblins himself, and he told her to find a crossbowman. She screamed, asking if it was too dangerous for Bjorn to go alone. He simply warned that they did not have time, and ordered her to keep her head down and wait, and then shot the crossbowman, noting that she would have one try. Until then, he ordered her not to do anything and started running forward, and Erwin asked him to wait, and asked what the signal would be. He did not answer, and then, after running a little to the side, he realized that this was enough and stopped, noticing that the goblins were on his left. The monsters had their weapons ready, and the protagonist ran to the side, noticing that those adventurers he called had not yet shown up after the shot, realizing that this meant that they would appear after he killed the goblins. Clenching his jaw, he swung his hammer, delivering a blow that caused blood to spurt into the air. He acted quickly, throwing the goblins aside, and calculated that there were more than 10 opponents, and 2 of them were warriors. Despite being distracted by his thoughts, he did not miss a single blow, and noticed that if there were no arrows flying in his direction, it meant that the archer was not there either. However, before he finished thinking about it, an arrow flew in his direction, and he covered himself with a shield, mentally cursing, since the archer was still there. This meant that he would have to watch out for arrows as well. And suddenly he frowned, since one of the goblins, taking advantage of his brief distraction, jumped on him from behind, plunging a dagger into his body. With a sudden cry, Bjorn turned sharply, throwing the monster off himself. And while he defended himself from the other goblins, he decided that he should also keep in mind that there was a crossbowman out there somewhere, and he himself was left without Owen's help. He continued to fight, but the wounds were increasing, and each time he received another wound, he cried out softly in surprise. After delivering another attack, he froze, trying to his breath, and watched as the goblin's body dissolved, turning into sparks. It was becoming dangerous, and suddenly he frowned, as two arrows flew in his direction at the same time. One arrow was from the goblin, and the second from the crossbowman, and Bjorn realized that he would not block both arrows, deciding that he needed to protect himself from the crossbow. Putting his shield in front of him, he took the arrow hit on it, and the other arrow, which the goblin fired, hit him in the elbow, and noticing this, the protagonist cursed. The arrow, among other things, was poisonous, and now he could not move his hand. With one arm left, he knew he had to choose between his shield and his hammer, and eventually he threw the hammer aside, pulled the arrow out of the wound, and picked up the shield. His wounded arm was shaking slightly, but Bjorn tried to ignore it, as he knew the real threat was those adventurers, not the goblins. He clenched his jaw and frowned, knowing that the hammer would be easier to kill the goblins, but he wouldn't be able to block the crossbow shots. He then continued to fight, striking with his shield and throwing the goblins aside. He swung his shield again, frowning, asking in displeasure how many more monsters were there. A threatening aura emanated from his body, and with a sudden cry, the monsters turned around, starting to run. Bjorn sighed, watching them seriously, and decided that there was no point in chasing the goblins, preferring to rest a bit. The adventurers were amazed that he had dealt with all the goblins by himself, and the leader of their team smirked, admitting that he had not expected that. In his opinion, it was surprising, and pointing his sword forward, he came out of hiding, and Bjorn said that he knew it was. He analyzed the opponents in front of him, noticing that the crossbowman was not with them, and the leader of the team said that of course it was them and asked where Erwin was. The protagonist did not answer this question, but simply told the enemy to attack, and the adventurer said that the barbarian was immediately noticeable, because he was full of energy even after a fight with a crowd of goblins. However, he had a lot of wounds, and the man said that he could let Bjorn go if he told him where Erwin had gone. The protagonist, repeating his words about letting him go, asked himself if this adventurer really thought he was stupid. Noticing that he laughed, the adventurer called him crazy, suggesting that his comrades first fight him and then ask questions. He also advised them not to let their guard down, but to imagine that they were fighting a giant monster. He gave the command to begin the battle, ordering the warriors to move forward, and at the same time they ran towards Bjorn, who held out his shield in front of him, clenched his jaw, and stretched his wounded arm to the side, noting that his left arm was barely moving. He wondered if Erwin had found the crossbowman, and he realized that he needed to give a signal, remembering a gesture unique to this world that would definitely attract attention. He suddenly realized what he could do and, with an effort, raised his injured arm above his head, clenched his hand into a fist, pointing his middle finger up, and smirked, deciding to use the gesture. The adventurers frowned in confusion, not understanding what Bjorn was doing, and he, still holding his hand above his head, wondered if Erwin would understand the signal. He couldn't hear anything, since she was too far away, but since there was no choice, he decided that he would just have to trust her and ran forward, intending to attack the adventurers standing in front of him. The leader of the team looked at him in surprise, and at the last moment managed to hold his sword out in front of him in such a way as to try to block Bjorn's attack. Holding his shield in front of him, the protagonist slammed into the man with all his might, and with a frown and a cry of effort, he called out to Elias, urging him to action. Elias swung his sword, pushing him aside, but Bjorn managed to block the blow, although he was forced to jump to the side a little. He mentally noted that Elias was strong, but decided that there was no retreat, and immediately ran to the attack again, swinging his shield. He decided that he needed to distract Elias in order to create an opening for Erwin, but he dodged his blow, and while Bjorn was distracted by him, the other adventurer jumped on him from behind, raising his hands above his head in order to strike. The protagonist, not immediately noticing this, hopefully asked himself if it was true that Erwin had defeated the crossbowman. But suddenly he frowned, noticing an arrow that was flying towards them at high speed. All the adventurers froze, frowning, as they also noticed the arrow. And watching this, Bjorn wondered if this arrow belonged to the crossbowman or Erwin. At the moment when the arrow flew into the leader of the adventurers, whom his comrade managed to protect with a shield only at the last moment, Bjorn realized that it was definitely Erwin. The knight advised his comrades to concentrate on the main character, and he himself was going to do some streaming. Having reflected another arrow, already aimed at Elias, the knight grinned and asked where Bjorn was going. He called him a name, realizing that he would protect his comrades from the arrows. And because he was briefly distracted, the adventurers began to attack him from different sides, and the main character shuddered, realizing that he would not be able to cope with them all at once. He began to defend himself from the blows that one of the adventurers was throwing at him, and thought that in this case he would need to act differently. Taking advantage of the fact that he could not use a shield, Elias came up behind him, swinging his sword, and delivered a blow that Bjorn took on his already injured arm. He decided that he would have to sacrifice something, and slightly bent over in pain when he felt the cut. He knew that he could not use his left arm anyway, and noted that it would be good if he traded it for the adventurer with red hair. While Elias froze in amazement, not expecting the protagonist to take a blow on his arm, Bjorn delivered a powerful blow with a shield, throwing the adventurer aside, blood spurting out of his mouth and a tooth flying out. He screamed, calling Bjorn a monster, but he only frowned in anger, sharply turning to the side, and at the moment when the adventurer began to attack, he managed to dodge, and the sword sank into the ground, causing him no damage. Jumping back a little more, the protagonist put his shield in front of him, preparing to defend himself, and Elias frowned in confusion, not expecting such an action. Another attack, but this time a fiery one, flew towards him, and the knight, standing in front of him, ordered him to concentrate, promising that he would block the attacks. Elias froze for a moment, frowning, and the knight screamed, clenched his jaw, and looked at the flames that lingered on his shield. Bjorn, also noticing this, mentally praised Erwin, noting that this knight deserved it. He asked did he really think that he would simply block everything? While Elias and the protagonist ran towards each other again, preparing to fight, the knight threw his shield to the ground, cursing, and tried to knock the flames off it. Bjorn meanwhile thought that Erwin was not an ordinary archer, but a spirit user. While the knight was distracted by his burning shield, Erwin took advantage of this and fired an arrow, which flew into the man's shoulder. He frowned, screaming in pain, and fell, clutching his wounded spot with his hand. And Elias, running up to Bjorn, struck with his sword, but he managed to protect himself with a shield. The leader of the group, who was sitting to the side, was breathing heavily, realizing that they were in trouble, and jumping up from his place, he began to run to the side, warning his comrades that he would deal with Erwin. Noticing this, Bjorn cursed mentally, as he realized that this man had gone too far. He took another blow on his shield, and Elias advised him to surrender, and the protagonist decided that he would have to believe in Erwin. He planted his feet more firmly on the ground to push off more powerfully and ran forward, causing Elias to freeze in shock, frowning, and the protagonist, changing the position of his shield at the last moment, delivered a powerful blow with the narrow part of it. But because Elias managed to lean back, turning around, he hit not him, but the knight. Blood sprayed into the air. The knight screamed and flew far to the side, and Elias cursed, clenching his jaw. He called Bjorn a name, striking with his sword, but he managed to dodge and warned that Elias was now alone. Sweat was already running down his face, and he mentally admitted that Elias was very strong. Not understanding why he needed to join, such of the two of them began to fight again, striking each other. He was dissatisfied with how he kept bouncing back and realized that he was trying to buy time until his red-haired comrade returned, but he mentally exclaimed that this would not happen and decided to pretend that he was hitting. When he swung his shield, directing it at Elias, he frowned, and Bjorn decided that he would throw the shield, and not expecting such an action, Elias was unable to dodge and screamed when the shield hit him, causing damage. Not allowing him to orient himself, the protagonist grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, lifting him slightly, and froze, breathing heavily and looking at him seriously, and then said that now he will do something different, and swung his hand, lifting Elias higher from the ground. And then when Elias's throat was near him, he opened his mouth and asked, "Do they really think that he will die so easily?" He snapped his jaws shut and bit into Elias's throat, commanding her to die. Blood sprayed into the air, and Bjorn threw the body aside, panting and wiping some of the blood from his face before narrowing his eyes, looking down at his fallen opponents with disdain. Erwin soon ran up to him, calling out to him in concern and asking if he was okay. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes and ran down her cheeks. And looking at her, Bjorn assumed she had done well too. She was scared because his wounds were so bad and told him to drink the potion. He frowned in confusion, asking if he really had to drink it. Erwin explained that the effect would be better than applying it to wounds, and noticing that Bjorn was poisoned, she hurried him, handing him the flask with the potion. Bjorn did not argue and soon threw the empty flask aside, sank to the ground and closed his eyes, breathing heavily. His insides seemed to be boiling alive, and he felt the pain in every nerve. A magical aura appeared around him, sweat appeared on his face, and he clenched his jaw to keep from screaming, and he felt his skin burning and itching. Erwin, standing next to him, frowned decisively, noticing that he had managed, and the protagonist asked what time it was. Looking at her watch, Erwin said the time, noting that 10 minutes had passed, and Bjorn frowned, calculating that there were 40 minutes left until the first floor closed, so they didn't even have time to rest. He told Erwin to take off her clothes, and she became very embarrassed, letting out a surprised cry and widening her eyes. She was shocked that he told her to do it so suddenly, and assumed that there must be a reason for it, starting to unbutton her shirt and slightly turning away from the protagonist. Noticing her actions, he stood up, explaining that she should take off the clothes not from herself, but from the adventurers' bodies, and Erwin finally understood everything. Bjorn again calculated that they had less than 40 minutes left, and in the end, he simply told Erwin to forget about it, since there was no time, so they needed to get their equipment, magic crystals, and backpacks. Erwin decided that in that case, she would go get the things of one of the adventurers and the crossbowmen, and Bjorn agreed with this, telling her to act faster. Soon, Erwin returned when there were less than 35 minutes left and brought the necessary equipment with her. Some time passed, there were less than 27 minutes left, and Erwin and Bjorn ran in the right direction, holding additional equipment in their hands. They were still running when there were 13 minutes and 37 seconds left, and even when the required time was less than 9 minutes, they had not yet reached the desired place, continuing to run. Soon, when there were 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, they finally noticed the portal and were happy about it, when there were only 50 seconds left before the first floor closed. The protagonist warned that they would go in immediately, and when there were only 48 seconds left, they reached the portal, running inside it. With 40 seconds left, they were transported to the first floor, and Erwin managed to land on her feet again, while Bjorn fell, unable to coordinate himself. Erwin happily closed her eyes and raised her hands up, exclaiming that it was fun, while the protagonist frowned in displeasure, noticing that the maze had spat them out again. He didn't understand how Erwin managed to land correctly every time, and wondered about it, but was distracted as she smiled and exclaimed that he had done a great job. Bjorn agreed, noting that she had done well too, and frowned, wondering if there were really only 30 seconds left. They barely made it, and Erwin suddenly remembered about the essence, and Bjorn asked in confusion, not understanding what she meant. She reminded him that he wanted to tell her something before they were attacked, and Bjorn realized that it was so, but since there was not enough time now, he suggested that they talk outside. There were 10 seconds left, and the protagonist, cursing in his mind, asked himself, what was the name of that tavern? He scratched his head with his finger, remembering the name, and Erwin watched him in surprise. There were already 8 seconds left. Bjorn clenched his jaw, closing his eyes, and was still trying to remember, and Erwin began to worry, noticing his state. There were 4 seconds left, and the protagonist finally remembered the name of the Black Whale Tavern, exclaiming that they would meet there. Elkin agreed, smiling happily, and when the last second was up, the system announced that the labyrinth was closing, and a bright light appeared in the air around Erwin and Bjorn, and the system added that the characters would be teleported to Rapdonia. Soon the labyrinth disappeared, and when the bright light also dissipated, the protagonist sighed, frowned seriously, and pressed his lips tighter, noticing that he had returned to the city, and he froze for a while, looking around. He mentally noted that this was not surprising. After all the adventurers gather in one place, but said that there were still a lot of people. A huge number of adventurers crowded around, and slightly squinting his eyes, Bjorn remembered that the flow of time in the labyrinth was different from the city time, and it did not matter how many days a person spent there, because he would return to the city at noon the next day, so each time the adventurers had to change the clocks in order for the time to coincide with the city. He took out the watch he had received, changing the time on this, and suddenly heard someone shout his name, attracting attention. Karak raised his hand, frowning in concentration as he passed the other adventurers, and noticing him, Bjorn wondered what his name was. He remembered what letter his name seemed to begin with, and when Karak finally came closer, he asked if his name was true. He smiled and shook his hand, greeting him. But before the protagonist could say anything, Serum came closer, exclaiming that he was glad to see Karak safe. He called out his name, noting that he had returned as well. And as the other barbarians came closer, they began to talk to each other, noticing that Farman, son of Naren, was also there. One of the barbarians asked Karak how the journey through the labyrinth had gone. Bjorn, standing a little to the side, noticed that Karak was very popular. And he and the other barbarians continued to talk, and one of them laughed and exclaimed that those razor-maned wolves were nothing to him. And the other comrades noted that they did not even doubt his skills with an axe. The protagonist frowned in confusion, not understanding what kind of reunion scene this was, and wondered where all these barbarians had jumped out from. One of the barbarians suddenly asked Karak if he wanted to have a duel of courage. Jumping up, he shouted that this was a great idea, deciding that he would show his warrior pride. The other barbarians began to encourage him, and someone shouted that he definitely had the most crystals. Noticing that Bjorn was standing still, they called out to him, asking if he was coming. He replied that he was coming, and soon they came to a special establishment where a girl was counting crystals. Putting the counted crystals into bags, she announced that one of the warriors had 24,476 crystals, another 28,420 crystals, and a third 41,498 crystals. The barbarians were amazed when they heard that Karak had more than 40,000 crystals, and when he took his reward with a smile, one of the barbarians exclaimed that this was amazing and said that Karak was definitely the best warrior. In the meantime, Bjorn approached the counter, putting the bags on it, and the girl asked if there were crystals in all the bags. The protagonist confirmed that this was indeed the case, and frowning in concentration, the girl said that she would now count everything, and began to move her hands sharply, taking crystals out of the bags and using special scales for a more accurate count. Bjorn even cried out in amazement, noticing that the girl was very fast, and sometime later she announced that everything was ready, saying that the protagonist had collected 182,413 crystals. Putting the crystals back into the bags, she placed it on the table in front of Bjorn, who looked slightly surprised at the loot he had collected, and the barbarians, hearing the number of his crystals, surrounded him and asked if he had really collected 180,000. Karak, leaning his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, repeated that he had 180,000, noting that this was definitely some kind of record. One of the barbarians suddenly asked his comrades to wait, noticing that Bjorn had not only gotten the crystals, but also the hammer, boots, and a backpack. They did not understand how this was possible and ended him, looking at his appearance, and he simply sighed in irritation, pressing his lips tighter. The barbarians began to shout that he was definitely the best warrior, and smiling happily, began to shout his name over and over again. Bjorn understood why they were so excited, and assumed that he was the first barbarian who went into the labyrinth almost empty-handed and returned as a civilized man. He grinned, frowning, and then, raising his hand in which he was clutching the hammer, he shouted that he was the best. The barbarians continued to shout his name, starting to swing him in their arms, and he, smiling smugly, crossed his arms over his chest, mentally chuckled and said that this was not bad. One of the employees of the establishment, sweating from the tension, warned that it was not allowed to make so much noise here, and the barbarians began to apologize to him. And when he asked them to turn down the volume a little, they agreed to this, but their screams could still be heard on the street, and people passing by asked why it was so noisy inside. Someone was unhappy, realizing that it was the barbarians again, but no one else did anything. Some time later, the barbarians came out into the street, and while some of them stood a little to the side, the rest sat on the steps, cleaning their weapons or just looking around. Bjorn assumed that it was better for him to stick with the rest of the barbarians for now, since he might not know some of the nuances, so he decided to wait for the others and go together. Suddenly, he grinned in surprise, noticing Erwin to the side, who was standing next to the other elves and, smiling enthusiastically, talking to them. She added that she had now figured out how to control the spirit, and Terja asked if that was really true. She remembered that someone had told her that fire spirits were the most disobedient, and hearing this conversation, Bjorn realized that these were the Erwin usually communicated with, while around him there were only savages, and he thought that he was even envious, trying to ignore the barbarians who yawned, fell asleep, or talked loudly, while being near him. Suddenly he noticed that Erwin looked in his direction, and thought that this was excellent. In a whisper he said that they would meet at night, and she agreed, and suddenly Terja, noticing that she was distracted from the conversation, drew her attention to herself and frowned, suspiciously asking if she knew him. Erwin exclaimed that it was not so, And at that moment Karak, also noticing that Bjorn was distracted, came closer to him, pushing him in the shoulder, and asked where he was looking. He put his hand to his forehead to improve visibility, and asked if Bjorn really knew this elf. The protagonist shouted that it was not so, and Karak said that he thought so, because the best warrior would not hang out with these cowardly elves. Terja frowned with displeasure, looking at him, and Bjorn cursed mentally, since the elves were wary, and the barbarians were also ready to join the fight if necessary. Mentally, he noted that these barbarians did not understand how to keep their mouths shut at all, and he thought that he would soon go crazy, asking himself if he and Erwin were really Romeo and Juliet. Finally, he noticed that the last of the barbarians had left the establishment, and suggested that they all leave, as everyone was already gathered. Karak agreed, smiling enthusiastically, and the protagonist realized that he and Erwin would not be able to talk in such an atmosphere, deciding that they should wait until night. The barbarians began to walk along the streets, heading towards the right place, and Bjorn was suddenly distracted by the sound of a child attracting the attention of his father. The man, squatting down, hugged the little boy, closed his eyes, and cried with happiness, and the child admitted that he missed him. The man said that he missed him too, and then asked how his son was doing here without him. Bjorn remembered that there was something similar in the game, and, looking around, he noticed the brothers hugging, one of whom was happy that the other brother had returned. The other family members also smiled happily, crying with joy when they noticed that they were alive. The protagonist noticed the joy and happiness of the families around him. But there was something else besides that, and he noticed a woman who approached Remirian and asked desperately, "Where is her husband?" Tears welled up in her eyes, and she grabbed Remirian's clothes with her hands, who closed his eyes, clenched his jaw, and apologized to her. The mother, who knelt down a little to the side, screamed desperately, shouting Pel's name, and her daughter, coming closer, asked in confusion, "Where is her brother?" Despair and agony reigned among some people, and one of the adventurers, falling to his knees, shouted that it was all his fault, and a girl from his crew tried to calm him down, noting that they could not do anything. Bjorn had played the dungeon and the stone many times, but hearing screams and questions from different sides, not understanding why this happened, he clenched his fists tighter and stubbornly walked forward, like the rest of the barbarians. Seeing faces that were previously displayed as 2D graphics on the monitor in reality was very strange. Sometime later, all the barbarians gathered at the bar, and raising mugs filled with alcohol, they offered each other to drink to the bottom, pouring the drink into their mouths. Karak even used 2 mugs in order to drink more drink, and throwing aside the empty glasses, the barbarians encouraged each other to drink, and Bjorn, sitting dissatisfied, asked himself, had they really gone crazy? The only reason he had gone with the barbarians was because he didn't want to miss out on some important step in the whole process. But he clenched his jaw in displeasure as he looked at the barbarians raging to the side, thinking that it wasn't an important step and that they were really just there to get drunk. He knew that he was wasting his time and stood up and said that he had to go. Karak frowned and asked in displeasure if Bjorn was really going to leave them. Hearing his cry, the other barbarians also turned their attention to them, and one of the girls asked if the main character of the day was leaving. The other barbarians didn't understand how that could be either, and Bjorn mentally asked himself if they really thought he was the main character. He hoped that they would not stop him, but in the end the barbarians did not hinder him and told him that he could do as he wished, wishing him luck and all the best. Without answering, Bjorn left the bar, heading down the streets, turning his head, noticing children running past, and asking each other to wait for them. He noticed that the surroundings were very peaceful, since there were no monsters or people who could harm him. He heard conversations around him, noticing that someone asked their companion what they would like for dinner, someone suggested a drink, and someone else noted that her husband had also been in the labyrinth. Law and order reigned in this place, and so he approached a shop where clothes were sold, and thought that even if he fell, he would be able to get up calmly, and if he was lucky, someone would even offer him a hand. Having bought the shirt, he clutched the material in his palm as he walked towards one of the establishments further down, and mentally noted that this was definitely a different world, much wilder than their 21st century. However, at least there were some amenities here, and walking into room number 305, he stepped into the shower, turning on the hot water, which quickly created steam around him. This city was peaceful, and thinking about it, Bjorn thought that it would be nice to live here. Finally washing off all the dirt, he got out of the shower, noting that it was much better this way, and fell onto the bed, sighing in relaxation and closing his eyes. Soon he opened his eyes, thinking, but almost immediately covered his face with his hand, pressing his lips tighter in order not to cry. He asked himself, who was he kidding? He wanted to go home, and having said this desire out loud, he mentally added that he wanted to go home very much, even if no one was waiting for him. Soon the night fell, and when the clock already showed 9:18 p.m., Bjorn got up, stretched inside, yawning, which even caused tears to appear in the corners of his eyes. Looking out the window, he thought that he left the labyrinth at noon and slept for about 5 hours. Noting that now it was time for him to go to the tavern to when he asked the man he met about the Black Whale Inn. He looked at him in surprise, repeated the name, and said that the place had been gone for about 10 years. The protagonist asked again in confusion, not understanding what the man's answer meant, and he explained that the owner's son had gotten into debt from gambling, so the name and owner had changed, and the man found it very unpleasant that this had happened, since the establishment had previously been wonderful. Bjorn frowned, noting that he had known this, and assumed that events of the game had taken place a long time ago. He asked what the new name of the establishment was. The man thought about it, remembering the name, and then cried out, noting that it was called Fidempus. Soon Bjorn stopped in front of the establishment and paused for a moment near the entrance, reading the sign. He asked himself in confusion, was this really where the Black Whale used to be? He noticed that this place was different from the game and guessed that he could at least read the local script, deciding that he would need to visit a library or something similar. Soon, when he entered the establishment, he heard someone greet him here. However, he was unable to return the greeting, as the people drinking inside began asking the employees of the establishment for more drinks. The protagonist was a little displeased with such a commotion around and wondered where he should look for Owen. Suddenly, he heard someone catch his attention, and turning around, he noticed Erwin, who, smiling enthusiastically, began waving her hand to get his attention and told him that he should come here. Bjorn finally noticed her, noticing that she was with the same woman as last time. As he approached, Terja frowned in displeasure, dismissively noting that he was the same barbarian. Bjorn stated his name and asked who Terja was. She replied that she was Erwin's older sister, and Erwin looked at her sadly as she tried to get her attention. Bjorn sighed, admitting that he didn't know there was such a name for older sister, and she narrowed her eyes in displeasure and said that he could call her Terja. Bjorn thought about it, remembering that Erwin had introduced herself as Fornaxi de Terja, realizing that her older sister had decided to only say her last name. In the end, he didn't argue and asked why Terja had come. She stood up abruptly, slapping her palm on the table, and Erwin even flinched, continuing to watch her sadly, while Terja said that she had a question for Bjorn, asking why he had invited this little girl to such a tavern in the middle of the night. She frowned indignantly, looking at him furiously, and froze, waiting for an answer. She added that he had summoned Erwin last night to this horrible tavern, and asked if he really had the audacity to ask why she had come with her. She called him a thick-skinned barbarian, and Erwin, folding her palms in a pleading gesture, looked at Terja, but she did not pay attention to her. Bjorn frowned in confusion, asking what she meant by her words about him doing it last night. Terja frowned, asking in displeasure in response if he really decided to play the fool. He was still perplexed, and drawing Erwin's attention to himself, he asked how much time had passed since their separation. Lost in thought, she calculated that about 30 hours had passed, and the protagonist repeated this number in his mind, frozen in horror, and asked himself, hadn't it really been 4 hours? Sweat ran down his face, and now he understood why he was so cheerful. Terja finally sat down in her seat, frowning at him, and Erwin, on the contrary, smiled, while Bjorn realized that he had slept for more than a day. Erwin was still smiling, watching him, and he, mentally turning to her, apologized. Closing his eyes, he expressed his apologies out loud, noting that he had not woken up since leaving the labyrinth. Terja's mouth dropped open in shock, frozen, and Erwin was also amazed, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment. Bjorn noticed that Terja was now in shock, asking himself, had she never seen a barbarian apologize? After a short pause, Terja admitted that she hadn't expected anything from the protagonist anyway, and asked why he needed Erwin. Bjorn thought he could tell her everything, but out loud he asked why she cared. He scratched his ear with his finger boredly, adding that Terja could ask herself if she was so interested. She froze, frowned, and mentally exclaimed that she knew it, cursing the barbarians. Out loud she answered that it was funny, since Bjorn was just a newbie. The protagonist didn't understand what this had to do with it, and warned Terja that she better stop acting like that if she was going to continue caring about Erwin. She got angry, calling him names, and they began to glare at each other, and Erwin, not knowing what to do, simply shifted her desperate gaze from Bjorn to Terja, trying to attract the attention of at least one of them. Finally placing the bag on the table, Terja told the protagonist to take it, announcing that there were 350,000 crystals in it. She explained that it was the price for the essence that Erwin had received, and he looked at the bag, noting that he had a feeling he had seen something like this in dramas before. He imagined Terja throwing money at him, telling him to take it and leave her girl alone. But he was quickly distracted from his thoughts as Terja crossed her arms over her chest, asking why he wasn't taking the crystals. Frowning, she realized that Bjorn had other motives, noting that she had thought so, but without reacting to this, he looked at Erwin and asked if she was okay with it. She thought about it, and the protagonist admitted that he had originally planned to form a group with her until she collected the sum for the essence, and closed his eyes, and Erwin cried out in amazement, asking if that was all they really needed from her. Bjorn confirmed that it was indeed so, explaining that they divided the loot in half, and Erwin smiled admiringly, but suddenly froze, sharply disappointed, and sank back to her seat, closed her eyes, and apologized to the protagonist. Bjorn did not understand why she refused, since it seemed to him that they were a good duet. Terja, looking seriously at the protagonist, said that Erwin would now go into the labyrinth with her, and explained that they were simply following tradition when they let her go alone on her first sortie, because in this case, Terja herself would never agree to something like that. Bjorn realized that Erwin already had a group to drag her to the upper floors, and he thought about the blood. Terja, pushing the crystals towards him, told him to take this if he understood everything. But Bjorn told her to wait, saying that 350,000 was half the value of the essence. And Terja said that this was indeed true, since it was the total loot, which was divided in half. The protagonist said that there were 280,000 missing, since they had agreed on a 9-to-1 loot. Terja chuckled, asking herself how she could have forgotten about this. Putting the bag on the table, she said that there were still 280,000, and Bjorn asked himself with displeasure what was going on. He assumed that Terja was deliberately teasing him, and called her, and the elf race beginning to understand why the barbarians hated them. Finally, after declaring that the matter with Terja was finished, he asked if she could leave. He explained this request by saying that he and Erwin needed to talk, and she asked, displeased, what else hadn't they talked about. Suddenly, she was distracted, slightly startled, as Erwin awkwardly pulled at the fabric of her glove, drawing her attention to herself. And, looking at her with embarrassment, she admitted that she was very grateful to her for worrying about her, but said that she could go now. She folded her palms in a pleading gesture, saying that she wanted to thank Bjorn and say goodbye to him. Terja thought about it, watching her, and agreed, noting that she was no longer a child. After that, she sharply pointed her finger towards the protagonist, ordering him to take an oath. He started in surprise, not understanding what oath he had to take, and Terja shouted that he had to swear that he would not sleep with Erwin, and promised that in that case she would leave. Erwin was very confused, asking what Terja was talking about. Bjorn mentally asked if he shouldn't sleep with Erwin. He assumed that this meant that in that case, everything else was okay, and noticing that he was still silent, Terja drowned him, ordering him to swear. He said that he swears by the part of the warrior, and hit his chest with his palm, but mentally added that he did not care about the honor of the warrior. Erwin simply looked at him pitifully, drawing his attention to herself, and Terja, finally calming down, turned around, saying that in that case she would go. Erwin looked after her, calling out to her, and Terja suddenly stopped, remembering that she almost forgot to say something, and looking towards the protagonist, she smiled, thanking him for saving Erwin. She sighed and fell onto the table, and Bjorn looked at her in confusion, and she, raising her head, looked at him pitifully, asking what she should do now. She had never spoken to Terja like that before, and asked if it was true that she was not angry. The protagonist assumed that it was unlikely, especially judging by her smile, and told her out loud not to worry, and she noted that in that case she was glad, but suddenly she remembered something else and, slightly embarrassed, added that she was grateful for Bjorn's offer, but explained that she and Terja had made a promise to each other a long time ago, and so she apologized to the main man again, and he said that everything was fine and took his chin with his hand, thinking that he would not refuse either if a high-level elf offered to drag him through the labyrinth. Taking out another bag, Erwin explained that there were 63,000 more crystals in there, which she had collected from the adventurer and the crossbowman. She had already taken her share, so she noted that Bjorn need not worry, and added that their backpacks were at her house, and since there were many different things in them, she decided that it would be better to look at everything in person tomorrow. Bjorn looked at her smile, noticing that he did not even need to say anything, since she immediately understood everything. He felt sorry to let such a companion go, and suddenly Erwin, lowering her head, asked how she could thank Bjorn. He asked again, not understanding what she meant, and she explained that she could not ignore the help that he had refused her. He thought about it, now understanding why Terja had made him swear, since she thought that he might ask for something strange. He thoughtfully repeated Erwin's words about her having to thank him, and took a breath, and then admitted that nothing came to mind, asking if she wanted to eat. She said that she was not hungry. Bjorn decided that in that case he would eat on his own. Erwin thought, putting her finger to her chin, and became embarrassed, and then, getting up from her chair, leaned forward, deciding that she would do better to order a drink, since she had not had a sip on purpose yesterday. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment, and Erwin exclaimed that she wanted to drink the first return mug with him. He repeated this term, remembering that there was such a tradition in the game. So for an elf who had spent her entire life in the monastery, the first time was probably very important. He awkwardly asked if he should be happy. Erwin said that he should just thank her, and he did, and she smiled and exclaimed that it would be no problem, and said that they had supported each other in the labyrinth, and now they should share the first return drink. She looked away in embarrassment, noting that this was not Bjorn's first time there, and he asked in confusion what she was talking about. He said that it was his first time in the labyrinth too, and she screamed in amazement. The protagonist reminded her that he said he was 20 years old. Erwin asked in shock, "Was that not a joke?" Bjorn grinned and added that this was his first time in the labyrinth too, and soon they ordered food and drinks, and Erwin raised her mug, smiling, closing her eyes and exclaiming that Bjorn had done a great job. He noted that she had also tried hard, and knocking their mugs together, they offered each other a drink. Soon all the food was eaten, the drinks were drunk, and looking adoringly at the protagonist, Erwin noticed that he was wearing a very short shirt today. The protagonist mentally agreed with this, noting that Erwin was wearing a skirt, but he said nothing out loud, deciding that enough empty talk was enough, and it was time to get down to business. Closing his eyes, he finished the drink, and watching him, Erwin was amazed at how well he drank. Bjorn put his hand over his mouth to remove the excess drink, and asked if it was true that Erwin wanted to thank him. He said that there was one option, and Erwin, adjusting her hair, asked with interest which option. Leaning closer to her, the protagonist whispered that they should not do it here, because he assumed that otherwise the other visitors might call security. Erwin froze, embarrassed, and guessed what Bjorn wanted from her, and then suggested going to him, and he thought about it, eventually deciding that it was a great idea. Some time later, when they had already arrived in the room, the protagonist asked Erwin to spread something wider. She sighed, and then said that she could not do it even if he asked. Bjorn was breathing heavily. Sweat was running down his face, but he still pulled Erwin's hand back with effort, who, closing her eyes, barely held back her tears and screamed, because her shoulder was in pain. She noted that the protagonist would tear her hand off, and he mentally said that it was very difficult to control strength. Erwin, who had tears running down her cheeks, said that she had never arched like that before, and Bjorn asked if she was sure about it. She swore on her mother, confirming it, and the protagonist agreed, suggesting that they rest for a while. Standing up, Erwin put her palm on his trembling hand and asked if she had survived and was still there. The protagonist, watching her, thought about it, noting that the increase in flexibility by 4 points was not very noticeable in real life. A little embarrassed, Erwin frowned and asked if Bjorn thought she came here to check the stats. He explained that it was forbidden to use skills in the city, and in his mind, he added that he wanted to check the difference in the essence effect in the game and in real life. Erwin said with displeasure that she understood everything, and the protagonist continued to think, remembering that the game Dungeon and Stone never spared its players, because it was enough to look at the characteristics window to understand this. Among the possible categories were strength, spirit, abilities, and these were the 3 main characteristics in the drop-down list, of which there were hundreds of other parameters. For example, an increase in endurance, which allowed you to carry heavy things and deal more damage with physical attacks. Thanks to this, even characters with the same main characteristics were played differently. And imagining 2 different players whose strength was 50, Bjorn mentally noted that he spent thousands of hours studying all this, but even after 9 years of playing, he did not understand the effect of some parameters. He scolded the developers, remembering, for example, the effect of possession, and focused on Erwin, remembering that she received an increase in this characteristic along with the essence. Noticing his attention, Erwin looked at him in surprise, and then slightly embarrassed, suggesting to do something else. Bjorn ignored the question, mentally noting that all he knew about the stat was that it was a low-level stat and the spirit tree. He asked out loud if Erwin had felt any changes since returning from the labyrinth. He suggested that it might be obsessive thoughts, lack of self-control, and she put a finger to her chin and thought about it, admitting that she didn't even know if there was such a thing. Suddenly, she cried out, remembering something, and said that she felt something special about cookies, since she hadn't really liked them before, but had eaten a huge amount since returning. The protagonist frowned, saying that he understood everything, and wondered if obsession really increased desire. Now he understood why it was so hard to notice this effect in the game, and also noted that there might be new stats that he didn't know about, and decided that he needed to remember this in case something like that happened. But suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts, as Erwin, pulling at his clothes, attracted his attention and said that down. Bjorn wanted to check a few more things, but agreed, offering to lie down. They blew out the candle that lit the room, and already falling asleep, the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes sharply, telling himself to stop, and remembered that Terja had told them not to sleep together. He looked at Erwin, who was sleeping with her head on him, but decided that it made no difference because Terja probably had a slightly different dream in mind. The next morning, looking at the Bjorn asked if this was all the loot. Noticing that they had managed to collect a lot, Erwin noted that they had come early for a reason, and asked if Bjorn wanted to sell it all. He confirmed this, deciding that he would only leave a few things, and Erwin, smiling enthusiastically, asked if she could then take the leather suit. Bjorn allowed her to do so, noting that it would be her share, and she agreed to this. A little later, the protagonist and Erwin went to a store, selling the received things, and the seller, appraising one of the things, said that he would give $350,000 for it. Another seller gave $180,000 for the goods that Bjorn offered together, and another man in another establishment offered $250,000 for the backpack that the protagonist brought. While Bjorn was negotiating, Erwin was looking around the shop with delight, and sometime later, when they had finished selling the items, the protagonist looked at the bags, mentally calculating that he had earned 1,450,000 stones. Erwin, standing next to him and holding the bag with her share, asked if it was true that she was not dreaming. She did not understand how they could have earned so much, and was very surprised, and Bjorn continued to think, noting that if he subtracted Erwin's share, he would get 1,400,000 stones. He had never earned so much on his first try, and now he decided that this was a great start. In the end, he announced that it was time for them to apply, and Erwin cried out in amazement, and the protagonist did not understand why she was surprised, because they had already done everything. He suggested that they walk together to the central square if they were going the same way, and Erwin, closing her eyes in disappointment, agreed, admitting that she wanted to be with him longer. They continued on their way, but suddenly stopped, noticing a large number of people preparing to watch what was going to happen in the square. Erwin shuddered, not understanding why a crowd had gathered there, and Bjorn assumed that an execution was beginning. One of the knights keeping order ordered the people to step back, and the man who had been slandered for execution and was now secured in the guillotine channels began to cry, trying to say something, but because his mouth was bandaged, he could not utter anything except indistinct sounds. The protagonist looked from the man to the other tied people who were sitting on the ground next to the guillotine, crying, and he thought that they had not committed any serious crimes, had not killed or raped, and that their only guilt was that they had not paid their taxes. The knight announced that the execution was being carried out and released the rope holding the blade, and Bjorn thought that Rapdonia was the last city in the world that had been destroyed by the witch's curse, and the only place where resources could be obtained was the Labyrinth, and therefore those people who could not pay the tax should be executed in order to reduce the number of mouths that needed to be fed. As the guillotine blade came down, cutting off the man's head, blood sprayed into the air, and people clutching bread in their hands began to run forward, each of them shouting that he would be the first, ordering the others to disperse. Running up to the pools of blood that had spread across the ground, the people began to dip bread into it and eat it, screaming over and over again. Owen watched in horror, covering her mouth with her hand, and asked why these people were sticking bread into the blood. Bjorn explained that there was a belief that the blood of the executed brought financial luck, and asked what the tax was for the first year. She said that the tax was 700,000 stones for non-humans. This was a little different from the game, but it was close, and frowning, the protagonist asked what the tax was for the second year. For the second year, it was 800,000, and there was also a commission for the exchange. She still watched in horror. Bjorn noticed that this was already in line with the game. The taxes increased with each year of work, so it was impossible to stop training. And if Bjorn did not find a way to return home or become stronger, then his blood would also end up on someone's bread. He decided that he needed to save up as much money as possible so that he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future, and imagined several locations in the game, noting that he needed to go up to at least the 6th floor to avoid execution and survive. A little later, he came to the library and stopped before moving on, noting that the library in the game was under development, and finally starting to walk towards the shelves, the protagonist asked himself with displeasure, why was everyone staring at him? He assumed that no one had ever seen a barbarian book lover. But suddenly he stopped, noticing Inar, who had fallen asleep right on a book at one table. Recognizing her, he looked more closely at her expression, not understanding what she was doing there. Poking her with his finger, he woke her up, and raising her head, Inar looked at him and asked if it was really him. Bjorn admitted that he was glad to see her unharmed, and she shouted that she was glad too, causing several library patrons to look at her with displeasure, annoyed by the noise. The protagonist, sweating from excitement, asked her to keep her voice down, and she apologized, exclaiming that she had not thought that she would meet the barbarian's brother in the library. Bjorn tried to ask her to keep her voice down, but realizing that it would not help, he simply asked her to forget about it, and asked what she was doing there. Inar reminded him that he had said that she needed to learn to think before she acted, which was why she had decided to gain new knowledge. Bjorn remarked that this was commendable, noting that Inar was clearly different from the other barbarians. She added that she had also realized while traveling through the labyrinth that there was more to be wary of than just monsters, and the protagonist assumed that many things had happened to her, recalling that the other barbarians had only bragged about their accomplishments. Inar, sighing, confirmed Bjorn's assumption, and explained that this was why she had decided to learn. However, reading was very difficult, and he wondered if that was really the only problem. Standing up, Inar also admitted that she wanted to go to the temple so that someone could teach her to read and write. The protagonist asked if she would go there right away. She agreed, noting that she would simply forget if she did not do it right away, and the more Bjorn learned about the barbarians, the more sorry he felt for them. Suddenly remembering something, Inar said that she had promised to repay Bjorn for her advice if they returned alive, and told him to come to the Angry Bull when he was in trouble, promising that she would do everything in her power to help him. He agreed to this, mentally expressing the hope that Inar would not forget her promise in a few days. He looked after her, mentally noting that he might need his help soon. A little later, looking around the library, the protagonist asked himself how he could find the book he needed here. He noticed that the library was gigantic, and suddenly he noticed a girl sitting at a large table, and coming closer, he asked himself if this was true that she was a librarian. Noticing that she was sitting with her head down, Bjorn realized that she had fallen asleep at work and cleared his throat in order to attract her attention. The girl woke up and looked up at him tiredly, asking what happened. The protagonist explained that he needed a book, asking where he could find something about history. Before he could finish speaking, the girl cast a Farseet spell, and the magical energy that appeared in the air between her palms moved towards the protagonist, enveloping him, and he frowned in confusion as he watched, and wondered if she had really used magic on him. However, when the magical energy dissipated, he still didn't understand what had changed, and noticing his puzzled look, the girl couldn't help but yawn, and then explained that he would find the book he needed if he wandered around, warning that taking books with him was forbidden, so he should read it and return it to its place. Bjorn asked if he really just needed to thread it here. However, without waiting for an answer to his question, the girl fell asleep again, resting her chin on her hand, and the protagonist quietly noted that she had passed out again. He didn't understand what was wrong with her, but as he walked through the library, he quickly realized how her magic worked when he looked around a bit. He was surprised to see a glowing book on the shelves, and realized that this girl's magic was illuminating the books he needed. Now he understood why such a large library was being looked after by one person, and taking a book from the shelf, he opened it, deciding to start with this book. The first book was the Book of the Fallen World, and Bjorn read that for 1,000 years, these lands had been cursed by a witch and uninhabitable. Rapdonia was the last fortress to escape the disaster, and the ruling family had opened a path to another dimension for people who were dying due to a lack of resources, and this place was called the Labyrinth. The ancient history of this world was similar to the prologue of the game, and after finishing this book, Bjorn took the second textbook, which was called Basic Notes on Alchemy Volume 4. This book talked about how the magic crystals of monsters can be turned into bread, water, steel, and the like. The protagonist understood almost nothing, no matter how much he read, but he decided that he would remember it just in case. The next book was called Holy War 3, and it was about the reasons for the hatred of barbarians and elves. Bjorn decided to study this book as well, but he realized that the fourth book would be more useful than the others, and this fourth book was called Evil Spirits of the Abyss. Evil spirits in this world were those people who came from another dimension in order to take over someone else's body, and the protagonist mentally noted that this was technically true. The book did not describe the reasons, but Bjorn understood that the ruling family and the church had done a lot to get rid of this phenomenon. After finishing this book, he sighed, noting that, to put it simply, he would be fine as long as he did not give himself away. From the point of view of the evil spirit, this was very useful information, and he took the 5th book about the death of the king, which told about the first king, who was called the Immortal King, namely Revision 3, who died 150 years ago. The game began with his death, and therefore 150 years have passed since the events of the plot. Now Bjorn understood why there were constant discrepancies between the game and reality, and took the next book, Notes on the Instability of Dimensions. He put his hand to his chin and looked at the book, asking himself, is this really the book Drow was talking about? He remembered that he had mentioned that what happened to the protagonist was a rare occurrence, and he also noted that the book said that going through the portal at the moment it was closing could cause instability. Those events could have been entirely his fault, and Bjorn cursed, noting that he felt disgusted, and decided that it was best to stop thinking about it. Suddenly, he shuddered, distracted, and noticed that it was already very late, deciding to read the rest another time. 3 days had passed since returning from the labyrinth, and lying on his bed, the protagonist frowned in thought, and remembered that a month here lasted 30 days. The labyrinth opened at midnight on the 1st, and he had 27 days left, so he frowned and decided that tomorrow he would look for companions. When morning came, his eyes suddenly opened, hearing a sound, and he stood up, hearing in addition how Awen, knocking on the door, told him to wake up. She wondered if it was her. He closed his eyes as he opened the door, and asked what Erwin was doing here at such an early hour. However, before he could finish speaking, a strong gust of wind made him frown even more and let out a surprised cry. And Erwin, who had summoned the wind spirit, closed her eyes, explaining that she had managed to make a contract. She asked Bjorn to look at it, explaining that she had spent the 10 spirit stones that Terja had given her, and it had worked. In addition, she was glad that she had received the wind spirit, as it went well with fire. The protagonist closed his eyes so that it would not be damaged by the strong wind, and said that she was lucky, remembering that spirit stones were items that allowed one to make a contract with the spirit, and the chance was 10%. These stones were quite expensive, and remembering that Erwin had spent 10 of them, he wondered if she was from a rich family. Finally, he said that he had already understood everything and said that Erwin could call the spirit back. Naz screamed, explaining that she had not yet shown everything, and Bjorn, turning towards his room, asked in displeasure how much more of a mess she planned to make in his room. Horrified, Erwin cupped her cheeks in her hands, apologizing and promising that she would clean everything up right away. The spirit watched everything in amazement, and some time later, Erwin, tiredly sitting down on the bed, closed her eyes, ran her hand over her forehead, and exclaimed that everything was ready. Looking around, Bjorn remembered that she had said that she cleaned well, and noticed that she had indeed finished quickly. Finally, he congratulated her on the contract, and Erwin closed her eyes and thanked him for it, and the protagonist seriously asked why she had to waste her time to come here. He thought that there were more important things to do, like preparing for the labyrinth, and Erwin looked at him desperately, admitting that he was right, but she lowered her head sadly and closed her eyes, explaining that she came because she wanted him to be the first to know about it. He assumed that she was acting like this because he was her first companion, and noted that she thought of some special connection between them, imagining that she, calling him her first friend, would tell him that she had found herself a wind spirit, and he would ask how much stronger she had become. Bjorn noted that it was usually better to keep the relationship purely professional, but he said out loud that he planned to live here for a long time, and so she could come if she had any problems. He switched on the merchant's barbarian mode and smirked, holding out his palm, deciding that he and Erwin would remain friends. He also added that they were comrades, and Erwin, embarrassed, almost cried, looking at him in shock. Smiling, she closed her eyes, happily agreeing with this, and Bjorn thought that it would be good for him to have more connections. There were already 26 days left until they returned to the labyrinth, and this could be either a long or a short period of time, but he knew how to use it best. Soon he left the house, approaching the tavern of the Angry Bull, where the barbarians were staying. One of the barbarians, startled, turned around when he heard the approaching footsteps, and the other barbarians also noticed him, but some of them did not know who he was, and the others, recognizing him, immediately explained that he was the strongest warrior Bjorn. Hearing his name, many began to shout that they had heard of him, and the protagonist's ears almost bled, and he thought with displeasure that the barbarians were making noise again. As he led Bjorn into the building, the barbarian asked him why he had come. He assumed that he wanted to have some fun here too, And without even waiting for an answer to his question, he exclaimed that this was an excellent idea, since the owners here only took 300 stones per night. The protagonist was amazed to hear this, and asked himself why it was so cheap. The barbarian explained that they were sleeping 10 people in a room designed for 5, but he promised that they would find a bed for Bjorn. Now he understood why the price was so low, but he refused the guy's offer, explaining that he had come to see Inar, Fineland's third daughter. The guy corrected him, reminding him that Inar was the second daughter, and suddenly in the corridor they met Inar, who said Bjorn's name in surprise, her mouth slightly open in surprise. The barbarian, noticing her, noted that she appeared in time, since the protagonist was looking for her. Coming closer, she asked in bewilderment why he was looking for her. Bjorn explained that he had a request, saying that he wanted to fight her. She assumed that he wanted to do it for training, and he confirmed this assumption, explaining that he needed training. In terms of pure strength, he was weaker, and Einar noted that he might not ask her about it. When they went outside, she said that he just needed to go out to the square, and for a while the protagonist froze, looking at the fighting barbarians, and realized that there was no point in wasting time on such a request. Einar said that if it was not early in the morning, then she was ready to fight him at any time, and he suggested that in that case they begin right away. Soon they came to a clearing for the battle, and while Einar armed herself with a large sword, Bjorn took a shield and got into a fighting stance. The barbarians turned their attention to them, realizing that they were going to fight, and Bjorn, running forward abruptly, mentally exclaimed that he had come to learn, but he did not want to lose. Einar swung her sword, ready to strike, and frowning in concentration, she lowered the weapon down, because of which the protagonist, unable to stay on his feet, fell. Blood spurted from his nose, and he thought that it was a crushing defeat. The barbarians began to shout that Einar was now the better warrior, and ignoring their cries, she came closer to Bjorn and asked if he was okay. He said he was fine and thought she was very good, knowing that he would not waste his time. Wiping the blood from his nose with his finger, he frowned in concentration, saying that he wanted to fight again. And they fought again, and Einar won, knocking the shield out of Bjorn's hands. But he, not going to give up, asked her to fight again. During another fight, he managed to at least take a sword blow with his shield without dropping it. And time after time he asked her to continue training, improving his technique and learning to dodge Einar's attacks. So they fought until late at night, and finally, kneeling, Bjorn froze, breathing heavily. Sweat was pouring down his face, and Einar, tired, asked if he wanted to continue. She admitted that she needed to rest, and the protagonist mentally said that she was strong. He said that he did not want to continue as that was enough for today, and Einar agreed with this, noting that he had tried well. Bjorn also mentally added that she was not an ordinary barbarian, so it was unlikely that she would betray him, and asked if she was going to go into the labyrinth alone. She assumed that this would indeed be the case, since she did not have the money to form a group. Bjorn realized that the best choice then was what he was thinking about, and smiling, he extended his palm forward, asking if Einar wanted to be his teammate. She looked at his extended palm in surprise, asking again, and Bjorn confirmed this, explaining that he would take 80% of the income, but would pay for the creation of the team. Before he could continue, Einar ordered him to stop and not say another word. The protagonist cursed in his mind, wondering if she didn't like the terms. He frowned and told her to listen, adding that he would also be paying for the equipment. However, interrupting him again, Einar simply shook his hand, and Bjorn froze in surprise, looking at their clasped palms. Einar explained with a smile that she wouldn't understand anything even if he explained it to her, and so she simply decided to trust him. The protagonist smiled, exclaiming that he would be happy to work with her, and mentally said that it was great, since he now had a comrade. The next day, at the Barbarian temple, the chieftain flinched when he noticed Bjorn and Einar approaching. He greeted them with a grin, and Bjorn thought that it was because of the chieftain that he didn't want to come back, but he had no choice. The chieftain noted that departed warriors rarely came to the temple, and asked if Bjorn was following in Einar's footsteps. He assumed that he wanted to learn to read and write, but the protagonist said that was not the case, and the chieftain asked, puzzled, why was he here then? Bjorn explained that he needed a spirit seal, and clarified that he needed an immortal seal, after which he frowned in concentration, mentally noting that this was a necessary skill for clearing the labyrinth, and placed his palm on his chest. Bjorn thought that the non-human races had different features. For example, elves can make contracts with spirits in order to borrow their power, dwarves can receive a blessing from armor, and this increases the effectiveness of equipment. Beastmen can make contracts with ancient animals, which they call spirit beasts. The barbarians had a spirit seal, and leaning closer to him, The chieftain asked in shock. How did he know about this? Bjorn frowned, pressing his lips tighter, and did not answer, and the chieftain declared that young warriors usually did not know anything about such things. Bjorn was unhappy that the chieftain suspected him again, but he mentally noted that it did not matter, since he had already visited the library and specifically looked for information about the spirit seal. He said that he read about it in a book, remembering that someone told him that spirit seals greatly helped them in the war against the elves. The chief laughed, slapping him on the back with his palm, and asked if he had read books and learned about it this way. He found it interesting, and Bjorn just flinched, amazed by such a reaction. And the chief admitted that he was very proud of Bjorn and Inar, noting that he would do it without a problem, because if the warrior wanted it, then they had no reason to refuse. The protagonist offered to do something right away, but breaking through his words, the chief exclaimed that he first needed to pay 800,000 stones. He clenched his hand into a fist and asked if Bjorn could handle it. He said that of course he could, and Inar asked if he was serious. The protagonist thought that it was hard to earn so much at the beginning of the game, and at higher ranks he would need not only money but also rare materials. But now he had money, and so he took out one bag for 500,000 and 3 bags for 100,000, showing it to the chief. Taking the payment, the chief asked how he earned so much. Bjorn had already come up with an excuse, and it would have been sad if the chief had not asked about it. So he grinned and said that he was lucky to come across a wounded elf. He said that he used her as a slave and took away the crystals, and also gave her the essence, and then made her sister pay for it. In his mind, he imagined himself as a villain using the poor Erwin and Terzia. And laughing, he said that elves are very pathetic. The chief, hearing his story, laughed, admitting that he had not laughed like that for a long time. It seemed amazing to him that the protagonist had done something like that, and the barbarians who had appeared nearby exclaimed that he had beaten the long-eared ones, assuming that something like that had been done for the first time by the barbarians. They could not believe it, and Bjorn smiled and asked himself if there were even other barbarians gathered here. He was surprised that they disliked the elves so much, but he admitted that it was even pleasant. Suddenly, the chieftain put an object in his hand and announced that it was a gift from him, adding that Bjorn had great potential. The protagonist looked at the coins in surprise, asking himself if the chieftain had really given him 200,000 stones. He was amazed at such a benefit that he had received for a simple fairy tale, and mentally exclaimed that this was wonderful. Raising his hand, he promised that he would continue to mock these useless elves in order to become a cool warrior. The barbarians began to cheer for him, and he mentally exclaimed that the more he looked at the barbarians, the better they became, so they had their own charm. He smiled enthusiastically, unable to contain his emotions, and after a while, he thought that the spirit seal was a kind of strengthening technique, and the meaning of it was to fill the body with special ingredients that would give a person special strength. The barbarians tattooed newly born children when their soul was still pure, so that the paths of the soul would be visible even after they grew up, and so each barbarian had tattoos. A little later, Bjorn sat in a dark room with his eyes closed. The shaman warned that he was giving him one last chance, explaining that he would not be able to choose another spirit seal if he paved the way. The protagonist, surrounded by burning candles, said that he knew this, and thought that the advanced spirit seal of the immortal was the basic condition for a tank barbarian. The shaman suggested that they begin then, and took out a small needle, holding it to Bjorn's body. The protagonist mentally noted that the other seals were also very useful, but for those who played the long game, the immortal seal was an obvious choice. Jerking his hand sharply, the shaman pricked Bjorn's skin in several places, and he closed his eyes, wondering if he would have to do this every time now. He clenched his jaw, beads of sweat appeared on his body, and he mentally screamed that this was very painful. Unable to restrain himself, he screamed, and the system notified that he had unlocked the first level of the immortal seal, due to which natural regeneration increased significantly and physical characteristics were increased by 13. Some time later, Bjorn, grabbing the fabric with his palm, pushed it aside, leaving the tent, and thanked the shaman, who simply laughed in response. The protagonist asked himself, "Why is this man laughing?" The shaman explained that it was the first time he had seen a warrior thanking the shaman, and as he walked away, Bjorn asked himself fearfully if he had done something wrong. He decided that he had better leave before the shaman became suspicious, and sometime later, when morning came, the protagonist went to the shopping district to buy the necessary equipment. Thanks to his training with Inar, he had realized that the sword was not particularly suitable for him, and he planned to focus on learning the technical shield once he received the necessary essence. So fiddling with the sword would be a waste of time. When he entered the store, The shopkeeper greeted him, asking what he was looking for. Bjorn explained that he needed a one-handed blunt weapon, and after thinking about it, the shopkeeper pointed to the shelf, declaring that this was what barbarians usually choose. The protagonist, looking at the weapons, thought that this was the taste of barbarians, but explained that he wanted something ordinary. He mentally noted that it had destructive power, but for the monsters of the first floor, such a weapon would be too much. The shopkeeper offered him a mace, asking how about this in that case? Taking the weapon in his palm, Bjorn exclaimed that it was great and bought a medium-sized mace for 220,000 stones. The next moment, the system notified that he had equipped medium armor, which increased his item level by 85 points. In addition, Bjorn bought a custom helmet for 170,000, since he could not fit into the ready-made helmets, and he also bought half armor for 360,000. Equipping the cheap helmet increased his item level by 47 points, and after equipping the hard half armor, his item level increased by 57 points. When he had bought everything he needed, he had 50,000 stones left on hand, and a long time had passed since leaving the labyrinth, so things had become routine. A little later, he met Erwin, who smiled happily and greeted him. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Bjorn woke up and had breakfast with Erwin, asking if it was far for her to come here every time. But she noted that the place where they ate was very cheap and tasty. After that, Bjorn stayed in the library until 4 o'clock in the evening, noticing a little dissatisfied that the librarian was sleeping again. After that, he went to eat in a place he had not been before, in order to collect information that he would not be able to find in the library. While eating, he listened attentively to the men sitting at the table talking about monsters that suddenly came from the other side, noting that it sounded dangerous. Frowning, the protagonist turned away from eavesdropping and thought that everything here was expensive, but did not taste very good. About 5 hours he walked to the barbarians, and there he fought, and after a week of training, he began to fight not only with Inar. After defeating the enemy, he, wiping the sweat from his face, said that the next warrior should approach him, and it would be nice for him to gain some skills, but such training was also useful for normal fighting instincts. Repeated training improved reflexes, flexibility, and field of vision, and thanks to this, physical characteristics were increased by 1 point. After regular training, Bjorn even began to sometimes defeat Inar, and helping her up, he thanked her for today's fight, and the other barbarians watching the battle began to call Bjorn the best warrior. Inar admitted that he had become stronger, and he thought that she was skillful, but her movements were predictable, and he told her so, but it had already become a habit that she would hardly be able to easily change. At 9 o'clock, the protagonist returned home, washed himself, and met Erwin again, who offered him dinner. Drying his hair with a towel, Bjorn asked if she was tired of running back and forth. Smiling, Erwin said that she was not at all tired, offering him to go, and they finished dinner around 11 o'clock, after which Erwin returned home. Waving her hand goodbye, she exclaimed that it was time for her to go and wished him good night, and also, clenching her hands into fists, she wished him luck in the labyrinth. Bjorn asked himself, would this really happen tomorrow? He was amazed that it happened so quickly inside, wishing Erwin luck in return. And so a whole month passed, and there was only 1 day left until the opening of the labyrinth. The system calculated the new characteristics of the main entrance, and at 2010 near the Investigators Guild, several adventurers entered the building, where Bjorn and Inar were already. The protagonist explained that they came for a magical link, and the girl sitting at the reception asked if a link for 2 was needed. Bjorn confirmed this, and she told them to put their hands on the crystal. They did so, and realizing that this was a link for 2 rank 9 investigators, the girl calculated that the service would cost 15,000 stones. Bjorn mentally noted that this was too expensive for a one-time thing, but it was necessary, and upon hearing the price, Inar was also outraged and exclaimed that for such money, you can buy a lot of meat. The protagonist thought that the starting place was set randomly, and therefore they needed a magical link in order for him and Inar to end up in the same place. He asked how the rank of the explorer is determined. The girl explained that it is done by the total amount of essence in the soul, and Bjorn asked if the price changes with the rank. She said that it is indeed so, and the protagonist wanted to say something, but interrupting his words, the girl said that everything is ready, asking him and Inar not to forget that the connection will be valid for 24 hours. Bjorn agreed, offering to eat, and when they arrived at the establishment, Inar even trembled, slightly embarrassed when she looked at the food on the table in front of her, and asked what it was. The protagonist ordered the most expensive dinner in this tavern, and it was the last feast for 800 stones before going into the labyrinth. Smiling, Bjorn said that it was only 800 stones, and Inar, whose chin was already drooling, asked if it was true that she was not dreaming. The protagonist offered her to try the food, and after biting into it, she chewed it and froze in delight, screaming in amazement, and from how delicious it was, even tears came to her eyes. She exclaimed that it was very delicious, and asked what it was. She seemed to be asleep, and decided that now she had to try much harder, since she wanted to earn a lot of money in order to eat like this all the time. She began to quickly devour the food, and Bjorn wished her luck in earning more money, asking himself, what does she usually eat? Some time later, when there were 10 minutes left before the opening of the labyrinth, they approached the square, around which other adventurers had already gathered. The man who controlled the entrance to the labyrinth warned that it was not allowed to enter yet, and Bjorn thought that he had not paid attention to this last time, but the portal was really big. Suddenly, he was distracted by something and focused on Pardon, who ordered the other barbarians following him to stop, as he knew they were there when he saw the portal. The barbarians began to shout happily that they had arrived on time thanks to him, calling him the best warrior ever. Bjorn assumed that they had just finished a ceremony and wondered how they managed to get there on time every time. Pardon, meanwhile, told the other barbarians that he had already said that it was better to trust him, and Inar rubbed her nose with her finger, saying that it brought back memories of the old days. The protagonist noted a little displeasedly that only a month had passed, but he did not say it out loud, and finally the man announced that the adventurers could enter. Everyone started to approach the portal, and Inar wanted to go ahead, offering Bjorn to follow her, but he stopped her, frowning seriously, and said that he needed to check something. He told her that he had read that during moments of portal instability, something happens through the fractures, but Inar interrupted him, agreeing, since she would not have understood anything anyway, and so she simply decided to trust him. However, when there was 1 minute left before the portal closed, Inar froze in horror, covered in sweat, and asked if it was time for them to enter. Soon the protagonist noticed that this portal had become much smaller, almost the same size as the first time, and he decided that he needed to wait for the man watching the portal to say something. Hearing the man announce that the portal was almost closed, Bjorn frowned, shouting that they needed to act now, and ordered Inar to run. She agreed, and the two of them took off, heading towards the portal. The knight tried to stop them, telling them to wait and declaring that it was dangerous, but they went through the portal anyway, and opening his eyes, the protagonist mentally noted that he knew it. Inar, waving her arms, exclaimed that she could not see anything, and Bjorn told her to calm down, mentally noting that they were in a dark area. This time, he had torches with him, and taking out a small torch, the protagonist lit it, and Inar asked in surprise, was he talking about this time? Looking around, she suddenly noticed a stone and asked what it was. Bjorn mentally exclaimed that it was here too, noting that he thought so. He explained that it was a monument with which they would be able to open a portal to the second floor. He was going to get there right away, and grinned, mentally exclaiming that every player should know how to use the game's bugs to their advantage. He extended his palm, touched the stone, and a shining energy began to spread from this place, which then turned into a portal. Einar's mouth opened in amazement, and her eyes widened, and Bjorn, grinning, offered her to go. Due to the fact that he opened the portal first, he received 2 additional experience points, which the system notified him about. His character leveled up, and the maximum amount of essence increased by 1. When they moved to another floor, Inar asked in bewilderment how Bjorn did it. They were in a place where the dark earth squelched under their feet, and there were also remains of stone structures. They walked forward, and Inar remembered that the chieftain said that it took 3 days to get to the second floor. The protagonist said he found this method in a book, and she screamed in surprise, saying it was cool, since there shouldn't be any problems on the second floor. They heard quiet, heartbreaking screams, and Bjorn realized that this was definitely the land of the dead. The protagonist stopped for a moment, and Einar's attention was drawn to him, asking if she felt it too. She asked in confusion, what happened? He put his hand to his chest, saying that something was moving through his veins and filling his entire body. Inar gave him an approving gesture, assuming that his soul level had risen, and congratulated him on it. Bjorn repeated Einar's words about the soul level in his mind, puzzled, but suddenly he realized that it was the character's level, and remembered that there was a level increase in the dungeon and stone game. The mana needed to use skills grew with the level, and the amount of essence that could be absorbed also increased. At level 2, the protagonist would be able to use 2 essences, and he imagined 2 clots of energy floating in the air around him, and Inar suddenly admitted that it was strange because Bjorn's soul level had risen, although he had not killed monsters. He assumed that opening the portal first was considered an achievement, and mentally added that he already knew about it, which is why he tried. The experience that increased with various actions in this world was called achievement, but when hunting, it could only be obtained from the first monster, so it became more and more difficult to level up over time. One of the ways to break this wall was to enter a portal, and experience was given for each discovery, so it was an easy method to level up, and the main character decided that he needed to remember this trick and smirked, sighing since he needed to use this knowledge to the fullest, while others did not find out. Seriously attracting Einar's attention to himself, he said that this would be their secret, and ordered that if anyone asked, she should say that they got here in 2 days. She agreed with this, and Bjorn was glad that now she would not blab. He also realized that sooner or later, experienced explorers would still get here and ask how newbies got here before them. He pressed his lips together, deciding that it was best for them to remain out of sight, and suggested that they leave. He was more afraid of other people than monsters, and they headed forward. Soon, using a rope, he tied a torch to his helmet and secured it, deciding that he would call it Candle Barbarian mode, and thought that other explorers had used this method for a long time, but he still felt a little ashamed. Inar, putting her palm to his helmet, screamed in surprise, noticing that it was not hot, and the protagonist explained that it was a magical tool that would burn for 3 days. In the land of the dead, there were strong monsters, unlike the Goblin Forest, and Bjorn imagined some of these monsters, but he also thought that there were no traps here, so it would be a little easier. In other words, it was the perfect place for 2 barbarians. But Bjorn's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Inar, slightly startled, frowning, noticing ghouls ahead. Isekai had warned the protagonist about this, and looking at the monsters, he counted that there were only 3 of them, because they were here on the first day. On the 3rd day, the number would be 3 times more, and Inar, holding her sword at the ready, stepped forward, noting that she was already tired of walking around, doing nothing. She decided that she would deal with this on her own, and Bjorn slightly flinched, watching her, and she, pushing off the ground with force, ran forward at such a speed that she was almost not even noticeable. Screaming, she dealt several blows, destroying the ghouls, and smiled enthusiastically, exclaiming that it was easy, and noted that the 2nd floor would be easy. However, after a while, she suddenly froze in horror, sweat coming out on her face, and she attracted Bjorn's attention by clasping his arm and pressing herself against him. And trembling, she asked what was that blood-curdling scream? The protagonist was a little surprised that she was so big but was afraid of such trifles, and explained that they were banshees, who rarely attacked first, so he advised Inar to just ignore it. She finally understood everything, and then asked if they really didn't need to kill these creatures. She wondered if it was dangerous, and Bjorn explained that their attacks wouldn't work anyway, because if they attacked first, they would receive a curse, and the banshees would hunt them until they got out of the labyrinth. Inar was even more scared when she heard the curse, and noted that things would be bad in that case, calling Bjorn a wise warrior. She decided that she had not gone with him in vain, but before she finished she was frightened again. Hearing a sharp sound and stuttering from fear, she grabbed the protagonist's neck with her arms, asking what was it. He screamed in surprise, and from how hard Inar squeezed him, a clot of blood flew out of his mouth, and he inarticulately asked her to let him go. She asked him to look at the fact that skeletons appeared ahead, and Bjorn really noticed monsters approaching them. Inar suddenly realized how exactly she was doing, and calming down, she moved away from the protagonist, getting her time, and clearing her throat. She promised that she would take care of these skeletons. Looking after her, Bjorn advised her to aim between the ribs. But even before he could finish, Inar, smiling, struck a blow from which all the bones of the skeleton flew in different directions. She turned to the protagonist, smiling in confusion, asking what he had said. He said that he hadn't said anything, noting that there was nothing to worry about, and that their experience had increased by 1 point due to defeating the skeletons. After that, they walked north for almost 8 hours and encountered a variety of monsters. Among them were, for example, elder ghouls who were twice as big as other ghouls, as well as mutants who had turned into skeleton warriors and skeleton archers. However, they were not dangerous, and besides, it was only the first day, so there were very few monsters, and Bjorn's combat capabilities had increased slightly. The mace suited him perfectly in weight and length, so he charged, frowning in concentration, swinging the weapon, and thanks to this, skulls were broken much more effectively than with a hammer. He broke the head of another monster, and then, when a ghoul attacked him from behind, he noted that the vest-shaped armor reduced the area that had to be covered by the shield, and therefore it was possible to fight more aggressively. Suddenly, he was distracted from the battle, noticing that a skeleton, having looked out from behind cover, released an arrow in his direction, and Bjorn slightly twitched, noticing this, and thought that a steel helmet would hardly protect against a crossbow, but it would easily cope with the rotten bows of skeletons. He pressed his lips tighter, and the arrow, having pierced his helmet, simply cracked, and striking the skeleton, Bjorn ordered that it would come when it became stronger. He had become better at destroying the enemy, and in addition, next to him was Inar, who was no worse. She shouted the word Valhalla and dealt powerful blows, destroying the enemies around her, and the protagonist remembered that Valhalla was the goddess of the barbarian ancestors. He admitted that Inar was good, and briefly looked away from the battle, watching her actions. At first, he did not understand why she shouted every time in battle, but then the word itself began to fly off his tongue, and he shouted, striking another monster. It was a refreshing feeling, if compared to the fights with Erwin, and Bjorn smiled enthusiastically when he stood next to Einar, preparing for battle. The barbarian teen was something special for him, and thanks to that he defeated the Elder Gull, the skeleton warrior, the skeleton archer, he received 1 additional experience point for each of the new defeated species. Suddenly, Einar noticed that he had a wound on his hand, and he was even surprised to notice it. He said that it would heal soon, and noticed that the wound was almost closed. The wound on his hand was indeed healing quickly, and Einar cried out in amazement, noticing this, and asked if this was really the spiritual seal. Bjorn confirmed that it was, and thought that the immortal seal improves natural regeneration, and healing a wound half a centimeter deep takes only a minute. And in addition, it hurt a lot, but the effect was worth it. And suddenly the protagonist, putting his palm to the ground, noticed that it had become dry, realizing that this was different soil. In addition, the banshee's cry was much louder, and he warned Einar to prepare herself, explaining that monsters of the 8th rank would appear soon. A little later, Einar, crying from horror, asked what were those sounds. Bjorn noted that it was only necessary to mention the devil, ordering Einar to take position, and warned that it was a death demon. The next moment, the monster appeared in front of them, growling loudly, and the protagonist mentally noted that he understood that the labyrinth had the ability to absorb light, but asked how they could not notice this monster until it came close. The demon growled louder, and Bjorn mentally noted that it looked scarier than he imagined. He ordered Einar to aim for the head, as he had taught her, since there was no point in attacking other places. She decided that she would trust him, and screaming, she ran to attack, and the protagonist followed her. Einar struck the first blow, but the monster blocked her attack, and Bjorn, taking advantage of the fact that the demon was distracted, ran behind it, and wanted to attack unnoticed, but the monster noticed this, and the protagonist cursed, but still tried to attack, and realized that the monster was too hard, and it was as if he was hitting a stone. The demon attacked in response, but Bjorn managed to dodge, screaming in surprise, and thought that, in addition to this, the monster was also strong, but he needed to distract the demon's attention to himself, since Einar, taking advantage of this, struck an attack herself, but frowned, since her sword did not enter the monster's body. The demon turned sharply and struck, throwing her aside, and she coughed, but in time she plunged her sword into the ground, stopping her fall, and declared that this monster was too strong. Bjorn clenched his jaw, remembering that the death demon in the game had a very high defense, but he did not even think that it would be so difficult. Einar's sword only scratched it, and the wound healed in 3 seconds, and the protagonist realized that this was a passive skill for preserving the body. The monster opened its mouth, screaming, and the protagonist mentally cursed, frowning, and opened his mouth in shock, and Einar, coming closer to him, asked in horror, "What is this?" Bjorn did not answer out loud, but thought that this was the monster's active skill, and the next moment, hands began to emerge from the ground, and when the ghouls completely emerged from the ground, starting to run towards them, the protagonist thought that this was the summoning of ghouls, which is called the Call of Death. A huge number of monsters were already approaching them, and getting into a fighting stance, Bjorn mentally exclaimed that now it would become much more difficult. Frowning in concentration, he attracted Einar's attention, telling her to deal with the ghouls first, and he himself was going to distract the demon of death. Running past the ghouls, he approached the demon, and the monster swung its paw to strike him, but Bjorn managed to dodge in time, avoiding this attack. However, the monster was not going to give up and deliver the next attack almost immediately, but the protagonist was ready for this and took this attack on his shield. The monster, noticing this, struck the next blow, and Bjorn, screaming, jumped to the side, and from the place where the demon's attack hit, dust and stone fragments rose into the air. Clenching his jaws, the protagonist landed, using the handle of the mace to stop sliding, but suddenly his eyes widened, noticing that something was moving towards him at great speed. He rose sharply, using the shield to defend himself, and the devil began to strike him with a large number of blows from different sides. Suddenly, Inar ran closer, calling out to Bjorn, and he looked at her, and she explained that she had killed the ghouls. The monster she had destroyed really began to gradually disappear, and pushing off the ground with force, Inar promised that now she would help Bjorn, and flying into the air, she swung her sword to attack the demon from behind. It noticed her movement, but it was too late, and before the demon could turn around, Inar dealt it a powerful blow. After this attack, the monster still turned towards her, but Bjorn ordered it not to be distracted and swinging his mace, dealt it a powerful blow, calling the monster names. Blood sprayed into the air from the place where the protagonist struck, but the demon did not turn towards him, still focused on Inar, and Bjorn focused on the wound that appeared, mentally exclaiming that this was not a bad blow, since he assumed that it must have caused good damage if only blood appeared. He smirked, and the monster, using his hand, the end of which was flat, swung sharply, dealing a blow with which it threw Bjorn to the side. Blood sprayed out of the protagonist's mouth into the air. He flew back, unable to dodge the blow, but managed to land on his feet, cursed mentally, and asked what was going on. Such amazement was caused by the fact that the demon was fine, and looking at his own drops of blood falling to the ground, Bjorn ran his fist across his face, wiping the blood away, and grinned, mentally noting that this was an attack that would have smeared the goblin, but the demon was immediately healed. He looked closely at the monster, whose wound had indeed already begun to heal, and realized that he was hitting too slowly, and therefore he was not keeping up with the regeneration. He did not understand what he should do in this case, and asked if he should not try to hunt the demon, but return to the 9th rank monsters. Suddenly the demon shuddered, confused by what was happening, and Inar grabbed the leg of it and began to lift the monster up so that it would lose its balance. Bjorn was amazed, noticing Einar's actions, and she screamed, wrapping her arms tighter around the monster's leg, and the protagonist smiled, realizing that she was trying to upset the demon's balance. Jumping to his feet, he thought that this was a great idea and ran towards the demon, striking it in the leg. The monster screamed, starting to fall, and Bjorn mentally told it to fall. Inar accelerated the fall, throwing the monster's leg up, and the demon actually fell, causing dust to rise into the air. Realizing its situation, the demon began to scream, but it could not get up, and Bjorn laughed, and then, coming closer to the devil, he grinned and asked, "Can't this get up on its own?" Inar stood next to him, also grinning predatorily, and the monster sweated with excitement when he noticed them. Taking advantage of the fact that the demon was at a disadvantage, Bjorn began to hit it, and closing his eyes, smiled happily, thinking that they kicked rice cakes like that when they went on a school trip. Inar, also hitting, smiled happily, and the protagonist mentally added that it seemed to him that even his childhood trauma about how his partner burst into tears was being healed. He, still smiling, exclaimed that he was having a lot of fun, and Inar admitted that she was having fun too. Blood flew into the air from the monster's body from their blows, but they did not stop, and Bjorn mentally exclaimed that this is how barbarians should hunt. Some time later, the system said that they defeated the death demon, thanks to which their experience increased by 2 points. Finally, when the demon's body disappeared, Inar asked the protagonist to look at the large magic crystal they had received after killing it. Bjorn explained that the crystal was only worth 100 normal crystals, and Inar frowned, asking if that was really true. She was outraged that one death demon was worth 100 crystals, and the protagonist calculated that with the ghouls they had killed, it would be 300. The reward was indeed small, and Bjorn was not going to argue now. After all, they were risking their lives. Inar, slightly bowing down, suddenly asked Bjorn how much that bread in the tavern cost. The protagonist was surprised, and then assumed that she meant a cream pie, and said that it cost about 300 stones. Inar, looking in his direction, smiled and realized that in that case, this meant that she could eat one such pie for each death demon. Bjorn thought it was an interesting way to count money, and Inar, smiling enthusiastically, ran forward, raised her hand, and exclaimed that there was no time to relax, offering to go hunting, especially since they had an 8-2 share. Watching her, Turn frowned slightly, but then he grinned, agreeing with Inar's suggestion, and decided to go, noting that hunting with barbarians was not so bad, since Erwin was a little passive. At the same time, Erwin, who was walking through the labyrinth with Terja, lowered her head and admitted that she suddenly felt very sad. Bjorn and Inar only hunted death demons after that, And as soon as they saw one of these monsters, they grabbed it by the legs and knocked it down. They frowned in concentration while doing this, and Bjorn noticed that if they hit the monster on the head like a rice cake, then it soon died. They happily smirked as they destroyed the death demons one by one, and they had captured around 70 monsters in this way. At the very beginning of the game, the dungeon and the stone had a very low drop rate for essence, so most people played with whatever they could find. When it was already dark outside, the protagonist and Inar assumed that they had enough for today, and while Inar lay down to sleep, Bjorn sat on guard, looking at the sky, and thought that it was advantageous for him to hunt death demons, since these monsters dropped essence with good synergy to his seal, and there was also a useful passive skill. However, this time nothing dropped, and Bjorn thought that he would need the essence soon. The next day, death demons began to appear in pairs, but Inar and Bjorn still knew the method to deal with these monsters, and so it turned out to be easier than the protagonist thought. First they took down one monster, then the second, and the monsters frowned in confusion when something like this happened. But if they did not do everything quickly, they were surrounded by ghouls, and this was quite dangerous. And this actually happened once, and Bjorn, starting to run away from the ghouls pursuing him, shouted to Inar that they should run away, and she followed him. The death demons did not pursue prey outside the territory, and so they just had to run very quickly. In the afternoon, the death demons stopped appearing in pairs, and noticing that there were already 3 monsters, the protagonist noted that 3 death demons for 2 was already too much, and Inar quietly said that a wise warrior should be able to avoid a deadly battle. Bjorn suggested that she go to another place, and by the end of the second day, they stopped hunting death demons. A little later, having found ruins, Inar suggested stopping there, since this place looked convenient. The protagonist agreed to this, but suddenly they heard some sound, and turning around, noticed a group of 3 adventurers who stopped opposite. They looked at each other in surprise, and the adventurers frowned, pressing their lips together, and Bjorn thought with displeasure that they were other explorers. He called out to the adventurers, wanting to ask what they were doing there, but before he could finish speaking, Inar angrily asked why these people were looking at them. She frowned seriously, ordering them to leave if they had no business. The knights looked at them in horror, but then, clearing their throats, they apologized and began to leave. Inar glared at them menacingly, and then, frowning, noted that she and Bjorn would have to leave, since these adventurers knew their location. She suggested that they find another place to camp, certain that humans could not be trusted. As they began to leave, the protagonist remembered that Inar had disliked people the last time, and wondered if something had happened to her while exploring the labyrinth. He decided that he would ask about it another time, and simply followed Inar to another place. Eventually, looking around, she admitted that she did not think they would find a place as good as the last one. The protagonist suggested not to look for exactly the same place, but suddenly he heard a scream, as well as a plea for help. He froze, frowning, and the men continued to beg for help, and Bjorn and Inar froze, their mouths slightly open in amazement. Beginning to speak much quieter, Inar said that such sounds were not made by those who were attacked by monsters, and clenching his jaw, the protagonist replied that he knew this, realizing that explorers were killing each other. Inar suggested that they run away right now, but before she could finish speaking, someone suddenly asked who was here. The next moment, the person who appeared in front of them raised his hand, sending a flash of magical energy into the air, and Bjorn and Inar put their hands in front of their faces to protect themselves from the bright light. They noticed 4 fresh corpses, and realized that there were no monsters here, but traces of a camp and poisoning. The girl standing in front of them looked at them thoughtfully, and Bjorn also focused his attention on her, noticing that part of her ear was missing, and her hands and part of the dagger were stained with blood. Slightly squinting her eyes, the girl looked at them and asked if they were newcomers. In that moment, Bjorn realized that she was a marauder. Marauders were people who hunted other explorers. Instead of collecting magic crystals for monsters, they collected other people's equipment, and it was natural that in Rapdonia such activity was punishable by death. But if you think about it, no one tried Bjorn for killing 6 researchers, although it was generally self-defense. Outside the labyrinth, no one would know anything if there was no one to tell, and distracting him from his thoughts, the girl stepped forward, tossing a dagger, and asked if this was the first time they saw a marauder. She studied them, noticing that they were barbarians, and the protagonist said that they had problems, and mentally noted that this girl looked professional. She was about 170 centimeters tall, she was tall and fit, and she also had red hair to her shoulders, a torn right ear, and a tattoo under her eye. Bjorn knew that with such signs she should be famous, but if he had not heard of her, It meant that she was very good at her job. In other words, she never leaves witnesses, and Inar, with her hand on the hilt of her sword, frowned, admitting that she thought this woman was strong. The protagonist pressed his lips tighter, thinking, and realized that there were only 4 corpses here, and they had high-level equipment, and there was a mage among them. They looked like explorers who had reached at least the 5th floor, and 3 of them had no visible wounds. So Bjorn realized that they were poisoned, and the 4th had resistance to poison. Drawing the woman's attention to himself, he asked if this was really her team. She smiled faintly at the question, but she quickly became distracted, approaching the adventurers and starting to look at their equipment, and asked who knew about this. She assumed that they considered her their friend, and Bjorn noticed that she calmly turned her back and searched the bodies, and was not at all afraid of the 2 barbarian novices. Taking the sword from one of the knights, she, closing her eyes, began to put it in the backpack, plunging the sword inside this, and noted, judging by how this huge sword fits into the bag, it means that this girl has an expensive traveler's bag. He could not even imagine how much stronger she was than them, and suddenly the girl attracted his attention, and Inar and Bjorn focused on her, and the protagonist thought about the only way to get out of here alive. Inar, looking at him seriously, asked if they would fight. He said that they would not do this, and advised her to run as fast as she could. Turning their backs to the girl, they ran, and Bjorn thought that the only way to save themselves was to run away. The girl just turned towards them, calmly looking after them, and Bjorn and Inar continued running, and after a while the protagonist thought that they had gained some time. But they did not know when that girl would chase them. He looked around, noticing a mark on a tree, and thought that he left marks on the trees just in case, and if they followed these marks in order to get to the portal to the first stage, then they could be saved. But suddenly his eyes widened, noticing a group of adventurers ahead, and he and Inar stopped, and Bjorn counted that there were 4 people here. The man standing in front asked, "Were these barbarians?" Inar clenched her jaw and grabbed the hilt of her sword, ready to join the fight, and Bjorn thought that it was hard to trust people, but they had no choice, and he said that a marauder was chasing them, asking the men for help. The adventurer asked what guarantees that they themselves were not marauders. The protagonist swore on the honor of a warrior, shouting that it was true, and after thinking, the man agreed, and Bjorn thought that this oath definitely helps to cheat. The man warned that if they defeated that marauder, all the reward and things would belong to them, and the protagonist agreed with this without problems. Happy about this, the man extended his palm forward, telling them to come here, and explained that he was using the skill of a dwarf. Kneeling down, he placed his palm on the ground, explaining that no one would notice them that way. And Bjorn remembered that the essence of the dwarf skill was that everything within a 3-meter radius would blend into the surroundings, and it was a very powerful camouflage ability. But the downside was that you couldn't move, but it could be used to avoid combat. He imagined a monster using this skill to hide from nearby adventurers. The protagonist mentally noted that he was very lucky, and suddenly the man said the same thing out loud, and then smirked and exclaimed that they were lucky that the barbarians walked into the trap themselves. He abruptly changed the skill he used, and now Bjorn and Inar were under the suppression effect. They froze, frowning, and the man asked if they were surprised that they couldn't move. Laughing, he noted that they would not answer, and Bjorn cursed inwardly, realizing that they had been deceived, and these people he had called names were themselves marauders. The essence that researchers of their level could knock out was an active skill of the golem, which was called suppression, and the protagonist remembered that it was necessary to receive at least the slightest damage in order to remove this effect. Looking at them, one of the marauders noted that they had taken a lot in 2 days, and brought that now all of this would go to them. One of the men, coming closer to Inar, took her by the chin, noting that he was very sorry that they had caught a woman, and it turned out that she was just a barbarian. But his comrade noted that this was even better, asking if he knew how much a barbarian's heart cost. The protagonist felt the disgusting desires of these marauders with his whole body, and looked at the man who was searching him now. Noticing his gaze, he said that he was very scared, and told Bjorn not to look at him like that, explaining that he would not be freed from the skill with just one look. One of the adventurers, coming closer to him, reminded him to kill with one blow, because otherwise there would be problems. The man, taking out a dagger, told his comrade not to worry, and asked if he had ever been wrong. Bjorn asked himself, would they really die like this? The marauder, saying goodbye to him, swung his hand, intending to strike with the daggers, but Bjorn did not agree with dying, and thought about what could happen if he received any damage. The marauder aimed at his neck, and when the tip of the dagger pierced the skin, the protagonist mentally exclaimed that he would be able to move, and jerk, then the man froze in shock, not understanding what had happened. Bjorn decided that he would move his head before the man pierced him deeply enough with the dagger. And although the wound was still terrible, he did not die immediately, mentally exclaiming that everything was going according to plan. The man who struck him frowned and asked in shock what was happening. He did not understand what kind of monster Bjorn was, and he, swinging his mace, struck him. And the remaining marauders looked at this in horror, and one of them ordered his comrades to kill Bjorn. The protagonist, clenching his jaws, pulled the dagger out of his throat, and then threw it towards Inar and shouted her name. As the dagger sank in her shoulder, wounding her, she was able to move, and Bjorn, beginning to fall, mentally said that he left the rest to her. Inar, frowning, looked at her opponents in rage and pulled out a sword from behind her back, immediately delivering a powerful blow, with which she cut one of the marauders in two. Planting her feet more firmly on the ground, she ran to the next opponent, and he, trembling with fear, asked her to wait. But before he finished speaking, Inar destroyed him with one blow. Blood sprayed into the air, and she looked towards the marauder running away, who screamed in horror. She looked at him dismissively, and then was distracted by the sound of a painful sigh from the side, and in horror she screamed the name of Bjorn, who coughed, lying in a pool of his own blood. She was horrified by how much blood there was, and asked him not to die. She realized in horror that he was dying, and the protagonist, raising his trembling hand, intermittently said her name, reminding him of the potion. She promised that she would definitely take revenge on the murderers, and almost cried, and Bjorn received an achievement, the condition of which was 0.1% health indicators. The reward for this achievement was a permanent increase in spirit by 3 points. Sometime later, when the empty flask from the potion was already lying to the side, Inar noticed that this would definitely leave a scar, and ran her finger over the wound left on Bjorn's neck. He thought that he was lucky that he bought the seal of the immortal while he had the chance, since without it he would have definitely died. Suddenly smiling, Inar exclaimed that this is great, since the protagonist is probably the only barbarian with a scar on his neck. Bjorn was amazed that she considered this achievement, but he realized that there were probably few barbarians who survived a neck wound, no matter how big it was. He adjusted the helmet on his head, and then said that if she had collected all the things, then they should catch up with that guy, because he could not have run far. Soon they found him, and grabbing the collar of his clothes, Inar lifted him off the ground, and the man desperately asked them not to kill him. Bjorn told Inar to let this marauder go, explaining that they needed his skill in order to hide from that girl. However, a dart flew between them at high speed, piercing the man's neck, and Inar dropped his body in surprise, and he fell to the ground, and the protagonist and Inar looked at him in equal shock, realizing that a poisoned dart was sticking out of his neck. The girl appeared behind them and called out to them, admitting that their fight had been quite impressive, and Bjorn wondered if she had been watching them the whole time. He caught Einar's attention and waited until she frowned, showing that she was listening, and mentally he said that if they couldn't escape, they would have to do something different, and together they ran forward, their weapons ready, and headed towards the girl who was calmly looking at them, as they knew that they would have to fight. When they were close enough, they both jumped up, raising their arm. Inar, landing on the ground next to the girl, struck first, but the marauder, sharply bending down, was able to avoid the attack and kept a calm expression on her face. Bjorn decided to take advantage of her distraction and launched his attack, but the girl thrust her dagger forward, blocking the mace. The protagonist was amazed, noticing this movement, and mentally exclaimed that she was strong, asking himself, how much essence did she have? Releasing the handle of his mace from his palms, he thought if he can't knock her over, then he will act differently, and embracing the girl with his arms, he began to push her, and then, frowning, drew Einar's attention to himself, saying that they need to, but suddenly, his eyes widened, falling to his knees, and mentally cried out in bewilderment, noticing that his entire body had stopped moving. He asked himself in shock, did the marauder really break through his armor and pierce his back with a simple dagger? He did not understand how this happened, and asked himself, did she really know how to use aura? This meant that they had no chance from the very beginning. And suddenly Inar, screaming again, tried to attack the girl from behind, swinging her large sword, but the girl quickly reacted and cut her, and then ran to the side to avoid the sword strike. Blood flowed from Einar's mouth and from the received wound, and she screamed, and Bjorn clenched his jaw, noticing splashes of blood in the air. He cursed in his mind, shouting Einar's name, and the girl, throwing her dagger, told him to give up, since the paralyzing poison of the basilisk had already spread throughout his body. He breathed heavily, unable to answer anything, and mentally said with horror that this girl surpassed them in strength, speed, that is, in everything, and cursing in his mind. He asked himself, are they really going to die here? The girl brought the dagger sharply to his head, stopping the blade at a minimum distance, and said that if they swear that they will not tell anyone about what they saw, then she will spare their lives. Bjorn mentally asked himself what this meant. Out loud, he also asked in bewilderment, and the marauder explained that she was going to do this from the very beginning, since she did not really want to kill the barbarians, because she was in their debt. Bjorn now understood why she was just watching their fight, because she would not have to kill them personally if those marauders had succeeded. Inar, stretching out a trembling hand in his direction, told Bjorn not to believe her, confident that this girl was deceiving them. The protagonist, after a short silence, asked what would happen if he refused. The girl declared that he would certainly die, reminding her that she had promised something, and Bjorn, repeating it in bewilderment, asked who she had promised. However, interrupting his words, the girl frowned menacingly, declaring that it was none of his business, and Bjorn agreed, and then swore on his honor as a warrior. After a short silence, the girl noted that he was certainly unusual, and stood up, sighing, and then poured the potion on Bjorn's wound, and he clenched his jaw while the healing process lasted. The marauder, meanwhile, turned to Inar and asked what she would do. She breathed heavily, clenching her jaw, and finally cried out that she refused. The girl understood everything, and then said that in this case she had no choice, and said goodbye to Inar, raising her hand with a dagger in order to strike. She called Inar a barbarian woman, but Bjorn mentally exclaimed that this was not possible, because Inar would definitely die that way. Suddenly, he ordered her to swear, and the girl froze in bewilderment, and Inar, raising her head, said Bjorn's name with a questioning intonation. She was still breathing heavily, and wanted to remind him of what a barbarian's promise implies. But interrupting her words, the protagonist exclaimed that she said that she would carry out all his orders, and ordered her to simply believe him. He did not understand what good there was in pride if she was going to be killed, and Inar thought, looking away, and then, closing her eyes, she swore. And a little later, before the marauder left, Bjorn called out to her and asked permission to ask one thing. Without waiting for an answer to his question, he asked what floor this girl had reached. Inar, who was sitting next to him, was drinking a potion to heal herself, and the marauder thought for a while, not answering, but finally, already starting to leave, she explained that she had reached the 8th floor. The protagonist repeated this in his mind, realizing that if she really was an explorer of the 8th floor, then only her promise had saved them. However, there was something else, and looking after the girl leaving, Bjorn mentally promised that next time everything would be different. Soon he and Inar moved to the 1st floor, and unable to orient themselves, they fell to the ground. The protagonist, looking at Inar, who had not risen, asked if she was okay. After a short silence, she said that she was in pain, but she sadly added that she was no longer a warrior anyway, and therefore had no right to complain. Bjorn realized that it was worse than he thought, and asked himself if begging for mercy with a warrior's oath was really that shameful. He explained that only the strongest warriors survive, and noted that they had a chance to defeat this girl in the future. She still did not understand when Bjorn spoke so much, but after standing up, she looked away, admitting that she did understand a little. She was going to endure the shame and the desire to kill herself in order to become a warrior as strong as the protagonist. He pressed his lips tightly together, looking at her, and then mentally admitted that he would not understand her feelings anyway, since he was not a true barbarian. He promised that there would come a day when they would take revenge, and a little later, having found a safe place, they settled down for the night, and while Inar slept, Bjorn sat next to her, thinking that they had been up for 20 hours, and although he was mentally destroyed after such events, he could not fall asleep. He put his hand to his chin, frowning in concentration, thinking, and noted that he did not feel as bad as Inar did, but it was still not very good. He looked at the sleeping Inar, remembering that he felt just like the time he was saved by a group of drow. Ertsina then refused to heal him, and Parson threw the potion as if it was not worth it, as if he were a wounded dog. He was happy to survive, but he could not forget that feeling, and he swore to himself that it would never happen again. But he asked himself, what was the problem? He made the best choices in the given situations, and to put it bluntly, he focused only on the present, but he asked himself what else he could have done. As soon as he opened his eyes, the chieftain beheaded a man in front of him, and other unreal things happened one after another. He remembered some of the episodes, realizing that he had no choice and had to put his own safety first. However, In his opinion, it was impossible to survive like that, and he decided to change the plan and seriously look straight ahead, making a decision. A little later, looking at the damaged armor, he attracted Einar's attention to himself, turning his attention to her. And when she woke up, looking at him, he asked her what she would say if he showed a method to become stronger, which is associated with great risk. She declared that she would certainly agree, because they would die anyway if they became stronger. Bjorn thought that this life would always be filled with chaos no matter what path he chose, and so it was better to attack first. He agreed with Einar's opinion, explaining that in that case they would go into the rift. He frowned seriously, deciding that they would find and destroy the chaos. Anything that did not kill him would make him stronger. And sometime later, continuing on their way, they defeated a dwarf and a razor wolf, receiving 1 experience point for. Inar was amazed that they encountered 4 types of monsters at once, and admitted that she did not know that there was such a place on the first floor. The protagonist explained that this is why this place is not popular, thinking that it is too difficult here due to the large number of different monsters, and also constantly needing torches due to the darkness. They walked, looking around warily, and Bjorn made a mental note that there was no reason to go here unless it was to take a shortcut and buy some time. In simple terms, it was a great place to hide something, and soon they found themselves in front of a monument, and Inar asked what it was. Bjorn explained that it was a memorial to the man who first found the labyrinth, and read that it was dedicated to the last sage, Deflon Grandel Gabrielius. This monument was erected in honor of great first steps, and the protagonist realized that this was the same description as in the game, assuming that the hidden conditions were the same. He warned Inar that he was going to open a rift, and said that everything that happened must remain a secret. She swore this on her warrior's honor, and then smiled and asked what a rift was. Bjorn explained that it was a labyrinth within a labyrinth, and remembered that in the game it was called an instance dungeon, or simply an instance for short. But it was a dungeon that was cleared by a selected number of characters, and to open a rift on the first floor, you had to place the magic crystals of 4 types of monsters on the memorial. Bjorn placed the crystals obtained from the goblin, dwarf, ghoul, and razor wolf, and placed the death demon crystal in the center. With the crystal of the rank 8 monster from the second floor, the rift would be opened, and when a portal appeared in front of them, the protagonist told Inar that they needed to go, and remembered that the death demon crystal opened a 5-person instance, and the difficulty depended on the number of participants, and Bjorn was curious who would be with them. When they entered the bus, the system said that they had entered the rift of the first floor. The rift was a labyrinth within a labyrinth, and in the game it was called an instance dungeon, and it was also a passage to another reality that appeared randomly on each floor. Rifts had a cooldown, and a new rift on the first floor would open at least after 3 months of city time, but just waiting was very ineffective, so people began to look for a way to forcefully open the rift, and there were 4 rifts on the first floor, and the rift they were going to have a red sky, as if the world was about to be destroyed, and a large number of crows that flew overhead on the way to the dark castle. This place was called the Bloody Citadel, and noticing the castle ahead, Inar said in shock that it was huge. Bjorn said nothing, but thought that he knew where they would end up, since he used the Death Demon's magic crystal. However, in real life, the environment looked much scarier, and the good news was that all the rifts on the first floor were passable regardless of difficulty. The most important thing now was who would appear here, because the rest of the group would be chosen at random. Inar suddenly noticed that someone was coming, and at that very moment a man appeared from the portal. Turning towards the rift, Bjorn asked himself, "Who is it?" Some time before, Turja noted with displeasure that Erwin had summoned a spirit again. Erwin turned towards her, sighing in amazement. They were on the first floor of the labyrinth in a crystal cave, and sadly lowering her gaze, Erwin admitted that she had difficulty with only a dagger. Turja reminded her that she had already explained to her that she should be able to protect herself without a bow and a spirit, and Erwin remembered that the main character said that she should concentrate on what she does best, and that it was the duty of every explorer to trust her team and fulfill her assigned role. Coming closer to her, Turja put her hand on her shoulder, noting that Bjorn was right, but she warned that the world was not that welcoming, and companions were just companions, so you shouldn't trust them too much. Erwin finally agreed, but mentally added that Bjorn was not a bad barbarian at all. Throwing Turja's hand off her shoulder, she closed her eyes and asked if they could go to the second floor now. She assumed that Bjorn had probably already collected a lot of money there, but Turja smirked and announced that they couldn't go to the upper floors right after they had hunted a bit on the first floor because they had to look for a rift first. Erwin asked in confusion, as she thought that these rifts were very difficult to find. Turja admitted that this was indeed the case, noting that there were some unfortunate explorers who had never been into the rifts, But the last time a rift opened was 8 months ago, and their cycle was exactly 8 months, so a new rift should soon open on the first floor. Erwin understood everything, noting that Bjorn had not mentioned such a thing, and Turja thought that it was natural that this was so because the protagonist was also a newbie. She assumed that he went up in the most inefficient way, and smiled, telling Erwin to trust her, and in just a year she would become much stronger. But suddenly she heard a sound and frowned warily, noticing a rift ahead. She pointed her finger in that direction, ordering her to run, and Erwin agreed, and then they rushed towards the rift. However, when Turja had already stretched out her palm to touch the rift, it slammed shut, and only small flashes of magical energy remained in the air in front of them. Soon even this magic dissipated, and Erwin and Turja asked with displeasure, did they really not have time? And at the moment someone laughed in the rift, and Bjorn, frowning in concentration, noticed that the first member of their group was Hikiro Murad. He, grinning, asked did they really come here earlier? He noted that the fact that 2 barbarians got ahead of him was not bad, and Bjorn, briefly focusing on Hikiro, then noticed that the next member of the group had come after him. It was Alua Raven, who, starting to look around, admitted with a smile that she had been wondering where she would end up, and now asked if it was true that this was the Bloody Citadel. Tarjin, who had come with her, simply looked around silently, and Raven smiled, and the protagonist asked himself, was it really a mage? Some time later, all the adventurers who had fallen into the rift were silent, and Bjorn wondered if there were any mages left on the first floor. He noted that it was a good combination and focused on Hikiro, who admitted that he had never thought that he would meet a mage here, and also on Raven, who smiled while adjusting her hat. Bjorn mentally exclaimed that the combination was great, and Inar, looking at him in bewilderment, asked, were mages really that cool? She remembered that she had seen a mage in the library, noting that she was a 9th-ranked mage. The protagonist explained that mages were a very valuable resource for the city, and so only truly powerful mages could enter the labyrinth. In other words, this meant that Raven was strong enough to be here, and she closed her eyes and smiled even more, touching her cheek with her palm, noting that Bjorn was very perceptive. She explained that she was a 6th-ranked mage and told him her name, and the protagonist remarked she seemed a bit arrogant, but he remembered that in the game, all mages were crazy idiots, and so she was somewhere on the level of a saint. Raven, meanwhile, pointed her palm at Tarjin, explaining that he was a professional porter that she hired, and told him his name. Tarjin simply bowed without saying anything, and Hikiro extended his palm forward, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, and stated his name, explaining that he had been exploring the labyrinth for 3 years. Now he understood where he got his good equipment from, and shaking Hikiro's hand, he stated his name, and Inar immediately introduced herself. Bjorn frowned in concentration, looking over his new comrades, and eventually he said that they did not look like the kind of people who would be working on the first floor. Asking what was the reason, Hikiro and Raven frowned, and for a while they remained silent, looking at him. And eventually, smiling, Raven admitted that she could not give details, but noted that she had heard that a labyrinth was about to open soon. Hikiro explained that he had the same reason, and Bjorn noted that they had decided not to give details, noting that it was like being kicked down the stairs. Changing the topic, Raven suggested dividing the spoils between everyone except Tarjin and asked if they agreed to listen to her. Hikiro agreed, noting that following the advice of a mage in the labyrinth was common sense. Noting that it was excellent, she admitted that she was very grateful, and the protagonist thought that if a mage appeared in the team, then they would follow her. It was the mages who convinced the ruling family that the evil spirits should be destroyed. Closing his eyes, he agreed, but even before he finished speaking, Inar suddenly shouted that she did not agree. Bjorn looked at her in bewilderment, mentally pronouncing her name, and she, pointing her hand in his direction, shouted that she wanted him to be the one to rule. The protagonist, startled by surprise, asked what she was talking about. Inar noted that he was the wisest warrior who was not like normal barbarians, and Bjorn became even more agitated, asking her to be quiet already. But she added that he read 6 hours a day, and Raven was amazed that a barbarian read, noting that it was truly something unique. However, they had already decided that she would rule, but Inar did not pay attention to her words and shouted that Bjorn was not just unique, but the best. She frowned decisively as she said this, and added that he was a great warrior named Bjorn. Hikiro and Raven froze, their mouths slightly open in shock, and the protagonist put his hand to his face, starting to beg Inar to stop. In the end, closing his eyes, Hikiro noted that it was difficult to find a wife who would respect him so much, and laughing, he admitted that he was even jealous. Suddenly embarrassed, Inar exclaimed that she was not Bjorn's wife. Hikuro pointed out that there was no need to be embarrassed, but Inar angrily reminded them that she had already said that she was not the protagonist's wife. In the end, Raven was attracting everyone else's attention and suggested that they stop and go. Bjorn noted that it was lucky that she changed the topic and was glad that she was not interested in their conversation. Starting to walk away, Raven warned that they still had a lot to explore, and the protagonist expressed his clothes that she would not pay attention to him until the very end. Frowning, Hikuro asked her to wait and asked if they were already leaving. He noted that they had only managed to ask each other's names and suggested that they at least get to know each other's skills. But interrupting his words, Raven asked if that was really necessary. She explained that the monsters in the Bloody Citadel were of the 7th rank and below, so she and Tarjin, whom she pointed at with her palm, would be enough. Hikuro frowned in displeasure, clenching his jaw, and Raven and Bjorn with Inar looked equally displeased. Raven added that she would take the loot from the Guardian, since she needed it for research. Hikuro suddenly trembled, telling her to wait, and asked if she really wanted to take everything from the Guardian for herself. The protagonist thought that such conflicts in the dungeon and stone happen all the time, and Hikuro indignantly asked if he really looked like an idiot. In 100% of cases, the cause of such conflicts was money, and Raven frowned, looking indignantly at Hikuro in response. The loot from the Guardian was rift flowers, and for successful mages, research came first, and for ordinary adventurers, it was money. Inar watched Raven and Hikuro in horror, while Bjorn covered his eyes, placing his hand on his head. Raven noted that she would give them all the magic crystals from this rift, and the protagonist thought that she had stepped on a money mine. Hikuro ordered her to stop feeding them scraps, declaring that he did not agree, and Raven frowned, admitting that she thought it was fair, since there was no guarantee that the Guardian would drop anything at all. Bjorn noticed that she was very depressed, suggesting that she did not expect this to happen. He thought that it might be naivety, and Raven eventually agreed, promising that she would give up some items, but the essence would be hers. Hikuro agreed, deciding to roll the dice to decide which of the two would get the Riftstone. The protagonist was surprised to hear Hikuro only talking about the two of them, and realized that they had been left out of the discussion altogether. He told them to wait, and thought that he couldn't go back empty-handed. He announced that he didn't want any essences or items, saying that he wanted the Riftstone. He thought that should be enough, but Raven, suddenly becoming angrier, called him greedy, and asked why he thought they needed 2 barbarians in the party. Hikuro added that this was too much, and Bjorn noted with displeasure that it didn't work, even though Hikuro and Raven had seemed very friendly just a moment ago. He realized that he wasn't destined to get the stone, saying that he would give it to them, but he noted that in that case, he would be taking 2 essences from normal monsters. Hikuro and Raven looked at each other, and eventually they admitted that it sounded good, and agreed. They became friendly again, and the protagonist realized that this was the maximum that could be negotiated, since there would be no essences suitable for Hikuro and Raven's level here anyway. Hikuro and Raven meanwhile returned to the discussion again, and Raven smiled and asked if they had agreed in that case. Hikuro said that it was a promise, and the protagonist noticed that they had become so cute, as if nothing had happened. Starting to walk forward, they looked at each other, laughing happily, and Raven asked if they would go. Hikuro agreed, exclaiming that his body was itching to fight, and Bjorn thought angrily that they were very creepy, noting that he was once again convinced that he needed to become stronger. He looked again at the smiling Hikuro and Raven, and then sighed, noting that he didn't care how many times they kicked the ladder under him. And confidently looking up, he promised himself that he would still climb to the top, and the system repeated that he entered the Bloody Citadel. The Blood Citadel was divided into 4 parts. There was a drawbridge at the entrance to the fortress, a battle area outside the outer walls, an underground prison outside the inner castle, and a place of worship for demons in the Lord's Room. As they approached one of these areas, they paused briefly, noticing gargoyles ahead, and Bjorn remembered that it was a rank 8 monster that spent most of its time just sitting in one place and looking like a statue. However, as soon as the gargoyles noticed an enemy, their behavior changed, and one of the monsters trembled, flapped its wings, and focused its gaze on the adventurers standing in front of it. Bjorn mentally noted that the gargoyles would immediately attack, and clenched his jaw, feeling petrified. He cried out in surprise as his feet began to sink into the stone, and mentally noted that the most obvious method to defeat the gargoyle was to sacrifice a party member to be petrified while the others fought. Noticing that the protagonist was caught in the skill, Inar excitedly shouted his name and wanted to run towards him to help, But Raven extended her hand in front of her, blocking her path, and while adjusting her hat, she smiled, confidently looking at the gargoyle, and Bjorn thought that everything was changing with the mage. Shouting the spell Artina Bayer, Raven extended her staff forward, which began to a brightly shining magical energy. This was the magic of removing the curse. And from the effect of this spell, the stone that formed around the protagonist's body began to crumble down, turning into small crumbs. Once he was freed, Bjorn immediately prepared to fight, as the gargoyle flew at him with its palm outstretched, and he thought that gargoyles that could not cast petrification were the simplest of enemies. And before the gargoyle could even damage him, he swung his mace and hit it on the head, and Inar, also running closer, swung her sword, damaging the gargoyle in the torso. Now there was a second monster left, and this one was fought by Hikiro, who, with a war cry, swung his hammer, striking the gargoyle, and the monster flew to the side, barely maintaining its balance, as one of its legs was crushed due to how strong Hikiro's blow was. The gargoyle growled, and he, taking advantage of the situation, approached the monster closer and swung his hammer. Screaming, the gargoyle opened its eyes wider, watching the received an additional experience point for defeating the gargoyle. Very soon, the bodies of the gargoyles evaporated into thin air, and all the team members froze for a while. And then, laughing, Hikiro exclaimed that they fought well. Bjorn noted that Hikiro was quite skilled, since he deals damage from below upwards, and this, in the main character's opinion, was clever. Suddenly, Inar was distracted, turning her head to the side, and focused on the magic stone, and then exclaimed that it was moving. The stone that rose in the air had meanwhile moved to the backpack that Tarjin was carrying, and Raven explained that it was a spell for collecting crystals, promising that she would collect it, and then they would share it. Hikiro noted that he would be grateful, and laughing, he suggested that they move on. Some time later, swinging his hammer, he destroyed the wall that had appeared in front of them, and they entered the resulting opening, starting to look around warily. Frowning, Hikiro said that it was too dark in here, and therefore a source of light was needed. Raven, hearing his words, turned towards him and decided what to do in this case. Extending her palm slightly forward, she shouted the riot spell, and a cloud of magical light appeared above her hand, and then it rose up, stopping under the ceiling of the room. When the light source appeared, everyone saw quite large monsters ahead and froze, and Bjorn, looking closely at the monsters, realized that these were the dead, which were monsters without a rank, which did not give experience or crystals. In addition, the bodies of these monsters did not disappear unless essence fell out of it, and Raven said that attacking these monsters would simply be a waste of mana, and Hikiro, laughing, agreed, admitting that it was a pity to waste magic on these guys. The dead stood in front of them, not attacking yet, but the next moment, several monsters rushed forward at once, and Inar, Bjorn, and Hikiro, starting to run towards them, offered to deal with these dead as quickly as possible. Inar screamed militantly, frowning, and running up to the dead, she destroyed several monsters at once, running past them. Hikiro also immediately entered the fray, jumping up and hitting one of the undead with his hammer, and the protagonist, clenching his jaw, swung his mace and mentally exclaimed that this was the end, after which he struck several blows, destroying the undead closest to him. Suddenly, he shuddered, opening his eyes wide, as he noticed that the body of one of the monsters had disappeared, and instead, the horn of the undead commander appeared. Inar, who came closer, looked at the fallen object in surprise and asked if this was really a horn. She noted that it was very large and asked how to use it. Hikiro, who also came closer, replied that she would soon find out and laughed, and after a while they continued on their way and then stopped, looking at the doors, and Hikiro admitted that his hammer would not be able to break through this obstacle. Raven, stepping forward, promised that she would figure it out and cast the Aegon Derut spell, and from her staff, which was held forward, a powerful stream of flame flew towards the door, and dust also rose. Hikiro, Bjorn, and Inar closed their eyes, shielding themselves from the dust, and when it gradually began to dissolve, the protagonist, opening his eyes, frowned in bewilderment, noticing that the doors were almost completely destroyed, and Raven, smiling affably, stood in the resulting gap and waited for them. She asked if they were going further. The protagonist thought that the mages were too tough. Finally, they reached the first part, which was a drawbridge at the entrance to the fortress. They stopped in front of the raised bridge, and Raven said that it was raised as she thought. Turning towards Inar, she told her to, and she, although she looked at her in surprise, still agreed, and then, taking a deep breath, began to blow the horn, and because of this, the long-dormant magic seal was activated. Inar cried out nervously, asking what was happening. The bridge began to descend, and this was what caused her such surprise. She frowned in confusion, and then suddenly noticed that the bloody water that filled the moat began to rise. And suddenly, stuttering with excitement, Inar told the others to wait, and noticed that there was something below, and Bjorn thought that because of the dark, bloody water and the red sky, this place was called the Bloody Citadel for a reason. Monsters' hands began to appear from the water below, and Raven, smiling, told Inar not to worry, explaining that they were ordinary dead people. Inar laughed nervously and said that she wasn't worried, and Bjorn thought about what their goal was. At that moment, one of the undead started to climb the bridge, and the protagonist realized that they needed to wait for the bridge to lower. Other monsters climbed the bridge, and Bjorn, Inar, Hikuro, and Tarjin surrounded Raven, holding their weapons in front of them in order to start fighting. They had to survive the onslaught of countless undead, and this was a rather difficult part, but only for normal groups, and Raven smiled and said that the spell was ready, and then, waving her hand, invited the undead to come to her. Passing this part was not difficult if the team had a mage with area attacks, and raising her staff up, Raven used the spell Alternity Rut, and streams of magical energy appeared in the air, which were directed towards the monsters, destroying them. Bjorn even opened his mouth in amazement, watching this, and soon all the undead were destroyed. The magic that Raven used was still in the air, but it was already gradually dissipating, and Hikuro admitted that it was amazing, and Raven noted that they were ordinary undead. Bjorn clenched his jaw, frowning, and mentally noted that he guessed that she was strong, but he did not even think that there was such a large gap between them. Raven said that they had to wait until the bridge was lowered, and looking at her, the protagonist thought that he did not even expect that they would cope so quickly. Soon the bridge was lowered, and starting to walk forward, Raven suggested going inside. The first part of the Bloody Citadel was passed, and Bjorn, pressing his lips tighter, went forward, mentally noting that it was ridiculously easy. They easily passed the drawbridge of the outer wall and went to the inner castle, and in a normal situation, they would have met many monsters, but in their case, Raven, using the spells of the Outer Durut, sent streams of magical energy in front of them, which destroyed all the monsters that approached them before they could attack. But Bjorn noticed that this time Raven was not able to kill everyone, but he still admitted that the spell was still powerful. Some monsters remained alive, starting to make their way as a team of adventurers. But even despite this, Raven destroyed 90% of the enemies with one blow. And suddenly the demon of death began to approach them closer, and Bjorn assumed that it was okay because it had a high regeneration speed. Raven shouted that the rest of the monsters were staying on Hikuro. Bjorn, they ran to attack, and without stopping, the protagonist shouted out Einar's name, and she, understanding what he wanted to tell her, agreed with a smile. Together they ran up to the death demon, grabbing it by the legs and knocking the monster to the ground using a barbarian technique called a double grab. The monster fell down with a crash, and Bjorn and Inar began to destroy it with many blows, and Hikuro looked at them excitedly, asking if they always hunted like this. However, Bjorn and Inar did not pay attention to him, and he assumed that they were having a lot of fun. Raven used a new spell, and streams of her magical energy enveloped the death demons, who began to roar in surprise as the small wounds they received began to become more terrible. Bjorn recognized that it was a spell to worsen wounds, and thought that the death demons were famous for their passive regeneration skill. And if you block it, then everything becomes much easier, and the monster will just become a piece of meat. Taking advantage of this, Hikuro, Inar, and Bjorn began to destroy the dealing them powerful blows, and soon almost all of the loot that appeared after the disappearance of the monsters' bodies was transferred to Tarjin's backpack. And watching this, Inar attracted Bjorn's attention, explaining that now she understands why everyone treats mages like that. Hikuro, standing next to him, laughed, noting that with a mage there are a lot of opportunities, and Raven, hearing these words, cleared her throat, turning in their direction and announced that they are studying hard for this, although she admitted that without talent it is not possible. Smiling, she pointed at herself with her palm, and then, closing her eyes, she adjusted her hair, and now Bjorn understood the essence of her character, because she pretended to be modest, but loved to brag and do research. Suddenly, Raven said that she was going to collect some materials, and asked if they wanted to help her. Hikuro exclaimed that thanks to them, they saved a lot of time, and so he promised that he would help, and laughed kindly, and Bjorn also decided to help, now understanding how to act with Raven. Soon they collected all the remaining materials, and Raven admitted that they did it much faster than she thought, and then suggested that they move on. Adjusting her hat, she suggested that they hurry, and Inar, following her, asked herself how many cream pies she could buy. Bjorn walked at the very end, lost in thought, and mentally noted that it was strange since Raven had explored the entire area but had not taken something, and he wondered why she did that, and he assumed that she did not know about it. He looked at the statue, standing a little to the side, and thought that it would be enough to simply destroy it. He remembered that some players had a habit of pressing the interact button when they saw unique objects or a suspicious wall, and Bjorn was one of those players, and so he often found hidden items in 9 years of playing Dungeon and Stone. However, he could offend Raven if a common barbarian knew something that she did not find, even though she spent her whole life exploring. And so he decided that it was better to avoid things that could arouse suspicion. They continued forward, and after a while they reached the inner castle, stopping briefly among the ruins. Raven frowned, noting that she had heard a lot about this place, but she guessed that they would hardly find anything useful here. Hikuro noted that there were no monsters in sight, so they decided to move on. They soon found a hatch, and Bjorn dropped to one knee to clear away any debris from the lid, and Raven smiled and admitted that she was very excited. It wasn't long before they opened the hatch and were descending down, entering the underground prison on the first floor. As they descended, Raven stepped forward, and Hikuro, getting her attention, asked what kind of monsters they might encounter. She explained that they might encounter a skull rat, a banshee, a death demon, a wolf chimera, a ghoul lord, and a corpse golem. Hikuro had fought all of these monsters except for the corpse golem, and Raven explained that it only appeared in the experience, and Raven warned him to be careful of the flesh explosion, as this monster did not explode much, but the pieces were poisonous and one could even die if it exploded too close, but she promised that she would block it if something like that happened. Hikuro laughed, exclaiming that there was nothing to be afraid of with a mage, and Raven noted that it was all thanks to such a brave warrior. Bjorn watched them with displeasure, asking himself what was going on. He asked if they had already forgotten how they had argued a while ago. Suddenly, Inar pointed her hand at a rat skeleton running nearby, asking if this was also a monster. The protagonist wanted to explain, but, interrupting his words, Raven announced that this was the skull rat she was talking about. She closed her eyes and raised a finger, telling them that these monsters had no rank, just like the undead, and they weren't particularly strong in combat, so it was enough to just step on them. Inar frowned in displeasure, saying that she wasn't the one asking, and Raven narrowed his eyes, looking at her with an offended expression. A while later, screaming and almost crying in horror, Inar recognized the sound that came from the dungeon and grabbed Bjorn's hand, realizing that it was a banshee. The monsters appeared in the hallway in front of them, and Raven smirked and warned everyone to be more careful, because they would be in trouble if they encountered a banshee. She, grinning evilly, approached the frightened Inar, declaring that this monster was not very dangerous, but the experience would be terrible and indescribable, and Inar, frightened only more, asked if the experience would really be terrible. Bjorn thought with displeasure that they were like children, and Inar asked Raven to explain what she meant. She said that she did not even know and seemed to charge up, and the protagonist said that he heard that mages have a way to deal with banshees. Raven looked at him in surprise, noticing that he knew a lot, and in the end she noted that they were joking, but that was enough, and promised that she would sort everything out now. Stepping forward, she used the spell Shell, and a powerful stream of magical energy was directed towards the first banshee, destroying it. The monster screamed and disappeared, but the other banshees almost immediately surrounded Raven, although she suggested standing still, and when the monsters were very close to her, she used the Inferno Hainer spell, and streams of fire, spreading from her in different directions, destroyed the monsters. When the fire gradually dissipated, she smiled and asked if they could go further. Bjorn, Inar, and Hikuro equally froze, their eyes wide in shock, and the protagonist again thought that Raven was very strong. Soon they entered the second floor of the underground prison, and almost immediately a chimera wolf appeared in front of them, and a little later the ghoul lord appeared, and Bjorn thought that the interior of the underground prison resembled an evil scientist's laboratory due to the many ugly monsters and objects, and the fun was just beginning. And suddenly Hikuro, looking excitedly at Raven, admitted that she was strong, but asked if she was scared. She admitted that she was not particularly scared, as she herself constantly performs autopsies, and there was nothing special about it. She ran her hand along the wall, noting that this place was here, and explained that there was a secret door here, if she filled in the map correctly, and behind this door they would meet a corpse golem. Bjorn remembered that people usually found the map in the guard room, But Raven was prepared, and before opening the secret door, she warned that it would be better to leave things here. And taking off their backpacks, they all left it near the wall, and Raven asked the protagonist to light a torch. He obeyed, and she warned that she was opening the door. When the door opened, they froze, noticing a large number of dead bodies lying in a murky liquid in front of them. A terrible smell hit his nostrils, and endless piles of corpses blocked all vision. And as he passed the corpses, Bjorn thought that in the past he would have definitely passed out, but the effect on the strong body of the barbarian was not so strong. The first to give in was Tarjin, who, bending over, covered his mouth with his hand, trying to somehow stop vomiting. Next, Raven fell ill, and she, also bending over, could not hold back the vomiting and coughed unpleasantly. The protagonist noted that she was used to looking at such things during autopsies, but this did not cancel out the disgusting smell, and Hikuro noted that it was good that at least Bjorn and Inar were okay, suggesting that they move on. The protagonist agreed to this, and soon they stopped in front of a mountain of corpses, and Bjorn was amazed, noticing this. In some places on this mountain, voices were heard that were haltingly saying hello, and Bjorn was amazed to hear that this mountain of corpses was talking to them. The corpses were saying that they were here, hurrying the other people, and suddenly the screams of the dead bodies became louder, and they asked for Dad to save them. Hikuro's eyes widened in horror and asked what was going on. Bjorn and Einar also looked in fear at the mountain of corpses in front of them, and it continued to scream, asking for help, and the protagonist suddenly noticed that a brightly shining eye appeared in the center of this mountain of corpses, and this meant that the first boss, which is called the Corpse Golem, had appeared. When this monster began to rise, everyone noticed that the corpses were forming the body of this one, and the golem screamed that this one was in pain, and the bodies that were part of this one began to say that they could not do this, noting that they were in great pain and begging for someone to kill them. Bjorn cursed inwardly as all of these bodies were silent in the game, and hearing the pleas for rescue again, he frowned, realizing that they didn't have time, and ordered everyone to gather together, turning towards Hikuro, who had frozen, trembling in terror. Bjorn cursed as he noticed this, and thought with displeasure that Hikuro had simply frozen. The corpses in the golem's body continued to scream, saying that they were in pain, and repeating it over and over. Someone wanted to eat someone, starting to scream, and Bjorn looked not only at Hikuro, who was frozen in terror, but also at Raven, who, shuddering, bent over trying to suppress another attack of nausea. The protagonist thought with displeasure that they had been acting tough all along, but they were useless here, and he clenched his jaws as he watched the golem move forward, accompanied by the screams of the corpses ordering the others to die, and Einar and Bjorn stopped in front of the monster, holding their weapons at the ready, as they realized that they would have to figure it out on their own. Bjorn remembered that Dungeon and Stone was a niche game, but there were details that anyone could like, and one of those details was the terribly realistic illustrations that looked like photographs. The same illustration was dedicated to the corpse golem, and similar images often flashed on the internet, and users sharing their impressions showed these images to other people. These images appeared on the internet so often that many people recognized it, although they did not even know the game. The protagonist was once again confronted with the fact that no matter how realistic the drawings were, everything was different, and clenching his jaw, he admitted that reality was on a completely different level, and looked at the golem, which looked more terrifying in reality. And in addition, its movement was accompanied by the cries of corpses begging for help and screaming that they were in pain. Looking over his temporary comrades before entering the battle, Bjorn focused on Raven, who was shaking and barely holding back her vomiting, tears streaming from her eyes. The mage who has experience in dissection, the dwarf who has seen many terrifying monsters in 3 years of exploring the labyrinth, but is now frozen, and the porter who looks strong for his role, but is now frozen, trembling in fear. All of them treated the protagonist and Einar like nothing, because they were just newbies, but the only ones who remained sane were them, the barbarians, and they gripped their weapons tighter with their hands and looked at their opponents seriously. Einar suddenly turned around, looking at the other adventurers, and called out to them, asking what they were doing. Suddenly, the monster released one of the corpses towards them, and noticing this, Einar ordered everyone else to move and jump to the side, as well as Bjorn, and so the corpse flew towards Hikuro, who was still standing there without moving. Noticing this, Einar called out to him, stopping the corpse with her sword, and pulled Hikuro aside, but not without injuries, as the slime that flew off the corpse hit him in the face, and he screamed in pain, and then grabbed his eyes, and Einar looked at him in horror. Bjorn thought that Hikuro became useless in an instant, and wondered what happened to Raven, who considered herself very reliable. She was still nauseous, and she sank to the ground, bowing her head, breathing heavily, and Tarjin stood next to her, trying to somehow support her. The protagonist, drawing Einar's attention to himself, ordered her to take Akiro and move away, and also protect Raven. Mentally cursing, he decided that he needed to distract the monster, because he understood that everyone would die if he did not cope. He screamed and immediately moved forward, clenching his jaws, and when he reached the golem, he thought that the attack sequence of this monster was simple, because it threw a corpse bomb at distant targets, and as soon as Bjorn thought this, another corpse flew towards him, and he put up a shield in front of himself to protect himself from it. Then he thought that the golem caught nearby enemies to absorb, and the monster really extended its arm forward, and the corpses that made it up also began to extend their palms forward to grab Bjorn. He jumped to the side, dodging it, and realized that he can't get too close because if he got close, the golem would hit Raven with long-range attacks, and that would be the worst-case scenario because she hadn't regained consciousness yet. That's why he realized that he would have to stay not too close and not too far, and began to move quickly, dodging the corpse bombs and the corpse golem's arm swings. He used his shield to block the bodies flying towards him, and mentally exclaimed that he would remain a decoy to stall for time. Suddenly, Raven, though still breathing heavily, tried to rise using her staff as support, and frowned as she looked ahead before casting the spell Iferno Hendar, sending a stream of fiery energy towards the golem. The monster screamed as it burned, and Bjorn and Einar frowned, wondering if this was the full power of the mage. The corpses began to scream that they were hot and sick, but mostly, as they burned, these bodies simply screamed in pain. The protagonist, watching what was happening, mentally noted that the first phase of the golem's destruction, which required many torches, was completed with one spell. With this, the corpse golem's outer body was drained of its strength, and as the monster extended its arm forward, everyone noticed that the corpses that had previously made it up had disappeared, and all that was left of the monster was a skeleton with some muscle and tendons hanging around. The second phase was the skeleton golem, and as the fire slowly began to dissipate and the monster drew closer, Bjorn warned that it was not over yet and ordered Einar to move forward. They both kicked off the ground with force, quickly running towards the golem, and Bjorn warned Einar to aim for the chest. The golem raised its arm to attack them, and Bjorn remembered that the corpse golem was a rank 7 monster, but a few barbarians could defeat it if the outer shell was removed. While shouting in war, he and Einar approached the monster, striking it almost simultaneously, and from how powerful their attacks were, flashes of light appeared in the air, and soon the system said that Bjorn defeated the corpse golem, thanks to which he received 1 additional experience point. After finishing this, the protagonist frowned, looking at the essence that appeared, and Einar, shouting his name, cried out in amazement, realizing what was right in front of them now. He confirmed her guess, explaining that this is the essence of a trope golem, and she looked at it in admiration, and her cheeks even blushed with excitement. The protagonist thought that the rift was a treasure chest because elite monsters that did not appear in the normal labyrinth were like rain in the desert, especially considering that the experience gain was severely limited. The items from the Guardians were also desirable items for every explorer, but the main feature of the rifts was the fact that the chance of essences dropping increased dramatically, and looking at the cloud of energy that appeared in front of them, Bjorn noted that it was even strange that they had stumbled upon the first essence so late. Einar asked what they would do. The protagonist was sure that this essence should go to them, because they did almost all the work, and that was the agreement. He looked at his comrades, who were still feeling bad, and thought that he would like 2 essences, namely from the Death Demon, which gives powerful regeneration, and from the Chimera Wolf, which gives strength. He imagined these monsters, mentally noting that he did not expect them to receive the essence of an elite corpse golem, which only appears in the Bloody Citadel. In addition, the characteristics of this essence were suitable for a tank, and Bjorn thoughtfully took his chin with his hand, remembering that the essence of a corpse golem increases pain resistance, poison resistance, weight, bone density, strength, and appetite, but slightly reduces perception. Movements were dull due to a drop in perception, but the rest of the characteristics, in the opinion of the protagonist, were worth it, because bone density gave a bonus to defense, and growth immediately increased by 55 points. The weight that helped to knock down the enemy and reduce damage from enemy weapons increased by 21 points, and resistance to pain was also useful, and a pleasant bonus was strength and resistance to poisons. However, the problem was in the skills because the active skill called Flesh Explosion exploded the selected part of the body, and this caused great damage, but the price was the adventurer's own health points. The passive skill of such an essence was called Acidic Body Fluid, thanks to which the blood turned into acid, and with each injury, the blood would get into the equipment and greatly reduce the durability of it. In other words, the essence was good, but it would take a lot of time to heal and equip. And putting his hand to his head, Bjorn decided that they would forget about this essence for now since they needed to heal Hikuro. He sighed, closing his eyes, and warned that the essence would not disappear for another half an hour. A little later, putting aside the empty flask of the potion, Hikuro said that it was very shameful because everything would have turned out very badly if it weren't for Bjorn and Inar. He sat on the ground, closing his eyes and hanging his head in shame. And Bjorn, who was sitting next to him, noted that it was good that he understood this, because Inar saved his life. Hikuro said that he knew this and admitted that his whole body turned to stone as soon as he saw this monster. He laughed, adding that it seemed to him that he had already seen all sorts of monsters, and Bjorn pressed his lips tightly, sighed and thought with displeasure that they almost died from the intermediate boss due to mental problems, although they had enough strength to cope with it. It was another reminder that this was reality and not a game, and suddenly Raven, who was slowly getting over her ill health, was sitting a little to the side next to Tarjin, who had placed his hand on her back, covering her mouth with her hand, and admitted that she was very sorry. The protagonist wondered if she had come to her senses. He decided that in that case it was time to discuss the payment, and said that they had dealt with the corpse golem. Raven said that she knew it, and was glad that she had been able to use the spell. Bjorn got angry at this, thinking that the researchers were a real pain in the ass, because Raven did not thank them, but spoke about what she had done herself. He realized that if he didn't argue, they wouldn't get anything out of this situation, and reminded them that he and Inar had saved them, since one spell wouldn't have solved their problems, and he asked if Raven agreed with that. She agreed and asked what he meant by that. The protagonist was silent for a while, and then, standing up, he announced that they would take the Rift Stone, and frowned seriously. Raven froze, thinking, and suddenly Hikuro, clearing his throat, attracted the attention of the others and smiling, said that he agreed with this condition, since he wouldn't be here if it weren't for Inar, whom he pointed his finger at. She shuddered in bewilderment, not expecting something like that, and Raven, adjusting her hat, admitted that she was against it, but still promised that if they came across the Rift Stone, Bjorn would have a chance to get it. The protagonist assumed that this was all he could expect, and thought that in that case, there was something else he could do, before adding that the corpse golem had dropped in essence. Hikuro and Raven both flinched in surprise, their eyes widening and their mouths slightly open, and Bjorn mentally asked, "How about that?" Raven asked again, noting that the corpse golem's essence was even rarer than the guardian's essence. She had only heard of a few such cases, and even the major guilds did not know the effect of such an essence. She looked down, biting her fingernail with her teeth, wondering what would happen if she could research this essence, and hearing her quiet thoughts, the protagonist smirked, thinking that this was what he expected, and he mentally noted that now the real negotiations were beginning. With a serious frown, he announced that he had a proposition for Raven and extended his palm forward, noting that he could give her the golem essence, but he was going to take the guardian essence if it came up. Raven looked at him, thinking, and Bjorn, to hurry her, asked what she thought about it. She frowned, still not answering, and for a while she froze, watching the protagonist. After that, Raven asked Bjorn, who was standing in front of her, if he wanted to exchange the essence of the corpse golem for the essence of the guardian. Then Raven noticed that he wanted to do it, even taking into account the fact that nothing might fall out of the guardian. The protagonist confidently looked ahead and answered, telling her that he would take the risk. Raven, with a happy expression on her face, clenching her palms in front of her, shouted that then she agreed with this, because she was more interested in the essence of the corpse golem. Having agreed, Bjorn looked ahead with a grin on his face, realizing that the negotiations were complete. At that moment, Hikuro, who was walking behind Raven, turned to her and asked if she was going to feed the essence to the guy. Then Hikuro noticed that as he had heard, magicians cannot absorb these. With a smile on her face, Raven showed the test tube she was holding in her hand and answered him negatively, explaining that the essence is needed for research on its own. Bjorn's gaze was fixed on the test tube that Raven was holding at that moment. The protagonist knew that it was a very expensive item and it would not pay off with essences below rank 6. Hikuro, with a wide smile on his face, looked at the test tube and asked Raven, "Does she have such an expensive item?" Hikuro then remarked that it was amazing, to which Raven replied that she only had one. Looking at the test tube, Bjorn thought and asked himself, would she use her only test tube for rank 7 essence? The protagonist then began to ask himself, is the corpse golem worth it? At that moment, the magical substance was penetrating the test tube. Watching this, The protagonist thought that it seemed to him that the matter was in the rarity of this, and that was why Raven was taking a risk. Holding the test tube in her hands, which the corpse golem essence had just entered, Raven said okay. After that, raising her staff high above her head, she shouted that they could get out of this nightmare place. Hikuro, with a wide smile on his face, clutching a massive hammer in his hand, joyfully shouted that he was really waiting for these words. Inar also, with a confident smile on her face, followed Hikuro, and Bjorn walked with his brows furrowed and his eyes closed. At that moment, Bjorn really wanted the guardian essence to fall to him. Sometime after these events, a group of adventurers stood in front of two chambered sculptures of demons with massive bodies, voluminous wings, and swords in their hands. Hikuro, looking at this, noticed that it did not look like gargoyles, after which he asked what it was. Raven stretched out an open palm in front of herself, noticed that she did not feel mana, after which she said that it was an ordinary statue. Then Raven, with a thoughtful expression on her face, looking in front of herself, said that the Lord's room should be somewhere nearby, and she decided to look there if she did not fall. Raven touched the head of the stone statue, after which a book suddenly fell out of the space above her, which Raven grabbed with her hand in midair. Hikuro shouted in surprise, reacting to what had just happened. Then, with a surprised expression on his face, he put his hand to his beard and asked Raven if she knew about this in advance. Raven proudly answered him, saying that the book was a treasure that gave knowledge. At this time, a dissatisfied Bjorn mentally asked her to just say that she had read about the cache somewhere. The protagonist knew that this book was called the Necronomicon, and it was a magical text of black magic that was sold at a high price. The protagonist looked at how the book in Raven's hands glowed with bright magical energy. The protagonist mentally cursed, thinking that he had planned to come back later to pick up this book, but after that, he realized that Raven knew more than he thought. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he would just have to watch as she, being a mage, took all the loot for herself. Raven, smiling, addressed her allies and said that she found it on her own, and that's why it's hers. Hikuro agreed with her and explained that they didn't know distortion magic anyway, and that's why they wouldn't need it. Raven awkwardly laughed, raising the book she'd gotten to her face. The protagonist looked at her with displeasure and thought that she knew what was going on, and that's why this laughter was falsely awkward. Then the protagonist began to talk about how the Necronomicon was considered an ordinary item, and that's why it could be taken out of the labyrinth without distortion, after which the protagonist wondered why she didn't know about the hiding place in the fountain. The protagonist turned back to look at the statue behind him, but Raven, raising her staff high above her head, asked if they were going any further. The protagonist, frowning his brows, looked after Raven, who was leaving him, with displeasure. So they wandered around the demon worship room and hunted monsters. They passed through the gargoyle statues that Inar tore apart with her massive sword. After that, they defeated the chimera wolves that Hikuro attacked with his massive hammer, after which they met the second intermediate boss called the Bone Rider. Raven, with a happy expression on her face, looked ahead and shouted that this was incredible luck. Then she began to say that they had obtained the essence of the corpse golem, and now they had met a lucky Bone Rider. The protagonist, with a serious expression, looked ahead without reacting to her words. At that moment, he angrily looked ahead and thought that she was right, and they were really lucky. The protagonist knew that the 7th rank, namely the Bone Rider, occurs in the form of 3 attributes, that is, hatred, sadness, and desire. The sadness type uses fog that causes psychosis and is an annoying opponent, while the hatred type uses soul killing to lower the level and is the hardest opponent, and the last opponent is the Bone Rider type as the desire type who is standing in front of them now. The protagonist knew that this type of Bone Rider can regenerate by absorbing life force. Raven, with a wide smile on her face, condensing bright magical energy around her staff, shouted that she can knock down the Bone Rider skill by worsening wounds. Then she asked her allies not to worry. Bright magical energy began to affect the Bone Rider, while Bjorn and Inar approached at high speed. Then after a few moments, their powerful sharp blows tore the Bone Rider's body into many small pieces. The protagonist understood that Raven was right, and this is the easiest type, and besides, a loud voice shouted, the essence of the Bone Rider. At that moment, on the floor among the clots of magical matter, there was a brightly glowing magical clot, which was the essence. The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, looking ahead, asked himself, first a corpse golem, and now a rider? Then he asked himself, has fortune really turned to face him? At that time, Hikuro and Inar were also looking at the essence that appeared in bewilderment. Then Hikuro turned to Bjorn and asked him if the essence was really his. Then Hikuro, with a wide smile on his face, congratulated Bjorn, for which they thanked him. After that, the protagonist turned to Inar and told her to take it for herself. Inar, in bewilderment, looking ahead with wide, open eyes, confusedly asked Bjorn, "Is it true that she can do this?" The protagonist understood that he would be telling a lie if he said that he wanted this essence for himself. After which he understood that from the player's point of view, it is better to give it to Inar. The protagonist knew that absorbing life force worked well with swords, and that he would have to give up his weapon one day, and he also felt it when they entered the labyrinth. The protagonist now understood that Inar could be relied upon. Now Inar, bewildered with joy with a reddened face, turned to Bjorn and loudly thanked him, telling him that she would repay him for this. The protagonist looked at her with a smile on his face and understood that she had such a character that she would not just leave him in trouble. Then the protagonist began to understand that therefore he needed to hurry and find a more suitable essence with the help of the enhanced Inar. At that moment, Inar, with a confident smile on her face, was squeezing the essence in her hands, which was glowing brightly as it entered her body. The protagonist, watching this process, thought about the only thing he forgot to tell her. Soon after that, Inar, leaning her hand on the floor, confusedly asked if it was over. She looked at her hands with a surprised expression and said that she did not feel any serious changes. At that moment, Einar's entire appearance changed greatly as she became much more petite and feminine. The muscles that were previously incredibly prominent and protruding were now completely gone, and her clothes began to fall off due to the fact that her build had changed greatly. Inar, with her eyes wide open in surprise, looking up at Bjorn, shouted in surprise that this was incredibly strange because Bjorn had become bigger. Then she turned to Raven and Hikuro and, pointing at them with her fingers, shouted that they had also become bigger. Inar noticed that even the small dwarf was not. Then Inar asked them what had happened to them. The main character answered her by saying that she had shrunk. Inar asked him again in bewilderment. What? The protagonist, looking at Inar, who was now of normal human height, thought that her height was now about 170 centimeters. Raven stretched out her index finger in front of her and began to explain that this is a standard effect for the essence of the Bone Rider, and the density of the bones increases greatly, but these are shortened. Then Raven said that she would explain if she was so surprised. Raven began to talk about the essence of the Bone Rider. The protagonist knew that if the effects were transferred to game characteristics, then it would turn out that thanks to the essence of the Bone Rider, the cutting force increases by 12 points, agility increases by 15 points, flexibility decreases by 7 points, bone density increases by 55 points, and strength increases by 15 points, while growth decreases by 25 units. Also, the absorbed essence of the Bone Rider gives a passive skill called Protection, and this skill has injuries and negative effects such as poisoning, bleeding, etc. Also, the essence of the Bone Rider gives an active skill of Absorbing Life Force, which temporarily increases the power of regeneration when attacking another living substance. Imagining such a system table and skills, Bjorn decided that it would look something like this. Raven, with a smile on her face, continued to turn to Inar, telling her not to worry. Raven explained that she just became shorter but weaker. Raven did not have time to finish because Inar screamed loudly that she was finished. Inar grabbed her head with her hands in horror and began to scream that now no one would see her as a warrior. After which she began to complain that everyone was already looking down on her because she was a woman. Raven brought her face closer to Einar's face and noticed that, however, she had become much more beautiful. Inar, her face flushed with embarrassment, turned to Raven and looked at her in surprise. Raven began to tell her that her facial features had become softer, and now it even looked aristocratic. With a confused expression on her face, looking ahead, Inar said, "What does this mean?" After that, Inar loudly asked, "Does she not look like a warrior at all now?" The main character, who was squatting and holding her sword in his hands, answered her negatively, after which he confidently said that everyone already knew that she was a wonderful warrior. Bjorn himself was thinking at that moment that, to be honest, without tattoos, she would look like an ordinary girl, but he understood that she should not be driven into an even deeper depression now. Hikuro, who was standing behind them, shouted that this essence was incredibly interesting because they would stop seeing him at all if he absorbed it, after which Hikuro began to laugh uncontrollably. Raven, spreading her arms in different directions, turned to Inar and told her that everything was fine, after which she asked her if she could conduct a detailed check of her when they returned to the city. Inar, on the verge of despair, was squatting, leaning her hands on the concrete floor and thinking that she was finished. The main character, reacting to his allies, mentally called them sociopaths who only think about themselves. Then the protagonist turned to the upset Inar and asked her not to be so sad, after which he recommended testing her new power. At that moment, Bjorn looked at the death demon located not far from them. The protagonist, clutching a mace and a shield in his hands, turned to Inar, after which the exhausted and sad Inar agreed with him, after which she said that she still had a debt, even though she did not look like a warrior. Inar approached the death demon clutching a huge sword in her hands and began to pronounce syllable by syllable, Vahila. When she said this, she raised her sword up and with one sharp, powerful movement tore apart the huge, muscular body of the death demon, provoking powerful bloody splashes in different directions. Hikuro, looking at this in bewilderment, asked, "Did she kill the death demon with one blow?" The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, approached Inar and asked her to look at this, after which he shouted that she had become much stronger. In sincere bewilderment, looking ahead with her eyes wide open, Inar asked if this meant that she was still a warrior. The protagonist answered her negatively, after which he began to solemnly shout that now she was not just a warrior, but a great warrior. The protagonist and Inar joyfully raised their hands in which they were clutching melee weapons up and shouted loudly. At this time, their allies turned in the opposite direction and walked away. Hikuro noticed what a good couple they were, after which Raven agreed with him and asked if they were going further. Sometime after these events, the groups of adventurers approached the massive doors. The protagonist knew that behind this door was the keeper's room. Hikuro, with a smile on his face, said that it was fun, but their journey was coming to an end. Raven put her hand to her cheek and said that she was a little sad, and she began to understand why some people work with other researchers. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression and thought about what was clear to him. Then he asked himself, what if the Guardian dropped an essence? The protagonist encouraged himself by the fact that luck was on their side. Then, frowning and staring intently ahead, Bjorn confirmed his assumption, realizing that luck was on their side, and this was indeed the case, because Inar absorbed the essence, and they received a large share for the corpse golem. However, the protagonist then asked himself, were there any situations in his life when everything went easily and simply? Memories from his past life, where he often encountered failures, began to appear in his mind. Remembering this, he asked himself, what could be the worst-case scenario in this situation? Hikuro grabbed the door handles with a wide smile on his face and invited the rest of the allies to enter. In Bjorn's mind, the thought of waiting appeared. Looking intently ahead, he asked himself in surprise, why is the door handle this color? He saw that the door handle that Hikuro was pulling was glowing bright red. Realizing what was happening, Bjorn rushed forward with his hand out in front of him and shouted loudly no. Then he abruptly ordered the door to be closed, which caused Hikuro to turn around in confusion and ask, what? Then he asked what he was talking about. He didn't have time to finish speaking, as the doors suddenly swung open and the owner of the bloody citadel woke up from a deep sleep. The protagonist cursed mentally, realizing that it was too late. Raven, with a frightened expression on her face, looked ahead, covered her face with her hand, and began to speak in confusion about how this couldn't be. Then, with her eyes wide open in fear, Raven asked, why isn't the Death Rider here? At that moment, in the center of the room where the adventurers wanted to go, an anthropomorphic monster with pale skin sat on a huge blood-colored throne, sticking out a long tongue from its pale mouth inside, which there were many sharp fangs, dressed in aristocratic clothes. The monster said that he had not seen living creatures for a long time. A notification appeared on the system window that the Guardian had changed. In a state of horror, pale with fear, Raven shouted that it was a vampire. The main character, looking in front of him, understood that this was a monster that was found only after the 6th floor, and then rarely. Besides, it was also an advanced mutated version with intelligence and a name. That is, it was a named monster. The vampire stared at the adventurers with a sly smile in front of him and asked them where they came from. This vampire was the vampire duke named Cambermere. The protagonist knew very well that monsters were generally divided into 4 categories. The first category was the mutant category, that is, monsters that did not change their race or characteristics, but received a new class such as goblin swordsmen or goblin archers. There was also an advanced category where monsters had a rank higher than the average for the floor they were on. An example of such a category was the death demons they had encountered earlier. There was also a rare category. These were monsters like the corpse golem that could only be found in special rifts or whose mimics were very difficult to find on normal levels. And the last were those monsters that had an individual character and name. These were advanced monsters that were named monsters. The group of adventurers were actively running away in the opposite direction, while Hikuro, looking back with a frightened expression, asked what that was and where did the vampire come from. The protagonist stared ahead and ran forward, turning to the dwarf, ordered him to run and not talk. With a tense expression on his face, Bjorn looked ahead and understood that the vampire Duke Cambermere was a fifth-rank boss who could act outside the box and was strong in both close combat and black magic. Raven, who was being carried in Tarjan's arms at that moment, asked in confusion, "Has the Guardian become an advanced mutant?" Then Raven shouted that this had never happened. The protagonist understood that he knew this himself, and that monsters of this level only appeared in rifts from the third floor. So he understood her surprise when they met one in the rift of the first. The group of adventurers actively ran forward. At that moment, Bjorn reasoned that even he, having spent thousands of hours in the game, had never met the vampire Duke, and he only knew about him because he saw him on the stream. Bjorn's mind had a memory of how, in his past life, he looked at the computer monitor with a video inside in surprise and asked in surprise, "Does this happen?" Raven asked Bjorn how he guessed. After that, Raven noticed that he said to close the door before they opened it completely. The protagonist at that moment asked himself irritably, does her curiosity not subside even in such situations? Then the protagonist, with a serious expression, again ordered to run silently. Raven, in response to this, noted that, however, she is not running. The protagonist did not find anything that he could answer her about this, and after some hesitation, looking in front of him, said that he simply felt it. The protagonist knew that he had actually noticed the strange color of the door handle, because in the game he had tried to find the vampire Duke hundreds of times, following that player, but he had never been able to. And in the end, he had rewatched the recording over and over again until he had noticed a small detail, then watching another player's video walkthrough of the dungeon and the stone and the appearance of Cambermere. The only difference was the color of the door handle. Now Bjorn realized that if he had not been so carried away by their great luck, he asked himself if he would have been able to notice this change before they opened the door. Hikuro, opening his eyes and mouth wide, noticed that they still would not be able to leave until they killed that creature. Then he asked if it would not be better to fight. The protagonist answered him that they needed to get to a place with sunlight. Suddenly, the ominous voice that belonged to Cambermere noticed what rude guests these adventurers were. The group of adventurers stopped and looked around with wary expressions while the condensed, dark, evil magic surrounded them. It was Cambermere approaching with the help of a spiritual form. The protagonist, looking at this, thought that this is why he hates monsters with magic, because they are too unbalanced. The protagonist abruptly turned to Raven, after which she, squeezing a staff in her hands, ordered everyone to close their eyes. Then she cast a magic spell that provoked a powerful burst of light that filled the entire space around her with blinding light. The protagonist actively squeezed his eyes and covered his face with his hand, after which he looked ahead in surprise and thought that Cambermere had disappeared. Inar screamed that the vampire was gone. The protagonist knew that the spiritual form is one of the black magic spells that vampires use, and this spell allows you to move quickly, but the real body remains in place. At the same time, Bjorn understood that with the help of release, Cambermere can swap the real and spiritual bodies, and they would have big problems. But Raven reacted in time, and they were able to win about 3 minutes with this action, and now Cambermere should have woken up in the room. Suddenly, a loud voice addressed Bjorn, informing him that she was injured. The protagonist turned back in bewilderment and loudly asked, "What?" Tarjan, who was holding the exhausted Raven in his arms and expressively screaming that she was injured, addressed him. A stream of blood flowed from Raven's mouth, and she hoarsely inhaled air with a painful expression on her face. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and asked himself, is this internal bleeding? Then he began to ask himself again, does the vampire essence have such an effect? The protagonist stared in complete bewilderment ahead with his eyes wide open and his mouth wondering if this was the essence of another monster. Bjorn realized that the video ended before the player could do anything, and for this reason, he could not find out what other powers the Duke had. The protagonist began to reason that there were several ideas about what could have happened, but now he did not have time to figure it out, and first he needed to get out of here. The protagonist, addressing his team, abruptly ordered them to get out, spreading their wide in different directions. Hikuro, perplexed, asked him again, how? Then Hikuro shouted out that only Raven knew the way, and now she was injured. The protagonist expressively asked everyone not to worry, after which he shouted that he also knew the way. Hikuro, looking at him in surprise, asked, where from? Then Hikuro asked him again, isn't this his first trip to the Bloody Citadel? The protagonist stared down at Hikuro and told him that he remembered the way, after which he ordered them to follow him. At that moment, Bjorn realized that he did not want to seem like a suspicious barbarian, but survival was now a priority. Soon after these events, the group of adventurers that Bjorn was leading actively ran forward. As Bjorn had said before, he remembered the way because he could not help but remember it, having been in this place hundreds of times in the game. When the group of adventurers approached the doorway, Hikuro shouted that this was the exit, and he really remembered. Suddenly, the protagonist turned back with a tense expression on his face and cursed mentally, realizing that he had already caught up. The protagonist ordered the adventurers running after him, with frightened expressions on their faces, to run faster. Bright sunlight came out of the doorway to which the group of adventurers was approaching. The black magical substance pursued the adventurers, stretching out after them. But when the adventurers were able to break out, the black substance left them, and what managed to come out after them dissolved in space. The adventurers began to actively restore their breath, knocked down by the continuous run. The main character understood that the weakness of the spiritual form lies in the light, and it is good that the sun has not yet set. Hikuro, who at that moment was actively inhaling oxygen into his lungs, looking at Bjorn, said that he remembered the entire road in one go. After that, Hikuro, looking at Bjorn, asked him, did he really go through the ceremony just a month ago? The main character, frowning his eyebrows, looked seriously at Hikuro, after which Inar, with a wide smile on her face, stretching out a clenched fist in front of her, shouted that he is not capable of such a thing because the main character is a great warrior. Hikuro asked her again, a great warrior? After that, he affirmatively nodded to her, noting that in the future, he will definitely become a great warrior. Then he asked what they would do. He noticed that the protagonist answered affirmatively, noting that they had little time and needed to move on. After that, turning to Tarjin, Bjorn ordered them to take the mage. Tarjin asked him again in bewilderment, what? The protagonist explained to him that they needed at least some kind of shelter, after which he suggested that they retreat to the outer wall. However, Tarjin, with a worried expression on his face, looking at the unconscious Raven, whom he held in his arms, noticed that she needed rest. The protagonist, furrowing his brows in rage, loudly asked him if he wanted them all to die here. And then the protagonist ordered him to get ready if he planned to leave here alive. The protagonist began expressively ordering Tarjin to protect the mage even at the risk of his life. Tarjin looked ahead in confusion, after which he lowered his gaze and agreed with Bjorn, suggesting that he move on. Soon after these events, the group of adventurers found themselves at a massive wall. The protagonist reasoned that no matter how much he thought, there was only one option. And then the protagonist, turning to the group of adventurers, told them that he would now look around a bit until Raven woke up. At that moment, Bjorn realized that this only option was to take the item they passed by. Soon after, Bjorn broke the head of the stone statue. Looking at the stone neck, he shouted that he knew it. In the neck of the stone statue, there was an empty space in which there was a small glass vessel with the tears of the goddess. The protagonist knew that this was a disposable item that heals well and is also useful against evil attribute monsters. A notification appeared on the system window that the protagonist had received the tears of the goddess. When Bjorn returned to the group of adventurers, he turned to Raven, who was sitting on the floor with a painful expression on her face, and asked her if she had already woken up. At that moment, a small vessel with the tears of the goddess was attached to the sole of the shoe that Bjorn was wearing. Raven confusedly answered him in the affirmative to this question, after which she suggested that it seemed to her that they were able to escape from the vampire. The protagonist, holding his hand in front of him, noted that, however, the vampire would return when the sun sets. Raven answered him by saying that she knew about it. Then the protagonist asked her with a serious expression what happened to her. Raven clutched the staff to her chest and told him that she couldn't say for sure, but it felt like pain sharing. The protagonist exclaimed in his mind, pain sharing. He then thought that it was good that his monster essence was only tier 8. After that, the protagonist asked Raven how much time she needed to heal. Raven answered him by saying that she needed about 20 minutes to recover, and after that, she would be able to cast the tier 7 spell 5 times. The protagonist knew that if she could only do it 5 times, things weren't going well for them. After that, Bjorn looked in her eyes and asked her if she had any sun-type magic. Raven also looked into Bjorn's eyes and asked him if he understood how rude it was to ask a mage about his arsenal of spells. The protagonist realized that he knew this very well because he had read the lore, but now he didn't think anyone cared. He demonstratively began to behave like a rude barbarian. Realizing that he was a barbarian, that is, the height of rudeness, and he was the one who was completely indifferent even to talking to the king. Raven looked at him in bewilderment, and after a short silent pause, she exhaled heavily from her lungs, telling him that she could use the Sunspot Sphere. The protagonist understood that the Sunspot Sphere was a 6th level spell that was similar to the Fire Sphere, but it was a solar attribute. After that, the protagonist asked Raven if she could use an attribute enhancement spell at the same time. Raven, rising to her feet and turning her head in the opposite direction, answered him that this would be possible if there was enough mana, and that she would need 10 additional minutes for this. Bjorn frowned and clutched a mace in his hand and said 30 minutes. After that he said that he would try to buy this time. So he asked Raven not to interfere and accumulate mana. With a confused expression on her face, Raven agreed with him, after which she abruptly turned to Bjorn and asked him to wait. Then Raven asked him why he was acting like he had become the leader. The protagonist answered her question with a question and asked her, if not him, who? And then the protagonist shared his opinion, saying that he did not think that this issue was so important now. At that moment, Inar watched what was happening with a confident grin on her face, crossing her arms over her chest. Raven put her hand in front of her and noticed that she agreed, however. Suddenly, her speech was interrupted by the loud laughter of Ikuro, who remembered what had recently happened and apologized to Raven, telling her that, however, he trusted this guy. Then Hikuro shouted with a wide smile on his face that he always felt the presence of human essence well. The protagonist thanked Hikuro for these words, soon after which night fell, and the space around the adventurers was painted dark red from the approaching dark magical matter. With a wide smile on his face, Cambermere approached the adventurers, showing his sharp fangs, and said that it was very strange because he could not restrain his thirst for blood when he saw them. Then, stretching his long tongue out, he asked them if they knew the reason for this. The protagonist, looking at the vampire duke approaching them, thought that he was already here, and there were 30 minutes left before the spell was ready. The adventurers, with serious expressions on their faces, put their melee weapons in front of them. The protagonist understood that they needed to hold out at any cost. Cambermere began to make loud sounds. The claws on his hands began to grow quickly, becoming incredibly long and sharp, and behind his back appeared voluminous wide wings. Raising his wings and hands up, the vampire duke began to scream loudly, after which he headed towards the adventurers. The main character turned back and addressed Tarjin and sharply ordered him to take Raven and step back. While Tarjin and Raven retreated back, Bjorn, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, frowning his eyebrows, thought that now everything was happening just like in the game, and although they have comparable intelligence to communicate with each other, the conversation ends in a couple of phrases. Widely waving his wings, Cambermere approached the adventurers at high speed with a mad smile on his face. Looking at this, the main character shouted that he was attacking. Cambermere, approaching the adventurers, put his long sharp claws in front of him, but Ikuro, who was standing in front of the others, took the blow. When he did this, he began to laugh, tensely shouting that this blow was very heavy. The protagonist watched Ikuro, who put his shield in front of him, took many powerful blows from Cambermere. Bjorn, watching this, thought that the dwarf was holding him back even despite the attacks. The protagonist understood that this was the effect of the first essence from a rank 7 monster called Yantro, and this skill was a counterweight, due to which he could not be thrown back or knocked down while his feet were on the ground. Bjorn also knew that a bonus to this skill obtained from the essence was cushioning, which was very useful for fighters such as a tank. The protagonist, abruptly moving forward, shouted a name, Inar. Inar, with a furious expression on her face, raising her sword above her head, said that she would go from the left. After that, Inar went around Cambermere from the side and prepared her sword to attack with it. When she made a sharp strike, Cambermere was thrown back by this powerful strike. However, Cambermere was thrown back right at Bjorn, who took it with his body and put his melee weapon in front of him and tried to strike. However, Cambermere put his forearm in front of his head. Due to the attack coming from Bjorn, Cambermere was thrown several meters away. Clinging to the ground with his long claws, he stopped in place. The main character looked at his hand with a tense expression and thought that his hand froze. After that, he asked himself, is this a division of pain? Then the main character, looking in front of him, thought that his attack on Cambermere did not even embarrass him. Cambermere stared intently in front of him with his bloody eyes. From the magical substance that hovered around him began to form many furious ravens. The main character thought that his body was turning into ravens. A moment later, a huge number of furious crows with many red, brightly glowing eyes headed towards the adventurers. The protagonist looked at these crows and ordered them to stop. Hikuro said with a tense expression that he would step forward. The protagonist watched as Hikuro put a brightly glowing shield in front of him and thought that this was Hikuro's second essence called Living Armor Emergency Recovery. At that moment, a huge number of crows flying towards the adventurers crashed into Hikuro's shield and were torn apart. The protagonist, with a tense expression, holding the shield in front of him, thought that he had blocked everyone he could, but blood was splashing everywhere. He understood that it was dangerous because if it touched. He did not have time to finish his thought, because Inar, with a surprised expression on her face and looking ahead while a bloody seal gaped on her forehead, asked Bjorn, "What is this?" When Inar asked about this, Hikuro had the same bloody seal on his forehead. Looking at them, Bjorn cursed, realizing that they had already fallen under the effect. Then the main character frowned, clenching his jaw while this bloody seal also shone on his forehead, thinking that this was a vampire skill called the Sacrificial Seal. A notification appeared on the system window that the character was chosen as a victim, and now the vampire Cambermere receives an increase in physical abilities depending on the number of victims within a radius of 100 meters. The main character knew that there was a strengthening skill called the Sacrificial Seal, as well as Eternal Life, which increases regeneration in proportion to the lost health points. In addition, there is a Blood Master skill that allows you to get the skill of the target's blood that was absorbed. The protagonist realized that vampires rely on these 3 combat skills that are very powerful in combat, and the problem was that the vampire dupe can use black magic at the same level, being able to turn into smoke to dodge a sword strike, and transform into a crow to cause an explosion or summon monsters with blood. The protagonist knew that a vampire is a high-ranking monster with frighteningly high stats. Soon after these thoughts, Hikuro was thrown back by a powerful blow, causing him to fly to the side with hoarse, painful sounds. Inar called Bjorn by name and told him that Hikuro missed a blow. The protagonist turned to her and ordered her not to be distracted, but he did not have time to finish because Cambermere soon attacked him, forcing Bjorn to defend himself with the shield he was clutching in his hand. The protagonist cursed in his mind, realizing that this was why everyone quit the game when they reached the 6th floor, after which he mentally turned to Raven and asked her, "How much longer?" Raven shouted loudly that they had to hold out for another 5 minutes. The protagonist expressively asked in his mind, "5 minutes?" Looking at the defeated Hikuro, who was sitting with blood flowing out of his mouth, his eyes closed, pressing his hand to his chest, Bjorn thought that the dwarf who was the main force in the battle was defeated, and Inar, and he were already exhausted. Then Bjorn decided that in this case it would be better. After he came to the realization, he turned to Inar and ordered her to take Hikuro and retreat. Inar, clutching a sword in her hands that was stained with blood, tried to answer him something to this, but the protagonist, with a confident expression on his face, furiously looking ahead, shouted that he would detain him, after which he ordered to act faster. Inar agreed with him and put the dwarf on her shoulder and ran away while the vampire a few meters behind her attacked the space in front of him. The protagonist, standing in front of the vampire Duke, understood that he would not need a weapon because this was no longer a battle. With a wild smile on his face, his eyes wide open and his eyes looking madly in front of him, Bjorn looked at Cambermere and called him a non-entity, after which he said, "Vahila" to him. The vampire Duke Cambermere began to beat Bjorn furiously, piercing his torso through and through with his long and sharp claws. When Bjorn's torso was pierced through and blood was actively pouring out of it, Cambermere looked in bewilderment in front of himself, but the protagonist at that time put a glass vessel to his lips and poured it into his mouth, and mentally addressing Cambermere as a fool, ordered him to continue. After which Cambermere continued to torment the body of the protagonist with his sharp claws. Raven looked at Bjorn in surprise, then clutching her brightly glowing staff in horror, asked what he was doing. After that, Raven assumed that he was going to constantly drink the potion to survive. At that moment, Bjorn was actively restoring his breath and looked wildly in front of him. Raven, watching what was happening, thought that she had never heard of anyone fighting like that. Bjorn, whose chin was stained with the blood of a warlike drank, was trying unsuccessfully to attack the vampire Duke. Raven, watching this beating, thought that there was no point in this, because the pain from taking potions is difficult to even imagine. At the moment of these thoughts, Raven's body was torn apart by the sharp claws of the vampire Duke, due to which many deep wounds appeared on Bjorn's chest from which blood was pouring out. Raven thought that the pain becomes even stronger when the wounds are serious. At this time, she saw how Cambermere's sharp claws pierced his body and together with his armor, and many more and more empty glass potion vessels by Bjorn fell to the ground under his feet. Raven, looking in front of her at Bjorn, shouted that smoke was already curling over his body. At this moment, Bjorn was breathing heavily, straining his body strongly while all his clothes and he himself were soaked through with his own blood. Looking at how the vampire Duke once again rushes into attack, Raven thought that in such a situation, he could die from shock at any moment. The protagonist put a shield in front of him, defending himself from Camamir's attack, and at that moment Raven thought that the protagonist was still able to block attacks. She knew that even just moving in such a state was already a real miracle, but she had witnessed the confrontation between the vampire Duke and Bjorn. Raven, looking at how Bjorn received more and more injuries and then rushed into battle again, understood that his body continued to receive damage because he could not block every attack, but he did not miss a single one that was aimed at important points. After that, looking at how Bjorn held the shield above his head defending himself from Camamir's attacks, Raven said that the real value of a barbarian is not in his physical strength, but in his strong mind. This was a quote that Raven now seemed to understand. During these thoughts, Bjorn furiously clenched his jaw and showed his teeth. Furiously looking ahead while Tarjin, holding the hilt of his sword, turned to Raven and noted that everything was becoming too dangerous, after which he asked her if maybe they should get away from here. Raven, kneeling on the ground next to Tarjin, answered his question with a question and asked him if he was crazy. She then asked him again, "Should we leave here?" Raven explained to him that they had nowhere to run. After that, staring at the battle in front of her, Raven understood that the only way to get out of the rift was to defeat the Guardian. Raven then asked herself, what was she even doing? Remembering what Bjorn had done in this sortie, Raven reasoned that even a barbarian who had recently undergone the ceremony of growing up could reason sensibly and make the most rational decisions. And she was a mage. After that, Raven said that it would be over for them if Bjorn died. Raven put her hand in front of her with a serious expression on her face and turned to Tarjin and ordered him to go to Hikuro, after which she ordered him to help him so that Inar could return to the battle. Inar, hearing this, began to look around in confusion, while Tarjin obeyed the order given to him. Raven, with a tense expression looking ahead, thought that mages do not only shoot spells from behind, but they must analyze the situation based on their knowledge and choose the best path for the team. After that, holding the magic vessel in front of her, Raven decided that she needed to make a decision if she wanted to survive, and this would be the best option in this situation. Watching the bloody protagonist who was fiercely fighting Camamir, Raven put her hand in front of her in which she was squeezing the staff and began to increase her accuracy, after which he turned to help in range projection and automatic guidance. Launching the magic vessel towards Bjorn, she loudly shouted his name. The protagonist, with a surprised expression, turned to the side, and a moment later a glass vessel hit his body, which broke into pieces, and the magical substance that was previously contained in it began to be absorbed into his skin. The protagonist, watching this in surprise, thought about what it was. While the magical substance was being absorbed into the body of the protagonist, a notification appeared on the system window that the character had absorbed the essence of the corpse golem. Then another notification appeared on the system window stating that pain resistance had been increased by 70 and strength had been increased by 15 and speed density had been increased by 55, and new system windows also contained information that poison resistance had been increased by 12 points. Appetite had been increased by 8 points and weight had been increased by 21 units. The protagonist looked straight ahead with an unperturbed expression, while behind him was a corpse monster. On the system status window, under the name Protagonist, there was information about him. His level was equal to the second, and the spirit was equal to 95.3, to which 55.3 points were added. Bjorn's strength, which was equal to 111.4, increased by 45.4 points, and skills were increased by 13, which were added to the existing 23 units. Bjorn's level was equal to 218, and the total combat level was 284.2, to which 112.7 were added. The essence absorbed was a corpse golem of the 7th rank, which was a new essence for Bjorn. Bjorn realized that his head was empty and his vision was clouded. Through his barely open eyes, he saw Camamir standing in front of him and understood that at a crossroads you always have to choose. At that moment, Camamir rushed to attack with a furious expression on his face, holding out a paw with sharp claws in front of him. The protagonist knew that at this crossroads you have to choose what to sacrifice and what to save. When Camamir approached him, the protagonist put a shield in front of himself to defend himself from the attack, but soon Camamir prepared his second hand to strike. The protagonist realized that he had forcefully thrown away his weak heart, soon after which he himself was thrown back by a powerful attack coming from Camamir. The protagonist realized that he would not be able to block every attack, and he would have to ignore such insignificant things as his arms and legs, but protect key points. Camamir approached Bjorn at great speed in order to attack him again. A notification appeared on the system window that the character had absorbed the essence of the corpse golem. When the main character absorbed it, his gaze became distorted. The vessel that contained the essence of the corpse golem was broken and lay on the ground under Bjorn's feet. The main character crossed his arms in front of his chest and accepted with his forearms the sharp claws that pierced his arm through and through. The main character, who was bleeding, understood that the vampire's claws could not cut bones. Cambermere looked ahead in bewilderment, while his claws pierced Bjorn's arm. The main character, with a tense expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, looking ahead, asking himself, was he fed the essence? Then the protagonist began to reason that even thinking about how he would have to change his training and development plan because of this. But then he came to the conclusion that if you evaluate the current situation, this is a very successful development. Bjorn, who was thrown back, was able to maintain his balance and, leaning on his feet and hand on the ground, stood in front of Cambermere and thought that he was a doll that was being beaten, but now he could move. While Cambermere was approaching again to attack Bjorn, he thought that even such a trifle could increase his chances of survival by an order of magnitude. Cambermere, with a furious expression on his face and brightly glowing red eyes, attacked Bjorn again with his long and sharp claws. The protagonist, with a painful expression on his face, understood through hoarse groans that he could not just continue to receive damage. Suddenly, another glass vessel hit Bjorn's back and shattered into small pieces. The protagonist looked back in confusion, while a notification appeared on the system window that a recovery effect was applied and his regeneration was increased. When the protagonist turned around, he saw that behind him stood an exhausted Raven, clutching a brightly glowing staff in her hand and holding several vessels in her other hand. Looking at her, Bjorn thought that it seemed to him that she had come to her senses. Then the protagonist thought about what if he could regenerate at the same level. The protagonist was kneeling with his head down, while Cambermere was screaming loudly with his tongue sticking out. The protagonist looked up and thought that he had a chance. Immediately after that, Bjorn rushed to attack, grabbing Cambermere and knocking him to the ground. Then the protagonist used the immortal Barbarian mode. He squeezed Cambermere's body while he dealt him a huge number of blows to the back, causing the luminous streams of blood to flow out of the protagonist's body. Thick clots of blood flew out of his mouth while Bjorn thought that he did not care how his muscles were cut. In furious bewilderment, Cambermere, whose face was stained with blood, Bjorn looked ahead. The protagonist understood that the acidic blood would damage the vampire. At that moment, toxic steam began to emanate from the blood on Cambermere's face. Then another healing potion was aimed at Bjorn's back. This potion hit Bjorn's back while Cambermere screamed loudly in pain as his facial skin was being eaten away by the chemical burn from Bjorn's blood. The protagonist realized that the damage he would receive would be immediately healed by the potion and essence. Cambermere looked ahead with a tense expression as his veins bulged from the strain. After that, Cambermere began to attack Bjorn again in a frenzy with sweeping blows from his claws, causing the protagonist to be thrown back. At that moment, Inar was approaching Bjorn from behind at great speed, loudly screaming his name. After that, with a confident expression on her face, she shouted that she would help him. Inar, who had approached him, delivered a sweeping blow with her massive sword in the direction where Idar was. However, he managed to retreat, dodging this blow. Cambermere looked ahead with fear and started making loud noises, and soon after the protagonist, with a furious expression, tried to hit him with his fist, but Cambermere was able to dodge and then hit the protagonist right in the center of his chest. The force with which Cambermere hit him made Bjorn catch his breath and open his mouth wide, from which blood began to spill out. Inar tried to help him too by engaging in battle with Cambermere, but after a moment, he was able to throw Inar aside with his blow. During this battle, Bjorn mentally swearing and asking when the magic will be ready. As soon as the protagonist thought about it, Raven shouted loudly to Bjorn and told him that the sunspot sphere was ready. The protagonist, who was kneeling at that moment with his head down, then he raised his head and looked ahead in surprise. Then the protagonist grabbed the Cambermere with his hands and pressed himself tightly into it. Then, clenching his jaw and straining his entire body, the protagonist shouted Bahila. After this battle, cried the protagonist, threw the Cambermere aside, where a powerful explosion occurred. Then the protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "Now." Then the protagonist turned to Hikuro, after which Hikuro, with brightly glowing blue eyes, answered him affirmatively, and a notification appeared on the system window that Hikuro was charging lightning. At that moment, powerful magical energy was concentrated in Hikuro's hands in the form of a sphere that sparkled. Hikuro used a discharge, after which he directed this energy towards the Cambermere, who, in bewilderment, raised his head up and looked at the powerful energy discharge that was rushing towards him. When this electric discharge reached Cambermere, a notification appeared on the system window informing that the vampire Duke Cambermere received the stunt status. The protagonist took a glass vessel out of his soul and thought that this needed to be done right now. He thought that despite all the dangers, he was able to save it until the very end. The protagonist understood that now was the moment when he needed to use the tears of the goddess that he had gotten from the stone statue. Approaching Cambermere, who was stunned at that moment, Bjorn shoved a glass vessel with the tears of the goddess into his mouth, thinking that he could take it for himself. When the protagonist shoved the tears of the goddess into his mouth, he struck Cambermere with a powerful blow to the jaw from below with his fist, mentally forcing him to eat it. The glass vessel from such a blow broke into pieces while inside Cambermere's mouth, after which a bright magical light began to glow from his vampire mouth, and a notification appeared on the system window informing him that Grace was appearing at the place of destruction. The blinding energy of bright light began to spread to all the space surrounding Cambermere, and a notification appeared on the system window again, which said that under the influence of Grace, all the resistances of the vampire Duke Cambermere were temporarily sealed, and the damage was increased. Cambermere, lying on the ground, looked ahead in surprise, and blood was splashing out of his mouth. On the system window, there was a message that a strong shock changes the stunned status to paralysis. Raven began to scream loudly, addressing Bjorn and asking him to leave there. After her words, a notification appeared on the system window informing that Raven was using a spell called the 6th rank Sunspot Sphere. A powerful fiery substance appeared in the air above her head, which illuminated the night space with its bright light. With an exhausted expression on her face, actively restoring her ragged breath, and leaning her hands on her staff, Raven told him that he would be hit if he stood nearby. After that, the Sunspot Sphere was directed at great speed towards Cambermere and Bjorn lying on the ground. The main character, looking at the approaching huge fire sphere, mentally cursed, realizing that he should have run away earlier. A moment after realizing this, a powerful fire explosion of enormous scale occurred, after which a notification appeared on the system window that the character fell under the effect of the sphere and received the stun status. Then several more system windows appeared. One of these said that the vampire Duke Cambermere used pain sharing. Because he used this spell, Hakuro, as well as Inar and Tarjan, received the stun status, making hoarse sounds from his mouth. The main character, with an exhausted expression on his face, from which beads of sweat were flowing abundantly, looked in front of him. His body was torn apart. There were many scars, cuts, abrasions, and bruises on it. Looking in front of him, he inhaled oxygen into his lungs and asked himself in surprise, did they cope? Looking at the night sky, the main character wondered why it was so quiet and whether that worthless thing had died. After that, the main character rolled over and, with his shaking hands, leaning on the floor, began to try to get up out loud, asking if everyone had really lost consciousness. After that, the main character said that he had too little information and he did not understand. Suddenly his gaze became distorted and he looked in bewilderment with wide, open eyes in front of him. He saw that right in front of him was the burned body of Cambermere standing on its feet, which had no skin, torn off arms, torn legs, and burned wings, and in the center of its chest there were broken ribs. Looking at this, the main character asked himself why he was still alive. A notification appeared on the system window that a skill called Eternal Life had been activated, and this skill increased regeneration in proportion to the lost health points. Cambermere, with bloodshot eyes, his tongue hanging out of his mouth, looked ahead as his chest skin instantly healed. In that moment, Cambermere remained alive thanks to his passive skill called Darkness Source, which does not allow him to die until his heart is destroyed. The protagonist, watching what was happening and looking at how the tendon and muscles were growing together on the body of the vampire, Duke understood that his wounds were healing. After that, the protagonist mentally cursing the imbalanced skill. Painfully leaning his fingers on the ground, Bjorn understood that if nothing was done, Cambermere would heal in an instant. Looking back and seeing how his comrades were unconscious lying on the ground, Bjorn did not quite understand what had happened, but then he assumed that the others were also unconscious, and he had to finish what he had started. The protagonist by this point was missing most of his clothes and equipment as it was burned due to Raven's powerful attack. Approaching Cambermere, the limping Bjorn struck, realizing that he had to kill him before he woke up. The protagonist knocked Cambermere to the ground and began to heavily regain his breath, being on the verge of exhaustion. Looking carefully in front of him, Bjorn realized that his body had turned into mush, but his heart was still fine. Then, raising his shaking hands with his palms clenched in a fist, Bjorn asked himself, did he manage to cover himself with his hands? Then the protagonist struck Cambermere's chest with his clenched fist, verbally insulting him and ordering him to die. After that, the protagonist began to reason how to use this. Soon after, he came to the realization, and pressing his hands to Cambermere's chest, Bjorn said, "Flesh explosion." A moment after that, Cambermere's chest was torn apart, causing powerful bloody splashes in different directions. The main character, with a tense expression on his face, looking at how his palms instantly began to burn from a chemical burn. The main character cursed, thinking that it hurt him, but he understood that in order to survive. With a wild expression on his face, looking ahead, Bjorn began to repeatedly say, "Flesh." At that moment, he penetrated Cambermere's chest with his hands deeper and deeper. The main character had wild eyes with bloodshot pupils. Looking ahead, Bjorn felt his instincts screaming, and he understood that he was already at the limit of his capabilities, but he continued to use flesh explosion. At that moment, he thought that even if there was very little time left before the vampire's death. However, the entire space around Bjorn was filled with a liquid of a thick crimson color, which was the vampire's blood, and the protagonist continued to torment his body, provoking an explosion of flesh. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window warning Bjorn to be careful, because his health points had dropped below 1%. The protagonist understood that he would still die if he did not continue. Realizing this, and pressing his hands deep into the chest of Cambermere, who was screaming in pain, Bjorn continued to tear his flesh. Another notification appeared on the system window warning Bjorn that his health points had reached 0% and the countdown was beginning. The protagonist tirelessly continued to use flesh explosion again and again, causing the remaining liquid in the vampire duke's chest to continue to splash out. The protagonist realized that he could not stop, but at that time a notification appeared on the system window that he was losing 3 spirit points per second, and he had 43 out of 46 left. With a mad expression on his face, staring intently ahead while blood was pouring over his face and body, the protagonist continued to repeat, "Flesh explosion." He realized that if he stopped, his fate would not change. By this time, the system window that notified him about the loss of 3 spirit points per second said that now these points were 37 out of 46, and in a second there were 34. Blood clots flew in different directions, and after a few moments there were only 16 spirit points out of 46. The main character was sitting on the bloody body of Cambermere. He looked closely in front of him at the bloody mess that was in front of him. His hands were completely burned in place. Of these, only burnt stumps remained. Looking at this, he realized that he no longer had hands left. After that, lowering his body down, he pressed his chest to Cambermere's chest, realizing that he would have to use his entire body. He again used flesh explosion. Soon after that, an incredibly bright substance appeared in the center of the space between the bodies of Cambermere and Bjorn. After which the system window notified the main character that he had killed the vampire Duke Cambermere, and his experience was increased by 5 units. Frowning his eyebrows, Bjorn thought about that this nanity died, and he did not fight in vain until the very end. But by this time the spirit points were 13, and later 10 out of 46 possible. The following system window said that the bonus for killing an advanced mutant increased his experience by 1, and the bonus for killing a keeper increased his experience by 3 units. And the character also increased his level. The main character reasoned that he had grown, but in this game there is no healing after leveling up, and that is what he had hoped for from the very beginning. A notification appeared on the system window that the soul power was increased by 10, and the maximum amount of essence was increased by 1 unit. At that moment, Bjorn was only thinking about the fact that the chance of getting a keeper's essence was 33%. The main character lay motionless on the ground in a pool of blood. A new system window appeared informing him that the essence of the guardian vampire was penetrating the character's soul. A bright light began to radiate from the center of Bjorn's chest, and thanks to a passive skill called the Source of Darkness, the character cannot die until his heart is destroyed. Also, thanks to the effect of the skill Eternal Life, his regeneration was greatly accelerated and his health points were restored to more than 1%. A notification appeared on the system window informing him that the countdown was interrupted and he received an achievement called Survive after the countdown, due to which his spirit permanently increases by 10 units. On the system window where the characteristics were shown, which contained information that his level was increased by 1 and his strength, which was previously 199.1, increased by 87.7 points. His spirit increased by 10 points from 105.3, and his skills increased by 129.4 from 152.4. The level of Bjorn's items decreased from 114 to 104, and the overall combat level, which was previously 485.3, increased by 201.1, and there were now 2 absorbed essences, that is a 7th rank corpse golem and a 5th rank vampire guardian, which was a new essence for Bjorn. Sometime after these events, the protagonist suddenly opened his eyes and began to actively restore his breathing, greedily inhaling oxygen into his lungs. Inar, with a smile on her face, turned to Bjorn, who was lying on her lap, and asked him if he had woken up. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and asked himself if he had survived. Then the protagonist turned to Inar and asked her where the others were. Inar answered him that they had left 3 days ago, but now it was more important whether he was okay. Inar continued to say that she was very worried because he had been unconscious for 4 days. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment with his eyes and mouth wide open, after which he rose to his feet and began to move actively, mentally asking himself for days. He realized that this meant that he had already been in the labyrinth for the 7th day. Then he stopped and began to examine his hands, clenching and unclenching them. He realized that he did not feel any changes in his body, and he did not see any injuries either. After that, opening his eyes wide, he looked ahead in bewilderment. Looking at his body, he asked Inar where his pants were. Inar, standing behind him, answered him that the pants were so disheveled that she had to rip them off. The protagonist did not answer her back, and Inar, with a wide smile on her face, showing her extended thumb up, shouted that he had nothing to be embarrassed about because she knew he was a great warrior. The protagonist was shaking with embarrassment, while beads were running down his face. Mentally, he addressed Inar by name and asked her to please stop this. Soon after, the protagonist asked Inar what happened while he was unconscious. Inar answered him, suggesting that she thought it was called a new item. Then she told him that the dwarf took it and the sorceress took away the riftstone. The protagonist reasoned that if he was able to survive, then the essence fell out of the enemy. Then he realized that this meant that they got all 3 guardian items. The protagonist looked away with a thoughtful expression, holding his hand to his chin while Inar shouted that they had agreed to roll the dice for the riftstone. After that, Inar continued to shout in irritation that Raven continued to object and insist. Memories of Raven clutching a bag in her hands and saying that it would be more honest to cover her expenses with this appeared in her mind. Hikiro, with a smile on his face, holding his hand to his head, asking the adventurers to figure it out on their own since he had done almost nothing anyway. Inar told the protagonist that Hikiro said that it was not very important, but she continued to argue. And then the sorceress said something strange to her. Raven's words sounded like the protagonist took the best thing anyway, and therefore he would not complain if he did not get the riftstone. Inar quoted these words to the protagonist and noted that this is exactly what she had said. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, looking ahead, thought that it seemed to him that Raven was the only one who realized that he had absorbed the vampire essence, after which the protagonist began to reason that if you add the amount for the corpse golem essence and the potion that she spent on him, then this is really so she suffered continuous losses and he does not regret such a distribution. Inar, with an irritated expression on her face, crossing her arms over her chest, said that she went and collected various items and then just went through the portal and did not even wait for him. Then Inar called Raven greedy and wrong. Looking at Inar, the protagonist thought that he agreed with her on this. The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, thanked Inar for this and said that he was glad that he could always rely on her. Inar, too, with a wide smile on her face, hit the protagonist with her elbow and said that there was no problem because they were partners. And then Inar asked him if it was time for them to leave too. The protagonist answered her negatively and noted that they had one more thing to do. He thought that even if Raven had taken all the items from this place, that things should have remained. The protagonist understood that this was precisely why he needed to take at least that thing. At that moment, he clenched his fist with a wide smile on his face and looked in front of him, after which he turned to Inar and asked her if she had any extra clothes. Soon after these events, a notification appeared on the system window that they were moving to the first floor, that is, to the Crystal Cave. The next system window reported that the labyrinth was closed and the character would be moved to Rapdonia. After these events, Bjorn, almost completely naked with a backpack on his back, looked in front of him with a serious expression, surrounded by many other adventurers. The adventurers looked at the practically naked Bjorn in bewilderment, while Bjorn thought about how he had returned to the city and how there were a lot of problems this time. Then the protagonist hoped that the prophet would balance out this huge number of problems. Sometime after that, The girl who worked in the Adventurers Guild handed over a filled bag towards Bjorn and said that there were 231,520 stones inside it. The protagonist mentally repeated, 231,000. He stared at the bag of stones and thought that for such a difficult journey this was not enough, but everything was fine because this time he received 2 essences. He took the bag in his hand, but the girl abruptly took the bag back. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment and asked, "What is it?" The girl looked aggressively at the protagonist and clutching the bag of stones in her hands and noticed that this was too much for a 9th rank explorer. Then she asked him what was in the backpack behind his back. The protagonist looked at the girl, who worked in the Adventurers Guild, with a serious expression and answered her with a question and asked her why he had to answer that. At that moment, Bjorn thought that he had never been asked such a thing. A sudden shout from behind Bjorn ordered him not to move. The protagonist turned around in surprise and saw that there were several guards behind him who pointed the blades of their spears at him. Looking at them in bewilderment, he asked himself what was going on here. The voice addressing Bjorn informed him that they would be talking in the interrogation room. Erwin stood with a tired expression among the huge number of adventurers in the square. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and said that she did not think that it would be so hard on the 3rd floor. She thought that the strength of the 7th rank monsters was amazing. Remembering all those monsters, she thought that the power of the rank 6 monsters was also amazing, but her sister was fighting these ones, and this time it was more like an adventure than survival, and Bjorn would probably be very surprised. When she approached the entrance of one of the establishments, she thought that they couldn't see him here, after which Erwin assumed that he was lost. With a happy smile on her face, looking ahead while her face turned red, Erwin thought that she wanted to show him her new essence. Then she thought that she wondered if he would test it again. In Erwin's mind, a memory appeared of Bjorn stretching her shoulder on the bed while she screamed in pain, with a happy smile on her face. Erwin thought that she was a little worried, but she still really wanted to see him. When Erwin approached the man working in the Adventurers Guild, he told her that she had earned 184,100 stones. Then the guy noted that this was a lot for 9th rank explorers. Erwin told him that she had gone to the Labyrinth with her sister. The guy looked at the many names in the book in front of him and asked Erwin what her sister's name was. Erwin answered him by saying that her sister's name was Daria Wittenberg J. Iturja. The guy confirmed her words and noted that she was already a proven explorer and Erwin could go. Erwin looked at the guy with a friendly smile on her face, soon after which, while in her room and taking water treatments in a large barrel, Erwin hummed a melody. Then when she was in the town square in her walking outfit, she thought that she wondered if Bjorn had returned yet. She was happy and thought about how she needed to treat him to a delicious dinner with the stones she had earned. With a wide smile on her face, she walked down the street and thought that she couldn't wait for this, and she was very interested in what adventures he had. When she entered the tavern where Bjorn was resting, the man who worked in this tavern asked her again, "Room 302." Then this man noticed that the owner of this room had not returned yet. Erwin, perplexed and with a confused expression on her face, asked again, "Until now?" Then her face darkened. Thoughts began to appear in her head that Erwin began to immediately deny and tell herself that he would definitely return soon. A week after these events, in the tavern building, Erwin saw a man taking things out of Bjorn's room. Erwin sharply called out to this man and asked him who allowed him to touch Bjorn's things. The man answered her that he had been waiting for her Bjorn for so long, and he did it even longer than expected. After that he said that the labyrinth had closed a long time ago, and if he had not returned, then everything was obvious. Erwin's hands began to shake violently from fear. In order to hide it, she clenched her hands. A voice in her head said that he had died during the research. Some time after these events, Erwin was sitting outside in the rain with her head on her knees. Tarja began to approach her, who stood next to her and addressed her by name. Erwin raised her tear-stained eyes and looked at her sister. Tarja extended her hand to her sister and told her that the situation had already been explained to her. After which she asked Erwin to stand up and asked her how much longer she was going to sit here. Frowning her eyebrows with a serious and cold-blooded expression on her face, staring intently ahead, Erwin turned to Tarja and told her that she must become stronger in order to protect everyone dear to her. Bjorn thought about the fact that he had been sitting in prison for a whole week, with an angry expression on his face. Frowning his eyebrows, he looked in front of him at the prison bars and thought about the fact that he was accused of being a looter. During the first interrogation, the man standing opposite him wrote down information in a notebook and turning to Bjorn asked him where he got this crossbow. After which the man suggested that the barbarians really started using this. During this interrogation, the crossbow Bjorn received in one of his travels lay right in front of him. The action took place in a dark concrete room where there were massive metal bars on the doors, and in the corner of the room there was a guard in plate armor and holding a spear in his hands. The main character answered the man who was conducting the interrogation that he got the weapon from the guy who tried to kill him, and taking things from the attackers was never a problem. The man who was conducting the interrogation with a sly smile on his face suggested starting everything from the beginning, after which he decided to find out who attacked whom first. The protagonist looked angrily at the interrogator and asked him if they were going to lock him up here for such a stupid reason. At this time, Bjorn was thinking that something was wrong because there was an unwritten rule that was to not ask researchers questions until there was strong evidence of a violation, no matter what they brought. The protagonist sat in shackles opposite the man who was telling him that a few days ago the rules had changed, and they had decided to investigate 9th rank researchers to reduce the number of attacks on others. The protagonist thought that life had always been hard for those who had no strength and power, and they had probably decided to pick on everyone who had no connections and a lot of loot. That is, people like him. Then the interrogator turned to Bjorn again and ordered him to tell him where he got it. The protagonist explained that, as he had said last time, it was the weapon of the guy who had attacked him first. The protagonist remembered that now we are talking about the incident when they encountered a group of marauders, but he did not mention this girl because she can understand that he is possessed by an evil spirit if he breaks his barbaric promise. The man conducting the interrogation with a sly smile on his face, adjusting his glasses with his finger, asked Bjorn again, did he survive the wound in the neck? Then he asked him where his scar was. The protagonist looked at this man in bewilderment, grabbed his neck with his hand, and asked him if he could not see it himself. Then the protagonist told him that his scar was straight. Suddenly, the protagonist could not find the scar on his neck and began to ask himself in surprise, were the scars also cured by the vampire essence? After realizing this, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he was unlucky again and he did not want to, but had to talk about the rift. The man conducting the interrogation began to laugh uncontrollably and asked Bjorn again, the rift? Then he asked him, where could a vampire come from on that floor? After that, the man conducting the interrogation cheerfully shouted that vampires are not good at lying. The main character, looking at this man in rage, ordered to call a magician in that case. Then the main character angrily declared that they could check everything with the help of memory magic. Getting up from his chair, the man conducting the interrogation asked Bjorn again, call a magician for a 9th rank barbarian? The man noted that only researchers of the 7th rank and above can ask for this. The main character, looking closely at this man, asked him, will this happen even if he pays for it himself? The man, leaving the interrogation room, waved his hand at Bjorn and told him that they would still take his money after death. Then he asked Bjorn, why spend this money on something useless? Leaving the room, the man conducting the interrogation said that he understood and he would think about calling a magician from the guild. The protagonist understood that on the first day, everything went as badly as possible, and 2 days later, notifications appeared on the system windows that the character's spirit indicator was above 90 units, and he was resisting mental magic. The mage who was projecting his magical energy onto Bjorn's head with a confused expression on his face said that his mental barrier was too strong and that a mage from the tower would be needed here. Hearing this, the protagonist mentally cursed, realizing that the 9th rank mage's spell had not worked on him. The man conducting the interrogation, crossing his arms over his chest, replied discontentedly that he could not call such important people for this trivial matter. The protagonist thought that even when he mentioned Raven and Hikuro, the man interrogating him refused to listen to him. Soon after, the man conducting the interrogation, stretching out his hand in front of him, addressed Bjorn as a barbarian and suggested that he simply give in and confess. The protagonist reasoned that this man continued to pressure him to confess sincerely. Sometime after these events, the morning of the 7th interrogation began. The man conducting with a wide smile on his face showed Bjorn the object and joyfully shouted that they had received significant evidence. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and thought that this was the communication stone that he had taken from the Crystal Union. The man conducting the interrogation, holding this communication stone in his hands with a wide smile on his face, noticed that it seemed that the crossbowman was not his first victim. Then he began to talk about how they checked the unique number on the communication stone to determine its affiliation and received evidence from the Crystal Union. Then the man solemnly announced that he would be executed in 3 hours. Bjorn, filled with anger and irritation, strained his body and stared ahead. When he was in his cell behind the metal bars, he thought that the point of no return had been passed, and this matter could no longer be resolved with words. However, at the same time, Bjorn realized that if he simply broke the bars, he would still be wanted as an escaped bandit. At that moment, the guard who was sitting behind the bars, Bjorn, was dozing on a stool, leaning his hand on the metal spear that he held in his hand. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, staring intently ahead, understood that he had only one way left, which was to prove that he was innocent. After that, the protagonist grabbed the metal bars with his palm and told himself that he would definitely survive. A notification appeared on the system window informing that the character had activated the flesh explosion. At that moment, Bjorn's palm began to glow with bright magical energy, emitting it from Bjorn's clenched palm. Soon after, there was a powerful bloody explosion that tore the dense metal bars into small pieces. The main character with burnt pants came out of his cell. The guard looked at the main character in bewilderment and fear while sitting on the concrete floor. After that, the guard dropped the spear from his hands and began to ask in horror, what and how? The main character standing over the guard looked at him intently, after which the guard began to shout that the prisoner had escaped. But he did not have time to finish this as Bjorn knocked the guard unconscious with a kick. Kneading the knuckles of his hands, Bjorn thought that this was good. The skin on his palms was burnt. Exhaling air from his lungs, the main character decided that it was time for him to get out of here. Looking at the defeated guard, the main character took the bunch of keys from him. When the main character went to the exit, many other prisoners who were in neighboring cells began to address Bjorn as a barbarian and ask him if he really escaped. After that, one of the prisoners began to laugh loudly, noting that he was a completely crazy person. The locked prisoners asked the main character to release them. Turning to these prisoners, Bjorn understood that some of them probably committed real crimes, but the innocent barbarian should not care. Using the keys that Bjorn took from the guard, he unlocked the lock, and the joyful prisoners ran out to freedom, shouting that they were now free. Then the prisoners decided to escape from here loudly and cheerfully, chanting repeatedly, "Barbarian." When the prisoners ran away from prison, they called Bjorn the Barbarian of Freedom. At this time, in the Guild of Researchers, namely in the hall on the first floor, a sudden loud knock was heard from the side of the doors near which there were armed guards. The guards turned to this door in bewilderment, after which a powerful blow occurred, due to which the gates suddenly opened. Prisoners burst out of these gates and began to shout loudly, "Freedom." With excited expressions on their faces, the prisoners holding various spontaneous melee weapons broke free. A frightened employee of the Explorers Guild tried to run away from the prisoners in fear, shouting that they had escaped. A girl who also worked in the Explorers Guild with a frightened expression on her face pointed her hand to the side and, turning to the explorers, asked them to help catch all the prisoners, after which she announced that there would be a reward for this. After the announcement of this reward, many adventurers who, unlike the prisoners, were armed with normal equipment rushed to attack these prisoners, shouting furiously. The prisoners, turning to other explorers, began to call them names and urge them to come to them. The main character, avoiding a collision, ran up the stairs, realizing that the prisoners would still be caught sooner or later, because they did not even have normal weapons except for a few stolen sticks. With a tense expression on his face, Bjorn ran forward actively, asking himself if they could hold out for at least 5 minutes. Then the protagonist realized that he didn't have time. Climbing the stairs, he thought that he didn't just want to escape. When the protagonist climbed the stairs, he saw a door that led to a room next to which 4 guards were standing. One of the guards, clutching a sword in his hand, turned to the others and ordered them not to let this prisoner through to the head of the branch. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, frowned, looked at these guards, and, concentrating magical energy in his hand, used a flesh explosion, after which his hand was torn into many small bloody pieces. The prisoners who were on the looking at this in bewilderment asked what? These prisoners were exposed to Bjorn's magic, because of which they, in bewilderment, clutching their heads with their hands, began to ask, "Is it acid?" After that, the prisoners began to scream frantically in pain and complain that they were hot. The protagonist understood that now was the time for this. After that, the protagonist used the sacrificial seal, due to which the protagonist received an increase in physical abilities depending on the number of victims within a radius of 100 meters. Filled with magical energy, Bjorn looked ahead with a confident grin on his face and thought that he had received additional strength. After that, he rushed to attack the guards standing in front of him, belligerently shouting, "Vihila!" The guard with a sword in his hands tried to attack Bjorn, but a moment later he was trampled by one blow from Bjorn. The protagonist pressed this guard into the ground, due to which many stone fragments flew in different directions. Half of the teeth flew out of the mouth of this guard along with bloody clots. Another guard called Bjorn a non-entity, and a moment after that delivered a slashing blow to Bjorn's forearm. The protagonist, with a wild expression on his face, looking ahead, showed his forearm, which instantly began to heal. The guards looked at it in bewilderment and asked, "What is this?" After that, they began to shout in surprise that his wound was immediately healed even without a potion. However, the guard did not have time to finish these words, as Bjorn abruptly interrupted him by hitting the guard in the jaw with his clenched fist. When the protagonist did this, he thought that he felt the power that overwhelmed him. The guards, with frightened expressions, looked at how their comrade was thrown back from the blow of the protagonist. The protagonist, watching how he easily beat the guards, thought that the effect of this enhancement was simply excellent. The guards were shaking with fear and talking to each other asked, "Isn't this a 9th rank barbarian?" They were puzzled by the incredibly strong Bjorn who was approaching them at that moment. With a wild smile on his face, he thought that only low-ranking researchers were locked in the branch, and these guards did not expect that there would be someone strong here. Soon after these thoughts, Bjorn hit the guard and immediately defeated him, after which he did the same to the second guard, provoking strong blood splashes from his hands. When the protagonist dealt with the guards, he looked at the door they were protecting. He thought that this was the door of the branch manager's office on the 3rd floor. When the protagonist opened the front door, the man who was hiding at the threshold with a melee weapon in his hands was going to attack him. The protagonist saw this and thought that an ambush had been prepared for him. The man dealt a slashing blow to Bjorn's leg, provoking blood splashes from his leg. The protagonist stepped back, and this man with a treacherous smile on his face shouted enough. Suddenly, the man's gaze became distorted. He looked ahead in confusion and screamed loudly in pain because Bjorn's blood that had gotten on his face began to burn his skin, causing the man to scream loudly. The protagonist watched the man suffering with a smile on his face and mentally apologized to him, noticing that he did have acidic blood. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a frightened female scream. Bjorn turned in surprise towards this scream and saw that it was a girl who was hiding at the other end of the room and looking at the man suffering. She screamed in fear, the head. This girl, who was dressed in an aristocratic robe, covering her face in horror, was shaking with fear. The protagonist turned to her and asked her, "Who is she?" The man, who had a chemical burn on his face, squeezing his damaged skin, sharply ordered Bjorn not to touch her, after which he shouted that this was the daughter of the regional leader. The protagonist mentally repeated, "From the daughter of the regional leader?" This was amazing news for him, but his thoughts were interrupted by a man who was the head of the branch of the Explorers Guild. This man, with an irritated expression, explained to him that if he dared to touch her, he would definitely not be able to leave here. After a sharp blow to the face, the head of the branch of the Explorers Guild fell unconscious. Looking at him, Bjorn decided to change his plan. After that, he began to reason that he did not think that he would be given such a chance because the presence of the regional leader's daughter changes everything. At this time, the regional leader's daughter, turning to Bjorn, loudly asked him how he could do such a thing. The protagonist, looking at her, thought that everything could become easier or much more difficult. The regional leader's daughter began to ask him if he knew from the very beginning that she would come. After that, she began to nervously assume that he had planned all this in advance a long time ago. However, she did not have time to continue her indignation because Bjorn squeezed her face with his hand and, looking at her with irritation, ordered her to shut up right now. Looking at this girl, he asked himself where she got such self-confidence from. Squeezing the girl's mouth with his hand, Bjorn turned to the guards who entered the room and, addressing them, ordered them to bring the investigator and the leader of the Crystal Union, and he also reminded them not to forget about the mage from the tower. Then, addressing these guards, the main character explained to them that if these conditions were not met, then this girl would die. The guards looked at the main character in bewilderment with wide open eyes and mouths, and then quickly ran away. The main character was left alone with the girl near the balcony and thought that now was the time for that. The main character opened his mouth wide and began to fill his lungs with oxygen, after which he shouted incredibly loudly, ordering them to listen to him. At that moment, Bjorn stood on the balcony of the Adventurers Guild building. Many adventurers were under the balcony and watched as Bjorn addressed them. At that moment, squeezing the daughter of the regional leader with his hand, Bjorn understood that the time had come for a counterattack. Addressing the adventurers listening to him, Bjorn shouted out that his name was Bjorn Jandel. The adventurers looked at the protagonist in surprise and began to ask what was going on there. After that, one of them assumed that these were escaped prisoners. People watching the events that were happening looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing there. The protagonist, addressing the people listening to him, shouted out telling them that the guild was trying to frame him that is a ninth-rank researcher, after which he swore by God that he was innocent and all accusations against him were false because he was not guilty. The protagonist understood that after these actions, this abuse of power would not be forgotten without consequences. At this time, a voice in the magic tower asked again, an urgent call from the Researchers Guild? It was a man named Artemian who answered this question affirmatively and explained that the head of the branch needed help because it seemed to him that some man had appeared. Raven looked at Artemian in surprise and asked him again, a man? Artemian, being in a room that looked like a laboratory, began to explain to Raven that this man had freed all the prisoners and taken the regional manager's daughter hostage and was now demanding to call a magician. Raven, having listened to this story, made an observation that it seemed to her that this man had no brains at all, after which she noticed that she knew one similar psycho. With a snap of her fingers, having changed into a wizard's costume, Raven agreed with a smile on her face and said that she would check everything and that she just needed to find someone. After that, she thought that it would be interesting for her to look at the face of this man. Sometime after these events, Raven saw the main character who was squeezing the regional manager's daughter with his hand. In bewilderment, looking at the main character levitating near him in the air, Raven said that she was sent from the magic tower. After that, she asked, shaking with surprise, Bjorn Jandel? Raven in bewilderment asked him what he was even thinking about. After that, pointing her finger at him, she asked him if he decided that he had 9 lives. Then Raven began to scream that she thought that she would meet some fool, and then this barbarian again. The main character asked her to stop this, after which he explained to her that if she understood the situation, then he suggested that she deal with it faster. Then the main character asked her to use her memory testing magic. Raven stared at him, pointing her finger at him, but the main character, also seriously looking at her, noticed that they had little time. Raven frowned and agreed with him, but noted that he would owe her 1 wish. The main character agreed with her, but set the conditions that this wish should be within reasonable limits. Raven agreed and confirmed that he promised her this. Then, putting her hand in front of her and opening her palm, Raven began to emit magical energy from her palm. Directing it towards Bjorn's head, Raven cast a spell shortly after which the protagonist's head began to glow with a bright magical light. With a surprised expression, Raven noticed that it wasn't working. She then asked Bjorn if he had some kind of mental barrier artifact. While the regional leader's daughter looked around in confusion, Bjorn answered her that she could see for herself what kind of form he was in, after which he asked her where he would get such an item from. The protagonist then noticed that he had no choice, after which he asked Raven to use memory visualization magic. A sudden loud scream interrupted their conversation. It was a male voice that shouted, "The leader." It was the voice belonging to the man who was interrogating Bjorn. Now this man, with a worried expression on his face, lifting the branch manager of the Researchers Guild, who had been defeated by the main character, to his feet, asked him if he was okay. Then the man who was interrogating asked the branch manager of the Researchers Guild what happened here. The man who was interrogating noticed that they had almost suppressed the escapees on the first floor, after which he asked if someone had really gotten here. Raising his gaze up, the man saw Bjorn looking at him in bewilderment and asked how he was. Rising to his feet, the man who was interrogating began to point his finger at the main character and, addressing the branch manager of the Researchers Guild, shout that this was the same guy who had let everyone out. The branch manager of the Researchers Guild sat down on the sofa and held his head in his hand and said that he was aware of this. The man who was interrogating him asked him again in surprise, after which he noted that he should have said so right away. The head of the branch of the Explorers Guild, lowering his head on his palm, said that this barbarian claims that he was framed. After that, the head of the branch of the Explorers Guild assumed that he was in charge of this investigation. He asked him if this was true. Then the head of the branch of the Explorers Guild, with a serious expression on his face, looked at the man who was conducting the interrogation and asked him what was the basis for the conclusion that he was a marauder. The man who took the interrogation asked the head again in surprise, "Were they framed?" After which he began to shout that this was nonsense and began to talk about how he brought a number of stones that a 9th-rank explorer could not collect. After that, the man who was conducting the interrogation reported that when they checked the backpack, they found a huge amount of equipment that he had collected and also someone else's communication stone. The man who was conducting the interrogation said that witnesses from the Crystal Union confirmed that the main character killed innocent people and took their things. The main character asked him again, testimony from clan members? Then the protagonist noticed that the mages had not confirmed them and that these words had no power. The head of the branch of the Explorers Guild asked him again in surprise, "What?" Then turning to the man who was interrogating him, he asked him why they had not checked him with magic. The man who was interrogating pointed his finger at Bjorn and began to yell that this happened because he continued to lie and said that he had survived when his neck was pierced. But there were no scars on him, and after that he said that he had absorbed the essence of a vampire. The head of the branch of the Explorers Guild asked him again in surprise, "The essence of a vampire?" The man who was interrogating him began to hastily confirm this, and then began to ask who would believe this, and how did a vampire appear in the rift of the first floor. After that, the man who was interrogating him began to expressively prove that he calmly lied because he had some kind of feature that blocked magic. Then he asked, "Is it really possible to disturb the precious mages of the tower for such a thing?" At that moment, the interrogator pointedly adjusted his glasses and thought that this would definitely be the end of this barbarian. However, Raven, with a calm expression on her face, appeared from behind Bjorn and noticed that Bjorn had indeed absorbed the vampire essence in the rift on the first floor. The head of the branch of the Explorers Guild and the interrogator looked at her in confusion, after which the interrogator asked Raven to wait and asked her what she was talking about. Raven said that she was there with him, after which she asked what to do about it now. She noticed that she couldn't use magic on him. The interrogator began to ask her if the barbarian had absorbed the vampire essence. After that, he asked if this information was true. The interrogator began to assume that he might just look like her friend, after which he noted that if she wanted to lie to save him. Suddenly, Raven's voice changed, with a cold expression. Looking down on the man who was interrogating her, she asked him if he was really saying that her words were lies. The frightened man who was interrogating began to hastily prove that this was not the case, and that he did not mean this. However, Raven continued to stare at him, raised her index finger up, and asked him, "Then what?" She asked him if he had received a small share of power, and now decided to look down on the mages. The man who was interrogating instantly fell to his knees and, pressing himself to the floor, begged to be forgiven, after which he began to cry pitifully that he did not mean this. The protagonist understood that the Tower of Mages was very close in power to the nobles, and they had many factions, but together they represented one strong group and protected each other's interests. The protagonist, who was watching all this, realized that the investigator, who was a low-ranking guild employee, had questioned her words and thus dug his own grave. The branch manager of the Explorers Guild, who was sitting on the couch, asked if they could stop this already. Then he said with a serious expression that even for them, if they had not encountered the situation personally, everything would seem absurd. Raven, crossing her arms over her chest with a thoughtful expression, agreed with him, after which she noted that there had been no precedence with the vampire in the first floor rift before. The branch manager of the Explorers Guild thanked Raven for admitting this, but Raven quickly began to shout that nevertheless. Pointing her finger at the surprised branch manager of the Explorers Guild, she asked him if these were the words that the branch manager of the Explorers Guild should say. The head of the branch of the Explorers Guild looked at her with a tense expression and could not answer her, after which Raven, pressing her hand to her chest, said that since the opening of the Labyrinth, it was filled with mysterious moments and surprises, so almost anything can happen there. After that, she asked how they can insist on such absurdity. Raising her index finger up, she began to ask the head of the branch of the Explorers Guild, "How do they know, and are they too self-confident?" The head of the branch of the Explorers Guild looked at her with confusion as she said this. The protagonist also watched Raven and thought that she was not inferior even to the head of the branch, after which he came to the conclusion that magicians are on a completely different level. Suddenly, a man entered the room and, turning to Bjorn, asked him if he was that barbarian. The protagonist, looking at the man who came in, asked who he was. The man in a business suit said that his name was Lubbins. There were two guards behind Lubbins, and Lubbins, with a confident expression, looking ahead, asked what kind of mess they made here. Suddenly, the girl whom the protagonist had previously held hostage began to loudly address Lubbins, calling him her father. The protagonist looked at Lubbins with a surprised expression and mentally asked himself, "Who is he?" Then he heard the girl scream and asked again, "Father?" The protagonist began to realize that this meant that the man standing in front of him was the regional leader. The protagonist knew that the Explorers Guild managed the clans and cast command spells and also sold various information, and all this for the convenience of the explorers. He knew that the guild management system was simple, and each of the hundreds of branches had its own manager who reported to 13 regional leaders, and above all of them was the guild master, roughly speaking. The 13 regional leaders were in second place in terms of power. The protagonist realized that, however, even they would not dare to close their eyes to some things. Suddenly, a man who had not been in the room before was thrown to the floor with a painful sound. This frightened man looked at Nyalubins and asked, "Is something wrong?" Nyalubins, turning to Bjorn, noticed that as he heard, he was looking for him. The investigator looked ahead in surprise and thought about what it was. The protagonist, looking at the man kneeling in front of him, noticed that this was the head of the Crystal Union clan. Staring at him with his cold-blooded gaze, the protagonist pointed his index finger in his direction and noticed that they were saying that he had made a false accusation against him regarding the communication stone. The man who was the head of the Crystal Union clan began to deny this, saying that he would never. He did not have time to finish speaking as Raven directed her magic in his direction, after which she reported that this man had lied. All the people in the room at that moment looked at Raven in surprise. The protagonist understood that now they would not be able to deny it because the mage from the magic tower confirmed everything. The head of the Crystal Union clan, with a frightened expression on his face, began to deny it and tried to explain that he. Nyalubins exhaled heavily from his lungs and turned to Bjorn and assumed that his name was Bjorn Jandel, after which he asked if this was true. Nyalubins then immediately told him that he was innocent. After this statement, Bjorn immediately released the hostage and, with a serious expression on his face, looking in front of him, asked then what will happen to him. Nyalubins explained to him that if he gave false testimony, then they will conduct a thorough investigation and decide what punishment is appropriate. The head of the Crystal Union clan was shaking with fear, sitting on the floor. The main character noted that it would be nice to check their entire clan. Nyalubins answered him that the Crystal Union causes them a lot of problems, and that is why they will do so. After this, Nyalubins said that the investigator will be fired. The investigator immediately began to swear with his arms spread wide in different directions that he did everything according to the rules. Nyalubins looked menacingly at the investigator and asked him if he wanted to shift the responsibility for his incompetence to the guild, and then Nyalubins sternly said that they would check all the cases he had handled, after which he informed him that if they found any problems, he would be punished accordingly. Sweat ran down the investigator's face in fear, and soon after, the head of the Crystal Union clan and the investigator were taken out of the room by the guards. Nyalubins exhaled the air from his lungs, put his hand in front of him, and noted that it was time to talk about compensation. After that, Nyalubins said that they would make Bjorn a rank 7 explorer and replace all his equipment with new ones. Bjorn's backpack and other items were thrown towards him, and the protagonist grabbed them and began to ask in a rage, "Where is the compensation here?" After that, the protagonist began to shout that with the rank 5 essence, he would become a rank 7 explorer anyway. The enraged Bjorn at that moment thought that they were trying to deceive him because they thought that he was a fool. Nyalubins, answering Bjorn, noted that, however, he only had 2 months of experience. But the protagonist did not let him finish and brought his face close to Nyalubins' face and began to shout, demanding that they bring any researcher of the 7th rank so that he could show who was stronger. Then the protagonist, in a rage, tensing his entire body and spreading his arms wide, began to demand that the opponents approach him one by one. Nyalubins, looking at the protagonist in fear, confusedly asked him to calm down, after which he noticed that this had never happened before. Raven, with a serious expression on her face, crossed her arms over her chest and confirmed this. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she wanted. Raven pointed her index finger in front of her and started saying that she was sure that there had never been a time when a researcher defeated a 5th rank vampire guardian and then came back alive and with the essence of that vampire guardian. She started saying that it was funny that they were giving out compensation for something that they should have done anyway. Nyalubins looked ahead with anger, clenching his jaw, after which he agreed and asked what he wanted. Bjorn had a wide smile on his face. He asked again, what did he want? After that, the protagonist noted that of course he wanted money, after which he shouted out that he would demand at least 5 million stones. At that moment, Bjorn understood that this was a little more than reasonable, but he realized that he was a stupid barbarian, so this action was justified. The head of the research guild asked in surprise, 5 million? After that, he wanted to say something, but Nyalubins interrupted him and, closing his eyes with his arms crossed over his chest, agreed with this figure. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and asked himself in bewilderment, did he agree so easily? Raven immediately noticed that she was entitled to 1 million separately for her services. The protagonist looked at Raven and thought that Nyalubins agreed so quickly thanks to her. Nyalubins agreed with Raven's proposal and then asked her to tell the mentor that he was always grateful for her work. The protagonist, watching what was happening in surprise, asked himself, is this the power of the magic tower? Sometime after these events, in the building of the magic tower, Bjorn and Raven entered the room that was the laboratory of a student of the Artemian school, namely Alua Raven. The protagonist, looking around, thought that this laboratory was a complete mess. At this time, Raven poured the into a glass test tube with a sly smile on her face, then handed it to the main character and told him that he could drink it. The main character looked at the blue liquid in the glass vessel in surprise and asked himself, "What is this?" Looking at the liquid in the vessel, he asked Raven, "Is this water?" Raven ironically began to answer him affirmatively, explaining that she does not have cups and she has basilisk concentrate if he does not like plain water. Looking closely at the liquid, Bjorn answered her negatively, noting that this would be enough for him. At that moment, Bjorn thought that strange liquids or monster organs were probably stored inside this before. Putting this vessel on the table and sitting on a chair next to it, the main character asked Raven, why did she bring him here? Raven noticed with a wide smile on her face that he promised her a wish. The protagonist remembered this and thought that he agreed because he did not have time to argue. Memories of how he gave her this promise appeared in his mind and decided that he did not assume that establishing a connection with a mage would be a bad idea. However, holding out his index finger in front of him, Bjorn reminded her not to ask him for anything impossible. Raven answered him that everything would be fine, after which she told him that she wanted to research the essences that he swallowed. After that, raising her index finger up, looking intently in front of her, Raven noticed that it would be useful for him, too, since they can discover something unknown since no one has received this essence before. Looking at how Raven behaves, the protagonist thought that her eyes have changed, and now her eyes are full of passion for knowledge. After that, the protagonist began to think that the essence of the corpse golem was very rare, but the vampire had never become a Rift Guardian before, and that was why Raven was so excited. Then the protagonist began to think, do all the mages in this world act like graduate students? Raven extended her hand to the protagonist and remarked that this would be a good offer for both of them. Bjorn asked her to wait, and then said that this was why she mentioned such strange conditions. He asked her when they would sign the papers. Bjorn's mind flashed back to how, after the clash in the Researchers Guild building, Bjorn and Raven were sitting opposite Nihilubans with papers in their hands. Raven asked, should she not tell anyone about what happened here? Then she agreed to this, and looking at the protagonist said that if they did not write down that Bjorn had the essence of a vampire, then she would agree to these conditions. The protagonist then looked at her in surprise, but now he was grateful to her for her excessive attentiveness. Now Raven turned away from Bjorn and answered his question uncertainly. Noting that it was possible to say so, the main character found his eyebrows looking at her and confirmed his assumptions, saying that this meant that he had guessed. Raven, with flushed cheeks, asked the main character to come to her once a week for only 3 hours, after which she suggested that this should be done for about 6 months. The main character immediately answered her that this was too long, after which he suggested a duration of 3 months and noted that she would show him all the results of the research. Raven, pressing her hand to her face, explained to him that he survived thanks to her and also received 5 million stones. After that, she, pressing her hand to her chest, asked him to be at least a little grateful to her. The protagonist, looking at her, understood that he was grateful to her, but the conversation now is not about that. He reasoned that in order for their relationship to last a very long time, he must immediately show what kind of person he is. Rising from his chair, the protagonist noticed that she owed him. Raven, perplexed, looking up at the protagonist from below, asked him, why did she suddenly owe him? The protagonist, looking intently at Raven, thought that someone who cannot stand up for himself is a fool. Raven, perplexed, asked him what? The protagonist brought his threatening face closer to Raven's face and clearly said that she fed him the essence of the corpse golem without his permission. Raven, with drops of sweat flowing down her face, shouted, what is this? Then, trying to push Bjorn away from herself, she asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about. Raven began to ask him to move away and shouted that she gave it to him for free. The protagonist looked at her angrily, clenching his jaw, noting that she gave it in order to survive herself, and that was the whole problem. Raven pointed at him with her index finger, expressively proving that, however, she saved him. The protagonist, looking at her coldly, said that he did not care, did not ask her about it, after which he demanded 10 million from her, noting that he had heard that this is exactly how much you need to give to the temple to erase the essence. Raven, interrupting his words, asked why he wanted to get rid of such an expensive thing. Looking at him irritably, she called him a crazy barbarian. The protagonist replied that he had other plans and she had ruined them for him. Raven began to prove that this is a very rare and expensive thing for researchers and he should pay her. The protagonist answered her that this is just a biased opinion of a mage who cannot absorb essences, after which he asked her to ask some researcher. Raven grinned and, walking to the work table, asked him if he thought she had no acquaintances among them. She asked him to wait, and touching her finger to a brightly glowing blue ball, she began to communicate. Soon the connection was established, and the voice from this ball asked who it was. Raven greeted her interlocutor, calling him Patsran, and told him that this was Alua Raven from the Artinian school. She noticed that he had recently met with her mentor. Patsran reacted with surprise, after which he noted that he remembered this. He asked Raven why she was bothering him. Raven said that she had one question, after which she asked what he would think if he was fed an essence that he did not plan to absorb. Patsran thought for a while and said that he didn't know why she had such a strange question, after which he noticed that the answer was obvious. Patsran began to reason out loud that to begin with he would be very angry. The protagonist watched this conversation with a smile on his face, while Raven had a very tense expression. After she heard this, she asked him again in bewilderment. Would he be angry? After which Raven began to prove that this is a rank 7 essence, and also very rare. Then she asked how about this? Patsran explained to her that it does not change anything, and the essence that was not in the plans will only interfere. The protagonist watched this conversation with pleasure while sitting on a chair, while Raven was shaking. With a wide smile on his face, Bjorn listened to Patsran explain to her that it is difficult for magicians to understand this, but researchers cannot absorb everything and expect to rise higher on the floors. Raven, who was listening to this, was shaking with anger, while her face was very red. Then she looked back at the protagonist and asked Patsran, then what compensation would he ask for? Patsran answered her that he would take money, after which he thought for a while and noticed that 15 million would be enough. Raven asked again in confusion and horror. 15 million? Patsran explained to her that the higher the essence absorbed, the more it costs to disperse these essences, and he does not know why those who call themselves servants of God love money so much. Raven leaned on the table, unable to stand on her feet from the news that shocked her, after which she hesitantly asked if they could not compensate him with money. Then what? Patsran answered her that he did not know, but noted that if this happened and the person responsible for this was standing in front of him, he could break his neck right there. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, crossed his arms over his chest, looked ahead, and thought that some people lack imagination. Raven, horrified and wide-eyed, asked herself what she should do now. The protagonist understood that the researcher was familiar with the tower's mages and was probably very experienced, and understood the importance of combining essences. The protagonist knew that if he asked the same question to 9th-rank researchers who were barely surviving, the answer would be different. But now he understood with a smile on his face that this was her main mistake, after which he asked her if she was ready to admit her negligence. Suddenly, a loud male laugh was heard in the room, after which the voice shouted that the Barbarian was able to rhetorically defeat the mage. Raven and Bjorn turned in surprise towards the voice. It was Artemian, who held his hands behind his back and addressed Bjorn, noting that he was even more interesting than he expected. Artemian, with a wide smile on his face, said that he was glad to meet and introduced himself by saying that he was the teacher of the girl he brought to tears. Then Artemian suggested that his name was Bjorn Jondell. Raven began to expressively prove that she did not cry, after which she asked if he understood it. The protagonist, looking at Artemian, asked himself, is he Raven's teacher? After that, the protagonist began to think that then this is the person who controls the 5 floors of the tower and is the master of the great school named Artemian. The protagonist, with a surprised expression on his face, opening his eyes and mouth wide, looking at Artemian, thought that he is somewhere at the level of a regional leader, after which he interrupted his thoughts, realizing that he is even higher. Artemian, with a friendly smile on his face, said that he overheard their conversation. Looking at him, the protagonist understood that he is an important person. Raven asked him again in bewilderment, what? Then she asked if he had eavesdropped. After that, she noticed that she had installed the sound insulation magic. Artemian explained to her that it seemed to him that she still had a lot to learn since there were a lot of gaps in this sound insulation magic. Then turning to Bjorn, Artemian said that she was his youngest student who brought a man to her for the first time, and also a living barbarian. Artemian said that he had to satisfy his curiosity. The main character looked at Artemian in surprise and asked him again, alive? Artemian stared at the main character, noticed that barbarians are usually brought dead, or only their hearts. The main character looked at him with a menacing expression, frowning his eyebrows, soon after which a wide smile appeared on Artemian's face. He began to laugh loudly, asking Bjorn to cheer up. Then Artemian explained that he was just joking. The main character chuckled to himself and asked himself, is the magician with a sense of humor? And then the main character thought that he, in turn, is a barbarian who understands the mood of others well. Getting up from his chair, the main character assumed that his name was Damien or something like that. The protagonist knew he had to respond with a barbaric joke. Approaching Artemian, the protagonist pointed at him with his index finger and laughed loudly, saying that he really wanted to split his skull. Artemian looked at Bjorn in fear and asked him in bewilderment, "What?" The protagonist looked at Artemian menacingly, explaining to him that it was a joke. Then he ordered him to relax and laugh, after which he called Artemian a graying old man. Artemian, in great bewilderment, with his eyes and mouth wide open, asked again, "An old man?" The protagonist, looking at Artemian's reaction, mentally asked him if he didn't like it when people said all sorts of nonsense and called it a joke. After that, the protagonist began to ruffle Artemian's hair, explaining to him that he was joking, after which the protagonist began to laugh loudly. Raven, perplexed, turned to Bjorn and asked him if he had really gone crazy. Then she noted out loud that it was necessary to understand this after what he arranged in the guild. Artemian was shaking. Looking at his reaction, Bjorn asked himself, did he really go too far? And then he began to think about the fact that it was necessary to settle this. Suddenly, Artemian began to laugh loudly in surprise, noticing what kind of character Bjorn has. Artemian's face turned red and the veins on his face swelled. Turning to Bjorn, Artemian asked him not to worry, after which he explained that they, that is, the older generation, can distinguish a joke from a threat, after which he again asked him not to take everything to heart. Watching Artemian's reaction, the main character understood that he was definitely furious, after which he asked himself, and what will he do to him after all? He is a barbarian. The main character, demonstrating his extended thumb, began to encourage Artemian's words, noticing that he was able to feel his barbaric humor, after which the main character said that he takes his words back and he is not such an old man. While Artemian was shaking from tension, Bjorn asked with a wide smile on his face, maybe there were barbarians in his family. Artemian, with a forced smile on his face, noted that the elders also have their brave side. After that, he said that it does not matter, and putting his hand in his pocket began to talk about the topic of 10 million stones. Artemian asked Bjorn if he would agree to something else. After that, Artemian showed a box inside which there was a ring. Demonstrating this, Artemian said that this is number 9425, that is, the ring of the frost spirit. Artemian explained to him that the number is low, however, still. The main character looked at this ring with a surprised expression on his face. Realizing that this is a numbered item, Bjorn understood that these can only be obtained from the Guardians, and each contains a unique skill. The main character knew that this is a rare thing. After that, the main character asked himself, will he give up the ring of the frost spirits so easily? While demonstrating the barbarian, the protagonist asked Artemian, what is the use of this? With a smile on his face, Artemian answered him that it would definitely be useful to him, after which Artemian explained that it seals one of the skills that absorbed essences give. After that, Artemian asked him, does he have a corpse golem? Artemian noted that having acidic blood is quite problematic, after which he asked what he would say about this. The protagonist stared in front of him, arguing that even the headmaster of the school, Artemian, does not seem to know about one function of the frost spirit ring, after which the protagonist agreed with Artemian's proposal. When the protagonist left Raven's laboratory, Raven stood at the door and asked Bjorn not to forget to come twice a week, after which she reminded him that he promised to help her with the essence research. The protagonist, without looking at her, replied that he knew about it. Raven watched Bjorn leave with a worried expression on her face and asked herself, he won't forget about this, will he? She was worried about this and then returned to the lab and apologized to Artemian, saying that it was all because of her. Artemian, who was sitting at the table, told her that it was nothing to worry about and that the numbered item was useless and no one would buy it. After that, Artemian, with a satisfied expression on his face, said that the market price of this item was around 1.5 million stones and that stupid barbarian would still regret his decision. Bjorn, leaving the magic tower, thought that in this world, magicians are considered the pinnacle of reason, but Raven did not know about the tears of the goddess, which gave him confidence, and even they are no different from beginners in the game. Looking at the artifact he received, Bjorn thought that they simply did not understand the true value of the ring of the frost spirit. Sometime after these events, Bjorn went into the tavern where he lived before. The worker of this tavern looked at Bjorn in bewilderment and asked him, isn't he dead? After that, the man confusedly said that he had already given away the room. The main character, looking seriously at this man, asked him, what about his things? The tavern worker answered him in fear that he had thrown those away. The protagonist was furious with a tense expression on his face, clenching his jaw, noting that he had another week. The man working in the tavern began to hastily apologize to him, saying that he would make it up to him. The protagonist was furious, looking ahead, realizing that he could not forgive them. However, Bjorn's face suddenly distorted. He looked ahead in surprise and stopped his thoughts, then asked himself how long had this behavior become natural for him. The protagonist began to reason that from the moment he appeared in this world, even when they wanted to kill him, his mind remained calm, and when he killed for the first time, he only thought that it needed to be done and the process was simple, and even during the escape from prison, he had no doubts. The protagonist remembered how he argued with the old man from the tower, because 29-year-old office worker Lee Han-soo would not do such a thing. The main character thought that it seemed to him that these were just changes under the influence of the surrounding reality, but the discomfort continued to grow, and now he was sure that after each battle, the instincts that were sealed deep in the body now burst out, and his mind became simple, rough, and aggressive, as the mind of a barbarian should be. Then the main character asked himself, is his consciousness merging with his body? He understood that for survival, it was even better. After which the main character turned to the man working in the establishment and demanded that he give him 30,000 stones, and then he would forget about everything. The man slammed his palm on the table and asked him in surprise, 30,000? Then he shouted that his things were not worth even half of this amount. The main character threateningly asked him, so his things were sold? Then the main character, bringing his furious face closer to the man's face, noticed that he had previously told him that he had thrown everything away. The man fearfully covered his face with his hand, trying to step back. Soon after these events, Bjorn was lying in a huge, luxurious room on a spacious bed, putting his hands under his head and thinking that now his life was more like a human's because this room cost twice as much as the previous one, and this room has a normal window and its own bath made of wooden boards that was filled to the brim with hot water. Bjorn, looking at the ceiling, thought that this room was closer to the square with the portal, after which he asked himself, how is Inar? He understood that he needed to meet her tomorrow and divide the spoils. The next day, near the building of the inn called the Angry Bull, Inar, spreading her arms wide, shouted loudly Bjorn. She ran up and grabbed his now huge body for her, then asked him where he had disappeared. After which Inar shouted that in fact such a great warrior can even be saved in hell. Other barbarians watched what was happening, after which the main character explained that he had some problems. Then Inar hugged Bjorn and asked him if he had heard the news yet. The protagonist asked her what news. Suddenly, barbarians approached Bjorn and shouted loudly that this was news about the Freedom Barbarian. Then the barbarian enthusiastically shouted that the whole city was talking about this Freedom Barbarian. The protagonist, with a surprised expression, began to look around and ask himself, are they talking about him now? The protagonist began to hide his gaze in confusion and answer negatively, saying that he was hearing about this for the first time. Then the protagonist asked the barbarians if they knew his name. One of the barbarians answered him negatively and said that they had no idea what his name was, after which the barbarian noted that it was strange, but no one was talking about it. Hearing this, the protagonist began to think that it seemed that the guild was able to maintain his anonymity. However, after this, the barbarian raised his clenched fist into the air and began to solemnly shout that he was very proud that such a person appeared in their tribe. Another barbarian shouted that he was able to fight alone against 100 and refuted false accusations. The barbarians joyfully shouted that this barbarian of freedom released everyone from prison and gained freedom. Then the barbarians began to chant, the barbarian of freedom is the best warrior. Watching how he was surrounded by jubilant barbarians, Bjorn thought that he did not even think that this would become such big news. After that he asked himself, nothing serious will happen anymore, right? Sometime after these events, Bjorn together with Inar came to a place called Carmelby. Inar looking at this joyfully shouted that this is Carmelby, and she comes here for the first time in person. The protagonist knew that Carmelby was the #1 district, which together with the 2nd through 5th districts made up the belt surrounding Cairn. That is, the Golden Road and a middle class of Raptopia lived in this district. There were many artisan and merchant shops, and this district was also called the Free Market. The protagonist pulled the bag towards Inar and told her that this was her share. He understood that with the equipment they had taken from the bandits and his, which had turned into scrap metal, it came to about 800,000 stones. Then the protagonist thought that by the time they left the rift, they had about 500,000 worth of items. Pulling the bag towards Inar, he told her that this was her 300,000 stones. Inar looked at this bag in surprise and asked, so much? The protagonist asked her not to worry about it, and take it for herself, because she deserved it. With an embarrassed expression and red cheeks, Inar thanked him for this, then looked behind Bjorn in surprise. She sharply pointed to the side with her finger and asked Bjorn to look at this, then shouted out that people were able to put clouds on a stick, and now they are eating it. The protagonist looked to the side where Inar was pointing and asked himself, "Is this cotton candy?" Then he thought that this was interesting. Inar, with a completely mesmerized expression on her face, holding 300,000 stones in her hand, looked at this, unable to take her eyes off it. Soon after, the protagonist and Inar were sitting in the establishment. Inar shouted that she could not believe it. After that, she asked in admiration, how did people come up with such food? Then she assumed that people were omnipotent. At this moment, Inar greedily ate the cotton candy that Bjorn bought for her. Inar noticed that she was wondering how much cotton candy could be bought with her share. The protagonist, watching her actions, thought that they had another edible currency for measuring money. After which the protagonist, looking at the table filled with various foods, asked her to eat normal food first, finishing the cotton candy. Inar thanked Bjorn for treating her the same way as before. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, after which Inar, with a sad expression, told him that he knew that she had not changed much, but the other barbarians no longer saw her as a warrior and avoided her. After that, Inar sadly said that lately, wherever she went, people began to pester her. In Einar's mind, memories appeared of how various young people admiringly addressed Inar and noticed what a beautiful name she had. Another young man with an embarrassed expression on his face, handing her a letter, told her that he wanted to become her footstool. Another young guy handing her a bouquet promised that not a drop of blood would fall on her anymore. Clutching her head, Inar screamed in horror that this had never happened to her before, after which she turned to Bjorn and, leaning her hands on the table, she asked him straight and sharply if she had become that ugly. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment with his eyes and mouth wide open, after which he confusedly addressed her by name. Inar did not let him finish and shouted that she had changed her mind, after which she, with a tense and flushed expression on her face, announced that she would no longer be able to go into the labyrinth with him. The protagonist, surprised, looking at her, asked himself where such thoughts came from. Sometime after these events, Bjorn was sitting at the bar and thinking about Inar leaving his group. He reasoned that it was not surprising since her appearance had changed a lot, but the main reason was not this, because the elder of the sacred land, who is known as a sword master, noticed Einar's talent, and so she decided to study the art of the sword under his guidance. When Bjorn and Inar were talking at the table, he asked her if he couldn't take a vacation to go to the labyrinth with them. Inar responded by saying that it would be great, but she said that he was talking about some special training method, and because of this he couldn't leave the sacred lands for 6 months. The protagonist looked in front of him in surprise, asking himself if he was really talking about that method. He understood that in that case the situation could be understood, and it became obvious that this was a very good opportunity for her. Inar folded her hands on her legs with a guilty expression on her face, turning to Bjorn and telling him that she couldn't ask him to wait for her, and she wasn't necessarily asking him to take her back. When the time came, after that Einar's face became serious. She confidently said that she would try very hard and would return strong enough not to pull him back. At the same time, Bjorn threw back a large wooden glass and greedily drank the drink, after which he heavily exhaled air from his lungs, realizing that he couldn't hold her back. The protagonist thought that during the second exploration, she was defeated by a marauder and forced to use an oath, and in the rift, Inar could only watch as others took the initiative. Recalling all these events, Bjorn assumed that this was the last straw for her that influenced her decision, and he would have to look for companions again, hitting a wooden glass on the table. Bjorn understood that there was always the option to go alone, because he had grown a lot in these 2 months. The protagonist began to reflect on the fact that he had absorbed not just 2 essences, but one of these essences was the essence of a keeper, and the basic characteristics had grown enormously, because if you take into account the regeneration skills, then on the 2nd floor he has no equal, but from the 3rd floor it will be impossible to travel alone. The protagonist understood that the dungeon and the stone are based on the gameplay of groups, and no matter how strong he becomes, it would be impossible to complete the game alone. The protagonist climbed the Tower of Mages and thought that as the floors increased, the absence of some roles would become critical. So groups of members with different abilities were a necessity, and he needed companions of a similar level to climb higher and hunt monsters on higher floors. The protagonist entered the laboratory inside which Raven was located. Raven, with a wide smile on her face, looking at Bjorn, noticed that he had arrived. Looking at her, Bjorn understood that if he could recruit a 6th rank mage, that is, Raven. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, greeted her, realizing that his goal would become closer. Then Raven, showing him a rough, bloody wooden chair with special metal shackles with a friendly smile on her face, asked him if he was ready. Looking at this chair, which looked more like a torture chair, Bjorn understood that first he needed to survive her research. Soon after, Raven crossed her arms over her chest and shouted that she did not want this. Then she aggressively pointed her finger at Bjorn and asked, "Is there a crazy mage who would join a group where there are only 2 barbarians?" Looking at her, Bjorn realized that she did not even listen to him. Raven continued to shout that if he wanted to invite her, then all the participants must be at least rank 6, and she ordered him not to even think about it until he found a priest. The protagonist heavily exhaled air from his lungs and agreed with her. After which, walking away, Raven, with a smile on her face, noted that this would take at least 3 years. The protagonist mentally asked himself, "No chance?" Then he decided that apparently he asked in vain. Raven, noticing that they had enough nonsense, asked him to take the paper. Handing it to her, she explained that this was the data she had obtained as a result of researching the vampire essence. Reading what was written on this document, Bjorn understood that there was only general information and nothing exact, but he decided that it did not matter to him since he knew the numbers anyway. He understood that thanks to the vampire essence, his natural regeneration increased by 45 points, agility by 15 points, his physical resistance increased by 12 points, and mana sensitivity increased by 30 units, resistance to the sun decreased by 12 points, and strength increased by 15, while magical resistance increased by 30 units and soul power increased by 21 units, while resistance to darkness increased by 12 units. Reading this, the main character thought that he already knew this, but it was still great because the biggest increase is natural regeneration and magical resistance along with soul power. Then the main character thought about the bonuses of the Guardian Essence. This bonus was a passive skill called the Source of Darkness, thanks to which he cannot die until his heart is destroyed. The main character understood that such a powerful main passive skill does not even need to be mentioned, but the Sacrificial Seal skill, thanks to which physical abilities are enhanced depending on the number of victims, and the Bloodmaster skill, which is active, and the essence of this comes down to temporarily absorbing one skill of the victim whose blood will be drunk. Bjorn also knew about the Eternal Life skill, which was also active, and thanks to which regeneration increased proportionally to the lost health points. Considering the information about this, Bjorn realized that active skills are also amazing. After which, with a wide smile on his face, squeezing the document in his palm, Bjorn thought that he had received the seal of the Immortal and the essence of the Guardian, and one could say that the regeneration pumping was complete. The main character reflected on the fact that he had been playing this game for more than 10 years, but he had never grown so fast. After that, the protagonist turned around and, walking away, told Raven that it was time for him to go, but Raven abruptly put her open palm in front of her and asked him to wait 1 minute, after which she said that she was interested in one question. The protagonist turned to her, and Raven asked what happened in the fight with the vampire. Then she extended her index finger upward and clarified that she was talking about the thing that he put in his mouth. Raven noticed that it felt like holy power. Bjorn frowned and looked at Raven and asked himself if she was talking about the tears of the goddess now. After that, the protagonist, trying hard to act like a barbarian, began to pick his nose, noticing that she had clearly mixed something up and the situation was very chaotic. Then Bjorn said that everything was already in the past. At that moment, he understood that he would not tell her anything. Raven began to deny his answer and, pressing her hand to her chest, screamed that she had seen everything with her own. The protagonist did not let her finish and sharply shouted that he was hungry and he needed to go. The protagonist then decided that it was time for him to use the barbarian mode called escape. He ran away at great speed while an enraged Raven ordered him to wait. Left alone in her lab, Raven shook with anger, tensing her whole body, and assumed that he was hiding something from her, after which she asked if that was true. Then she defiantly asked if he thought that she could not figure it out herself. Soon after, in a huge room that was a library, Raven used her magical abilities to get a book from an incredibly high shelf that was called the Comprehensive Record of Rifts Part 3. Greedily reading the contents of this book, Raven thought that this was an ancient manual on rifts that could not be found even in the academy, and the author of this is unknown, and this book was accidentally found by her when she was younger. Reading the book, which was dirty and disheveled, Raven asked on which page is the Bloody Citadel. When she found the right page with the image, she shouted, "Right here," pointing her finger at the dirty pages of the book. Raven said that she thought so, and this part cannot be read, after which she said that she does not even want to know where these stains came from. She found phrases and collected them together, a golden mask, and then tears of the goddess in the end. Closing the book, Raven began to take out another book thinking about what she thought was mentioned in this book. Taking a new book and leafing through it, Raven happily shouted out what she found. The book contained information about the tears of the goddess, and it was written there that this is a consumable relic of unknown origin. When destroyed, a strong holy blessing occurs to the surrounding area. The book also wrote that 150 years ago, during the collapse of dimensions, Cardinal Andrin used 3 such items to save the Holy Pope, but this was never mentioned publicly again. With a surprised expression on her face, looking at the book, Raven asked, "A relic?" Then she thought about the effect was similar to what she saw. In her creation appeared the memories of the outbreak of tears of the goddess during the battle between Bjorn and the vampire duke. Remembering this, Raven asked herself, "Is this a coincidence?" Then she began to think, how could a barbarian who recently went through the ceremony know about the place where the tears of the goddess were hidden? And how could he immediately understand the effect of the tears of the goddess? At this time, Bjorn, with a gloomy expression on his face, was walking down the stairs leaving Raven's laboratory. Raven asked himself in confusion, is it really Bjorn Yandel? Sometime after these events, Bjorn, looking at the golden mask, thought that this is an item that drops after defeating the boss of the Bloody Citadel when many conditions are met. The main character sat with his legs crossed under him, sat on the bed next to this mask, and thought that this item allows you to change the face of the wearer for 30 days, and the number of uses, and is limited to 5. The main character thought that this item dropped out to him in the game, but there was no interest in changing the face of a 2D pixel character, so he sold the golden mask for 500,000 stones. But now he understood that this was reality, and he had already managed to face the forces of law and sit in prison. So he thought that if the city became his enemy, this item could be useful to him. Terzia was sitting in a bar inside, which several men were talking animatedly to each other. One of the conversations asked his interlocutor if he had heard the news. Then this man said that the Crystal Union was disbanded. Terzia was having lunch at the bar, after which the man asked if this was unexpected. He noticed that the entire clan had disappeared in just one night. When Terzia heard about this, she turned around with an interested expression on her face and thought about the fact that the Crystal Union had disappeared. She understood that they had created a huge information network with the help of communication stones and offered various services for beginners on the first floors, and this was a clan of researchers that was growing very quickly. One of the men asked, "What do you mean disbanded?" He shouted that these people were never real explorers. Then he noticed that it looked like they were just pretending to be. Another man who was also sitting and talking confirmed these thoughts by shouting that these people were just worthless. Terzia, clutching a glass in her hand, thought that at first everything was fine and some good people were able to find salvation there when they could not pay taxes. But as soon as this clan grew a little, it became mired in disgusting deeds. They avoided outsiders, regularly mocked, and did terrible things to newcomers. Getting up from her chair, Terzia turned to the man working in this establishment and told him that she was full. At that moment, she thought that it was enough to know that these people were trying to make her a sister. After that, she reluctantly admitted that without that barbarian, everything could have ended very badly, and she thought that she would have to somehow deal with them. But there was no longer any need for this. Leaving the establishment, Terzia heard one of the men ask why this clan fell apart so abruptly. Another man asked him, hadn't he heard yet? Then this man answered by saying that all this happened because of the Barbarian of Freedom. Terzia, hearing this, thought that it was ironic because it was the Barbarian again. One of the men noticed that this was the same Barbarian who broke out of prison to clear his name and took the daughter of the regional leader hostage. Another man answered him that there was an opinion that the rules on the enhanced search for looters that only applied to the 9th rank would be revised due to the growth of the problem. However, the man then noticed that the most surprising thing was that this Barbarian himself was a 9th rank researcher who had barely passed the maturation ceremony. Terzia, hearing this, turned around with an interested expression and mentally asked herself, a 9th rank barbarian? She realized that she did not believe in such coincidences. After which she asked herself, did he really die? As she went outside, she thought that if the Barbarian of Freedom was that same barbarian, then the situation with the disappearance was completely explainable. However, as she entered the gloomy room, she asked herself, should she? Terzia entered a gloomy room where Erwin was sitting on a bed in the center of the room with her head down. Terzia called her sister by name, and Erwin raised her head. Her face was exhausted. There were large bruises under her eyes from lack of sleep, and several magical substances were levitating around her. With an emotionless expression on her face looking ahead, Erwin was sitting on the bed, and Terzia, looking at her, asked herself, should she tell her sister about this? The protagonist was standing in the Adventurers Guild building. They turned to him and asked him what brought him to them. The protagonist explained that he was looking for a companion of a suitable level. The guy who worked in the Adventurers Guild asked him if he had any preferences. The protagonist said that the team should be 4 people and the activity should be above the 3rd floor. After that, the guy who works in the Adventurers Guild asked Bjorn to give him an ID and a badge. The main character gave him a paper and a wooden badge, after which the guy began to actively study the documents. He said out loud, Bjorn Jandel, rank 7. After that, the guy, bewildered, looking ahead with his eyes wide open and his mouth loudly, asked, 5 stars? Bjorn asked him, what other stars? The guy working in the Adventurers Guild began to talk in confusion about what he heard, after which he gave a sheet of paper into Bjorn's hand, saying that this is a list of commands that will suit him. Heavily exhaling air from his lungs, Bjorn realized that this guy was trying to change the subject. The main character began to think that apparently this is some kind of internal guild code and he is a VIP client, or something like that. Then the main character decided that he was satisfied with the warm greeting of the workers. Then, looking at the sheet, Bjorn was surprised to think that this is a name. Soon after, Hikuro shouted with a wide smile on his face that he knew it was him. Then Hikuro, with a friendly smile on his face, said that he began to doubt when he was told that there would be a 7th rank barbarian. Bjorn was sitting with Hikuro at the same table and turning to him said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hikuro said that he was glad to meet, but he suggested holding the conversation in order to wait for one more person. The main character asked him if he had chosen someone. Hikuro answered him by saying that this was not entirely true, but they said that these were magicians who were all chosen in their own way, after which Hikuro began to laugh uncontrollably loudly. The main character asked him again in bewilderment, a magician? He realized that this was a very rare thing for their team. Hikuro answered him affirmatively and then noticed that he was already here. Then Hikuro suggested that he look in that direction. The main character turned around in surprise and asked himself, and who is it? The protagonist asked himself, a mage in their team? Then he wanted to ask who it would be. However, his thoughts were interrupted by a young guy who entered the room with a friendly smile on his face and threw out, a barbarian and a dwarf. Then the guy with a smile on his face introduced himself, saying that his name is Labyrinth and he came to join their team. Hikuro shook his hand and laughingly said that it was nice to meet him, after which Hikuro asked him if he was the mage they were going to meet. Devalki, with a smile on his face, answered that it would be a great luck to accidentally meet a mage in such a place, and at such a time. Hikuro looked at him in surprise, not knowing what to answer him. The protagonist said that he says that everything is correct. After that, Hikuro again happily shook Devalki's hand, greeting him, after which he introduced himself, saying that his name is Hikuro Murad, and he is a 6th rank researcher. Devalki said that he is an 8th rank mage of the ruling family of Rhapsodinia. Hikuro, looking in front of him in bewilderment, asked again, the ruling family? The protagonist, with an irritated expression on his face, explained that he was saying that he does not work in the guild. The protagonist understood that he also does not work for the magic tower. Then the protagonist asked himself, why does this dwarf not know obvious things? Devalki, with a wide smile on his face, shouted in surprise, what a knowledgeable barbarian. Then Devalki, turning to Bjorn, asked him if he could find out his name. The protagonist, with an irritated expression looking at Devalki, thought that he was annoying him. After that, the protagonist said that he was Bjorn, the son of Yandel. Then the protagonist abruptly ordered Devalki to sit down. Turning to him, he said that he would speak directly, after which he asked why he wanted to become a researcher. The protagonist understood that for 8th rank mages this was a great rarity, because he lacked the skills to work on the middle and upper floors, and the lower floors brought in little money. Devalki chuckled and replied that everything was simple. However, the protagonist, looking at him, understood that it was much more profitable and stable to stay in the city. Adjusting his glasses in front of his eyes, Devalki said that he wanted to become a famous researcher and glorify the family of Baron Hikuro, bewildered, with his eyes and mouth wide open. Asked again, Baron? Then he asked in bewilderment, was he really a nobleman? Devalki laughed and said that her mother's sister's husband was the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife. The protagonist asked himself in surprise, after which he thought that he was in no way connected with the ruling family, and he was not a nobleman. Devalki, with a smile on his face, put his open palms in front of him and asked not to be nervous, after which he said that he was not going to act arrogantly. The protagonist looked at him with irritation and asked himself if he had completely gone crazy. The protagonist thought that he was looking more and more like some kind of swindler. Looking at Dvalki, Bjorn reasoned that he had a handsome face and blonde hair. He was about 160 centimeters tall and had a thin build. He knew how to use daily and administrative magic, and also knew several spells such as curses, and was well versed in cold magic. The protagonist understood that he was an 8th rank wizard with no experience, who was full of lies and arrogance. The protagonist understood that there were certain nuances, but a mage in the team would be bait for good fighters, and so they decided to accept Dvalki, after which they hit each other on the palms, confirming their alliance. Later, as Bjorn expected, after that, many applications came from the best researchers, so they met several times a week to sort out the documents. Bjorn and Hikuro were sitting at the table, holding many papers in their hands, looking at another paper. Bjorn said that he thought it would suit him, but he felt like he did all the work himself. Hikuro, smiling, looking at the paper, asked, "Will they go in this composition?" Then Hikuro said that he thought that he would reject this application. The team was assembled, and Bjorn even bought himself good equipment. In his new equipment, with a satisfied expression on his face, he stood opposite the girl who worked in the library. Emotionlessly looking ahead, she asked Bjorn, "What is this?" Bjorn grinned and asked her if she saw this. Then he noted that he would have to explain it to her if she was so interested. The main character began to talk about how he had armor and a shield made of lithium. On the system window, there was a message that the character had equipped a lithium chestplate, due to which the overall item level had increased by 270 points. On the next system window, there was a message that the character had equipped a large lithium shield, and the overall item level had increased by 315 points. On another system window, there was a message that the character had equipped an extended backpack, due to which the inventory had increased significantly. The main character, with a flushed face, showed off these items, shouting that he had an extended backpack on his back. After that, he loudly said that this backpack didn't cost that much, so he decided to buy it. The girl working in the library, still with an emotionless expression on her face, put her open palm in front of her and told him that other visitors would complain about him, so she asked him not to come in armor anymore. The main character looked at her in surprise, then agreed with her, realizing that it seemed better not to joke with her. When Bjorn left the library and walked down the street, he heard strange sounds coming from the side. Turning in that direction, he saw a barbarian sitting there who was naked with his head clenched between his shoulders. Looking at him, the main character asked himself in surprise, "A barbarian?" Looking at the sad barbarian sitting in the gateway, Bjorn asked himself why he didn't have a weapon. The main character understood that all barbarians keep their weapons as if their lives depended on it, and they do this regardless of how hungry, weak, or poor they were. The main character turned to this barbarian, after which the barbarian looked at Bjorn in bewilderment and made a frightened sound. Looking intently at the barbarian, Bjorn, with a serious expression on his face, asked him not to be afraid. He explained to him that he was not going to harm him, after which he asked him where his weapon was and what he was doing here. The barbarian apologized to Bjorn and explained to him that he had no money, so he sold it. The protagonist squatted down next to this barbarian and began to think about how he was speaking to him formally and yet selling his weapon. Bjorn's face broke into a wide smile, realizing that he was a nobody. The protagonist introduced himself to the barbarian, saying that he was Bjorn, the son of Yandel. The barbarian, with a confused expression on his face, said that his name was Tarakin and that he was the son of Lean. The protagonist realized that the barbarian sitting opposite him was an evil spirit. Soon after these events, Tarakin greedily devoured the food that was on the table, raising a wooden goblet up. Tarakin shouted that he would never forget his kindness. The protagonist stared at him, thinking about how he said that he had come to the ceremony a month earlier than him, but then got lost and could not find the labyrinth. But the protagonist realized that it was more likely that he was simply afraid to fight monsters. Tarakin greedily devoured the food while Bjorn thought that it would be very easy to escape from the heated group of barbarians. But the problem is the consequences that follow this decision, because he probably tried to find a job in the city, but no one needs barbarians, and this is the biggest disadvantage of this class. With a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead, Bjorn asked himself if players really get here when they open the boss room called the Gate of the Abyss. Then the main character asked himself, Shouldn't such an experienced player know how to treat barbarians who do not go to the labyrinth? Then the main character turned to Tarakin and asked him to tell him what he did in a month. Tarakin confusedly answered him, saying that he did not go to the labyrinth again. The main character asked him in bewilderment, "What?" Then he asked him again. After that, the main character aggressively asked him if he had completely gone crazy. Tarakin began to ask him in response, how should he fight monsters without a weapon? The main character, looking at him, understood that this is why it was necessary not to lose the weapon, after which he mentally asked himself, can he really think only one step ahead, and did he even play this game? Tarakin reported that he was kicked out because he ran out of money. Then he told Bjorn what he expected anyway. Tarakin reported that he went through hunger, cold, illness. He tried to go to other barbarians, but for some reason they drove him away. The protagonist, looking straight ahead, asked himself how he had managed to last 3 months with such behavior. Then the protagonist came to the conclusion that if he had run away out of fear that day, he would have definitely met the same fate. Tarakin, pressing his hand to his chest, asked Bjorn how he liked his story. Then he began to ask him if he felt sorry for him and if he wanted to help him. Then Tarakin confidently shouted out that he might not believe him, but he knew the labyrinth very well and he was sure that he could. Bjorn did not let him finish, as he abruptly interrupted him and coldly replied that he would not go into the labyrinth with him. Tarakin, perplexed, asked him what? Bjorn noted that he would help him in another way, after which, stretching out his hand in front of him, Bjorn showed 3 silver coins and asked him to take them, after which he explained that there were 150,000 stones. With this money, Bjorn asked him to buy a weapon and go on his own. With a shaking hand, Tarakin reached out for the money and asked him if he would really give it to him. Then Tarakin began to thank him loudly and promise him that he would definitely repay him. The main character coldly ordered him to leave, after which he explained that he was tired of talking. With a happy expression on his face, Bjorn agreed with him and said that when he next came. The main character again did not let him finish and abruptly interrupted his speech, telling him no. After which the main character seriously addressed Tarakin by name and told him that he would lose this money or spend it on stupid things or get rich in the labyrinth, or if he wanted to repay his debt with the same money. The main character stared in front of him and ordered him to never try to find him again. After which the main character, looking up, ordered Tarakin to answer him if he understood everything. Tarakin confusedly agreed with him. Sometime after these events, Bjorn sat on the bed with gloomy lighting and thought about how disgusting he had behaved. After which the main character asked himself if he remembered the past. He understood that a logical person would say that he was stupid, and an emotional person would be angry that he helped that barbarian so little, and Bjorn understood that both points of view made sense because he could be hypocritical, but this was the best that could be done. Then the main character, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, mentally addressed Tarakin and asked him that he'd definitely survive. On the day of entering the labyrinth, a notification appeared on the system window that they had entered the first floor of the labyrinth called the Crystal Cave. Dvalki, with a wide smile on his face, holding a staff in his hand, asked, "So this is the labyrinth?" Then he wondered where they were going. Looking at Dvalki's actions, Bjorn thought that he was a human mage of the 8th rank, and his age was 25 years old. At that moment, Dvalki was actively moving, shouting that these were those very crystals. After that, he began to ask how they would explore. Watching this, the protagonist decided that he was a typical fool. The guy behind Dvalki asked him to wait and told him that he needed to look around a bit. This man was Braun Rathmuller, who was a rank 7 researcher. He was 34 years old and had 8 years of research experience. After that, Rathmuller said that this direction was correct, and he thought that everything would be fine if they went along the pre-selected route. Watching Rathmuller's actions, Bjorn thought that it could be said that this was the most normal researcher in their group. Then, watching Hikuro actively laughing, Bjorn realized that this was a dwarf who was a rank 6 researcher and also a tank and the leader of the group. The protagonist in the group was a tank and a rank 7 barbarian. And the last was a girl who screamed that she couldn't wait to break into battle because she hadn't fought for so long. This girl was Misha Karlstein. She was a 7th rank helicarrier and she was 25 years old. She also had 5 years of experience in exploring the labyrinth. Misha, with a wide smile on her face, suggested quickly tearing the head off the shoulders of some monster. After that, she shouted a strange sound characteristic of her. The main character noticed this and thought that she had a strange habit of saying Naya at the end of her lines. The main character thought that she claims that this is an innate feature, but he has never met anything like this. Hikuro laughed and said that he listens to her and obeys, after which he called her a princess. Misha looked at him in bewilderment and shouted that she asked not to call her that. The main character thought that someone seemed to say that she was the 13th princess of some tribe, but he did not remember the details. At that moment, Misha chased after Hikuro and shouted that she would kill him. Rathmuller turned to the rest of the group and suggested to have further, after which he asked them to try to stick together. The assembled group went after Rathmuller, and so the first exploration of the labyrinth by their team began. Under the leadership of Rathmuller, they reached the portal to the second floor in 10 hours. Rathmuller stared at the brightly glowing portal and informed the group that someone had arrived before them. Heavily exhaling air from his lungs, he noticed that this happened although they were moving at maximum speed. The main character watched his reaction and understood that the time was good, but he was still unhappy. The main character reasoned that he used the guide skill to understand the direction to the portal, but he himself is not a guide, so the result is very impressive. Rathmuller walked in front of the group, offering the rest to go inside the portal. The main character also heavily exhaled air from his lungs and thought that he was sorry that he could not take the experience for opening the portal. After that, Bjorn thought about the fact that if he went with Inar, he could use the bug, but he came to the conclusion that it would be better to leave this method for when he found people he could trust. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window informing that they had entered the second floor called the Beast Lair. The group of adventurers walked along a deep gorge between high cliffs. One of the travelers shouted that no matter how many times he came here, he could not get used to this smell. The protagonist, who was walking behind the group, thought that the portal to this zone was accessible from the eastern part of the first floor and, as the name of this floor said, was filled with beast-type monsters. Hikuro turned to Dvalki and asked him if he was okay. Dvalki had a painful expression on his face. Clutching his mouth with his palm, he asked not to be asked questions. Hikuro encouragingly patted Dvalki on the shoulder and laughed, noticing that it did not look like he was okay. Misha turned around with disgust at the sickly Dvalki and shouted that it looked disgusting. Bjorn understood that because this floor was filled with beast-type monsters, there was a smell here. Then Bjorn approached Rotmiller, who was sitting on his knee and studying the ground, and asked him how he felt. Then Bjorn noticed that it seemed to him that he had an essence that was associated with the sense of smell. Rotmiller replied that he was fine and that he had gotten used to this smell in a couple of times. After which Rotmiller said that there were many cesspools on this floor, and therefore he suggested that the others stay nearby if they did not want to end up in one. The protagonist, watching Rotmiller's reaction, thought that just one look from this guy instilled confidence, after which Bjorn began to reason about whether his 8 years of experience were having an effect here. A group of adventurers walked through the sticky mud. The main character knew that the beast's lair was a canyon, so they would have to find a way through a natural labyrinth. The main character realized that there were no traps in this location, but a guide was needed even more than in the Goblin Forest. Bjorn also understood that the local monsters would not be a hindrance due to the strength of their team. Soon after that, a group of adventurers defeated a bald-headed wolf, for which they received 1 unit of experience. After that, they defeated a werewolf, for which they received 2 units of experience, and a saber-toothed tiger, for which they also received 2 units of experience. And then they defeated a wall mole, for which they received another unit of experience. When it got dark, the group of adventurers settled down by the fire. The main character understood that thanks to Dvalka's signal magic, for people could sleep at once, which was 6 whole hours of sleep for him. Dvalka, turning to Hikuro, who was sitting opposite him, asked if he would sleep. Then Dvalki noticed that he had signal magic. Hikuro laughed in response and said that it was not a question of trusting his skills and explained that this magic only works on monsters. Dvalki looked at Hikuro in surprise, his eyes wide open, and asked him, "What's the problem then?" Hikuro answered him by saying that other researchers are more dangerous than a monster. Dvalki looked ahead in bewilderment with his eyes and mouth wide open, and then asked in confusion if this was true. Hikuro answered him affirmatively and explained that therefore he could sleep and he would replace him on duty, heavily exhaling air from his lungs. Dvalki agreed with him. The main character opened his eyes and frowned, looking ahead intently, thinking that perhaps this would be the last study with this magician. On the second day, right after noon, the group of adventurers moved on. Rod Miller, who was walking ahead, pointed his finger forward and told the others that the portal to the 3rd floor was already close, and there they would hunt monsters of the 7th or 8th rank. The main character knew that the third floor was a huge map called the Pilgrim's Path, and on the second floor everyone would end up in different locations depending on the chosen portal. But on the third floor they would end up in the same one. The main character, who was walking behind the group of adventurers, understood that of course the starting point depended on the chosen portal, and therefore he hoped that they would end up in a normal place. Suddenly, Misha turned to Bjorn and noticed that he said that last time he almost reached the third floor. The main character confirmed this assumption, after which Misha reacted in surprise, saying that it was great and noted that it took her a year. The main character asked her again in surprise, a year? Then he asked, then how much time passed before getting to the fourth? Misha, with a thoughtful expression on her face, looking at the sky, assumed that it took about 2 years or so. Hikuro, with a wide smile on his face, noticed that it also took him 2 years. Misha shouted that she did not like it, after which she began to shout that he had less experience. But he was 6th rank, and she was 7th. Hikuro, looking at her, laughed, noticing that at least she was born in a good family. Suddenly, Rock Miller addressed him, who with a serious expression on his face ordered them to be silent. Misha confusedly apologized to him, and Hikuro said that he was silent. The main character frowned his eyebrows looking ahead and asked what happened. He understood that these words from Rockmiller sounded more displeased than before. Looking at the back of Rockmiller walking in front, Bjorn assumed that perhaps he was used to working alone, which is why he reacts so sharply to noise behind his back. Soon after these events, a notification appeared on the system window informing that they entered the third floor called the Pilgrim's Path. The location where the group of adventurers ended up was called the Hill of Steel Rocks. Coming out of the portal, Bjorn looked ahead in surprise with a tense expression on his face, after which he jumped forward, putting a shield in front of him and turning to Rockmiller, sharply ordered him to retreat back. At that moment, 2 boars with huge fangs were rushing at Bjorn at great speed. The main character, putting a shield in front of him, was able to defend himself from the attack of one of the boars with a tense expression on his face, taking this blow with his shield. At that moment, Bjorn asked himself in surprise, where did the monsters come from right in front of the portal? Holding back the onslaught of the boar, Bjorn, with a tense expression on his face, understood that this monster was too powerful, and if he did not have a lithium shield, he would have already been blown away. Looking to the side at Hikuro, Bjorn realized that the dwarf had a worse shield. Hikuro, who had taken the blow from the boar, stood opposite the monster with a tense expression, but soon his shield began to split into small pieces, soon after which a notification appeared on the system window that Hikuro had used emergency recovery. The shield that began to split in his hands began to glow with bright magical energy. After which Hikuro shouted out to Bjorn that this was a rank 7 monster. After which Hikuro shouted intro. Hikuro recommended that Bjorn not try to push these monsters away, but at the same time not let these pass. The protagonist answered him by saying that he himself knew about it. Bjorn understood that he had recovered so quickly, but he did not envy him at all, since he understood that Intro's active skill called Counterweight gives resistance to being knocked back, and the essence from this greatly helped them in the battle in the Bloody Citadel. Hikuro, who was tensely holding back the boar's resistance, began to press his feet into the hard rock under his feet. A notification appeared on the system window informing that Hikuro had used a counterweight. Tensely holding back the boar, Hikuro was splitting the rocks that were under his feet. Soon, another notification appeared on the system window informing that the Dvalki were using a rank 8 curse called Corrosion. Thick and purple magical energy began to affect the massive fangs of the boars, causing these fangs to bubble. Dvalki, with a serious and tense expression on his face, looked ahead, clutching a staff in his hands from which magical energy emanated. Turning to Dvalki, Hikuro, preparing to strike, shouted that this was excellent, after which he shouted that he would finish off this monster. At that moment, raising his melee weapon high above his head, Hikuro jumped and struck the boar's head, causing a bright energy explosion. Dvalki looked at it in confusion and covered his face with his hand and said that they could do it. Misha leaned his foot on Bjorn's back, from which she was jumping, and said that there was one more left. The protagonist looked in bewilderment at how his back was being used like a springboard, after which Misha, clutching a dagger in her hand, aimed straight at the boar's head, which Bjorn was holding back with a shield at that moment. With a wide smile on her face, Misha turned to the essence and ordered it to come out. Immediately after that, she delivered a sharp, cutting blow to the boar's back, causing abundant bloody streams to spill out of the monster's back. The wounded boar began to squeal in pain, raising its mouth high, after which a notification appeared on the system window stating that they had defeated the boars called Intro and received 3 experience points for this. The protagonist, looking in front of him at the defeated monsters, thought that this was strange and that these monsters usually did not appear here, after which Bjorn turned to Rockmiller and asked him if there were people nearby. After this, a notification appeared on the system window that Rockmiller was using a skill called Heat Search. His eye began to glow with bright magical energy, and the essence of this skill was that this is an active skill of the guide lizard that helps to detect living creatures by the heat emitted. Soon after scanning the surrounding area, Rockmiller said that he did not see anyone, but he noticed that it was clear from the smell that someone had recently been here, and these people were a maximum of 2 minutes away from them. The protagonist, looking at him, assumed that they were watching the fight, and then decided to leave. Hakuro, with a tense expression on his face, asked them to wait, and then asked, "So was this a planned attack?" The protagonist began to reason out loud that he did not think that these people were interested in them specifically, after which he explained that luring monsters to the portal is a common method of marauders, and they use the moment when those leaving are the least vigilant. Misha, with a bloodthirsty expression on her face, suggested catching these marauders and beating them, after which she noted that a reward could be given for the marauders. Rockmiller confirmed her words, saying that, however, it would be difficult to catch up with these marauders, and, in addition, they had no evidence, after which the blame could ultimately be on them. Misha, in response to this remark, Rockmiller shouted that, however, the dead do not speak. All this time, Dvalki listened to this conversation with a tense expression on his face. Hakuro suggested leaving a warning about the marauders in front of the portal on the second floor, and then moving on. Listening to this, Dvalki shook with tension, looking ahead in surprise. Some time after these events, when it was already dark outside, Misha said that Rockmiller was smart, after which he said that she had never heard of such a method of attack. Rockmiller said that he himself saw this for the first time. Misha confirmed this by saying that there were not many opportunities to encounter marauders. At that moment, the main character mentally asked himself in bewilderment, "What?" After that, Bjorn turned to Misha and asked her how many times she had met them. Misha, looking at him in bewilderment, asked again, "She?" After that, Misha said that over the past 5 years, she had met marauders about 8 times. The main character, surprised by her words, realized that this was too little, after which he shouted out that he thought that researchers stumbled upon marauders all the time. After which Bjorn said that over the past 3 months he had come across them 5. Misha turned to Bjorn in surprise and asked him again, after which, with a smile on her face, she noticed that he had no luck at all. Hakuro, with a wide smile on his face, remarked that this was impressive, after which he said that he had heard that 150 years ago the situation was very bad, but recently the number of marauders had greatly decreased. Hakuro laughed loudly and remarked that perhaps they had met these marauders today because of him. The protagonist, perplexed by the news he had heard, opened his eyes and mouth wide indignantly and asked himself where he had sinned so much. After this, Rockmiller, with a serious expression, asked him not to laugh at Bjorn and remarked that he would say that Misha was very lucky. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, mentally asked Rockmiller if this was really the case, and if this was happening to him alone. Rockmiller asked Bjorn not to worry too much about this, after which he told him that he met marauders once every 3 months. The protagonist, hearing this, was upset and thought that this was still less than his. Rockmiller, looking at how upset Bjorn was, asked him if something was wrong. Bjorn did not answer him, after which he suggested moving on. Soon after these events, a group of adventurers defeated a stone worm, for which they received 2 experience points, and defeated an iron falcon, for which they also received 2 experience points. They also defeated a guardian of a steel hill, for which they again received 2 experience points. Rockmiller, who was standing near a rock, suggested making a camp here and going to another place tomorrow. The protagonist understood that they had come to the border of the location and there were fewer monsters here, and although the place was inconvenient, it was a good option. Hakuro turned to Dvalki, who was sitting on the ground, and asked him if he was okay or not, after which Hakuro noticed that he did not look his best. Dvalki, raising his head in surprise, looked at Hakuro and asked him if this was really so. Bjorn, who was watching this conversation, confirmed Hakuro's assumption, after which he noticed that he had not closed his mouth before, but now it was as if he had chewed something disgusting. Dvalki sat with a gloomy expression looking at his feet, after which he said that, to be honest, his fantasy of adventure had been destroyed. At that moment, all the members of the adventurers group were sitting around the fire. Dvalki lowered his sad face and remarked that he knew how that sounded, after which he assumed that they probably thought he was young and naive. Dvalki started to talk out loud about how researchers kill other researchers, and some even think that they can get money for it, and it is difficult to call such a situation a fairy tale. After that, Dvalki noticed that if everything continues like this, then one day he will also have to kill a person. Then Dvalki asked if this is true. Misha listened to these words with a confused expression on her face, putting her hand on the back of her head, while Rotmiller listened to these thoughts with a serious face. Dvalki started to talk about the fact that for this reason he had been trying to prepare himself for this all the way. The main character, looking intently into his eyes, asked him if he was ready now. Dvalki's face became more confident, frowning his eyebrows. He looked ahead and answered him affirmatively, after which, lowering his face again, he noted that, however, he was not sure that he could really do it when the time came. The main character, watching him, thought that this was determination without self-confidence, and he understood that Dvalki was full of confusion and fear. Hikuro, with a worried expression, turned to Dvalki, who was sitting on the ground and hiding his head between his knees. Bjorn frowned and reasoned that this was much better than people who act confidently, and then start crying and complaining in the face of death. Bjorn did not have time to finish his thought, because Rotmiller, with a smile on his face, exhaled air from his lungs and said that it is important not to overestimate your strength, and it is much more reliable to do so than to say that you will definitely do it. Then Rotmiller, with a smile on his face, crossed his arms on his chest and asked the others if they would give him a minute. The adventurers looked at him in surprise, after which Rotmiller explained to them that he wanted to show them something. Soon after, a group of adventurers followed Rotmiller. After a while, all of them with surprised expressions on their faces, their eyes wide open and their mouths looking ahead with admiring eyes, while Rotmiller had a satisfied smile on her face. The protagonist, looking ahead with surprise, said what it was. They were standing on the edge of a cliff while the vast space in front of them was illuminated by many bright, shiny substances that were floating in the air. Tall, voluminous mountains were visible in the distance, and at the foot of the cliff were mountain rivers, and at a short distance from them was a tall, Gothic tower in the middle of the forest. The adventurers looked at this with fascinated expressions on their faces, after which Rotmiller asked them if it was really beautiful. He explained that it was a sight that could only be seen at this time of day. Misha, with a happy expression on her face, raised her clenched fists and began to scream in surprise and joy. Rotmiller, with a smile on his face, noticed that no one knew why this phenomenon occurs on the third floor. Hikuro, at that moment, shouted that it was amazing. Rotmiller then suggested that the reason is not so important when you can see something like this. After that, he asked them if that was true. Dvalki silently watched the spectacle that was revealed before his eyes. The pupils of his eyes sparkled, and his cheeks turned red with admiration. Rotmiller, turning to Dvalki, asked him what he thought, and did he feel the desire to continue research? Dvalki continued to silently look into the distance, without answering this question, as he was completely absorbed in what he saw. Soon the light disappeared, and the labyrinth was filled with the usual darkness. Everyone went to bed, and the protagonist remained at his post. He sat opposite the fire, while the other members of the squad lay around this fire. However, the protagonist, looking at Dvalki, who at that moment, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looked in front of him, Bjorn understood that Dvalki's sleeping breath could not be heard for a long time. Then the main character began to reason that if you add up all the experience gained so far, you get about 50 units. The next morning, they continued their journey again, following Rotmiller. With a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, Bjorn understood that he needed 150 experience points to reach level 4, and that it would take a long time. But now he could absorb 3 essences. Remembering the monsters that Bjorn had defeated before, he understood that 2 essences had already been collected, and there was 1 free slot, so he could take his time raising his level. After which the main character began to reason that it would be great to get some useful essence. Soon his thoughts were interrupted by a message from Rotmiller, who said that they were there. Looking ahead and clutching a torch in his hand, he said that an orc settlement was starting here. A few meters in front of them was a wooden post with flags, wooden barrels and boxes, as well as a palisade. The protagonist knew that the orc settlement was the area with the largest number of monsters on the 3rd floor, and only monsters of rank 8 and above appeared there. He realized that in terms of difficulty, this was the 2nd place on the 3rd floor, but if they were not going to go straight to the 4th, this was the most suitable area for hunting. While the group of adventurers and seekers walked forward, Hikuro, holding his index finger in front of him, suggested that they try to get used to each other so that after that they could decide what to do next. Suddenly, Rotmiller approached Hikuro and informed him that a group of orcs was approaching them and pointed in the direction in which several massive, muscular orcs with large melee weapons in their paws were approaching the adventurers. Suddenly, the orc walking in front began to growl menacingly. Hikuro loudly shouted that this was excellent, after which he ordered them to act as they had trained before, immediately after which the adventurers distributed themselves and began to take out their weapons, preparing for the upcoming battle. The orcs with furious expressions on their faces rushed to attack. Behind the group of orcs was a shaman with a large staff in his hands, and next to him was another orc with a bow and arrows. A notification appeared on the system window informing that Dvalki was using a rank 8 magic attack called an ice spear. Immediately after that, several ice spears appeared in the sky, one of which pierced the head of an orc with a melee weapon. The protagonist understood the strategy of their group, which was that Dvalki and Rotmiller would deal damage from a distance while he and Hikuro blocked the enemies. With tense expressions on their faces, Hikuro and Bjorn held shields in front of their bodies defending themselves from the orcs' attacks, while Misha's task was to kill the approaching enemies one by one. Misha jumped and delivered 2 cutting blows with her blades, tearing apart the tendons of the orcs. Rotmiller aimed with an unperturbed expression at the sight on his crossbow. Soon after which a notification appeared on the system window informing that the orc shaman was using a rage spell. Rotmiller, with a tense expression on his face, looked ahead in surprise and shouted that the shaman was preparing a spell. At that moment, the orc shaman, raising his staff high above his head, concentrated thick magical energy of a bright red color. After which a notification appeared on the system window stating that the resistance to physical attacks of the orc warrior was tripled for 10 seconds. The grown orc warrior, with a furious expression on his face, straining his body with anger, looked ahead. At that moment, the body of this orc glowed with magical energy. The eyes of this orc glowed bright red, after which the orc warrior rushed to attack, scattering the defending Hikuro and Bjorn in different directions, and then rushed on. The protagonist, looking back with a tense expression on his face, understood that if the monsters break through the first line and attack the back row, then he turned to Rotmiller and shouted that one ogre had broken through. The ogre warrior was furiously growling as he approached Rotmiller, while Rotmiller held out his shield in front of him, extended his other hand towards Dvalka, and turned to him and ordered him to stand behind him. The confused and frightened Rotmiller obeyed his order. The protagonist understood that he needed to protect the most vulnerable member of their team, namely Dvalka. The ogre warrior dealt a powerful blow with his huge sword to Rotmiller, but he was able to block this blow with his shield. The ogre looked ahead in bewilderment, after which Misha, who appeared from behind this orc, clutching a blade in her hand, explained that 10 seconds had already passed. After that, she struck the orc on the neck, causing thick, bloody splashes to paint the ground burgundy. A notification appeared on the system window that they had defeated the orc archer, for which they had received 2 experience points, and defeated the orc warrior, for which they had also received 2 experience points. Another orc fell to the ground with a painful hoarse sound, after which Misha landed near this fallen body. The shaman, looking furiously in front of him, growled loudly, holding his staff in front of him. But a moment later, the head of this orc shaman was separated from the body by a powerful blow from the main character. Immediately after this, a notification appeared on the system window informing that they had defeated the orc shaman, for which they had received 2 experience points. The group of adventurers gathered together and began to cheerfully discuss what had happened. Dvalka shouted that his heart was still beating very hard. Misha noticed that they had done well. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, thoughtfully looked ahead, putting his fingers to his chin, and thought about the fact that about 8 minutes had passed, and they clearly lacked damage. After that, he began to think about what was expected in a team with 2 tanks and a scout. He realized that it was slow but stable. After that, looking at his group, he realized that this was a good combination, and he liked it. At that moment, a joyful Dvalka asked if they saw how he killed an orc. Misha, showing him her extended thumb, shouted that it was a great job. Rotmiller watched them with a smile on his face. After that, they continued to walk through the orc settlement and fight, and the closer they were to the center, the more monsters there were in each group, and once they even came across a great orc warrior of the 7th rank, whom they were able to defeat without any problems, after which, for the victory over the great orc warrior, they received 3 experience units. However, the protagonist understood that a calm and simple hunt could not last long, and soon a male voice cast a spell, causing a powerful fiery explosion. The protagonist looked at this with wide, open eyes in bewilderment and swore, asking himself mentally what was going on here. After that, he began to think about what if something like this fell on their heads. At that moment, their group, with Akiro sitting on the ground, stood in front of other people. A man with a luxurious staff in his hand stretched out an open palm in front of him, and with a stern expression on his face declared that the orc settlement was the territory of the Zarvi clan, after which he ordered to leave this place. The protagonist knew that the dungeon and the stone were a single-player game. But this game had surprisingly many content restrictions, and all at first, he was forbidden to move freely around the map until he progressed along the main plot. But later, if he could create his own clan, then it would be possible to even take control of hunting grounds, and of course this requires a lot of people. So they only do this for the sake of rare mobs or monsters. Ikuro, looking questioningly at the people standing on the stairs near the massive fortifications, asked again, "Zarbi?" The protagonist asked himself why they had captured the area on the third floor. Ikuro, at that moment, while talking to these people, noticed that it seemed to him that this was a clan that was active from the sixth floor. After which he asked why they needed an orc settlement. The man who was the leader among the people standing in front of him said, with a serious expression, that he was not going to explain anything. Frowning and staring ahead, Ikuro noticed that he had heard that some clans were given territories for their merits, but no one had said that this place belonged to the Zarbi clan. With a serious expression, Ikuro asked how they could tell that they were actually members of this clan. The old man who was standing on the stairs with a stern expression said that he was telling interesting things. A conflict began to arise between Ikuro and this old man, after which Ikuro said that he was often told such things. The protagonist, watching what was happening, assumed that he was acting this way because of the responsibility of the team leader, after which he came to the conclusion that they were going the hard way. Misha was shaking with fear and hid behind Bjorn, which is why the protagonist turned to her questioningly. The protagonist wondered why she was pressed against his back. He had a feeling that she was hiding from something. Suddenly, a male voice asked if she was completely stupid. After Misha heard this, her eyes widened in fear, after which she turned to the beast man who was standing next to the old. Taller furiously shouted that he told her not to call him that outside. Misha fearfully apologized to him, after which Taller frowned and crossed his arms over his chest with an angry expression on his face. He said that she was not that stupid if she immediately realized her mistake. The old man turned to Taller and told him that he would ask him just in case, after which he asked if this girl was his sister. Taller, irritated, looking ahead, answered him affirmatively, noting that for now it was so. The old man chuckled and noted that he was indebted to Sir Karlstein, and therefore an exception could be made for his sister. But Taller, sternly looking ahead, interrupted him, noting that there was no need for this. Then he said that he could not explain the details, and this was a family problem, but his father would not mind. The old man looked at Taller in surprise and noticed that if he was saying that, he thought that they could at least explain why they were driving her away. Then the old man, turning to the group of researchers, told them that they urgently needed the essence of a great orc warrior for internal reasons of the clan, and if everything went well, the next time this zone would be free, so they would be grateful to them if they went somewhere else. The main character began to reason, asking himself, is the sixth floor clan looking for the essence of a great orc? He understood that this essence was not that rare, after which he asked himself in surprise, really? At that moment, the old man with a sly smile on his face, clutching a staff in his hand, noticed that they would not have any monsters left anyway, because they were here and therefore they had better leave quickly. The main character realized that if they did not leave, then these people would use all their strength to stop them. The main character knew that in the Labyrinth, the rules are written by the strong, and it is better not to forget about it so as not to do stupid things. Ikuro cursed with a gloomy expression. The protagonist understood that the dwarf wanted the best for the team, but he needed to know his place and leave while they were alive. Straining his face, the protagonist said that he understood this. However, his speech was suddenly interrupted by a shout from Dvalki, who said that he would figure it out. Looking at Dvalki in surprise, Bjorn asked himself, "Dvalki?" Dvalki stepped forward and spread his arms wide and laughed, saying that he was pleased to see him. At that moment, Dvalki addressed the old man with the staff as an older colleague. Then Dvalki introduced himself, saying that his name was Lyabwab Dvalki, and he was an 8th rank mage of the ruling family of Rabdonia who decided to devote his entire life to magic. Suddenly, Dvalki's speech was interrupted by the old man's words, who said that he looked like a non-entity. Dvalki looked in confusion ahead, while the old man continued confidently addressing Dvalki, ordering him not to dare to call him his elder. He insulted Dvalki again, after which he noticed that he had learned a couple of basic spells and was now pretending to be a great magician. The old man ordered him to leave these useless tricks for street performances, after which he asked what else to devote his life to magic. The old man pointed his finger at Dvalki and ordered him to find at least a little shame in himself, and not to dare to call himself a magician. Dvalki looked in horror ahead while a drop of sweat was running down his face. He tried to justify himself, but could not answer anything. The protagonist watching the situation unfolding understood that Dvalki had completely failed, and it was sad to hear such direct words, however. The protagonist did not have time to finish his thought as Hikuro, in a rage, turning to the old man, asked him if this was too rude. The protagonist cursed mentally, realizing that it was Hikuro again and that now was not the time to argue. He understood that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. The old man looked sternly at Hikuro and noticed that he had told the truth, after which he asked what the problem was. Hikuro asked him fiercely the truth. After that, he furiously suggested checking it out. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window, informing him that Hikuro was using the discharge spell. Raising the hammer above his head, he concentrated a lot of lightning from this hammer. The protagonist, looking at this in bewilderment, mentally asked, was he seriously going to fight the Sixth Floor clan? Hikuro was going to direct this energy towards the members of the Zarvi clan standing in front of him. He had already rushed into the attack with a furious cry while the old man stared at him intently. But suddenly the protagonist, loudly shouting Hikuro's name, grabbed him by the back of the head with his palm and hit his face hard on the ground. Clutching the shield and the dwarf's head in his hand, Bjorn stood tensely in front of the Zarvi clan members. Dvalki and Misha looked at this in bewilderment with their eyes and mouths wide open, and Rottmiller only exhaled heavily from his lungs. The protagonist, straining the hand with which he was clutching Hikuro, abruptly ordered him to stop, after which the protagonist raised his head in front of him, realizing what had just happened. The old man with a sly smile on his face turned to Hikuro and noted that he had a very good team. Then he recommended that he be sure to thank this barbarian. The protagonist was thinking about how they had just almost been killed. Soon after these events, Hikuro apologized to his group. With a sad expression on his face, he told them that he had lost control. Rottmiller looked at Hikuro with annoyance, crossing his arms over his chest, noting that his actions could have killed them. Hikuro apologized to them again. The protagonist mentally addressed Rottmiller and thought that this was great because it was better to blame him for everything so that he would remember it. However, Rottmiller suddenly noticed that nothing had happened, so he suggested closing the topic. The protagonist, perplexed, mentally asked him, was he just forgiving this? Rottmiller reasoned out loud that although they had rushed, he thought that standing up for allies was a good idea. The protagonist, perplexed, looking at Rottmiller, asked, was he even praising him? With an irritated expression on his face, looking ahead, Bjorn exhaled heavily from his lungs, realizing that Rottmiller was too soft to become the leader of the group. At the same time, Bjorn thought that he would have definitely sworn in his place. Misha, putting her hand on the back of her head, also apologized to her group and noted that without her participation, it would have been much easier to cope with the situation. Dvalki immediately began to deny it, and putting his hand in front of himself, shouted that this was not true, and without her they would have simply been driven away, after which Dvalki asked Misha not to say such a thing. Misha, with a smile on her face, turned to Dvalki, after which Hikuro, laughing, noted that this was an awkward but sincere consolation. The protagonist, watching what was happening, realized that the atmosphere had changed dramatically, and he always felt uncomfortable from such moments. At that moment, goosebumps appeared on his body, and he asked himself, is it really he who is strange here? Misha began to talk about how she does not really like to talk about her family, because she is the only one who could not make a contract with a spiritual beast. The protagonist knew that beast men are able to make contracts with the spirits of ancient animals called spiritual beasts, and contact can have different forms. So, someone calls upon beasts that help fight, and others become possessed. And there are also some who receive blessings that give special abilities, and of course, not everyone can make a contract, however. The problem is that Misha is the direct heir of the Karlstein family, and she cannot call upon the spirit, and thereby disgraces her family. With a slight smile on her face, Misha told how she had good relations with her brothers and sisters as a child. Memories from her childhood appeared in her mind, after which she told how, however, when she became an adult and was not chosen by the spirit beast, everyone began to ignore her. She remembered how her relatives, addressing her sharply and with disgust, ordered her not to touch them. Misha told her group that everyone called her a half-breed and said that she had dirty blood, after which she said her nickname, an illegitimate child. She continued her story by saying that her mother died almost immediately after her birth, and there was no time to tell the truth, and she could not stand such an attitude. So she left home and learned to fight. After that, she finished her story by explaining that this is how she became a researcher. Hikuro, reverently addressing Misha and holding her hands in hers, said that she had been through a lot, and it was probably hard to talk about this. After that, he thanked her for this. Misha began to deny it and shouted that he considered them real partners, and that is why he reacted so quickly. Hikuro laughed, saying that he was glad that she understood this. The main character, perplexed, watching this conversation, asked himself, how did she come to such a conclusion? After that, the main character mentally asked himself, is it possible to end this conversation already? Hikuro, with a wide smile on his face, turning to Misha, asked her permission to tell about herself. The main character reacted to this with surprise, but immediately Hikuro began his story, saying that he dreamed of becoming a blacksmith. But he lacked talent, and for 10 years, he never finished preparatory training, and this is one of the reasons why he became a researcher after 30. He explained this by the fact that he needed money, so he had to run away. Devalki, with tears in his eyes, pressing his hand to his chest, and shouted that he was sure that he was the least talented of them. Devalki began to loudly talk about how he became a magician thanks to the status of his family, but he did not have the talent to get into the magic tower. He said that if he were a real magician, then that person would definitely show at least a little respect. Hikuro, reverently turning to Devalki, now put his hand on his shoulder and answered negatively to this, noting that this old man is a bad guy and not him. After that, Hikuro shouted that he is a great magician. Devalki thanked Hikuro for these words. The main character, continuing to watch this frank dialogue with his mouth wide open, mentally asked himself, what is going on here? Rod Miller also looked ahead with an unperturbed expression, after which he said that he had been in many teams, but had never encountered this. The main character agreed with him, after which he wanted to ask why. He did not have time to finish his thought, as Rod Miller, with a confident expression on his face, shouted out that he also needed to apologize. The main character, sincerely perplexed, looking at Rod Miller, mentally asked, and he too? Rod Miller began to talk about how when Hikuro and Misha talked about age and experience, he was very upset. He explained that everything happened because of his disgusting envy, after which, with a smile on his face, Rod Miller said that he thought that they had no right to complain because they were not born human and did not even know what they had to go through. Hikuro looked at Rod Miller with surprise and asked, really? Then he asked him, but don't researchers and people have advantages? Misha, also with a smile on her face, clenching her hand into a fist, shouted that this is really so, after which she noted that people can use the aura and become elementalists, simple magicians or priests. The main character understood that this can only be a minority that shows talent, but he decided that it is better for him to remain silent here. Hikuro, with a wide smile on his face, laughed and asked, so they have a whole team of losers? After that, Hikuro cheerfully shouted that this is great, after which he said that they will cover each other's minuses. Happy, Devalki shouted that he will do everything possible to be useful. Misha also offered to try, and Hikuro hoped that this team will exist for a long time. Only the main character, confusedly watching this, thought that they laid out their problems and supported each other. He was left alone. At that moment, all the members of the adventure group began to look at Bjorn in anticipation. The protagonist was actively asking himself in horror, why were they looking at him as if they were waiting for something? After that, the protagonist began to assume that they would drive him away if he did not say anything. The protagonist quickly asked himself, what should he say? He understood that he was not used to such groups, after which the protagonist, expressively tensing his whole body and raising his head high, screamed that he was left without a mother. This loud scream echoed many times in the minds of everyone who heard it. Devalki and Hikuro looked at Bjorn in bewilderment, after which the irritated Bjorn, also looking at them, mentally asked himself, is this not enough? Then the protagonist shouted out that his mother died when he was born and his father went into the labyrinth and did not return when he was little. After that, the tense Bjorn, pressing his hand to his chest, said that now he is an adult, but he cannot see them even if he wants to. After this confession from Bjorn, everyone was silent for a long time, looking at him in surprise. The main character mentally addressed his group and asked, how are they doing? After that, Bjorn thought that he did not lie, because Inar told him about it. With a sympathetic expression on his face, Rod Miller addressed Bjorn and noted that it seemed to be very hard for him at that age. Misha, with tears in her eyes, pitifully looked at Bjorn and apologized to him for complaining about her family, and did not even know about it. Devalki, pressing his hand to his eyes, asked him, how did he pretend to be completely fine? Hikuro, tremblingly addressed Bjorn and holding his big hand in his hands, told him that he could replace his parents if he wanted. The main character abruptly pulled his hand out of Hikuro's hands and shouted that everything was fine. At that moment, he mentally ordered them to leave him alone. At this time, a tearful group of researchers who were overwhelmed with emotion said that he was the youngest in their team. Hikuro lowered his helmet over his eyes and asked him not to hold back in front of them. The protagonist, watching this reaction, thought that he somehow became the most pathetic member of the group. After that, he decided that he did not care, and the fact that he did not have a mother was not true, and even more so, he was a Munchkin barbarian who reached the 7th rank in 3 months. But suddenly a thought appeared in his mind that this was a barbarian in the game reality who was balancing on the brink of death. Misha was worried and turned to Bjorn and asked what was wrong with him. The protagonist looked ahead at a loss, being overwhelmed by thoughts that disturbed him. Then Misha suggested that he was tormented by thoughts about his mother. The protagonist looked ahead with a lost look and cursed, asking himself why his life was so pathetic. While Dvalki and Misha tried to calm the protagonist down by telling him that it was okay if he missed his family, then Misha, could be his sister Rotmiller, turned to Hikuro and asked him what they were going to do next. Hikuro answered him by saying that he was thinking about going to the witch's forest. Suddenly, the protagonist woke up hearing about the witch's forest. Misha asked again, the witch's forest? She then asked why not go to the Greentail Swamp? Rotmiller told her that it would take 6 days to get there. Then Dvalki asked them what about the 4th floor? Dvalki noted that he had heard that the witch's forest was not very suitable for warriors. Hikuro crossed his arms over his chest and noted that it was too early for them to go to the 4th floor. The protagonist, watching his reaction, thought that this was a firm decision. Soon after that, Hikuro said that he had seen many teams that underestimated the difficulty and died there, and it would not be too late to go there when they worked on teamwork. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead, thought that the witch's forest was an area that only went to when absolutely necessary, because it was a bad place for hunting. After that, the protagonist began to reason that he thought Hikuro insisted so much because the 4th floor was no better. The protagonist knew that on the 4th floor there were monsters of rank 7 and 8, as well as on the 3rd floor. However, sometimes there was a 6th rank. He understood that this happened quite rarely, and you can walk there for 4 days and find only one. However, the point was that adventurers would still meet these representatives there. The protagonist began to think that he had died many times there because he had gone there unprepared. He remembered how when he was playing the game, he grabbed his head screaming that he thought that this time everything would work out. At that moment, his screen showed that his character had died. The protagonist reasoned that Hikuro's fears were clear. But after that, he turned to him and with a serious expression said that he thought that they should go to the 4th floor. The group of adventurers looked at Bjorn in surprise, who made them this offer. He began to argue that Hikuro and he are quite strong tanks, and even against a 6th rank monster, they will be able to create an opportunity to escape. At that moment, Bjorn was thinking that, to be honest, with the essence of a vampire, he will not have to run away. At the same time, he realized that of course they do not have enough damage. But there is a mage and 2 experienced researchers in the team, so he believed that the hunt will be slow, but at the same time they should master the 4th floor. Misha, listening to him, said, turning to Dvalki, that Bjorn says the right things, but she is worried because he is a barbarian. Dvalki, who listened to her, with a thoughtful expression, agreed with her thoughts, after which Misha noticed that even a broken clock shows the correct time twice a day. After that, she suggested that they should listen to him this time. Dvalki noted that he thinks nothing bad will come of it. The protagonist listened to them whispering in rage and mentally scolded them because he heard what they were talking about. Hikuro said that he still thought it was dangerous. But after that, he suggested a vote, and as a result of this vote, they decided to go to the 4th floor. Following Rotmiller, their small and pathetic team, in Bjorn's opinion, came to go to the 4th floor. When 3 days had passed since entering the labyrinth, Rotmiller, looking at the object in his hands, suggested spending the night here. Hikuro turned to Rotmiller and noticed that they still had enough strength. After that, he suggested that maybe they should go a little further. Rotmiller answered him that it would take them 3 hours to find the same suitable place. Hikuro asked him again, and then said that in that case they would stay here. While Misha, turning to Dvalki, asked him if he wanted dried meat, and Dvalki thanked her and accepted the meat. The main character looked at the watch in his hands and thought that it was 9 p.m., and that was the same time as the 1st and 2nd day camps. After which the main character began to reason that it looked like Rotmiller had chosen the future resting place based on the remaining distance and speed. The main character came to the conclusion that it didn't sound very difficult, but it was impressive, especially in a labyrinth where there was no concept of day and night. The main character turned to Rotmiller and asked him what their plan was for tomorrow. Rotmiller, studying the piece of paper he was holding in his hand, suggested that he thought they would be at the witch's forest before lunch. Hearing this, the main character noticed that Rotmiller didn't even think about the answer. after which he compared him to a walking GPS navigator, after which he thought that he didn't expect anything else from a veteran explorer. Rottmiller turned to Bjorn and told him that moving through the forest would require a lot of effort. So he said that it would be better for everyone to have a good rest. After that, he asked if he would be the first on duty. A group of adventurers who had settled down near a burning fire went to bed, and Nisha wished everyone a good night. Sometime after that, Rottmiller abruptly addressed Bjorn by name. The main character, looking ahead with wide eyes and surprise, asked if it was his turn. Rottmiller, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, said that it was not his turn yet. The main character, standing up abruptly, asked him monsters. Rottmiller answered him sharply and succinctly, saying that everything was here. The main character began to think about this word, assuming that he was talking about monsters and explorers. Suddenly, loud screams were heard in the forest asking for help. The main character, sitting on the ground near the fire, asked, "Do they look like the people they are chasing?" Rottmiller answered him affirmatively, after which he noted that it was unimportant. Then Rottmiller asked him if he remembered the attack when exiting the portal. The protagonist looked at Rottmiller in surprise and noticed that he said that everything looked like a trap for those who escaped. Rottmiller, with a serious expression on his face, looking ahead in the direction from which the screams came, confirmed this assumption and said that now he could smell that very smell. Hikuro, tensely looking ahead, loudly asked him if he was talking about marauders now. Rottmiller answered him affirmatively, after which he began to reason out loud that he did not know the reason, but he had a feeling that they were targeting them and now decided to deceive them by pretending to be people in trouble. Misha, with a tense expression on her face, clutching a dagger in her hand, began to ask, "Then what will they do?" After that, Misha shouted that they were almost here. Suddenly, people approaching them saw the fire and began to shout loudly, "Fire!" The protagonist, putting a helmet on his head, said that he would take advantage of the opportunity. Then, threateningly squeezing a mace in his hands, he said, turning to his comrades, that if they were not sure, he asked them not to interfere. 3 researchers quickly approached Bjorn asking for help. The protagonist abruptly ordered them to stop. These researchers, bewildered, looking ahead with frightened expressions on their faces, stopped in place. The protagonist, putting a shield in front of him, ordered them not to approach, then warned them that if they approached even one more step, he would break their skulls. The researcher girl standing in front began to fearfully ask them for help, after which she reported that the other members of their group had died. Then this girl began to say that they would thank them for saving them. At that moment, several dozen meters behind the frightened researchers, there were orcs. The protagonist emotionlessly ordered them to throw their weapons on the ground. The researcher girl who had been talking to Bjorn before started screaming that there were monsters. Another man asked if this was really necessary. The protagonist stared at the orcs who were clutching melee weapons in their hands and watching the situation. The protagonist understood that these orcs were just watching, and these orcs were trying to figure out if they had united into one group, after which the protagonist noticed that it was even easier this way, threateningly addressing the researchers standing opposite him. He noted that the choice was theirs, and their choice was to drop their weapons or run away. The researchers, looking in horror ahead with tense expressions on their faces, soon agreed to this. They threw their weapons on the ground and then asked them for help, noticing that they had done everything. The protagonist, addressing Rothmiller, asked him to collect the weapons. Rothmiller complied with this request, and the orcs, heavily exhaling air from their lungs, disappointedly turned in the opposite direction and went deep into the night forest. Watching this, the protagonist assumed that these orcs were retreating because they did not want to attack a large group. Then the protagonist noticed that these monsters were very cunning. Suddenly, a female voice addressed the protagonist and thanked him for his help. He turned towards this voice and saw that it was a girl in a torn religious robe, with red cheeks. This girl said that her name was Eliza, and they saved their lives. Suddenly, Hikuro cleared his throat because he noticed the vulgarly torn skirt that Eliza was wearing. After that, Hikuro, with red cheeks, introduced himself, noting that he did not know what happened to them, but assumed that it was definitely something complicated. The protagonist, watching Hikuro's behavior, thought that he was a stupid dwarf because he was already distracted by her appearance. Then the researcher girl introduced herself, who, pointing her palms towards her chest, said that her name was Irita Tyson. The man who was near her said that his name was Hans Argo. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise while the image of the Hans he met on his first journey appeared in his mind. The protagonist began to think that the first marauder he met was also Hans, after which he thought that this was an amazing coincidence. Hans Argo noticed that this was a fairly common name, after which he turned to Bjorn and asked him if he knew the other Hans. The protagonist answered him by saying that this seemed to be true, after which he thought that the other Hans was already dead. Eliza, with flushed cheeks, demonstratively wiped a tear from her cheek and said that she did not even want to think about what would have happened to them if they had not met them. After that, Eliza shouted that it was probably the goddess Ritlas who protected them. Rod Miller, looking at Eliza in bewilderment with wide, open eyes and mouth, asked her again, "Ritlas?" Then he asked Eliza if she was a priestess. Eliza answered him affirmatively and demonstratively stood in a pose for prayer, crossing her fingers between itself, said that she serves the goddess of light who protects researchers and relationships, after which she said that the star that rises at dusk and leads them. The protagonist, observing Eliza's behavior, mentally asked her with a grin on her face, does she really want him to believe in this nonsense? Then the protagonist thought about the fact that they already know that they are marauders who pretend to be a priestess. Hans Argo approached Eliza and asked her if she could look at his wound. Eliza answered him affirmatively and said that of course she would do it. The protagonist, perplexed with wide, open eyes, looked ahead. He watched in shock as Eliza used the holy magic of bright light to affect Hans Argo's wound. Watching this, the protagonist asked himself, did she use a divine spell? Hikiro also looked ahead in confusion and asked, so this is a real priestess? Misha, with a surprised expression, turned to Rot Miller and asked him if he was sure that he was not mistaken. Rot Miller also looked ahead in confusion with his eyes wide open and mouth said that this could not be. The main character understood his feeling, because in the world of dungeons and stones, priests are sacred and pure beings while people are very devout believers, however. Eliza stepped forward and pressing her hand to her chest asked, is this proof? Then she turned to the group of adventurers and asked if they could now return their weapons to them. The main character sharply answered her negatively. Eliza looked ahead in confusion and asked him again in surprise. The main character sternly looked at her and said that he understood that she was a priestess, and then he asked, so what? The protagonist understood that the priestess's authoritative status only works for people, while the barbarians are a different race with a different faith. The protagonist, staring at them, ordered to first give them a reward for saving them. At that moment, the protagonist thought about whether she could use the holy attribute or not. He did not care at all. Eliza, with a sad expression on her face, lowered her face down and exhaled heavily from her lungs. Remembering about the reward, began to reason out loud about what she had heard about the existence of such services. After that, she asked how much they wanted. The protagonist demanded 2 million stones, after which he suggested that he thought their lives were worth it. Eliza, looking helplessly at Bjorn, answered him that, however, they did not have that much money with them, after which she suggested that they give him this amount when they get out of here. The protagonist answered her sharply negatively and said that he does not trust people who do not belong to his tribe, after which he explained that if there is no money, then they need to give things. Turning to the adventurers standing behind Eliza, Bjorn noted that their armor would be just right. Irita and Hans Argo looked ahead in bewilderment after hearing this. Soon after that, Hans Argo, removing the metal elements of armor from his body with a grin on his face, noted that their lives are definitely more valuable, after which he offered to agree with this. Bjorn's plan was for him to start by taking as many items from them as possible, after which the group of researchers asked if they could rest now. Bjorn's group answered them affirmatively and invited them to approach the fire. At that moment, Bjorn, tightly squeezing the handle of the mace in his palm, thought that in any game you need the next plan. Eliza, with a friendly smile on her face, said that she can heal if someone is suddenly wounded. At that moment, she turned back. The protagonist furiously looked ahead, raising his massive mace high, understanding that in any game the main plan is to kill the healer first. Eliza looked in bewilderment as Bjorn planned to crush her skull with a mace. The protagonist made powerful blows, due to which the head of the surprised Eliza was thrown aside along with her body. The powerful blow threw Eliza a long distance to the side. The protagonist held a bloody fist and mace in front of him. Hikuro screamed in shock. Devalki also screamed in bewilderment, addressing Bjorn. Misha also screamed, after which the adventurers who had recently appeared from the forest asked what he was doing. The protagonist exhaled heavily into the air from his lungs with a wild smile on his face and apologized to the others, explaining this action to them by his hand twitched. After that, he said that it seemed to him that they could be marauders. Then he said that he could not do anything with himself. Irita grabbed her head with her hands and, shaking with fear, screamed that they would all die now. Hans Argo was also trembling with fear, screaming that all this would happen because of this madman. Suddenly, Irita and Hans Argo looked in front of them in surprise. The protagonist, watching their reaction, asked himself, what were they looking at? Suddenly, blood began to splash out of the protagonist's mouth in different directions. Hans Argo looked at this in bewilderment, while Irita fell to her knees. Her head was surrounded by thick, magical dark energy, and she hoarsely tried to scream, but all this was unsuccessful. Hikuro, looking at this with fear, turned to Dvalki and asked if he did it. Dvalki also shouted out in fear that he did nothing. The body levitating in the air said in ominous voice that this was very strange. The protagonist turned back in surprise while this voice asked how he guessed that she was an enemy. It was Eliza with a disfigured face. Her skull was deformed and half of her face was practically missing due to the powerful blow of Bjorn's mace. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her pupils were a blinding, bright, ominous color. With a crazy smile on her face, looking ahead, she addressed Bjorn with her question. Eliza laughed uncontrollably and sinisterly. At that moment, her body was incredibly distorted, as if she was not something similar to a human at all. Her legs were twisted many times as if there were no bones inside these legs, and bending her spine and deforming her arms with a crazy smile on her face. Staring intently ahead with wide open eyes, Eliza screamed that it was too late. The main character, tensely looking at her, asked himself why his life was never normal. Rottmiller, in horror, looking ahead of himself, confusedly asked himself, what was this? Misha, also confusedly shaking with fear and clutching a blade in her hand, looked ahead in incomprehension. The main character, seeing the reaction of his allies, thought that they froze as if they had seen a corpse golem. After that, he abruptly moved forward, ordered them to be calm, after which he told them that he would figure it out himself. A moment after that, the main character delivered a powerful blow with his mace to Eliza's skull, causing her to fall to the ground, and thick steam was coming from the back of her head. Hikuro, looking at this in bewilderment with his eyes and mouth wide open, asked Bjorn what he was doing and why he was hitting corpses. After that, Hikuro asked him in confusion what was wrong with him. The main character, wiping the blood from his face, told him that she had scared him and the best defense was an attack. After that, the main character mentally cursed, thinking that if this worthless thing came to life, then this meant only one option. After that, the main character thought that she was the priestess of Karui. The protagonist knew that the Karui priests are a hidden class that a priest who has reached the 5th floor can get, and it gives a huge number of combat spells and curses, and also allows you to use dark and light magic at the same time, and of course it has its weaknesses. Karui is an evil god, and therefore if a person who is a Karui priest is revealed, then his head will be cut off if they find out about his class, and for full use, you need to regularly sacrifice living beings. After that, the protagonist assumed that probably for this reason Eliza became a marauder, since it is easiest to find prey in the labyrinth. Suddenly, Hans Argo grabbed his neck while thick blood streams splashed out of his mouth. Dark magical energy squeezed his neck while Hans Argo tried unsuccessfully to scream. Opposite him stood Eliza, who directed thick black magic in his direction. At that moment, half of her face consisted of an ominous black skull, and the other half was with her face, heavily exhaling air from her lungs. Eliza said that she lost 2 useful servants because of them. The main character asked her if she blamed them for everything. After that, the main character suggested that it seemed to her that her parents did not raise her at all. Eliza, perplexed, asked him again, after which the enraged Bjorn began to shout that Hans Argo and Irita died because of her, and therefore she should have died when he smashed her skull. Eliza, perplexed, swore, asked him again, after which the character continued to shout that he could not stand it anymore. He ordered her to come closer to him and shouted that he would avenge them, that is, their comrades. His allies looked at the protagonist shouting about this with surprised and confused expressions. But in fact, the protagonist was thinking at that moment about how much he wanted to take their things, and he couldn't wait for that moment. Soon after these events, a notification appeared on the system window informing that Eliza by Hennick was using death call spells. Shortly after which the dead Hans Argoth and Irita began to rise up. Their bodies were shrouded in thick, dark magical energy, and their eyes glowed bright red. Hikuro, looking at this in bewilderment, turned to his allies and asked them to look at this, after which he shouted that the dead had risen. The protagonist understood that this was a standard skill of the Kaori priest called Death Call. At that moment, Irita and Hans Argoth, opening their mouths wide, began to approach the adventurers. The protagonist thought that usually the priest summons the dead, but with the bodies of subordinates, you can get strong undead. Eliza ordered her servants to deal with the enemies, soon after which Irita rushed to attack, screaming loudly. Hikuro, leaning his foot on the ground, began to take the onslaught from Hans Argoth with his shield. The protagonist did the same with the attack from Irida. Misha, leaning her hand on her back, Bjorn, jumping, clutching a blade in her hand, approached Irida, soon after which an inscription appeared on the system window, stating that Misha was using an attribute called poison. She delivered a cutting, sweeping blow to Irida with a bloody blade. Following this, an inscription appeared on the system window, stating that Dvalki was using the Death Spear spell. He formed several ice spears behind his back, soon after which he directed these spears towards Hans Argoth, piercing his body. Watching this, the protagonist thought that they understood each other without words and their teamwork was at a good level. But soon after, someone shouted that ice magic does not work. Hans Argoth seemed not to feel the ice spears that pierced his body again, began to exert pressure. The protagonist thought that the dead have resistance to ice and poisons, and their attackers cannot cause normal damage. After that, the protagonist holding Irida loudly addressed Rotmiller. Rotmiller, who at that moment was constructing something sitting on his knee, said that it was almost ready. After that, he ordered Bjorn to step back. A moment after that, the protagonist threw a cocktail with flammable liquid towards Irida. This cocktail with flammable liquid smashed on Irida's head, because of which her whole body was smeared with fuel which instantly caught fire, and she was all enveloped in bright flames, because of which she screamed loudly. The protagonist, holding a shield in front of him, watched the burning Irida and thought that the best way to deal with the dead is fire. Suddenly, Eliza raised her hand high above her head and cast the spell Flame of the Dead and shouted that it was useless. When she cast this spell, the fire began to separate from Irida's body. Looking at this, Rotmiller shouted in surprise, "Fire." The protagonist understood that she was absorbing any fire in the environment. Then the protagonist, with a tense expression on his face and beads of sweat flowing down his face, turned back and thought that the only attack that could work against the dead was now useless, and they could not use the holy element. After that, the protagonist, tensely fighting with Irida, ordered his allies to attack the priestess, and then said that they, together with Hikuro, would delay the dead. The protagonist thought that he had taken the armor and weapons in advance, and therefore they would be able to buy the necessary time. When Bjorn thought about this, he put a shield in front of himself and defended himself from the attacks coming from Irid. Rotmiller, Dvalki, and Misha headed in the opposite direction. Rotmiller turning to Hikuro, and Bjorn said that in that case they leave the dead to them. Eliza, looking at the approaching enemies, shouted, "No." After that, a notification appeared on the system window saying that she was using the Shadow Guard spell. Looking at the condensed magical energy in front of them, the adventurers shouted that something was appearing, after which they warned the others to be careful. With a sly smile on her face, forming something from a thick magical substance, Eliza ordered to bring her the heads of her enemies. Misha in a jump began to torment the condensing magical energy, and Rotmiller shot it with his crossbow. Dvalki directed ice spears towards this magic. However, Eliza continued to laugh uncontrollably with a crazy smile on her face and holding out an open palm in front of her. Suddenly Misha's face tensed up and she looked ahead in surprise and began to look at her body around which now there was also dark magical energy. Looking at this, she asked loudly, "A curse?" When she raised her head up, she saw two creatures consisting of the magical substance Eliza approaching her at high speed. Suddenly, Hikuro appeared in front of her and began to protect her from the approaching enemies. Looking at Hikuro in surprise, Misha asked him, "Hikuro?" Hikuro shouted with a tense expression that Bjorn told him to help her. Misha, cutting the magical substances, noticed that in that case he was alone. At that moment, Bjorn with a tense expression on his face fought with two dead men at once. Eliza cursed and turned to Irida and Hans Zargo, after which she shouted that she said to protect her. At the hysterical stage, she screamed and scolded her servants, but the protagonist sarcastically apologized to her with a wide smile on his face and noted that her servants were currently busy. At that moment, the protagonist was pinning Hans Zargoth to the ground with his muscular arm and squeezing Irida's head with his other hand. With a tense expression on her face, Eliza looked at this and shouted, "He?" Then she rose into the air and surrounded herself with magical energy and shouted that she would not forget this humiliation. A notification appeared on the system window informing that Eliza was using a spirit form spell. The protagonist looked at this in surprise and mentally asked himself, "What?" Soon after he realized what had just happened, he mentally shouted a negative and asked himself, "Is she running away?" Eliza stared at Bjorn with a gloomy expression on her face, put her palm in front of her, and told him that he would never get out alive. And then she disappeared into thin air in the form of a dark magical substance. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion and cursed in his mind, realizing that they had almost managed, but she had run away at the last moment and was also very offended by them. Suddenly, the protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment with his eyes wide open. A huge number of notifications appeared on the system windows informing that the protagonist had received the effect of reducing strength, low-level decomposition, tracking, vengeful spirit walking, reducing stamina, and many other curses. After that, the system window warned the protagonist that more than 15 curses had been cast on his character. The protagonist began to mentally insult the crazy priestess who had left her entire arsenal on him. At that moment, Bjorn looked at his shaking palm and thought that it was good that Dvalki understood curses. Then the protagonist turned to Dvalki and asked him to him. Dvalki asked him again in surprise remove. The protagonist noticed that he had told him before that he understood this magic. With a confused expression on his face, Dvalki confirmed this. Then putting his hand on the back of his head with a nervous smile on his face, he noted that he could use a couple of spells, but not remove these spells. The protagonist stared at Dvalki, after which his face suddenly became furious. Frowning his brows and clenching his jaw, Bjorn thought that Dvalki was a useless nobody. Soon after these events, the inscription on the system window reported that the character's physical characteristics could be permanently reduced if the curses were not removed by magic or holy power. The protagonist cursed repeatedly. His face was tense, and a huge number of beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks. At that moment, the protagonist was actively running and at the same time heavily inhaling oxygen into his lungs. Hikuro, who was running next to him, asked Bjorn if he was okay. The protagonist answered him that he would manage, after which he asked him not to worry. However, at that moment in the protagonist's mind, there were thoughts that he felt so bad as if he was dying because he had to run under the effects of curses. With an exhausted expression on his face, the protagonist ran waving his arms while many magical substances which were curses watched him, pursuing him. The protagonist realized that if he did not have the vampire essence which gives resistance to magic and darkness, then he would have fallen off his feet long ago. Bjorn also understood that the others were also cursed. At that moment, all his allies were also surrounded by several curses. Rothmiller, who was running in front, shouted that they would soon be there. Hikuro, who was running next to Bjorn, asked him if he heard that. After that, Hikuro asked him to hold on a little longer. The protagonist knew that his allies only had 2 or 3 negative effects, but Eliza, who Bjorn thought was a crazy nobody, had cast more than 15 curses on him, and memories of her angrily addressing him and telling him that he would never get out alive appeared in his mind. The protagonist ran forward and thought that he couldn't believe that he had received exactly an energy reduction among all the curses that affect stamina. The protagonist understood that stamina was spent with every movement, but it was not that suffered, and therefore high and natural regeneration could not help him in any way. After that, the protagonist, clenching his lip with his teeth from tension, thought that in the game the character stopped moving when stamina dropped below 10%, in which case he came to the conclusion that if he could still move, then this must mean that he still had about 30%. Soon after, a message appeared on the system window that he had received an achievement, which was to reach the energy level that had fallen to 5% or less. The reward for this achievement was 1 permanent spirit point. Ron Miller, addressing Bjorn, told him that there was very little left, and they had almost reached it. Suddenly, the protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, thought about this place. Before his eyes, he saw a black raven with brightly glowing eyes and a demonic space with eyes and a sly smile on his face. The protagonist understood that this space was called the Witch's Forest. 5 hours before these events, Hikuro, thoughtfully looking ahead and putting his hands to his chin, said that he could not believe that they were in the sights of the priestess Karui. The protagonist then said, looking at Irit's corpse, that her skills were at least on the level of the 5th floor and none of them would survive a one-on-one fight. Then the protagonist put his open palm in front of him and said that if they hadn't taken their weapons and attacked first, some of their group members would have died in an instant. At that moment, Misha, with an admiring expression on her face, raised her hands to her chin and shouted that reliable barbarians are the best. After that, she waved her fists and said that she thought that Rottmiller was mistaken when she saw the holy power. After that, she began to cheerfully retell the events that happened after that, and the essence of which was that the protagonist broke Eliza's skull. The protagonist listened to this with a wide smile on his face. Shortly after which, the protagonist turned to Rottmiller and asked him if he could track her down. Rottmiller waved his hand and exhaled heavily from his lungs and said that he was afraid that it was impossible to do this since there were no traces. Then the protagonist started to talk out loud about how they had discovered her identity and that she would definitely come back to kill them before they exited the labyrinth. Devalki laughed with a big smile on his face and asked what about doing the same as before. After that, the arrogant Devalki suggested that he thought he had done a good job. The protagonist instantly became furious after these words and looked down at Devalki menacingly and asked him what they would do if monsters attacked them from behind in the middle of the battle. Devalki looked at Bjorn with fear and tried to answer him, but the protagonist said that that was why they needed to move to the witch's forest. His allies looked at him encouragingly with smiles on their faces. At the same time, when they entered the territory of the witch's forest, Bjorn knew that this is the zone that surrounds the portal to the 4th floor, and monsters of the 7th or 8th ranks appear here. And many monsters here have a spiritual body that ignores physical attacks. So for a group with 2 warriors, this is not the best place. But right now, Bjorn understood that this is the most profitable option. When they entered the territory of the witch's forest, a notification appeared on the system window informing that the character was in a special zone, and all status effects except for the effects of the zone lost their power. Misha, surprised, looking ahead, raised her hands up and began to shout cheerfully that she feels easier. Rattler, feeling his hands, noticed that this was indeed so, after which he assumed that the lost their effect. And then Rotmiller, turning to Bjorn, shared his opinion with him and said that he did not think that he understood the local geographical features, after which Peter noted that it seemed to him that this was his first time on the 3rd floor. The main character with a smirk on his face turned away from Rotmiller and said that he studied in the library. At that moment, Bjorn worried they thought that Rotmiller was too smart. Misha, with a smile on her face, asked Bjorn to stop lying. After that, she asked him, a barbarian who reads books. Vaki laughed, shouting that he had never heard of such a thing. Bjorn did not respond to this ridicule, soon after which he thought that the curses of the priestess Carrie disappeared, but the effect of the zone appeared. At that moment, a message appeared on the system window that an abnormal status effect was imposed. Misha, bewildered, looking ahead with wide, open eyes, saw how some ominous magical substance ordered her to die. These magical substances, addressing the main character, repeatedly ordered him to die, after which they began to rudely call him a worthless person without a mother and a guy whose mother disappeared. The main character, calmly looking ahead, understood that these were auditory hallucinations, after which he mentally turned to this and asked, "What does this mean?" The main character understood that he actually has a mother, and the effect is not so strong to call it a mental attack. After that, the main character turned his attention to Misha, who, with tears flowing abundantly down her cheeks, helplessly grabbed her head and began to cry loudly. Looking at her reaction, he realized that not everyone shares his opinion. Then Misha, sitting on her knees with tears in her eyes, turned to Bjorn and asked him how he could listen to this crap and be okay. The protagonist answered her by saying that everything was bearable. After that, looking around his group, Bjorn realized that the 3 of them who had already visited this place were in a normal state, but the useless Valky was feeling extremely painful at that moment. Watching this, the protagonist thought that this was even a little interesting. After that, he asked himself if the effects of hallucination and disorientation were imposed. Looking in front of him, the protagonist thought that he was looking at the world through a crooked mirror. Then the protagonist turned to Valky and asked him if he could use magic in such a state. Valky, raising his head up for a few moments, asked Bjorn not to worry, after which he assured him that he could, but a moment later he again continued to spew out everything he had eaten before. After that, a question appeared in Bjorn's mind. Why do mages have such weak stomachs? Hikuro suggested that the group take a little rest, after which he, turning to Bjorn, suggested that he had hardly slept last night. Then he asked her if that was true. Hikuro, looking back, said that he would make sure, then asked Bjorn to lie down for a while. The protagonist instantly fell to the ground and, heavily exhaling air from his lungs, thought that someday he would definitely not be able to stand it. Hikuro approached Bjorn and confusedly tried to start talking to him about Eliza. The protagonist asked him again, Eliza? Then he asked him if he was talking about that worthless person. Hikuro answered him affirmatively, after which he hesitantly began to tell him that when he came to the guild to recruit a team, which girl pestered him with questions and how he thought it was her. The protagonist asked him again in confusion, after which Hikuro began to tell him that in the bloody citadel where they went together, he received a numbered item called the Guardian's Bracers, and thanks to this, his researcher rank was raised, after which Hikuro suggested that perhaps she heard about it somewhere. The protagonist knew that the Guardian's bracers were item number 3112, and usually it was found in rifts above the 4th level. It was an item from the 3000th, and there should be an effect. Suddenly, the protagonist thought that he could not do it anymore. With a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he worked very hard to get the essence, and a guy who barely moved his finger took a numbered item for 50 million. The protagonist thought sadly about his disgusting failure, after which he turned to Hikuro and asked him why he did not recognize her right away. Hikuro, with a confused expression, began to make excuses, saying that she was dressed completely differently, after which he said, "The priestesses is also dirty and even torn to pieces in places." Watching the awkward smile on Hikuro's face, Bjorn realized that he was busy looking at something completely different from her face, after which the protagonist thought that they were holding a group meeting in a bar, and she could overhear everything and set up an ambush. Smiling, Hikuro noted that they say that treasures always bring trouble. The main character asked him not to shift responsibility, after which he noted that he was the one who was careless. Hikuro answered him by saying that he could not have known that this would happen, after which he asked Bjorn to rest. The protagonist was left alone in bewilderment looking at Hikuro leaving him and asked himself, "Is everything really okay with this group?" Soon after these events, Bjorn was loudly addressed and asked to wake up. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes, and Ron Miller, turning to him, noticed that he was sleeping very soundly, after which he told about what he heard that even barbarians could not stand it on the first campaign. Misha touched Bjorn's hair and asked him how he could sleep in such noise. The protagonist put a helmet on his head and asked Ron Miller where the monsters were. Ron Miller, pointing in the direction, said that these were there. The protagonist looked intently in front of him and saw several fairies flying in the air. These were 9th rank fairies. The protagonist understood that the only skill of these fairies was the emission of poisonous pollen mixed with stimulants, and this is one of the few types of non-combat mobs in the game. After that, the protagonist said that there were quite a lot of fairies, and that guy should also be nearby. Then the protagonist asked if they would fight. Hikuro, with a serious expression on his face, answered him that it was not so easy to deal with that creature, but then he noticed that Dvalki had gotten better and he would lure him. Then Hikuro used lightning and sent many sparkling discharges towards the fairies who, under the influence of electric current, began to scream loudly in pain, for which the group of researchers received 1 unit of experience. Looking at the suffering fairies, a certain creature began to approach from the thick fog, leaning its massive paws on the trees. This creature appeared. It was a 7th rank monster called a half-troll who was squeezing a huge wooden club in his hand. The protagonist, looking at the half-troll, knew that this was a monster that only appears in the witch's forest and has a habit of chasing large groups of fairies. Soon after, the half-troll jumped high and put a paw with long claws in front of him, preparing to strike with his huge club. Hikuro, with a tense expression on his face, putting a shield in front of him, took this blow, but his face was distorted with pain, and he began to shake. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that Hikuro did not have the same pain resistance as him. And this is one of the main reasons why the location is not suitable for warriors, since they, as always, must take all the damage. But here the pain is greatly increased due to the pain enhancement effect, and most monsters are immune to physical attacks and also use a mental attack that is effective against warriors. Hikuro, with a tense expression on his face, asked if the magic was ready. Dvalki answered him by shouting that it was almost ready. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window informing that Dvalki was using an 8th rank attack enhancement called Improved Freezing, with a concentrated expression on his face. Looking ahead, Dvalki clutched a staff in his hand and directed magical energy, and an inscription appeared on the system window notifying that the power of the next ice spell was significantly increased. Then, directing a stream of magical energy in front of him, Dvalki used an 8th rank attack spell called an Ice Spear. The half-troll, whose chest was pierced by a powerful magical attack, screamed loudly in pain. Shortly after which this monster was defeated, and the group of adventurers received 3 experience points for this. Hikuro, looking at the defeated half-troll, said that it was a pity that essence did not fall out of it. Then Hikuro said that the monster was not simple. Rod Miller, looking at his watch, suggested the group to go further. Then he noticed that the witch's forest is not the best place to rest, and they need to quickly move to the 4th floor. Suddenly, Rod Miller looked in front of him with a tense expression. He saw many figures that were on the other side of the thick magical energy. Looking at them, he loudly asked, "A researcher?" Eliza, who was among this group of researchers with a smile on her face, shouted that it was them. After that, pointing her finger towards the group of researchers beyond, Eliza shouted that it was them who killed her dear companions. One of the men, clutching a massive axe in his hands, turned to Eliza and asked her to stand behind him. This group of researchers consisted of several people. Among them were 3 warriors dressed in steel armor. The protagonist, looking at this, mentally cursed and asked himself, this insignificance had already caused problems, and now there were even more of these problems. The protagonist realized that this battle could not be won, and there was only one option left. After that, the protagonist, with a tense expression, turned to Hikuro and addressed him by name, and then asked him to use his item. Hikuro looked at his bracers shortly after which a notification appeared on the system window informing that Hikuro was using the Guardian bracers. These bracers soon began to glow with bright, electric magical energy. Hikuro, with a tense expression on his face, aiming in front of himself, created a powerful energy wave. At that moment, notifications appeared on the system windows, which reported that the item repels enemies and temporarily provides protection from any negative effects. After that, a notification appeared on the system window that abnormal effects were removed. After Hikuro used this item, Bjorn shouted that this was their chance, after which he ordered to run. Misha, who was running ahead of the main character, asked him what was going on and how did this woman find them. After that, Misha asked Bjorn again, shouldn't the witch's forest be safe? Bjorn stared ahead while running, thinking that if he had to guess, he would have said that after they entered the forest, this nothingness lost track of them, and so went to look for researchers to use them. The protagonist assumed that she pretended to be a poor priestess who lost her group to marauders, and now she is trying to pit these groups of researchers against each other in order to eat them all. Soon after, the protagonist suddenly turned to Misha and ordered her to stop talking and run. At that moment, Bjorn thought that the effect would only last for 5 minutes and it would probably end soon. A short time after these thoughts, a message appeared on the system window notifying that the item's effect had ended and the negative effects were active again. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers were actively running forward, with Rathmailer in front and Hikuro running behind him, holding Dvalki on his shoulders, and Misha and the protagonist were running at the end. The protagonist knew that the scout was the first in the group to notice the enemy's movement, and the one who led the team along the best route. He also understood that the scouts collected data in advance and then used their rich experience to lead their group in the labyrinth. But this only worked up to the 3rd floor, and the skills of a professional scout were revealed before the gate to the 4th floor in the witch's forest. The protagonist understood that Rathmailer's key power was smells, and he used specific essences to enhance his charm, while Rathmailer ran forward with a concentrated and confident expression and called the group to follow him. The protagonist reasoned that in such an unusual forest where even the trees tried to lead the traveler astray, Rathmailer finds the way to the 4th floor surprisingly accurately and at a certain level of essence. You can smell the magic power and use it to plot a route. Rathmailer turned to his group while running and said that their opponent's scout was also not simple, after which he noticed that they were shortening the distance at any opportunity. Then Rathmailer started running faster and said that they needed to speed up. The protagonist at this time was thinking that it all came down to who would get to the portal first. Soon after that, he turned around to Misha and thought that the problem was that they were tired. Misha was breathing heavily into her lungs, being on the verge of exhaustion. Soon after that, she tripped over a stone while running, which caused her leg to twist, and she fell to the ground with a painful cry. The protagonist turned around to her and approached Misha and asked her if she was okay. Misha, with a tense expression on her face, painfully looking at her leg, said that she was okay, after which she explained that it was just a cramp and asked Bjorn not to worry and run on. The protagonist asked himself again, a cramp? He understood that this was nonsense, and that it was obvious that she had sprained her ankle. Soon after which he put Misha on his shoulder. She was perplexed, loudly addressing him by name, asking him again, but the main character asked her to just not twitch. Having calmed down, Misha with reddened cheeks agreed with him. The main character, holding Misha, who was on his shoulder, looked around and asked. Hikuro was right in front of them, wasn't he? Misha asked him again with a worried expression, after which she asked him not to tell her that they had separated. The main character remained silent in response. Suddenly, Misha began to furiously hit the main character with her fists on the back and ask him why he hadn't run further. The main character, sternly looking ahead, asked her to be quieter, after which he lit a torch on his forehead and noted that they had better stay put, since Rathmailer would notice and come back for them. After some time, the protagonist thought that this time everything was getting dangerous. He thought that it would be impossible to pass the witch's forest without a scout. Soon after, the protagonist looked ahead in surprise with his mouth wide open. Misha called him by name and asked him how long they should wait. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard in the forest, The protagonist looked in surprise in the direction where the scream was coming from and then asked himself in confusion, was that Ikuro's voice? Misha turned to Bjorn with a worried expression and asked him what they were going to do. Then she asked him if they shouldn't help. Bjorn answered her by saying that if they were guided by sounds, they would definitely end up in some disgusting place. Then the protagonist noticed that they were being attacked, and therefore they would not be able to look for them. After which the protagonist shouted that in that case, they first need to get out of here. The protagonist reasoned about what is the most important thing in an emergency. After that, he assumed, is it water, food, endurance, or tools? The protagonist knew that these are important things, but if he had to choose one thing, he would choose fortitude. With a torch lit on his forehead, the protagonist actively ran forward. Misha, who was lying on his shoulder with tears in her eyes, screamed that she did not want to die like this. Then she shouted that she tried and worked very hard, and it was too pitiful. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, menacingly asked her to calm down. After which he began to think that when you get into such a disgusting situation, you need to accept reality and not try to deny it. Misha, with tears dripping from her eyes, clenching her jaw, said that if she had not fallen there. Bjorn did not let her finish, as he abruptly ordered her to listen to him if she did not want to continue in the same spirit. At that moment, he understood that they needed to focus on the present. After that, the main character ordered her to take and drink the potion from his backpack, after which he told her that after that she would go on her own 2 feet. Misha reluctantly agreed with him. Some time after these events, the main character suggested taking a little rest. Misha, who was standing behind him leaning her hands on her knees, said that she could not believe that she swallowed the potion while riding a running barbarian. After that, Misha shouted that she had time to think about what was on his shoulders and would die. The main character asked her if her leg was okay and if she could fight. Misha noted that she thought she was capable of it. After they made a fire, Bjorn began to think that they had spent 4 days in the labyrinth, and it would not get any easier. After that, he began to reason that now the tank and the melee fighter must last 11 days, and the worst thing is that most of the monsters are spirits that they cannot attack, and they need the power of attributes. Then the protagonist, with a gloomy expression, made a decision and raised his head up and asked Misha if she was married. Misha asked him again in surprise, and then noticed that this was a very sudden question. Soon after that, she answered him, negatively noticing that, however. The protagonist again asked her if she had a conviction that under no circumstances should she show her naked body to unfamiliar men. With an embarrassed expression on her face and flushed cheeks, Misha answered him in confusion that circumstances are different. After which she, turning to Bjorn, noticed that his questions were becoming more and more strange. Taking off his helmet, the main character said that this was great. He put his helmet on a stone while Misha asked him in bewilderment, "Great?" Then she asked him in fear, "What was great about this?" The main character, with a smirk on his face, approached Misha, who fearfully asked him to not come near her. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. After that, she shouted that she was not ready for this and asked him to move away. The main character, opening his palms in front of her face, asked her to take it. At that moment, there was a ring in his palm. Putting the ring on her finger, Bjorn told her that he kept this ring for the person to whom he could give it. Misha, looking at this in surprise, asked, "A ring?" After that, she asked why he was giving it to her. The protagonist, holding Misha's hand in his hand and looking seriously into her eyes, asked her to swear by her guardian god that in exchange for this, he would always be by her side. Misha, in sincere bewilderment with her eyes wide open and her mouth looking at Bjorn, asked him if he had gone crazy. The protagonist, holding her palm in his hand, said that from the moment she accepts this ring, he swears by his warrior's honor that he will always be by her side and support her, and hopes that she can promise him the same. Looking intently at Bjorn, Misha asked him if he was serious. Then she began to explain to him that this was a bit unexpected, however, and that she was receiving such an offer for the first time, so she was not very happy. The protagonist answered her by saying that he was glad to hear it, after which Misha apologized to him and, confused, hiding her gaze, said that she did not think of in such a sense. After that, Misha began to justify herself by saying that, however, she was not saying that she didn't like him, just in fact. The main character, looking at her with a serious expression on his face, asked himself what she was trying to tell him. Finally, Misha shouted out that she preferred thin men. The main character, looking at her in bewilderment, asked, "What does that have to do with it?" Misha began to expressively explain to him that by doing so she was saying that he had no male charm, after which she called him a stupid barbarian. The main character, furiously perplexed, looked at her questioningly in response. After that, the main character, putting his open palms in front of him, suggested that it seemed to him that there was a misunderstanding between them. He began to explain that he didn't mean it and that he was asking her to become his comrade, and that was why he was giving her a ring. Misha, with her eyes wide open, looking ahead, looked at him in great surprise, after which she began to laugh in confusion, jokingly answering him that he almost caught her. The protagonist frowned, looked sternly at Misha, and explained to her that she could refuse at any time, but then she would have to return the same ring or 15 million stones to him. After that, the protagonist asked her if she understood it now. Misha answered him expressively, not once. After that, she asked him in surprise, what kind of ring was that cost 15 million? The protagonist took Misha's hand in his own and asked her to believe that it was very cheap, after which he explained to her that this ring could fulfill her most cherished wish. At that moment, the protagonist was thinking that if he had not played in the dungeon and the stone for almost 10 years, he would never have done such a thing. Misha looked questioningly at Bjorn while he, squeezing her hand, thought that his plan was to awaken Misha. The protagonist knew that item number 9425, called the Frost Spirit Ring, was a numbered item that he received from the master of the Artemian school. The main character thought that at first glance this ring can be considered almost useless, but after destruction a special effect appears, and it almost does not cause damage, but he figured everything out after several attempts. The essence of the ring is that if it is put on by a beast man who has not yet concluded a contract with a spiritual beast, then an event will occur. A notification appeared on the system window that a ring of the Frost Spirit was destroyed and special conditions were met, after which the system window reported that the seal of Scandier, that is, the spiritual beast of ice, was removed. A huge spiritual beast consisting entirely of ice stared at the naked Misha, after which the system window reported that Scandier offered to conclude a contract with Misha Karlstein. Misha, with a smile on her face, said of course. After that, she stretched out her hand on the finger which had a ring, and putting her palm to Scandier's nose, she shouted that she accepts the contract. After these words, bright magical energy began to surround their bodies. Naked Misha absorbed the energy, after which a notification appeared on the system window, stating that the contract was successfully concluded. Misha, who had previously levitated in the air, landed on the ground and said in confusion that she could not believe that it was so easy. After that, Misha, looking ahead in surprise, turned to Bjorn and asked him where he got this ring. Then Misha, looking at her palm, wanted to ask him how it was, but she interrupted herself and began to reason out loud that if something like this exists, then with a sad expression on her face. Looking ahead, Misha asked Bjorn why her father did not tell her anything. The protagonist, putting his hand on his head, suggested that he thought her father himself did not know this. Misha asked him in surprise, did not know? The protagonist answered her affirmatively and suggested that it seemed that the magicians had been trying to understand the effect for a long time, and this effect was discovered quite recently. Misha looked at Bjorn suspiciously and asked him how he knew this and how he got such a ring. The main character suggested that she get dressed first. Misha looked at herself questioningly and then asked in bewilderment with a face flushed with embarrassment when she did this. The main character pointed to her neatly folded clothes and explained to her that all the things were on that side, and there was also some useful marauder equipment nearby. The main character asked her to take it. When Misha was changing, she looked at Bjorn, who had turned away from her, and noticed that he was also wearing new things. At that moment, there was a message on the system window that the overall item level had increased by 83 points. And then, still embarrassed, Misha asked Bjorn why she was naked. The main character explained to her that this happened because he undressed her because all equipment is destroyed during the ritual. Misha pointed her finger at Bjorn with displeasure and asked him, then why did you ask about your husband? The main character answered her that he thought that if she had a husband, something like that would really anger him. Misha indignantly asked Bjorn, did he think about such things, but didn't think to warn her? The main character explained his actions to her by saying that he was in a hurry, after which he asked her to stop and asked her if she wanted to say anything. Misha pointed her finger at Bjorn and looked at him in confusion. The main character asked her again, after which Misha, with an embarrassed expression on her face and flushed cheeks, looked down and said, thank you. The main character looked at her intently and asked, is that all? Misha, embarrassed, turning away from him, suggested, thank you very much. The main character seriously asked her not to try to jump off. Misha, in response, asked him, does he really need her to say it loudly? Then a kind and gentle smile appeared on her face. She addressed Bjorn by name and began to tell him that she once tried to commit suicide, but her father found her and saved her. The main character noted that in this case, she should be grateful to him. Misha turned away from him and asked if he thought so. Then Misha explained that there was nothing good in this story. Then she asked what he thought he said when she woke up. Misha's mind began to remember how she went to her father, who was sitting on the floor. Her father formally and coldly addressed her, looking irritably in front of him. After which he told her that if she wanted to die so much, then she should do it in the labyrinth. After which he asked her how many more times she was going to disgrace their family. The main character, with a stern expression on his face, looking in front of him, thought that her relatives were even crazier than he expected. Misha, who was standing at the tree trunk at that moment, explained that that was why she went to the labyrinth and not because she wanted to die, as her father said. Misha explained that she was simply trying to escape from the house where she was constantly insulted and thought that she could become a famous explorer even without a spirit, and then her father would pay attention to her. Then, putting her palm in front of her, magical energy began to thicken around Misha's hand. She said that she did not know whether her father would accept her with such a thing, but the event was still good. And then Misha took a step back and bowed to the main character, thanking him. After that, standing in a bow and holding her hands behind her back, Misha said that she would not forget about his deed for the rest of her life and would seal it in her heart and would definitely thank him. The main character, with a smile on his face, asked her if she swears by the patron god. With a happy smile on her face, pressing her hand to her chest, Misha said that she swears. Summoning, strengthening, strength. The main character knew that a beast man who has made a contract with a spiritual beast receives one of 3 types of improvement. And in Misha's case, she is forever imbued with the power of a spiritual ice beast named Scaria. In a jump, clenching her fist, Misha screamed warlike, preparing to strike. The protagonist knew that this was a strengthening system. Misha struck the enemy with her clenched fist, and along with her fist, the power of Scaria was also invested in this strike. Soon after, a notification appeared on the system window informing that she had defeated the ghost for which she received 1 unit of experience. The protagonist looked at the smiling Misha with a smile on his face, who was looking at her icy fist, while Misha was humming a melody. Bjorn thought that they had received the attribute attacks that they wanted so much, and now they would be able to deal with monsters in spirit form. After that, the protagonist began to think that these were quite weak for their rank, so they would not have problems. Sometime after that, Misha, who had attacked with her spirit fist, looked ahead in confusion and said that she felt a strange feeling when she hit, as if it was not her hand. The protagonist, watching Misha fighting the spirits, thought that now she could fight alone, but at the same time, he understood that it was just like with the Barbarian spirit seal. The beast men had to strengthen the spirit beast, and Misha was only able to add an attribute attack to the weapon at the first stage. The protagonist thought about this while watching Misha attack another spirit with her icy uppercut. After that, the protagonist thought about how she used to be a martial arts master, so she could fight even like this, but the witch's forest was too difficult for one person. Misha turned around to Bjorn and shouted that there were more and more spirits. The protagonist turned around and ordered them to run away from there. Misha, who was running next to him, said that she understood him. While running, Bjorn, with a tense expression on his face, looked ahead and thought that the hardest part of survival was beginning. The main character realized that they had been in the Dark Witch Forest for 11 hours already, and they avoided large groups of monsters and attacked only small ones, and thus defeated many. So they defeated the Witch Lamp, for which they received 1 unit of experience, and the Owl Bear, for which they received 2 units of experience. Misha and the main character also defeated the Drutter, for which they received 2 units of experience, defeated the low-level mutated spirit, for which they received 2 units of experience, and the woodcutter together with Homunculus, for which they also received experience points. And from the bodies of defeated enemies, they received magic stones. Misha stood and her body trembled from fatigue. At this time, she exhaled heavily from her lungs and said that she had no strength. The main character, who was collecting magic stones from the ground at that moment, asked Misha to collect these faster too. The protagonist, clutching a handful of magic stones in his hands, thought that it was good that they had not met any rank 7 monsters, and the nothingness named Eliza had not appeared either. However, the protagonist thought that he had destroyed the ring to awaken Misha, and now the corpse golem's passive skill was active again. The protagonist realized that the acidic blood had begun to corrode his equipment, and even the lithium breastplate and shield had lost their shine, although they were made of Tier 2 materials. At that moment, he looked at his metal armor, which had become corroded and rusted, and understood that it would cost a lot of money to repair it. Also, going deeper into the witch's forest, the protagonist thought that there was another problem, which was that they had not found a single attribute essence, and Misha was losing strength. At that moment, Misha, with an exhausted expression on her face and beads of sweat flowing down her cheeks, was trying hard to regain her breath. With a serious expression, frowning his brows and looking ahead, the protagonist thought that the chance of returning to the city alive was about 30%. Some time after that, a notification appeared on the system window that they had been in the witch's forest for more than 12 hours, and the effect of the zone was getting stronger. Walking in front of Misha, the protagonist thought that they had been wandering around the city for more than 12 hours, and the negative effects had become even worse. Then Bjorn turned to Misha and showed her a rope and asked her to tie it around her waist, after which he explained to her that in this way they would be able to find each other if they separated. After that, the protagonist asked her, does she know about the effect of the zone becoming stronger? Then he noticed that they had spent too much time in the forest. Tying the rope around her waist, Misha answered him that she knew about it. Soon after which a notification appeared on the system window informing them that they had received an abnormal status effect called the Witch's Eye. Bjorn looked back tensely in order to go further. He understood that they should not stop even for a second. The protagonist realized that the negative effect of the zone called the Witch's Eye is why the Witch's Forest is considered a passage zone in which it is better not to linger. The protagonist understood that everything is arranged very simply, and if you stay in one place for enough time, a Cannavaro will appear, namely a 7th rank monster, and the time of appearance of this monster is reduced with each level of the effect. New notifications appeared on the system windows. Information in which warned that they had been in the Witch's Forest for more than 70 hours, and the effect of the zone was strengthened, and the Witch's Eye was raised to the 5th level. On the 3rd day in the Witch's Forest at noon, the protagonist with a tense expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, looked ahead and thought that more than 60 hours had passed since their group split up, but they still had not found the way. Misha was shaking from the strain, breathing heavily from her lungs, while Bjorn, who was walking in front of her, was thinking that after activating the Witch's Eye, they could not stop to rest. Bjorn was also thinking that at level 5, a Cannavaro would appear in 10 minutes, and it would take about 15 minutes to kill one, so if they stopped, it would turn into an endless battle. With a serious expression on his face, the protagonist continued to walk forward, thinking that the only thing that could be done in such a situation was to stretch a rope between them, since in this way they would be able to find each other if someone fell behind or fell. With a gloomy and very tired expression on her face, Misha turned to Bjorn and asked him to wait a little. The protagonist agreed with her, and looking at Misha walking behind him, he thought that this morning her condition had finally worsened, and it was not due to illness or wounds. The protagonist understood that it was exhaustion. Suddenly, the rope that was tied around Misha's waist tightened greatly, causing Misha to make a painful sound while clenching her jaw. The protagonist realized that he had slowed down, but the rope continued to tighten. Then he mentally asked himself, can't she even keep up this speed? The protagonist assumed that perhaps most of the damage was due to the hallucinations she was seeing. Then the protagonist turned to Misha and asked her to climb on top of him. Misha looked at him in bewilderment, to which the protagonist replied that she would feel better if she closed her eyes and rested a little. With an embarrassed expression on her face, Misha noticed that he was more tired than her, after which the protagonist grabbed her by the waist and lifted her up. Misha began to scream loudly and in surprise. The protagonist put Misha on his shoulder and ordered her to just listen to what he was telling her. Soon Misha responded to this with her silent consent. The protagonist understood that usually she would resist, but now she did not have the strength even for that. Soon after that, Misha quietly said, "Thank you." Information appeared on the news system windows that they had been in the Witch's Forest for more than 87 hours, and the effect of the zone was strengthened, and the Witch's Eye was raised to the 6th level. The protagonist thought that he had been carrying Misha for 17 hours, excluding moments of battle. At that moment, the ominous voices of the surrounding space ordered him to die, laughed loudly, and called him a disgusting insect, after which they insulted him again and wished him death. With a tense expression on his face and beads of sweat running down his cheeks, Bjorn thought that he was also at his limit, and if they didn't find this thing before it was too late then. The protagonist didn't have time to finish his thought because suddenly a female voice that addressed him asked, maybe it would be better to let her go. After Bjorn heard this voice, he looked in front of him in bewilderment with his eyes wide open. The girl who addressed him noticed that he had already solved the biggest problem in her life, after which she, with a confident smile on her face, crossed her arms over her chest and asked, "Won't he even try to seduce her?" The protagonist, looking in front of him in horror, thought that this was his ex-girlfriend, and she didn't look like an illusion of the forest at all. The protagonist's ex-girlfriend asked him if he was afraid that he would be abandoned again, Bjorn had a feeling that he would feel warmth if he touched it. His ex-girlfriend standing in front of him called him depraved and then asked him what kind of things he imagined. Looking at his ex-girlfriend, Bjorn thought that in life she behaved exactly the same way and his memories were probably used as a basis. The ex-girlfriend approaching him noted that this was his problem and he always thinks that he should know everything. Then looking intently in front of her and putting her hand on her lips, she asked, "Is this fair?" After that, she noticed that he never tells anything about himself. At that moment, Bjorn thought that they were similar in this. His indignant ex-girlfriend asked him what he knew about her. After that, she began to talk about how he knew every corner of her body. After that, she seductively looking at him asked, "Is she even better than her?" Bjorn looked ahead in confusion while his ex-girlfriend touched his cheek. After that, she started touching her legs, saying, "Such tights." She noticed that his taste did not change. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, mentally cursed, and asked himself, what was wrong with him? After that, turning to himself, he asked expressively, how could he get excited by his ex-girlfriend in such a situation? His ex-girlfriend, pressing her chest to him, asked him to leave the beast woman and go with her, after which he said that he should choose her. The protagonist threw off his backpack and his ex-girlfriend, hugging him, said that other girls would never understand him. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked, "Is this really so?" His ex-girlfriend touched his lips with her fingers and said that of course it was so, after which she promised to make him happy. But a moment later, his ex-girlfriend's face was hit by a powerful uppercut from Misha, who, turning to Bjorn, ordered him to wake up. The protagonist continued to look ahead in confusion while his ex-girlfriend flew several meters away from Misha's blow. Looking ahead in bewilderment, the protagonist asked himself, was it an illusion? At that moment, Misha furiously attacked his ex-girlfriend with her legs and at the same time ordered her to die. Misha then turned to Bjorn and asked him if he was okay or not. With a wide smile on her face, Misha told him that she got rid of the dryad, after which she asked him to get ready. The protagonist asked himself in surprise, "Dryad?" At that moment, beads of sweat were running down his face in abundance, and a notification appeared on the system window, informing him that the negative effect called charm had been removed, and now the protagonist could see the real essence that was hiding behind the face of his ex-girlfriend. The protagonist understood that this was a very rare rank 8 monster that appeared in this forest and used charm spells. Soon, a notification appeared on the system window informing him that they had defeated the dryad, for which they received 2 experience points. Looking at the dryad that was emitting green magical energy, Bjorn thought that now everything was clear to him about the reasons why the illusion was so realistic, because it was not an effect of his own, but a skill. The protagonist thanked Misha and noted that without her, he would definitely have problems. With a satisfied smile on her face, Misha chuckled and said that this was indeed the case. After that, Misha's gaze changed. She looked in bewilderment in front of her, loudly addressed Bjorn by name, and then said that there were researchers in front of them. The main character, looking at the people standing in front, thought that for the first time since the group split up, they had bumped into someone. The young guy looked at Misha, and the main character asked who. The adult woman asked them if they were lost. With a serious expression on his face, looking ahead, the main character raised that the witch's forest is huge, and no one uses it as a hunting area, and therefore it is very difficult to meet others here. After that, the main character began to think that they spent 8 days on the 3rd floor, and the main part of the groups had to go further. After that, the man asked if they lost their team. Bjorn answered him affirmatively, understanding that these people cannot be trusted. With a smile on her face, Misha turned to Bjorn and asked him if they were saved. The main character abruptly asked her to calm down. The woman waved her hand at them in a friendly manner and said that there was no need to be so afraid. After which she explained that they were not bad people, and they themselves had children their age in the city. After that, the woman noticed that they were probably tired, after which she invited them to come to them. The protagonist thanked them and declined the offer, realizing that if they had children, it would be even more dangerous, since it meant they had more mouths to feed. The woman looked at Bjorn with a wide smile on her face, while he realized that they had a motive to make money at any cost. Misha turned to Bjorn with concern and asked him what the problem was. She then remarked that these people could help, but the protagonist abruptly ordered her to shut up. After that, the protagonist looked ahead with a tense expression and asked himself what they would do if they met other adventurers. He began to think that he had gotten into trouble many times and usually asked for help, but now he reasoned that if he promised a reward and asked to be let out of the forest, it would be a good deal. He looked at the group of adventurers who were staring at Bjorn and Misha with sly smiles on their faces. However, the protagonist understood that he first needed to understand what kind of people were in front of him. Holding a shield in front of him, the protagonist said that his name was Bjorn, son of Yandel. The man, smiling, pointing at himself, said that his name was Hans Stowe and that he was a scout for this team, after which he noticed how cautious Bjorn was. The protagonist, looking ahead in bewilderment, asked his name was Hans Stowe. Hans Stowe laughed and noticed that was a popular name. The protagonist, tensely looking ahead, asked himself, why were there so many Hanses in this world? After that, he thought that trust in this team was now less since they had a member of the squad with an ominous name. Looking at the members of the research team, the protagonist realized that they had 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 scout, after which the protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, looking ahead, clenching his jaw, realized that this was dangerous. After that, the protagonist asked Misha if she should trust him. Misha answered him affirmatively, after which the main character, frowning and looking ahead, began to reason that he could worry in vain. But in his opinion, the researchers standing opposite him looked suspicious. Clutching the shield in his hand, Bjorn said that they would go further, to which Hans Stowe asked him, further? Then he asked if they needed help. The main character understood that they needed help, but at the same time he understood that his instincts were screaming about danger when looking at these people. Then the main character answered them negatively and said that they would figure it out themselves and they did not need help, after which Bjorn turned to Misha and told her that they were leaving. Misha agreed with him, and as soon as they turned around, the arrow was directed in their direction and hit the shield, ricocheting off of it to the side. The main character abruptly turned back and thought that he knew it, and these people were not simple researchers. A young guy, not an archer, turned to an adult woman in bewilderment, calling her Viet, and asked why she did this. Viet called the young guy a fool, after which she offered him to look at Bjorn's equipment. With a crazy, greedy, and gambling expression on her face, Viet shouted that this was Lithium equipment, after which she asked him if he knew how much it could be sold for. The guy, confused, said that, however, they were also researchers, to which Hans Stowe, with a confident grin on his face, asked the guy to just step aside if he did not want to help them. After that, Hans Stowe noticed the backpack behind Bjorn and asked if he saw the backpack that the Barbarian was carrying. Hans Stowe explained that this was an extended backpack and it was so expensive that it would be too expensive for them even for a year of work. The guy continued to talk confusedly about how he still couldn't do it, to which Viet, excitedly clutching an arrow and a bow in her hand, told him to go away then. The man in thick armor, clutching a massive axe in his hand, said that he was with them and that this was not the first time he had done this, after which he noted that only rich people could be nice to others. Misha turned to Bjorn uncertainly and asked him if they would try to run away. The main character, looking ahead with a serious expression, thought that there were 5 of them against 2, and they had little strength, after which the main character thought that they had a scout and they would quickly find them, so there was only one option left. And then the main character turned to Misha and told her that they would have to drag out time. Misha agreed with him, after which the main character, turning to the researchers who had attacked them, asked them to wait and offered to talk to them. Then the main character said that he could give the backpack and shield so that they would simply spare them. Suddenly Misha ran forward and began to beg the researchers to kill the Barbarian. After that, Misha said that she was the princess of the Beast Men and she would reward them generously if they let her go. The protagonist, watching Misha's actions, asked himself, is this a trick? Hans Stowe asked uncertainly, the princess of the Beast Men? Then he turned to Viet and asked her, what will they do? Viet asked him in bewilderment, is he asking about this? After that, she shouted that they would kill both of them and explained this by the fact that they would hand them over if they came out alive. One of the warriors, clutching a sword in his hand, shouted that the princess might have something valuable. Rushing to the attack, this man shouted that the prey would go to whoever found it first. The protagonist, looking at the approaching warriors, understood that he could not waste time any longer, but this should be enough. Cannavaro, appearing out of nowhere, ominously said kill. Looking at this monster, Bjorn understood that it was a 7th-rank Cannavaro. Hans Stowe, looking at Cannavaro in surprise, asked in bewilderment, how long these fools have been wandering here? The protagonist mentally addressed him as a fool and answered by saying that they had been here for 5 days. Then Bjorn turned to Misha and asked her to grab onto him. Misha agreed with him, and holding onto his neck they ran at high speed towards Cannavaro. At that moment Bjorn understood that Cannavaro would pursue its victim to the very underworld, and it was impossible to escape from this monster. When they ran past this monster, the protagonist realized that for this reason. At that moment, The surprised warrior asked in confusion why they were running towards them. Han Sto also looked ahead in surprise and asked him to wait. But a moment later, Bjorn's massive mace was brought down on Han Sto's head at high speed, causing his teeth to fly out in different directions, since Bjorn's plan was to use these researchers as bait for Cannavaro. After Bjorn struck, one of the researchers asked in surprise, what was wrong with these people? The protagonist understood that this was great, since Cannavaro should have overgrown and now it was their problem. A notification appeared on the system window informing that Cannavaro was using a spell of magic mines. At that moment, Cannavaro thrust the object into the ground, causing thick, dark, magical energy to spread across the ground. Han Sto, pressing his palm to his bloody forehead, ordered his team not to move, after which he reported that Cannavaro had mined everything. Viet, looking ahead in confusion, asked, then what will they do with those insignificant researchers? Han Sto suggested killing Cannavaro first, after which he explained that they would not run far. The protagonist, who was running forward at that moment, looked at the dark magical substance under his feet and asked himself if it was a mine. Stepping on the ground, he realized that he would not be able to dodge it. At that moment, he ran forward with a tense expression on his face and thought that that was why he would have to run over the mines. Misha, with a worried expression on her face, looked down and turned to Bjorn and began to scream about his leg, which by that time was completely enveloped in dark magical energy. Cannavaro at this time screamed furiously, raising his hands up, and a message appeared on the system window that Cannavaro was calling the hounds. Immediately after that, several enraged hounds rushed at the researchers with their mouths wide open. Han Sto was loudly called out to run, but he did not have time to do anything and only cursed looking at the approaching hound dog. One of the warriors, looking at the hound gnawing at Han Sto's neck, cursed repeatedly, saying that he could not run away because of the mines. Soon after, a dark magic beam pierced the bodies of the researchers, and the last thing they said was their hoarse, painful sounds. Viet, in horror, clutching her head with her hands, sat on the ground and shook with fear, saying that she did not want to die, after which she asked for it all to stop. The protagonist, with bloody feet, walked forward, but one of the hounds approached him with a loud bark and grabbed his ankle. A moment later, there was an explosion of flesh that threw the hounds aside with toxic blood. With an exhausted expression on his face, looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he could not feel anything below his ankle. A warning message appeared on the system window, inside which it was written that an injury to a body part could lead to irreversible damage if not treated. The protagonist, with stumps instead of legs, walked unsteadily forward, asking himself if his leg had come to an end. He understood that in this case he would no longer be able to run and he would have to change his plan. He turned to Misha and told her that he was leaving everything to her. Misha agreed with him and asked him to throw her into Cannavaro. A moment after that, the protagonist with great effort threw Misha aside and shouted that he chose her. With a determined expression on her face, looking ahead, Misha approached the target. During the flight, she took out a dagger and approached Cannavaro and delivered a sweeping slash, ordering the monster to die. After that, looking around, she began to think about the others, by this time, of the researchers who attacked them. Only Viet remained alive, who begged, shaking with fear and lying on the ground. With tears in her eyes, she plaintively asked for help, after which she said a potion. Misha, with an emotionless expression, approached her. Viet told her that she would give the money when she did not have time to finish, because at that moment the ground became painted with her dark, thick blood. Then Misha approached Bjorn and asked him if he was sure he was okay. Pouring the potion on his missing foot, Misha noted in confusion that the potion would not cure something like that. The main character asked her not to worry because he understood that the wounds were of this level. At this time, thick magical energy began to spread near his leg wound. A notification appeared on the system window informing that regeneration was increasing due to the effect of the Eternal Life skill. The protagonist understood that such a wound would be healed almost instantly, and indeed, soon his leg began to grow back. Misha looked at this in bewilderment with her eyes wide open and her mouth surprised and asked, "Did the leg appear?" After that, Misha noticed that the potion was not of very high level. The protagonist understood that this was the regeneration of the vampire essence of the immortal seal and the eternal life skill, and in game figures, his regeneration was about 150 points. So if there was enough time, it was possible to grow a limb even without potions. Misha looked at Bjorn in surprise and asked him, who was he? After that, she noticed that he did not even feel pain when he drank the potion. Clutching a potion in his hand, the The protagonist answered her by saying that it was the mental fortitude of barbarians. He understood that Inar also drank the potion calmly, and in his case, it was a matter of high pain resistance. But the effect was the same. Putting a boot on his restored leg and fastening a rope to his belt, he suggested that Misha leave before a new Cannavaro appeared. Misha asked Bjorn how he understood that those researchers were dangerous. The protagonist answered her by saying that one of them was called Hans, and he did not like that name. Misha looked at Bjorn in bewilderment and asked him again, but he answered without looking at her that they had escaped anyway. With a gloomy expression on her face, looking at her feet, Misha said that she would never have thought that that woman could change her attitude so abruptly, after which Misha said that she could be good. After that, Misha began to reason out loud about what if they had not been so weak, and if they had not worn expensive equipment, and also if they had not met in the labyrinth. The main character finished for her by saying that then she could have been remembered as a kind person, but he understood that she attacked them first. Misha, sadly looking ahead, said that she did not understand. The main character turned to her and asked them why she went to the labyrinth. Misha answered him by saying that she needed money, after which the main character explained to her that they had the same reason. He thought that money was the best way to protect yourself, especially in a world where you can be executed for tax evasion. Remembering Viette's words about her children when they met, Bjorn thought that she needed to protect not only her own life. When they went on, Misha thought that she would rethink a lot after this journey. Sometime after these events, 109 hours had passed since they got lost in the forest. Misha looked ahead with a surprised expression and loudly called Bjorn by name, after which she joyfully shouted that they had found. She ran up to the glowing tree with a happy expression and began to assume that she was right, after which she asked Bjorn if this was really so. The main character also joyfully looked at the glowing tree and shouted. Finally, he understood that the only place in the forest where he could rest was the witch's hut. Pointing his open palm in front of him, the main character mentally hoped that this time there would be no surprises. Soon after that, at the point where his palm touched the tree bark, a bright magical light began to emit, and a message appeared on the system window that the character was entering the witch's hut. The protagonist knew that the witch's hut was a shelter that appeared in random places in the forest at regular intervals and remained there for 8 hours. He also understood that the effects of the zone were temporarily removed while he was there, and that it was a safe zone in which monsters did not appear, but it was difficult to find and there was no other way to rest in the forest. The protagonist thought that they had been looking for the first shelter for a very long time, but Misha's keen eyes quickly helped them find the next one. Meanwhile, there were 53 hours left before the labyrinth closed. Upon entering the new witch's hut, a message appeared on the system window stating that the current number of visitors was 5 and the entrance was blocked. Misha, with a happy expression on her face, looking at the bright green grass, said that they had seen this place for the 3rd time, but she did not get tired of this place. Then Misha, with a wide smile on her face, turned to Bjorn and wanted to ask him a question, but he abruptly interrupted her and with a serious expression on his face asked her to behave quietly, after which he said that there was someone here. Misha asked him again and then asked how he knew that. The main character explained to her that only 5 people could enter here and the portal closed behind them. Misha, confused, holding a chamomile flower in her hand, asked him if it turned out that someone had entered before them. The main character answered her affirmatively and then suggested that she search. Sometime later, they came across a warrior's equipment consisting of a helmet and a massive axe. The main character, frowning his eyebrows, stared intently ahead and thought that this was the man who helped that insignificant priestess Eliza. A man with a contented expression on his face lay among the flowers with his eyes closed. Looking at him, the main character thought that he looked like a homeless person, after which he asked himself, what happened? Misha, looking at this man, told Bjorn that there was someone in the hut too, after which she asked him if he didn't think that these were the same guys. The protagonist, raising the mace over the man's face, suggested knocking him out first. He lowered the massive metal mace with force onto the man's head. Misha looked at this silently at first, then noticed that he had said that he would simply knock him out. Some time after these events, several researchers were sitting tied up on the floor in the room, their faces beaten and disfigured. Looking at them, Bjorn said that it was surprising that he was still alive. Misha, looking ahead, noticed that he was unlikely to last long, after which he said that it was not necessary to tie them up. The protagonist opened the vessel with the potion and began to pour the healing potion onto the heads of the researchers. The explorers instantly regained consciousness and began to scream in pain from the healing potion poured on their heads. Bjorn turned to the man sitting in front and asked him if he was awake. The man looked at Bjorn in fear and asked him if he was that barbarian. After that, the man began to scream in fear that there was a mistake and that worthless thing used them. He began to tell that they caught up with their group, but there were only 3 of them and they did not want to chase around the entire forest anymore. So they wounded a guy who looked like a scout. Then the man successfully explained that they did not seriously wound him, but simply left a scratch on his shoulder. And then they were suddenly thrown back by some light. After that, the man told that their scout had an ice spear sticking out of his head when they came to their senses. The protagonist, having listened to this story, looked seriously in front of him and thought that it seemed that Hikuro's group was able to escape and the scream was due to Rottmiller's injury. The man continued to talk about how they had lost the scout and therefore could no longer pursue them and simply wandered around, and the problems began on the 2nd day after his death. Then the guy, looking ahead in surprise, turned to Eliza, who was pressing her face to his cheek. Suddenly, this guy became enveloped in dark, magical energy and began to hoarsely scream in pain, while dead people appeared from under the ground. The other researchers, looking at this in bewilderment, put their melee weapons in front of them and fearfully addressed the guy raised in the air as Hans. The man, turning to Bjorn, told him that they understood everything only after she absorbed his life energy. Then Eliza, with a sly smile on her face, called the researchers fools. The tied-up man was now shouting that this insignificant girl was a priestess of Karui. The man explained that she deceived them and it was not their fault. After that, he swore by the goddess and said that they were not going to kill anyone for no reason. The protagonist abruptly ordered him to shut up, but the beaten man, with tears in his eyes, noticed that he forgot to apologize, after which he began to ask for forgiveness and shout that they were very stupid when they fell for her deception. The man shouted that all the damage would be compensated, after which he again asked him for mercy. Misha, addressing Bjorn from behind, told him that she would agree with his decision. The protagonist, looking intently ahead, asked himself what he should do. He began to think about how he killed people after getting into this world. He remembered the people who deceived him, and he reasoned that, however, in those situations, their lives were at stake, and he was attacked by bad people who did not deserve to live. However, now the protagonist understood that this case was different. He looked at the frightened, trembling men who begged him for mercy and thought that they created problems, but no one died. After that, the protagonist again confirmed his thoughts that this time was completely different. With his arms crossed over his chest, he asked himself if it would be right to kill them. In his mind, he imagined that his barbarian personality and his personality as a human and an office worker were standing in front of him at the tribunes. The barbarian personality asked him, "Is it right or wrong?" Then he wondered, what difference does it make? The barbarian recommended that he kill because it would be easier and they could create problems in the future. The human side of his personality asked, why did he doubt? Then he noticed that you can't kill people because of one mistake. The protagonist looked ahead thinking about this and asked himself, does this only apply to the world he came from? After that, the protagonist silently looked ahead and soon turned to Misha, asking her what her thoughts were. Misha answered him that she couldn't trust them, after which she sadly said that whether it was a mistake or not, they tried to kill them, and now she understands that this cannot be forgiven. The protagonist answered her that her position was clear to him, after which he decided that his mind had cleared as if a fog had been dispelled. The main character came to the conclusion that in Rome, they obey Roman laws. He sharply squeezed the mace in his hands and realized that otherwise he himself would end up in the grave. After that, he raised the mace over the head of a frightened man who was screaming that he himself said that this was a mistake. Swinging with rage on his face, Bjorn understood that this was a mistake or not, but he had a feeling that they would repeat this situation at the first opportunity. When Bjorn smashed the head of this man, a notification appeared on the system window informing that they had received an achievement, the condition of which was the task to kill 10 times, and as a reward 1 additional point of mental fortitude was provided. Standing near the bloody floor, Bjorn came to the conclusion that he understood this from the first day when he opened his eyes in a new body. He said his name, Bjorn Jandel, and told himself that this is the name with which he must live, and this is not only a name because everything must correspond to the barbarians, and this is his only chance to survive. Misha, with a worried expression, turned to Bjorn and asked him if he was okay. After that, she noticed that his hand was shaking. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead, asked her not to worry and explained to her saying that everything was fine, after which he asked her to collect her equipment. Sometime after these events, Misha, in bewilderment, loudly addressed Bjorn by name and asked him what he was doing. At that moment, the protagonist took the corpse of one of the researchers and began to put it in the fireplace, answering Misha's question, telling her that he was doing what he had to. When he threw the body into the fireplace, a notification appeared on the system window stating that he had provided a new victim and the witch's hut would be open for an additional 8 hours. The body of the murdered man was completely engulfed in flames in an instant. Looking at the burning corpse, Bjorn realized that it was just like in the game. After that, he thought that he still had 2 logs left, that is, 2 bodies. Misha, looking at Bjorn's behavior with a worried expression, asked him if he was sure that he was okay. However, the protagonist did not hear her and reasoned that taking into account 2 more corpses, it turns out to be 24 hours of rest. The protagonist took off his helmet and asked Misha why she was standing. Then he assumed that she was not going to rest. Misha looked at him in surprise without saying anything in response. The protagonist said that in this case, he sleeps on the bed first and immediately after that fell head first into the pillow. Lying in this position, he thought that he was comfortable and sleeping on the bed was the best sleep. The protagonist stared at the pillow in front of his face and realized that now that phrase was no longer irony, and the more he renounced humanity and accepted the life of a barbarian, the more life becomes like a human. Moments from his past life began to appear in his mind. How he worked in the office, how he communicated with people, how he had dinner with his ex-girlfriend, and how he played this game when his ex-girlfriend was reading a book lying behind him. His last memory was of how he slept in bed with his ex-girlfriend, and there was a smile on his face. The main character suddenly opened his eyes. His whole face was in beads of sweat. He looked ahead in fear and actively inhaled air into his lungs. At that moment, Misha was sleeping on his hip with a happy expression on her face. The main character rose on the bed and, looking ahead in fear, came to the conclusion that it was a dream, after which he began to look at his huge palm and think that his life in a monstrous body and the fight against real monsters was now his new reality. He noticed the burning human bones that were in the fireplace and thought that he had slept for almost 7 hours. Then he looked questioningly at Misha, who was sleeping on his hip, and mentally asked himself when she managed to get here. Misha, in her sleep, with a satisfied expression on her face, asked for another piece. Looking at her, Bjorn assumed that she was uncomfortable on the chair, after which he addressed her by name and asked her to get up. Misha, having laughed, asked for another 5 minutes, but the main character looked at her angrily, and soon after that, loud frightened screams began to be heard from the witch's hut, coming from Misha, who was screaming that she was getting up. Then Misha called Bjorn a stupid barbarian and asked him to stop. After a while, the main character realized that there were 24 hours left before the closing of the labyrinth and 1 hour before the closing of the hut, and the next day came. He and Misha sat on the bed and chewed dried meat, thinking that if they held out a little longer, they would be able to escape from this damned forest and return to the city. Misha grinned cheerfully and said that this study was very difficult, after which she shouted that she would take a bath right after she returned. Then she turned to Bjorn and asked him what he would do. Chewing dried meat, the main character answered her and said that he did not know. Sometime after these events, a message appeared on the system informing that the witch's hut was closing and the character was moving to the witch's forest, and the effect of the zone was no longer in effect. When Bjorn and Misha found themselves in the witch's forest, the space of this witch's forest changed greatly and everything around was shrouded in red. The main character and Misha looked in bewilderment in front of them with wide open eyes, and Mouse looked up in surprise, after which Misha turned to him and asked what was happening. The main character frowned and clenched his jaw, mentally cursing, understanding what was happening. At this time, a notification appeared on the monitor screen that 5 offerings were made in the witch's hut. The next one said that 6 offerings were made, and the last one said that 7 relationships were made, after which a message appeared stating that a special condition was met, that is, 7 sacrifices. A huge, powerful monster from the witch's forest. It was the Lord of Chaos Ryakis, who was wandering around the floor. The main character understood that this was the Master of the Floor. Bjorn knew that the Master of the Floor was a monster that behaved like the boss of the zone. He remembered that in the game such creatures were called floor masters, and each floor had its own master. Misha asked Bjorn in bewilderment, "The Master of the Floor?" After that, with a worried expression on her face, she asked him not to joke like that, after which he said that she heard that there was no such thing on this floor. The main character calmly explained to her that in fact there is, just the method of summoning is kept secret. Then the main character, looking gloomily ahead, explained to her that if some psycho decided to specifically summon this creature, it would not be possible to limit itself to just a few deaths. The main character understood that the 3rd floor was ruled by a chaos lord named Ryakis. A notification appeared on the system window informing that erosion had begun and all the monsters were dissolving in chaos. The main character reasoned that not only did Ryaki's have effect on the entire floor, but he also killed everyone he met until he himself died. A notification appeared on the system window that erosion temporarily blocked the portals. The main character understood that summoning Ryaki's closed all the portals, and it would not be possible to avoid it either. So if someone ended up on the third floor when this monster appeared, they had to prepare for death. Misha asked him again in bewilderment, and then asked him why this monster appeared only now. The main character suggested that perhaps it happened because of them. After that, the main character asked Misha if she remembered how they burned the bodies in the hut. He explained to her that this was one of the conditions of the summoning, after which Misha asked him again in bewilderment. The protagonist thought that 10 years had passed since the last summoning, and he thought that 3 bodies would not play such an important role, but someone burned 4 bodies in front of him. Misha, clenching her shaking fist, turned to Bjorn and asked him what he had done. After that, Misha began to scream that they would die because of him. The protagonist abruptly asked Misha not to tell anyone about this, after which he explained to her that if people found out that they had summoned the boss, it would not end well. Horrified Misha, clutching her head with her hands, screamed that she would die because of a stupid barbarian. Watching her reaction, Bjorn thought that she had recently considered him a savior, but was able to switch so quickly. After that, the protagonist told her that the zone effect was no longer affecting them, so now they could at least leave the forest, after which he suggested that she leave there. Misha was shaking with fear and did not answer him. The main character suggested that she go to the orc settlement where they had been before. The main character reasoned that the Zavi clan, according to the dwarf's words, is a huge clan that does its business starting from the 6th floor, and this clan has hundreds of members. Bjorn also understood that it was obvious that a meeting with Ryaki's would end in death for them, and to increase their chances of survival, they needed to join this clan. The main character looked around with a serious expression and thought that it was unlikely that the whole clan would be on the 3rd floor. But to control the area, they needed at least 10 teams. Misha also looked around warily and turning to Bjorn noticed that there were a lot of people here. Suddenly, a man from the podium addressed a multitude of researchers and ordered them to calm down and listen to him. The frightened researchers screamed that they heard that they had strong mages, after which they screamed asking them to use portal spells. People promised to pay as much as they wanted for it. Another researcher made a claim to the Zavi clan and said that they were the ones who summoned the floor boss. Other researchers asked what would happen to them now. The researchers made an observation that they had a large clan, after which they assumed that because of this they would not drive them away. Then they asked if it was true. The main character put his hand on the back of his head and exhaled heavily, realizing that complete chaos was happening here. Misha looked back at the screaming researchers with a worried expression on her face. Suddenly, a girl in a priestess's outfit folded her palms together and began to emit light energy, soon after which she formed a dome around the place where all these people were. The man who was the vice-captain of the Zavi clan named Iraz Magrain addressed the researchers with an open palm in front of him and asked them to be calm, after which he explained that it was already safe here because their priestess had activated the spell of announcing the destruction of evil and their researchers were on guard. After that, Iraz said that they needed to hold out for only a day until the floor was closed, and during this time the Zavi clan would fulfill the agreement with the royal family and do everything possible to ensure that more people returned alive. The researchers listened to his words with surprise, some with indignation and some with discontent. After that, Iraz warned that if anyone disagreed and began to create problems, they would immediately drive them away, after which Iraz ordered them to remember this. The main character and Misha frowned and watched Iraz's actions, after which the main character began to think that he had said too much, but the speech was good and the panic was calmed down a little. After that, the main character thought that thanks to the spell of destruction of evil, they will be able to rest a little. The main character knew that the declaration of destruction of evil is one of the main skills of priests which creates a safe zone for researchers and does not let monsters in. The main character and Misha were sitting near the tree trunk. The main character, suspiciously looking around, thought that it seemed that they were not going to drive them away, but he understood that he needed to be careful because a problem could appear soon. Then the main character turned to Misha and asked her how confident she was in her ears. Misha, pointing her finger at her ears, said that she did not know this, but some people tell her that they like her ears. The main character, perplexed, looking ahead, asked himself, what was she talking about? After that, he explained to her that she was talking about how good her hearing was. Misha laughed embarrassingly and began to bewilderedly tell him that she heard perfectly well. The main character in this case asked her to listen to the conversations nearby and tell him if there was something useful. Soon after, the protagonist heard a researcher say that he heard that the Overlord had not been summoned for 10 years. Then this researcher said that he wondered how crazy and base a person was to do this. His comrade remarked that they were lucky to have the Sixth Floor clan with them. The first researcher confirmed this and remarked that he had never seen the evil destruction spell personally. The young researcher shouted that it was great to have a large clan. The protagonist stared in front of the cathedral and reasoned that if the Tsarvi came for that thing, then their chances of getting out alive were quite high. Some time later, Misha was sleeping on Bjorn's arm with a satisfied expression. The protagonist abruptly removed his hand, causing Misha to fall to the ground. From the fall, she cried out loudly in pain, then asked Bjorn what happened. The protagonist answered her by explaining that it was time. Misha asked him again in surprise time. Then she asked him what he was talking about. The main character suggested that she look around, after which he noticed that there were too many people here, and there were at least 500 of them. Misha asked him, "What does that mean?" The protagonist answered her that there were half 100 people from the Tsarvi clan here, after which the protagonist suggested that they would handle controlling such a crowd. Araz shouted loudly, opening his mouth wide and calling for the researchers to be quieter. Then he began to explain that thanks to the spell of destruction of evil, the only safe zone of the floor was created in this place. But he clarified that the priestess would like them to show a little respect for the god, after which, with a wide smile on his face, putting his hand in front of him, Araz asked for 1,000,000 stones per person. Araz asked the researchers to pay now, after which he noticed that the priestess said that or any equivalent items would do. The protagonist, watching this, thought that this was a smart move, because not every researcher would have such an amount on hand. The protagonist understood that the Tsarvi clan wanted to take away some of the equipment from people to make it easier to control them. Araz, addressing the researchers, explained that this was not only respect for God, but also the price of protection, after which he explained that they could lose some equipment or potions. But he assumed that while they were here, there was nothing to worry about. Then he asked if this was true. When Araz asked about this, he spread his arms wide in different directions. The protagonist, with a thoughtful expression on his face, looking ahead, understood that there were enough reasons to worry, and of course, the destruction of evil was a very powerful skill. But it was not even close in strength to the Floor Lord, and they were unlikely to kill the Floor Lord, but as long as they obeyed the rules. After these thoughts, Bjorn turned to Misha, who was sitting opposite the backpack, and asked her to take the things that they needed the least. Misha, clutching armor elements in her hands as well as some weapons, with a smile on her face, shouted that she would be back soon. The protagonist gave her the helmet of the man he had killed, whom he subsequently burned in the fireplace, asking her to take this with her as well. After that, the main character thought that they were lucky that they had collected equipment and should not give up theirs especially. Bjorn did not have time to finish his thought because he was knocked down by a loud, indignant cry that asked if they were offering them to die of hunger. Several researchers indignantly addressed the Tsarvi clan and asked, 1,000,000 kami in one day? They said that it was funny. The main character watching this understood that the situation was becoming disgusting. Soon after, the main character, looking at how people were leaving the protected barrier, understood that he had assumed so, and there were people who did not want to pay. And then Misha approached Bjorn and said that she had returned. The main character praised her and began to reason that about 300 people remained, after which he came to the conclusion that the Tsarvi clan earned 300 million, after which he compared this to the fact that they seemed to have printed money. The protagonist enviously thought that they would also reduce the number of people and earn, that is, be able to do two important tasks at the same time. However, after this, the protagonist came to the conclusion that it would be better for them all to pray to the heavens, because he understood that if the Floor Lord gets here, they are doomed. Thinking about this, the protagonist seriously looked at the sky, while Misha frivolously gnawed dried meat with a contented smile on her face. After this, the protagonist thought that the third floor is quite large, and everyone hopes not to encounter the Floor Lord, and remains optimistic, both the researchers who left and those who remained. But he is preparing for the worst scenario. The protagonist understood that fears do not always become reality, but it is difficult to this. 19 hours and 7 minutes, that is, 5 hours before the closing of the labyrinth, the protagonist thought that this really happened. He understood that it was rain despair, that is, the passive aura of the Chaos Lord. Raindrops of which consisted of a dark liquid dripped abundantly from the sky. A notification appeared on the system window informing that the character is constantly receiving damage from the Chaos attribute and magic resistance is greatly reduced. The protagonist thought that this skill not only deals damage to the area, but also turns it into an erosion zone that removes all effects. Looking at the ground that was as if scorched after the rain, a notification appeared on the system window warning that constant exposure to the chaos attribute can cause a status effect called confusion. Misha, with a worried expression on her face, turned to Bjorn, placing her palm on his hand and looking ahead in fear. At that moment, the Chaos Lord Ryakis began to approach the place where they were all, with a wide open mouth and incredibly long fangs. The Chaos Lord began to roar loudly and ominously. The researchers screamed in horror that this was the Lord of the Floor, after which they asked to stop it. One of the horrified researchers asked in confusion, "They will not run away to abandon them?" After that, she clenched her lip with her teeth and said that she did not want to die. Another researcher shouted expressively that they took the equipment and promised to protect, after which he demanded that they keep their word. Ryakis was several hundred meters away from the researchers. Looking at Ryakis, Ayers said that they eventually came to this, after which he noted that the damage from the expedition would be serious. Opening his mouth wide, Ayers warned that the Chaos Lord Ryakis was already here, after which he ordered to get everything they were preparing. Notifications appeared on the system windows that an advanced endurance scroll was used, after which an energy regeneration scroll was used. A numbered item called the Banner of the Sun Lord was also used, due to which the weapon that Ayers was clutching in his hands was filled with the light of Ergium. The main character who was watching this thought about the various auxiliary scrolls as well as numbered consumables that improve equipment. He noticed that less than a minute had passed since items worth tens of millions of stones had been used and disappeared. Ayers, holding a brightly glowing melee weapon in front of him, ordered not to spare supplies, after which he shouted that they must return alive. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asked himself, "What?" After that, he asked himself in surprise, were they really going to fight Ryakis? With a smile on his face, Bjorn thought that it seemed like he was not the only one preparing for the worst, and for the first time he was happy about this. The protagonist understood that people had gathered here who had been in incredibly risky situations many times to get to this point, and it was not just about luck. The Zarbi clan led by Ayers looked ahead with confident expressions, after which Ayers ordered everyone to take their positions and stop the Chaos Lord Ryakis. Reflecting, Bjorn asked himself, how are real raids different from game ones? With his massive paws, Ryakis approached the frightened researchers who said that they would all die and assumed that they were just dreaming. Ayers loudly ordered his soldiers not to try to block the attacks and dodge. Ryakis emitted a magical beam from his mouth and attacked the melee warriors with his paws. When answering his question, Bjorn realized that this answer was quite simple. The short melee warrior was thrown back by the attack coming from Ryakis, after which he turned to Laos and asked him, "When will the spell be ready?" The protagonist understood that the melee attackers and tanks were trying to avoid direct contact and could barely block the lightest attacks. At that moment, someone's body was crushed by Ryaki's huge paw. Someone asked for a potion, but the short warrior running away from the Chaos Lord cursed loudly and then asked not to come close to this monster. The protagonist understood that warriors return to the front line immediately after healing, even if the body is in a terrible state. But of course there were exceptions. When he thought about exceptions, he saw a young guy who was shaking and sobbing over the body of an ally, and cursing noted that he should not have died like that. Ayers ordered not to be distracted and focus on the battle. The protagonist understood that the current situation was that one warrior was instantly crushed and 3 ranged attackers died from Ryaki's breath. The researchers with tense expressions on their faces said that 4 people died at once, after which they cursed and noted that these people took millions of things from them. The protagonist, looking seriously in front of him, realized that the researchers did not understand what they were talking about because the clan was doing everything possible and the warriors were holding the front line and the magicians were suppressing Ryakis. A notification appeared on the system window informing that the Chaos Lord Ryakis was drawing power from the source. At that moment, Ryakis opened his mouth wide and sucked in bright red magical substances. After that, Ayers shouted out an order to stop the attacks and said that they couldn't continue to deal damage because they had to destroy the spheres first. Bjorn was worried, but the Zarbi clan knew about the dark spheres. While the ranged warriors were aiming in front of Ayers, repeated his order again, saying that they had to attack not Ryakis, but the spheres. The protagonist understood that they probably knew about the second phase too if they were trying to prevent it. While the researchers who didn't understand anything were perplexed and asked why these fools weren't attacking the monster, Bjorn, with a grin on his face, thought that they understood the strategy for victory, and then they would be able to survive until the Labyrinth when the time was 22 hours and 37 minutes. Bjorn, looking at his watch, realized that there was a little more than an hour left, and by this time 11 people had died. That is, about 20% of their forces. The protagonist thought that it was not scary and the worst could still be avoided. But the protagonist watched the researchers' reaction, who were screaming in horror and bewilderment that these fools from the clan were definitely finished. They asked how many people had already died. Watching this, the protagonist realized that the real problem was the researchers, because they were starting to panic, and every time Ryakis got furious, someone who had paid for protection died. The protagonist believed that it was the fault of the researchers who were standing next to such a battle and were not monitoring the situation at all. Misha turned to Bjorn and noticed that everything was not looking very good, after which she asked him, would they do anything? The protagonist asked her to wait, after which he told her what he thought. At that moment, the researchers were expressively discussing the situation. One of them, putting his hands in front of him, shouted that they could not just watch and offered to help to increase the chances of survival. Another researcher shouted that so many people had died, after which he noted that they should protect themselves. However, then the other researchers noticed that the Sarvi clan had taken their equipment. They asked how they were. Suddenly, these desperate and frightened wild faces turned towards the mountain of resources where there was a lot of different types of equipment. The protagonist, who had been closely observing the situation until then, abruptly grabbed Misha by the hand and said that they were leaving here. Misha asked him in surprise, right now? Two guards from the Tsarvi clan with spears in their hands turned to the researchers and asked what they were doing. After that, they asked them to calm down. The indignant researchers shouted that they could not keep their promise, but still took the payment. One of the guards told them that everyone would be in danger if they did not leave. The researchers confidently shouted that they wanted to leave here, after which they pounced on one guard, ordering him to return the equipment. The guard fearfully asked them to listen to him, but they threw him away, shouting that it belonged to them. The protagonist, with a tense expression, ran away and ordered Misha not to lag behind him. At this time, he reasoned that of course everything will come to this, because usually the researchers do not know the strategy for defeating Ryakis. Like animals, the researchers greedily pounced on the high mountain of equipment, screaming loudly and madly. The protagonist, with a tense expression on his face, holding a shield in front of him and overcoming the flames, ran forward, and Misha ran after him. Soon she warned him that there were spirits of chaos ahead. Several evil magical substances with wide mouths and long fangs were approaching Bjorn. The protagonist abruptly turned to the side and ordered to run to the right, after which he thought that they did not have time to fight the monsters. Misha agreed with him and ran after him. While the chaos spirits were chasing them, Bjorn understood that they needed to run as far as possible. They all continued to run forward. The protagonist understood that there was still a little left. He looked at the space in front of him and thought that there would be quite a distance from the center of the forest. However, suddenly the protagonist's face distorted and he looked in bewilderment in front of him. At that moment, notifications appeared on the system windows informing that the Chaos Lord had successfully absorbed the power of the source, due to which an effect called the Evil Rift was activated, and the radius of this was 5 kilometers. The protagonist, looking in confusion in front of him, asked himself, is this darkness Ryaki's ultimate skill? After that, the protagonist, looking in bewilderment in front of him with a tense expression on his face, asked himself, did this insignificance really manage to eat all the spheres? Misha, looking at Bjorn in fear, loudly called him by name and asked him, what's going on? The protagonist cursed tensely, realizing that everything was so, and this was the Evil Rift. He knew that the Evil Rift was Ryaki's ultimate skill, which was activated after absorbing 10 spheres and lasted for 45 minutes of a game time. The gist of it was that if he didn't manage to escape from the effect zone, everyone there would die, no matter how strong they were. Bjorn also knew that the skill had one peculiarity, which was that it pulled everyone who fell under the effect to the center of the zone. A notification appeared on the system window, informing that all characters would be moved to the center. The protagonist looked around in bewilderment with Misha. They were among a crowd of researchers, one of whom asked in confusion what was happening, because he was running away. Then the researchers began to ask, where are they? Looking around, the protagonist realized that there were about 200 researchers left, and about 20 people from the Zarvi clan, although Bjorn remembered that there were initially 50 of them. The protagonist reasoned that 11 members of the clan had died in a few hours, and the rest had died in the last few minutes. For the main character, it was obvious that it was clear what had happened when they escaped. The researchers addressed the Zarvi clan and asked them to explain themselves, but one of the clan's warriors stepped forward and began to rudely insult the researchers and order them to shut up. After that, the warrior, in a state of rage, asked them if they even knew how many people had died because of them. He warned them that if they tried to approach, they would immediately attack them. The researchers asked with tears in their eyes, was it their fault? After that, one of the men noted that if they had not taken the equipment, another frightened guy with tears in his eyes begged to let him through, after which he shouted that he had done nothing and would pay. The male warrior from the Zarvi clan threateningly shouted, ordering the researchers to be grateful for not killing them all at once. Then he warned them not to rely on the protection that was there before, because it would not be difficult for them to kill everyone. The saddened researchers began to swear and ask, so what now? Suddenly, one thin, trembling hand rose up, and the guy said that he knew a little about this place. After that, the guy asked not to ask about the details, but he noted that they needed to get out of here, otherwise they would all die, after which he explained that he had read about it in ancient texts. One of the researchers turned to him and asked him again, after which he asked him if there was a time limit. The guy began to explain that the text said that they needed to escape from the 5-kilometer zone, after which he said that there would be monsters on the way, but only if they worked together. The main character, who was watching this, thought that this was surprising, but he understood that the guy was right. At the same time, Bjorn realized that the problem was that the Ryaki's clones and the spirits of chaos would attack like crazy if they moved away from the center. The researchers confirmed the guy's thoughts and shouted that they were doomed to death. So it was better to try to break through, after which another researcher suggested trying this. Misha turned to Bjorn and told him that the people were going to leave, after which she asked him what they would do. The protagonist understood that more than half had left, but they would not bet on such a low chance, and he called Misha to follow him. Soon they approached Tyler. Bjorn's plan was for them to bet on what looked more reliable. Tyler, putting an open palm in front of him, ordered the barbarian to stop, after which he began to warn him that if he came closer. Suddenly, Tyler interrupted his speech and, looking ahead in surprise, asked, what was she doing here? The protagonist, with a wide smile on his face, addressed Tyler and told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. Tyler asked him again in surprise, for a long time? After that, he asked him not to act as if they were old friends. The protagonist asked Tyler if they had found the essence of the hero's orc. Tyler, with a satisfied smile on his face, answered him affirmatively, after which he began to brag about how lucky they were. Suddenly his face distorted. He looked in bewilderment ahead with wide, open eyes, abruptly pulled the sword out of its sheath, and threateningly asked Bjorn, how does he know? With a confident smile on his face, Bjorn thought that his first bet had worked. Iraz, looking at the bloody flags, listened to the report, which said that 23 people survived, that is, 3 priests, 6 magicians, 12 ranged attackers, and 2 melee. Iraz asked irritably, only 2 melee fighters? Vice-captain of the Zarvi clan, named Iraz Magrain, thought hard about the fact that many warriors died during the fuss, because they could not get support, and they tried to buy time, but allowed Ryakis to absorb the spheres. The man with the staff in his hands turned to Iraz and asked him what they would do. Then he noted that he thought everyone already knew that they had little time. Iraz, with a tense expression on his face, clutching his forehead with his hand, understood that the lack of warriors would be fatal and 2 melee attackers would not be able to clear the way, especially since this is a spearman and a swordsman, and they do not have people who are able to fight from defense. In the mind of the tense Iraz, there was a thought that he needed one person, because 1 warrior would be enough. Many voices addressed Iraz, shouted to him that the researchers were leaving. After that, the voices reported that they had little time and asked him to give an order. Addressing him, they said that they needed to act while the monsters were paying attention. A sudden loud scream interrupted everything else. It was the main character, who loudly and confidently repeated his words, saying that he would pave the way. Iraz, in bewilderment with wide, open eyes and mouth, turned towards this voice. Approaching Bjorn, Iraz asked who it was. At that moment, Tyler pushed Bjorn back and asked him how dare he. The main character, in response, ordered Tyler to retreat, after which he called him a fool. Then Iraz explained that according to the assumption, this was a barbarian from the Karlstein sisters team, and he should not be paid attention to. Iraz noted that he himself would decide this, after which he asked what the barbarian wants. The warrior answered Iraz that he did not know how he got this information, but he asked for the essence of the hero orc and said that with this he would be able to clear the way. The next moment, Iraz's survival instinct skill activated, a skill that highlights targets that can increase the chance of survival. With this skill, looking at Bjorn, Iraz thought that this was the first time he saw such a bright light. Iraz understood that this skill had saved him from many difficult situations, and now this said that the Barbarian was the key to salvation. Approaching Bjorn, Iraz, at whom Tyler looked in bewilderment, asked Bjorn what his name was. With a confident smile on his face, Bjorn said his name and thought that his second bet also worked. Iraz introduced himself by saying his name and said that he was the vice captain of the Zarvi clan. After that, Iraz asked Bjorn who told him that they came for the hero orc. The protagonist responded by saying that it was his assumption. Iraz asked him what this assumption was based on. The protagonist responded with a question and asked why else would such a large clan occupy an entire orc settlement on the third floor? After that, the protagonist noted that such consumables and numbered items were clearly not needed for simple orcs, which meant that their goal was higher. The protagonist knew that the orc hero was a rank 5 monster and a hidden boss that could be summoned using an altar in the orc settlement and 777 orc crystals. The protagonist understood that a huge amount of supplies had been prepared due to the small chance of summoning the orc lord instead of him. Iraz looked at Bjorn with a thoughtful expression on his face, who at that time asked him if there were supplies left. Then the orc lord did not appear. Iraz grinned and asked him, did he understand that? After that, Iraz asked him that in that case he would explain the reason why they should bet on him. The protagonist said with a confident smile on his face that he is a barbarian with the seal of the immortal who absorbed the essence of the vampire guardian from the rift and also the essence of the corpse golem, which gives resistance to pain. With a smile on his face, Iraz said that he cannot go into details, after which he noticed that he realized that he can simultaneously fight and drink a potion, after which he asked him, is that all? Bjorn answered him affirmatively, after which Iraz noted that this is very good for an explorer of the third floor. Then he interrupted himself and noted that in comparison with their remaining warriors, this is just excellent. After that, Iraz agreed with Bjorn and said that he was betting on him. Taylor turned to Iraz from behind and noticed that the essence was requested by the nobles. But Iraz abruptly interrupted him and noted that they can say that it did not fall out of the monster. After that, Iraz said that he was ready to give it if it saves at least one more additional life of a clan member. After that, Iraz turned to Tyler and ordered him to drag the essence. The protagonist looked sternly ahead with his brows furrowed and thought that the situation was going well because the first obstacle had been passed. The protagonist knew that by donating crystals, 3 orc heroes could be summoned, and each of these orcs was a different named monster. In other words, these were high-level opponents with inconvenient essences, and that was why the group had to be special, even though it was only rank 5. The protagonist knew that each orc dropped an essence of a certain color. An orc named Danish dropped a red essence with a cry of passion. An orc named Velta dropped a blue essence with a banner of struggle, and a Targus with one special skill that could be an excellent basis for his build. Then the protagonist asked himself, what kind of essence would it be? Having received the green essence that was inside the vessel, Bjorn said with a satisfied smile on his face, green. He understood that this was incredible luck, and it suggested that something very bad would happen soon. Opening the lid, Bjorn drank the vessel, soon after which many messages began to appear on the system windows, notifying him that strength had increased by 70 points, agility had increased by 35 points, fighting spirit had increased by 40 points, and physical defense had increased by 20 points, as well as bone strength had increased by 30 units. Looking at his palm, Bjorn thought about how he felt the strength boiling inside him. His body began to shake from the tension, and he understood that perhaps the matter was in the increase in fighting spirit, and he wanted to master it faster. The protagonist was shaking, looking at his palm, while Iraz recommended that he first take off his equipment. The protagonist, taking off his helmet, heard Iraz offer him to take this. Looking at the guy who was clutching a huge number of scrolls and potions in his hands, Bjorn thought that a large clan provides appropriate support. Taking off his things, Bjorn gave it to Misha and asked her to look after his things. After that, tearing the scrolls, Bjorn used a scroll of physical protection, after which notifications began to appear on the system windows informing that the character used an advanced scroll called Increased Endurance and used a scroll of energy regeneration and also used a potion to increase strength, due to which strength was temporarily increased by 10 units. Opening several vials of potions with his teeth at once, Bjorn used Tears of the Spirit, due to which their resistance to the elements was temporarily increased by 10 points. After that, the protagonist used a Basilisk Flask, due to which pain resistance was temporarily increased by 10 points. The protagonist emptied several potions at once, greedily swallowing them. The next system window showed information that Aaron Deflane had used Spirit Defense, which caused the character's mental resilience to increase significantly. Then Aaron Deflane used a Flame of Regeneration spell, which caused the character's physical regeneration to increase significantly. Talos Pien used the Coffin of Sacrifice spell, which caused the character's aggro level to increase significantly. After all this, Iraz turned to Tyler and noticed that it was time for his Bloodmaster skill. Tyler looked at him while clutching a sword in his hand, after which Iraz noticed that it made no difference what skill he would receive, since Karlstein's abilities would be the most useful. Tyler began to cut her wrist with a knife, after which the main character began to drink the blood that was pouring out from his wound, after which a message appeared on the system window stating that the character was using the Bloodmaster skill. After that, a notification appeared on the system window stating that they had temporarily received a Karlstein passive skill called Unholy. Bjorn's eyes began to glow bright red, noticing this. Iraz said that it seemed to be an unholy skill. The unholy skill was passive, and the essence was that the maximum amount of essences was reduced by 1, while the effectiveness of all active skills increased by 1.5 times. Then Iraz suggested that he slowly try it. The main character agreed with him, after which he, turning to himself, asked to slowly imagine the skill that was obtained from the essence of the hero's orc. The main character closed his eyes and began to think about it intensely, after which he suddenly opened his brightly glowing red eyes and mentally shouted, Gigantification. After that, a message appeared on the system window stating that the character was using Gigantification. Iraz looked in bewilderment at Bjorn, who was instantly increasing in size, and Tyler also looked in surprise at how his clothes were tearing on his body. On the system window, there was a message stating that the character's body size was increasing, as well as his aggro level and physical characteristics. The completely naked, huge Bjorn stood surrounded by puzzled researchers who, with their mouths and eyes wide open, watched him enter the hero's barbarian mode. Misha, with cheeks reddened from embarrassment, looked at this and screamed in surprise, trying to close her eyes and leaving these open. The researcher standing next to her noticed that he was now a real monster. Iraz lowered his gaze and began to take off his cloak and asked Bjorn to cover himself with something, after which he asked for several more cloaks to be brought. Tyler looked ahead in bewilderment with his eyes and mouth wide open, while another clan member asked how he could be so big. The protagonist covered his belt with the cloak, while the shield that had previously covered his body now barely fit on his arm. Preparations for the exit were completed, and Iraz noticed that they had about 30 minutes left, after which he asked him if they would make it in time. The protagonist answered him affirmatively with a smile on his face, after which, taking oxygen into his mouth, he thought that this had to be done now, after which he shouted loudly, Vahila. With this cry, the protagonist furiously ran forward thinking that nothing was impossible for him. Iraz stretched out his hand after the protagonist ordered to run after him, and soon a crowd of researchers headed after the huge protagonist. The protagonist understood that behind him were 23 members of the clan, as well as Misha and 40 researchers who decided to stay with them. The protagonist understood that they were allowed to join in exchange for all the equipment, but Iraz offered to pay with their lives. By this time, there were bloody seals on the heads of the researchers. The system window said that the character used a sacrificial seal, due to which he receives an increase in physical abilities depending on the number of victims within a radius of 100 meters. With a wild smile on his face, Bjorn thought that the instinct of destruction and his strength were overflowing, and it was good that he did not need to restrain it. In an excited rage, Bjorn rushed to attack the monsters, realizing that these were small clones of Ryakis. At that moment, the enraged clones of Ryakis rushed to attack Bjorn. Looking at these, he understood that of course small is about 2 meters, but for him, these monsters are small now. With a sharp movement of his fist, Bjorn threw one of Ryaki's clones aside, crushing its skull. Soon after, a message appeared on the system window that Ryaki's hatred had been activated. At this time, Bjorn furiously smashed the monsters into pieces with his fist, causing blood, skin, and fur to fly in different directions. And on the system window, there was a message that the character was taking a lot of damage from the Chaos attribute. The protagonist understood that this was the reason why it was so important to have a tank in the Evil Rift. Looking at his burnt shoulder, which was black, Bjorn understood that Ryaki's clones were causing damage to the person who was destroying them. And this damage was enough for even he, that is, a barbarian with pumped-up pain resistance, to feel numb. Of course, the protagonist understood that thanks to the vampire essence, he only needed to protect his heart, because thanks to the Source of Darkness skill, the character would not die until his heart was destroyed. The protagonist understood that if there was a famous swordsman, archer, or priest here, it would be useless. Iraz, turning to Bjorn, noted that it was dangerous, after which he, raising the sword above his head, asked him not to kill too many at once. Looking at Iraz, Bjorn thought that it was easy to say, but gigantification increases AGR proportionally to body size and already large, so it is very difficult to imagine the level of this. Moving forward, Bjorn understood that he was in constant AGR mode, so the researchers behind him remained safe. Tyler plunged the blade of his sword into the skull of one of the Ryaki's clones, screaming furiously, after which his face distorted in pain and beads of sweat began to flow down his cheeks. He understood that this was a reflection of damage, and the same damage that he inflicted would be returned to him. Then Tyler turned back and turned to the priests, asked them what they were doing. After that, Tyler ordered to treat him. The protagonist started yelling rudely at Tyler, ordering him to stop getting injured for no reason and get away. Tyler called Bjorn a loser, with an irritated expression, while one of the priests was healing his wounds. The protagonist understood that he should be the only warrior on the front line. At that moment, he was fighting with Ryaki's clones while notifications appeared on the system windows that the character's health dropped below 50%, and all resistances and defenses were increased due to the passive skill of the hero's path. The protagonist understood that he needed to be on the front line alone because he had the passive skill of the orc hero, and that was why he wanted to get the essence, because it increases all defense when health points fall below 50%, and the maximum effect is achieved by 20%, and in order to use it to the fullest. Bjorn looked ahead and said that no one should approach the front line, and he would deal with everything on his own. After that, the protagonist again rushed into the attack with sweeping blows attacking the opponents. The man with the staff looked at the approaching Taylor and asked him if he had decided to come here. Taylor answered affirmatively, calling him Hernesian. Hernesian noticed that the vice captain had made a wise decision since you never knew for sure when the monsters would appear from behind. He asked Taylor to stay here. Taylor looked ahead confusedly, answered affirmatively, and noticed that it was true. Taylor cursed inwardly with a gloomy expression, thinking that one attack had caused him unbearable pain, so he had to retreat back like a fool. Taylor thought that he had not been there long, but he could say with certainty that this was not something that could do to a person, after which he asked himself, who was he? Taylor thought that at first he had taken them for simple third-floor explorers who were staying near his sister. He remembered how Bjorn had not responded to the order to leave the orc settlement, and he had seemed like a simple barbarian warrior. However, now Taylor understood that it didn't matter how much resistance he had, even though he was a tank. But unlike him, how could he not hesitate? Looking at Bjorn confidently running forward, the researchers looked at his back and shouted that they were right when they said that barbarians had no equal in bravery. Another voice shouted that with such a person in the clan, they would be like behind a stone wall. After that, another researcher noticed that the vice captain had an attentive eye, and he would never have thought that he would cope so well. After that, one researcher asked if anyone knew his name. They reasoned while running that he must be known for something, because this barbarian does not know what death is, and it is even scary to think what they would do without him. Then they turned to Misha and asked her if she would tell them who this guy is. Misha, confused, said that she herself does not know. With a wide smile on his face, Hernesian noticed that if the famous Balkan barbarian hero was with them, he was sure that he would look like him. He understood that there was no point in trying to find out his name. Suddenly, Taylor looked in bewilderment in front of him with his eyes and mouth wide open. People were shouting that there was an exit and they could see the end, after which they decided to speed up and run towards a large portal that glowed brightly in red. Hernesian understood that soon everyone would be talking about him. A message appeared on the system window informing that the effects of the zone called the Evil Rift were disappearing. On the monitor where Bjorn's characteristics were shown, it was written that his level was 3, his strength was 330.1 points, to which another 131 were added. His spirit was 168.3, to which another 62 points were added. His skills were 152.4 points. The level of items was 782 points, to which another 83 were added. The total combat level was 846.3, to which one more point was added, and the absorbed essences consisted of a rank 7 corpse golem, a rank 5 vampire guardian, and a rank 5 orc hero. The last essence was new to him. With a tense expression on his face, Bjorn ran forward and thought that they were almost there, and there was very little left. Soon he put his foot in front of him, after which a message appeared on the system window informing that there was not enough soul power. The protagonist realized that they had gotten out, after which a message appeared on the system window stating that gigantification was cancelled. The protagonist began to instantly decrease in size, soon after which he looked in bewilderment in front of him, holding the fabric falling from his belt. A notification appeared on the system window stating that the effect of the evil rift zone was disappearing. The researchers happily shouted that they had done it. With tears in their eyes from happiness, they shouted that they had gotten out and they were alive. A loud, terrifying scream came from above. These were the people who remained in the portal and screamed in pain. Looking at this, the main character understood that not everyone was saved. A powerful magical stream hit the ground with great force, leaving a huge, burnt crater in this place. The main character thought that the orc settlement was wiped off the ground in an instant. After that, he thought that they almost disappeared and the gigantification ended immediately after the exit, after which he decided that they miraculously managed to escape in time. With a smile on his face, Irez noticed that it was close, after which he noticed that it was too early to relax. The main character understood that he was right because he knew that after escaping from instant death from the crevice of evil, one of the survivors would be chosen as prey, and the chance that it would be him or Misha was 1 in 15. And then he mentally asked himself, will they be lucky? Suddenly Misha confusedly addressed Bjorn by name. At that moment she was shaking with her whole body and, uncertainly looking in front of her, told him that she could not move. On the system window, there was a message that Misha Karlstein was chosen as prey and she could not move. The main character, in a state of shock, looking in front of himself, asked himself, is this a joke? After that he asked himself in bewilderment, from such a crowd of her. Misha, with a nervous smile on her face, confusedly asked Bjorn, what is going on? After that she began to assume, but suddenly stopped, seeing the intent crazy looks of the researchers and members of the Zarvi clan who were looking at her. She also saw the confused look of her brother, who soon turned away in shame. The main character knew that the prey is a person who receives a paralysis debuff and becomes the only target of Ryaki's, and in other words, Ryaki's will pursue her until her death. Iras, addressing Bjorn, said that it was terrible and he could not even imagine that this would be his companion. After that, Iras, stretching out his hand in front of himself, said that they would help protect her if he had a desire to join their clan. The main character, who was kneeling in front of Misha, lowering his head down, answered him negatively, after which he said that for now he cannot work with others. Iras asked him again, after which he noted that he was sorry, but if he became the prey, there would be no choice. And then Iras suggested that it seemed that their deal was, and he hoped that they would see each other again in the city. The main character, who had Misha tightly tied to his back with a rope, agreed with him and noted that he would do it if he could get out. Iras, with a smile on his face, said that he was sure that he could do it, after which he explained that he had such a premonition. And then Iras said that let this help him at least a little and ordered the priest to begin. Immediately after this, the clan priests began to cast spells on Bjorn. Bjorn was blessed by the wind, due to which the character's movement speed increased significantly, as well as a sail, due to which the character's soul power is restored faster. The protagonist, surrounded by magical energy, thought that these were useful, and he thought that there were no other resources left. After this, the protagonist thanked Iras. Iras, with a smile on his face, replied that there was no problem, after which he asked him to definitely survive and explained that if they died, Ryaki's would run after them. Bjorn grinned, realizing that Iras was thinking about efficiency until the end, after which the protagonist said that in this case they would leave. 23 hours and 45 minutes, that is 15 minutes before the labyrinth closed, Ryaki's massive paw stepped onto the ground. With its bright red, glowing eyes looking ahead, Ryaki's looked around the space while the system window said that the Lord of Chaos Ryaki's had awakened. The protagonist ran forward with all his might. Misha, who was tied to his back, thought that she could feel the heat from Bjorn's skin while he was running, and she couldn't look back, but the roar was getting louder, and so they would both die. After that, Misha turned to Bjorn and asked him with a sad expression on his face, looking ahead of him, to stop. Misha didn't think she was stupid and understood that the monster was hunting her and not him. She understood that that's why those researchers had such a look, and even the family decided to ignore her. Misha thought that her existence was a hindrance to everyone, after which the protagonist asked her what she was talking about. Misha answered him that he had done enough, after which she noted that he could be killed too. After which Misha, with a nervous smile on her face, noted that they were not that close. She asked him if that was really the case. After that, she began to talk about how, without him, she would have died much earlier, and her wish had already come true. In response to this, the main character asked not to make him laugh, Misha looked ahead in bewilderment with reddened cheeks, after which the main character explained to her that she did not want to die at all and asked her, in that case, why was she talking such nonsense? At that moment, Bjorn was running away from a huge number of creatures catching up with him, and turning to Misha, he told her that he understood her and she was afraid that she would be abandoned. Misha looked ahead in bewilderment with wide, open eyes and mouth, after which she shouted that he did not understand anything and she did not want to become a problem for others. In response to this, the main character asked her, is this feeling more important than her life? Then he explained to her that she could not answer, and if she wanted, then it was enough to ask him for help, and then she would have a chance. Misha continued to look ahead in surprise while she perceived his words. She understood that these were simple words, like the barbarians themselves, but she still understood what he was trying to say. And since the forest he had done everything to help her survive, she understood that in his eyes she was definitely pathetic and whiny. After that, Misha thought that simply giving up and saying such stupid things was not what a person who was trying so hard for her wanted to hear. Then Misha turned to him with a smile on her face and said that if he saved her, she would be there for the rest of her life to help him. The protagonist noticed that it seemed to him that she was telling him this not for the first time, with a smile on her face. Misha noticed that this was indeed the case, after which she cried out with tears in her eyes that in that case she would give him all the money from this research. With a smile on his face, Bjorn thought that this already sounded better, after which a message appeared on the system window stating that the blessing of the wind had run out. The protagonist understood that the buffs from the Tsarvi clan had run out. Bjorn frowned and looked ahead, thinking that it had started to rain and that this nothingness was behind them, and that there were more chaos spirits too, and that they were getting in his way. Bjorn thought tensely, looking ahead, that he wanted to use it later, but right after that the protagonist used gigantfication and his body began to instantly increase in size. A message appeared on the system window that the character's body size, his aggro level, and physical characteristics were increasing. The protagonist, already of enormous height, ran forward among the trees and understood that this skill increased characteristics, but it was more important to him that his steps had become longer. Bjorn also thought that with remaining soul power the skill would last from 2 to 3 minutes. He turned to Misha and told her that he needed to know the time. Misha, looking at the clock that hung near her face, shouted that there were 196 seconds left. The main character responded to her by saying that it was good, after which he noticed that she was bored. So he suggested that she tell him the countdown, heavily exhaling air from her lungs. Misha agreed with him, after which he began to count 190, 189. At this time Bjorn, with a purposeful expression on his face, frowning his eyebrows, ran forward, clutching a mace in his hand, which, given his new body, looked more like a toothpick. Looking at the chaos spirits in front of him, Bjorn understood that he would have to fight these. Soon a message appeared on the system window stating that the chaos spirit had been destroyed and the location was being eroded. While Bjorn was killing chaos spirits with his mighty hands, Misha was counting 170, 169. When Bjorn was preparing to make a new attack, Misha said 165. After that, the main character hit another chaos spirit with his knee. Misha shouted 120. With a tense expression on his face and beads of sweat running down his face, Bjorn looked furiously ahead while Misha shouted 103. A powerful beam of concentrated magical energy exploded behind Bjorn, causing the bewildered Bjorn to be thrown aside. Misha shouted 90. The protagonist stared ahead in bewilderment with his eyes wide open, thinking that they were already in the breath's kill zone. The ground was covered in a bright red color in the place where Bjorn and Misha had just been. Looking around at the corpses of the chaos spirits, Bjorn realized that the breath had helped get rid of some of the chaos spirits, which made him conclude that it would be much easier to escape. However, he also realized that this meant that they were in Ryaki's attack radius. Suddenly, Ryaki's huge paw appeared above Bjorn's head and sank its sharp claws into the place where Bjorn had just been, but he managed to jump to the side while Misha screamed at him, 77. The protagonist stared ahead tensely and angrily, exhaling heavily from his lungs while Ryaki's was approaching them. Looking at this screaming monster, Bjorn realized that it was the Chaos Lord Ryaki's. After that, the protagonist ran forward. Misha asked him to stop, after which the protagonist ordered her to stop whining. Then he ran forward again and told Misha that he would not abandon her, because she would die. Misha screamed tensely that it was not worth it, after which she asked him to save himself. The protagonist turned to the other side and told her that he had already promised. At that moment Bjorn asked himself who would return the money for the ring. Misha asked him again in surprise. Did he promise? Then she asked him if he was going to die because of a simple promise. The protagonist answered her with a question and asked her who said that they would die. After that, with a smile on his face, he declared that he would get out of here alive. Suddenly, an energetic, incinerating, powerful blow occurred from the side of Bjorn. He turned to the side in bewilderment, and his face was completely covered in thick burgundy blood. Misha, looking in horror at Bjorn's severed arm, screamed at his arm. The protagonist asked her to tell him the time, after which Misha advised him to leave her, otherwise he would too. The protagonist turned to Misha in a rage, calling her by her first and last name, and then ordered her to tell him the time. Misha, with tears in her eyes, screamed several times, 60 seconds, with a tense expression on her face. While Ryaki's was above their heads with his mouth wide open, Bjorn understood that he needed to hold out for a minute without one arm and that he would no longer be able to escape. After that, the protagonist thought that it would probably get a little more difficult. Bjorn turned around and ran there. Misha asked him in surprise, what was he doing? After that, Misha noticed that they were running straight at Ryaki's. While Bjorn was already at one of Ryaki's paws, turning to Misha, ordered her to tell him the time and not complain. Misha screamed, 53. A moment after that, she shouted, 52. A powerful flash of magical energy occurred behind Bjorn. The main character understood that Ryaki's attacked with his breath the place where they were standing, but Ryaki's would not shoot under his own feet. Being near one of Ryaki's paws, Bjorn hoped that it would not move. And then, in a jump, dodging another attack of Ryaki's, Misha shouted to him, 50. Soon after, the main character, dodging already a huge paw of Ryaki's with sharp claws, being a few centimeters from the collision, Misha shouted, 44. By this time, Bjorn understood that he had learned Ryaki's attacks, and standing in front of this huge monster, Bjorn bent down and was able to dodge another attack. He understood that he had learned Ryaki's fighting style while watching the fight with the Tsarbi clan. When Misha shouted 30, Bjorn was thrown back by a powerful attack of Ryaki's. Leaning on his knee, the protagonist looked ahead tensely. At this moment, he was heavily inhaling air into his lungs, looking forward exhausted. At this moment, Misha screamed, 25. The protagonist looked ahead tensely as a huge part of Ryaki's body approached them from above. Looking at this, Bjorn mentally cursed, realizing that it was too late. Soon after, the rope on Bjorn's torso tightened greatly, due to which he began to spit out clots of blood from his mouth with a painful expression on his face. Ryaki's watched with excitement as Bjorn was thrown aside and fell to the ground with great force. The protagonist, looking at Ryaki's claws approaching his face, understood that he could not avoid this, after which he thought that they would die. With an angry, intense expression on his face, Bjorn looked ahead while an inscription appeared on the system fire informing that the character's soul power had run out and gigantification was cancelled. Suddenly, the body of the main character instantly decreased, which is why Ryaki's claws dug, not into his body, but into the ground near him. The main character looked ahead in surprise and thought that it was incredibly timely, after which he cursed, realizing that his skull was almost crushed. The main character thought that this was the end, after which he jumped onto Ryaki's paw, which Ryaki's dug into the ground. When the time was equal to 10 seconds, the main character grabbed one of Ryaki's paw fingers. After that, the time was equal to 9 and 8 seconds. Bjorn bit his teeth into the monster's flesh so as not to fall down. Ryaki's tried to brush him off, but the main character, clinging to his hand and holding onto this flesh with his teeth, while the time was equal to 7 seconds. When the time reached 4 seconds, Ryaki's brought Bjorn closer to his muzzle, but the main character tried to jump over, but Ryaki's grabbed Bjorn in flight, which caused the main character to spit blood from his mouth. The time was 2 seconds when Ryaki's opened his mouth wide and tried to throw Bjorn and Nisha inside. The time was 1 second, and Bjorn, with a bloody face, confidently smiled, looking ahead, and said that it was too late, after which he insulted Ryaki's. A moment later, a message appeared on the system window informing that the labyrinth was closing and the character was moving to Rhapsody. A magic portal opened in the city square. Many people gathered around this portal. People looking at this were interested in how much Doug would earn this time. The girl turned to her mother and asked when her dad would return. When the portal opened, many wounded and bloody human bodies fell out. The square instantly became filled with horrified human screams. Someone screamed from pain, and someone from fear because of what they saw. In bewilderment, looking at the bloody researchers, the townspeople asked, what happened to them? The frightened townspeople asked to call the guild, after which they asked to drag the wounded away and reported that a temporary shelter should be set up here. The man in bewilderment with a pale face turned to the gods, looking at Bjorn, and asked if he died. When Nisha opened her eyes, rising to the ground, she asked herself in surprise, did she survive? After which she asked, Bjorn? By this time, a huge number of townspeople were looking at Bjorn. Some were amazed, some were scared, some looked at him with horror, and some thoughtfully. Looking at his body, they asked if he returned in such a state, and what happened to him. With tears in their eyes, they said that even for a barbarian, this is too much. Nisha, pushing through the many townspeople, asked to let her through, after which she begged, turning to Bjorn. When she saw his body, she loudly shouted his name, Bjorn. With his eyes closed, Bjorn lay in a puddle of black, thick liquid. His body was covered in burns, abrasions, bruises. He was missing an arm, and his face was exhausted. Someone's voice ordered to quickly contact the temple. Nisha ran to Bjorn's body and, putting her trembling hand on his chest with tears in her eyes, began to scream repeatedly, no. She begged him, saying that he cannot die. Then she called him by name and pressed her cat ear to his heart and heard his heart beating. She stood up and started looking at him with a wide smile on her face. At that moment, tears started streaming down her cheeks. Smiling nervously, she asked herself, is he just unconscious? After that, looking at him, she said that he scared her a lot. Sometime after these events, several people were talking in a tavern. One of them asked his interlocutor if he had heard the news. The interlocutor asked him again, news about the Lord of the Third Floor? The first confirmed it and noted that even from the Tsarvi clan, there were more than 30 dead. The interlocutor asked him again, only 30? Then he noted that he thought they would announce it tomorrow because the total number was measured in hundreds. After that, one of the guys who was sitting at the bar counter noticed that the survivors said that they got out because of one person. His interlocutor asked him again, is he talking about Vice Captain Mag Rain with the nickname Iron Lion? The guy answered him negatively and said that it seemed to him that some researcher from the third floor helped. The interlocutor asked him again in surprise, was there really someone so strong there, and who were they talking about? The guy told him that the name of this researcher was Bjorn, son of Yondel, and he was a barbarian who reached the third floor in the third month of research. Two men were talking in the building. One of them said that a magician told him about this man. After which he noticed that although the barbarian was young and had not accomplished any great feats, it was obvious that he was following in the footsteps of a hero who was braver and more majestic than anyone and was even given the nickname Little Balkan. Many notifications appeared on the system windows informing that the character's fame was increasing, after which a warning message appeared on the system windows stating that the chance of special events had increased. The man who was in the luxurious room said, Little Balkan, after which he, speaking to himself, noticed that this was interesting. Reading the sheet of paper in his hands, he asked himself how many researchers they had who could reach the third floor in such a short time. He could not remember such cases during his entire work, and besides, this guy's essences go beyond ordinary research, and this is too fast a growth that cannot be justified by luck. The man understood that there were similar cases in history, and there were people who were born under a star of special destiny, and these people were forever remembered by everyone as heroes. But now, looking at the image of Bjorn, the man asked himself, I wonder who he was, a hero or an evil spirit. Bjorn remembered how the Chaos Lord Ryakis woke up, starting to chase them and kill a large number of people. After that, an image of Misha appeared in his memories, who desperately said that she could not move because she was chosen as prey. After that, they began to run away, fighting Ryakis, and as time gradually decreased and the number of injuries increased, they fought for life more and more desperately until they finally moved to Rapdonia. After looking through the memories that appeared in his thoughts, the protagonist opened his eyes, looking at the rays of the sun that were visible through the raised flap of the tent. He almost immediately closed his eyes, covering his face with his hand, and looked around in bewilderment. And then, raising himself, he realized what had happened, and with some surprise examined his hand, which had already grown back. Misha was sleeping next to him, her head on his leg, and Bjorn realized that he had returned, and finally noticing her, he stroked her head, realizing that he had returned with her. Misha did not wake up from his touch, but she smiled contentedly. 2 days later, the people gathered in the tavern began to talk, and one of them asked his comrade if he had heard the news. His comrade assumed that he was talking about the appearance of the floor lords on the third floor, and asked how he could not know about it when so many people had died. Cursing, one of the men noted that his friend already knew about that famous barbarian, and his comrade exclaimed that of course he knew that. After all, he was talking about Little Balkan. They bumped their mugs together while drinking and laughing. One of the people asked who would have thought that there would be such a person among the researchers on the third floor. Thanks to the fact that more people now knew about Bjorn, several lines appeared on his computer screen in the human world, which announced the increase in his character's fame. However, switching from talking about the main character, someone suddenly asked who the bad guy was who summoned Ryaki's. Some were wondering if anyone had caught the summoner yet, but it didn't look like it, and so soon the tavern patrons began to talk about other things. In the same tavern, Hikuro, Dvalki, and Rothmuller gathered, and they approached the table where Misha and Bjorn were already sitting. Hikuro, waving his hand in greeting, laughed, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Dvalki simply smiled happily, and Rothmuller noted that it was great that the protagonist and Misha were safe and sound. Misha, raising herself and resting her palms on the surface of the table, noted that she was glad that Rothmuller was okay, since she heard that he had been injured in the witch's forest. He admitted that he didn't even know where to hide from shame, because if he hadn't been injured, Bjorn and Misha wouldn't have had to go through everything they had experienced. However, interrupting his words, the protagonist frowned in displeasure, crossing his arms over his chest, and ordered him to stop, offering to order first. Rothmuller winced slightly, realizing that they hadn't done so, and suggested that Bjorn was hungry as a wolf. Very soon the food was already on the table, and, abruptly putting the mug filled with the drink on the table, the protagonist attracted Hikuro's attention and asked what happened in the labyrinth. He, briefly distracted from eating food, noted that if Bjorn knows about Rothmuller's injury, this story will be short, and said that immediately after that incident, he once again used the Guardian's bracers to create a gap. Interrupting his story, Misha asked in surprise, "Can it really be used so often?" She speared broccoli with a fork, lifting it, but did not eat it herself, but pressed her lips tighter, mentally noting that as he thought Hikuro used that combo. Hikuro explained that with the help of emergency recovery, it is possible to return the number of uses of the item's ability, and noted that this is the wisdom of generations. While he was telling the story, Misha brought the fork closer to Bjorn's mouth, telling him to eat it, and Vaki watched them in amazement, and Misha admitted that she had no idea that you could link an ability to number of times an item was used like that. Hikuro said that in any case, it was only after they ran away for a decent distance that they managed to cure Rothmuller, and they tried to find the protagonist and Misha. Rothmuller joined in his story, saying that they were separated by too much distance, which is why he was unable to find them with his own search skill, but they did not give up and entered the forest. However, on the third day, they encountered Eliza, and upon hearing about her, Misha frowned sharply, jumping up from her seat and asking again, and then asked what happened next. She was curious about how everything turned out, and Hikuro, smiling, asked what her question meant. He exclaimed that they had started to run away, since they had no choice but to use the portal and go up to the 4th floor. Rothmuller closed his eyes and was glad that they were the only ones who had successfully entered, and Bjorn realized that they had taken advantage of the entry restrictions. He remembered that the 4th floor was the Sky Tower, which had a structure where the portal's colors changed periodically, and those who entered before this change would go up to a tower of 100 floors, and in addition, after completing the test on each floor, it was not restored, meaning it was completely safe. Hikuro admitted with some disappointment that it was unbearable to spend more than 10 days on the 1st floor, and Bjorn clenched his jaw in irritation, asking himself, was he really ashamed to tell me that it was unbearable for them? He mentally exclaimed that he and Misha had walked 1,000,000 kilometers, and Hikuro suddenly added that, as surprising as it may sound, they had gotten an essence in the first test, and the protagonist asked again in shock, frowning even more. Hikuro explained that it was the essence of a rank 7 mimic monster, and Rothmuller admitted that he had absorbed it. Bjorn became even more angry and unable to control his emotions. He squeezed the mug in his hands so hard that it began to crack, and cursing mentally, he mentally asked, did they really think this was a game? He remembered that the rank 7 monster mimic was a rare monster that would reveal essence from a very strong blow. And although it was not a combat-type monster, it had an active skill called treasure storage that opened to personal subspace storage. And the key point was that when a person opened the treasure storage for the first time, various items would be added there randomly. He asked, slightly stammering from excitement, what happened next? He was curious about the catch, and Rothmuller, Vaki, and Hikuro told him that they got 2,000,000 stones, magic crystals, 3 top-quality potions, and numbered items from the 8,000 and 9,000 series. Bjorn only got angrier with each word, not understanding why this happened, and looking at him in bewilderment. Hikuro asked why he was swearing. The protagonist clenched his jaw so hard that his body trembled, but he apologized to Hikuro, explaining that he was simply too surprised, but in his mind he asked why Hikuro was so lucky. However, although they were numbered items, they still decided to sell them, since they did not need them, and Rothmuller deducted the amount for the mimic essence from there in his favor. Bjorn mentally calculated that even with this scenario, it was more than 10 million stones, and asked himself how much each person of the three received. He congratulated them, but still found it difficult to control his strength and emotions, and he squeezed the cutlery in his hand with such force that it bent in half, and his comrades, noticing this, asked in shock why he bent it. He explained that because of the hero's orc essence, he was unable to control his strength, and Misha was surprised, noting that until now she had never noticed anything like this about Bjorn. He noted that she could not see everything that concerned him, and she, looking away a little embarrassed, asked him to wait and said that if you put the question like that, then she could very well see everything. Hikuro watched them in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening, and then asked what happened between the two of them. He noted that they had gathered enough rumors, but he still wanted to hear it, and Misha was about to start telling her. But Bjorn held out his palm in front of her, saying that he would tell her everything, and mentally added that there were some things that could not be said. He began to briefly tell her what had happened, but he cut out some parts, including the situations where he gave Misha a ring, asked the clan for essence, and used his new skills to pave the way for the surviving adventurers. When he finally finished, Dvalki, Rothmuller, and Hikuro understood how it really happened, and Rothmuller sincerely congratulated Misha on making a contract with the spirit beast, as he remembered that she was very worried about it. However, he did not understand how Bjorn deserved the credit for this, and she closed her eyes, smiled, and exclaimed that without him, she would not have been able to return alive and well. Hikuro laughed in surprise, noting that they somehow obtained the essence of the orc hero from the Jarbi clan. Asking if he would only receive 2 million stones as payment for protection, he added that the three of them were somewhat responsible for what had happened, and so they were willing to provide 1 million. Bjorn, slightly embarrassed, wondered if this was not a dwarf in front of him, but a holy benefactor. Dvalki suddenly noted that this was indeed the greatest and most amazing story he had ever heard, and he felt sorry that he could not be there. He clenched his fist decisively, sighing, and Hikuro, closing his eyes, supported Dvalki's words, saying that no one would dare disagree with such an achievement, and in his opinion, Bjorn was worthy of the title of Little Balkan. The protagonist asked in confusion, not understanding what Hikuro's words about Little Balkan meant, and Hikuro smiled and assumed that Bjorn had not heard of it before, and then announced that it was his middle name. The protagonist's nickname was a comparison to Balkan, a barbarian hero from the previous era, and now he was called Little Balkan. Bjorn wondered if he had received a middle name too quickly. It was nice to gain fame in the game, but this place was reality, and with the increased fame, the chance of special events also increased. The protagonist knew that if his name suddenly became famous, he would receive too much unnecessary attention, but his comrades distracted him from his thoughts, congratulating him on what had happened, since he had already earned a middle name and even absorbed the essence of the 5th rank. So they were confident that he would be able to achieve even greater heights in the future. He thanked them for this, and Misha, winking, asked if they had anything more important to talk about. They agreed. Everyone decided to discuss the distribution of the spoils, and suddenly remembered that there was also a reward for reporting on the priestess Eliza. Misha asked in surprise, was that really true? They began to calculate how much the reward should be for each, noting that the reward for reporting on Eliza was 3 million stones. Soon, according to the results of the study, the total amount of stones that Bjorn and Misha received, from which the cost of repairing equipment for 2 people and treating the protagonist's hand were immediately deducted, was 7.65 stones. Bjorn suddenly grinned, asking Misha if she knew that initially they were supposed to split the amount equally, but he reminded her that she had sworn that she would give it all to him. And while Dvalki and Hikuro watched them in confusion, Misha, crying, frowned, but still agreed and told Bjorn to take everything, calling him names. A few days later, Misha asked if the protagonist had finished yet. She noted that going through the labyrinth was difficult, but even without that, Bjorn also had a lot of things to do. Bjorn came closer to her, explaining that he had done everything necessary, namely, taking the equipment that was given for repair, replenishing the supplies, and even stopping by the auction house. Misha, closing her eyes, smiled happily, noting that this was a great relief, and Bjorn, watching her, wondered what this was. He did not understand why she was hanging around him, and wondered if she really had any regrets about the lost profits. He remembered that he had taken every penny, but he decided that it would be better if the money was kept by him. If you think about it, 7.65 million stones was nothing at all, because after preparing the essence, as well as weapons and equipment, he had to focus on Misha's growth, because she was now his main comrade. Noticing that he was watching her thoughtfully, Misha became embarrassed and asked why Bjorn was looking at her like that. Soon they came to the stop where the adventurers were boarding the transport, and noticing him, one of the knights asked if this was the same little Balkan. The girl who was walking behind him noticed that Bjorn looked like a common barbarian, but ignoring their conversation, he told Misha that he was going to go home and asked what she wanted. She admitted a little awkwardly that she had been thinking of dropping in on her family for a while, and the protagonist asked him again, puzzled, and she, with her head down, confirmed it and explained that she would be there until tomorrow or the day after. Bjorn understood everything, but noticing Misha's behavior, he asked himself why she looked as if she was afraid to tell him this. Of course, there were things that bothered him a little, but this was a family matter, and the protagonist was sure that he should not interfere with it. He simply wished Misha good luck, and she thanked him, but Bjorn noticed that she was still not in the best mood. Hitting her on the back, he encouraged her not to be upset, and crying out in pain and surprise, she called him an ignorant barbarian. And noticing her suddenly changed mood, the protagonist noted that this was already much better. Misha looked at him indignantly, telling him to be sure to come back in 2 days, and asked him to eat well until then, asking if he understood her. Bjorn replied that he understood everything, and before leaving, Misha reminded him not to eat only meat, but to eat vegetables too. In the end, she decided to go first and ran ahead, and the protagonist, smirking, thought that she, as she said, cared for him as her benefactor. Climbing into the carriage, he thought a little more displeasedly that she was just like a mother, but rejected this thought, noting that she was more like his ex-girlfriend. As the carriage headed towards its destination, Bjorn thought that his task was to level up Misha, and after a while they arrived at Area 8, and the protagonist noted that with his stats, he could move to a higher team, but it would be difficult to take Misha along, so he would have to stay in the current team for a while. The first thing Bjorn thought was that Misha needed to level up her contract with the spirit beast and adjust her essence, and besides that she needed to change her weapon. Suddenly, the protagonist was distracted by someone announcing the start of the execution, and he cursed in his mind as he looked towards where the guillotine stood with displeasure, noticing that it had been quiet for several days. However, today there were fewer people on the street than usual, and besides, there were no beggars to be seen, and when one of the executions was carried out and blood flew into the air, the inhabitants began to discuss what they had come to see, since the others said that it was an evil spirit, but there was nothing special, and many agreed with this, since the blood was a normal red color. Bjorn came closer, interested in the talk about an evil spirit, and the inhabitants continued to talk, asking if it was not disgusting that these creatures imitate people. Suddenly, Bjorn noticed the tied-up Tarakan, sitting near the guillotine, and cursed mentally, since he was worried about him. However, now he realized that Tarakan did not buy a weapon with the money that the protagonist gave him, and he did not go into the labyrinth either. Tarakan's eyes widened. He looked straight ahead desperately and focused on Bjorn, who frowned, wondering if he recognized him. As the guillotine blade began to fall, Tarakan began to cry and scream despite the cloth over his mouth, and he managed to shout Bjorn's name, but he closed his eyes, frowned, and turned away, realizing that he could have been Tarakan. He remembered how he had given him the money and decided that he should stop helping everyone all the time. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts as he heard someone ask if it was really him. Bjorn turned around in confusion and told the man to go into the fog, but the man put his finger to his lips, indicating that he should be quieter, and said that there was no need for rudeness, since they were in the same boat. The protagonist would be amazed when he heard these words, and the man, crossing his arms over his chest, smiled and asked where Bjorn came from. He listed America, Thailand, Europe, and the protagonist frowned, cursed mentally, and asked himself, "What the hell is this?" He assumed that something like this would happen someday, but he did not think it would be so soon, and while he was thinking, the man added with a smile that he himself was from the States. But for this case, Bjorn had one answer, and clenching his jaw, he began to breathe furiously, mentally exclaiming that this answer was called the Inar strategy. He furiously ordered the man to speak directly, without using complex words, and leaning aside, the man looked at him in confusion, asking again, and then laughed, amazed, and admitted that he almost believed it. He thought that Bjorn had only been here for 3 months and praised him for his excellent acting skills. The protagonist repeated the word skill, reminding him that he had already warned the man not to talk to him with complicated words. The man tried to calm him down, noting that he could be careless with him, and exclaimed that Bjorn was also here because of the damned game. But he made a mistake and pronounced the word game not quite correctly. The protagonist asked again, mentally calling the man names, and he, smiling, exclaimed that in any case he admired Bjorn, since he had made a name for himself in only 3 months. He himself had spent more than 3 years to establish himself here, and continued to talk about what he had been doing when he noticed another person similar to him. But the protagonist asked himself, what did this man want? Listening to his words, he heard the man say that he did not have to say where he was from, since they were all strangers here anyway. Bjorn remained silent, frowning in confusion, and the man decided to explain what he was talking about, and noted that they had some kind of gaming alliance, which the protagonist could also join. He distorted the word game again, and Bjorn, interrupting his words, noted that he had one question, and leaning over the man, he asked if he was an evil spirit. Leaning back, the man sweated with excitement, and asked what Bjorn meant. Smiling nervously, he said that this was also true, because it was difficult to trust someone who spoke in riddles. He admitted that the protagonist was right, and announced that he was an evil spirit, and the next moment Bjorn, clenching his hands in fists, raised his head, screaming loudly, and all the people in the square turned in his direction, and the protagonist announced that the chief of the tribe said that if he saw an evil spirit, then it must be killed. The man looked at him in fear, asking again, and the curious villagers began asking each other what was going on. They were focusing on the fact that a barbarian was there, and also on what they had heard about the evil spirit, and in his mind Bjorn said that this was exactly it, since the barbarian would never tolerate immorality. He swung, striking, and sometime later, someone in the garrison noted that Bjorn really was a small Balkan. The knight said that first of all, he wanted to thank the main character, because thanks to him, his younger brother got out of the labyrinth alive. Bjorn assumed that the knight's younger brother was from the Tsarvi clan, but the knight noted that this was not so, explaining that his brother was among those who paid the clan for protection. The protagonist mentally chuckled in amazement, noticing that there weren't even 10 survivors among those people, and suddenly he noticed that he was hungry and, crossing his arms over his chest, he asked how much longer he had to sit there. He admitted that he was already angry that he couldn't kill that evil spirit, and realizing what exactly he meant, the man thought, remembering how the people began to ask in shock what Bjorn was doing. They ordered him to stop, and several knights ran up to the protagonist and began to pull him away from the man. But he cursed, ordering them to let him go, since he was sure that the man was an evil spirit and he was going to harm him. The knights began to ask in amazement, hearing Bjorn's words about an evil spirit, and looked at the already badly beaten man, who was powerlessly lying on the ground. Smiling, the knight explained that they were already investigating, asking Bjorn to wait a bit, and he wanted to explain what would happen if he was right. But the next moment another knight ran into the room, calling out to the captain and explaining that the suspect had an ID card for a hunter with evil spirits. The captain shuddered in amazement, asking again, and the protagonist paid attention to the knight's words about a hunter for evil spirits. A little later, they moved to a room where a badly beaten man was lying on a bed, and another employee standing next to them explained that he belonged to their ranks. Bjorn frowned, shouting that the man himself said that he was an evil spirit, asking if it was suddenly not true now. He assumed that these people thought that they could deceive him, but the man explained that usually everyone who has become famous in a short period of time or has shown extraordinary abilities, they arrange a check as a conditional measure. But interrupting his words, Bjorn ordered him to stop, admitting that he did not understand these complex words, and sighing, the captain explained, in other words, the people of this organization suspected that the main character was an evil spirit. Bjorn asked again in shock, and then began to wave his arms indignantly, asking who took him for an evil spirit. He was going to crush the skull of this man, and the knights began to stop him, and the man, wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, said that no one suspected, explaining that it was only a precaution. The main character again ordered him to speak more simply, asking if he was really making fun of him. In the end, the man, interrupted by excitement, explained that he wanted to say that this would not happen again, and the wounded hunter of evil spirits suddenly shuddered, coughing violently. Soon Bjorn, leaving the garrison, walked down the street and cursed inwardly, because he had not even thought that these people could know such details. He remembered how the hunter of evil spirits named several countries to him, wanting to know where he came from, and the protagonist asked himself, is it true that not everyone here is an idiot? Fortunately, he was able to notice the catch when the man got confused with the pronunciation of the word game, and he decided to call it the grandfather's syllable, as well as the changed pronunciation of the word computer. However, he understood that if these hunters had reached such a level, then it was no wonder that Terrakin ended up on the guillotine. He understood that he was in an unfamiliar city, where he had no one to rely on, but suddenly a man who knew everything approached him. He cursed again in his mind, because the more he thought, the more this world seemed to be fucked up. But, returning to his room, he was glad that he had managed to get away with it for now, but still he frowned in displeasure. Suddenly, he was distracted from his thoughts, noticing that he had stepped on an envelope, and he took it in surprise, shaking the contents of the envelope onto his hand, and asked himself, was this really a pill? In addition, there was a letter inside, and sitting on the bed, Bjorn frowned, reading it carefully, and read that this letter was sent to a random researcher, who was presumably a player. If he read this text, the person who wrote the letter warned him to know that he must not tell anyone that he was a player. In addition, if he was caught by the hunter of evil spirits, this person hoped that the player would not show this letter. And to summarize, he wrote that he wanted to say that they have a community that guarantees complete anonymity, and if Bjorn swallows the pill from the envelope, he can get into it. He frowned in amazement when he also read that the author of letter warned him that if he did not want to join, he should destroy the pill, and sincerely began to beg him to stay alive. The signature said that this is the king of Rapdonia Bastard. Around the same time, in the secret ministry of public order, which answered directly to the royal family, a man knelt down, and the person he had just given the report to asked if he really talked about a bloody mess. He reminded that he only ordered to watch another person, and closing his eyes, the man explained that the thing is that they decided that a barbarian with 3 months of experience would be easy to uncover, and his interlocutor asked what the result was. The man simply noted that it would be best for him to look at it in person, and his interlocutor pressed a button, and an image appeared on the surface of the ball, which played the moment when the hunter of evil spirits approached Bjorn. The man thoughtfully took his chin with his hand, peering into the image, and then, when it finally ended, he turned around, noting that evil spirits in such a situation usually prefer to run, but this barbarian attacked the employee without hesitation. The knight guessed what exactly he wanted to say, and he confirmed that Bjorn was innocent. The warrior understood this, and the man went to the window, looking out onto the street, asked if the main character really became famous in just 3 months without even being an evil spirit. He assumed that fate itself was destined for him to be a hero, and then smiled, noting that it was great since this city had always lacked talent. Bjorn's character's fame continued to increase, and the next morning, standing near the magic tower, he, looking at the structure, assumed that yesterday's letter was not a fake, and in this case he had to prove that he wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. He went to the lab, where Raven noted that if he received this thing, it meant that he had raised his reputation. The protagonist asked again in bewilderment, and she explained that usually everyone who becomes famous receives such a thing, and warned Bjorn not to think about it. She was sorry, because if she had received it, she would have immediately checked the letters, but now everything that was written in the letter had already disappeared. The protagonist peered at the empty sheet, asking himself, is this some kind of magic? Raven asked if she didn't wonder what exactly the evil spirits wrote in the letter. Bjorn asked about the evil spirits, and Raven asked if she hadn't told her about that. She pointed out that they were the ones sending the letters, and the protagonist admitted that he didn't even know it was a letter, noting that she was a genius. She smiled smugly, saying that was true, and warned that it was something that ordinary people wouldn't understand. Noting that there was a pill inside, Raven asked if that was true. She wondered if Bjorn knew what it was, and he said he didn't, and she explained that it was made by an extremely talented mage who also had mind control magic, other dimensional magic, and a deep knowledge of alchemy. By swallowing the pill, the protagonist would be able to enter a special spirit world, and she imagined this, and Bjorn asked again, not understanding what the spirit world was, and Raven noted that he could think of it as another dimension that only his mind goes to, while his body remains in place. She explained that if he swallowed the pill, he would be summoned at midnight on the 15th day of every month to a special spirit world, and noted that most likely evil spirits use this to exchange information, and so many people swallowed pills in order to enter that world. But the next day, other people found them dead in a pool of bloody vomit. Bjorn asked her to stop when he heard about the dead researchers, and thought that he almost made a mistake when he almost swallowed the pill. Raven confirmed that others had found many dead, and advised him not to take the pill out of curiosity. Bjorn assumed it was just poison, wondering what kind of idiot sent him this. Raven asked what he thought mages were. She said that the pill didn't have any of those ingredients or alchemical formulas, and the protagonist asked why those people died then. Becoming more serious, Raven explained that there were many theories, but the most plausible one was that evil spirits had a way of selecting those who didn't belong to them and separating the souls of intruders from their bodies. Bjorn said that it was a dangerous pill, and mentally noted that in other words, some unknown player could control his life. Raven remembered that there was one peculiarity, explaining that in that world, the soul's appearance was used so they wouldn't be able to find out what those people look like in the city. The protagonist asked in shock if they couldn't use magic to find out who swallowed the pill if it was done by a mage. She said that it was impossible, noting that such a way did not exist. Otherwise, they would have caught all the evil spirits long ago. Bjorn admitted that this was also true, and Raven suggested that they begin today's research, asking if they would move on to collecting blood. Bjorn, standing up, realized that this meant that the community really did guarantee complete anonymity, and the plus was that he could get information. Perhaps there was even a way to return, but he was briefly distracted from his thoughts as Raven, pointing to a blood-covered chair, asked him to come here, warning that everything was under control and he would not die. Bjorn did not answer, but sat down on the chair, and Raven, smiling enthusiastically, placed a device above his head, while the protagonist continued to think and frowned in concentration, asking himself if he should take the risk. Sometime later, back home, he thought about it, noting that he had thought about it for a long time, and the best option seemed to him to swallow this pill. He weighed all the risks and possible benefits before making this decision, and mentally said, if the pill was that dangerous, then the community would not have created it at all. But nevertheless, he could not drink it right now because of course there was anonymity, but the sender of the invitation probably had a way to find out who joined. Bjorn laid down on the bed, putting his hands behind his head, and assumed what the situation could be, asking himself, what if in a certain period of time he was the only one who was sent an invitation? In this case, he would quickly be discovered as soon as he joined the community, and frowning, he realized that if he was going to take this pill, it would be better to wait from 3 months to half a year, because he did not need the information that much. 15 days after returning from the labyrinth in the Mage Tower, in one of the laboratories that was on the upper floors of the tower, a mage, passing his palms over a magic ball, activated it, and a voice came from it, addressed him, calling him Lord. The man asked the Soul Queen what happened to the newcomer. She replied that he did not appear, and the mage asked if that was really true. He assumed that the man really was not a player, and the Soul Queen agreed that there was a fairly high probability of that. After a short pause, she asked what she should do with the other letters that they had delayed sending. The man, passing his hand over his face, announced that they could no longer delay due to his whims, ordering the Soul Queen to send out these letters in order. She agreed, and he thought that he had placed his hopes on that person, since he had heard that he had chosen a shield at his coming-of-age ceremony, but it turned out that it was not the person he was looking for again. A little later, at the branch of the Explorers Guild, the man sitting at the reception desk told Bjorn that he had been promoted to a 6th-rank explorer. The protagonist thanked him for this, accepting the necessary documents, and thought that every day, doing tasks in the form of homework, he did not notice how time had flown. However, there was something more important, and when he returned home, he washed his face, frowned, and pressed his lips tightly together, since the stones flowed away like water. But he did not regret it, since it was spent on necessary things. Some time later, he came with Misha to the store, and she, looking in shock at the weapon he chose, asked if it was too big. Bjorn closed one eye, appraising the mace of gigantic size and mass, which was worth 400,000 stones. It already had an acid immunity spell cast on it for the armor and shield, which cost 510,000 stones. Finally, after he finished examining it, he asked what Misha was talking about. He explained that there were bigger weapons, and mentally added that this thing was necessary to protect his person. After that, he picked up the pants for protecting his manhood, which cost 900,000 stones, which included automatic recovery, shape-shifting, and acid immunity spells. While showing it to Misha, he explained that he couldn't show off his naked body every time he grew, and she, a little embarrassed, asked if these pants were also imbued with magic. She suggested that it was difficult to find a size that fit him, and he, distracted by this, asked how the trip to this store went for Misha. He was curious if everything suited her, because the items she chose, although smaller than the standard, were clearly larger than the previous weapons Misha used. She, embarrassed even more, exclaimed that she did not even know, noting that she was a little unusual. Soon they came to the training area, where a pole consisting of tied hay stood as a target. Running closer to it, Misha swung the new weapon several times, cutting the hay into several pieces, and announced that she was already getting used to the new items. Now she had the twin lich blades, which were 70% of the standard rapier standard and cost 550,000 stones. In addition, they bought the blood of a wild beast to improve the spirit beast for internal use, which cost 2 million stones. Watching Misha's actions, the protagonist asked himself in bewilderment, was it really thanks to the blood of a wild beast? Now she could imbue the weapon with an ice element, and proudly closing her eyes and smiling, she asked if Bjorn saw this. She was curious about his attack, but he noted that her movements were clumsy so far, advising her to train more. She frowned in displeasure, and the protagonist thought that he only had the third stage of spiritual sorrow left. Preparing to go to the shaman, he touched his back with his palm, noting with displeasure that yesterday's second stage was terrible. He had given 1,000,000 stones for the second stage of the spiritual seal, and it only took 10 minutes, but in comparison, the 12 hours of torment during the first stage seemed like a fairy tale. He remembered how that day in the tent, the shaman, smiling, told him not to endure the pain, allowing him to scream. Bjorn asked himself, who knew that even pain resistance would not work. The loudness of his shouting even made the barbarians passing by shudder in fear. But thanks to everything that happened, the protagonist activated the second stage immortality imprint, and because of this, his stamina and magic resistance increased significantly, and his spirit increased by 30 points, and his special ability increased by 60 points. After finishing the procedure, the shaman admitted that in his memory, Bjorn was the first one who remained conscious after the seal was completed. Taking a small glass in which there were long sticks, he handed it to the protagonist, asking him to choose one of them, since they still had time, and he decided that he would look at Bjorn's fate. The protagonist clenched his jaw, perplexly asking himself, are we really going to tell fortunes, the shaman? In the end, he still pulled out one of the sticks and, looking at it, the shaman thought about it, and the protagonist frowned in bewilderment, not understanding what happened. Suddenly, the shaman asked him to tell him the day and hour of his birth, and Bjorn frowned, unable to say anything, and wondered if the barbarians really knew when and what time they were born. But the shaman finally admitted that he was joking, asking how Bjorn could know such a thing. Finally, losing patience, the protagonist asked what the shaman had seen. He announced that the protagonist was destined to experience countless events that usually only happen once in a lifetime, and these events would be both good and bad. Bjorn, according to the shaman's words, was destined to be the same as those people often call heroes. Now, remembering all this, the protagonist thought about fate, but mentally added that it did not change anything anyway. But he was going to do what he had to do, and wanted to think about what was needed to withstand any adversity. But suddenly he shuddered, distracted, as Misha, coming closer to him, winked, showing a basket filled with food, and asked if he was already awake. She suggested that he go eat, and Bjorn mentally noted that he would prepare for everything he could. Soon he came to the tent of the shaman, who said that he was the first one who returned so soon for the third seal. When Bjorn sat down among the lit candles, he announced that in front of him was a fork and 3 roads, among which were the spirit of flame, the spirit of iron, and the spirit of the wild. He began to chant softly, and the protagonist noticed that everything seemed to be like in the game, and chose the spirit of the wild. Taking a thin needle, the shaman said that it was excellent, and warned the protagonist to prepare himself. For the third stage of the spiritual seal, Bjorn gave 2,000,000 stones, and he shouted very loudly again, causing the birds to rise into the air in alarm. Finally, he activated the third stage of immortality imprint, and his physical resistance and fire resistance increased greatly, and his constitution increased by 56 points, and his special ability increased by 80 points. In addition, Bjorn's body was filled with the spirit of the wild. His basic threat level increased greatly, and he could now use the surge of wildness. When the procedure was finished, the protagonist thought that it was very painful and expensive, but the effect of the spirit of the wild was obvious. Namely, it was the ingrown threat level. In other words, he could attract monsters even if he was just breathing, and on top of that, the burst of wildness increased the threat level by 3 times for a while, but in exchange, it gave a bonus to constitution. Breathing heavily, Bjorn noted that drawing the attention of a crowd of monsters to himself, and at the same time increasing the endurance of the body, was what was best suited for a tank. And if you also use giganization, which increases the threat level several times, his effectiveness would increase even more. He smirked, admitting to himself that he did not even think that he would manage in just 3 months. Suddenly, the shaman, leaning towards him, announced that he was tired, offering him to go, and Bjorn agreed with this. But before he left, the shaman asked him to stop, noting that yesterday he did not tell everything about his fate. The protagonist was curious about what else he should learn, and the shaman warned him to always and everywhere beware of those who are filled with resentment, because there will be many such people in his life. Interrupting his words, Bjorn asked him to speak more simply, and the shaman explained that if he could dispel the resentments of such people, then he would receive good luck, and if he could not do so, then he would bring disaster upon himself. The protagonist clenched his jaw in irritation, frowning, and wondered if the shaman even understood what simpler meant. In the end, he decided to go, and the shaman remained silent, watching him go. Bjorn left his tent, thinking that he had overcome the third stage of the seal, and was about to know what was left for him now. But before he could think, Inar suddenly jumped out from behind the bushes, quietly attracting his attention. He said her name in amazement, not understanding what she was doing here at all, but she told him to be quiet, as it was impossible for anyone to see her. She asked him to come closer to her, and Bjorn, starting to speak really quietly, asked her to wait and wanted to ask why she was calling him here. But, interrupting his words, she announced that she heard from the elder that he received the name Little Balkan, and exclaimed that he was incredible. Bjorn noted that this was nothing, and Einar asked what happened. She was dying of curiosity, and the protagonist thought about what to tell him, and Einar looked at him with delight, eagerly awaiting the story. Finally, having finished the story, Bjorn announced that this was all, and she asked if he was really on the same team as Hikiro. She thought it was good, because she was worried that he would be alone, but Hikiro could be trusted. Bjorn suddenly asked why she had lost so much weight. He assumed that the elder was starving her, but Einar said that this was not the case at all, explaining that she had compressed her muscles, and that was how it all ended. The protagonist repeated the word compression in confusion, and she said that there was such a thing, admitting that she herself did not really understand it. Bjorn answered that he understood everything, but suddenly someone's angry voice attracted Einar's attention, asking if she had really run away again. Looking to the side, she realized that it was time for her to go, and Bjorn decided that in that case he would go too. She thanked him for entertaining her and asked him to come again, and he asked if she was sure she was okay. Einar declared that she was perfectly fine, noting that her training had doubled, and added that the main thing was not to sleep. Bjorn thought that this was exactly what was bothering him, and was about to turn away, but suddenly she called out to him, and he froze, turning towards her, and she, noting that she had not been able to say this earlier, admitted that she was glad that Bjorn had become handsome. He asked again in bewilderment, and she thought about how to express herself correctly, and said that his face had previously been filled with malice, warning that she did not think that this was bad. But now the protagonist looked more relaxed, and she suggested that the whole point was that he could trust his new comrades. Someone's loud cry interrupted her words, ordering her to quickly go to this person, and she exclaimed that they would see each other again, promising that she would return when she became a reliable warrior. Bjorn froze, watching her go, and asked you if she was saying that his anger had disappeared. A little later, when he came to the library, Ragnar used her Persithia spell, and then remarked that Bjorn had become famous. She decided to leave, and wondered why she had suddenly spoken to him first. He assumed that she had something to say to him, but he said out loud that it could be said that he had truly become famous. Almost immediately, he turned around to go look for books, since he saw no need to talk to her. He wished her well seriously, and sighed as he began to walk away, thinking that in the past he had tried to get close to her because he thought she would be useful as a mage. But now it was pointless, since he had reached the 6th rank and even received a title. Besides, there was already a mage in his current team, although he was not from the Magic Tower. But judging by Ragnar's work as a librarian, she was like Dvalki, but suddenly Bjorn froze, feeling the rationalization. He thought that now the priority was survival, and he was in no position to delve into other people's souls. His moral principles rejected idle curiosity, so he was wary of others and weighed their every action, as well as focused on their value and his own benefit, and killed when people posed a threat, was ready for betrayal, and thought about how to squeeze more benefit out of other people. He decided that he needed to keep a cool head in any situation and act for himself alone. But suddenly he remembered how Misha noted that at this rate he himself would die, asking him to leave her and go. Realizing this mistake, the protagonist cursed in his mind and pressed his lips tighter, and realized that it was no wonder that Einar noticed it. He began to catch himself more often on the desire to do something useless. His body became more resilient. But a problem arose, and he asked himself, is there a way to solve this? He did not know this, but the current him was a barbarian, and approaching the table at which Ragnar was sitting, he placed his palm on the surface of it, leaning slightly forward, and ordered her to stop looking at him, and to speak if she had something to say. She shuddered in surprise, and asked how he understood that she wanted to talk to her. Bjorn told himself to be like a barbarian, and explained that he saw it in Ragnar's eyes, mentally adding that he should not restrain his desires. At this time, the characteristics of his character with new points added to it appeared on the screen of his computer. The next day at lunch, the protagonist came to a cafe called the Promise of Flowing Water. The entrance to the establishment was too narrow and low, so he had to try hard to get inside, and he clenched his jaw in irritation, frowning. And when he heard the name, he was curious about what kind of place it was, but now he realized that it was just a cafe. When he entered, the customers asked in amazement, "Is it possible that a barbarian is here?" They assumed that the owner was in debt, and suddenly Bjorn saw a Shavina Aimer sitting at one of the tables, who waved at him in greeting and smiling. Asked if he was Bjorn. She announced that he was here, and the protagonist asked if she was his client. She confirmed this by telling him what he could call her, and it turned out that she was a 7th-class officer of the Regional Administrative Department and was also a friend of Ragna. Bjorn looked her over and wondered if she was over 30. He thought she would be younger as she called herself Ragna's friend, and as he got closer, Aimer admitted that she didn't know what he liked, so she hadn't ordered yet. She asked what she should get for Bjorn. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms, saying he would have beer and meat, looking at him in confusion. The protagonist noted that it was okay if they couldn't find any, since he just didn't like sweets. He supposed he had gotten enough revenge for her calling the barbarian into that explosion at the unicorn factory. Finally, when the tea and snacks were already on the table, Bjorn asked what Aimer wanted. She looked surprised, asking if Ragna hadn't told him. He realized that she was talking about the librarian, and he was surprised to hear her name, and Aimer asked if he didn't even know her name. She assumed why this was so, and gave her full name, Ragna Lataniel Pepero, and the protagonist asked in surprise if she was a noblewoman. Aimer said that she was not, but at the end she hesitated a little, and Bjorn realized that there was some history behind this name, but he announced out loud that he didn't care, asking Aimer to say what she needed. Sighing, she said that she needed a sewer patrol, explaining that they usually equip the guards themselves to tear off tax evaders or other criminals. But something unexpected had happened, but she fell silent without saying it, and Bjorn hurried her, displeased that she was still not finishing the sentence. Eventually Aimer spoke up, noting that based on what had happened, the previous squad had died in the incident on the 3rd floor, and the protagonist realized that they needed a replacement. Aimer confirmed this, noting that Ragna had recommended Bjorn to her, and he said that he understood this, but asked why Aimer wanted him in particular. He assumed that there was clearly someone more suitable for such a task, and he wondered if these people were the evil spirit hunters. Aimer hesitated for a moment before answering, but eventually stated that it was because Bjorn was extremely popular at the moment. The protagonist was surprised to realize that his title, Little Balkan, meant celebrity, and Aimer, slightly embarrassed, honestly admitted that even she was curious and wanted to meet him in person. Slightly off topic, she decided that she would order some more cookies to go later, and asked if she could tell her colleagues that Bjorn had given her those cookies. She looked at him pleadingly, and he agreed, and she cried out in joy. In the end, she asked what he would say to her offer. The reward was only 200,000 stones, although in her opinion, it was not so little. And suddenly she added that she was uncomfortable saying that word, and the protagonist raised an eyebrow, looking at her in confusion, but in his mind he noted with displeasure that she was doing this again, asking if she could not say everything at once. Putting another cookie in her mouth, Aimer explained that they were somewhat picky in choosing the people they hired. So if Bjorn worked well with them, he would show himself to be a qualified person in the eyes of the other guilds and departments. The protagonist realized that this meant that people would start to think of him as reliable, and Aimer exclaimed that this was indeed the case, suggesting that Bjorn was already up to his neck in assignments from different employers, especially given his fame. He admitted that this was not entirely true, and closed his eyes smiling, as this was the first assignment he had been offered. The title was a bit useless, as no one seriously thought that the barbarian would be a good worker after all. In the end, he agreed, deciding to make a deal with them. When they finished discussing, he said that he would go, and Aimer said goodbye to him. After he left the establishment, she admitted to herself that she had not met someone so interesting in a long time. She became curious, as Ragna had never told her about other people. She noticed that Bjorn was very innocent, feeling that talking with him had calmed her thoughts. Besides that, he didn't know anything about Ragna's past, as far as Aimer could tell, so she didn't think he was a bad person. But suddenly she stopped her thoughts, thinking that she was getting ahead of herself, and she, quietly addressing Ragna, decided that now was the time for her to find new friends. 2 days later, near the entrance to the sewers, someone from the team sighed in displeasure, drawing attention to the terrible smell, and noted that his comrade did not say that it would smell so sweet here. The second man asked, irritated, if his interlocutor had expected anything different from such a place. Valky admitted a little awkwardly that he had not expected anything like that, but wanted to tentatively object. But he fell silent, and Hikuro admitted that he had not thought it would stink so much. Misha agreed that it was indeed terrible, and now their entire team of outcasts was assembled. Bjorn, ignoring their displeasure, warned that he was opening the door and asked that they not lose the map of the sewer system and also keep their helmets with lanterns. He also explained that the helmets also included a recording device, so he asked his comrades not to take off these helmets and to return them later. Everyone agreed, and Bjorn asked himself, why were they all going together? He remembered that he had told about the mission at the general meeting yesterday, and Hikuro had exclaimed that he would not miss the trip to the sewers, since there were so many ghosts there. He declared that he did not need money, and inspired Dvalki, who needed a change of scenery, asked if he could come with him. He noted that he had been burying himself in books lately, and it had even started to give him a headache. Rod Miller, holding his chin with his hand, noted that it was quite easy to get lost in the sewers, so this could be a great chance for him to test out a new skill. He decided that he needed to practice his sixth sense, and Misha, who was going to get used to the dual blades, reminded him that the protagonist had said that criminals were hiding in the sewers, so it could be dangerous there. At the moment, Bjorn thought that he would not refuse free help, and although he did not know about the others, Rod Miller could definitely be of great use. Looking around, he suddenly admitted that it was more spacious than he expected, and Hikuro explained that this was why people hid here. Besides that, it was completely dark, and so the guys asked Valky to create light. He activated the spell, and the resulting clots of energy illuminated the space, and he said that it should be better this way. Hikuro suddenly noted that, however, many had heard rumors about a terrible monster that lived here. He began to tell this story, and Misha, turning to Dvalki, asked if he thought the monster really existed. He did not know what to say to this, and in the end he said that he had heard that all the waste from the magic tower was dumped here, and if it happened that some potion or chemical reagents were sent to the trash, which then reacted with the corpse of the monster, then this could lead to the appearance of a specimen that they had never seen before. Misha asked in surprise, was this really true? Everyone realized that this could happen, and Bjorn mentally agreed with this, remembering that the people who had power said that there had been no problems down here for 2 years, and sighing, he noted that they spoke as if something like that could live here. Suddenly, Rod Miller, who was walking ahead, shuddered slightly, stopping, and Bjorn asked why he stopped. He admitted that he practically did not feel anything because of the stench, but declared that he had a feeling as if there was someone else here besides them. The rest of the team immediately became wary, asking where these opponents were. The mimic essence that Rod Miller absorbed added his sixth sense, increased by 50 points, as well as luck by 20 points, and if he said that there was something here, it meant that most likely he was not mistaken. Bjorn grabbed his new mace in his hand, preparing to join the fight, and Misha suddenly noticed Hans Markham, part of whose body was visible in the expansion into the protagonist, frowned in amazement and asked himself, how did this man get there? Grabbing Markham's clothes, he ordered him to get out, and threw him to the floor, pulling him out of the crack. Markham screamed, closing his eyes and getting up, cursed and grabbed a dagger, swinging it in order to attack the protagonist, and wished him death. However, Bjorn stopped his hand in midair, praising him for a good try, and said that in his opinion, it was necessary to try everything if a person wanted to survive. Markham felt the bones in his hand break, and screamed in pain, crying, and the protagonist ordered him to tell why he was hiding. He let go of Markham's hand, and he fell to his knees, trembling but saying nothing, and Bjorn asked if he didn't want to answer. He suggested that he might be in so much pain that it would be better for him to die right away, and crying, Markham asked Bjorn not to kill him, starting to beg for it, and said that he hadn't hurt even a fly, noting that he simply didn't have a home. The protagonist realized that his words meant that he was hiding here because he couldn't pay his taxes, and he mentally asked himself, who would believe Markham? Suddenly, Rothmuller noticed the brand on Markham's forehead and explained that this mark was only given to those who had committed terrible sins, meaning that running away from the tax office was not all that this man was known for. Hikuro said that it reminded him of the good old days, because a lot of people with such marks came to the forge where he worked. Misha, drawing Bjorn's attention, asked if the people from the administration told him what to do in such cases. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, explaining that they would add 5,000 stones if they brought this man alive, but they also said that it was not scary to kill him. The main thing was that they did not get on the record. Vaki suddenly shuddered and asked, what if this man was an ordinary citizen? Bjorn remembered that the members of the administration told him that normal citizens do not come here, and Markham only trembled even more with horror, and Hikuro exclaimed that he did not expect anything else from the administration. But Misha suddenly asked if it was true that Markham would still be executed, even if they took him alive. Looking at Bjorn desperately, Markham offered to negotiate with him, promising that he would tell him everything, but only asked that they let him go. The protagonist asked if he really would tell. He ordered him not to deceive them and looked at him sternly, and Markham admitted that he had not even tried to deceive him, confident that Bjorn and his team would get a lot of money if they caught that crazy girl. Bjorn frowned in confusion, asking again, and the man explained that a few days ago, some crazy bad girl had chased him out of hiding, and he was 100% sure that she used some evil dark magic. In addition, she had several corpses walking around with her, which did not look like the undead from the Labyrinth at all. He imagined this girl hiding her face behind the hood of her cloak, as well as the corpses around her, and noted that if Bjorn and the others handed this girl over to the temple, they would definitely get a lot of money, and it would not compare at all to how little they would give for him. The protagonist cursed in his mind, frozen in shock, and asked himself if it was really Eliza. He remembered her when they met her in the forest, but was distracted from his thoughts as Misha asked what they should do now. Bjorn realized that if it really was Eliza, they couldn't just let her walk around here freely, as she had a huge grudge against them. He wanted to make sure that it was true, and asked what his comrades thought. They decided to catch her and give her what she deserved, and after saying this, Hikuro laughed, and Misha added that, in addition to this, they would also get money. Rathmala was against this, as he didn't think they should put themselves in danger, but he was going to go with them if the majority was for this idea. Bjorn realized that this meant that everything was decided, and suggested that they finish the task first. Half an hour later, the main character, holding the rope that Markham was tied to, ordered him to lead them, and Markham warned them that this path was not on the map, so he said that they should not go too far. As they walked forward, one of the team members noted with displeasure that this place was very confusing, and besides, there were many excellent hiding places here, so they did not understand why Markham hid in such a visible place. He explained that he was looking for a new corner to live because of Elise, but then he had to hide from them in a hurry. Bjorn realized that Markham was just unlucky, and finally, stopping near the descent down, Markham said that they had arrived, and everyone decided that from now on they should speak more quietly, feeling that their nerves were starting to get the better of them. Bjorn asked if there were other ways out of this shelter. Markham replied that this was the only way in and out, and Bjorn smirked and asked if that was true. He realized that this meant that this time they would be able to show Eliza what real justice was, and he ordered Markham to go first. He noted that if Eliza was truly the one they were looking for, they should let him go, and the protagonist promised that they would. After a while, they all looked up in shock as they saw the withered corpses of the night team. Markham trembled, sweating in terror, and asked what was that. Bjorn ordered him to be quiet, telling him to step forward, and as he took another step, a magic circle suddenly appeared under his foot, and a spell sounded in the air, and Bjorn cursed in his mind, wondering if Eliza had set up traps. He ordered everyone to step back, and watched as magical energy formed into the silhouettes of spirits, flying towards Markham, who screamed in terror. This spell was called the Call of the Evil God, which would cause hundreds of restless souls to rush in a chosen direction upon activation. It was a type of trap, and the maximum HP would be reduced after each hit by the undead, and when the maximum HP reached 0, a slow death would occur. Startled, Eliza turned around, frowning, and wondered if the Call of the Evil God had been activated. She guessed that it might be the people from the temple, and thought a little annoyed that she still hadn't found the steamer to the underground labyrinth. Touching her palm to the pendant hanging on her neck, she heard someone asking her to make a sacrifice to this person, making an offering. Repeating the sacrifice, Eliza mentally exclaimed that she needed a sacrifice, and ran forward, and the voice continued to speak, telling her to make a sacrifice, promising that it would open the way for her. At the moment, due to Bjorn encountering 120 undead, the resistance to darkness began to exceed the required indicators, and the protagonist's effectiveness was weakened by 30%. The protagonist's maximum health points were temporarily reduced by 29%, but he managed to step aside in time, and then, using a rope, he pulled the dead Markham towards him, and Nisha, coming closer to him, excitedly asked how he felt. He declared that he was alive, but in his mind he cursed and thought with horror that he almost died. Turning towards the rest of his comrades, he asked if they were okay. Rottmiller replied that they were okay thanks to him, and the protagonist agreed with this, and then looked at Markham, whose maximum health points dropped to 0, and asked if he really died. Throwing the body aside, the protagonist was glad that he had sent it forward, and Nisha realized that it could have ended sadly, and Bjorn agreed with this, because if it were not for Markham, he would have died. In the end, they decided to go on, but suddenly someone asked him to stop. It was Hikuro, who, after searching the corpse, noted that he knew that this would be here, and smiled, explaining that Markham had a personal plate. He offered to see what his name was, and Bjorn leaned closer to him, interested in this. And Hikuro read that Markham's name was Hans. This word was like a blow to the protagonist, and noticing his reaction, Nisha shuddered in amazement, and Vaki looked at him in bewilderment. In the end, they decided that they would give this plate to the administrative department as evidence, and Bjorn mentally admitted to himself that he had a bad feeling. Finally, they reached Mark's hiding place. Noticing that he had made himself comfortable there, and guessing that he was a thrifty guy, although you couldn't tell by his appearance. The candles in the room were lit, but Rottmiller noticed that the girl they were looking for was not there. Looking around, the protagonist warned his comrades not to let their guard down, as Eliza might be hiding. Suddenly, Dvalki noticed something and looked to the side with interest, and then, pointing his staff forward, he explained that he saw a faint trace of mana, and so he explained that he thought something was hidden under the floor. Everyone understood this, and Bjorn took off his armor, throwing it aside, and his comrades asked in shock what he was doing. He explained that he was going to break through the floor, and took his mace in his hand, preparing to strike. Hikuro asked in shock. Dvalki asked him to wait, explaining that it wouldn't work with magic, and the protagonist mentally asked, wouldn't it really work? Out loud, he declared that he didn't think so, and activated the active skill gigantization, which would increase the size of his body, as well as increase his threat level and physical stats. Bjorn decided that if he couldn't break through with brute force, it meant that he hadn't tried hard enough, and he swung his mace, delivering a powerful blow to the place where Dvalki was pointing. The floor at that place began to crack, dust and stone fragments flew into the air, and the rest of the team froze in shock, their eyes widening when they noticed it. The protagonist, continuing to widen the hole in the floor, mentally added that this does not apply to ghosts, and some time later a hole of sufficient width was already formed in the floor, and Bjorn put on his armor again, and Nisha noted in shock that everything worked out. Looking into the resulting opening, in which a ladder was visible, Hikuro attracted Dvalki's attention and reminded him that he had just said that this would not work. Dvalki admitted that now he himself was not sure, and Rathmiller suddenly said that he sensed Eliza, but added that he did not sense anything else, suggesting that they could look without unnecessary fears. Bjorn was surprised, realizing that Rathmiller's sixth sense did not detect anything strange, and asked out loud if this was really true. In that case, he suggested going in, and at the same time, breathing heavily and sweating from the effort, the guy ran through the streets of the underground city of Nork. Finally reaching the right place, he opened the door, calling out to the vice captain, and announced that the entrance had been destroyed. The vice captain, hearing this, flinched, looking at him in shock, and asked what he was saying. He assumed that the entrance had been destroyed by the royal family, but the guy replied that this was not so, noting that judging by the reports from the surface, the royal family had nothing to do with it. This entrance had long been forgotten, ever since the incident with the Carey cult, and he wanted to guess what had happened. But the vice captain, interrupting his words, asked if this was really that priestess. He decided that he needed to check this out, and drew Amelia's attention to himself, assuming that she could figure it out without unnecessary noise. Amelia, closing her eyes, agreed with this and promised that she would return soon, and the vice captain, smiling, noted that this was excellent, and warned that he would rely on her. Bjorn and his team, meanwhile, continued to walk through the dungeon, and noticing another fork in the road, they admitted that they hadn't expected to find a labyrinth this deep in the sewers. Misha, getting Hikuro's attention, asked if he knew what kind of place this was. He replied that not all dwarfs were experts in architecture, and asked what about Dwaki. He noted that he was a mage, explaining his question, and Dwaki waved his hand, asking if they really thought mages knew everything. He had no idea why humans would have built something like this underground in the past, and Misha admitted that she had been waiting for him to say something, remembering that he had been reading a lot lately. He explained that he was reading all this to learn new magic, but suddenly, interrupting their conversation, Rothmiller waved his hand, ordering everyone to stop, and warned that Eliza's scent had sharply increased, so it was no longer just a trace, and he was sure that she was nearby. Ahead of her, an ominous aura seemed to hover in the corridor, and at this time, Eliza walked forward, wondering what kind of place this was. She did not understand why the path was so winding, but suddenly she heard some sounds and frowned, asking if the evil god was laughing. Every time she heard this giggling, something bad happened, and she wondered if those people from the temple were already here. She decided that she needed to run, and sped up, and Rothmiller noticed that the scent was weakening again, and they all decided to go in pursuit. They decided that they should catch Eliza before she ran too far. But suddenly someone warned Bjorn to be more careful, as Eliza might have set up traps or something. They were already quite close, so Eliza heard their voices and frowned, asking herself, "What is this?" Eventually, she realized that it was the protagonist and his company, and she decided that it was even better since they themselves were going to meet their deaths. Dark magical energy began to flow out of her body. Her facial features changed, and she furiously promised that this time she would not let them go. She opened the gate to the demon realm, and dark creatures formed from the energy that flowed out of Eliza's body. They were shadow guardians, who ran forward, however, with a cry. Misha swung her weapon, cutting through the dark energy, and smiled enthusiastically, concentrating on the battle. She noted that it was her who should have said that, and Bjorn smiled, noting that the elemental damage had indeed made Misha stronger. He agreed that this time it would be different, and used the active skill Savage Burst, which temporarily increased the character's threat level by 3 times along with physical characteristics. Putting up a shield in front of him, he ran forward, heading towards the guards, and chuckled that they had become much stronger since their last meeting. He swung his mace, and from this powerful blow, several guards immediately flew to the side, and the protagonist mentally added that they would deal with such monsters like spitting ones. Running forward, Hikuro shouted that he was here too, and activated Discharge and Lightning, combining it into a combo. Ron Miller, kneeling down, fired from a crossbow, and noticing all these attacks flying towards her, Eliza called them names, clenching her jaws in fury. She declared that they would be in agony and cast low-level decomposition, stamina reduction, pain increase, and agility reduction towards them. But Tawaki said that she would choke and activated his magic using a 7th-tier Radiant support spell. All evil attribute effects were removed from the party members, and he asked how the rest of them were doing. Bjorn exclaimed that it was amazing and swung his club, mentally recalling that he had asked Tawaki to learn a spell that could deal with curses, and he had gone and learned a mass-action purification magic. He assumed that it was very expensive, and when he destroyed the guard who was the last one in front of Eliza, she screamed in fear, and he ordered Tawaki to act, and he asked in shock, "Is it really necessary to do this now?" The protagonist hurried him and swung his club, clenching his jaws and preparing to finish off Eliza. She screamed in fear and then used her spiritual form, which included physical damage resistance and flight. She dodged, promising that she would not forget this. But the next moment, Tawaki used materialization and accuracy enhancement, and due to the spell being effective, physical damage resistance was removed from Eliza. She grinned in confusion, frowning, and Bjorn, grabbing her by the collar of her coat, shouted that she was caught, and then forcefully dropped her to the ground, causing the floor to even crack, and Elise herself to cough painfully. Rottmiller, Tawaki, and Hikuro frowned in shock, watching the protagonist beat Elise. And in the end, drawing his attention to himself, Tawaki asked if it was true that they needed her alive if they wanted a reward. Bjorn was surprised to realize that this was the case, and eventually decided to stop there, and then tied up the severely beaten Eliza with a rope and, holding one end of it in his hands, ordered that they would return. Eliza was in a terrible state due to the physical damage that the protagonist had inflicted on her with his fist, as well as due to Dvalka's magic called paralyzing poison. All this turned her into more of an Eliza Runnit, and the protagonist, drawing the attention of his team members, said that they had done a great job, and then asked that Rottmiller lead them to the exit. However, turning around, he noticed that his comrades were lying motionless on the ground, and was horrified, opening his eyes wide, as he felt that he had been poisoned by the basilisk's paralyzing poison. His character's constitution stat exceeded 300 points, so the poison's effectiveness was halved. Bjorn cursed under his breath and noticed Amelia in front of him, mentally noting that he knew it was too easy. She looked surprised when she noticed that he could still move and said that he had become much stronger. Bjorn shuddered, recognizing her, and mentally exclaimed that this was the crazy girl from the lands of the dead. Amelia looked at the other members of the team thoughtfully, and then smiled and asked if his friends were keeping him here. Bjorn didn't understand what the question was about, and mentally noted that it was creepy, and then got into a fighting stance, ready to fight. He assumed that Amelia was here to tie up loose ends and make sure he didn't spill the beans. He remembered that she had let him go because he was a newcomer, but now he was famous, and if he had come down into this cesspool himself, he assumed that she had decided to take advantage of the opportunity and shouted that he had kept his promise, asking why she was following him. He assumed that she was going to kill him, and Amelia was amazed, noticing that he thought she was following him. She announced that he had opened the passage and burst in, asking how he knew about it. She frowned angrily, looking at him menacingly, and Bjorn repeated her words about intruding into the passage, puzzled. He did not understand anything, and asked her to speak more simply, asking where they were at all. Emilia asked puzzledly, did he really break in without knowing anything? She wondered how he had opened the passage, and the protagonist said that if she was talking about a magical thing in the floor above, then he had simply punched it with a mace. Emilia touched her forehead with her palm and asked again, and Bjorn asked if something was wrong. She said that it was not, and then suddenly asked why the protagonist had punched the floor. Bjorn, pointing to Eliza, whom he had thrown onto the floor next to him, said that she had escaped here, and Emilia realized that she was the wanted priestess of the Karoi. Bjorn, realizing that Emilia knew about Eliza, noted that this was good, asking if it was true that they had figured it out. Emilia confirmed this, and the protagonist, smiling, said that in that case they would go, noting that Emilia might not give him the antidote, because he was going to cope somehow on his own from now on. She told him to stop, warning him that if he knew about this place, she couldn't just let them go. Sweat broke out on his face from excitement, and he asked if she wouldn't let them go even if he swears on his mother that he won't tell anyone. Emilia said that this time it was different and looked at him seriously, and Bjorn cursed in his mind, because he knew that she wouldn't let them go. He gradually began to take off his armor, throwing it on the ground, and at the last moment he lowered his helmet down, and Emilia asked in confusion what he was doing. The protagonist asked if she knew about 2 ways to piss off an opponent. She asked again in confusion, and he said that the first way was to not finish the sentence, and wanted to say what the second way was. But suddenly she fell silent, and narrowing her eyes, Emilia asked what this second way was. Without answering, Bjorn swung, throwing his mace towards Emilia, and she looked at it in surprise, and dodged to the side, and the protagonist swung his shield in the next moment, after which, mentally noting that this was Captain America's throw, he threw the shield towards Emilia, and she looked at it in surprise, but leaned back, avoiding this attack. Bjorn realized that she was too flexible, and jumped up to her, intending to strike from above. But she jumped to the side, and in the place where the protagonist struck, the ground cracked, and stone ships flew into the air. Without intending to stop, Bjorn suddenly jerked forward, intending to grab Emilia, and mentally noted that, as he expected, she retreated only to dodge. Now, as far as he knew, he had to act unexpectedly, and activating gigantization, he took advantage of the fact that his hand had suddenly increased in size, and grabbed Emilia by the shoulder. She clenched her jaws, screaming in surprise, and Bjorn said that he finally caught her, and raised his hand, clenching his palm into a fist, and then struck, hitting Emilia straight. He raised his hand a second time, deciding that he should hit again, but suddenly he frowned in confusion, noticing the aura around Emilia's hand, in which she was clutching a knife. He assumed that she wanted to cut off his entire arm, and in that case, he activated Flesh Explosion, and the blast wave threw Emilia back a little, and the acidic blood that got on her skin caused damage to her, and she painfully closed her eyes, clenching her jaw. Despite this, she swung the dagger, trying to hit Bjorn, and he called her very stubborn, as she continued to advance no matter what. In this case, he suggested that she dodge his next attack and raised his leg, swinging it, and hit Emilia hard, causing her to fly slightly to the side, and a clot of blood flew out of her mouth. Noticing this, the protagonist exclaimed in amazement that it worked, realizing that he could handle her. However, in the next moment he heard someone call out to him from behind, and he wondered to himself why the voice was heard from behind. Turning around, he noticed Emilia, as she used self-replication, as well as an aura strike. She quickly ran up to Bjorn, kicking off the ground, and then flew up and swung her leg, saying that she had heard that Bjorn had absorbed the vampire essence, so she assumed that he should be able to withstand this too. He frowned, wondering what was going on. He was shocked when he realized that Emilia used self-replication and asked if this was serious. The next moment, Emilia dealt him a powerful blow to the head, and the protagonist cursed, and sometime later, the system announced that he had logged out thanks to the passive skill Darkness Source, and his regeneration ability was greatly increased due to the effect of eternal life. Sometime later, Emilia noticed that Bjorn had a wild regeneration, since only 1 bottle was enough, and his head was also torn off. The protagonist opened his eyes, asking again, and after getting up, he asked why she did this. Emilia assumed that he meant why she did not kill him, and said that he did not change at all. In addition, she noticed that he had the same reaction, and she asked why he suddenly attacked her. She sighed, crossing her arms over her chest, looking at him sternly, and asked if most people didn't try to solve problems by talking. Bjorn asked in response what he could do if she wanted to kill him. Emilia didn't understand why he assumed she wanted him dead, since she had let him live last time too. He reminded her that she had said she couldn't let them go if he knew about this place. And crossing her arms over her chest, she clarified that she had said she couldn't let them go just like that. Bjorn didn't understand what the difference was and asked what now. Emilia ordered him to calm down, explaining that she wasn't going to kill him, and he extended his hand towards the mace lying next to him, and noticing this action, Emilia reminded him that she had told him to be more calm. Bjorn noted that she had misunderstood, explaining that he had not intended to attack her or anything, and wanted to explain that he was only doing so, but, having anticipated his words, Emilia asked if it was true that he had only decided to prepare in case she suddenly changed her mind. She closed her eyes, and the protagonist, although a little confused at first, nevertheless admitted that she had guessed correctly, declaring that the best defense was an attack. Sighing, Emilia looked away tiredly, and Bjorn suddenly asked if she had not drunk the potion. She looked at the bloodstains left on her hand and explained that she could not drink the potion, and Bjorn understood everything, remembering that there are essences that react badly to potions. Emilia suddenly extended her palm forward, telling him to take something, and he asked what it was. She opened her palm and showed him the blessing of lethe, which was a drug prepared by the alchemists of the underground city of Nork. When consumed by a person, this drug erased the memory of the last hour, and the protagonist asked if it really erased the memory. He wondered why Emilia did not give him this drug last time, and she explained that it was rare, and Bjorn finally understood everything, and then said that if she killed the 5 of them, she would be able to get tens of millions of stones, asking why in that case all this? She was indignant at hearing this, and leaned towards him, asking who he even took her for. Bjorn hesitated, not knowing what to say, and asked himself if he could honestly say that he considered her a loser. In the end, Emilia decided that she did not care and ordered him to eat the drug if he wanted to live. Taking it, she put the drug in her mouth, and the protagonist swallowed it, noting that it was still better than dying. He asked if it was true that it only caused memory loss. Emilia smirked, explaining that she had not heard of any side effects, so she told Bjorn not to worry and go to sleep, and asked if he really thought there were other options. The protagonist said that there were no options, and she suddenly asked what other way. He looked at her in confusion, asking again, and she reminded him of the 2 ways to piss off the opponent. Bjorn was already starting to fall asleep, but still tried to explain something to her, but before he finished speaking, he fell asleep. The blessing of lethe penetrated his soul, and after a while he opened his eyes, frowning in shock, as the soul could not be blessed, and the blessing penetrating the soul was removed, and Bjorn wondered if something had happened to his memory. The next morning, in the office of the administrative office, someone said that they had confirmed the identity of the identification plate. It was Hans Markham, a criminal wanted for robbery and murder, and holding out the bag, Inar announced that it was a reward for the quest, calculating that with the bonus it came to 180,000 stones. Bjorn looked into the guild, and then immediately came here, asking if compensation was needed for the broken equipment. Inar asked him to sign the document, explaining that she had cleared the matter with the authorities, as their case was indeed special. Putting his hand under his chin, the protagonist asked if she was talking about a special case. He mentally noted that they almost died, and remembered that he woke up in the sewers, and luckily he had all his gear, but his headlamp with a flashlight and a recording device was broken. The others did not remember anything, so Bjorn assumed that Emilius's words were trustworthy. Judging by what he learned, the last memory for the rest of his comrades was the descent into shelter number 5, and he did not understand why his memory remained in place, and remembered the moment when he woke up, looking at his hands, and Misha frowned, noticing Eliza next to him, and Vaki exclaimed that she was dead. He did not understand why they did not have a single memory of what happened and how this woman died, and Misha assumed that this monster Vaki told about did it. Rothmuller put his hand on his chin and said that Eliza herself was probably involved, and Hikuro asked in confusion what he was talking about. Rothmuller suggested that they had managed to catch up with Eliza and won the fight, tried to tie her up in order to take her to the city, but she had woken up and done something to them. The injuries she had suffered were proof, according to his assumption, and he asked if it wasn't obvious that Eliza had been damaged by Bjorn's mace. Misha called him a genius, and Vaki, looking closer, now noticed traces of his own mana as well. The protagonist simply listened to them, but mentally noted that, whatever the case, Rothmuller's theory was quite plausible. Rothmuller admitted that it sounded logical, and suggested that the evil god had some kind of ability to delete memories. Hikuro closed his eyes and smiled, assuming that they somehow managed to figure it out if they were alive and Eliza was dead. When they got out of the sewers, they were met by Emma and Ragna, and noticing them and drawing Bjorn's attention to herself. Emma was happy when she noticed that they were okay. The protagonist asked her in confusion why she was here. She explained that they were too late, which is why they decided to follow them. He put his hand on his chin, asking if it was really just an ordinary office worker from the administration department and a library employee who had come to see them. Ragna narrowed her eyes, looking at Bjorn with displeasure, and Emma frowned, asking why he was looking at them like that. She shouted that Ragna was an extremely capable mage, and Ragna added that Bjorn should thank Emma, since she herself was simply dragged here. The protagonist did not know how capable she was, but he noted that she clearly had more than enough money, telling himself to just look at her equipment. And suddenly, looking slyly at Ragna, Emma asked if she was really saying that someone had dragged her here. She asked if it really meant that she was not the one who was very worried. Ragna indignantly asked if she was really saying that she was worried. Embarrassed, she asked when that had happened. Emma asked if that was really true. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, Ragna simply indignantly shouted out her name, and Misha, placing her hand on Bjorn's hand, asked who it was. He told her who they were, and Misha frowned angrily, realizing that Ragna worked in the library where Bjorn often came. She said that she understood everything and called Ragna a bookworm, and the protagonist looked at her in surprise, asking himself, did Ragna really not like Misha right away because she was obviously very rich? Then a paladin with a huge two-handed sword on his back approached them, and smiling, he said that the blessing of the Twilight Star was with them, confirming that it was indeed Eliza, and promising that they would not forget everything that Bjorn and the others had done for them. The protagonist asked him to be more specific, and the paladin began to explain, and thus the mission was confirmed. Distracted from his memories, the protagonist suddenly heard how the girls standing nearby began to talk quietly, asking if this was really a small Balkan. One of them heard that he once even had to cover himself with a cloak, and the other sheepishly added that she heard that the main character gets really big when he uses the skill. More confused, the other girl asked what her friend was saying. The other girl asked what she was thinking. One of them was addressing the holy saints, and someone else was shouting that Bjorn could hear them. He clenched his jaw in irritation, frowning, and mentally wondered if he was an animal in some zoo or something like that to them. Noticing his reaction, and also hearing the girls' conversations, Inar slapped her palm on the table, attracting their attention, and asked if they really wanted to get punished for harassment. She frowned, looking at them furiously, and promised that she would quickly file a complaint for harassment. Covering their faces with their hands, the girls apologized and began to run away, and Bjorn smiled, mentally noting that this was not bad, and decided that Inar deserved forgiveness for having to go to that cafe because of her. In that case, he decided to leave since his partners were waiting for him, and Inar agreed with this, and then cried out, remembering something, and told Bjorn to stop by the library as soon as he had free time, since she saw Ragna cooking something for him. She asked if it was true that she was nice. The protagonist was surprised to hear Inar's words, and asked if Ragna really cooked something for him. In the end, he promised that he would run into the library when he had time, and Inar agreed with this, telling him not to forget about it. Soon, in the tavern, Hikuro laughed loudly, noting that he was speaking seriously, and Misha asked him not to lie to her. She did not understand how anyone could even be called Lena the Big Head, and frowned, and Hikuro, laughing again, said that it was indeed so. Valky, already quite drunk, put his head on the table, saying that he was the greatest magician, and Bjorn, coming closer, looked at his comrades and thought that there was a mess going on here. Noticing him, Hikuro raised his mug, noticing that it was their bag of luck, and noted that the goddess herself was watching over the protagonist, but he quickly corrected his words, exclaiming that he himself was the goddess of luck. Bjorn clenched his teeth in anger, and noticing this, Rathmiller shuddered, becoming nervous, and told Hikuro to speak a little more lightly. Bjorn thought that the reason for his comrades' joy was simple, because the reward for defeating Eliza was 10 million stones. All of them, hearing this amount, looked with delight at the bags filled with the reward, because it was an astronomical amount, and even if divided equally, each of them received 2 million. The main character thought with displeasure that his arm was torn apart, and his head also went flying, but his comrades did not remember anything at all, and therefore it seemed to them that they won the lottery. Suddenly, Misha attracted his attention, noting that she wanted to discuss something with him. He closed his eyes, telling her to speak, and she asked him to let her say it in his ear. Leaning closer to him, she quietly said that her dad wanted to meet him, but before she finished speaking, someone suddenly screamed, asking if it was really Bjorn. The protagonist looked at the man who came closer, confused, not understanding who he was, and Hans Hodge smiled and asked if the protagonist had already forgotten him. He reminded them of his name, and Bjorn remembered it, noting that he had simply forgotten which Hans he was. Hodge was the second, and the protagonist remembered that he had advised him to go to the guild after Inar left the team. Hodge asked if he could sit next to him. Bjorn did not allow him to do so, since he had nothing to say, and he mentally asked himself how Hodge even dared to act like that. He assumed that it was because all the Hanses he had met so far were terrible people, but Hodge did not give him a good feeling. He warned them seriously that they would soon be wrapping up, and warned that Hodge needed to do the same. He announced that he understood everything, and explained that he was just glad to meet again. He hung his head sadly and stepped aside, and Bjorn proudly thought that Hans' removal had been successful. Suddenly the door of the tavern opened, and the customers began to talk, noticing that the Moslems had arrived and not understanding what they were doing in the tavern. The Moslems were one of the most powerful organizations, accepting only knights of noble birth into their ranks. And one of the customers had heard that if a Moslem captured a person, he could expect nothing but a bloody death. Someone else told the man to be quiet, and one of the Moslems corrected his comrade's movement, leading him to the table where Bjorn and his comrades were sitting. The protagonist did not understand what was happening and asked himself, what would happen this time? He did not understand what he had done wrong, but suddenly he told himself to wait, remembering that the shaman had warned him to beware of people who carry grudges in their hearts, since he had seen that Bjorn was attracted to such people. He assumed that the shaman had told him about Hans, since nothing good had happened after encountering either of them. Bjorn wondered if it was because Hodge had spoken to them. The knights finally stopped next to their table, and one of them announced that Dvalki was being arrested for insulting the dignity of a nobleman. Dvalki was too drunk and continued to lie on the table, not paying attention to anything, and Bjorn asked himself with horror, had the Moslems come for me and not for Dvalki? Picking up Dvalki by the collar of his shirt, one of the knights began to lead him aside, and feeling this, he opened his eye, asking who dared to do this to him. 3 hours later, near the Moslem office, someone ordered the others to wait here until the investigation was completed. The protagonist leaned his back against the gate, looking at his other comrades, who sadly lowered their heads. Rod Miller was more calm and just stood there with his head down, while Hikiro touched his palms to the fence, and Misha sank to the ground, resting her forehead on her knees, and cried, saying Dvalki's name. Looking worriedly at his comrades, Hikiro asked if it was true that Dvalki would survive. Misha asked him to stop saying such scary things, and Bjorn said that Inar also said that she would find out about the situation. Some time later, Dvalki began to walk closer to them, and Misha was happy, asking if it was true that it was him. Rod Miller, also smiling, noted that this man resembled Dvalki, and Hikiro shuddered, running forward and placing his hands on Dvalki's hands. He asked how he felt. Besides that, he was curious about what had happened, and while he was asking, the rest of the team came closer, and Dvalki hesitated, not knowing what to say. Half an hour later in the tavern, he, closing his eyes, sadly said that he would have to leave the team, and Hikiro frowned, not understanding in what sense he was saying this, ordering him to speak in more detail. He explained that in fact his older brother was Baron Marchwin, and Bjorn asked again in bewilderment, and Hikiro frowned in shock and asked if Dvalki really was an aristocrat. He explained that he was half aristocrat, saying that he was the son of the previous Baron Marchwin and a maid, and since he was a disgrace to the family, he was simply installed by the third brother of Baroness Turva right after birth. But of course this was only on paper, because in reality he was raised by his mother. He remembered his childhood, and Bjorn realized that he still grew up in wealth while he studied magic. Hikiro still didn't understand what was going on, and sitting up, asked what this had to do with the team. Dvalki explained that his father had passed away a year ago, and the second brother had taken his place. And Rothmuller asked warily, was it really not the first brother who had taken the post? Sighing, Dvalki explained that this was the problem, and Misha admitted that she didn't understand, asking what was wrong. Dvalki told him that after the death of the former baron, his eldest son had died, as had everyone in the indirect line of succession, and he assumed that his brother had sent the mausoleum after him as a warning, to show him to keep a low profile and live in the shadows as before. He lowered his head, surmising that his brother had been provoked by the fact that he had settled into the team as a good explorer, especially considering that it had wormed his way into the team. Bjorn frowned and wondered if Dvalki was now shifting all the blame onto him. He wondered in his mind if he had been too hasty in his conclusions. Out loud, he wondered if Dvalki no longer wanted to be an explorer because he was afraid of his brother. He admitted that Bjorn was not mistaken, but explained that he could not have done anything anyway, since in exchange for dropping the charges of insulting the dignity of the nobility, he was forbidden to enter the labyrinth. Bjorn thought it was very difficult, since there were only 9 days left until the next labyrinth. He realized that nothing ever went right for him, and in the end they agreed to continue the discussion tomorrow and said goodbye. The protagonist and Misha stood at the crossroads while Rothmuller went one way, noting that they would see each other again, and Akiro and Dvalki went the other way, with Akiro offering Dvalki another glass of alcohol. After the companions left, Bjorn told Misha that he needed to go to the library, and she asked if he was really going to go to the library at this hour. He confirmed this, explaining that he had some business with Reina, and Misha smiled and asked if he wanted her to go with him. The protagonist told her not to worry about it, advising her to rest instead, and she noted that she had nothing to do anyway even if she came back. Bjorn frowned, asking what that meant. He ordered her to quickly go train if she had so much free time, and noted that she hadn't trained at all today. Misha lowered her head, becoming sadder and almost crying, pursing her lips, and Bjorn thought that he was going to have a good rest today and train tomorrow, but now all plans were upended. Soon he came to the library and stopped in front of the table where Reina was sitting, noting that he only thought about the fact that they still hadn't introduced themselves. He gave his name, and she said that it was obvious, noting that she already knew that. She announced that they were closing and asked if Bjorn was planning on staying the night. He said that he wasn't, explaining that he hadn't come for the books today, and Reina asked why he had come then. The protagonist said her name completely, but she corrected him, noting that he made a mistake. But in the end she decided that it didn't matter, and Bjorn agreed that he made a mistake, and he eventually got her attention by asking if she wanted to take a break from her job as a librarian and go into the labyrinth with him. She closed her eyes and said that she didn't, and the protagonist realized that she had refused him. He simply agreed to it, and Reina opened her eyes, watching him, and Bjorn smiled and said that if she was such a bad mage that she couldn't even go into the labyrinth, then there was nothing to be done about it. She asked when she had ever said that. Bjorn smirked, asking if that meant she was capable enough. Reina simply frowned in annoyance, and then asked if that was really what Bjorn had come here for. He yawned and said that the conversation was over, sure that he would not be able to convince Reina otherwise, and in the end he explained that Inar said that she had something for him. Reina asked again, puzzled, amazed that Inar had said that. The protagonist asked what she was talking about. Reina explained that Inar wanted to give Bjorn a gift, since thanks to his merits her status in the department had risen significantly, and then she asked Reina to do it, since she owed him something, so the gift was not from her but from Emmy. She closed her eyes and asked if Bjorn understood everything. He said that he understood everything, asking himself if these excuses were really necessary. In the end he asked what she had there. She explained that they were books and used a new spell, and Bjorn was amazed, remembering that it was a spell that allowed one to find high-security books that did not react to normal book detection magic. It was only allowed to be used by nobles and a few select people, and the protagonist wondered if that was really possible. Reina replied that it was possible as long as he did not start talking about it at every corner, explaining that she had only used the spell a few times anyway. No one really cared about what was happening here anyway, and Bjorn became curious about what had happened to Reina. Soon he sat down at the table, holding one of the books in his hands, and thought that the high-security books were definitely different from the normal ones. The contents of these books turned out to be incredibly useful, so he wanted to read all the essays he had collected, although he almost missed the opportunity to read because of this, that he came right at closing time. He remembered how after casting the spell, Reina sighed, closed her eyes, and asked why he was so late. Bjorn asked how he was supposed to know that all those books were waiting for him. In the end, Reina decided that she would let him stay after closing time, and she warned him that it would only be today, and only while she was putting everything back in place. With Reina's help, Bjorn managed to read a lot of useful literature, and among it was the organizational system of Rapdonia, which was a catalog of the city's infrastructure, containing information even on those organizations that the average citizen had never heard of, such as the Hunters of Evil Spirits. And Bjorn assumed that the power structures were the same everywhere he went. And after that he took another book, which was called The World of Evil Spirits, and was a masterpiece exploring the world of spirits. It was written by an agent of the Hunters, and he described a journey into the spirit world from which he barely returned alive. If the security system was that good, then the protagonist knew he would have to worry a lot and picked up the next book, asking himself what was next. He was amazed to read the title, The Complete Book of Rifts, and realized that it was a book containing an analysis of everything that could be learned about rifts, and it only described 4 of the rifts. Bjorn realized that this was an instruction manual that described all the secrets he had found at the cost of sleepless nights for 9 years. Even he had nothing to complain about, and for the locals, as far as it went, It was a real treasure. Suddenly he frowned, asking who wrote this. He screamed in shock, cursing, and abruptly put the book down on the table, asking where this person's name came from. He focused on the name Oral Jevis, remembering how on the main page of the game, during loading, it was written that it was created by Jevis. Bjorn realized that this was the developer of the game Dungeon and Stone, and he realized that there were two options here. Either some player wrote this book, or the developer did it himself. If it was the second option, then this complicated everything a lot, because it would mean that the reason why the main character ended up here was somehow connected with the developer, and in other words, someone threw him here intentionally, and in his experience this was much worse. In this case, it turned out that there was not a person, but some kind of divine entity, and the main character decided that whatever the case, it was good that he knew about it. This world constantly reminded him that he did not know anything yet, and not even whether opening the gate to the abyss would lead to returning home. If he had tracked down that name, he might be able to find his way back one day. And now he thought, touching his head with his palm, realizing that asking everyone he met about it sounded like a dubious idea, so he had to be careful. He decided to read the book one more time, assuming that he might have missed something, and picked up the pages again, peering at the letters. After a while, he was distracted, noticing that it was already morning, and was very surprised, and then stood up, approaching the table where Ragna was sitting sleeping. He caught her attention, asking why she was silent. He explained that he would have left right away, and she started waking up and asked him not to misunderstand her, noting that she simply decided to rest since tidying up took a little longer. The protagonist was surprised to hear her say that tidying up took a little longer, and asked himself, was it okay that it was time to open the library already? Finally, noticing his silence, Ragna said that she was serious, warning him not to imagine anything unnecessary. He agreed with this, and then thoughtfully looking at Ragna, and she asked what was the matter. She assumed that he was about to leave, and Bjorn wondered if she was really kind. A few hours later, in the magic tower, he called out to Raven and asked if she was home. She, opening the door, said his name in amazement, not understanding what he was doing here so early. She was sleepy, clutching a pillow in her hands, and still dressed in sleepwear, and the protagonist explained that he had some business. Raven told him to talk faster, explaining that she wanted to sleep, and Bjorn said that they needed a mage for the team. But before he could ask the question, she closed the door in his face, and he knew she didn't agree, but asked her to wait, explaining that he had one more request. Raven, frowning, opened the door and asked what he wanted. He showed her a piece of paper he had torn from the complete book of Rifts, and said that he wanted to know when the paper was made. Opening the door wider, Raven asked if he knew that she wouldn't work for free. She motioned for him to come in, and Bjorn walked into the room, and she sat on the table, telling him to tell her about the relic he had used to kill the vampire. She crossed her arms, asking how Bjorn knew how to obtain the goddess tears. He reminded her that he had already said that he had no idea what it was, and had simply pulled it out of the statue in front of the fountain. Raven exclaimed that she knew, assuming that the protagonist knew about it, but he said that he had simply broken the statue because he was bored. Frowning, she asked if he was sure he hadn't read about it in a book. Bjorn asked again, not understanding what book she was referring to, and she declared that she was talking about the complete Book of Rifts. The protagonist mentally asked again, to which Raven suddenly asked him to wait, noting that it was strange, since he had used the tears exactly when he needed to, even though he didn't even know what they were. Bjorn explained that he had simply figured that it would help if the bottle had the symbol of a goddess on it, and Raven asked if he was serious about it. Bjorn swore on his warrior's honor, and she admitted that she had only hoped that she would finally get a proper copy of the complete Book of Rifts. The protagonist wondered if he really didn't have to tell anyone that the book was in the library. He imagined an image of Ragna showing him a sign warning him that it was a secret, and he finally reminded Raven of his request, and she promised that she would do it if he helped her supervisors with their research, since they were getting it. She closed her eyes, frowned, and crossed her arms, and Bjorn asked if she wanted him to do it just once. She confirmed this by promising that he would have the results of the paper analysis the following week, and suddenly she remembered something, warning him not to come so early without warning again. The protagonist agreed to this, and a little later at the meeting of the Outcast team, Misha, excitedly shouting Bjorn's name, asked why he was not at home. Her face turned red with indignation. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, and he explained that he was simply stuck in the library. Misha asked if he had really been there all night. She suggested what he could have been doing, and Bjorn asked what was wrong with her. He announced that he was simply reading books, and Misha asked if that was true. She frowned, looking at him carefully, and Bjorn asked why he would lie to her. He didn't understand why she was looking at him like that, and he felt uneasy about it, and suddenly he remembered that yesterday she wanted to tell him something, and Misha immediately calmed down, lowering her head. But before she could say anything, someone suddenly greeted them, noting that they were early. Misha, excitedly turning towards the rest of the team, noted that they were waiting for them, and the protagonist looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening to her. Soon they sat down at the table, and Hikuro asked the others to tell him what they thought. Since no one answered, he suggested starting with Bjorn, and he, crossing his arms over his chest, admitted that he thought it would be easier for them to find someone new and said that he had already asked 2 mages, although they had refused him. Hikuro frowned, looking at him indignantly, asking if Bjorn had already met with other mages. Dvalki put his hand on his shoulder, asking him to calm down, and said that the protagonist was right. Bjorn looked at Hikuro and asked if he really had any other ideas. Hikuro said that he and Dvalki had thought about this for a long time last night, and wanted to say what would happen if he thought about the reason why Dvalki had been banned. Bjorn warned him to get to the point, and in the end Hikuro said that they thought that they wouldn't be prevented from talking to Baron Marchwind themselves. Misha asked, puzzled, how they would meet him. The thing was that he lived in the capital, and they wouldn't even be able to get there. Laughing a little nervously, Hikuro said that Baron Marchwind often came to this tea house, and he usually showed up around this time. Bjorn frowned indignantly, clenching his jaw, and asked if they would really cross paths with him right now. Hikuro and Dvalki, hugging each other, looked at him pleadingly, tears welling up in their eyes, and Hikuro noted that if they did not meet Marchwind today, they would have to wait a whole month. Besides, it was the Baron, and he asked Bjorn if he thought that if they all approached him together, it would not be so scary. Besides, he promised that he would give each of them 300,000 stones, no matter what happened, and asked that they not abandon him and Dvalki. Closing his eyes, the protagonist put his hand to his forehead and thought that he would not have set foot here if not for the money. Some time later, the door of the establishment opened and the Baron entered, accompanied by several of his servants and knights. Sweating from the strain, Dvalki said that it was his brother, and the rest of the team told him to go to him, noting that he could handle it. Coming closer to Marchwind, Dvalki caught his attention and said his name, and then fell to his knees, asking him to listen to him just once, noting that he was asking for more. Repeating his last name, Marchwind noted that he had heard it somewhere before, and his assistant said that Dvalki's last name belonged to the family of the 3rd wife of the previous Baron, namely Caroline. Marchwind remembered this and asked what business Dvalki had with him. He began to speak, but hesitated, unable to form a sentence, and sighing, Bjorn thought that this was terrible, and Dvalki finally froze, looking at his brother in horror. Finally, coming closer, the protagonist put his hand on his head, noting that it was nice to meet him, and told him his name, and Marchwind noted that he had not interacted with the Barbarians for a long time, glad that at least something new had appeared. He asked what business Bjorn had with him. He explained that Dvalki had been tied up by mausoleums and forbidden to enter the Labyrinth, asking Marchwind to lift the ban. He said that this was very sad, but asked what did he have to do with it. The protagonist frowned, wondering why he had the impression that Marchwind knew nothing about what was happening. Marchwind's assistant leaned towards his ear, and hearing about the bastard, he remembered that such a person definitely existed. The man added that he considered it completely unimportant, and therefore did not include it in the last report. Maven said that it was true, because he was sure that discussing something like that with him would be a waste of time. Dvalki looked at him with even greater horror, asking again, and Bjorn, still holding his hand on the head of the trembling Dvalki, asked if Marchwind could lift the ban. He asked why he would do that. The protagonist got angry and thought that the fact that Marchwind was not doing it out of malice irritated him even more, and called these people names. And the assistant leaned towards Marchwind again, asking him to allow him to call him for a second, and said something, and Marchwind suddenly asked if that man was really Little Balkan. The assistant confirmed this, and the protagonist pressed his lips tighter, watching Marchwind, and he suddenly smiled, admitting that he did not expect to meet the researcher in this way, who interested the Count so much, and he decided that if all this was thanks to the assistant, then he would give him 200,000 stones as a reward. Smiling, the man said that it was an honor, and Bjorn asked himself, what was going on? Leaning on his cane, Marchwind finally asked if Bjorn had said that his name was exactly that. He promised that he would lift the ban, or do whatever else was needed, but said that in that case he should also do him a favor. Hikuro cried out enthusiastically. Runmiller quietly said that he knew it, and Misha simply watched everything that was happening attentively, and the protagonist asked what favor he should do. Marchwind explained that the Count was throwing a large banquet in 2 months, asking him to be his escort to the event. Bjorn asked if that was all. Marchwind asked if the protagonist had any talent that he could show off to the crowd. He suggested that he could bend metal with his bare hands, and Bjorn clenched his jaw in irritation, asking who Marchwind thought the barbarians were. He then added that he would give the protagonist 1,000,000 stones for it, asking if he thought he could do it. He sighed, and Marchwind looked at him in confusion, and Bjorn finally smiled, and pointing his fingers at himself, he said that he would be there as Marchwind blew his whistle. He promised that he would do anything for his comrades, and mentally noted that he simply could not refuse such a large amount of money. Besides, even barbarians could not be accused of insulting the dignity of the nobility, even if they behaved inappropriately and violated the rules of etiquette, and they were granted this privilege due to the great achievements that were made in ancient times. The next morning, Hikuro and Misha ran to the gate of the administration, near which Dvalki was standing, sadly hanging his head. Calling out to him, they excitedly asked how everything went. Dvalki smiled as he began to speak, and was eventually allowed to enter the labyrinth again, and Bjorn was sure that it was too easy. He crossed his arms and asked himself if it was right that power felt good. He decided that he too needed to start making plans to achieve a higher status, and for now he was content with his level of fame and power. While he was pondering this, Misha looked at Dvalki with a worried expression, asking why he looked so downcast. He laughed and said that she was just imagining things, but turned away so that she would not see the emotion on his face. After that, Hikuro began to hand out the promised reward, taking out 3 small bags, each containing 300,000 stones. He smiled and told his comrades to sort it out, but the others refused the money, and Bjorn himself was too embarrassed to accept the reward, so he refused too, and bursting into tears, Hikuro thanked them all, assuming that Bjorn had a hard time humbling his warrior pride. The protagonist frowned in confusion, asking himself why he would refuse 1,000,000 stones. He did not understand how barbarians had lived before this, and decided that he did not need this pride, and Hikuro, suddenly decisively hitting his chest with his fist, promised that he would never forget this and would somehow repay Bjorn. He tried to refuse it, and Valky, looking at Hikuro, asked why he was the one in debt. Looking at the protagonist seriously, he promised that he would repay his efforts tenfold, but Hikuro was not going to let him do that, intending to repay the debt himself as the team leader. In the end, interrupting their conversation, Bjorn said that he did not care who repaid the debt, and smiling, Misha exclaimed that he was embarrassed, mentally asking. Time passed quickly, and soon the day of the labyrinth's opening arrived. When the portal appeared, the barbarian standing next to it began to shout that it was a labyrinth, and called it the perfect battle dimension. Bjorn, standing in front of them, slightly displeased, thought that they were very loud, and the barbarians began to shout his name, noting that he found the labyrinth. The protagonist remembered that he had once again come across the confused young warriors, and after telling them a few rules, including to guard the heart, to be wary of people, he asked if they understood everything. He ordered them to simply do as he said, for his words contained the true way of a warrior. The barbarians listened to him attentively, and one of them asked if they would become famous warriors like Bjorn if they listened. He said that it could be so, noting that each of them could gain his fame. The barbarian, rejoicing, cried out that he understood everything, promising that they would repeat everything word for word, and the other barbarian thanked him, calling him Little Balkan. They began to show him respect, and Bjorn, turning away, noted that they would see each other again, wishing them luck. The barbarians began to look after him, noting that he had led them to the labyrinth, and even gave him advice, wishing him luck in return. The protagonist approached Hikuro, and he asked if he sincerely cared about the newcomers. Bjorn answered that he was simply helping as much as he could, because it was quite tough for people to learn only from their own mistakes. Hikuro admitted that this was true, and the protagonist suddenly frowned, remembering what had happened a few days ago. Then he met Carrick, who, sitting on a bench, said that he was now working as a protector on the second floor, and the rest of the guys were mostly dead. He noticed that Bjorn was doing well, and he noted that it would be great if someone trained them properly, and did not cling to ancient traditions. Now Bjorn quietly said that if everything was really like that, then the other barbarians would not have died, because they went to the labyrinth 3 times, but had already suffered such losses. And suddenly he was distracted, hearing Nisha ask Rothmuller why he was without a weapon. He explained that it was in the treasure vault, noting that he had already gotten used to it being there, so he only took out his weapon when necessary. Nisha cried out in surprise, noting that this sounded quite useful, and Valky, noticing that Bjorn had arrived, asked if he had finished his business. The protagonist confirmed this, offering them to go, and entering the labyrinth, he thought that his last 3 trips to the labyrinth had been truly terrible, and this was already the 4th trip, and he decided to see what would await them today. He was sure that some kind of nonsense would happen, and so he decided that he could not allow himself a second of carelessness, and be prepared for everything. Soon he entered the crystal cave, and since the essence capacity limit was reached, the system prompted that he needed to hunt new monsters in order to level up. Soon he entered the rocky desert on the 2nd floor, thinking that due to the lucky spawn point, they were able to reach the rocky desert in only 9 hours, and there they began to fight new types of monsters, frowning in concentration. They hunted all kinds of monsters, collecting rewards, but they still reached the portal to the next floor in 4 days. The computer screen repeatedly displayed notifications that Bjorn had killed a mutant dwarf, a kobold shield bearer, a stone golem, a megalith soldier, a sandman, and for each of the monsters he received either 1 or 2 experience points. Sometime later, he entered the pilgrim's path on the 3rd floor, and on the 8th day, they crossed the witch's forest and reached the portal to the 4th floor. Through this portal, they entered the Tower of Heaven on the 4th floor and immediately encountered monsters, and Bjorn remembered that all the monsters from the 3rd floor appeared here, among which there were monsters of the 6th rank, including monsters unique to this location. In other words, this was a great place to gain experience in large numbers, and the protagonist ran to attack, swinging his mace and destroying one of the first monsters. He thought that this location was called the Tower of Training for a reason, and at a rapid pace, notifications of other monsters killed by the protagonist appeared on the screen, as well as the amount of experience he received for it. After intense hunting, they earned 3.9 million stones, which meant that each of them received 780,000. After calculating the reward, Rathmiller noted that it was not a small thing, but admitted that he was a little disappointed and asked if he was the only one. Misha said that she was also disappointed, and Vaki agreed with this. And Hikuro suggested that Bjorn's frightening luck had run out. The protagonist thought that they had earned so much thanks to the passive skill of the mimics, which was called greed and increased the chances of magic crystals dropping by 30%. It turned out to be less than Bjorn's first trip, and he was beginning to understand why there were so many looters in this place, since most people usually receive this amount of reward. In the end, he decided not to be upset and calm himself down, continuing to spend time usefully. He sat in the library, studying books, and also came to Raven and helped her with experiments, in exchange for learning the date of consciousness of the creation of the complete Book of Rifts. This happened 150 years ago, and Bjorn realized that this was the date of the beginning of the events of the game, as well as the death of the first king of the dynasty, as well as the date of the creation of this book. All this happened at the same time, and Bjorn wanted to know what happened then, but so far there was no such opportunity, and he was sure that it could not be just a coincidence. Suddenly, Misha attracted his attention and asked if he was listening to her at all. He answered that he was listening to her carefully and realized that there was no choice but to go to the labyrinth. But time passed, and soon the date of the 5th trip to the labyrinth arrived. At the end of this trip, they received 790,000 stones per person, and Misha desperately asked if her comrades had counted everything correctly. They were all unhappy when they received the reward, and the main character thought that nothing special had happened, and they had only raised their level. A little later, lying in his room, he suggested to himself not to be nervous, since things were going quite well. Closing his eyes, he wanted to continue thinking, but suddenly he opened his eyes sharply, frowned and cursed, asking himself what thoughts were creeping into his head. He asked himself, were things going well? He sat up and put his hand to his face, knowing that this meant that the situation was only getting more dangerous, and he was sure that he should not forget that some terrible thing always happened as soon as he relaxed. He was sure that he could not stop, and mentally said that he had to continue to improve, because only then would he survive. Swinging his arms, he hit himself hard on the cheeks, and this blow was so powerful that dark spots from the blow immediately appeared on his cheeks. The protagonist assumed that if anyone saw him now, that person would probably think that he was crazy, but he himself decided that he should always prepare for the worst-case scenario, and confidently frowned, looking straight ahead, deciding that even if he seemed crazy, he would at least stay alive. Meanwhile, the system counted the new points he earned, and the next day, pouring food into a plate, Misha attracted his attention and asked if something had happened to him. He said that everything was fine, asking where she got that from. She noted that he just had some kind of cruel look, and he looked away, suggesting that he was acting a little detached. The fact that he could not sit still was his personal problem, and he decided that he needed to improve, confident that he should not cause other people trouble. He was suddenly distracted from his thoughts as Misha awkwardly drew his attention to herself, and then, coming closer, asked if he wanted to touch her ears. She moved her ears slightly. A blush appeared on her cheeks, and the protagonist coughed and looked at Misha in confusion, who noted that her brother said that he felt better when he touched her ears, noting that they were very small then. In addition, she added that she was talking about an older brother who still treated her well. Bjorn asked himself with displeasure, what kind of pervert was this? He noted that this was why the environment in which a person grew up played a key role, and told himself to look into Misha's eyes, understanding that she just wanted to help. He looked more closely at her face, and she simply watched him with a smile, and Bjorn assumed that she probably did not even understand what exactly could be bad about this situation. Leaning forward, he told her not to talk like that to strangers, because they might misunderstand her. Misha looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant by misunderstanding, and the protagonist thought that if he didn't know that she liked skinny guys, he himself might think something wrong, for example, that she wanted to seduce him. Misha, slightly hesitating, noted that he was not a stranger, but he ordered her not to deny it, but simply say that she understood everything. She eventually agreed, and wanted to offer something if Bjorn did not want to touch her ears, but suddenly fell silent, and he pushed her to continue, and in the end she asked if he would like meat. The protagonist mentally noted that this was an excellent offer, and sometime later he came to the library, and Ragna looked at him in surprise, and then noticed that he was doing well. Bjorn said that she could see it, and asked if it was true that she was fine too. She said that it was, and in that case he decided to ask something, but asked her to speak if she had something to say. Ragna asked, puzzled, how he every time. He explained that he could see it in her eyes, and after a sigh, she finally said that it was not certain, but admitted that she thought that she needed to warn him, since he was a researcher. Bjorn did not understand what she meant by warning, and asked again, asking her not to beat around the bush. She finally announced that a dimensional collapse could soon occur in the Labyrinth, and the protagonist remembered that this was a real disaster for the Labyrinth, and even the floor bosses could not compare to a disaster of this level. He remembered when he played, he encountered such a collapse somewhere around once in 100 playthroughs, and he kept wondering why everything was so calm lately, and mentally chuckling, he asked himself, was it really for this reason? Ragna, noticing that he was silent, not answering anything, said that he did not believe her, and suggested that it was better not to think about such things once again. Bjorn paid no attention to her accusations, but simply asked how she knew about the collapse. She answered that she learned it from a mage named Chernofurgang from the school of Teridian, explaining that they have been researching the phenomenon of dimensional collapse for many years. Bjorn said that he understood everything, thanked her for warning him, and said that he would try to figure it out on his own. Ragna asked, was he really leaving already? The protagonist, turning his back to her, waved his hand, saying that he was really leaving already, and realizing that this was a new task, he decided that he would do this first. However, he could not find anything, and he began to doubt that this magician really existed. After 10 days, rumors began to spread, and Misha, running up to him, frowned and asked if he had heard that other people were saying that a dimensional collapse would happen soon. A little later, sitting in a tavern, Bjorn listened to people talking about a dimensional collapse, and many of them did not know from whom they heard it, but noted that some were saying that these collapses happened regularly, and it seemed that a similar incident would happen this month. Bjorn thought that this was strange, because for rumors to spread so quickly, there must be at least some traces or a source, but there was none, and taking a sip from his mug, he assumed that someone was deliberately spreading gossip. This irritated him because he wanted to know what people were talking about in more secluded places, but the Barbarian would not be able to get such information, and he realized that he had one last option. Returning home, he looked at the pill that he placed on the palm of his hand and mentally noted that he wanted to wait 3 months and only then take it, but asked himself if 2 months should be enough too. Throwing the pill into his mouth, he swallowed it and looked at the clock, realizing that now he had to wait. When the hands of the clock reached a certain point, the system notified that he took GB027, which caused his soul to resonate and begin to be drawn to a certain world. Bjorn woke up, accepting his body from his past life, and noticed that he was standing next to a chair and a table on which a computer stood. He looked around in shock, not quite understanding what kind of place this was. In the real world, at the police station, one of the officers mentioned Bjorn's real name, noting that he was 29 years old. He also recalled that the company filed a missing persons report when he stopped showing up for work for over a month, and asked what about his family. His client said that he had a mother, but when he informed her of this, she said that it was none of her business, and the man frowned and asked why they were given the missing persons case. His assistant showed him a CCTV recording that showed Bjorn entering his apartment, but he never came out, and the windows in the apartment were also closed. The man remarked that this smelled suspicious, and then picked up a folder of documents, starting to leaf through it, and noticed that this was clearly an unusual case. There was no sign of forced entry, nothing was missing, Bjorn hadn't used his credit card in the month, and the clothes he was wearing were found in the room, and the way they were lying there made it look like he hadn't taken them off and the body had disappeared, leaving only the clothes. He didn't know who was involved, but he was sure it was some kind of psychopath, and he asked if it was true that his assistant hadn't touched anything at the crime scene. He ordered him to send a request to the federal medical examiner, and the guy started saying that he had something he needed to tell his friend, and he asked, puzzled, what was it? The guy announced that it was the monitor from the missing man's room. And when he brought the monitor, putting it on the table in front of the man, he asked, puzzled, why did he bring it? However, before he even finished asking this question, he screamed, asking his colleague to wait, and asked how this monitor works. A similar question was related to the fact that the computer was not even connected to the network, and the guy admitted that he did not understand anything either, explaining that this was how it worked when he found it. The monitor showed messages, and the man looked at it in amazement, and one of them, asking again, asked in shock, what was this? His comrade explained that he had researched it and noted that it turned out that similar cases had already happened abroad. Bjorn, meanwhile, considered that 5 months had passed since he opened his eyes in this world, and during this time he had acted in all sorts of ways, that is, completely barbarically, and asked himself if he had retained the humanity of a member of modern society. Naturally, he began typing as soon as he sat down at his computer and was surprised to notice that it required entering a password, guessing what it could be, and realized that this was exactly what those people meant in the signature to the letter. He remembered this and entered the signature in the line where the password should have been, and sent it, and then suddenly shuddered in amazement, and, looking at his hands, asked himself, was this really his body? But suddenly the space around him began to change, and what had previously been just white reshaped into a room, and the protagonist was amazed, asking himself, was this really his room? Everything was exactly as he remembered and looked almost realistic, and suddenly he asked himself to wait, assuming that in that case it could be, and walking a little to the side, he opened the refrigerator door and shouted in amazement that the refrigerator was really standing in place. Although he did not quite understand why there were cans of Coke inside it, he could not resist, and, opening a can of soda, he opened it, and then began to drink, closing his eyes with pleasure. But he was disappointed and crying, exclaimed that it had no taste, and did not even feel carbonated, as if he was drinking water. Suddenly, he heard some sound from the side, and turned towards the door in surprise, hearing someone ask if it was possible to come in. After a while, Bjorn put his hand to his chin and asked if everything around him was really a personification of the place where he felt most comfortable, but because of his high defense characteristics, everything here looked like smoke to his interlocutor. He tried not to sound like a barbarian, and noted out loud that the password that was at the beginning was a fake, and his interlocutor came here for this, to check it. The Queen of Souls exclaimed that this is exactly so, explaining that the character from the game is not able to manifest clothes in space from planet Earth. Looking at her, the protagonist remembered that she was called the Queen of Souls, assuming that she was some kind of guide for ghost hunters. He asked in bewilderment why, in that case, she needed to press the bell. He explained his question by the fact that she herself said that she did not see anything, and the Queen of Souls assumed that Bjorn just heard everything, explaining that she simply called him. He paused, noting that he was wearing a suit, a gift from an ex-girlfriend, and assumed that the Soul Queen was judging by his clothes, but remembered that she had said that she could not see the outline of the room, so that was the only detail. Getting his attention, the Soul Queen asked him not to worry, explaining that he was now an official member of their group, and Bjorn assumed that there were other methods of verification, mentally expressing his hope that the Soul Queen would tell him about it. She, meanwhile, closed her eyes, smiled, and explained that they no longer used the methods of separating the soul from the body, as they had previously done with NPCs. So she told Bjorn that he did not need to worry. He assumed that she was talking about other people when he heard about NPCs, and soon the Soul Queen told him how to use the general forum, and it turned out that everything worked the same as everywhere else. After explaining this, she exclaimed that now he just needed to come up with a nickname, and Bjorn, trying out one of the nicknames, noticed that someone had already used it in a player communication forum called Stone Ivan. The system notified that the username was unavailable, and the Soul Queen assumed that someone had already used it, and the protagonist asked in confusion why someone would need such a nickname. In that case, he decided to just add another letter, and noticing what he was doing, the Soul Queen asked in confusion if he was a fan of this person. Bjorn did not understand what she meant, but without explaining anything, the Soul Queen began to disappear and announced that she had to go, and then warned the protagonist to simply send a request for a personal assistant if he had a problem. He agreed with this and thought that he had completed the training. It wasn't hard for him to find people, and he looked at the list of active channels and then just went into a random chat to figure out how everything worked here. When he went into the chat, he was transported to another space, and the people who were in this one were surprised, noticing that someone new had arrived. They greeted them, and one of the men approaching him smiled, saying that he was the main one in this channel, and asked where Bjorn was from. He said that he was from Korea, and shaking his hand, the man noted that it was nice to meet him, and asked if it was true that it was a little inhospitable here. He explained that they still lacked points to put up normal decorations, and asked if Bjorn could introduce himself and make his nickname visible. He asked again, puzzled, assuming that this man was talking about what was above their heads. There were indeed signs above the heads of these people, and the man realized that Bjorn had first entered the channel, telling him to just think about it, and then it would come true, and Bjorn understood, assuming that it was like using a skill, and when he did what the man told him to do, the sign appeared above his head, and then he greeted him, saying that he was Elf Nuna. Everyone in this space looked at him in amazement, asking if that was really his name. Some of them asked if it was really Bjorn who wrote out how all the stats worked. One of them thought that the developer had done it, and the protagonist froze in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, the others began to actively talk among themselves, and one of them shouted that he knew that the man was Korean, reminding them that he had told his comrades about it. Looking at Bjorn, they asked if it was really him. Eventually, the man told them to stop, asking them to calm down, and Bjorn realized he needed to get some context. For one thing, the Elf Nuna they were all talking about was a nickname he used to go by, and he'd been playing for about 3 years when he uploaded his stat analysis online. He put his hand on his chin thoughtfully, noting that he didn't remember that post getting more than 100 views, so he wasn't entirely sure why everyone was talking about it like he was some kind of celebrity. Then he remembered the Queen of Souls asking if he was a fan, and he wondered if he'd become famous without even knowing it. He finally mentally decided he didn't care, since he had his current issues to deal with, and with an awkward hand running through his hair, he said that these people had it all wrong, explaining that he was just a fan of that person. He decided that it was a bad idea to attract so much attention without having a clue where it came from, and pointing his finger at his nickname, he asked the guys to take a closer look at the extra in. People actually noticed it and asked if it wasn't him. Many of them were disappointed, as they were just happy to meet him, and the main one among them noted that he understood everything, and Bjorn thought that the result showed itself immediately, and standing a little to the side, he quietly said that it was cruel, since now he was just a nobody to these people. He supposed that was how it was supposed to be, and wondered if he should just leave. Suddenly, one of the guys, noticing him, came closer to him and asked how many years he had been here already. Bjorn supposed that he might think he was weird if he told the truth, so he announced that he had been here for a year. The guy was surprised, noting that the protagonist received the letter quite late, and he asked again in confusion, and the guy explained that most people receive invitations much earlier, when it becomes clear that they are evil spirits, and it is rare for someone to receive an invitation after they become famous. The protagonist realized that lying was a bad idea, and the guy assumed that he was a cool actor and also understands how to work in the real world too. He assumed that about 70 days had passed there, and Bjorn asked again, and the guy explained that time flows differently here, and a month on Earth is equal to about 5 months here. That is a ratio of about 1 to 5. The protagonist became worried, realizing that a whole month had passed on Earth, and he mentally noted that this was strange, asking himself, was anyone even concerned about his disappearance? While talking to this guy, he was able to find out a few things, asking him how to get back home. The guy honestly admitted that she didn't know because there were many theories, but no one knew for sure, and Bjorn mentally noted that he thought so. After that, he asked who the very first player was. The guy said that this person had been here for about 20 years and announced that this community appeared around then. The protagonist said that he understood everything, and the guy asked if it was true that this was great. He noted that the person completed the game in 5 years, and Bjorn agreed, but mentally said that it annoyed him, and he could not do anything about it, assuming that this nerd reminded him of himself. Be that as it may, all these people reached the gates of the before him, and although at first glance they seemed stupid, each of them stood out in one way or another. But suddenly he was distracted from his thoughts, as the guy asked him on what difficulty he completed the game. Bjorn looked at him confused, not understanding what he was talking about, and asked again, and the guy noted that it was obvious that the protagonist was not playing the original, explaining that he was talking about the remake, and asked what difficulty he had played it on. Bjorn still did not understand what he was talking about, and the guy noted that in Korea they would call it cheating, confident that the protagonist definitely knew about that file that someone had uploaded to Stone Ivan about 5 years ago, where you could increase your chances of getting something that helped you cheat, as well as rewards. Of course, he was not showing off, but he announced that he had completed the game on the 50th acceleration, and Bjorn froze in shock because at that moment he understood how all these people were able to master the game. He asked himself, was it really possible to increase the gain of experience and the chances of getting a reward for monsters? It turned out that the maximum level was 30, because he thought that level 11 was the ceiling. Suddenly he asked himself to wait, and asked himself, does that mean that you can eat 30 essences? Besides, you can open rifts whenever you want, and Bjorn thought that was a lot of equipment. After not hearing any answer from him, the guy asked what difficulty he beat the game on. The protagonist, shaking with anger, said that he beat the game on difficulty 50, and the guy, crying out in amazement, asked if it was true that it was difficult. He noted that even on difficulty 50 it was difficult, and Bjorn shook, frowning even more, and the guy continued talking, remembering that some people say that the person who created this community beat the game on difficulty level 15, but most of those who beat it do so on difficulty level from 60 to 80, and he asked if it was true that it was cool. Bjorn laughed to himself, ironically noting that it was very cool. At about the same time, in another place, a man, leaning his palm against his glasses lying on the table, asked if his interlocutor had taken the computer. The girl standing opposite him confirmed this, noting that they had also erased the memories of those people, as well as all traces, so that nothing should have appeared on the news. The man asked, what about that person? He put on his glasses, and the girl said that she had investigated everything, but he was completely ordinary in every way, and the man said that he was ordinary in every way except for this game, and turned on his laptop, and the girl said that the man was quite capable here, but that was all, and she wanted to say that there was more to it, and the man asked if the man had really beaten the Jevis Legacy. The girl said that the setting was great, but the project had been closed for 5 years because no one had been able to beat the game. But the guy had done it, and the man suggested that the game had not been a failure. And he became curious about something and rested his chin on his palms and said Bjorn's real name, and said that he was the only one who had beaten a game that had previously been considered impossible. And he asked how far he would go. The conversation with the guy with pink hair turned out to be useful for Bjorn in many ways. And after leaving the chat, he sat down at the computer and asked himself how he could express himself more correctly. He remembered how, while talking to the guy, he moved closer to the fire, and the guy admitted that he would now eat the whole pizza alone, and noted that he did not need more. After that, he asked if the protagonist wanted anything. He said that of course he wanted, explaining that he wanted a cola and hot soup with rice. The guy asked again in bewilderment, and Bjorn explained that it was the most effective food in the world, and his interlocutor looked at him in surprise, his mouth slightly open in amazement. Now the protagonist noted that even such an ordinary conversation seemed to relieve the accumulated tension, and suddenly he asked himself, is it true that this space will close on its own when time runs out? He looked at the countdown that appeared on the computer and noted that it had started at 12 and there were only 7 hours left. He finally decided that he needed to start learning about the dimensional collapse and clicked on the chat called Information in the Market section, which was a forum for selling and buying goods or information, and the currency here was ghost points. Bjorn began to browse the information search ads, among which were requests for advice on how to easily get to the second floor, which cost 20 ghost points, a tough method for training the very bottom for 100 or 500 ghost points, special events in the Tower of Heaven on the 4th floor for 7,000 ghost points, the exact conditions for obtaining the passive skill Dragon Lord for 2,800 ghost points. Eventually, the protagonist got tired of looking through all of this and decided that he needed to sort everything by cost and read the next ads for 70,000 ghost points on how to defeat the Lord of the First Floor, as well as information for 69,000 ghost points on details about the Skull Island on the 6th floor. This, in Bjorn's opinion, would be more effective, and suddenly he paid special attention to the ad about the Lord of the First Floor, and after that he requested a one-on-one chat with one of the participants. And since the deal was completed, the protagonist's points became 70,000. A little later, he focused on the secret location of the 6th floor Skull Island, requesting a one-on-one chat with the one who posted this ad. And since the deal was completed, Bjorn already had 139,000 ghost points. He smiled happily, noting that there was nothing he did not know about this game. A little later, he suddenly noticed that one of the players had requested a chat with him, and noticed that of all the nicknames, this one was the most similar to how he called himself. As soon as he posted an offer using the points he had earned, a seller appeared, and the protagonist moved to a space where the man sitting opposite him smiled and asked if he wanted to know about the Terudian school and the mage Schernifer gang who belonged to it. Bjorn thought that in his post he had not specifically asked about the rumors about the collapse of dimensions, because it would still be difficult for him to understand whether the interlocutor was telling the truth or lying. Sitting down on a chair, he explained that, to be more precise, he wanted to know what this person had been doing lately. He assumed that if he started asking about the source of the rumors, that is, for gang, he would be able to catch a person with reliable information. The man assumed that it was because of the rumors about the collapse of dimensions, and the protagonist asked if these rumors were true. The man replied that what the mage had said about the dimensional collapse was true, but that the collapse itself would not happen. Bjorn wondered if the man had any reason to say that. He explained that the high-ranking officials and other political apparatus were involved, so he assumed that the protagonist himself understood this. Interrupting his words, Bjorn said that he would transfer 20,000 on top of the cost, and the man noted that if he really wanted to know that much, he would answer. He explained that the Tarudian school was researching dimensional magic, in particular studying the Labyrinth, and he asked if it was true that this was nonsense. He announced that the master had decided to conduct an experiment, and Bjorn asked again, and his interlocutor replied that it would be difficult to explain in detail, but he noted that it was dangerous, and in short, it was necessary for fewer people to enter the Labyrinth. That's why the Tarudian school spread the rumor, shouting from every corner that a dimensional collapse was about to happen, and thanks to this, they stopped the influx of researchers into the Labyrinth. Bjorn asked if there would be any consequences for the fact that the man simply told him all this. His interlocutor answered that he did not just tell it, but sold the information for phantom points. Besides, he had nothing to do with it. Moreover, the royal family was soon supposed to start acting and calm down the rumors. And Bjorn asked again in bewilderment, and the man explained that when a small number of researchers work, the sources of magic stones dry up, and he asked if it was true that this was really so. He was sure that the members of the royal family would not just sit idly by, and the protagonist agreed with his words, offering in this case to complete the deal, and said that he would transfer the promised 20,000 stones to the man separately. He said he didn't need anything, and Bjorn asked again, puzzled, and his interlocutor admitted that he thought he had been too rude to his fellow player. The protagonist asked himself if he had really decided to give up 400,000 stones that easily. This interaction made him realize that the man had settled in so well in this world that such a sum was a mere trifle for him. Before ending the chat, the man smiled and asked if it was true that Bjorn was also a fan of Elfman. The protagonist did not answer right away, but slightly bowed his head, thinking, and realized that this explained the man's awareness of all the details of what was happening, although Bjorn himself had not found even a grain of information after many days of diligent effort. It reminded him of how he started, and he realized that it was none of his business what difficulty level everyone else had completed the game on, because this world was not in the game. It was a cruel reality, governed by the only barbaric rule, which was that the strongest would survive. As the protagonist gradually faded away, he watched the man wave goodbye to him, and he wondered if the others called him Little Balkan. He didn't understand what the difference was since he was still just a newbie here, and after moving to the past space, he realized that he had a very long road ahead of him, asking himself why he was having so much fun then. He couldn't help but smile excitedly, thinking about the man who bought the walkthrough for the first floor boss from him, the girl who wanted to know about Skull Island, and the guy who had just met Bjorn himself. What they had spent years of their lives on, the protagonist didn't even think that he could not achieve it on his own. During the entire time Bjorn spent in the game, his achievements were displayed on the computer, and reading what was happening to him, and based on the announcements of the system, the man frowned in shock, sweating from excitement, and said that the main character was completely and irrevocably insane. He asked his assistant how many people reached the second floor on their first try. As far as she knew, there were 117 such people, and the man asked if there was anyone among these people in such a terrible state. The girl answered that this was not so, and the man, looking at Bjorn's characteristics, admitted that he would not believe it if someone told him that this was the window of the player's character, which has been there for several years, and he asked himself, was it really possible that the main character achieved all this in just 2 months? The girl suddenly said that even for some loser with a bit of luck, such a thing is not something incredible, but, interrupting her words, the man said that if luck alone was enough to achieve this, they would have seen something like this by now. The girl did not know what to say to this, and her interlocutor said that this was an atypical case with no similar examples, so he could not determine the exact reason for such success, and he understood that Bjorn fell outside the statistics. In statistics, in fact, the larger the sample, the less significance the variable luck took, but sometimes such situations occurred. He remembered how, even at the beginning of Bjorn's journey, the adventurers he met realized that from the portal to the second floor to the place where they encountered Bjorn, the distance was about 15 kilometers, and called him a monster because he crawled such a distance in complete darkness. This was the first time that this happened, and the protagonist did the impossible, and the man thought about how, while fighting the vampire, Bjorn lost all his health, and the countdown to his death began, and to put it simply, the man noted that 0 became 1. He switched to another tab on his computer, noticing that the protagonist had an abnormal growth rate, and because of this, the administrator began to watch him. The man suddenly remembered the time when everyone scolded this game, calling it a failure, and another person gave the last word, explaining that he simply acted rationally and warned that it should be only one person, and if he can properly prepare him and send him to other people, then the chances will increase. At this moment, Bjorn, opening his eyes, looked around and asked himself, did he really come back? Looking at his watch, he realized, as others had told him, that an hour in another dimension was a second here, and in the real world, only 13 seconds had passed, but the protagonist realized that he needed to be on guard because, in other words, this also meant that he was defenseless for 12 seconds. And yet, the ghost hunters had exceeded all his expectations, and standing up, he stretched, noting that they had turned out to be an excellent source of information, and visiting them early was a good decision. He was very tired, because 12 hours had passed, and closing his eyes, he yawned so hard that tears came to his eyes, and he decided that now he needed to sleep, because tomorrow morning he would still have to go to burn Marchuan. At noon the next day, in the first quarter of the capital of the empire, which was called Kernun, Bjorn, dressed in clothes that in places resembled skulls, asked himself, what should happen if this is not a collapse of dimensions? He decided that he needed to quickly figure out what was happening now, and then go to the heavenly auction house. He walked in front of the carriage, accompanied by guards, and the people they passed looked back at them. The protagonist suddenly mentally noted that his legs were already hurting, and he did not understand what Marchuan wanted by putting this carnival costume on him. But before he could continue thinking, someone suddenly shouted loudly, ordering the others to stop. Bjorn obeyed, turning around in surprise, and the count's butler, looking at him indignantly, asked what he told him. He reminded that Bjorn should look straight ahead and keep his back straight, because he was leading the cortege, and the Baron's honor hung on his neck. The protagonist, sighing, boredly scratched his ear with his finger and asked if it was really he who forced this man to let the barbarian go ahead. Not realizing that Bjorn wasn't listening to him, the man told him to just not do anything that could disgrace Marchuan. And continuing to ignore him, the protagonist calculated that it was about 6 kilometers to the count's house, where the banquet would be. Still not noticing any reaction from him, the butler asked if he was listening or if he was even listening to him. The protagonist asked again, exclaiming that his interlocutor was so small that nothing could reach him, and then mentally added that it was still summer. Soon they arrived at the right place, and Marchuan, smiling at Bjorn, was amazed that so much attention was being paid to him, although he had just arrived, and this was a first for him. He added that a generous reward would await Bjorn when they returned, and he admitted that he was glad that at least Marchuan liked it. Marchuan decided that he would go and greet the count and told the protagonist to enjoy the banquet. Bjorn was surprised to hear this and realized that he was alone, and then suddenly heard how the people who noticed him began to talk among themselves, asking if it was not dangerous to leave him unattended. Some children asked their parents to buy them the same barbarian, and someone was horrified, noticing the horns on his helmet. Someone noted that he looked like the devil parser. Bjorn frowned in displeasure, because he could not believe that he was almost like a monkey in a zoo. He knew that he could easily get PTSD, but suddenly he was distracted, as Carl Aramore came closer to him, who said that the protagonist did a great job because he walked such a distance without rest in this outfit. Pointing his finger to the side a bit, he asked why they didn't sit down and rest until Marchuan returned. Bjorn agreed, wondering if this was the light of his soul. They sat down on a bench to the side, and Aramore stretched with a smile, and the protagonist asked if it was okay that he wasn't talking to the others there. Aramore noted that even if he went, those people wouldn't like him, explaining that he used to be an explorer, just like Bjorn. The protagonist noted that it wasn't surprising, since Aramore clearly showed potential, and he gave his name, asking what his name was. He introduced himself, and Bjorn noted that Aramore seemed like a nice guy to him from the start, guessing that it was because he was a former explorer, but he didn't show the arrogance typical of a knight. Looking at him, Aramore asked how he liked the imperial capital. Bjorn noted that the butler could have been Aramore, taking off his helmet, and suddenly he heard someone ask what he was doing. It was the butler, who, looking at him indignantly, asked who said that he could comb his hair. Aramore, leaning forward a little to look out from behind Bjorn, told the man to stop, explaining that the protagonist was resting with him because he told him to. The butler was surprised, noticing Aramore, and agreed, and then leaned towards the protagonist's ear, slightly quietly telling him to get up if he was done resting, since he did not understand what people might think when they saw a barbarian lounging while resting. Bjorn asked, how else could one think in such a case? He assumed that everyone would think he was just resting, and the butler pointed his finger at him and declared that people would think he was weak, ordering him to get up, because no matter what he was, today he had to be a warrior with iron blood. Bjorn plugged his ears with his fingers, trying to ignore these words, and mentally exclaimed that if it weren't for the 1,000,000 stones, he wouldn't have agreed to this. But remembering the 1,000,000 stones, he decided that he could suffer for one day, and stood up abruptly, frowning, and the butler, opening his eyes, looked at him in horror, while the protagonist thought that if he had gotten himself into this, he would behave exactly as the butler wanted. He abruptly put on his helmet, noting that he was a warrior with iron blood, a barbarian who had rejected civilization, that is, a complete savage. Raising his head, he screamed loudly, and the butler, frightened, could not even stand on his feet, and the people around turned their attention to Bjorn, and some looked at him with horror, and some, mostly children, watched him with admiration, and the butler asked irritably, what was the main character suddenly doing? He smiled, saying that he just wanted it, and going to one of the tables, he took a roasted piece of meat by the bone and began to eat it, and the butler asked in bewilderment, what was he doing? The people began to watch Bjorn more closely, asking, what else can you expect from a barbarian? They noticed that he could not hold back even for a minute, and the butler began to scream in amazement, and the people paid attention to the fact that the main character even gnawed the bones and was not able to control his strength. The butler admired this reaction, because it was exactly what he wanted, and suddenly Bjorn put his hand on his shoulder, drawing his attention to himself, and said that he saw a shiny skull and wanted to break it. A bone of meat was left clenched in his teeth, and the butler sweated from excitement, looking at him in shock, and asked if the protagonist had gone too far with his jokes. Bjorn asked again in bewilderment, looking threateningly at the butler, and, gnawing on the bone with his teeth, he asked if he really wanted to say that he was joking. The man trembled in fear, recreating in his mind how Bjorn behaved in the guild, and noted that he had already forgotten all the obscenities he had committed in the guild. He stuttered that he had something to do here and stepped aside, announcing that the protagonist could rest here. She decided to leave. Aramor, smiling, admitted that he had not even known that this man could make such a face, and had asked if Bjorn's teeth were in order. He declared that everything was fine, noting that he was quite strong, and Aramor, closing his eyes, exclaimed that he understood everything and laughed, causing tears to appear in the corners of his eyes. Bjorn smiled contentedly, noticing that this banquet was finally beginning to come to life. For a while he enjoyed what was happening like a true barbarian, and then curious nobles began to approach him, and two girls, looking at him shyly, asked if they could touch his hand. He allowed them to do so, stretching his hand forward, and the girls cried out in admiration, noticing that his hand was huge. After they had left, talking and enjoying the fact that they had actually touched Bjorn, and also noticing that his skin was softer than expected, older nobles came closer to him. The man asked if he could shout like before. The protagonist agreed to this and, clearing his throat, put his palms forward, turning on the barbarian opera mode, and began to shout, and the woman and the man, tearful, watched him, and the woman asked if it reminded her interlocutor of the days of their youth. The man said that it was very fresh, already imagining a wonderful green spring, and while they were still standing, looking at Bjorn in amazement, other nobles came closer, shouting that they also had a request. Some asked the protagonist to just look at them, some begged him to sing again, and the protagonist thought that he felt like he was working as one of those mascots in an animal costume. The knights standing to the side were talking discontentedly, and one of them said that this was not a small Balkan, but rather a small clown. Sylvania, laughing, noted that he heard that the word small in Bjorn's title was due to the fact that he did not have much between his legs. They noticed that he was sucking up to the nobles, suggesting that he had completely lost his honor as a warrior. The protagonist, hearing these conversations, turned around, asking himself why these knight cadets started talking behind his back. He was so sure that they were cadets, since he saw that a special insignia was attached to his clothes. Distracting him from this, Marchwin approached, realizing where Bjorn was and apologizing for breaking the atmosphere, regretfully noting that Bjorn needed to come with him, as he needed to introduce him. Everyone began to cry out in disappointment, and after that, the protagonist followed Marchwin and met with other nobles in the banquet hall. One of the men, hesitating, asked in confusion who he was. Addressing him, Marchwin explained that he was a small Balkan who was famous among explorers lately. The Viscount had heard this name before and asked what brought the protagonist here. He announced that Marchwin had helped him in a difficult matter, and so he decided to protect him in order to repay the debt. The Viscount was amazed that Marchwin had a powerful barbarian as a personal guardian, admitting that he was sincerely envious. Smiling, Marchwin noted that it was all nothing, because he had said many times that he did not owe him anything, and moreover, for him, it was even too much. Bjorn decided that it was time for a scenario, and clearly said that a warrior does not forget the kindness shown to him. The Viscount was amazed at this noble way of thinking, and saying Bjorn's name, he said that he remembered it. So 13 more similar conversations passed, and thanks to this, Bjorn's fame continued to increase. In other words, among all this people, less than 15 people were worthy of being called aristocrats, and the protagonist remembered that in the game such people were also rare. As a result, he was introduced to all the nobles, and, in a normal playthrough, he would have had to greatly increase his fame level for this. Be that as it may, having greeted everyone, he began to communicate with the people who came to the Baron, and bent steel pipes with his hands, delighting the nobles who were watching him. Some would exclaim that he was truly worthy of his nickname, and at that moment Pokrovic came closer to them, remarking that he was glad to meet Marchwin, and said that the blessing of the Twilight Star should be with him. Marchwin smiled, noticing that Krovic was there, and he confirmed it, but admitted that he did not expect to meet Bjorn here. The protagonist thought about it, remembering what Krovic was called, and upon hearing their conversation, Marchwin asked in amazement, did Bjorn really know him? He called him captain, and the protagonist asked again in bewilderment. And Krovic, captain of the 3rd Division of the Paladins of the Order of Ladlos, the god of exploration, and also the goddess of the stars, said that he did not dare to say that he was suitable for this role, but noted that he took on the duties of the captain. Someone shouted that everyone said that Krovic was more capable than an 8th-rank explorer, so he asked him not to play poor. Bjorn didn't understand why someone like Krovic would be collecting corpses for a living, and he suddenly got his attention by asking him to come to the Order if he needed help, because as he had said, they would always remember what he had done for them. Marchwin asked in amazement, and Krovic realized that he hadn't told him about it yet, and after a while he finally finished telling him what had happened, noting that they cherished and valued their relationship with Bjorn. Everyone listened to him with admiration, and the protagonist frowned, and Marchwin looked at him, grinned, and asked if it was true that Bjorn was better than he had expected. Marchwin's manly gaze warmed, and Bjorn's fame was further enhanced. Half an hour later, Count Ferdihild came closer, and the nobles smiled admiringly when they noticed him. And Marchwin became more serious and told the protagonist to follow him, as Ferdihild said that he really wanted to meet Bjorn. The protagonist had a bad feeling about this, and Ferdihild, smiling, greeted him, noting that he had long dreamed of meeting him. Bjorn was surprised, noting that it was nice to meet him, and thought that it was strange since he had indeed become relatively famous only recently, but he was not famous enough for the Count himself to want to meet him. Even in the game, such an event did not trigger until much more time had passed. After looking him over, Ferdihild admitted that he was taller than he expected, and said that he should call Bjorn Big Balkan, not Little. The protagonist realized that if Ferdihild was pestering him, it meant that he wanted to appease him, and he cursed under his breath, realizing that he felt uneasy about it. Ferdihild suddenly remembered something, noting that after one look at the protagonist, an interesting idea came to his mind. Bjorn looked at him warily. Marchwin was also surprised, and the protagonist asked himself what was going on there. Ferdihild explained that a duel competition of Knights Cadets would take place a little later, and asked what Bjorn thought about it. He asked if he wanted to participate. The protagonist did not know what to do, and thought about the sudden quest, and although he had a bad feeling, he still agreed. Some time later, the people waiting for the battle admitted that they were looking forward to the Barbarian's performance, and someone asked if he was not an ordinary explorer from the lower floors. Someone had heard that he had less than a year of experience, and Bjorn himself thought that just participating would earn him 2 million stones, and the reward for winning would be the Garf's necklace number 7777. If a magic crystal was placed in it, it would melt and turn into a new random substance, and such a relic was only found in the rifts on the 5th floor, so it was very difficult to obtain. In many ways, the necklace was similar to the Frost Spirit Ring, because it was a low-numbered item and had extremely unique properties, but it was not particularly valuable, and because of this, it was considered useless despite how rare the necklace was. In addition, there was a secret hidden in it, and Bjorn smirked as he thought about it, and noticing his state, the butler shuddered in fear, and Marchwin simply looked at him in confusion. The protagonist suddenly thought that he felt strange, asking if it was true that now was the right time for something bad to happen. He supposed it was to keep himself safe in case something did happen, but he decided he shouldn't think about it because if he started avoiding problems because he was afraid of an uncertain future, the only ending he could have was total annihilation. He supposed if he said he wasn't nervous, he would be lying, but even so he was sure he needed to accept his fears and move forward. Suddenly someone asked how strong he was. It was Marchwind, who put his hand on his chin and admitted that he didn't even want Bjorn to win, but he said that if he lost too quickly his reputation would be tarnished. Interrupting his words, the protagonist said that it would be over in 10 seconds, and Marchwind asked in confusion, and the protagonist explained that he could smash most of these guys' skulls in 10 seconds. The butler became even more scared. Sweat came out on his face. Tears came into his eyes, and he shook, clutching his head in his hands, and Marchwind promised that he would give Bjorn an extra 1,000,000 stones if he won, so he advised him to try. Bjorn asked himself, is he a ray of light? He did not understand what this financial injection was, and suddenly he was filled with motivation. So he clenched his hands in a fist and promised that he would do his best. However, sometime later, knights came closer to him, and one of them said that he heard Bjorn's insolent words. As soon as the Baron walked away, a pack of rats, as the protagonist called them, gathered, and one of the knights, pointing a finger in his direction, repeated his words about 10 seconds, asking if he had forgotten his place after all this clowning. Bjorn remembered this guy, recalling that he called him a little clown or something like that. Korshin ordered him to pray that he would not become his opponent, promising that he would slit his throat in 10 seconds. Bjorn remembered that this guy spoke of his warrior pride. And then Sylvania joined the conversation, who wanted to say what would happen if the protagonist fell into his hands. But interrupting his words, Bjorn asked if they really had serious problems with their heads. The knights asked in confusion, and he frowned gravely and asked if they had really attacked him like a pack of cowardly rats. He was sure that even a baby warrior would not do such a thing, and the knights asked indignantly, not understanding how he could say such a thing, and Bjorn asked what was wrong with that. He supposed that these cadets had suddenly become brave as soon as the Baron had left, and he marveled at their honor and dignity. Korshin cried out indignantly, and Bjorn raised his voice greatly, asking if the knights had really attacked another participant in order to try to frighten him with their numbers. He declared that there was clearly something wrong with their heads, and because of how loud his voice was, the knights closed their eyes, covered their ears with their hands, and asked him to stop and close his mouth. Because the other nobles, attracted by Bjorn's scream, began to pay attention to them, they looked less threatening, and the protagonist noticed that they were at least ashamed. The nobles began to talk among themselves, noting that this was strange, and said that if Bjorn was serious, then knights should not behave like this. The cadets trembled, and then, leaving, promised that Bjorn would pay for this, and he, smiling, agreed, promising that next time he would solve all their problems with his head. He hoped that they would understand what he wanted to do, and sometime later the host announced that there was a winner, Sir Arfian from the house of Viscount Henselvania, Sir Sylvania from the house of Baron Hessen, and from the nest of Baron Marchewin, the winner Bjorn. The protagonist shuddered in surprise, realizing that those knights understood everything, and the leader ordered the combatants to take their positions. Sylvania, standing in front of him, grinned, noting that he looked surprised, and Bjorn thought that one of the 3 small musketeers was his first opponent. Besides, Sylvania was the most annoying of them, and the protagonist grinned, remembering that he was the one who insulted his dignity as a barbarian, although he himself had less than a mouse. Sylvania raised his sword, announcing his name, and swore on his honor and dignity that he would use only fair methods to slay the foolish Bjorn. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the protagonist shouted, raising his head, and everyone started to support him by raising their hands up, and Sylvania clenched his jaw, saying that this was very rude, and the protagonist sighed, asking himself, did he really expect the barbarian to be a gentleman? Finally, the host waved his hand, announcing the start of the duel, and Sylvania ran forward, ordering Bjorn to die, and he used a skill to make 2 illusions appear in addition to his sword, and frowning, the protagonist could not figure out which of the swords was real, but in that case, he just decided to fight it all off. He swung his axe, deflecting the attack, and Sylvania screamed, and Bjorn realized that he was now a true barbarian, and smirked at his opponent, but decided that Sylvania was definitely not someone to underestimate. Sylvania jumped up, attacking, but the protagonist dodged it, and then thought if they were in the same state, then everything could be different. Sylvania suddenly frowned, and Bjorn used a wild splash, and thanks to this, his threat level was temporarily increased by 3 times, and his physical characteristics increased proportionally to this value. The protagonist remembered how he promised to finish the fight in 10 seconds, and told Sylvania to come to him, since there was still a lot of time left until the end of 10 seconds. Sylvania looked at him with fear. Looking at him, Bjorn thought that Wild Splash increases his threat level, but it does not work like that on people. Although those who were already afraid of Bjorn began to shake in horror, and he remembered how Dvalki asked him not to come closer, and Nisha told him to attack, and the protagonist noted that the brave at heart are filled with fighting spirit. He wondered what would happen to Sylvania, and he got into a fighting stance, and Bjorn realized that it turned out that in this case, the last option. He assumed that Sylvania was part of the elite, and his opponent meanwhile ran to attack, again telling him to die, and the protagonist realized that he did not have a shield, and the next moment Sylvania lowered his sword, inflicting a wound on him, from which blood sprayed into the air, and Bjorn calmly thought that without a shield, he felt like without arms. Sylvania meanwhile frowned in shock, not understanding how the protagonist withstood this blow. After all, when he defended himself with his hand, nothing happened except a small wound that quickly healed. Bjorn asked, did Sylvania not realize that he was the weakling? He waved his hand, throwing the sword aside and ignoring the fact that a new wound appeared on his hand. The blood that had gotten on Sylvania's face was starting to hurt him, and he leaned down, asking what kind of dirty tricks were these. Bjorn asked what was going on. The whole thing was that he was just standing there, and he declared that Sylvania definitely had problems with his head. He grabbed him, and he screamed, and the protagonist, putting away the axe, asked if he remembered what Bjorn had promised him. He said that next time they met he would deal with his problems in his head, and he lifted him off the ground, thinking that if someone had problems with their head, the easiest way to get rid of the cause. He swung his other hand, clenching it into a fist, and thought with confidence that any barbarian would agree with that. Sylvania's eyes widened in horror as he looked at him, and thought that even if the barbarians did not agree with him, it did not matter. Some time later, entering the tent in the temporary infirmary of the followers, Lelos asked if Sylvania was dead. The priestess declared that he would live, but noted that Bjorn still needed to be gentler. She continued to work on Sylvania's wounds, healing him, and Bjorn exclaimed that he did not think his opponent would be such a weakling. He noted that he was a knight, and reminded her that he had hit with his fist, not even an axe, asking how he knew that Sylvania would be knocked out from the impact. The priestess asked again with displeasure, noting that Bjorn had hit him so hard that Sylvania's brains had flowed, and the protagonist decided to count the knockout if Sylvania remained alive. The healer looked at him in bewilderment, and he thought that she had experienced a semblance of the stupidity of 3 barbarians gathered together. Finally she sighed, closing her eyes in annoyance, and at the same time Sylvania opened his eyes slightly, asking where he was. Standing up, he remembered that he was definitely going to the competition, and the priestess suggested that he had lost his memory after the injury he received in the duel, explaining that she had just healed him, so his memories should return soon. Sylvania understood everything and thanked her for her help, and then flinched, noticing Bjorn, and he asked if he really did not remember anything. He leaned closer to Sylvania, and he sweated from the strain, saying that he did not remember anything, and asked him not to hover, as he was uncomfortable. The protagonist noted that it did not seem like he was lying, and asked him to do something for him, promising that after that he would immediately leave. Sylvania asked what he needed to do. Bjorn declared that it was nothing serious, and reminded Sylvania of his own statement to him, and told him to repeat it word for word. Sylvania asked if that was all that needed to be done. The protagonist confirmed it, ordering him to repeat it, and he began to speak, but before he had even finished, he suddenly stopped, remembering it now, and trembled, clutching his head, and Bjorn assumed that his memory had returned, and ordered him to continue, leaning even closer to him and grinning. Sylvania became afraid and, kneeling, began to beg him, apologizing and saying that he was wrong. Bjorn noticed that his problems with his head had passed, and Sylvania hid under the bed, shouting that he did not want to die, asking for someone to save him, and noticing his behavior, the priestess irritably ordered the protagonist to leave. Bjorn simply turned around, thinking that today he had healed an injury that even the trap could not heal. As he left the tent, approaching Marchwin, he exclaimed, noticing him, and noting that he had been looking for him everywhere. He asked where he had been. The protagonist explained that he went to see how Sylvania was doing, and Marchwin noted that this was unexpected, since Bjorn had just beaten him without mercy. The protagonist asked again, noting that if they were in the labyrinth, he would have tasted his axe. To be honest, he did not expect Sylvania to be so weak, and thought that if he was not quick, then at least he was resilient. Marchwin said that it was not Bjorn's fault, since the cadets themselves were to blame for not training enough. The protagonist asked if everything was okay. He said that these cadets may be training to be knights, but they were still from noble families. But Marchwin told him not to worry about it, asking why he thought they were holding these competitions in the first place. He explained that there would be no major problems even if someone died, and if there was a problem, he was going to deal with it. So he simply told Bjorn to focus on winning, because the more of a barbarian he showed himself to be, the happier the count would be. The protagonist agreed to this, promising that if that were the case, he would crack the skulls of all the other opponents. Soon the announcer announced that Korshin of Baron Serpius's house was to go next, and Bjorn of Baron Marchwin's house was up against him. The protagonist wondered if he was really that lucky today. Another of the three musketeer players stood in front of him, and the announcer announced the start of the fight, and Korshin got into a fighting stance, asking if Bjorn was really going to enter the ring after what he had done to the man. He suggested that he had no shame left, ordering him not to think that this fight would be as easy as the last one. He didn't want to admit it, but he said that Sylvania was the weakest of them, but suddenly he froze, looking in horror at Bjorn, who swung sharply, dealing him a powerful blow, from which blood sprayed into the air. The host announced the victory for the main hero, and he smiled enthusiastically, considering that everything was over in 3 seconds. Straightening up, he shouted, and the nobles began to support him, calling him the Crusher of Knights. Bjorn wondered if these people really enjoyed watching someone break someone's head so much. His reputation rose even higher, and he wondered who among them was supposed to be as savage. In the end, throwing another knight aside, he showed everyone in the semifinals how people break their spines, and mentally noted that it was barbaric. He remembered how he had broken the back of one of these knights, and the announcer had declared that Bjorn had won, and he was disappointed that he had not faced the last of the three musketeers, since he had not been able to perform his physical therapy. But one day he was going to do it, and at that time in the tent the priestess asked in shock if the cadet sitting opposite her really wanted to join the faith. He confirmed this, asking if it was possible to do it right now. He was almost crying, looking at her pleadingly, and the priestess counted that he had already done the third one today. A little later, coming closer to Bjorn, Marchwind exclaimed that he was truly amazing, noting that he even got goosebumps from the last match, and asked where he had learned such an interesting technique. The protagonist thought that these were cartoons, but said out loud that he would like to rest a little before the next fight, and Marchwind said that of course he would allow him to do so, deciding in that case to leave. Bjorn closed his eyes, remembering that there was one last opponent left, and realized that in that case his opponent would be the albatross from the house of Count Ferdehilt. When the host called out the name of Bjorn and his opponent, ordering them to take their positions, Bjorn thought about the cadet who had sworn allegiance to Count Ferdehilt, and looked at his opponent, who remarked that he was pleased to meet him. The protagonist responded in kind, thinking that he had managed to observe his fights, and remembered that he had the essence of an orc warrior, a giant golem, and a cyclops. It was a typical combination aimed at increasing strength, and he had a rough idea of what kind of person Ferdehilt was, remarking that he liked to show off. He smiled, and Albatross suddenly asked where his equipment was. Bjorn said that he felt a bit uncomfortable, and Albatross suggested that it was hard for him to fight normally with all that weight, stating that he was worried that it would be too easy, and admitted that he was glad that the protagonist took their match seriously. Soon, the match began, and he pointed his weapon forward, telling Bjorn to come to him. His attempts were obvious to the protagonist, and judging by the fact that he let his guard down, Bjorn noted that it was not for nothing that he kept his cards close to the very end. He activated his skill, and Albatross at first simply watched him, and then took the head, because the protagonist used Gigani eyes and Wild Surge. Noticing what happened to him after using these skills, Albatross sweated in fear and opened his eyes wider, and the threat level and physical characteristics increased proportionally to his size growth, and Bjorn became much more threatening. And thanks to the use of the Wild Splash Mirror, his threat level temporarily increased 3 times, and his physical characteristics increased proportionally to this value. He frowned, smirking, and Albatross trembled, not knowing what to say, and the protagonist thought that this combination of skills greatly increased his threat level. When he put his foot on the ground, it began to crack, and Bjorn also noted that these skills raised his physical statuses. In the end, unable to bear it anymore, Albatross dropped his sword, starting to run away, and asked for someone to save him. He began to run through the crowd of nobles, crying in horror, and mentally noted that it would be easier for him, after which he canceled the gigantization, and the host announced that Albatross had left the battlefield. He flinched, then said that he hadn't done it on purpose, and asked for someone to give him one chance. However, before he could say it, someone ordered him to stop. It was Ferdehilt, who frowned in displeasure, asking how much longer Albatross was going to disgrace his name. Bjorn cursed in his mind, wondering if maybe he shouldn't have used gigantisation. There was no light in Erwin's room anymore, unlike the other windows in the house. But in the silence of the night, Erwin's quiet whispers could be heard. She was muttering about how she needed to become stronger, and this thought that was swirling in the air in her room was literally eating away at her head. Erwin was sitting on the floor, hugging her knees with her arms, looking down. Her hair was rising up due to the currents and swirls of the elements that surrounded her. Erwin was obsessed with the idea that she needed to become stronger. Her tired eyes were so wide open that it seemed that the capillaries in them were about to burst. Erwin, like a madwoman, whispered that only in this way could she keep the people close to her, and she would have everything she wanted. This heartbreaking monologue was interrupted by Erwin's sister Trisha, who slowly opened the door, looked into the room, calling her sister by name. She looked around the room uncertainly, directing her gaze at her sister. Noticing her, Erwin raised her eyes to her sister, already in a more joyful voice asking her, was she really there? Trisha's face showed undisguised anxiety. She carefully asked her if she was okay. Erwin, with feigned incomprehension, asked her what she meant. Then Trisha tried to answer her that the thing was that she heard her sister muttering something under her breath. Erwin then smiled, as if beaming with confidence, telling her sister that she had spoken to the spirits. Erwin also said that she was busy training, asking Trisha if she could come over later. Trisha then agreed with her, and then left the room again, closing the door behind her. She leaned against the wooden surface of the door, her face still unsure, and she asked herself in her mind, would it be better to tell her sister now? Trisha pushed herself away from the door and began to walk away, thinking that everyone was only talking about Little Balkan. She thought that it was somehow abnormal not to tell Erwin about this. But then her thoughts were interrupted. She asked herself, when will her sister have the opportunity to grow so much as a researcher? The image of Erwin trying her best with an exhausted look appeared in her memories. At this point, Erwin had become a contractor with all 4 spirits, and she had even managed to give 3 of them free will. Trisha thought that she was actually confused by how her sister had achieved everything so quickly. Trisha thought that this was not the end of her doubts either, because Erwin had extraordinary abilities in combat, both in archery and in wielding daggers. Erwin could now engage in duel with rank 7 monsters alone. She agreed with herself in her mind, thinking that she really shouldn't tell her sister the whole truth yet, because she might grow even stronger. Trisha opened the door to the library, thinking that her sister had gotten much worse recently, but if it would help her grow, then she thought it was worth it. Then her gaze suddenly widened, and she asked out loud, did this really happen recently? She immediately began to reason. Could it all be because of that essence? She picked up one of the books lying on the shelf, saying something about Kanabaro. It was the book of basic essences, which described all the essences from the 9th to the 7th rank. She thought happily that she had finally found it. The room was quite dark. Only the magical fire illuminated the space for her. Kanabaro was a rank 7 with average agility, weak resistance to the ease, weak concentration, average accuracy, weak sixth sense, average hearing, but possession was strong. Kanabaro increases agility and alertness while moving, and has the mana trap, red, hound, blue, and green pursuit arrow skill. Seeing the line about possession, Trisha said in surprise, after reading this, comparing the page where the 8th rank Steel Valley Defender and the 9th rank Goblin Archer were described. The Steel Valley Defender had average possession, and the Goblin Archer was strong. Trisha asked herself, is this line also in these columns? She bit the tip of her finger, thinking that now she understood. Her sister became obsessed with strength because of this characteristic. Trisha knew very well that she didn't like it, but she couldn't just take the essence out of her sister either. Trisha sighed heavily as she closed the book, and then thought that when they found an essence to replace this, then she would ask her sister to delete this too. Trisha thought that she had figured out the reason, so it should be easier now. She withdrew fire magic as she left the library. When she was already in bed, she cursed in her mind, shuddering as she thought that if she found out that he was alive before they got rid of these essences, then which way would her sister's obsession turn? Meanwhile, in the 7th district, the coachman who was driving the carriage stopped, saying that they had arrived. The protagonist's voice was heard from within the carriage, thanking the coachman and getting out. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and Bjorn had finally returned home. He asked himself in his mind, should they start? There were many bags of gold coins in front of him. Bjorn asked himself, was it the case that the client was a rich aristocrat? Baron Marchuin's request was for a rather large sum of money. The promise fee was 1 million stones, the fee for participating in the tournament 2 million stones, the fee for winning the tournament 1 million stones, and also handing over the champion's trophy to the Baron cost 300,000 stones. In total, the Baron was ready to give almost 4.5 million stones for this. The protagonist thought about how he had earned a huge amount of money in just one day of work. Bjorn remembered how Baron Marchuin cheerfully said that he was sure that high society would only talk about him and Bjorn for a few more months. Therefore, he told him to look in on him if any problems arose. Bjorn remembered his work done, thinking that the Baron should be pleased considering everything he had done. On the other hand, he also thought about how Count Fertihill looked angry. Bjorn remembered how the Count congratulated him on his victory. He said that in any case, he would challenge him when the protagonist was a little more prepared. They shook hands, and Bjorn asked him, what was this about? Count Fertihill told him that he didn't need to know the details. He told him to just ignore the requests from the other nobles until it happened. The Count asked him if it would be okay for him. The protagonist thought about how it felt like something terrible would happen if he refused it. At that moment, he simply nodded. After all, wasn't that stupid? The Count's gaze was really very creepy. Then the protagonist thought that he didn't care anymore, saying that he didn't expect to get it so early. In his hand was the necklace of Harfus, item number 7777. It was an item that was impossible to get, no matter how hard you try, unless you were lucky. The protagonist reminded himself, asking himself, how high is his luck? Bjorn put his hand with the necklace on the table, looking at the ceiling, thinking that from now on, he even needs to breathe carefully. The next morning, the table in his room was completely covered with tons of letters. There were so many envelopes that Bjorn finally understood what the Count was talking about. The protagonist opened a couple of letters, begins to read the contents of these notes. He read that he was even invited to a banquet for a small reward. The protagonist thought that for nobles this could be a small reward. However, they can even live on this money. But still, he was tormented by the Count's gaze, which seemed to be a warning. Bjorn sat down at the table, starting to answer these invitations. He thought that if he agreed to go there, the Count would definitely go crazy. However, he couldn't just ignore them, because the nobles could start taking revenge. As a result, the protagonist wrote a written refusal to each of them. The protagonist began to get dressed, thinking about what was on the Count's mind. Such people scared him the most because they seem calm, but as soon as you cross the line, such people immediately go crazy. Bjorn thought that the situation was already tense because he could not figure out his intentions. He asked himself over and over again, what reason could the Count have to be so interested in some barbarian researcher? Bjorn immediately thought that he needed to find out more about him the next time the community opened. He left his room, starting to walk further down the corridor. Meanwhile, he also thought that it seemed like this was the last month of his helping Raven with her scientific work. The protagonist knocked on the door. Well, and from the room where he came, Raven herself came out. She looked away with a nervous smile, saying that Bjorn had already arrived. He asked her who he should help today. Raven shuddered and did not even know how to answer him this question. After that, Artemian appeared in front of the protagonist. He smiled happily at the protagonist, greeting him with his hand, shouting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Friendliness was visible on his face, which could not be said about the protagonist, who angrily said to Raven that she told him that he would help her elders, and not literally an old man. Raven apologized to him, asking for forgiveness, saying that her teacher really insisted on this. She turned around under the displeased look of the protagonist, looking at Artemian, who said that there was no need to be so nervous because there was nothing special about it. The protagonist furrowed his brows, thinking that this meant that he forced Raven. Artemian said that he just wanted to see if his magical device could detect the soul of a golden spirit or not. Artemian folded his arms over his chest with a smile, telling the protagonist this. Bjorn looked at him with distrust, asking what magical device he was talking about. The protagonist thought that he should remain calm and also prepare for the worst scenario. He knew perfectly well that this old man thought of him as an evil spirit, which meant that the protagonist should not react to the phrase evil spirit, but to the words about a magical device. Bjorn leaned towards Artemian's face, examining it and asking if it was really safe. Artemian laughed, while Bjorn thought that this was the most logical reaction, considering everything Raven did to him until now. Artemian's gaze became more serious. He asked the protagonist, does he really not trust him? Him, who was the master of the Artemian school. Artemian gritted his teeth, asking the protagonist, who did he take him for? Then he assured Bjorn that he should not worry, because Aru would prove the safety of the device. He called his student Raven So, who immediately after this phrase pointed at herself in surprise, asking, Did he really mean her? Artemian answered her with a smile that there was nothing difficult in it. Then Raven agreed, saying that if her only job was to check the formulas. The protagonist continued to reason that, most likely, she would side with her master. Bjorn understood that it was difficult for both of them to trust, but since he was acting like this, it means that he himself is not yet sure of the result. The protagonist realized that, in other words, such a device does not exist, and it did not exist in the first place. Bjorn also thought, of course, it could have suddenly appeared, but in that case, Artemian would have somehow tricked him in order to conduct the test. Bjorn seemed to feel like they were going to test him on the well-known polygraph, the lie detector. So if he tried to find an excuse to get out of there now, he would only fall into its trap. He realized that he had nowhere to go, so he thought that in that case he should just start. Artemian, still smiling, asked the protagonist what he was going to do. Artemian again assured him that the experiment was safe and would not take much time. Bjorn asked him how long it could really last. Artemian answered him that the experiment would last about 5 minutes. Bjorn said that in that case he agreed to it. Then Artemian flinched and awkwardly asked him if he was sure about that. Bjorn asked him what he meant. Artemian spread his arms out to the sides and awkwardly added that Bjorn had been worried before that all this could be dangerous. But the protagonist answered him by reminding him that Artemian had said earlier that Raven would check everything. Then Artemian said that this was indeed so. He wanted to add something else, but the protagonist interrupted him. Bjorn put his hand on his neck, displeased, telling Artemian to act faster, because he already wanted to finish this and go to bed. The protagonist asked Artemian in his thoughts did he think that Bjorn would fall for his bait. He mentally called him an ancient old man, and then this strange experiment began. After a while, the protagonist left the room, and Raven said in surprise that he left, asking her teacher what was that. She put her hands on her hips, and her gaze expressed bewilderment. Artemian laughed awkwardly, looking at his student. Then Raven pointed to the chair that was used for the experiment, saying that it looked strange, but it really was a very ordinary chair. Raven said that she played along with him, as he wanted, and then asked if Artemian was about not telling her anything. The teacher did not answer, and then Raven asked, is this really what she thinks? She asked if it meant that Artemian thought that the protagonist was an evil spirit. She asked, leaning her body forward, if that was why he was interrogating him about what happened in the labyrinth. Artemian raised his hands up in a sign of humility, asking the girl to calm down. Then she asked him again, did this mean that his suspicions were gone? Artemian sighed heavily and said that he was indeed wrong. Then Raven said that she understood where his suspicions came from, because Bjorn really was a unique person. Then she asked him again for an answer to something, folding her arms across her chest with a displeased expression on her face. Artemian asked her what she wanted to know from him. Raven asked him, why did he need all this? And she began to reason out loud that since he considered the protagonist suspicious, then he just needed to hand him over to the secret police. Artemian told her that he did not do that, because then Bjorn would have simply died. His face became grim as he remembered the many people who lost their heads because of this. Raven asked him, what is he talking about? Artemian turned away from her and told her not to worry about it. He folded his arms behind his back, starting to walk away, saying that he was already tired, so he wanted to leave. Raven tried to call out to him, asking him to wait, wondering, would he really have died? Then she covered her mouth with her hand in horror, realizing that this meant that the evil spirit wanted her teacher alive. She asked herself, what was he trying to do anyway? When the protagonist returned to the room, he immediately began to rest. The protagonist said, sighing heavily, that he was already tired. Bjorn lay in his room on his bed like a starfish, thinking that it was really a shock. He also thought that he had been very sensitive lately, and the anxiety did not subside. However, he also thought that he was not a failure at all, because he had reacted extremely well, as it seemed to him. Bjorn placed his hand on his forehead thinking about it. Then he began to go over all the events that had happened to him in that room. Asked himself, why did old Artemian look disappointed? But then he thought that he did not care. Suddenly, a loud voice called his name, asking if he was asleep, caught his train of thought. It was Misha, hovering over the protagonist as if floating in the air. Bjorn asked himself in surprise how this could happen, but then he remembered that he had given her the keys to his room. He sat up on the bed, calling the girl by name, and she hummed in response with a smile, preparing to listen. Bjorn pointedly told her that he needed her, taking her hand. Misha immediately blushed with embarrassment as this happened, looking at the protagonist in surprise. Misha asked in surprise, did he really need her at this hour? She said that it was still very light, and then asked the protagonist to wait because she had not even prepared herself. Her tail began to move from side to side in excitement. However, contrary to her expectations, Bjorn sat her down at the table, telling her to write it, because he had to answer all the nobles. Misha said upset that she only had to write letters. The two of them sat at the table, thinking up answers to the nobles. But then Misha began to ask, confused, if the protagonist was sure that it was possible to send such expressions to the nobles. She said that it could end badly. Misha looked at what she wrote, raising her eyebrow in incomprehension. The protagonist answered her that it was, of course, he thought that it came out quite well. Bjorn tried so hard to write these letters that he even fell asleep with his tongue out, leaving a message in large letters on a piece of paper. What he wrote really did not sound very polite, because there were only a few words about how he was too busy, so the nobleman should find another barbarian. At the bottom, he signed his name and surname, so Misha finally resigned herself. Then she asked the protagonist to tell her what happened yesterday, while she continued to write the answers with him. After a while, they were sitting at a table with food and drinks, and one of his comrades asked Bjorn why he was not saying anything. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, asking him to wait because he was thinking. It was a regular meeting of the outcast team. Hikuro agreed. Looking at Bjorn, there were 10 days left until the opening of the labyrinth. The dwarf said that he would not go there. He said, closing his eyes, that if the collapse of the dimension really happens, then they will all end. And he was not the only one with the same opinion. Devalki covered his mouth with his palm, worriedly saying that there is no smoke without fire, and the Rottmiller with a confident look answered that he thought that the right decision this time would be to rest. Then Misha asked the protagonist, what is he planning? Bjorn thought that he could convince them otherwise using the information he got from the community. He chuckled, thinking that it seemed like it was not entirely necessary. The protagonist reasoned that it was even better this way. He recently thought about how it had been 3 months since visiting the Bloody Citadel. Anyone who played the game knew that in early stages, you need to clear the rift on the first floor as soon as it rolls back. But the protagonist knew that he could not just tell them how to open it, so he decided to take only Misha with him. Bjorn turned his gaze to his comrade, saying that in that case, they should go together. Misha immediately fidgeted, asking, should she really go too? The protagonist folded his arms over his chest, raising his eyebrow, asking her if she was going to ditch him. She immediately replied that it was not so, but Bjorn realized that it was obvious that she did not want to go. The protagonist told her that since she was so worried, he could go alone. However, she immediately interrupted him, snorting with displeasure. Misha said that Bjorn was really a savage. She asked him, didn't he even think that he should have asked her first? Misha folded her arms over her chest, looking at the protagonist embarrassedly and slightly offended. She said he should have at least tried to speak more politely than usual. The protagonist shuddered, asking himself in his thoughts, what does politely mean? He hummed, frowning, and then shouted loudly, asking her to go with him more politely. Misha playfully turned away from him, smiling. She said that, of course, she would not have let him climb into the labyrinth alone. The protagonist asked himself in his thoughts, did it really work? Then he said that in that everything was decided. Devalki surprised but raised himself, and Hikuro looked at them with anxiety in his eyes. Bjorn thought that this time they would visit the rift. The next day began with the events that were happening in the market. One of the newspapermen was shouting loudly for everyone to listen. After all, he had a special edition. In his hand were the same newspapers that he was distributing everywhere, continuing to shout that the royal family had stated that the rumors of the collapse of dimensions were false. Hot continued loudly scolding everyone that the Teridian school from the Tower of Magicians was spreading false gossip. Rottmiller and Hikuro took one of the copies of this newspaper, reading the contents in surprise, while all the other passers-by also stopped in a moment to read it. After that, the surgeon immediately visited the protagonist's room, cheerfully asking him if he had heard about the new news. He said that they could go to the labyrinth together, but the protagonist immediately interrupted him, saying that he could not. After all, he had already accepted the task. After that, Bjorn immediately slammed the door of his room right in front of the dwarf's nose, while he, with his hands on his hips, stood there awkwardly, laughing awkwardly. Misha raised her eyes to the protagonist, asking, when did he manage to get the job of a bodyguard? The protagonist told her not to think about it, because it was just an excuse. Misha looked at him in surprise, not understanding what was he talking about. Then Bjorn told her that, to be honest, this time he was going to climb into the rift. Misha asked him in surprise, how was he going to do it? She wondered if he found out in the library how to get into it. She pushed back her chair, sitting at the table after the protagonist, while he awkwardly looked away, deciding that this was a good excuse for how he could know this. So he answered in agreement. Misha then asked the protagonist why he didn't want to tell Hikuro about it. She wondered if it would be better if they all went together. The protagonist started to clean his sword, asking her if she told anyone that she used a frost spirit ring to make a contract with a spirit beast. Misha told him that she didn't. Then the protagonist looked at her intently, asking if it was true. Misha said that Bjorn asked her to keep it a secret, so she didn't do that, so Bjorn immediately told her that it was true. He asked her what she thought would happen if Hikuro was in her place. Would he keep his mouth shut? Misha shook her head from side to side, that it wasn't true, because he would immediately spill the beans after one glass of good drink. Then Bjorn continued asking her what was about Dvalka and Rathmiller. Misha thoughtfully put her finger to her chin, which Dvalki would definitely accidentally let slip, but she was not sure about Rathmiller. The protagonist thought about it, thinking that Misha's words almost perfectly matched his thoughts, except for the words about Rathmiller. He thought that from their team, he was the easiest to understand because he would really keep their secret, but at the same time, he would start asking suspicious questions, something like, how could Bjorn know this? Misha said that now she understood why he did not tell him anything, and then she pointed her finger at herself, asking what happened to her. She was wondering why he told her everything. She got up from the table, and her tail rose up from interest. Bjorn hesitated, not knowing what to say. However, he understood that there were several reasons for this, because Misha was surprisingly good at keeping quiet about everything. In addition, she was completely incapable of lying, so he would be able to immediately find out whether she had blabbed the secret or not. The protagonist looked at her with his eyes, thinking about this, and then also thought that, however, all this could be put into one sentence. Bjorn voiced out loud what was in his thoughts. He said that he simply trusted her. Immediately rose up, and her face blushed. She exclaimed embarrassedly, and then looked away, starting to laugh awkwardly, fanning her face with her palm. Misha said that the room had become very hot, asked the protagonist if he does not feel it. Bjorn told her to just drink some water, and Misha laughed sheepishly again, agreeing with him. There were only 8 days left until the labyrinth opened. The protagonist smiled, thinking that it would take a long time to prepare for it. He and Misha were walking down the street, and she asked him if he was going to upgrade his equipment again. The protagonist told her that he wanted to enchant it. Lightning energy had imbued his equipment, so for a certain period of time, the equipment would gain the element of lightning. Misha said with a trembling voice that this was the most expensive potion of all, asking the protagonist if he was really going to take this. On the table in front of them lay a lightning scroll, thunder grass, and an advanced potion. Bjorn only calmly told her that he had wanted to try this for a long time, so it was not money down the drain. Although he also said that the 2 million stones spent on the purchase came from the joint account that he and Misha had recently opened. Time continued to move inexorably, and there were already 7 days left until the opening. When the protagonist visited the shaman, he told him with a smile that it seemed like he was doing well. He asked him if he brought in 4 million in just 2 months. After that, the house seemed to move from side to side, as if there was an earthquake around, and Bjorn activated the 4th stage immortality imprint, and willpower and spirit increased by 40 points. After that, another day passed unnoticed again. There were only 6 days left until the opening. Misha came to the protagonist, telling him to quickly wash up and eat. In her was a basket, which she held out to giant versions of Bjorn. Thanks to the increase in spirit, he could stay in the form of giants 1.5 times longer than before. When Misha learned that the protagonist was going to the library, she asked him if she could go with him. Bjorn looked at her with distrust, asking, does she really want this? He asked her if she even reads. Misha looked at him angrily, hissing like a cat, asking him, what was that look? She said that she actually read books sometimes. Ragna said the precision spell out loud. Bjorn and Misha looked at her in surprise, and then the protagonist asked why there was such a spell today. Ragna explained that she uses it specifically for them, so she can't use it in front of others. She looked away in embarrassment, and then Bjorn asked her if maybe she should have told him that. Then Ragna closed her eyes, asking if Misha said that her last name was Karlstein. Then she asked her to forget everything she had just said. Bjorn wondered, What does that mean? But he didn't want to think about it too much, so he chose to forget. So another day passed, and now there were only 5 days left until the opening. Raven sat on her desk and told the protagonist that they were done, then thanked him for putting up with her. Bjorn pulled his clothes back on, saying that it had been a tough job, and Raven said with irritation that he could have kept quiet, but then added that he shouldn't die where he was going. The protagonist asked her, "Aren't you going to take the pass to the tower?" He handed her the token, but Raven held her hand out in disagreement, telling him to keep it to himself and to stop by if he needed anything. She said that she was curious about how things were going for him, because after all, he was a real magnet for trouble. Then the protagonist said that in that case, that's what he would do. And so, Day X arrived, the day Bjorn was going to that very place. The people who were with him thanked him for giving them advice, and also told him to be careful of people and protect his heart, because they will not forget him. Everyone wished him luck, and Bjorn, who was standing to the side, sheepishly put his finger to his nose, thinking that they even said thank you, thinking that these people were really very kind. Misha looked at his expression, not sharing his thoughts until the end. One of his comrades said that it must have been really cool to have such a reliable mentor. Bjorn seriously told them that he was just giving these people a direction. Then Hikuro told him not to talk like that about himself. Bjorn turned his gaze to him, saying that they should also be careful and not take friendly relations at face value. Hikuro chuckled, asking the protagonist, did he really think that he was just another young barbarian? The protagonist thought that, to be honest, he thought so. Bjorn looked at Rathmiller, thinking that he was entrusting everything into his hands. Then Rathmiller said that they would already go, asking, are they going to go too? Misha awkwardly tried to answer that they were still waiting for the client. Then Rathmiller answered that in that case they would go first. Devalki smiled as he approached the portal, saying that they would see each other tomorrow, but then corrected himself by saying that it would be later. Once they disappeared into the portal, about half an hour passed, but Bjorn and Misha still hadn't moved. Then she hesitantly asked the protagonist if they were going to go in. Bjorn folded his arms over his chest and told her to wait, and Misha asked in surprise how much longer they were going to do this. The protagonist said that this is why everyone dislikes noobs, because if he said wait, then they should just wait. Bjorn understood that this way they would double our experience, and then with a smile said that they should go in right now. A system notification appeared that they had entered the crystal cave on the first floor. After they went deeper, Bjorn touched one of the altars, and the system window announced that they were the first to open a portal, so they get +2 to experience. Misha asked the protagonist in surprise, what is this? Is this a portal to the second floor? She asked how he knew about it. Misha turned to her, holding a torch in his hand, starting to explain to her. Misha's head was smoking from the information he received, and she asked, can they really use the phenomenon of dimensional instability? Bjorn told her that he really can't explain it to her properly himself, so he just uses it once he found out. Misha said that she felt sorry for Rothmiller. Then the protagonist looked at her in surprise, asking, what does this mean? She lowered her gaze down, saying that he would definitely think that all his work was useless if he knew about such a loophole. She said that it reminded her of how she used the ring. Then the protagonist thought that it was indeed true, because if Rothmiller knew about this bug, he would probably start to think that he was good for nothing. Bjorn remembered how, over drinks, Rothmiller said that he was sure that he could open the portal with his hands if he continued to work hard, because it was his dream as a scout. Bjorn thought that Rothmiller really took his class quite seriously. After that, as soon as they entered the new portal, a notification appeared above them, that they had entered the rocky desert on the second floor. Bjorn lit their path with the torch, saying that they were not very lucky to end up in the rocky desert. The protagonist knew that now they needed to go through the eastern portal to get to the beast's lair, and that was where the magic crystals he needed were, so he figured that they would have to go back. They went back into the portal, returning to the crystal cave on the first floor. Bjorn checked his compass, saying that they would need to go 2 days to the east. After 3 hours, they were already fighting, which were waiting for them in this world. They had a battle with creatures called gnomes. They were monsters of the 9th rank, which looked like dolls made of clay. All of them have integration skills, so they can only be seen from a distance of 3 meters. Misha sighed heavily, saying that killing them all was not difficult, but lifting all these magic crystals was really exhausting. She picked up one of them again, and Bjorn thought that they themselves would not have to do this if Taki was with them. Then Misha turned her gaze to the side, listening to the sounds, telling Bjorn that people were running there. She asked him what they should do. The protagonist told her that he was not sure about it, because if they got here in only 3 hours, then they must have all passed the levels very quickly. A large crowd appeared right in front of them. It was one of the teams that entered the portal. They were all running loudly, trying to move faster to explore the order of the leader. Bjorn thought about how these guys were still the fastest. Only the portal was already open. Misha said that their equipment looked very good. She asked, do they need to be as loaded to open portals? The protagonist moved from his place, closing his eyes and asking why she was so surprised. After all, they too will one day become like that. He told her that they should go, and Misha asked him with interest if it was true. Bjorn thought about how it seemed like she had already gotten used to everyone considering them outcasts. She slightly overtook him, with a cheerful voice, asking if he knew that he was very ambitious. Misha asked, was it because he was a barbarian? Then Bjorn wondered if she wanted to insult him. Misha nudged the protagonist, calling him an idiot, and then with a sweet smile on her face, said that she actually meant that he was cool. Misha moved forward again, looking over her shoulder at the protagonist, causing him to cough in embarrassment, putting his hand to his mouth. The protagonist thought that sometimes she was too straightforward. He stopped in place, watching the girl running happily next to him. Bjorn asked himself, does she also think of herself as a barbarian? Currently, the protagonist level was 4, strength was 386.1, spirit 238.3, skills 342.4, item level was 967, and the total combat level was 1208.55. The essences absorbed were the rank 7 corpse golem, rank 5 vampire defender, and rank 5 orc hero. Time flew by rather quickly, and it had already been 19 hours since the opening of the labyrinth. When they came to other people who were also exploring this place, there was an immediate noise around. They were asking each other if they had seen those who had approached them. One of them was even surprised by the size of the protagonist's mace, saying that it seemed that even the backpack on his back was with an expansion. They were indignant. Why are such people still trampling around there? Bjorn looked around, thinking that he had not taken this into account. He understood that it must look strange. There were other explorers standing around them, but their equipment and physical characteristics were much lower level than the protagonist and his companion. Bjorn thought that they looked like those who should be on the upper floors, but in the meantime they were wandering around the starting location of the first floor. The protagonist smiled, giggling under his breath, which made Misha ask him in surprise, what was funny about that? Bjorn answered her that he was simply remembering the past. He remembered very well the horror he had gone through until he met Erwin. Then his thoughts changed direction, and he mentally wondered how she was doing now. He thought that everything should be fine since her sister was also rich, but he was still curious to know. After all, she had become his first comrade. He even thought that maybe he should even find her later, but then his thoughts were interrupted, and he directed his gaze at one of the researchers who were standing nearby. The protagonist thought in surprise and confusion, why is this man looking at him like that? He looked at this guy with an indignant look, but remained silent. Bjorn thought about what he saw, how envy and greed were mixed in this look. He asked himself, does this man even understand that it was easier to kill him than the goblin? He didn't understand why he felt worse when he looked at him. Bjorn stopped and looked at the guy point blank, calling him, which made the guy flinch in surprise. The protagonist asked him with a serious voice if he had anything to say. Then the guy stuttered that he didn't, but the protagonist looked at him angrily, folding his arms over his chest, asking why he was looking at him so intently then. The guy flinched again from fear and a sense of danger, immediately starting to apologize to the protagonist. Misha tugged the protagonist's hand, calling his name and asking him why he was doing this. She reminded him that the guy had done nothing to Bjorn. The protagonist immediately understood how this situation could look from the outside. It was like a typical situation on the street when a guy, walking with a girl, starts to act tough in front of his companion, using a person who looked at him the wrong way for this. But Bjorn immediately convinced himself that this guy had really been staring at him for a long time. He thought he needed to check something. Then Bjorn, with a menacing expression, asked him what his name was. The terrified guy answered that his name was Hans Ivan. He was so scared that his speech trembled as he spoke. Bjorn, surprised, began to ask him if his name was really Hans and not Hans. He told him to stop lying, asking if his name was really Hans. The even more scared guy told him that his name really was. Bjorn embarrassedly thought that he had made a mistake after all, but then thought that it was good for him after all. However, the guy looked down and then said that his name used to be Hans, but he changed it because it was too popular. Bjorn exclaimed in surprise, asking what this meant. He raised his fist at chest level, thinking that now he understood why he felt so bad as soon as he looked at him. Bjorn folded his arms on his chest again and began to tell this guy not to dare change him back, telling him to continue living as a const, asking just in case if he understood it. The const immediately began to nod his head in agreement and understanding, although he did not fully understand why the protagonist was acting like this. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden loud sound, which was accompanied by the shaking of the earth. Misha turned to the protagonist, shouting for him to look in that direction. The protagonist cursed in his thoughts, and then took Misha by the hand, shouting that they must run. They began to leave this place, leaving the guy alone, just as scared. The protagonist understood that in the labyrinth there was only one explanation for this phenomenon. This meant that the rift would soon open. The protagonist thought that changing his name didn't help this guy. He started running faster and faster, thinking that although no one knows about it, but naturally the rifts open once every 3 days, and while they're on the first floor, it means that someone used his method to open the rift. Bjorn worked out in his thoughts, thinking that he invested a lot of money in preparation. He couldn't figure out who it was. Was it a former player or just someone with brains? He and Misha continued to run forward, while she loudly shouted behind him that there was an obstacle ahead. The protagonist told her that he saw it, thinking that they would find out the whole truth when they got inside the rift. Then Bjorn abruptly grabbed his companion by the shoulder, and with his other hand he grabbed her legs, lifting her up like a princess. He shouted at her to hold on tight, and then jumped straight into the rift, while the scared girl looked at him with indignation. A system window appeared, saying that the character entered the rift on the first floor. As soon as they got there, they immediately noticed that it was quite cold in this place. There was snow everywhere, all the trees were completely white, not to mention the ground. In front of them were some of the explorers who went into the portal with them. One of them said, upon seeing the protagonist and Misha, that the Barbarian and the Beast Woman inspired Hulk. The guy who was a member of this squad shouted with a smile that it was nice to meet you, and then introduced himself, saying that his name was Carlson. Then the big guy behind him with barriers, folding his arms across his chest, said menacingly that it seemed that these people would not be a burden to them. And then he introduced himself, saying that his name was Admin Jurek Fried. After that, the girl, the last member of their team, introduced herself, saying that her name was Jinsha Nefrin. She also added that she would do her best to stay out of the way. The main character also introduced himself, saying that his name was Bjorn and that he was Thor's son. Then he pointed his finger at his companion, saying that her name was Michelle and that they had come together. Misha looked at him in surprise, exclaiming in confusion, and Bjorn thought with displeasure, could she really be serious? He tried in every way to give her a sign so that she would think faster. After that, Misha said that Bjorn had said everything correctly, and then she also tried to make a calm face, which she did very poorly, which is why Bjorn now thought with indignation, could this really be her poker face? After that, Bjorn closed his eyes, saying that the position of a defender suited him best, and then asked the people they met what they were good at. Jinsha immediately smiled and replied that she had been trained as a scout since she was little, and that she had also absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. Carlson said that he mainly uses a sword and shield, and that he usually fights in the vanguard in team battles. Bjorn immediately began to analyze the situation, reasoning that the girl should have been on the first floor, and this guy was about the second floor. He put his finger to his lips, thinking that there were 2 newbies in front of him, and then he also reasoned that he was ready. The situation was completely different, unlike the Bloody Citadel. Rifts appear in every 5th or 6th labyrinth, every 5 to 6 months depending on the season, or 4 if you open them intentionally. In other words, since 5 months have not yet passed, there should be no explorers from the middle and high floors on the first level. This meant that if they were going to enter the Beast's lair and open the rift 3 days after the labyrinth was opened, then it was logical that the others there were newbies who hadn't even looked at the second floor. Bjorn was like standing and looking at chickens who weren't yet familiar with all the horrors of the labyrinths. And then he reassured himself that at least a day had already passed in the labyrinth, which meant that there wasn't that much time left. But then he turned his gaze to the third member of the team of those with whom he would now have to survive, thinking that only he was suspicious there. When Bjorn turned to Admin, asking him what about him, Admin looked up at him, asking if he was talking about him. Then he pointed his hand behind him, pointing to his weapon, saying that he could see what he was working with. Bjorn thought in surprise, is that really a huge crossbow? He didn't understand if this thing even worked. The protagonist said that he wanted to know more about it. But then Admin asked him forcefully if he wanted to introduce himself first. Then Bjorn started to answer him that he was a rank 6 explorer and Michelle was a rank 7. He said that they were usually active on the 4th floor. Admin said that he understood, and then said that he was a rank 5. Then Bjorn asked him what he was doing there then. Misha also continued to stand next to him with a stupid expression while the protagonist was talking to the exploration team with a serious expression. After Bjorn asked Abman, he told him that he could ask him the same question. The protagonist thought about how Abman always answered a question with a question. Then he said that they usually went in a team, but there was a problem, so this time they went in together and got stuck on the first floor because the scout was missing and they noticed the opening of a rift. After listening to him, Abman said that they were in the same situation, saying that it was a coincidence. He also said with a serious face that he had left his team a long time ago. The protagonist cursed in his thoughts, mentally asking his opponent if he was serious. He didn't know if there was a powerful enough marksman build to go solo, but with his appearance, it was starting to look like the truth. Indeed, this guy's appearance looked extremely stern. Bjorn began to reason that he did not think that small researchers would be able to farm rank 8 magic crystals from the second floor in this time to open the rift. Bjorn turned his attention to the other 2 members of this squad, thinking that there were also these guys who perhaps also hid their true identities. Bjorn asked with interest who was the first. It was important for him to know who actually opened the rift. Misha remained silent in response to this question. Carlson answered thoughtfully that they seemed to have arrived in this place at almost the same time. Jinsha said that she did not know, noting that they had entered together. Abman still asked him with distrust. What did it matter to him? Bjorn did not understand. Were they really going to play Mafia? Then he said that in this case, everything was decided. The protagonist said that Misha, Abman, and he would each receive a share of the loot, and the other 2 would divide 1 into 2. He also said that they would not lose much from this. After all, they would give them all the necessary essences. The protagonist reasoned that it was decided that Misha would absorb the essence of the keeper, and who would receive the rift stone or the numbered item, we would roll a die, although he understood perfectly well that he could not trust his luck. After this conversation, Abman turned away, starting to leave, saying that it was time for them to move out and go in battle formation. The main character walked in front of everyone, and behind him walked Carlson and Jinsha together with Abman. The last one of the squad was Misha. After some time, while they continued to walk, Bjorn thought that it was, of course, strange to get to such a place. After all, he was already accustomed to the dark locations of the labyrinth. Now there was a peculiar sun, which literally blinded, showing itself from behind the snow-white mountains, which gave this place mystery. Everyone walked uncoordinatedly in the direction they needed, and Bjorn turned around from time to time to look at the whole squad, arguing that the rift that someone else opened turned out to be where he was originally going to get to. Misha from the other end of the squad cheerfully waved her hand to the main character to attract his attention, but Bjorn was busy with his thoughts, continuing to reason that in any case it was good that they would be able to use the purchased items. Half an hour later they arrived at the place. There they were met by a terrible Yeti, a 7th-rank monster, an elite gatekeeper that lives only in glacial caves. The monster stood on its hind legs, loudly levering and baring its fangs. Jinsha, seeing the Yeti, asked in fear, do they really need to deal with this beast? She clenched her fist, not expecting that they would meet such a strong opponent. To which Abman answered her that the paths and the rifts that need to be followed are usually guarded by monsters. The protagonist thought that this was a very gamer answer, and now Abman was even more suspicious. Bjorn told Carlson that they should not get into this fight, which made Carlson uncertainly ask if they could handle it. Bjorn answered him that they could, and then Abman said that he would go first, taking out a weapon from behind his back. He pulled out his huge crossbow, loading it with his arrow, adjusting his weapon to make an accurate shot. As soon as he started the necessary mechanism, he immediately aimed and fired with a confident face towards the monster. The arrow flew through space so quickly that it could have seemed like a meteorite. Go didn't expect such a powerful attack, but still managed to cover his face with his paws. Abman lowered the crossbow, displeasedly saying that the monster, of course, blocked his attack. The orc was rushing from side to side. The hands of this monster were fastened with the help of the arrow, because of which the monster could not free itself, as if handcuffed. Bjorn thought in surprise, could the Yeti really not pull out the arrow? He thought that it must have been the hook arrow skill. After that, Abman said that it was up to the main character and Misha to do the rest. Bjorn thought that this guy was quite clear in dividing the duties. As soon as he said this, Bjorn immediately, with quick, sweeping steps, headed towards the Yeti, approaching this growling monster, who still could not break free from the arrow's fight, but was already screaming furiously, sensing the approach of danger. Bjorn thought that such a reaction of Abman was even better for them. He put his shield forward so as not to get injured and got as close as possible, preparing to attack. Seeing this, Carlson was immediately surprised, but shouted, "Did he really just go for the forehead?" Jinsha, noticing this, covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Despite the fact that the monster's front paws were shackled with arrow, it still diligently dodged and blocked the blows. Even though the main character was strong, the monster's huge fists still made themselves felt. After taking another attack, Bjorn shouted loudly and furiously, calling Misha. After that, having accepted the command, Misha immediately responded to the shout, starting to help the main character. She seemed to soar into the air, appearing right above the monster, holding her two blades in her hands. After that, she forcefully fell right into the monster's eyes, gouging it out, causing the monster to bleed profusely, and then completely die. After that, a system window appeared that they defeated the Yeti and received +3 to experience. After completing the blow, Misha landed on her feet, and Bjorn, turning to the research team, mentally asked them, did they see this? These were their abilities with his cat. Misha smiled, baring one of her fangs, looking sweetly towards the research team. If they could understand this, then they should pray that they will never get caught. The shocked faces of the research team made it clear. After all, they could not have expected that they would come across such strong companions. The Mafia game had begun. After Admin saw this, he smirked and then asked them, are they really working so well together? After that, the battles with the creatures in this place continued. After some time, the protagonist managed to frost wolf, receiving +1 to the experience for this. The protagonist reasoned that they entered the ice cave and chopped up countless clouds of frost wolves. All this was as it should be. After all, only this kind of monster appears in this area. The protagonist and his team members, who had recently met in this place, mercilessly killed the monsters that shamelessly attacked them. Michelle also did not lag behind the protagonist, chopping up the monsters with her blades as if they were just ordinary snow and not frost wolves. The weapons were really impressive. Bjorn and Michelle did all the main work. Well, Mr. Bear, that is Admin, also dealt with several wolves, then with the help of his huge crossbow, although not using the weapon for its intended purpose. The protagonist looked back at Admin, thinking that apparently Admin's crossbow was good when it was necessary to properly hit one target, while this weapon did not have area attacks. As a result, no one volunteered to lead the group. Bjorn knew that at the first pillar you had to turn left, at the next one's left. Right, left, then 7 times straight and left again. With this information, you could go through the rift in just an hour, and remembering it was not so difficult. Therefore, in the near future they found themselves together, which looked like an altar and an ice palace. Watching the newly minted team members, Bjorn concluded that he had 2 scenarios. Either Mafia is not a former player or pretends to be a hose. They came to the steps that led down to the dark place, and Gentia said that this descent was very creepy, pressing her hand to her face. The protagonist clearly said that they needed to go down and that Gentia should not get in the way. They slowly stepped up the steps so as not to trip, while Bjorn continued to think, trying to figure out the Mafia. He wondered in surprise, would the Mafia really miss the cash in the column too? The protagonist walked in the middle of their squad, Gentia and Carlson walked in front, and Misha and Admin followed. However, the protagonist also thought that it would be too easy to expose himself. He convinced himself that he would return for this cash himself later. Carlson said in surprise that they were going deeper and deeper underground, and it was getting lighter and lighter. Gentia also looked around in admiration when they arrived at the right place, saying that it was very beautiful. Misha agreed with her, exclaiming enthusiastically, and then noted that Gentia hit the nail on the head because everything there was sparkling. As soon as a huge altar appeared in front of them, Gentia asked with the same surprise, what was this large pillar-like object? She gently leaned her hand against it, touching the pillar, and then said that it began to glow if you touched it. Admin asked her with a smile on his face, what was there to be surprised about? He also said that it was most likely a key. Gentia removed her hand from this large crystal, asking puzzledly, is this really a key? Admin told her that it was obvious, saying that one should have assumed that several monsters would appear now, and then the passage would open. The protagonist looked at Admin again with distrust, thinking that this was already an extremely gamer way of thinking. He frowned, carefully watching Admin's actions, thinking that even if so, Admin was right, and besides, there would not be several monsters, but a whole crowd of mobs along with the boss. A system window appeared above their heads, saying that the long-sealed tyrant was awakening. The walls of the place where they were standing began to shake violently, causing ice stones to rain down from everywhere, which fell to the floor and broke under the feet of the people who arrived there. The protagonist thought with disappointment that, of course, first they would have to fight the henchmen of the main boss. The same frost wolves that they had met recently began to appear everywhere, and which they also had to defeat. The next system window said that the ancient monsters, having sensed the awakening of the tyrant, woke up from a long sleep. Jinsha stepped back in surprise, clutching her sword in her hands, asking, what should they do? Abman also stepped back, saying that he did not expect this at all, and Bjorn, with a confident face, told them that they needed to retreat to the stairs because it would be easier to build a defense there. The protagonist knew that the first wave would be about 20 frost wolves. Everything was as he thought. The wolves began to move quickly towards them, inexorably approaching, while the protagonist and his comrades tried to come up with a plan to fight. In the second wave, several monsters of the 8th rank would appear. These monsters were huge, saber-toothed tigers, which in addition to their huge teeth, also had life-threatening claws. But these monsters did not pose a strong threat to the protagonist and Misha, who dealt with them without much difficulty. However, there were other monsters in this wave. One of them was an ice golem, who rushed at the protagonist immediately after he was distracted to kill the saber-toothed tiger. Misha shouted with anxiety in her voice so that he could dodge in time. Ice golems give out a slowing debuff that also stacks, so it was necessary to destroy them as soon as they appeared on the battlefield. To do this, the protagonist had to accumulate strength in his hand, raising a bloody mace. He screamed loudly and then hit the weapon directly on the ice golem, which caused the monster to immediately crumble into many small ice stones that scattered around the area. A system window immediately popped up in front of the protagonist, where it was said that he defeated the ice golem and received +2 to experience. After the protagonist and his team were able to finish off most of the small pawns, the one they really had to fight appeared in front of them. It was a huge hairy monster with many sharp fangs, which now stood in front of the protagonist, waiting for the moment to attack. It was the Lord of the Snow Field, Kumba, the named monster, the intermediate boss. It was a high-ranking Yeti mutant, capable of using various skills. As soon as this monster appeared on the battlefield, a system window immediately appeared that the Lord of the Snow Field, Kumba, had used suppression. The monster opened its mouth wide, beginning to growl and scream furiously, spraying saliva. The protagonist remembered that thanks to the Marauders, he had personally experienced this skill. The character in a state of suppression was greatly limited in actions. Jinsha, feeling this power, asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Carlson, who was fighting next to her, coughed, squeezing his eyes shut, and said that he could not move. The protagonist knew that removing this skill was quite simple, because you only needed to take damage as soon as you freeze or bite your lip like Misha, so that the blood did not stop. Misha immediately did this, exclaiming from the unpleasant pain that remained because of the wound on her lip. Or there was another way, you just needed to raise the magic resistance stats, as the main character did. Bjorn squeezed his mace tighter, and new system windows immediately began to appear next to him, where it was said that the magic resistance stat exceeded the required level, so the effect did not affect the character. After Bjorn managed to do this, he immediately did not waste time. With loud screams, he began to move forward towards the monster, putting his shield in front so that he had the opportunity to protect his body. He called you to be Hela, using the Wild Splash skill, which was said in the system window next to him. After that, Misha immediately began to catch up with him, who discontentedly shouted to the main character that she asked him not to rush into the thick of the battle alone, and also tightly squeezed the blades in her hands, entering this battle with renewed vigor, while they continued to be squeezed from all sides by saber-toothed tigers and frost wolves. After Kumba, the Lord of the Snow Field, saw that the previous attack had no effect on the opponents. The monster immediately used the Cold Burst skill, which was indicated in the system window. A huge stream of snow energy burst out from the monster's mouth, heading towards the protagonist, who was getting closer to the monster. Bjorn frowned, thinking that his body was tingling because of this attack, but other than that, he did not feel anything else. Bjorn got as close as possible to this monster, and then quickly used its heavy head to hit the monster right on the head, causing the monster to be injured, but this did not stop this monster at all. The monster immediately clenched its fist, directing it towards the protagonist with its mouth wide open and screaming loudly. Bjorn immediately dodged the attack of the Kotumba's powerful fists, deftly moving to the side or covering himself with his shield, and then attacking again without much effort. However, due to the protagonist being quite close to his opponent, he still had a hard time. He had to dodge one of the monster's attacks almost at the very last moment, causing Bjorn to grit his teeth, tilting his body back. After that, Bjorn heard a clear voice. It was Admin, and he told him to step aside if he did not want to die. The protagonist turned around, after which he saw why Admin told him to do so. His huge crossbow was pointed straight towards the monster, which was already loaded and ready to shoot straight at the Kotumba. A system notification appeared that Admin Urikfried had used the enhancement skill, which meant that the effects of all active skills would be strengthened proportionally to the power of the soul. After that, a new system window appeared, where it was said that Admin Urikfried used dangerous materials. Admin frowned, aiming better and preparing an attack for the monster. From the arrow, loaded into the crossbow, emitted a terrible energy of a dark color. And the next moment, as soon as the main character stepped aside, as this very arrow flew out of the crossbow, flying at high speed, like a comet, straight towards Kotumba. Misha followed the movement of this arrow in surprise, opening her mouth in amazement. The arrow also surprised the monster for whom it was intended. The monster's eyes opened wide, but the monster did not have time to assess the situation. So in the next moment this monster was killed, and all the minions also flew apart in different directions, thrown back several meters due to a large blast wave that enveloped the entire room where they were. After that, a system window appeared that a bonus was received for defeating a high-ranking mutant. It was experience, estimated as +1. Indeed, the monsters that were near the scene of events were also seriously injured. Energy penetrated their bodies, and all of them suffered greatly. Bjorn thought in surprise, asking himself, did all the monsters nearby also take damage? Misha turned to Admin, asking what kind of arrow was this. Bjorn thought that in his reasoning, Admin was pumped up for powerful damage to one target. He looked in surprise at how the monsters died, the attack on which was not directed at all. The protagonist was surprised that Sasha had this terrible skill of wide defeat all this time. Having finished his work, Admin lowered his crossbow down, covering one of his eyes. After that, the battle was over. All the monsters in the area began to gradually dissolve. Their bodies disappeared from the battlefield. Bjorn thought honestly, he wasn't quite sure if it could be called an area attack, but with the help of Mr. Bear, as he called Admin, they quickly dealt with the ninth wave. He stood towering over the slain monsters, trying to figure out what to do next. And that was how it ended. In order to get what they came for, they immediately began to mine the monsters for essence. So the division of the loot began earlier than Bjorn could have expected. Admin closed his eyes, saying that they were able to get 2 essences at once, and that was a pleasant event. He said that he didn't care about it, so he told Jensha and Carlson that they could split it between them. Jensha and Carlson were happy, but Bjorn interrupted them, telling them to stop. He pointed his finger at one of the essences, saying that they could take this one. The protagonist knew perfectly well that she was the essence of the Frost Wolf, or whatever it was that fell out. He didn't care. However, another thing was useful to him. He squatted down, saying that they would take it, pointing to the second essence. Carlson asked in surprise, "Is this really the essence of the Yeti?" Bjorn told him that it was, and then asked in a forward and hesitantly began to say that he had no objections. Jensha pulled out her tongue, biting it, looking towards the protagonist. After Carlson's answer, Bjorn said with a confident face that then everything was fine, thinking that even if something was not liked, this guy would have to become stronger first. Misha came up to the side of the protagonist, congratulating him, saying that now he would become even stronger. Bjorn looked at her in surprise, and then asked what she meant. He said it was for her. Misha flinched, looking at Bjorn, and then asked in surprise, "Is he really going to give it to her?" The protagonist told her that it was so, asking, what was the problem? Misha wasn't sure. She hesitated, fiddling with her fingers and smiling awkwardly, and then said that it wasn't that she didn't want to take it, because in fact she really wanted it. She just decided to ask just in case, to ask the protagonist not to misunderstand her, asking him, is he willing to listen to her? Bjorn agreed, so Misha continued talking, and then asked how much she would owe him if she absorbed it. Bjorn was so taken aback by her answer that he didn't even know what to say to her. He asked her, what did she mean? Then Misha started to say that he should know that the essences were so valuable and expensive. But it was too late. The protagonist was completely immersed in his thoughts, and his face expressed complete incomprehension and disappointment. So Misha decided to ask him if he was listening to her. The protagonist thought with displeasure, who does she take him for? Yeti was a rank 7 monster. The essence of these monsters has quite decent stats. Strength was added plus 10, agility plus 10, bone strength plus 15, cold resistance plus 25, and cold sensitivity plus 15. This essence increases bone strength and cold resistance, and these were very good characteristics. In addition to them, cold sensitivity. All this will be useful for several years to come. The protagonist reasoned that the sensitivity indicator is key for elemental damage dealers. It increases the damage from this element. Bjorn thought that Misha was really lucky because this essence was also blue. He felt like he was sitting on a stone in a thoughtful pose, and Misha, like a small, pitiful kitten, asked him how much she owed him. The protagonist continued to reason that, no matter what the color, it didn't matter about the passive skills. The passive skills were chills. This meant that all attacks deal additional cold damage and reduce the immunity to cold in the affected target, but the active skill was cold condensation, which temporarily significantly increases sensitivity to cold. The protagonist thought that the active skill was exactly what he expected, because in its potential, it was the best of all. The further you progress in the game, the more effective this skill becomes. In the end, Bjorn came to the conclusion that it could have been even better if the stat bonuses were higher. Bjorn sighed, thinking upset at that it would be better if the Yeti was rank 5. Misha continued to ask the protagonist, while he sighed with heaviness, how much did she need to return to him? Well, Bjorn continued to think only about the fact that the game was too balanced in these places. Then Misha decided to touch Bjorn with her shaking hands, barely touching his hand in armor. Bjorn looked at her in surprise, asking what she wants. Then Misha began to look at her cat ears, asking how much he needs since he thinks for so long. Bjorn was so deeply immersed in his thoughts that he did not notice these pitiful sobs next to him. He even thought about, is she really still asking these questions of hers? After that, Bjorn told her to just forget about it, since it was only with temporary comrades that she had to worry about such a trifle. Then Misha excitedly raised her tail and ears, realizing what the protagonist said. Bjorn only thought that, at the very least, he was the one who had to invest in his own safety. After that, Misha sighed heavily, asking, then can she really absorb this essence? The protagonist rose to his feet completely, asking her why she was hesitating. He said that it was enough for him, that she continued to stay with him. Misha put her finger on her cheek, embarrassingly saying that she was pleased to hear it. But she did not understand, why did Bjorn always say such things? After that, she said that she did not care, starting to absorb the essence, stretching out her hands to do so. She watched in surprise as the essence entered her body, after which a system notification appeared that the Yeti essence had entered Misha Karlstein's soul. Misha began to rise to her feet, resting her hands on her knees, saying that the sensation was very strange. She asked, was it because it had been 2 years since the last absorption? Bjorn told her that she would get used to it, and then asked their teammates, Carlson and Gentia, why weren't they doing anything? They both shuddered, and then hesitantly answered that none of them needed this essence. They smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to answer them. Then Bjorn frowned at him. Do they really want to waste precious essence, even though they were supposed to be noobs? Carlson began to justify himself, saying that the essence had fallen from a frost wolf, and since that was the case, he decided that it did not suit him. Bjorn asked him with interest if he knew anything about frost wolves. He said that these creatures were not that famous. Then Carlson answered him that he did not know anything in particular, but that the essence was of the 9th rank, so he thought that something better might fall later. Bjorn answered that he understood. However, he thought that it was a little suspicious, but it was impossible to tell for sure from such an answer, because in such a rift the chances of essence falling out are very high. The protagonist turned his gaze to Gentia, asking her, did she have a similar excuse? Then Gentia answered sheepishly that removing the essence was very expensive, so she decided not to repeat her mistakes. Bjorn remembered that she used a sword and absorbed the essence of a goblin archer. He thought about how he would remove the one who swallowed the essence from the Mafia's suspect list. However, none of them had taken it yet, and the reasons they gave were almost perfect. The protagonist sighed heavily, causing Misha to look at him in surprise. Bjorn cursed in his mind, wondering if the two were in cahoots. Then Gentia turned to Carlson, asking him if it was over. Before he could answer her, the walls and ceiling of the cave began to shake again, and ice stones began to fall everywhere again. Misha took a stable position on her feet, looking up, shouting that the attack would come from above. After that, cracks appeared right on the ceiling, and then a huge hole, through which a large white paw stuck out. A huge wolf fell right on top of them, holding an ice weapon in its paws. The appearance of this monster was quite unexpected, which made Misha widen her eyes, asking, "Is this really a lycanthrope?" Admin told her that it was not, because this monster was too big and even held a weapon. Bjorn thought that it was natural, because it was the final boss, but they would fight it later. This monster was a tyrant to Rembus, who woke up after discovering uninvited guests and was very angry as soon as the monster got there, as this huge wolf immediately began to use skills, one of which was Ice Crush. The monster pointed its ice mace forward, hitting the floor with it, causing ice stones to fly everywhere and cracks to appear right on the surface of the ground where they were standing. The whole team looked down in surprise, and then Misha, noticing that the floor was starting to fall apart, shouted loudly, calling the main character by name. After that, the next second they began to fall down, falling deeper and deeper to where there was a solid surface just recently. Bjorn thought that now was the time for the third chapter. System windows immediately began to appear about the character entering a special zone, and the field effect of Glacial Cave was imposed. The abnormal state of hypothermia was also active, while agility was greatly reduced and the damage received from the cold was doubled. They all ended up in icy water, so they had to sweat a lot to get out. Bjorn emerged from the water, starting to get to the shore, throwing down his weapon to make it easier for him. The main character cursed in his thoughts, blaming the realistic patch for everything. In the game, you just had to wait until the game finished loading, and then the third chapter begins already on land, although at the same time, health points became less, but in reality, the main character was thrown left and right by the current until he was thrown out of the waterfall. These were difficult moments of his life. He even thought that he could die. Bjorn said with displeasure that now he understands why this chapter starts with lower health points. The protagonist sat down on a rock, holding the back of his head with his hand, looking at his weapon. His whole body was covered in water, and he felt cold. In addition, his body was also covered in bruises from being thrown from side to side in the waterfall, as if he were a sack of potatoes. He thought that maybe he should take a break, but his thoughts were interrupted by Misha, who was screaming loudly, calling his name, running closer and asking if he was okay. All her clothes were also wet, as was her hair, and there were tears in her eyes. The protagonist immediately realized that he still did not have enough time for this. Bjorn said that he was fine, asking her how she felt. Misha replied that she was also fine, and that the other members of their group were also recovering from this unpleasant swim. After that, Admin spoke up, turning to them and saying that since they had come to, let them come to him. He had even managed to make a fire, which made Misha excitedly and surprisingly asked him if he always carried firewood with him. Misha sat down on his mat, saying that he did, and then added that he had to travel alone. After that, Bjorn came closer, thinking that it must be true that he was a solo player. Everyone immediately took off their clothes, starting to dry them over the fire, but no one canceled out the cold. Carlson and Gentia were shaking, wrapped in their blankets with horror on their faces. Gentia said that it was very cold there. Carlson added that she was right, saying that he was sitting right next to the fire, but he was not getting warmer. Admin concluded that, apparently, this was a special region. Misha asked with interest what that meant. Was it like in the witch's forest? Admin said that it was so. It was logical that it was cold there, but why his limbs were so more precisely was unclear. Misha asked if it was really that cold. She said that she barely felt anything. Bjorn looked at her and thought that she had already had a resistance to cold of about 40, so she would not even feel the coolness until the real cold came. After that, Misha turned her gaze to the protagonist, asking him, "Is he cold too?" Bjorn answered her that it was so, but bearable, saying that he was a little cool but not painful. Misha looked at him with incomprehension, saying that she did not understand what he was talking about. Bjorn told her that his body was shaking, but nothing hurt. Misha called Bjorn a stupid barbarian, sighing heavily, and then told him to come to her because he would feel better right away. She slightly opened her blanket, inviting Bjorn to sit next to her. After that, the protagonist tangled himself tighter in the blanket, cursing him in his mind, but his face reflected confusion. He thought that this time the situation could not be misunderstood, since even Mr. Bear Admin whistled when he heard it. However, they decided that this area was safe, so they decided to set up camp for the night. Bjorn said that they would sleep there, holding the strap of the shield in his hand. He thought that he could not open his back until he realized which of them was the Mafia. Admin, out of concern, asked her if they would freeze. Misha smiled and told him that they had their own firewood, albeit a little. After that, they made a fire, and Misha said that Bjorn should sleep first. Then the protagonist told her that they needed to talk first about what did Misha ask him, and surprise, what did he mean. The protagonist asked her if she thought any of the three were acting suspiciously. Misha put her finger to his face, saying that if you think about it, there was something. She started telling the protagonist about the facts she had noticed, raising her finger up, and then Bjorn answered her with a smile that he understood her, saying that she had done a great job. After that, the protagonist turned towards their team members, thinking that he now understood, mentally asking, is it really him? 6 hours later, the continuation of the expedition began. He was already on his feet and continued on his way with the rest of the team. Admin said that it was good that there was clearly only one path. Bjorn thought that although the road curved quite a lot, but in this location they just needed to go along the main path. Their main task was to kill the monsters that crawl out of the walls, and they coped with this quite easily, both Bjorn and Misha and the other guys. The protagonist also noted that most of the local monsters were of the 8th rank, and the difficulty of passing is considered higher than the Bloody Citadel, which has knights of the 7th rank. At this moment, Misha and Carlson fought off bird-like monsters that furiously attacked them. After a while, a system window appeared, where it was said about the abnormal state of hypothermia. The agility of characters without cold resistance is reduced by 30, and the damage from the ice element to them is doubled. Carlson shouted loudly, turning to Gentilla, so that she should be more careful. He shouted that because of the debuff, the shock from the blows is felt more strongly. Then Gentilla shouted that now was clear to her, saying that now she understands what a special region is. They stood with their backs to each other, continuing to fight with all their might. Bjorn looked behind him, cursing in his thoughts, asking himself, why do they whine so much? He thought about how it made no difference whether they were with him or not. At the same time, Bjorn continued to smash everything with his mace, and 4 hours later, they came to a new location. Admin said that they must have been ice orcs since their skin was white. They stood in front of huge figures of orcs that were frozen in ice, and each of them stood in a fighting stance, clutching their weapons. Carlson asked in surprise, are these really orcs? Then Admin told him not to worry. After all, they were all only rank 7. Gentilla asked in horror, do we really have to fight them too? Admin smiled, saying that he thought they were all thrown there for a reason. After he said this, one of the orcs, who were encased in ice, opened his eyes, which began to glow red. All 3 creatures, who had been stuck in the ice for a long time, were now freed and pointed their weapons towards Bjorn and his team members. This was all accompanied by loud screams and cries from these monsters. Admin sighed, asking, will they really not even let him take a good look at themselves? After that, the protagonist loudly shouted for no one to panic and keep the line. The protagonist understood that this way it would be easier for Misha to keep an eye on them. Gentilla and Carlson immediately agreed and shouted that they would do so. At this time, Bjorn covered his body with his shield, waiting for the approaching attack of the monsters. The protagonist loudly shouted that they were advancing, preparing to accept the attack. Bjorn thought that he did not know what the Mafia's goal was, but perhaps the Mafia just wanted to clear the rift without a second thought. The orcs continued to run towards Bjorn, who also rushed towards the meeting, thinking that in any case he had to prepare for any development of events. He also screamed furiously, and in the next moment his shield and the hammer of a huge orc collided in a confrontation. The protagonist thought that all this would be the best chance to try to do something, so just in case, he would not reveal all the cards. The orc holding an axe in his hands pointed it straight at Carlson and Gentilla, breaking the ground between them, because of which they had to go in different directions. Admin asked Misha why she was still there and not running to her lover. Misha answered him that no one can know what can jump out at them from behind, and then told him that Bjorn was not her lover at all. Admin began to prepare his crossbow, saying that it was still too early. At this time, Carlson fell on his back due to the fact that the wave from the blow of the axe was quite strong. It was for this hidden purpose that the protagonist asked Misha not to join the battle. Video of the situation on the battlefield, where Gentilla and Carlson could not oppose anything to these large orcs. Admin said with confidence that it seemed that these guys were no good for anything, so apparently he would have to work. After that, a system window appeared, where it was said that Admin Urikford called the Iron Hero Iridin. Right under the dome of the cave, a huge bear appeared, whose head was decorated with a special headdress that resembled a helmet. The bear immediately began to hurry towards the enemies who threatened his master, and Bjorn thought that he did not know that Admin was of the bear immediately rose on its hind legs, attacking the orc, who recently directed his attack against Gentilla and Carlson. The orc let out a surprised exclamation, after which the bear's heavy paw landed right on the cheek of this monster, knocking the fangs out of the beast's mouth. Now Bjorn could understand how Abman was able to explore solo, despite being a rifleman. The orc and the bear grappled in a fight, holding each other and trying to overpower the enemy. The protagonist looked at this with surprise and shock, thinking that Abman was the one who would clean everything up before the mafia revealed itself. Then Bjorn thought that now he just had to go to plan B. Another orc was already approaching him, and because he was distracted, the protagonist missed a blow, receiving a rather strong attack on his shield and falling to the ground. Seeing this, Misha immediately rushed to help the protagonist, and he suddenly, to his own surprise, received another blow to the face, but this time a heavy hammer blow, which caused blood to gush out of his mouth, the protagonist's eyes to roll back in pain, and the capillaries in his eyes to burst. Misha began to loudly call Bjorn by name, but he had already flown back from the blow, almost losing consciousness. But all this was just the protagonist's plan. After Bjorn fell to the ground, Misha began to look for what she had been instructed to do. They should get to the point. The combination of the helmet, the thickness of skull, and natural regeneration protected his head, so the main character only got a slight dizziness. Bjorn was lying on the ground, feigning pain and despair, but then he could not stand it and opened his eye, thinking that then he should have relied on Misha, as they planned. Carlson immediately began asking Bjorn if he was okay, and his face was filled with concern, and the orc, who was standing over the main character with a hammer, stopped, turning his gaze to Carlson, who with loud screams tried to stop the monster, heading towards Bjorn. But suddenly something strange flashed in the distance. It was Atman's arrow, which quickly flew straight through the orc's head, piercing it through and killing the monster. Carlson opened his mouth wide in surprise, and a system window appeared above the killed orc, where it was written that the Ice Orc Warrior was killed, for which he received +3 to experience. Suddenly, another orc, who was holding a staff in his hands, shrouded in dark energy, also decided to enter the battle with loud screams. This monster pointed his staff at Misha and Atman, because of which Misha immediately began to run to the side, shouting to Atman to take care of himself. But Atman, dodging this ominous energy, made a somersault, again took a combat position and began to aim, adjusting his crossbow in his hands. A notification system appeared, where it was said that Atman used dangerous materials, and the next moment another arrow flew towards the orc sorcerer. Tried to cast the ice wall spell, however, this powerful arrow broke through this defense, heading towards the monster's head, after which this enemy was also defeated, which was reported in the system window, and for which Atman received +3 experience. Carlson looked at this in surprise, shocked by the situation, while Atman was sitting on the ground, lowering his crossbow down. Bjorn continued to lie down, mentally asking himself, could Atman really kill all the monsters with one crossbow? He did not understand. Was he really a 5th-rank shooter? The main character's idea of creating a difficult situation was barely losing its meaning, when suddenly a voice was heard that the essence had finally fallen, which meant that now it was possible to proceed with the plan. Bjorn thought in surprise, asking himself in his thoughts, what does this mean? After that, Gentia used the weapon change skill, smiling with cunning, and then used the beast shred skill. It was an advanced invisibility status, greatly increasing movement speed for 3 seconds. After that, Gentia began to move quickly, approaching Atman, who was calmly adjusting his crossbow. A system window also appeared about the fact that one of the characters used the revenge skill, and this meant that with the first blow, the penetrating and cutting ability was significantly increased, an abnormal bleeding state was imposed. With this skill, Gentia pierced Atman's chest with her sword through and through. She continued to smile with the same slyness, haughtily thanking Atman for the fact that she would receive 30 million stones for him. Atman coughed, trying to hold the sword in his shaking hand and squeezing his eyes shut from pain. The protagonist thought that finally, the mafia revealed its cards. The orc who was fighting Atman's bear now saw how this bear literally disappeared in front of him, since the Iron Hero Iridon was recalled. But Gentia did not have long to rejoice. A flask of dark liquid flew at her, hitting her head directly, causing her to scream in surprise. It was Misha causing Gentia to scream, asking what she just threw at her. After that, Misha screamed at the protagonist to act right now. After these words, a system notification appeared that the character used the Wild Splash skill. The protagonist was right behind Gentia, bringing his huge mace behind his back for a powerful blow. Gentia opened her robot in surprise, sensing danger from behind, and then Bjorn forcefully hit him with the mace on the floor, which Gentia had been standing a second ago, who barely managed to jump to the side, while pulling the sword out of Ottman's back. Gentia wondered in her mind, did the protagonist know her intentions? Now she needed to activate stealth again. After that, a system window appeared, saying that the character used Beast Walk. However, Gentia, kneeling on her and trying to slow down, found that she could not use this skill. She looked at her hand in horror, and a system window appeared above it, saying that the invisibility state was cancelled by the witch's lamp potion. The main character called her a fool with a smile, thinking that she should have kept her mouth shut since she wanted to hide her identity. Bjorn admitted that he would never have thought that she had a stealth skill if she had not told him about the essence of the goblin archer that she had absorbed. Bjorn began to reason that there were many hints that Gentia was the Mafia. She also acted as if she knew how to get to this location. In the memories of the protagonist, moments began to flash when Gentia uttered phrases as if she knew the plot. It was very suspicious that she mentioned the key things to pass, as if she did not understand what she was talking about, but the protagonist was finally convinced that she was Mafia after Misha's words. At that moment, Misha told Bjorn that when they got out of the water, Gentia's smell suddenly changed. Misha said that at the beginning, she smelled like a beast's lair. The protagonist thought that Gentia must have brought dirt from the beast's lair on her boots, and in order to open the ice cave, she would have to first go through the beast's lair. Now the protagonist knew for sure that Gentia Nephrin was Mafia. Misha cursed loudly, turning to Gentia, starting to swing her blade so as to hit her, but Gentia also skillfully dodged her blows, although she was caught off guard. Misha made a sharp and precise strike, pointing her blade straight at Gentia's eyes before she could recover. However, she quickly pushed off the ground with her feet, landing a few meters away from Misha. The protagonist smirked, looking at her, causing Gentia to sense his presence behind her. She wanted to scream for him to stop, but the protagonist was relentless, and with a loud, distinctive sound, hit the traitor on the back with his mace. Gentia managed to scream loudly, and her face twisted in pain. Blood gushed from her mouth, after which she still did not give up. Pushing off the floor with her hands, she was still able to get out of the protagonist's range of blows, landing on her feet a few meters behind. Bjorn wondered in surprise, could she really have withstood this? He realized that she had invested well in defensive stats. Gentia swore loudly, calling them all stupid NPCs. The protagonist gritted his teeth and realized that she was a player. However, this did not change anything for him. His gaze remained as stern, and he covered his body with his shield, preparing to continue the battle. He understood that since she wanted to finish him off, player or not, now it did not matter. Suddenly, a loud scream of Misha was heard. She called the protagonist, telling him to be careful, because there was danger behind. Bjorn managed to return and saw an orc who was swinging his axe, advancing on the protagonist from behind. The protagonist thought that, thanks to the wild splash, these guys would not leave a scratch on him. The orc hit the protagonist on the head. However, it did not do anything to him at all. He continued to stand calmly, as if he was hit by a child. Bjorn thought that the discomfort was only a chill, but if you kill this orc, the final boss will appear. When Gentia saw how easily Bjorn took the blow, she went cold with horror. Cursing, she asked in confusion, how is this possible? Realizing that she had made a rather serious mistake, Gentia thought that it was time for her to run away, and then began to run, while the orc continued to make useless blows to the protagonist's helmets. Bjorn shouted at her that it was useless, thinking that there was no exit in that direction. When Gentia ran to a dead end, she shouted in horror that there was no exit, looking at the pile of stones that blocked the crevice. Bjorn thought in surprise, didn't she know about this? When the ice orcs awaken, the ceiling collapses and blocks the passage. But, as they say, a rat cornered will bite a cat. Thinking about this, Bjorn decided that he needed to be more careful. But as soon as he thought about it, an ice orc appeared right behind him, smiling and began to hit the protagonist on the head again, which made him curse in his thoughts, feeling irritated. Seeing this, Misha shuddered, shouting at him that she would deal with him. Bjorn told her just not to kill him, which made Misha ask in surprise, why is that so? But then she agreed, starting to fight the orc. After that, all the attention of the protagonist was focused on Gentia. He silently looked at her, and Gentia, frowning her brows, looked back at him. The protagonist began to approach her slowly with their steps, which is why Gentia fearfully asked him to stop, offering to talk, saying that she felt like they did not understand each other. Gentia stretched her hand forward, trying with all her might to stop Bjorn, but he was relentless. He wondered with interest Is she really trying to stall for time? He clearly saw how she used the skill together, piercing admin with her sword through and through. He knew perfectly well that this skill would roll back in about 3 minutes. In other words, he understood that she would not be able to break through his shield for at least another 2 minutes. Gentilla tried to lunge forward, hitting the shield with her sword. She would still try to break through the protagonist's defense, no matter what. The protagonist swung his mace, and the next moment he hit Gentia's hand with it, literally pinning it to the wall behind her. Gentilla screamed loudly in pain, gritting her teeth, and tears poured from her eyes. The sword flew out of her hands, falling to the floor of the cave, and already when Gentilla was on her knees in front of the Gentilla asked in surprise, "Does he really believe her?" The protagonist answered that if she found a reasonable explanation, then he would believe her. Gentilla began to shake with fear, and tears continued to flow from her eyes. Her face distorted into a frightened grimace. She said almost in a whisper that she did not know if he would believe her. At that moment, the protagonist swung his mace again, and then hit Gentilla right in the face, knocking her out. Bjorn thought in surprise, did she really fall for this? He sighed heavily, unable to understand, was she really that stupid? A few seconds after that, the protagonist took off all the combat gear from Gentilla, examining what was lying in front of him. Bjorn thought that all of Gentia's gear was sharpened for PvP, so he wondered if it was probably worth giving some to Mish. The protagonist sat down next to Gentilla, thinking that they were done with the loot, so now it was time to talk. He raised his mace in the air again, crushing all of her limbs and forcing her to use weapon change to remove Noob's equipment as well. Gentilla was trembling with tears in her eyes, lying on the ground, saying that she was begging and would do anything. Then the protagonist agreed, asking her why she attacked them. Gentilla began to answer with a trembling voice that rumors of her antics spread throughout the Explorers Guild, so she decided to do it for sure, so that no one could blab anything. After that, Bjorn asked her if that meant she would kill anyone who entered the rift, asking her why she opened it in the first place. Gentilla said that she heard that the only place to get the Snowfield heart was there. Bjorn thought that was pretty logical, while Gentilla continued to answer, stuttering in fear that she didn't even think that there would be a problem if someone else entered, because all of them had to be at most rank 8. But after Gentilla heard Bjorn's words, she paused for a second, asking him to wait and shuddering. Gentilla hesitantly asked how the protagonist knew that she was the open to rift. Bjorn thought that he had miscalculated there, and then began to stand on his feet. Gentilla asked what she was talking about. Gentilla asked in surprise, "Is he also a player?" The protagonist then asked her what that meant. He wondered if she was an evil spirit. Gentilla started to sob even louder, bursting into tears, asking the protagonist to spare her. She rose above the ground, attracting the protagonist's attention, and with fear in her voice, saying that she really wanted to go home. After all, she had to endure so much horror to survive in this stupid world. She continued to beg him, starting to apologize many times, saying that she thought Bjorn was an NPC and she would have apologized right away if she had known before that he was a player. Gentilla started to talk about how they were real people, asking it was impossible to kill living people, right? But the protagonist did not answer, and then Gentilla cursed loudly, telling him to say at least something already, calling the protagonist not the most pleasant words. Bjorn looked at her without a shred of doubt, thinking that he was surprisingly calm and did not feel a drop of sadness. He did not even feel sorry for her. The protagonist said that she was an evil spirit and then raised his mace, striking the body of Gentilla, who at the last moment only managed to call her mother, and went to the other world. A system window appeared above her, where it was said that Bjorn received a new achievement, the condition of which was to kill the first player. The reward was +1 to the spirit. After Bjorn did this, he thought that it was the first time he killed another player. The protagonist began to approach Misha, reasoning was it easy or hard? Did he feel excitement or fear from spilling blood? None of this mattered to him. Bjorn approached Misha, who turned to him with a smile, happily called his name with a blush on her cheeks. The protagonist thought that this murder was what he had to do. Bjorn walked out of the cave, and Misha came to him, asking him where he disappeared to. She spoke with excitement in her voice, that she already thought that something had happened. But the Rolf Miller moment quickly ended, interrupted by a loud scream from Carlson, who continued to fight in horror with the orc, who swung the axe from side to side as if it were a toy. Another blow from this large monster threw Carlson back, causing him to lose his footing and fall to the ground with ease. The orc was already preparing to crush poor Carlson with his foot, but Bjorn told Misha that now she could deal with it. Misha turned around in surprise, looking at poor Carlson and the orc, asking Bjorn if this was true. Bjorn told her that it was, saying that this was also a great opportunity to try out a new skill, so the orc would not wait for an easy death. After that, Misha agreed with this instruction, and a system window appeared above her that she had used the enhancement skill. Misha crossed her blades, then used the skill condensation of cold. The next system window said that the sensitivity to cold indicator had increased significantly. The orc was already preparing to kill Carlson, raising his huge axe upward, causing the blade to sparkle in the light. Carlson trembled with fear and tried to call for help, shouting that he really couldn't hold out any longer. In the next moment, when the orc's axe had almost reached its target and Carlson had almost lost consciousness from fear, Misha directed the flow of her energy with the blade towards the orc's hands, with which he held that very axe. This frosty ray literally froze the orc's hands, causing the monster to scream loudly, not understanding what was happening. Bjorn thought with a serious expression that it looked like frostbite damage. Sensitivity to cold stops bleeding, but also stops regeneration, which becomes quite useful depending on the type of fighting. The main advantage, however, was the limitation of mobility. Ice orcs have increased resistance to cold, so frostbite covered only the wrist area. Bjorn watched this from afar, while the orc continued to scream shrilly, holding his hands. The protagonist thought that normally the monster would have frostbitten his limb up to the elbow. Bjorn turned to Misha with a serious look, telling her that this time she had a strike at the neck. Misha accepted the order, approaching the orc from behind. She jumped up, swinging her two blades, which were already filled with skill power. After that, in one precise movement, she struck straight at the neck of her opponent, both blades and on that. Interestedly, she asked the protagonist if such a blow would do. Bjorn answered her very calmly that it was great, thinking that apparently frost got to the orc's brain when he stopped and froze in place. Bjorn thought that now that he knew everything he wanted, it was time to move on to the next part of the scenario. Misha jumped off the orc, and Bjorn began to approach her, asking her if she was ready. Misha answered him that she was ready, of course, and then turned away, taking a fighting stance. Meanwhile, the protagonist swung his mace, saying that in that case it was time to kick the boss. After that, he hit the ice orc on the head. This meant that all three monsters were defeated in this fight. After that, the vibrations in the cave began again, causing the walls to crack, just like the ceiling on the previous level. A loud roar was heard. It was the heart-rending cry of the monster, who was the boss of this place. The tyrant Tyrembas woke up from a long sleep and regained all his strength, which was set in the system window as soon as the huge wolf showed up to the protagonist and Misha. Bjorn remembered the name of this monster, thinking that this monster has several features. Misha and Bjorn boldly faced the enemy, while Carlson tried to slip away in horror, moving away from the battlefield, because the next moment it would become very hot there. The monster they had to fight was 1.5 times larger than an ordinary lycanthrope, and the stats of this monster were twice as high. This monster wields an ice club with maximum damage and inflicts hypothermia. The monster grabbed his club more tightly, which sat tightly in his huge fingers. This huge wolf seemed to grin, exuding awe, and the red eyes of the monster shone. But Bjorn can still handle it in 10 seconds. He knew this very well, so he frowned and shouted belligerently, and then prepared to receive the attack. The first to take a step was Tyremba, who swung a huge club, hitting the protagonist's shield. The blow was so strong that the protagonist had to deepen his feet into the floor of the cave quite deeply to withstand this attack. So how does the protagonist think he can defeat such a powerful opponent in just 10 seconds? Suddenly, the protagonist let go of the mace, and then took out the item he needed from his backpack. At this time, the frost wolves that roamed the area and served this large monster attacked the protagonist. But Bjorn was not going to give up. A system notification appeared right above him that the character had consumed the thundergrass, so for 10 seconds, lightning damage is significantly increased. The protagonist began to chew the very grass that was wrapped in a scroll. Bjorn mercilessly tore apart the poor scroll of lightning, eating it together with that very grass. The protagonist cursed in his thoughts at the boss of the cave, thinking that it was very vulnerable to the element of lightning. After the protagonist ate it, he literally began to glow and emit electric currents that spread throughout the room where the duel was taking place. After that, a system window appeared above the main monster, where it was said that the tyrant Tyrembas was in a state of paralysis. The huge wolf opened its mouth wide, baring its teeth. But Bjorn understood that he could not relax his vigilance because this monster has a skill that allows you to remove debuffs that limit mobility. In the next moment, as if to confirm these words, the huge wolf used the indomitability skill. The wolf's entire body was immediately covered in a reddish aura. But everything was not so simple, because the protagonist also had a faithful partner, Misha. She held in her hands a gift that they had prepared especially for the main monster. And since the monster had only removed the debuff, instead of increasing resistance, it was possible to simply paralyze the monster again. Misha began throwing special lightning bombs at the monster, which caused the cave to light up again with a fairly bright light the next moment, hitting the target right on target. Lightning bombs, in the game they are called storm explosions. After the bombs took effect, a system window appeared, which said that the tyrant Tyrembus had fallen into unconsciousness. After this happened, the huge wolf fell to the floor of the cave, and the monster's protruding tongue was visible through its teeth. Bjorn thought mockingly, has it really only been 3 seconds since the battle began? Everything was even easier from then on, because now they had to beat the monster with weapons enchanted with lightning elements. And that would be the end. All this reminded of the good old days when the main character beat up the death fiends with Inar. After a while, a system window appeared, where it was said that the tyrant Tyrembus, the boss of the cave, was killed, for which they received +3 experience points. Carlson, seeing this, was horrified, not understanding how this was possible. An additional bonus was also that for killing the keeper, they also received +3 experience points. After this, the essence was formed, and Misha, after listening to the main character, asked him in surprise, does he really want her to swallow this essence too? Bjorn put his mace behind his back, saying that they had already immediately decided that it was hers. The main character thought with incomprehension, did she really think that he would take this essence away? He did not understand who she considered him to be. After these thoughts, the protagonist pushed Misha closer to the essence, telling her in a menacing voice to eat before the essence disappeared. After that, a system notification appeared that the essence of the lycanthrope keeper had penetrated Misha Karlstein's soul. The protagonist said that they were done with this. Then his attention was drawn to the wounded Abman, and he turned around, looking at him. Misha asked in surprise, is he really alive? She said that it was wonderful. Abman, with a tremor in his body, said that they should get the potion from the bag, and Misha, seeing this, said in surprise that he definitely had not breathed a second ago. After that, they began to look for that very potion in the bag, and on these very best, bent over Abman, who continued to bleed. Carlson said that this potion had to be the best. Then Les agreed, saying that then she would use it, but Abman should not complain later that they wasted it. Sasha's face distorted with pain, and he practically whispered that they should stop talking nonsense, and just lily it. Then Misha said that she would do so. She began to pour the same potion on Abman's wound, and then, noticing something was wrong, asked why the wound was not healing. She had only poured the potion. Abman told her to continue pouring. Bjorn, who was watching this, thought that, probably, the blade of Jensha's sword was covered with something. Misha continued to diligently try to help Abman, while Bjorn reasoned that probably, this coating was a poison that prevented healing and regeneration. Then, seeing that the potion was not helping, Abman said that they should get the antidote, and Carlson and Misha did it right away, giving Abman to drink it. However, Bjorn understood that the antidote would work on the poison, but the antidote would not cope with the poison of the type of aggravation of wounds. The protagonist stood right next to the pool of blood, which was spreading more and more due to Abman's wound. His thoughts seemed to begin to blur against the background of Misha and Carlson's screams that it was not getting any better at all, and the bleeding was not stopping. By this point, Abman had already lost consciousness, and Misha tried to bring him to his senses, but realizing that she was not succeeding, she turned to the protagonist, telling him to give the advanced potion, telling him that they must use it now. Bjorn froze for a moment, but after a few seconds the potion was given to save Abman. After 5 high-ranking potions and an advanced one, the bear's wound had healed a little. Abman lay on a blanket spread out on the cave floor, covered by another blanket, while Misha, Abman, and Carlson stood nearby. Bjorn thought that it seemed like it really was a strong poison, because the advanced potion should have healed even severed limbs, but in fact, it only provided first aid. Carlson hesitantly turned to the protagonist, telling him that they had done well, and Bjorn opened his backpack, starting to look for something in it, then saying that they had not yet divided the spoils. Then he took out some kind of bag, telling Carlson to hold it. Carlson looked at it in surprise, asking, "Is this really his share?" He He thought it was too much. Bjorn told him to just take it, because he had not even received the essence. After that, the main character put on his backpack, thinking about the fact that he had already noticed that Carlson was quite intrusive, but it was not necessary to be polite at the same time. Bjorn thought that since he was giving more, then Carlson should just take it and keep quiet about the incident. The main character said that if Carlson thought that he did not deserve all this, then he just needed to not tell anyone about what happened today. Carlson, without a shadow of a doubt, said that he agreed with this, saying that in that case he was leaving. After that, the main character noticed Misha's gaze on the back of his head, which made him shudder, asking why she was staring at him like that. When Carlson left, Mr. Bear finally woke up. He was even able to sit up on the blankets, and looking at his palm, said that he was very lucky. The main character thought that at least their ally understood this. The main character understood that if Abman died, they could get a lot out of it. Abman said he would pay for the advanced potion, asking how much it cost. Bjorn told him it cost 5 million stones, saying that this amount would do. Abman asked in surprise, didn't advanced potions usually sell for 1 million? Bjorn answered calmly, asking him, is that really so? He said that it seemed he had been tricked. Then Abman grinned, saying that the price of items can change depending on the circumstances. He began to rise to his feet, holding his crossbow in his hand. Since he did not have money on him, he said that he would pay later, leaving one of his numbered items as a deposit. In the protagonist's hand was item number 7611, which was called the Gravedigger's Deception. The description of the system window said that after receiving fatal damage, the wearer falls into a conditional dead state and gains immunity to damage for a certain period of time, but this item will lose its properties after 3 uses. 2 remain. Now the protagonist understood how Abman managed to survive. He thought with interest, maybe he should take this item instead of money. Misha also looked at this with interest, but Abman immediately cut off their thoughts, telling Bjorn not to even think about it. But this time he addressed the protagonist by his real name. Then Misha started screaming in surprise, asking how he knew. Bjorn looked at her with confusion, thinking ironically, how did this happen? After that, Abman headed into the rift portal, saying at the end that he would not forget everything Bjorn had done for him. The protagonist thought that Abman was really cool. However, when Abman left, Bjorn told her that they needed to go the other way. Misha pointed to the portal in surprise, asking, don't they need to go there? Bjorn told her to follow him, because they still needed to get something. Misha looked at him in surprise, but followed obediently, asking him to wait for her. As soon as the protagonist finished what he wanted, he handed over the item that Misha had managed to get. She asked him in surprise, did he really get it from that block of ice? Bjorn said that it was a very good thing, and he took something else for himself. After that, a notification system appeared that Misha absorbed an ice crystal, receiving an additional +3 to her cold sensitivity. The next system window said that the character absorbed an enchanted ice shard, receiving +3 points to her cold resistance. Seeing what the protagonist was doing, Misha asked him in surprise, why was he spreading a blanket? Bjorn answered her that they had not slept well because of their duty, saying that they should rest a little before moving out. The protagonist knew that there was no place safer than a cleared rift, so Misha agreed with him. And the next moment there was silence between the two of them. The protagonist thought about what would have happened if he had been alone. How would everything have turned out? Honestly, as soon as he killed the player, various thoughts crept into his head. He also hoped that she would still open her eyes. But the girl's bloody and disfigured body from the blows was clearly not subject to continued life. He also thought that the scene that she dreamed of could possibly be reality. Bjorn gritted his teeth at that moment. He was disappointed in himself, because even so, when he took out that very potion for Sasha, despite everything he had done, he was overcome by greed. Bjorn immediately believed that he could raise the spiritual seal to the 6th level. He just needed to wait silently. However, he still poured the potion on his wound. He decided that letting him die like this in front of Misha, with whom he was going to work in the near future, would be wrong. Despite his corrupted morals, if it were not for Misha, then everything would have turned out differently. As soon as the protagonist turned to face the fire, he was met by the charming face of Misha, who was smiling, blushing slightly in front of protagonist. She asked him, what is he thinking about? Bjorn told her to come closer to him, because it was cold in the cave. Misha asked him in surprise if he was serious. While the frosty wind tickled the protagonist's nose, the heat of the fire embraced the two of them. The warmth spread to both of them, while they lay together, cuddled together, so as not to freeze. Misha raised her gaze to the protagonist's face, asking him if he was sleeping. Well, and then, hearing no answer, she said that he really was sleeping. Their things, blades, backpack, and armor were spread out everywhere. They were able to rest for a while. Third day on the first floor crystal cave. Just one swing of the sword that they took from Jinsho was enough for Misha to cut her opponent in half. Seeing the result of her strike, Misha exclaimed in surprise, asking what kind of sword it was. She said that it was very cool. The protagonist told her that she would need to give it for evaluation, since it was most likely a numbered item. Hearing this, Misha immediately raised her ears up, asking, "Is that really so?" She asked the protagonist if she had appointed that this sword was also very expensive. After she realized this, Misha knelt down in front of the protagonist, handing him this very sword, catching him off guard because of this. Bjorn was silent for a second due to the surprise, and then said that he had not yet thought of selling it. So Misha said to just use it. The protagonist understood perfectly well that he was not going to take it away from her. He did not understand what kind of prejudices Misha had about barbarians. The next monster that attacked them, growling furiously, but in just an instant was also struck in the stomach by this sword. Les asked the protagonist with interest, "Does it mean that they will soon go to the second floor?" Misha held the wolf on her sword as if it were a kebab. Her face was completely calm, and the protagonist answered her, looking at the compass, that it was so because Misha needed to get used to her new sword in essence. Misha agreed with him, and a few hours later, when Misha was picking up another crystal that fell from the monster, she turned to the protagonist, saying that she thought she had already gotten used to it pretty well. There were many dead monsters around her, their bodies gradually dissolving. Zar folded his arms over his chest, asking her if she was sure about this. Misha mumbled uncertainly, and then told the protagonist to forget about it, because she wanted to continue fighting. Well, then she still decided to ask, just in case, looking intently towards Bjorn, if he was going to make her fight everyone herself, just because he was lazy. Bjorn's serious voice immediately came from behind her, and he asked her if she thought he was lying to her. Misha immediately flinched when she heard this, and then replied that it was absolutely not true. Of course she didn't think so. Bjorn thought that, in addition to Misha's reasonable arguments, he was proud of her. Misha had indeed greatly increased her strength, and now she looked like a beautiful warrior with a powerful weapon. Bjorn didn't expect that they would fish out the essence of the Guardian. The essence of the lycanthrope was as good as the essence of the Yeti. The characteristics of this essence included increasing agility by 10 points, cutting power increased by 12 points, sensitivity to cold increased by 15 points, cold resistance increased by 10 points, physical resistance also increased by 7 points, and fighting spirit increased by 10 points. The protagonist understood perfectly well that cutting power is indispensable for a swordswoman, and the passive skill was really just Imba. The passive ability was Snow Blood, which increased sensitivity to cold by 1.5 times. The longer they live, the more useful it will be, plus it had a great synergy with Yeti's cold condensation. Another name received was Ice Crush, which slightly increases damage dealt to enemies in a state of frostbite, and significantly increases damage in a state of freezing, and this was super effective when someone attacks many times in a row. Another skill was Indomitability, which removes all enemy effects affecting mobility. And although this skill spent a lot of energy, it helps fill in the weak spots in the defense of damage dealers who are usually vulnerable to control. The protagonist turned to Misha, telling her to try using the Ice Crush skill immediately after the cold condensation skill. Misha said that this skill would instantly kill everyone, and then Bjorn told her to punch. Misha wanted to agree at first, but when she tried it, she asked in surprise, what did that mean? Her opponent still fell with one blow, and there was already another frozen wolf in front of her. Bjorn bit his tongue out of resentment, thinking that apparently nothing could be done about it. He headed in the other direction, saying that they could try this skill on the second floor. Misha rose to her feet, asking the protagonist, would she really have to do it there too? The protagonist closed his eyes, asking himself in his thoughts, did she really think that he would give her a break? He was about to say something sarcastic with a displeased face, but Misha said that she knew what he wanted to say. She asked if he wanted to say that the easy road is a long road, isn't it? She raised her finger up, holding the blade in her hand and winking at the protagonist, which made him hesitate, not expecting that she knew perfectly well what he wanted to tell her, and then nevertheless admitted that it was so. After that, Misha walked past him, lifting her nose up high, telling him that they should go. Bjorn followed her actions with his eyes, wondering in his mind, why did she lift her nose up? Was she really so happy that she stole his words from his tongue? She continued to walk forward, rhythmically swinging her tail from side to side, humming some song to herself. At this time, Bjorn thought, which meant that if he somehow made a mistake, then she would most likely calm down, so he just needed to pretend that he lost the argument to her. This was Misha's guide, item number 13. Bjorn and Misha continued walking through the cave, surrounded by faintly glowing crystals. The protagonist thought that dark zone would soon begin, but before he could finish his thought, all the crystals that were glowing blue suddenly turned red, as if foreshadowing danger. Bjorn stopped, and Misha flinched, shouting that something was wrong with the crystals. Then the protagonist calmly answered her that it seemed like someone had summoned the Floor Lord. He told Misha that it was nothing serious, so they just needed to move on. Misha smiled, nodding, agreeing with him. But then, when the meaning of his words reached her, she screamed in surprise, asking, "Is this really the Floor Lord?" The protagonist gritted his teeth, looking at Misha with displeasure, because her scream was so strong that it almost damaged his ears. He asked himself in his mind, did she really have a PTSD attack after the Ryakis? The protagonist put his hand on Misha's shoulder, telling her to calm down. He began to say many complicated words again, just to occupy her brain. Bjorn shook her slightly from side to side, saying that, unlike the Lord of the Third Floor, the Lord of the First Floor was quite balanced, and this monster could only be summoned after 3 days, and if there were more than 5 people in one place, and this was just a possibility. In addition, the portals did not close after the summoning, and the monsters that appeared on the floor did not change either. Also, the advantage was that the Ryakis cuts out the entire floor when it comes out, and this monster just quietly leaves if the raid fails. Misha asked the protagonist with an uncertain voice, "And is it the first thing that everything is fine?" He answered her in agreement, saying that it was time for them to go. They continued their way, walking through the cave, and then Misha began to ask questions about who it could be. After all, not gathering groups of more than 5 people on this floor was part of common sense. In many crystals while they were walking forward, and Bjorn answered her that no one could know, because perhaps these people did it on purpose. Misha asked him in surprise, "What do you mean on purpose?" Then Bjorn began to explain to her that some clan could want to kill the Lord of the Floor. The protagonist remembered the events that happened to him in his past life, when he sat in front of the monitor screen, looking at the quests that came from other players. He also remembered the person who bought the guide to the Lord of the First Floor, and he only had 2 weeks to prepare, so it seems he was really impatient. Bjorn thought that maybe he should find out about him later. After a while, as they continued on their way, a system notification appeared above them that they had entered the land of the dead on the 2nd floor. They passed through the portal, and the dead forest appeared in front of them, as well as many stones and bare earth. Bjorn thought that he had not imagined that the road would take almost a whole day. He understood that the absence of Rathmiller was really noticeable. The protagonist smiled, saying that they had not been there for a long time. He remembered how much had happened during this time. Misha looked at him with incomprehension, while the protagonist plunged into memories of how he and Inar broke bones with a skeleton here, how they beat the monster of death to a terrible state. At that time, they ran around the entire dungeon very joyfully, and Bjorn also remembered that here they came across a madwoman, because of whom they almost died. The protagonist cursed, remembering this formidable woman, and thought that he suddenly felt bad. Misha asked him in surprise, did he really dislike this place? Misha said that she didn't like it either. Their feet sank into the mud as they continued on their way, and Misha said that the rocky desert was better, although this place was a bit confusing. The protagonist knew that he had a reason for choosing this path, since it was much easier to get to the 3rd floor from there. They continued walking through the dark forest, and their path led towards the north. Bjorn thought that since there were only 2 of them, they could open a raid on the Death Knight. Misha smiled as she walked next to the protagonist, unaware of what his further plans were. Bjorn reasoned in his mind that the monster they were going to hunt now was rank 6, so it would be possible to accurately understand how strong Misha had become. At the same time, they would also be able to farm EXP. After a while, they met those same monsters on their way, who, with their mouths wide open, headed towards the character and Misha. They were quite large monsters, and Bjorn confidently said that she would stop them, asking Misha to concentrate on consecutive attacks. Misha asked him, does he mean that thing he wanted to try on the 1st floor? She said she would do it. After that, their faces became serious and filled with the desire to fight. They frowned, and with a loud battle cry, they rushed into battle. Their movements were swift and fast, and soon they caught up with their enemies, getting closer. Bjorn collided with one of them, taking a blow on his shield. The second monster went to Misha, who, skillfully slipping between these 2 giants, used her new powers on the monster. The monster, who did not expect this at all, looked in surprise as his body began to freeze. Misha used the skill of cold condensation and ice crush at the same time. She confidently swung her sword, sending more of her energy towards the monster. But soon, a system window appeared above the monster, where it was said that the Death Fiend used the skill Call of the Dead. Immediately after that, creatures that looked like zombies appeared everywhere. All of them were like risen soldiers, who immediately headed towards the protagonist and Misha. Misha loudly shouted to Bjorn to be careful. At this time, the protagonist was already sandwiched between his main opponent and these zombies. One of these dead people sank its teeth into his leg, and the other managed to bite his shoulder. The bite was quite strong, and blood gushed out from this wound, but suddenly it began to quickly recover early, and his hand was covered with reddish energy. The zombie looked at this in surprise, and then the protagonist effortlessly pushed the zombie away from himself, without receiving any injuries. Not only the zombies were surprised by this, but also their summoner, who screamed loudly, not understanding what was happening. Misha loudly called Bjorn's name again, waving her blades and killing the advancing zombies. She asked him if he was okay. She wanted to help him, but then she was surprised to notice that the wound on his hand was almost invisible. Only traces of teeth remained. Misha asked in confusion, "Is he already healed?" She asked the protagonist if he was a monster. Bjorn took this as a compliment, and even blushed slightly, closing his eyes and embarrassingly telling her to stop staring at him and go fight. He thought that she really could stop seeing him as a human when he finished pumping. After some time, they continued on their way north, simultaneously increasing their characteristics. The monsters that were left behind were all killed in a merciless manner. Using the frostbite skill, Les eventually began to understand how much cold damage needed to be dealt to cause the frostbite effect, but it did not reach the point of freezing. They even encountered a chimera wolf that had the control skill, and Misha was able to learn how to use indomitability. The protagonist told her with a serious face that this skill wasted a lot of energy, so it should only be used when absolutely necessary. Misha seemed to smile confidently, asking him, "Does she really look like a kitten?" But a little later, Misha was exhausted, and the protagonist carried her by the collar, thinking that he knew this would happen. Misha said tiredly that it was strange, because she felt empty. She told the protagonist to let her go, because she could walk. However, Bjorn told her not to think about it, and just rest. He told her to be sure to spend her strength wisely next time, continuing to carry her like a guilty kitten, while Misha made excuses, saying that she thought everything was fine as it was. More time passed, and Bjorn and Misha made a rest stop, making a fire. Misha was sleeping, lying on a blanket inside some ruins, while the protagonist guarded the fire. Suddenly, Bjorn heard strange eyes that were gradually approaching them. He began to listen and heard a dialogue of people discussing the past battle. The protagonist looked out from behind the ruins, thinking that it seemed like these people had set up camp, not knowing that they were there. He began to rise to his feet, thinking that it was already time to wake Misha, so there was no need to send these people away. However, Bjorn froze, hearing the continuation of their conversation. One of the explorers said that this little barbarian was asleep and had no idea they were there. The second explorer responded that this man was indeed fast asleep and probably wouldn't even notice if they cut out his heart. The first explorers responded by smirking at him to let this boy sleep some more. He asked him if he agreed that magi preferred their ingredients fresh. This worked like a trigger for the protagonist. His eyes immediately glazed over with hatred. He heard something he couldn't ignore. The protagonist rose at his tone, looking completely out from behind the rubble, looking in the direction the dialogue was coming from. He knew that it was obvious that there was a little barbarian there. Bjorn clenched his teeth, squeezing a piece of the wall in his fingers, causing it to crack. This child was sleeping among the explorers, who were like hyenas. The protagonist recalled that of the barbarians who had gone through the initiation ceremony with him, less than a third had survived by now. When the protagonist asked what had happened to the rest, his former comrades replied that most of them had died. Was it all the monster's fault? The protagonist was filled with anger, because he knew that, of course, it was not so. The dialogue continued. One of the researchers told the other that he was going to sleep and was leaving the rest to his colleague. The second of the researchers asked him, was it really his turn? And when the second of them answered positively, they changed guards. Hearing this, Bjorn realized that it seemed like they were not going to do anything today. He tried to figure out what to do. An idea immediately came to his mind. Maybe he should just kill them all? His bloody shield, which had seen many battles, confirmed his determination. However, he immediately thought that although this was a simple and convenient solution, it was still not ideal. The best option in the opinion of the protagonist, if we take into account the future of the little barbarian, will be another. The protagonist called Misha by name, and she woke up at the same second, looking at Bjorn with sleepy eyes. He told her to get up because they needed to get equipped. At this time, in the camp of those people whose conversation Bjorn overheard, everything was calm. That same barbarian was sleeping peacefully, sprawled on the ground, while his fellow researchers were sleeping on blankets near the fire. The guy who was assigned to guard yawned, sitting on a stone, guarding the fire. The protagonist took a deep breath, and then screamed loudly, so loudly that it resembled the cry of a monster. All the Kamas who was in the camp, except for the barbarian, woke up, asking who it was. Misha, who was walking next to the protagonist, asked him why he suddenly decided to scream. Bjorn answered her without a shadow of a doubt that he just wanted to do it. As soon as they approached the camp of these researchers, Bjorn shouted loudly that he saw people. The researchers immediately tensed up, not understanding what was happening. Bjorn again with a happy face shouted that there were people there, until one of the researchers, stopping him with his hand, told him not to come closer. Elena, for the investigators, turned to another, whose name was Royce, said to wake up the fool, meaning the barbarian. Royce immediately walked up to this guy, pushing him with his foot, which caused the barbarian to immediately wake up, opening his eyes, and then asked in surprise, what did they want from him? Did monsters really come? The barbarian sat on the ground, and Royce, holding a bow in his hands, answered him that they were not monsters, but researchers. The barbarian asked in surprise, could they really be researchers? He wondered why they woke him up then. After all, he was sleeping so sweetly. Royce looked at him with irritation, saying with displeasure that he had already said many times that explorers were no less dangerous than monsters. The barbarian said that now he remembered it, but then, smiling happily, asked if it was not his relative. The protagonist also smiled back, noticing the barbarian, and Royce, looking at the protagonist, asked in surprise, what did this mean? Barbara, smiling, began to run towards the protagonist, shouting greetings as did Bjorn, with the same joyful face, began to run towards him, with the same welcoming shouts. The barbarian introduced himself, saying that his name was Sharon, son of Tar's son. He shook the hand of the protagonist, grabbed it tightly, and they bumped shoulders, and then Bjorn shouted that it was nice to meet him, calling again his false name Badgen, son of Thor. There was a strange atmosphere of joy and childish delight between them, which was not shared by those around them, including Nisha, who asked with confusion what these two barbarians were doing now. Nisha knew that Bjorn was pretending, but she still wanted to move away, seeing such a strange interaction. Barbara turned around with a joyful smile, asking his fellow explorers, do they see this? He told them to lower their weapons, because Bjorn, Thor's son, was not a bad explorer. Bjorn, with the same smile, said that it was so. He was not a bad explorer. One of the squad, Sharon, sighed heavily, addressing Bjorn as a barbarian, because of which the protagonist with a joyful smile and shining eyes corrected him, saying that he is Thor's son, Bjorn. His little friend that he found nodded, saying that the name was indeed important. Then one of those explorers agreed, addressing the main character as Thor, but Bjorn happily shouted that Thor was his father. The explorer coughed and addressed him by name, but Bjorn interrupted him again, saying that they didn't know each other very well yet, so he advised him to say the whole name. He still had the same radiant energy, as if he were a child, which angered those explorers even more. One of them bit his lip, looking at him straight in the eye with a displeased face, and Bjorn asked him, was something wrong? Then the explorer, his body shaking with anger and hatred, said that in that case he would call him by his full name, and then said that it would be cool if he just went on his way. The explorer said that, as Bjorn could see, they were at a rest stop. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise, looking at the fire, and the explorer was about to send him away from their camp, when suddenly Bjorn joyfully shouted that it was even better this way, saying that they were also looking for a place to make a halt. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, smiling at the group of explorers, which made the guy in front of him confused, not knowing what to answer. Bjorn happily said that they could stay as friends for the night, right? Royce and the second explorer looked at them in surprise, not understanding how to react. The protagonist at this time thought that it was already written on their faces that Bjorn was boring them to death, but this was only the beginning of his plan. The explorer grabbed his weapon more tightly, asking the protagonist, what is he talking about? He said that you don't look for friends for the night on the second floor. He also added that it was wise to go up with people you trust. Bjorn folded his arms over his chest, asking the explorer, if that meant they shouldn't be friends for the night. The explorer agreed with him, starting to say that since he understood, they should go. However, the protagonist interrupted him again with a loud shout, saying that those guys were completely stupid. He clenched his fist furiously, shouting about it, and then began to ask, was their head really just for decoration? The explorers asked him in surprise, what does that mean? Then Bjorn answered him that there were 4 of them, and he and Misha were only 2. The protagonist continued to shout to the frightened explorer that if they split the night's shift between 7, it would be better, because each of them would be able to sleep more. Sharon shuddered, opening his mouth wide in surprise and turning to the gods, shouting that he didn't even know such a cool solution existed. He asked why the explorers hadn't thought of this before. At this point, the researcher was already shaking from the hatred and anger he felt. All 3 of them realized that there was no point in talking to them. The researcher tried to intervene again, saying that they could take care of themselves. But Bjorn and Sharon had already become friends, and Sharon was telling Bjorn that he had a clever idea, and that he was a great warrior. The protagonist laughed in response, and thanked Sharon for the compliment. Then the researcher's gaze fell on Misha, and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked her up and down as she twirled a strand of her hair around her finger, smiling at the protagonist. He thought that she was a real beauty. The researcher's gaze wandered over her lips and the curvaceous forms of her figure. After that, the researcher smiled tightly, swallowing nervously. Then he turned to Misha, asking what she thought about this. Misha looked away, saying that she did not know what to say to her, and then mentioned that since they were in the company of a barbarian, it meant that they could not be bad people. In fact, Misha was already boiling with anger inside, and she clenched her fist behind her back so as not to give away her game. Misha pointed her finger at the protagonist, saying that he had lost his weapon, so she could not trust him to be on duty. She sighed heavily, as if she were a mother who was taking care of a naughty child. Then the researcher smiled, feigning sadness. Did he really lose his weapon? Bjorn said loudly again that he had stuck his weapon into the monster, and the monster had escaped with it. Then Sharon tried to cheer up the protagonist, telling him that everything was fine. After all, he still had his fists. Misha sighed heavily, placing her hands on her hips. Hearing this, the researcher smiled nervously, saying that happens. The protagonist thought that he had made up this excuse completely by accident, but it still worked. He thought that sometimes it was convenient to be a barbarian. Then Bjorn asked again, would they be friends for the night? He said that he was already sleepy, so they had to decide quickly. The researchers looked at each other with sly smiles, and the main one of them said that, of course, it was strange, but if they wanted, they could spend the night there. The researchers told Misha and Bjorn to rest, because the last shift would be theirs. After that, both Vivara and Misha lay down on the ground, falling asleep. However, Bjorn and Misha pretended to be asleep. Misha called the protagonist by name, to which he told her to be quieter. She asked him if she really had to do this. He asked her to hold out a little longer, promising that then he would fulfill any of her wishes. Misha asked him in a whisper if it was true. She told him that he had promised. After some time, when, according to the researchers, Bjorn and Misha had fallen asleep more soundly, they got up, accepting to implement their real plan. The protagonist immediately realized that they had started to act. He held Misha tighter to him as the shadows of the wily explorers began to loom over them. The protagonist scanned the situation, realizing that 2 of them had headed towards them, and 1 towards Sharon. They were going to pull it off at once. However, as they were about to deliver the finishing blow, the protagonist sat up, yawning loudly, interrupting the guy's plan. The protagonist began to rise to his feet, asking them, did they also wake up from hunger? The 2 explorers immediately hid their weapons behind their backs, saying that they did, and then said that they had some jerky left. Misha also stood up from the ground, while Bjorn asked in surprise, do they really have jerky? At that moment, when he turned his back to one of the explorer cursed him in his mind, saying goodbye to him, and then, swinging his hammer, hit the protagonist right on the head, wanting to kill him with 1 blow. However, it did not cause any damage to the protagonist, causing him to look at Bjorn's head in surprise, not understanding, how is this possible? The protagonist slowly started to turn around, asking, what is going on? Bjorn cursed at him in his mind, thinking that he should have at least tried to continue attacking. Bjorn looked at him over his shoulder, asking, he must have done it by accident, right? Bjorn said that it was impossible to miss by that much, even when hungry. The researcher tried to say with fear in his voice and a nervous smile on his face that he did it by accident and apologize. But it was too late. Bjorn mercilessly hit him right in the face with his fist, causing the researcher's teeth to fly apart. Bjorn asked him, Did this guy really think he would believe that it was an accident? The second researcher looked at it in horror, realizing how much trouble they were in. The protagonist said in a cold voice that he did too, so it was an accident. Bjorn inadvertently wondered in his mind, do they seriously think that all barbarians are so stupid? After that, hearing the noise, Sharon woke up, who, raising himself on the ground, asked what was going on. Royce stood behind him, drawing an arrow, and the researcher who was next to Bjorn loudly shouted at Royce to shoot Sharon. Sharon immediately lowered his gaze to his axe, noticing his ally's arrow in the reflection. He flinched in horror, and then at the last moment managed to react, taking the arrow with his hand to protect his head. The arrow pierced his hand through, but it was better than losing his life altogether. Sharon gritted his teeth, looking at the blade of the arrow, which was a few centimeters from his eye. Sharon started to rise to his feet, asking Royce what he was doing. The second one recoiled, looking at this in horror. He tried to answer, but nothing came out intelligible. Karen's face was angry and vengeful. He clenched his teeth, and then grabbed his hands by Royce's neck, starting to strangle him. Sharon shouted loudly at him to start talking. Why did he shoot him? Royce started foaming at the mouth, which the last remaining explorer noticed with horror. Royce tried to speak so that Sharon would let him go, but he was adamant, asking him if he would not answer. Misha struck the last explorer, who coughed, and then fell to the ground unconscious. Misha, standing over him, said that at first she was a little hesitant, but Bjorn was right. These people really were marauders. She looked at them with disappointment. One of the researchers asked another, why did he let this barbarian stay? Did he really want to kill him too? It was a recording of the researcher's recent conversations that Royce held in his hands, shaking in fear of them. He read the disgusting dialogue, stumbling occasionally. It went on to say that one of them said that this barbarian was practically asking to be killed, so there was no reason to leave him alive. The other researcher responded that this looked suspicious, saying that while he knew he was a barbarian, he couldn't be that stupid. Sharon looked at his former teammate in horror, while Bjorn stood next to him, crossing his arms over his chest. Royce continued reading the horrible dialogue, and one of the researchers continued to say that this wasn't suspicious at all, asking the other, didn't he get the point yet? Even though they killed so many barbarians? He said that they were basically walking fools. At this point, Royce finished reading, starting to give birth even more, while Bjorn, Misha, and Sharon were standing over him. Royce looked up at the three with a scared look, and then the protagonist asked him why he stopped. Bjorn said that it seemed like Royce thought he was joking. The protagonist took Royce's hand, gripping his fingers tighter, and Royce tried to stop him. However, the protagonist was relentless. Royce let out a loud scream, and the next moment his finger was completely broken. Royce continued to tremble, now with tears in his eyes, and the protagonist told him to continue reading. The finger was unnaturally twisted in the other direction. He stuttered on, saying that these fools were basically walking monsters. His face was covered in sweat and tears, while he said that the barbarians were about as smart, especially considering their attitude towards battles. Sharon was depressed and angry at the same time. He asked with anger in his voice, who exactly said that? His hand, in which he held the axe, was shaking because he once trusted these people. Not far from where Royce read these disgusting words, Victor and Betrayal were lying beaten. Royce answered uncertainly that it was Victor who did it. Then Sharon told him that it was clear to him, and then the protagonist told Royce to continue reading. Royce resumed reading again, and the next lines it was said that even without the barbarian, there would be something to profit from. This procession continued until Royce reached the point where the researchers mentioned the Beast Woman. They said about her that she was as stupid as the barbarian, but at the same time she had a pretty face. These words attracted Misha's attention, and Royce continued reading, that his other comrade asked if he was really going to sleep with a girl who was sleeping with a barbarian. At this point, Misha screamed loudly, shaking in displeasure and blushing with embarrassment after she heard this. Misha immediately grabbed the notebook she was holding in her hands, starting to flip through what was written there, carefully reading the content and blushing even more. After reading it, she screamed in displeasure, asking, "Who said that?" Misha puffed loudly, and the protagonist at this time only calmly stood up on his feet. Misha frowned her brows, addressing the protagonist by name, telling him that she could handle this fool herself. Seeing her determination, Bjorn said that she could do as she wanted. After that, they flipped through the dirty words, and then the text was about who was killing whom. Here, Royce's words began. He said that Sharon would deal with him himself, because he had infuriated him with his condescending attitude because he was an archer. Roy was still shaking with fear, seeing Karen's axe in front of him. He continued to read that Sharon had no idea what awaited him. After listening to all this, Sharon said with horror that he did not understand. Did he really do something wrong? He lowered his saddened gaze to his hand, which was pierced by an arrow, and then addressed the protagonist by his full fictitious name, hesitantly asking what he should do. The answer came to Sharon himself. He chopped off Royce's head, pulling the arrow out of his wounded hand. The archer's head flew off his shoulders. And what about the leader? Misha crushed his testicles softly, and then stabbed him. The last guy, who tearfully begged him not to kill, trying to swear that from now on he would be a good man, did not fare any better. The protagonist squatted in front of him, asking him if it meant that he would now be a good marauder. The guy sat down as much as he could, saying that he did not understand what he was talking about. As soon as Bjorn took his head in his big hands, the guy began to say that he would do everything Bjorn told him to do, but the protagonist had other plans. Bjorn thought that this guy himself did not understand what he was saying. How can you be a good marauder? After that, a death scream was heard, and the last member of this group of explorers was dead, lying in front of the protagonist, who sat next to him as a lifeless body with a serious face. There was only one answer. After that, it was time to restore Karen's hand. He used a potion, pouring it on the fresh wound. Bjorn thought that he had left the scar on purpose, since Karen had only dripped a small amount of the potion. Karen raised his hand, examining the place where blood had flowed a second ago. Barbarians consider scars to be metals. They keep them to serve as a reminder of mistakes in order to become stronger. Pointing to the armor he had managed to get from the dead marauders, Bjorn told Karen to take what he needed. Karen answered him briefly that he did not deserve it. However, Bjorn objected, saying that he had killed one, and then Karen agreed. He thanked the protagonist, saying that if he could not kill someone with an axe, he would use this. From everything that was lying on the ground, Karen chose the very same young leader of the group, squeezing it tighter in his hand. The protagonist thought that having a weapon in each hand was really good for a barbarian. Bjorn asked, "Was that all?" Misha pulled out one of the armor pieces from her backpack, telling Sharon to pick something else, but he replied that the rest was too small for him. Bjorn countered by saying that in that case, he could just sell the item. The protagonist smiled, telling Sharon to follow them. After all, they were going to take him to the first floor. Misha smiled at him as well, and after a while, they found themselves at the south portal of the Crystal Cave floor. At that moment, Sharon addressed the protagonist by his fake name, and then Bjorn said that he was going to reintroduce himself, asking for his forgiveness for lying. The protagonist said his real name, and upon hearing this, Sharon said that Bjorn was very famous. Misha proudly placed her hands on her hips, saying that he was indeed known as Little Balkan. Sharon shouted with a sense of duty that it was a great honor to meet him, calling him by his famous nickname. Sharon smiled, saying that then he would not refuse the spoils. He would take all these things and sell them, and in exchange he would buy the necessary equipment. He held a bag of things in his hand, inspired and full of hope. Bjorn told him that this was right, and asked him not to forget, the stronger he becomes, the easier life will be for the young warriors. Sharon proudly shouted that he understood, and then shouted even louder, praising their people. At the moment, the barbarians were the weakest species. Many of them did almost nothing, lazing around all day. There was a lot of personal potential considering how much muscle was in their body and how tall they were. However, they are often targeted by people with bad intentions, and due to the lack of proper training and support, many barbarians die early from evil people and slash or monsters. But what if they slowly started increasing the number of capable barbarians? That would lead to more young guys living longer, and then they themselves would become advanced researchers, and then the cycle would start? Bjorn knew that the barbarian's influence would also increase in that case. Whether he liked it or not, he was a barbarian right now, and if his people rose up, then he would be better off too. The mage community was proof of that, because if it weren't for their tower, would they be able to afford such impudent behavior? Bjorn thought that maybe this would even lead to a barbarian uprising, and although Bjorn considered her contribution to this to be insignificant, he was pleased to think that he could increase the chances if he started helping guys like Sharon. The protagonist turned to him, telling him to listen. Sharon immediately began to listen attentively to the protagonist. Bjorn told him that when he was looking for a team, he should choose one that had at least one non-human, and also gave him a lot of advice that would help him in the future. Sharon then turned to Bjorn, thanking him and saying that hiding the axe behind a kind smirk was indeed a great tactic. Bjorn and Misha shuddered, feeling the sinister aura emanating from Sharon when he said this. Sharon said that from now on, He would only take humans as friends for the night. He smiled with malice, saying that if anyone showed their true nature, he would crack their skulls open. He grabbed the bag in his hand tighter, continuing to look at the protagonist with madness. At that moment, Bjorn realized something, meeting his gaze. Sharon continued to say that when he meets the young warrior, he will tell him about what happened to him and give him good advice, just like Bjorn did for him, for the sake of their people. Misha's tail tensed up from the feeling of danger, straightening up. The protagonist answered him in agreement, thinking that anyone who crosses this guy will be in great danger. Sharon laughed loudly, revealing his white teeth, as if he was crazy. After that, Heron left, and after 2 days in the lands of the dead, Bjorn and Misha continued their journey. Bjorn was already thinking that maybe they should just forget about the Death Knight. After all, they could not find this monster. Misha turned to the protagonist with a smile, telling him that he should not be sad. She asked what kind of story is this about a huge tombstone in the lands of the dead, from which the Death Knight crawls out on the 7th day. Misha said that she had never heard of it. Misha said jokingly that books don't always tell the truth. Do they? She said that Bjorn had had enough of sitting in the library, so she suggested that they at least go for a walk together sometimes. The protagonist turned to her, asking with doubt, why was there such an alternative? Misha froze in place from embarrassment, not knowing what to answer her, and Bjorn told her, sighed heavily, that they should move on. Suddenly, the protagonist shuddered, covered in goosebumps. Misha called his name, also feeling something strange, and then Bjorn asked if she felt it too. Misha said that she really felt something. Even a chill ran down her spine. A system window appeared, where it was said that the character was affected by the skill grudge, so the healing and regeneration effects were reduced. The protagonist bit his lip until it bled, watching what would happen to his wound. Bjorn started counting the seconds, but when he reached 6, he realized that the wound that should have healed in a couple of seconds was not healing. The blood continued to flow down his chin, and Misha said that it turned out that Bjorn was indeed right. The protagonist thought that the Death Knight was very close. He and Misha started running in the right direction, while the protagonist thought that the active skill offense was already working, which meant that the monster was angered as soon as it appeared. Someone, besides them, was already waiting for this monster and immediately attacked. Bjorn took out his watch, asking himself, was that really a player? He knew he had to be more careful now. He then tried to calm himself down, thinking that all they needed was experience. They had options even if someone was already fighting this monster. Misha called the protagonist by name, asking him what they were going to do. Bjorn ran ahead of her, not knowing what to answer. As they got closer, they saw a whole squad of explorers fighting this monster. Bjorn ran closer to them, swinging his mace, and then with loud cries of a barbarian thought, he just has to do it. He hit the monster on the head with one sharp movement, and immediately a system notification appeared, saying that he defeated the Death Knight and received 4 experience points. Everyone who was around him looked in horror at this power, not fully understanding what happened at all. Bjorn shouted loudly for them not to be afraid, saying that he would save everyone. The stupid barbarian mode was turned on. The researchers who were fighting the monster looked at Bjorn with confusion, asking what was going on. They did not understand where he came from, but Misha looked at the protagonist with delight, admiring his strength. As a result, these researchers began to whine. The protagonist said that he helped them. So why are they angry? Misha at this time tried to apologize, bowing to the researchers who lost their prey, and the girl who was in their group shouted with displeasure, asking, do they really want to die? One of the guys among these researchers held her, so that she would not cause trouble. This is where this incident ended. The guy who held the girl sighed heavily, saying that now he remembered that the barbarian in front of him was a little Balkan who helped them on the 3rd floor, right? Bjorn finally remembered the guy too, and also remembered what he had said back then. This was the guy who had led the explorers out during the battle with the Ryakis. Bjorn thought that it seemed like he was a player too. The guy's team members immediately started approaching the main character, asking, is he really a little Balkan? The other one put his hand on his thigh, saying that it seemed like it really was a misunderstanding, and Bjorn wanted to help them. The guy holding the girl said that there was no way such a hero would take the last hit on purpose. Bjorn thought at that moment, is that why it's so good to be a celebrity? Misha wondered in confusion, did it really work? The guy smiled, saying that it seemed like fate had brought them together. He asked why they didn't get to know each other better. Bjorn smiled and extended his hand towards him, introducing himself properly with his real name, and then asked what his name was. The guy said his name was Hans with a smile on his face. The protagonist's hand froze before he could touch Hans' hand, and then Hans introduced himself with his full name, saying his name was Hans Krisen. The protagonist pulled his hand away in disgust, flinching in confusion, asking what that meant. He held his hand out in front of him, yelling for him to stop. Hans apologized in surprise, asking what was going on. Bjorn then yelled that it was time for him to leave, saying that he had other things to do. He grabbed Misha's hand, starting to pull it to the other side, cursing in his mind that he could not even imagine that this would happen. Bjorn could not even imagine that a player could take over Hans' body. It was too much for him. He quickly ran in the opposite direction, holding Misha's hand, thinking that they needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Misha asked him in surprise, what was he doing? He was clearly unhappy with her voice, and Bjorn only answered her, cursing that he would explain later. But for now, they just needed to run away. Confused, he stood behind, wondering why this happened. The protagonist's heart jumped out of his chest, just from the thought of what could happen. He even thought that he needed to take Salt with him, just in case. At noon that day, in Rhapsody, Sharon came out of the portal that led to the dungeon. The other people who came out with him happily hugged their loved ones, enjoying a short moment of peace. Sharon raised his head up, looking at the sky, and then laughed loudly, like a man, which attracted the attention of those around him. Among them were also barbarians who knew him, so one of them asked in surprise, could this really be the son of Tar's son, Sharon? They looked at him with interest, noticing that he was all hung with many bags. Sharon happily said that they were all alive. He could hardly hold this great weight from the many equipment in his hands. And one of the barbarians who recognized him asked what this heap of bags was. A girl among the barbarians asked him, could this really be all the equipment? A third barbarian asked with displeasure, could he have started looting? Sharon sighed heavily, asking, did they really think that he was looting? He said that he did not, and then told all the barbarians to come to him, for he was going to tell them everything. All the other barbarians, attracted by the commotion, also began to come closer, asking what had happened, and where had all these bags come from? What had happened in the labyrinth? The angry barbarians began to shout in bewilderment that they were not monsters. They were angered by such an attitude. After all, they considered themselves warriors. As expected, the barbarians were furious, and what could have been foreseen from the beginning happened. They enthusiastically mentioned the name of the protagonist, as well as his nickname Little Balkan, praising him for predicting the actions of the evil marauders, calling him a great and wise driver. Now the protagonist had even more admiring followers who added to his character glory characteristics, increasing it several times. Haram raised the bag of loot, shouting that everything was exactly as he said. Sharon said that he was able to get all this thanks to the advice of the protagonist. The atmosphere around him immediately took on a shade of majesty and burning patriotism. All the barbarians began to lead the protagonist again, calling him a great warrior and glorifying his nickname. All this time there were dark times. People called them noisy, whispering behind their backs, saying that the barbarians had only one benefit, their hearts. Hearing this, Sharon always involuntarily shuddered. Until now, the barbarians were at the lowest level in the hierarchy of the labyrinth. He furiously shouted that now he would teach them everything that the protagonist taught him. The veins on his neck bulged while he spoke his fiery speech. Once Sharon did not want to admit the bitter truth, but so it was. The barbarians, hearing this, raised their hands up, listening to the speech of Sharon, who said that Bjorn, the son of Jandel, said that this would be the first step on the path to the greatness of their people. Now, and from now on, everything will be different. Both with the protagonist seemed to float in the clouds, approvingly raising a finger up to the joyful cries of the barbarians. The second half of the 9th day came, the mouth of the Black River. A system notification appeared that the character had entered the 3rd floor, which was called the Pilgrim's Path. The protagonist thought that next time he would definitely take a scout with him. They left the portal while the protagonist thought that they had managed to find a group of researchers nearby and follow them to the portal itself. But they would not always be so lucky. Misha looked around cautiously and twitched her ears, listening to the sounds, asking the protagonist if meeting Hans was such a bad sign. Wouldn't it be better to go back and leave the 1st floor? She said that she had a bad feeling, and Bjorn told her that it had not been proven after all. He reasoned out loud that on the other hand, if Hans' curse turned out to be real, then they would not be immune to it even if they returned to the city. The protagonist said that it was better to just continue doing what they were going to do. Bjorn and Misha walked towards the forest, and Misha nervously told him that it would be better if he just didn't tell her anything, because she felt really bad now. The protagonist smiled that he wasn't very happy about it, but he definitely felt better after sharing this burden with someone. Misha didn't share his smile, asking with irritation and embarrassment at the same time, Is he really laughing at her? She called him a crazy barbarian, to which Bjorn answered her that he was. Misha hit him in the shoulder, telling him not to lie, because it was written on his face that he was saying it sincerely. Bjorn said that he just seemed to have started relying on her, and he himself did not understand when this happened. Misha shuddered, hearing these words stopping in place, asking him embarrassingly, "What does this mean?" Then she asked, "Is that really the case?" She praised the protagonist, and then said that he should continue to rely on her and not suffer alone. Misha became arrogant again, feeling her own importance. But suddenly the protagonist said, ironically, that he was joking, and then abruptly disappeared in place where he had been standing a second ago. Misha began to speak with anger in her voice, cursing at the protagonist with all sorts of bad words. Finally, coming to her senses, she shouted for him to stop and be afraid of her, and not run away. Misha began to catch up with him. Well, they immediately found themselves near the river. The protagonist went into the water ankle deep, moving to the other side. It was the mouth of the Black River, a place for a rest. The protagonist held Misha in his arms, thanks to which she did not get wet, and when he approached the shore, he told her to go down. After all, they had already arrived. Bjorn thought that it seemed like they barely made it in time, and it was good that they got there before the water rose, but the best places for a rest were already taken anyway. Misha arrogantly said that she forgave him because she had a good heart, and it was definitely not because she didn't want to get wet. Bjorn sighed heavily, listening to her words and lowering her to the ground, and then replied that water wears away stone. Misha tried to object to him, but their conversation was interrupted by a displeased cry. One of those who had stopped for a rest displeasedly asked if they could shut up. After all, people were trying to sleep there. Misha apologized, saying that they would be quieter, and then happily realized that this voice was familiar to her. She called out Hikuro by name, attracting his attention. Hikuro asked them in surprise what were they doing there. All three members of their team were sitting on a scattered blanket, and then Misha hurried to them, saying that their entire team was definitely connected to fate. That's how they united with the rest of the team. Hikuro asked with interest what happened with their task. The protagonist shuddered, and then said that this task was on the first floor, so the customer had already returned to the city. Bjorn said, turning to Hikuro, that he thought they were going to stop at the second floor, right? Hikuro smiled and replied that they had dealt with everything on the second floor so early, so they got there on a backup task that they took just in case. After that, they completed the task that Hikuro took on the third floor. The task was to bring the eyes of the frog sorcerer, for which one could get 2 million stones. Not even 3 days had passed since the start of the task. Misha asked with interest, "Are they sure that this was all?" She asked if they were done with it. Dvalki happily said that his favorite distortion skill worked. He turned to Misha, saying that she was like their good luck charm. Hikuro turned and smiled and told Dvalki that he was looking at Misha through rose-colored glasses, saying that he thought that it was all thanks to Bjorn, because luck seemed to follow him. Can't they see it? The protagonist shuddered upon hearing this, with irony and thinking that it was not so. He said that now that they were done, why don't they go up to the fourth floor? Hikuro said that he would stop there, saying that if they set out now, the time would be very limited, but they should still have time to get there. After that, the protagonist said that then they should cut up the corpse and set out. Dvalki was surprised but shuddered, asking what he meant by cut up the corpse. They all decided to go to the fourth floor, and after 3 days of travel, a system notification appeared above them that the character had entered a special zone, which is why the field effect of the witch's forest was imposed. 3 hours before the third floor closed, they reached the portal. They all stood in front of the portal entrance, tied to each other with ropes. The protagonist praised Rathmuller, telling him that he did a great job. They freed themselves from the rope, and then, under the protagonist's command, they headed towards the portal, going inside. However, right at the moment when Bjorn entered there, he heard a voice that tried to call out to him. The protagonist froze for a moment, but it was too late. The portal swallowed him, pulling him inside, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Soon, when he got to the right place, a system notification appeared that the character entered the fourth floor of the Sky Tower location. The protagonist looked back at the portal, thinking that this voice was very familiar. He wondered, could it really be Owen? The zone was really huge, so he was sure that it wasn't her. However, he wasn't given long to think. Everyone immediately started shouting, asking him why he was slowing down. The protagonist was being rushed, and he cursed, focusing his attention on the battle. It was the Sky Tower, and the monsters were attacking there immediately. The protagonist apologized to his team members, taking a fighting stance and preparing for battle, because many monsters were already rushing towards them. Bjorn also began to assess the situation with his gaze, noticing that among them was an orc sorcerer, a stone golem, living armor, and also a Dullahan. It was a rather dangerous and interesting combination at the same time. Bjorn pressed his shield against him, compacting the ranks together with Ikuro. They waited for the enemy to get closer, and when the Dullahan swung his weapon, it struck right next to Ikuro in a flash, causing him to dodge. And it was sharp, so it didn't take long for him to strike again. Ikuro noticed this in surprise, but it was too late. The Dullahan struck right on Ikuro's count, causing him to grit his teeth and tense up. Ikuro yelled at the protagonist to stay alert, saying that these monsters may be low-ranked, but they had teamwork. However, to his surprise, the protagonist only needed one strike to completely kill the enemy. Ikuro asked in surprise, unable to believe his eyes, what did this mean? The other monster was also defeated. It was due to Dvalka, who turned to Misha and asked her how she liked his new spell. Misha also defeated the third monster, saying that his spell was quite strong. Ikuro wondered in surprise, should it be that easy? A notification system appeared, saying that the character had completed the test, and many portals opened in front of them. They stood in the middle of the room, not understanding where they should go. This question tormented everyone, and Dvalka said that they did not have time, so they needed to climb the tower as quickly as possible. Misha agreed with him, adding that the lower floors were too easy, and they did not differ in special reward. Then the main character turned around at them, saying that in this case they were going to the Portal of Wisdom. The ladder in Wisdom was the name of the path on which a scout was needed, because the road was very confusing and filled with traps. Monsters also appeared periodically, but it was possible to climb directly to the 5th floor. Rottmiller turned around at them, telling them not to lag behind. The protagonist thought, asking himself, I wonder what could have happened if they had chosen the other path. Right in front of Bjorn, a huge silhouette of a terrible monster appeared, somewhat reminiscent of a boar. This creature seemed to consist of darkness. Bjorn raised himself on his elbows, peering into this darkness. He began to rise on his hands, coughing up blood. His whole body was trembling, and he thought with horror that all this, what had just happened to his comrades, would not have happened. Everywhere lay wounded in unnatural positions members of his team, about the protagonist only to appear in front of this terrible creature, who defeated them alone. The monster with all his strength lowered his huge leg directly onto the floor of the location where they were, because of which the concrete under this blow began to crack easily. They chose the door of wisdom on the 1st floor, then the door of courage, and again the door of wisdom, so they reached the 12th floor. The monster in front of them was drooling, looking towards the opponents. It was there that they came across a troll, which the 5th rank is called an incredible headache. The monster roared loudly, directing all its anger towards the opponents. Bjorn covered his body with a shield, and everyone who was there looked in horror at their new opponent, who was dozens of times larger than them. Ikuro, who was standing behind everyone, asked in surprise, is this really a roll? Misha was no less shocked. She shouted, what was this monster doing there? The protagonist cursed loudly, gritting his teeth, thinking with incomprehension, why did this monster appear here? Of course, 5th rank monsters also appear in the Heavenly Tower, but this happens extremely rarely. In 10 years of playing, the protagonist came across a 5th rank monster only about 7 times, and even then it was on the 100th floor. But for the boss to appear on the 12th floor, that was strange. The rules of being wary of people named Hans worked again. Bjorn remembered that he had recently met Hans, which caused him to curse in his mind, calling this phenomenon the Hans effect. The main character opened his mouth wide and shouted for everyone to get ready. All members of his team immediately began to come to their senses, focusing all their attention on the voice of the protagonist. No matter what the probability was, since they were in such a situation, they had to strike ahead. A notification system appeared above the protagonist that the character used the Wild Splash skill. Bjorn, shouting furiously, headed towards the troll, swinging his mace. However, the troll was not all that Bjorn could defeat with just one blow. Having swung well, this giant directed all the force of the blow directly at the shield of the witch, is why he had to break well with his feet, so as not to fly away in a knockout. Because of this, everything under the protagonist's feet was badly damaged and cracked. Bjorn needed a lot of strength to hold back this attack. His whole body was shaking, and he clenched his teeth, cursing in his thoughts, because the shield almost flew out of his hands. The troll swung again, intending to hit Bjorn for the 2nd time. At this time, Hikuro came up behind him, shouting that he would ensure him. Right at this moment, Hikuro jumped forward, blocking the protagonist with his shield. Hikuro used the skill weight balance, which combines resistance to repulsion and absorption of inertia. However, the troll's blow was so strong that his shield literally crumbled before his eyes. Hikuro coughed, and then, when the troll retreated, he used the skill emergency recovery while moving back to repair his shield. Bjorn loudly shouted that he had already told Hikuro earlier to finally change this bad shield. After that, Bjorn lunged forward, hitting the troll with his mace. The blow was quite strong, but the monster practically did not feel it. Bjorn thought that he could not do any damage at all. The protagonist appeared behind the monster, shouting to his comrades, asking them if they were ready. On the other side stood Rotmiller and Vaki, who had already prepared a new portion of attacks for the monster. Vaki loudly shouted that he was ready, using the enhancement skill, an ice spear. He created this huge ice shard with the help of his magical powers, while Rotmiller, squatting nearby, shot the troll with his crossbow with his magic arrows. The troll immediately turned his attention to the new opponents, and then, swinging his huge hand, instantly smashed the ice block that appeared in front of him. Vaki was scared and said that he could not believe it. At that very moment, Misha shouted that this was not the end yet. She also began to deliver precise blows to the entire body of the troll, using all the skills that she managed to get on the previous floors. Her blows were so precise and fast that the troll couldn't keep up with her movements. However, this didn't help, so Misha shouted loudly that the skin of this monster was too thick. Bjorn immediately thought about it, realizing that it was impossible to freeze this enemy with Misha's ability. Bjorn thought that at least the regeneration it should have slowed down. But his thoughts were interrupted by the loud scream of Dvalka, who screamed shrilly that they needed to retreat. He said that at this rate this monster would not be defeated, because of which the protagonist shouted loudly in response, calling him by name and telling him in a serious tone to shut up and think about the battle. At this time, Bjorn again faced a confrontation of forces with the monster in front of him. Bjorn asked himself and his thoughts, where should they run? They were all facing the biggest danger they had ever encountered in a long time, this time inside a dungeon. There was silence for a second. Neither the monster nor the team of researchers moved. If it was clear where to run, but how to do it remained a mystery. Bjorn remembered that the last time he fought a rank 5 monster, he had a rank 6 water with him. While the ranks of magicians are considered 1.5 times higher than they are on paper, so de facto he had a rank 5 damager with him. At the same time, she also poured attacks of the light element on the enemy, who was vulnerable to this. In addition, Bjorn used a tear of the goddess before the fight, and only thanks to this he became strong enough to knock out the Death Knight with one blow. The solution wondered how the battle went then. He remembered that even under these conditions, everything was done with great difficulty, and this was despite the fact that vampires have high regeneration, but low defense. And what about the monster that was right in front of them? This monster had the best regeneration and defense stats of all the rank 5 monsters, and if the build wasn't tuned to it, then even a purely lucky hit was out of the question. But Bjorn thought that it seemed like they could still slip past it. The protagonist told everyone to listen carefully, because from now on, a protracted battle would begin. The chances were slim, but they had to try. After 15 minutes, the battle was still going on, as if an hour had passed for everyone there. System windows would periodically appear, saying that Dvalki had used a rank 8 curse called Around Exacerbation, and then a rank 9 curse called Slowdown. After that, Dvalki also used a rank 7 curse called Weakening. The essence of this plan was that Dvalki would only spend mana on curses. At the same time, Bjorn and Hikuro were still holding the line, and periodically Hikuro had to use emergency recovery again and again. While Dvalki was using curse, the two tanks had to hold their positions. At the same time, Rodmiller would distract Troll, launching as many arrows as possible at the monsters, and Misha, fearlessly swinging her swords, had to focus her efforts on the damage inflicted on the monster exactly in the place that Bjorn pointed out. The monster did not know how to react to the consecutive attacks that rained down from every corner. In an instant, the monster could not stand it, screaming loudly, and then headed towards Dvalki to deal with one of the enemies. At this time, Rod Miller, grabbing Dvalki by the collar, pulled him towards himself, calling his name. At the very last moment, Rod Miller managed to grab him in his arms and carry him away, removing him from the attack. The protagonist cursed in his mind, wondering if this was what it felt like to walk on the edge of an abyss. After that, a system notification appeared above his head again, saying that the character had used the Wild Splash skill. Bjorn and Hikuro had no intention of giving up their positions, not moving a single step, only changing their line of defense in order to better counter the enemy. But the troll was not going to calm down, only raging more and more. The monster struck the protagonist to count again, which was already pretty damaged and badly cracked. It looked like one more hit, and the shield would crumble into many pieces. Valky was breathing heavily. Bruises appeared under his eyes, because the depletion of mana was making itself felt. The protagonist loudly called his name, asking how much mana he had left. Valky, with shaking hands, answered him that he did not have much mana left, only enough for 2 or 3 minutes. The staff in his hands was also shaking, and then Bjorn turned around, asking Valky how much mana he had left if he didn't use slowdown. Valky shouted back that in that case his mana would last for 7 minutes. He would have to hold out for 7 minutes. The battlefield was becoming more and more tense. The strength was running out, and the enemy, who was not only not tired, but also did not suffer any damage, continued to attack. Bjorn said that in that case he should stop using slowdown. Bjorn pushed his foot into the concrete floor, causing it to crack. Now they had a time limit. Bjorn loudly called Misha by name, who continued to strike at the place where the protagonist told her to. She shouted in displeasure for him to stop yelling at her, and then, landing in a fighting stance, replied that the skin was too strong anyway. The protagonist knew very well that it was the monster's bones. He shouted for Hikuro to cover him. Hikuro immediately agreed, accepting the order, asking the protagonist where he was going. Bjorn began to move around the battlefield, thinking it was time to use Plan B. In an instant, he was right behind the monster, swinging his huge mace and slowing it down on the floor with his shield. If something needed to be broken, then the mace was the perfect weapon. Bjorn hit the monster in the place where Misha had been hitting him all this time, but the blow had no effect. A system window appeared right above the monster's head, where it was said that the troll had used the frenzy skill. Thanks to this skill, pain temporarily disappeared, and the constitution indicators increased significantly. After that, the troll drank the shield from the protagonist's hands, depriving Bjorn of it to defend herself. The shield fell a few meters away from him, but Bjorn wasn't going to give up just because of that. With loud cries, the protagonist headed towards the monster, aiming his weapon and hitting his mace again at the troll's weak spot. Again and again, he showered their only hope for salvation with blows, and these numerous frantic blows eventually bore fruit the dense bone of the monster, and the meat around this bone flew all over the room. It was at this moment that the protagonist loudly called Misha, urging her to deliver the final blow. The very next second, Misha rushed through the monster's arm. This is final, using her frost skills. The monster's arm fell to the floor, gradually freezing. Immediately after that, the troll used the super regeneration skill. The arm that Misha had cut off just a second ago gradually began to recover. Super regeneration was an active skill that needed to be applied to a specific part of the body. This skill allowed you to restore any damage. Bjorn cursed and surprised in his thoughts, thinking that this skill really lived up to its name. He watched the troll recover, thinking that the monster would be able to grow its arm in 2 minutes. In other words, in the next 2 minutes they would have a chance. The protagonist quickly began to discard his armor, removing everything that would hinder him in the future in the battle. Since super regeneration would not be directed at another part of the body, the battle technique should change. A system window appeared above the protagonist, where it was said that the character had used gigantization. Now the plan was that if they destroyed the troll or the heart in these 2 minutes, the monster would not be able to restore it. Seeing how the protagonist began to increase in size, Hikuro froze in surprise, looking at the troll and then at Bjorn. Now the monster faced an opponent who more or less matched the monster in size and body size. This is how they can now finish off a monster. The monster coughed, feeling the force of the protagonist's grip on his neck. Bjorn called Misha's name with a tense voice, shouting at her to hit the monster's eyes, and then told her to cut him too, so that the monster would be covered in his blood. The very next moment, Misha began to carry out the protagonist's order, starting to randomly strike the monster's eyes, time after time, plunging her swords deeper and deeper into the monster's eyes. The monster drank heartrendingly, feeling intense pain and trying to break free from the protagonist's fight, but Bjorn grabbed the monster tightly by the neck and arm. The battle now resembled more chaos than a normal fight. Bjorn shouted at Misha to continue plunging her blades. Misha followed his instructions, doing what the protagonist tells her, while Dvalky and Rothmuller watched everything from the side with horror in their eyes. Misha herself was already covered in the monster's blood, continuing to strike the monster more and more times. Suddenly, when she reached the limit and pierced the flesh, she found that the blades did not pass, which she immediately shouted to the protagonist. He told her to hold her swords with all her might. But every time she tried to push them deeper, the sword immediately got stuck. Bjorn thought, wondering if the sword could not break through the skull. He cursed at the strength of the 5th rank. The protagonist shouted to Misha to continue doing this, that she needed to get to the brain. Misha did so, holding on with all her might to the monster, who was already dodging in different directions to prevent her from doing so. Monster screamed loudly, and then suddenly began to move, as if guided by a sixth sense. The direction of its movement was extremely unusual. The monster decided to target Dvalki, who knew how to cast spells. Seeing this, Rothmuller immediately grabbed him by the collar again, while Bjorn shouted a warning that the monster was aiming for Dvalki. Dvalki looked at the huge monster in surprise, asking, "How is this possible?" After all, the troll shouldn't see anything. Picking up Dvalki from the floor in his arms, Rothmuller froze in place for a few seconds, while Bjorn warned them to get out of the way. After that, Rothmuller reacted lightning fast, carrying Dvalki to the safe place, away from where the monster ran. The monster of power stepped on the concrete where Dvalki had been standing just a second ago. Bjorn cursed at the troll, while Misha tried to stay on the monster so as not to fly down and continue to strike. The protagonist thought that the troll, although he did not see, still knew where to go. He asked himself in his thoughts, does the monster really sense mana? Whatever the answer, their situation turned around just as they were getting closer to victory. The troll continued to chase Dvalki, who was being carried by Rothmuller, who was trying to escape as fast as possible. At this time, Hikuro stepped forward, shouting for the monster to stop, calling him damned, but the next second, the monster kicked Hikuro in the face, causing him to fly back, coughing up blood. The situation continued to worsen. Bjorn thought, does Hikuro not have the strength left for the weight balance skill? Why was this happening now? Misha called out to the protagonist by name, looking at Hikuro, who had fallen to the floor, lying there without strength. Misha tried to tell the protagonist this, but he pulled her away from this thought, shouting at her to focus on the troll. He himself was quite nervous, but now was not the time to take care of his comrades, because he needed to save at least his own life. Les screamed loudly, starting to inflict random blows on the monster's eyes again, to try to get to the brain of the monster as quickly as possible. There was more and more blood, and the troll managed to reach Dvalki, knocking him down. Dvalki fell to the ground, coughing up blood. A system notification appeared that the effects of the curses cast on the troll were removed. Misha's gaze was filled with fear and despair when she saw another of her comrades lying on the floor. Immediately after that, she grabbed her sword with her hand tighter, freezing in place. The main character made her come to her senses, calling her name, shouting for her to continue. Misha squeezed her sword with a crunch of bones, using a recently acquired skill. She screamed loudly, with even more force and hatred starting to shower the monster with blows of her blades. A system window appeared above her, saying that she had used the Ice Crush skill. She screamed loudly for the monster to die, starting to break through the beast's skull. Cursing at the monster, she used the same skill over and over again, screaming for it to die. Tears appeared in her eyes. She tried her best to make the battle end faster. This was how they were getting closer to victory. There was blood everywhere, cold, and fear. Just a few moments later, a system notification appeared, saying that the gigantization skill had been cancelled. The protagonist fell to the floor along with Misha, coughing in pain. The monster moved. Immediately after, Bjorn tried to rise up on his shaking hands to look at the aftermath of their battle. The troll leaned lower, drooling, dripping from the mouth, and the eyes were gone, not even a hint of their existence. The monster's entire body was wounded, and the next moment this huge figure began to fall down. And then, finally, a notification appeared that they killed the troll and received 5 experience points. The monster died, and all they could get was only one lonely magic crystal, which remained in the place where it fell. The troll did not have any essence or anything dramatic. All this made the protagonist realize the reality of what was happening. Bjorn rose on his feet, standing up to his full height. At this time, Misha, with concern on her face, hurried to her wounded comrades, holding her hand, trying to call Rottmiller and Vaki. Now Bjorn realized that this really was not a dream, and the decision he made earlier, that Vaki suffered because of this, all this was what flowed out of the past. Misha approached Rottmiller, starting to shake him by the shoulders, telling him to wake up. Rottmiller asked Misha with displeasure not to shake him, feeling the weight of his wounds. Hikuro, who was lying next to him, still could not get up, deprived of consciousness. Bjorn began to walk towards his comrade, thinking that the heavens heard them. Rottmiller only injured his leg, and Hikuro just passed out. Rottmiller said that they should take a better look at what happened to Vaki. The protagonist understood perfectly well that the main problem now was with him. Vaki was lying in an unnatural position, and horror was frozen on his face. Misha called his name, coming closer. She turned to the protagonist, asking him, "What are they going to do?" She said that Vaki was not breathing. Misha knelt down next to him, trembling with horror and bursting into tears. Bjorn told her to step aside in a calm voice, taking a test tube with a potion from his backpack. After that, Bjorn leaned over Vaki, starting to pour it directly into his mouth. Bjorn knew very well that this was nothing more than a temporary measure. Vaki was an ordinary man, a mage known for his fragility. During this battle, his spine was almost folded in half, and his leg was also broken. The internal injuries must have been severe, since blood was still flowing and coming from Vaki's mouth and nose. The protagonist cursed in his mind, punching him on the concrete floor. He thought that he shouldn't have wasted the advanced potion in the ice cave. Petty thoughts immediately crept into the protagonist's head as soon as the situation changed, and this irritated him terribly. At this moment, Rathmailer said the saving words for Valka and Bjorn. He held out a container with a potion, telling the protagonist to use it. Rathmailer said with a smile that he bought it just in case, so he told Bjorn to use it on Valka. Bjorn looked at Rathmailer in surprise, thinking, "Is this really an advanced potion?" After that, they gave Vaki this potion to drink, literally collecting their friend piece by piece, restoring the correct position of his arms and spine. As soon as they did this, Bjorn said that he should feel better now. Vaki's face was indeed pale. What he had experienced, what not everyone is given to experience. Misha also leaned over Vaki, looking at him carefully. Misha wanted to ask if he would survive in this case, but Bjorn understood everything without words, answering with agreement. Misha put her hands to her eyes, where she wiped away tears. She addressed the main character by name, saying that they all survived and no one died. She cried with happiness, unable to contain her emotions, saying that she was very happy. At this time, the main character was thinking that in order to sincerely rejoice, too much had happened that had strained him. They were able to get through this not because he tried hard, and not because he planned everything out in advance, coming up with a plan of action in case the first plan failed. And it was not because he reacted correctly to the unexpected. Bjorn understood very well that they were just lucky this time. He frowned, raising his face upward. His whole appearance spoke of disappointment. Bjorn thought that they were lucky, and now, having acknowledged this fact, the protagonist truly understood what the life of an explorer in this cursed world meant. Memories of when he fought in other difficult battles began to float through his mind. Many dangers awaited him, which could end in bad luck, like today with death. And the protagonist also understood that luck like today's will not last forever, because death always follows those who take risks, literally on the heels. After some time, Hikuro was finally able to come to his senses. He sat down on the floor, saying that they all managed to survive after all. He looked completely tired, and he closed his eyes, lowering his head down. Rathmiller said that they survived the troll. They would need to leave an offering at the temple when they returned, hinting that only God could help them in this situation. There was an awkward smile when he said this, and Hikuro repeated that he was very glad that everything turned out this way. Bjorn intervened in the conversation and apologized to them, saying that he never expected the troll to behave like this at the end of the battle. He said this, bowing his head in a guilty gesture. Hikuro asked him in surprise why did he decide that he was to blame for this. Hikuro immediately said that they owe him their lives. After all, no one would have survived if it were not for Bjorn. Rathmiller smiled and said that the protagonist really made the right decisions and should not blame himself. The protagonist thought that Rathmiller should understand what choice he made in that moment. All of this fell on his large shoulders, like a dead weight. At that very moment, Dvalki finally showed signs of life. He frowned and made a barely audible moo. Hearing this, Misha immediately hurried to him, asking him if he was okay. Dvalki immediately began asking the guys, in his tired voice, if they were okay. Misha immediately answered, leaning over him, that everyone was fine, and then told Dvalki not to move. Dvalki addressed Misha by name, saying that he was glad that she was okay. Misha called him a fool, saying that they also wanted to tell him all this. Tears were still visible in her eyes. Dvalki wanted to add something, but he loudly coughed up blood and then was still able to finish with difficulty that it was true. His face was already tired, but his smile gave hope that he would be able to recover soon. Hikuro smiled, saying that it seemed that this fight would not be something to brag about, because no one would believe that they defeated the troll alone. Misha said with an upset face that she felt some disappointment, because they did not even get essence or anything useful after this battle. They all agreed with her, standing next to Dvalki, but Wrathmailer broke the silence, saying that, however, they were able to survive. Bjorn did not answer this, looking at him, and then Misha said that there was not a single greedy bone in Wrathmailer. He smiled, agreeing with her, asking Wrathmailer, he spent advanced potions, didn't he? He sighed, saying that they would all chip in together to repay him. Wrathmailer smiled, asking, do they think he's not greedy? He said he was glad to hear it. After that, Misha turned to Bjorn, asking him what they were going to do next. At this time, Hikuro and Wrathmailer were laughing happily, talking to each other. The protagonist asked Misha what she meant. Misha then asked if they weren't going to continue climbing further. Were they? Bjorn angrily asked her who she thought he was. The protagonist said that it was obvious that they would stop there until the labyrinth closed. The team leader reminded himself, asking why she was asking Bjorn such questions. He said that he was actually the leader of their team. Misha blushed, saying that she remembered that now. The protagonist cursed the troll with displeasure, saying that there was absolutely no point in this battle. After a while, a system notification appeared, saying that the labyrinth was closed. And this meant that the character was transferred to Rapdonia. A week passed, and their 6th expedition came to an end. Later that evening, Rowan arrived at the right place. She smiled, asking sheepishly, was it really there? She couldn't wait for the moment when it would happen, because she would finally be able to see him again. After returning to the city, they immediately headed to the temple with Dvalki in their arms. They found themselves in the temple of Lelos, and after a short period of time, Dvalki was able to recover there. But he was already standing on his feet, saying that he felt much better, and Hikuro, who was walking next to him, laughed cheerfully. Misha, seeing him, called his name in a joyful voice. Bjorn thought that this was to be expected from divine power, because it could, but neither one nor the other with psychological herbs will help. So the protagonist thought that he would need to visit Dvalki later. Rod Miller said that it took longer than expected. He asked Dvalki with a worried expression if there would be any side effects. Dvalki smiled, scratching the back of his head, and then told him not to worry, because he would go to the labyrinth right now if he wanted. After that, Rod Miller breathed a sigh of relief. Misha also said that it was very good. After that, Bjorn said that in that case, they should meet again in 2 days, and for now, they should all having agreed on this. They went their separate ways, heading home. Bjorn thought about the fact that they had not managed to collect a mountain of magic crystals, so they decided to divide them after they received the money for the task they had completed. And even then, it would only be 400,000 stones for each. Bjorn thought about this as he walked towards the house, and then he thought about the troll with displeasure, thinking that he couldn't help but whine, since the troll didn't give them the essence. His face showed how displeased he was, and then Misha called him by name with a smile, asking what he was going to do now. The protagonist told her that they shouldn't split up, but should go for a swim right away. Misha flinched, blushing from embarrassment, asking if he meant that they should go for a swim. Bjorn just calmly continued to say that they would unpack his things later. After that, Misha lowered her ears, finally realizing the protagonist's words. Bjorn said that they had rested enough in the labyrinth, so he told Misha not to even think about running away. Misha looked away, wincing, and then said that she had no such thought. After that, Misha said that in that case she would wash herself at his house, saying that she did not want to go to her place, and then return to him, asking Bjorn if he agreed to this. Bjorn agreed, continuing to walk forward, while Misha swung her tail happily from side to side. The protagonist thought that there was no need to waste time walking to her house. After a while, when they found themselves in the protagonist's room, Misha asked him in surprise had he already washed himself. It was too fast, so much, so that she was very surprised. The protagonist told her that she could take her time, because he would need some time to sort everything anyway. Then Misha smiled, asking him if that was true. The protagonist nodded in response, starting to sort things on his table, and Misha at this time, agreeing, headed towards the bathroom, purring cheerfully. The protagonist thought that while she was in the bathroom, he would separate the things to sell from those that they would keep for themselves. Having laid out all the things on the table, he thought that he should sell some things, and some other things were decided to keep because they could be used. Suddenly, the protagonist's attention was drawn to a knock on the door. The man who was standing there asked if Bjorn Jandel was inside. Bjorn immediately wondered who it could be. He walked up to the door and opened it, asking the man what he wanted. The man flinched when he saw the protagonist, feeling the big difference in height between them. The man greeted him and said that he was from the Explorers Guild, but Bjorn interrupted him, telling him to get down to business. The man then wiped his face with a handkerchief, starting to mumble in fear, and then, after thinking carefully, briefly said that a barbarian named Sharon Tarsun asked Bjorn to be his witness. The protagonist froze in place, hearing the familiar name, and then the man continued to say that Tarsun said that Bjorn could confirm that he was not a marauder. The frightened man somehow smiled, saying these words, and then Bjorn finally understood the essence of the problem. The protagonist realized that the little barbarian was in trouble. The protagonist quickly went back into his room, shouting to Misha that their plans for today were canceled. He threw the towel on the chair, and then, quickly throwing on his outerwear, went outside. Immediately, Misha's displeased cries were heard, who, having heard about this, began to ask, why did this happen? Bjorn answered her that he needed to drop by the guild because of Sharon. Misha asked him with confusion, what does this mean? She wanted him to explain to her, but Bjorn answered briefly that she should go home or finish taking a shower and do what she wants. After that, it was as if he cut off their conversation, loudly slamming the door to his room. Misha was silent for a second, standing under the streams of water. Her whole body was in foam and wet drops, and she had a washcloth in her hand. She did not understand what was happening, and because Bjorn refused to explain, this only aggravated her anger. She trembled with anger, and then screamed loudly with rage throughout the entire corridor, asking the protagonist, was it really that hard to just go and explain to her? Her scream was so strong that it seemed that she could even knock down the door with the power of her voice. The protagonist began to walk away from his room, telling the man that they should go, and he only awkwardly agreed to this. At this time, the 9th district was also not boring. An excited Erwin ran between the houses, hurrying somewhere. She breathed heavily, thinking about the fact that she knew that he survived. Erwin met the protagonist, who recently made her smile radiantly just with the news that he was alive. A few days earlier in the Labyrinth time, in the Witch's Forest, they collided without knowing it. Erwin's sister Terja put her hands on her hips, asking Erwin, does she understand? She told her that Erwin should be able to find the way to the 4th floor, even though she was not a professional scout. Erwin asked her if Terja wanted her to listen to the sounds of then Terja told her that she should listen to the noises of the portal. As soon as Erwin closed her eyes, she immediately felt this light magical flow. Listening to it, she pointed her finger in the right direction, saying that they should go there. Terja smiled, saying that it was good, asking her, should they then continue on their way? Both sisters confidently moved towards the portal, and Erwin, approaching it, felt that the sounds of mana were getting louder. She raised her eyes to Terja and was about to ask her something, when suddenly she heard someone's speech. These were the words of the protagonist, his voice. Erwin widened her eyes, catching this, and then broke away, starting to run. Her sister Terja tried to call her by name in surprise, trying to stop her and asking where she was running, but Erwin did not listen to her. In just 3 jumps, she managed to escape from her sister, because all she thought about was this voice, rough but warm. Her sister tried to call her again, but it was all in vain. Erwin quickly ran forward, overcoming the dead forest, thinking that she was sure that this voice belonged to him. She ran to the portal, then saw the figure of the protagonist, who was already entering inside. She began to approach, thinking that the equipment was different, and the face was not visible because of the helmet, but she was sure that it was him. Getting a few steps closer, Erwin shouted loudly, trying to call the protagonist, which made him freeze for a second, starting to turn around, but the portal pulled him inside too quickly. She cried out again, but Bjorn had already disappeared. However, she did not give up, asking if she could go with him too. When Erwin was about to go inside, suddenly her sister, at the very last moment, overtook her and lunged, caught up with her, standing right in front of her, which surprised Erwin very much. Loudly shouted for her to stop, calling her name. She pushed her sister to the ground, loudly asking, what is she doing? She reminded her that she knows that she can be mistaken for a marauder if she goes to the 4th floor. Terja held Erwin tightly, while she tearfully said that it was him. Terja shouted at her, saying that she did not even have time to properly examine him. But Erwin kept claiming that she just knew it, repeating the same phrase several times and begging her sister to let her go. Erwin closed her eyes, asking Terja why she stopped her. She cried, closing her eyes, asking why she did it. Terja looked at her sister in horror, trying to call her by name, but it was all in vain. Erwin was shaking all over and crying from resentment. Now Erwin walked the streets of the city, thinking that she did not think that Bjorn would become so famous. Everyone she asked about the name Bjorn Yandel immediately said that they knew about his nickname, the Little Balkan. Everyone immediately began to discuss it with each other, asking, didn't someone say that they saw him on the first floor? And one of these people said that the Barbarian from his team said where he lives. Erwin thought that she didn't know anything because she spent all her time in her room like a fool. She kept running forward, and a thought came to her mind, why didn't her sister tell her anything? But she decided that it was probably because her sister didn't know about it either. After all, Terja had been busy lately. When she reached the right place, she thought it doesn't matter what caused this. At that moment, she found herself right in front of the door to the protagonist's room. She was breathing heavily, thinking that when she saw him, the first thing she would do was apologize. Erwin was sure that he was also looking for her, and the fact that he didn't find her first, she was sure that he simply forgot where she lived. Erwin tried to catch her breath, placing her hand on her chest with a blush on her cheeks. After that, she knocked on the door, thinking that this would happen now. There were footsteps outside the door, and Erwin smiled happily when she heard it. She thought she felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Erwin narrowed her eyes, her lips, and then the door clicked. Misha looked out, her hair was wet. She asked Erwin, who was she? Erwin never expected that a girl would open the door for her. She asked herself, who was this woman? Had she really come to the wrong place? Erwin froze in place, trying to think of what to say to her, and then nervously said that she seemed to have mixed up the room. Erwin asked if Misha knew which room Bjorn Jandel lived in. Misha's ears immediately perked up with interest. She asked her if she was his guest. Erwin asked, confused, what did she mean? Misha explained to her that Bjorn had just washed himself and left, and then asked her if she wanted to wait for him there. Erwin flinched, stepping back, asking what that meant. Her thoughts immediately recalled the sentence Misha had said earlier, that he had washed himself and left. It finally dawned on her that this was his room after all. Erwin's mind was clouded, and she didn't understand what was happening. Misha told her that if she didn't want to wait, she should say who she was, and she would let Bjorn know when he returned. Erwin was even more shocked. She thought Misha was talking as if they lived together. Erwin asked her if Misha had said that he had just washed himself and left, right? Misha smiled and said that she was, then asked if she was going to leave. Erwin smiled tightly, saying that she didn't want to leave. She asked if she could wait inside. Misha agreed, letting her in, then said that it was a bit of a mess, wasn't it? She said that it wasn't usually like this. Erwin said that she realized what was going on. She looked around the room, turning away from Misha, saying that she had done the same thing with Bjorn. Misha looked at her in surprise, asking if she was a researcher too. She then winced, realizing the hidden meaning in those words, shouting that she hadn't gotten it wrong. Misha said that they got it from the Marauders, but Erwin told her not to worry, that she understood everything correctly. She clenched her fists, saying that she knew Bjorn would never do something like that. It was like all four elements were inside her, mixing with each other. Erwin said that it must be fair to only be punished for driving something that doesn't belong to you, right? Erwin's face darkened. She smiled slyly as she said this, and Misha looked at her puzzled, not understanding what she meant. This catches up with the latest installments of this story released so far, so please expect some delay before the next part gets released. If you've enjoyed this video, please consider to leave a like and subscribing to the channel. You can also support me further by becoming a patron or a member of the channel if you've got that extra dough. Check out some of my other similar series while you wait. Until next time,